Family, after crossing the continent for 6 years, Luze finally awaited the system, only to find out it was a daily disposable one. When he reached the awakening age, he went to the spirit hall, awakened a mysterious martial soul with his right hand, and directly blew up the crystal ball when testing his soul power. After that, he sneaked into the Stardew forest and got into trouble with a Shinming bear. What kind of adventures will await him? Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. With a bang, the crystal ball used to test soul power exploded into countless fragments in my hand. The mentor responsible for the awakening was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, pointing at me and stammering, unable to say a single word. The story must start with my unreliable system. My name is Luze, and I'm a traveler who has been in Diloa continent for 6 years, eagerly waiting for my golden finger. Guess what happened? After waiting for so long, on a sunny afternoon, I was lying on a stone, contemplating life, when that thing finally came with a ding sound. I was so excited that I almost jumped off the stone, thinking I was finally going to take off. But the next sentence from the system left me speechless. It said, "Brother, don't think too much. I'm just a temporary worker here to give you a boost. And then I have to leave. I have a bunch of clients waiting for me." Who understands, family? I didn't even have time to react before a white light swallowed me up, and I heard the system reporting the progress. Body enhancement 15099 done. Young man, you have great potential. Your martial soul must be strong. The rest of the journey is up to you. I'm leaving now. Hey, wait. I hadn't finished my words when it went whoosh and actually left. Not even a goodbye, just a flash service, huh? Leaving me alone in the wind, confused. So my system is a daily disposable one, huh? But complaints aside, the road must be traveled. Although the system ran away, it said my martial soul was strong, so it must be a divine level martial soul, right? I calculated my age, and hey, I was just 6 years old, the awakening age. Without hesitation, I sprinted towards the spirit hall in the city. You know what? The system's enhancement was really effective. After running for so long, I wasn't even out of breath. When I arrived at the spirit hall, it was packed with people. I casually found a queue to follow and entered a large room. The mentor responsible for the awakening looked quite friendly. He asked who would go first, and I immediately got excited and rushed up, declaring dramatically, "My name remains unchanged. I am Luze." The uncle was amused by me, patted my head, and had me stand in the 6-pointed star formation. I tell you, I was so excited inside a divine level martial soul. Here I come. As he activated his soul power, the entire room was instantly engulfed in a blinding white light, like a flashbang had been thrown. When the light faded, the mentor was dumbfounded, staring at the empty space beside me, confused, and asked, "Little friend, what did you awaken?" I coolly extended my right hand and said nonchalantly, "My right hand is my martial soul." He leaned in to take a look and was stunned. My entire right hand was covered with mysterious and complex golden inscriptions, spreading down to my forearm, looking incredibly advanced. He probably had never seen such a scene and hurriedly asked me to test my innate soul power. Then, the scene at the beginning happened. As soon as I placed my hand on it, that crystal ball buzzed and lit up like a little sun. Before the mentor could see the soul power level, crack, the ball split open with a seam. The mentor turned pale, shouting at me, "Quick, let go. It's going to explode." I hadn't even had time to go, huh? And then bang, it exploded. The mentor barely managed to pull me away at the last moment, staring at the shards all over the floor, completely stunned. I was still grinning, asking him, "Mentor, what's my soul power?" He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Child, your soul power exceeded the standard. I don't know the specifics. You need to come with me." "Go with you?" What a joke. Can the secret of my divine level martial soul be casually exposed? I didn't hear what he said afterward at all. I chuckled, turned around, and bolted straight into the Stardew forest. Now, the most important thing was to get a soul ring to play with. But I was still too young. Not long after I entered the forest, I felt invincible, running around everywhere. However, I accidentally provoked a 1000 ER level Shinming bear. Then began a thrilling chase. Who understands, family? I just looked at it a little longer, and it chased me like crazy. The way it was charging at me made it seem like I owed it 8 million. Fortunately, my physical fitness was good, and being small and agile, I dodged around in the woods. But that bear was also stubborn, relentlessly pursuing me. Just when I was about to run out of stamina, I quickly thought of a narrow cave. That bear's size definitely wouldn't fit. I dove in with a leap. The Shinming bear was indeed stuck at the entrance, roaring angrily and trying to push its way in. Seeing that I was safe, I immediately became arrogant, lying on a stone and shouting at it. "Aren't you tough? Come hit me, you silly bear." It seemed to understand and got even angrier, but it just couldn't get in. In the end, it simply laid down at the entrance, its expression clearly saying, "You little brat, it'll just guard you and see who can outlast whom." Seeing this, I thought, great, it's playing a war of attrition with me. Fine, just wait till turn you into my soul rings sooner or later. I simply ignored it, sat cross-legged, and began to study my peculiar martial soul. As I meditated, I entered a remarkably strange state. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself no longer in the cave, but in a chaotic space. Suddenly, the scene changed and wow, an extravagant golden palace rose from the ground, surrounded by flowing golden inscriptions. I was still dazed when a figure suddenly appeared on the throne of the palace, exuding an aura of I am the only one in the world. He looked at me and slowly said, "Luze, I've been waiting for you for a long time." I was completely stunned at that moment, wondering who this great deity was. He didn't keep me in suspense and directly told me that my martial soul was called Hand of Rules, mastering the most powerful rule power. Upon hearing this, I thought, rule power? Wouldn't that make me invincible? But then the big shot splashed a bucket of cold water on me. Don't get too excited. To truly master this power, you must break the rules of this world. Otherwise, you'll always just be a half-baked person. Break the world rules? Wouldn't that mean I have to become a god? Just as I was about to ask further, the figure began to fade, finally transforming into countless golden inscriptions that merged into the throne, leaving behind one sentence. The rest of the journey is yours to walk. If you want to know how to use this power, come sit here. I looked at the empty throne and made a bold decision. Rules are meant to be broken, right? Today, Luze will sit firmly. I sat down, and instantly a massive amount of memories and information surged into my mind, almost causing me to faint from the pain. But I gritted my teeth and endured it. For the sake of becoming stronger, this little pain is nothing. I don't know how long it took, but when I opened my eyes again in the cave, I felt like the whole world had changed. My clothes were a size smaller, and I had grown half a head taller. The shimming bear at the entrance had long since disappeared. I walked out of the cave, feeling the long-lost sunlight, with a slight smile on my lips. Now I had mastered the initial use of the Hand of Rules. I casually broke off a twig, and with a flash of golden light from my right hand, those inscriptions instantly covered it. With just this ordinary twig, I casually waved it at a nearby big tree. With a thud, the massive tree that required two people to embrace was unexpectedly cut cleanly in half by me with a branch. The cut as smooth as a mirror. I wonder where that silly bear has gone. It's just the right time to test my first spirit ring on you. I chuckled and walked towards the place where I first encountered it. Fate is truly mysterious. As soon as I arrived, I collided with the shimming bear returning from foraging. Upon seeing me, it charged at me without a second thought. Still so aggressive, huh? I chuckled lightly, easily dodging its attack. Then I picked up a stone from the ground, covered in golden patterns, and threw it hard at it. The bear probably thought it was just an ordinary stone and tried to withstand it, but with a puff, the stone pierced through its shoulder, blood gushing out. It was utterly stunned and turned to flee. Thinking of running now? Too late. I threw a few more golden patterned stones, accurately incapacitating its limbs. Watching it fall to the ground and howl in pain, I slowly approached, picked up a sturdy branch, and reinforced it with golden patterns to form a sharp blade. Don't blame me to break the rules of this world. Someone has to pay the price, right? With a swift motion, the blade descended, and a circle of deep purple thousand-year spirit rings slowly emerged. I sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb my first spirit ring in my life. With the insights gained from the throne, I had absolute confidence in myself. When the sun rose the next day, I succeeded. I exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging power within me. The first spirit skill, Gravity Field. I waved my right hand toward a nearby boulder, and with a bang, the stone was instantly pressed into the ground by an invisible force. Interesting, I nodded in satisfaction. After practicing the spirit skill a bit, I prepared to leave the Stardow Forest. But what I didn't know was that the entire process of me taking down the shimming bear was clearly observed by two people hidden in shadows. Back in a small town, I decided to first go to the library to supplement my knowledge of this world's basics. However, as soon as I stepped onto the street, I felt someone was following me. I glanced back, and lo and behold, it was that Spirit Hall Minter whom I had previously blown up with the crystal ball. What does this person want? To discover the secret of my martial soul? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, I swiftly immersed myself in the crowd, deftly shedding my pursuer in mere moments. It seems prudent to maintain a low profile until I have acquired absolute strength. I resolved that once I had sufficiently supplemented my knowledge, I would retreat to the Xing Do de Sun Lin for seclusion, vowing not to emerge until I had become a peerless prodigy by the age of 12. I immersed myself in the library for a full fortnight, absorbing every pertinent detail, including information about the continent's foremost academy, Shrek, which exclusively admitted monsters. One day, After procuring supplies for my mountain retreat, I was unexpectedly cornered by a mentor named Tang Xiao in a narrow alley. "At last, I found you," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. My expression instantly turned icy as I warily inquired, "What do you want with me?" Taken aback by my demeanor, he quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I wish to invite you to join our academy for your studies. I recognize your immense talent." Relieved to discover he was merely recruiting, I exhaled and candidly declined. "I am sorry, but I already have a preferred academy." His expression froze at my words, a testament to my remarkable aptitude, which would surely ignite envy in anyone. If I were nurtured properly, I would undoubtedly become a figure of prominence in Doloa continent. Tang Xiao, likely aware of the fierce competition for talents like mine, seemed disheartened as he remarked, "In that case, I will not press you further. May I inquire which academy you wish to attend?" Without turning back, I prepared to leave when I uttered Shrek Academy. The moment he heard those words, his expression shifted, for Shrek was indeed the premier Soul Master Academy, a veritable hub for prodigies. Noting his silence, I departed without a backward glance. It was not that I wished to dismiss Tang Xiao's offer. Rather, I had my own ambitions. To achieve success, one must possess extraordinary resources and capital, and Shrek Academy was ideally positioned to fulfill my needs. Other institutions, such as the Soul Master Academy of Xing Luo Empire and the Soul Mentor Academy of Ryu Empire, could also provide such opportunities. Yet I had no intention of joining them due to the tumultuous nature of those nations, rife with conflict. If my secret were to be exposed, my life will be forfeit. With that thought, I resolved to proceed towards Xingdou Sunlin. Now equipped with the ability to protect myself, I felt emboldened. Xingdou Sunlin, I have returned. I wonder what delightful encounters await me this time. I mused aloud while perched upon a grand tree. With that, I leaped down gracefully, making my way towards the cave that had served as a temporary sanctuary. However, halfway there, trouble arose. A pack of gray wolves fixed their predatory gaze upon me, their intent clear. Yet, instead of fear, I felt a remarkable calmness. "Are you all a century old?" I surveyed the wolves disdainfully. Instantly incensed by my words, the pack charged at me with wild abandon. Yet, in the next moment, a purple soul ring enveloped me, and the wolves, caught off guard, were overwhelmed by a tremendous pressure collapsing at my feet. The gravity domain proved quite effective. As I approached one of the gray wolves, crouched and lightly touched it. Just as it prepared to bite, the gravitational force upon it multiplied exponentially. Before it could comprehend the situation, it was crushed into a pulp. With needless struggle, I chuckled, shaking my head. Rising slowly, I regarded the other incapacitated wolves, and without hesitation, I waved my right hand, amplifying the gravity once more. In an instant, the entire pack met their demise. Observing the multitude of century-old soul rings around me, I merely smiled before departing. I could only imagine the thoughts of those who witnessed this scene. After all, they risked their lives to vanquish a single century-old soul beast, while I effortlessly dispatched a multitude with a mere gesture. An absurdity indeed. Upon reaching the cave, I tidied the space briefly before settling cross-legged on the stone slab to meditate. My meditation was rather straightforward. I envisioned myself seated upon the throne within the Golden Palace, deciphering the inscriptions, with the outcome wholly contingent upon my own efforts. As I delved into my meditation, two figures appeared at the cave's entrance. "He has indeed returned," one remarked. "You ought to hurry and speak with him. You might secure an agreement." "Indeed," the other replied, and they advanced toward the cave. At that moment, I sensed an approaching presence and promptly opened my eyes. "Who are you?" I asked, fixing a cold stare upon the entrance. "Do not worry. I pose no threat to you," came a deep voice from outside. "Could you step out so we may converse?" Uncertain of their intentions, as I had never encountered them before, I felt an unsettling aura emanating from the figure outside, far surpassing that of the Xianming bear I had previously faced. Despite my reservations, I ultimately decided to step outside to meet them. Yet as I emerged, I was taken aback by the sight before me. "What in the world?" I gasped, astonished by the sight of an immense black dragon. "Child, what is your name?" the dragon inquired slowly. I found myself momentarily stunned, unsure of the dragon's true strength, but it was evident that it had reached an astonishing 10,000-year level, akin to a title de law among soul masters. Meanwhile, I was merely a humble 15th-level soul master, and facing such a colossal creature left me somewhat daunted. Noticing my silence, the dragon reiterated, "Child, are you unable to hear me?" Only then did I collect myself, responding, "I am uncertain of your purpose in seeking me." Surely you do not merely wish to inquire about my name? The dragon smiled faintly, declaring, Indeed, I have come to seek your assistance. This revelation only deepened my confusion. Why would a being of such formidable prowess seek out an ordinary individual like myself? Why would you come to find me when you are already so powerful? I questioned. I cannot explain it, but I feel that you possess the potential to lead us to unprecedented heights, the dragon elaborated. Intrigued, I asked, what leads you to believe that? Simply the inscription upon your right hand exudes an extraordinary strength, the dragon replied. Upon hearing this, I understood. Some powerful soul beasts and soul masters could detect the uniqueness of my right hand, and I realized I needed to be more discreet in the future. What is it that you require from me? I boldly inquired, cutting to the chase. The dragon, surprised by my straightforwardness, responded, It is quite simple. Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, lead us to ascend to the divine realm. At this declaration, I could not remain composed. Ascend to the divine realm? How audacious of this dragon! Yet, upon further reflection, it aligned perfectly with my ultimate goal of shattering the rules of this world, to dismantle the established order. One must confront those who uphold it, the gods of the divine realm. Very well, but I will need your assistance in devising a plan for my soul rings. I replied with a smile. The dragon, understanding the implications, seemed to ponder my motives, perhaps thinking that this human might have his own designs. To ascend to the divine realm is no trivial matter. I never anticipated he would so readily acquiesce. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous, for this implies that the inscriptions upon his right hand indeed harbor formidable power. How shall I address you? I inquired with a smile. The black dragon replied slowly. You may refer to me as Dtion. Upon hearing this name, a wave of familiarity washed over me as I inwardly murmured, Beast God Dtion. I cannot believe I have encountered him. Subsequently, noticing my silence, Dtion turned and said, Follow me. There, I can more effectively assist you in enhancing your cultivation. Without hesitation, I accompanied Dtion away from that place. A month later, my strength had reached an astonishing level. Although my soul power was merely at the 20th rank, my true capabilities could rival those of the soul sect. Perched upon a massive rock, I sat cross-legged with my eyes tightly shut, deep in meditation. At that moment, a soul beast exceeding 3 meters in length and standing 8 feet tall, covered in a resplendent golden fur, approached me and gently inquired, When do you intend to acquire your second soul ring? I slowly opened my eyes and replied with a smile, Today. This soul beast was no ordinary creature, but rather the imperial auspicious beast of Doloalu, the Sanyin Jin Li, three-eyed golden lion. The Sanyin Jin Li regarded me with an inscrutable expression. Just a month prior, upon Dtion's return with me, she sensed a shift in her status. Initially, she had wished to engage in combat with me, but Dtion intervened, asserting my significance and preventing her from causing me harm, thus etching a profound impression in the heart of the Sanyin Jin Li. As the Sanyin Jin Li prepared to speak again, Dtion arrived. Luze, how many years can your second soul ring withstand? He inquired slowly. I rose to my feet and responded nonchalantly. Approximately 8,000 years will suffice. Are you certain? I recall that a soul master's second soul ring can only endure for 700 years. Are you jesting about 8,000? Although he had spent a month with me and was aware of my extraordinary talent, he was still somewhat taken aback. I assured him confidently, Rest assured, it will be no problem. In that case, I shall have Qi Wang accompany you to hunt for the soul ring, Dtion said slowly. I readily accepted. But just as I prepared to depart, the Sanyin Jin Li interjected. I want to go too, she exclaimed. Dtion cast her a glance and responded, No, you, as an imperial auspicious beast, cannot roam freely. Hearing this, the Sanyin Jin Li became displeased and retorted, Why not? The Stardow Forest is my home. I can go wherever I please without your concern. Dtion was at a loss for words. His reluctance to allow her to accompany us stemmed from the fear that she might act against me. After all, had it not been for his presence when he first brought me back, she might have already engaged me in battle. Allow her to accompany us. I trust she will not cause trouble, I interjected. You see, Luze has agreed. Will you still try to stop me? The Sanyin Jin Li chimed in eagerly. Dtion, taken aback, found it difficult to refuse, especially since I had already consented. Very well, you may come along, but do not act recklessly, understand? Dtion warned gently. The Sanyin Jin Li brightened at this and quickly darted ahead of me. I observed the Sanyin Jin Li before me and began to doubt. Is this truly an imperial auspicious beast? She seems rather lacking in intelligence. Soon after, Qi Wang approached my side and inquired, Luze, what kind of soul ring do you desire? After some contemplation, I whispered a few words into Qi Wang's ear. Upon hearing my request, Qi Wang appeared astonished and incredulously asked, Are you certain you want that type of soul ring? Is it unacceptable? I asked slowly. It is acceptable, but such soul beasts are exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. However, I will do my utmost to assist you, Qi Wang replied. For both of them, my increasing strength would only serve their interests in the future. In the distance, the San Yin Li observed us, conversing with a sense of bewilderment, but chose not to ponder it further. Following a thorough search throughout the Stardow forest, Qi Wang finally located the soul beast I required. Here it is, Qi Wang said, presenting a peculiar soul beast before me. I examined it and smiled, affirming, Indeed, this is the one. I then employed gravitational pressure to eliminate the soul beast. A circle of purple soul rings swiftly manifested above its lifeless form. Without hesitation, I donned the soul ring and began the absorption process. During the time I absorbed the soul ring, Qi Wang vigilantly monitored my surroundings. As for the San Yin Li, she had long since wandered off, though Qi Wang could still sense her presence nearby. Inwardly, I chuckled at the prospect of my new ability. I was uncertain of its strength, but it certainly would not be weaker than the gravitational domain. I did not know how long had passed when I finally opened my eyes. You are awake, Qi Wang remarked slowly. How was the absorption? It was satisfactory, I replied. Qi Wang then inquired, What is the nature of your second soul skill? Do you wish to know? I said with a meaningful glance. Qi Wang nodded slowly, watching me intently, seemingly awaiting my revelation. No longer concealing it, I allowed my second soul ring to emanate a violet glow. Before Qi Wang could react, a barrier enveloped him. As the barrier encased him, he was instantly taken aback, struggling to breathe. Qi Wang exclaimed in astonishment. But even more shocking was the fact that his voice could not escape, rendering him completely mute. Fortunately, Qi Wang's cultivation far surpassed mine, and he swiftly shattered the barrier. After breaking free, Qi Wang gazed at me in astonishment and slowly asked, What is this soul skill? I smiled faintly and replied, This is my second soul skill, the vacuum domain. Qi Wang, bewildered by this unfamiliar name, could only stare at me in confusion. However, upon witnessing his puzzled expression, I explained with a grin, The vacuum domain refers to a space devoid of any matter, including air. Without air, sound cannot propagate. Although Qi Wang struggled to comprehend my explanation, he had experienced it firsthand. Had it not been for his superior strength, he might have suffocated within that barrier. Realizing this, Qi Wang broke into a cold sweat, pondering that if someone of lesser strength were trapped within that barrier, escape would be nearly impossible, especially since this technique is virtually unpreventable. You truly possess a powerful ability, Qi Wang finally remarked. However, I was not entirely satisfied and said slowly, It appears the vacuum domain cannot contain those stronger than myself. I must elevate my own strength. Qi Wang, at a loss for words, could only nod in agreement. At that moment, the San Yin Li returned, intrigued by the discourse between Qi Wang and me. What are you two discussing? She inquired as she approached us. Realizing the San Yin Li had come back, Qi Wang turned to me and said, Since you have acquired your second soul ring, we should return. If we are to return, let us do so. After all, I am fully content with my second soul ring in hand. I must tell you, once I return to my dormitory, the scene will be nothing short of spectacular. My roommate, Dai Yaoheng, will look at me as if he has seen a ghost, sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing with such fervor that one might think he is about to soar into the heavens. The following morning, before the dawn had fully broken, he rushed to my bedside like a headmaster, bellowing, Luze, rise and shine. The teacher is taking attendance. I must confess, I wasn't actually asleep. I was in a state of meditation. Upon opening my eyes, I was astounded to find that the golden runes within seemed to dazzle him. He stood there, momentarily stunned, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost, undoubtedly pondering how I had grown stronger overnight. I couldn't help but chuckle at his bewilderment and took the initiative. What are you dawdling for? If we don't hurry, we'll be late. With that, I dashed out. By the time he regained his senses, we were like two rabbits, sprinting desperately towards the classroom, bursting through the door just as the bell rang. As I settled down to catch my breath, a middle-aged man appeared at the podium, wearing an expression that suggested we all owed him money. He introduced himself as Shiryu, our homeroom teacher. Instinctively, I sensed something was amiss. He exuded an aura of impending fury. Indeed, as soon as my classmates began to whisper amongst themselves, He slammed his hand on the podium, plunging the classroom into an eerie silence. His scowl, coupled with a piercing gaze, made the temperature in the room drop several degrees. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not geniuses. What an opening statement. The sheer force of his presence paralyzed the entire class, leaving us all quaking like quails. Yet I was different. While others were gripped by fear, I felt a rush of excitement. My family, who understands me, knows I thrive on such exhilaration. The gleeful expression on my face left my classmates bewildered, likely questioning if I had some peculiar penchant. Once sure you had established control, he proceeded to address the matter at hand. Every class requires a monitor, a position reserved solely for the most capable. Upon hearing this, I realized that we were to elect a class monitor. Dai Yaoheng's eyes lit up instantly, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. His desire to assume the role was all too evident, but he was wary of me. He must have been contemplating what would happen if I, too, aspired for the position. He would stand no chance. I found it amusing. I had no intention of taking on such a burdensome role. Being a class monitor? Not a chance. It's a thankless job, and I'm all about minimizing unnecessary efforts. At that moment, Shiryu flipped through his folder and declared, "We have 2 soul respect candidates in our class. The monitor will be chosen from among you 2. Luze Dai Yaoheng, please stand." This announcement sent a ripple of shock through the classroom. Dai Yaoheng and I rose, both wearing expressions akin to those who had just swallowed a fly. His discomfort stemmed from the impending competition. Mine arose from my utter disinterest in the position. Noticing our grim faces, Shiryu grew displeased. "What is this? You're not keen on being class monitor?" Dai Yaoheng stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. I could no longer bear it and boldly interjected, "Teacher, I believe Dai Yaoheng is more suited for the role. His management skills are superior. I recommend him." I voluntarily relinquished my candidacy. The entire class was taken aback. What an unusual mindset, to refuse power handed to me. Dai Yaoheng looked equally perplexed, likely questioning if I had some ulterior motive. Shiryu was even more astonished, pointing at me. "Luze, your soul power is at 35, for levels higher than Dai Yaoheng's. Why do you refuse?" Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his internal monologue spiraling. 35? For levels higher? How is that fair? I responded with an air of moral rectitude. "Teacher, soul power does not determine everything. Management skills are paramount." In truth, I thought, who wants to deal with this hassle? Shiryu seemed swayed by my rhetoric, waving his hand. "Very well. The class monitor will be Dai Yaoheng." He then called me aside. As I exited, my classmates began to gossip, speculating whether I was to receive special treatment. Dai Yaoheng wore a grave expression, visibly restless. When I reappeared later that evening, he entered the dormitory to find me voraciously devouring barbecued delicacies. Upon noticing him, I cheerfully inquired, "Class monitor, would you like some?" His expression darkened, and he sulked back to his bed. After I had satiated my hunger, he finally could not contain himself, asking why I had relinquished the monitor position to him. I burped contentedly and replied candidly, "Being a class monitor is such a hassle. If you do well, people accuse you of seeking the limelight. If you don't, the blame falls solely on you. Such a thankless job is best suited for someone who enjoys it." Dai Yaoheng appeared utterly bewildered, likely thinking, "So, you're just looking to avoid trouble? I thought you genuinely believed in my capabilities." Observing his incredulous expression, I added, "But don't worry, I meant every word of praise I uttered about you." The following morning, Shiryu resumed his antics. He leisurely strolled into the classroom and declared, "Today's South lesson will take place outside. 1 minute. Gather on the playground and stand in formation." The entire class bolted for the door as if fleeing a disaster. I, however, remained unperturbed, strolling leisurely to stand in line, ensuring I arrived just as the time ran out. My classmates gave me thumbs up, commending my bravery. I felt a surge of pride and chuckled. What is the big deal? As long as we return before the teacher arrives, we're fine. Just as I finished speaking, a chilling voice echoed behind me. "So you think you're very brave, do you?" Instinctively, I retorted, "I'm super brave, of course." Turning around, I was met with Shiryu's scowling visage, so dark it could have dripped ink. The awkwardness was palpable, and I could have used my toes to dig a 3-bedroom apartment in embarrassment. Believe me, that wasn't my statement. I forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Shiryu let out a cold chuckle, seizing me as one would a chick, and announced to the class, "Today's lesson is simple. Run 100 laps around the playground. No one is allowed to leave until you finish." A chorus of lamentations erupted from the class. He then turned to me with a friendly smile. Do you know why I kept you back? A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I tentatively ventured, standing at attention. His smile widened, and he returned with a heavy iron vest, at least 20 pounds, tossing it at my feet. Wear this and run 200 laps. My mind reeled in disbelief. Why? The extra 100 laps are a punishment for you. His reasoning left me speechless. The hierarchy in authority is crushing. What could I do but comply and start running? Let me tell you, it was exhausting. By the time I reached 60 or 70 laps, the sun was mercilessly scorching, and many were on the brink of collapse. Then Shiryu bellowed, "Anyone who dares to stop will have to add another lap." Instantly, everyone resumed running as if invigorated by a shot of adrenaline. Eventually, some could no longer endure, and someone shouted, "Look at Lu Zhe." I had unwittingly become the Class S source of motivation. Clad in a 20-pound iron vest, my sweat flowing like rain, my lungs ablaze, pushing myself solely on sheer willpower. By noon, most had completed their laps, leaving only me still trudging on. Dai Yaoheng, unable to bear it any longer, rushed to plead with Shiryu, only to be scolded and threatened with expulsion for further appeals. At that moment, I had reached a state of delirium, feeling as though I might collapse any second. My classmates were frantic. Dai Yaoheng could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Teacher, if this continues, he'll die." Shiryu remained steadfast, reiterating, "Return to formation." I later learned that he was merely following orders, as the academy as higher-ups wished to test my limits. Just then, Dai Yaoheng, in a fit of urgency, shouted from the sidelines, "Lu Zhe, I believe in you." That one shout ignited the entire class. "Lu Zhe, keep going. We believe in you." Their cheers reverberated across the playground. My family understands this was a heartfelt show of support for my classmates, who then surged onto the track, running alongside me in solidarity. The scene captivated the entire outer academy. Teachers and students alike flocked to witness this spectacle. At that moment, I could no longer hear any voices, my vision blurred, and I moved purely on instinct. At the moment my body swayed and I was about to collapse, I summoned the last vestiges of my strength to stabilize myself. "I can endure," I roared within. In that fleeting instant, I felt my soul transcend, manifesting directly in the golden palace of the sea of consciousness. The weariness vanished instantaneously, and I uncontrollably pressed my hand upon the throne. In the next moment, the golden inscriptions upon my hand erupted with blinding radiance, and a surge of formidable power coursed madly into my being. This time there was no pain, only exhilaration. I felt imbued with strength. Outside, everyone gazed in awe as a halo of golden light erupted from my form, utterly transfixed. As the luminescence faded, I opened my eyes, feeling as though my body could take flight. Is this the sensation of breaking through 1's limits? I fixed my gaze on the finish line and, before the eyes of all, sprinted with every ounce of my energy. In a heartbeat, I transformed from staggering to a mere afterimage. I successfully completed 200 laps. Standing at the finish line, I turned to see the astonished expressions of Dai Yaoheng and my classmates, and I smiled, proclaiming, "I finished." That evening, Dai Yaoheng brought me a meal. Observing my ravenous appetite, he fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Have you grown stronger again?" I nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Indeed, I have surpassed my previous self." He fell silent once more, likely lost in contemplations of whether I might ever surpass him in this lifetime. Time flew by rapidly. In the blink of an eye, I had become a celebrity in the outer academy due to that weighted run, attracting attention wherever I went, leaving me quite helpless. On that day, Teacher Shiryu announced significant news. The freshman assessment was approaching. Teams of 3 would engage in soul battles. The losing team would be expelled immediately. The entire class tensed up, fervently hoping to team up with a strong partner. As the teacher began reading the grouping list, it became apparent that the strongest 3 individuals in class were left standing together. The final group was Lu Zhe, Dai Yaoheng, and Yin Yun. At that moment, my heart soared with joy. What a remarkable team we formed. 2 Soul Lords and a Soul Master. This was indeed the legendary Dream Team. Surely, victory in the freshman assessment was assured. However, Dai Yaoheng wore a rather sour expression, probably still contemplating a rematch against me during the assessment. After school, they approached me while I was strolling. Dai Yaoheng asked, "Why are you not worried at all about the freshman assessment?" I looked at him, smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. "ISNT, our esteemed class leader here. I trust you to lead us to victory alone." I glanced at him again, smiling, as I reiterated my confidence in his abilities. Suddenly, Yin Yin chimed in, I heard the class leader say you're even stronger than him. Just how much stronger are you? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, causing Lu Zhe to feel a bit uneasy. Lu Zhe finally responded, "You must be Yin Yun, right?" "Indeed." Yin Yun grinned and introduced his martial spirit. "My martial spirit is Lucky Clover, an auxiliary type, with a soul power of level 21. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled. "Auxiliary types are excellent, guaranteed victory." Then Yin Yun curiously asked, "By the way, what are your martial spirits?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe strategically turned his head away, remaining silent. This left both Yin Yun and Dai Yaoheng bewildered. Dai Yaoheng remained composed. "My martial spirit is the White Tiger, a level 31 assault type." After his declaration, both he and Yin Yun fixed their gazes intently on Lu Zhe. Despite the passage of time, they were still unaware of what Lu Zhe's martial spirit was, and Dai Yaoheng, too, was quite curious about the source of Lu Zhe's strength. Under their scrutiny, Lu Zhe felt uncomfortable and finally admitted, "My martial spirit is my right hand, a level 35 control type." As he spoke, he extended his bandaged right hand. A body martial spirit? Dai Yaoheng was taken aback. Yin Yun became even more excited, immediately grasping Lu Zhe's right hand to examine it closely. "Your martial spirit is your own right hand. It must be incredibly powerful." "Not particularly," Lu Zhe chuckled awkwardly. Scratching his head, Dai Yaoheng called him out. "You're clearly stronger than me, yet you remain so humble." With this, Yin Yun suddenly proposed a daring idea. Leaning closer to Dai Yaoheng, "Lu Zhe, would you dare accept our challenge? That may not be wise, right? Didn't he, the teacher, say we should behave for the next few days?" Lu Zhe smiled and declined. However, Dai Yaoheng was even more thrilled than Yin Yun. "Let us have a match. I want to see just how great the gap is between you and me with auxiliary support." Lu Zhe retorted, "Hey, Dai Yaoheng as class leader, should you really be so reckless?" "It's not reckless. It's merely a means of mutual understanding," Dai Yaoheng explained with a smile. Lu Zhe was left speechless. Noticing Lu Zhe's silence, Dai Yaoheng provocatively teased, "What's wrong, are you afraid?" Lu Zhe muttered softly, "It's not that. I just don't want to discourage you." This remark ignited a fire in Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. "Who do you think you're looking down on? We want to know until we compete. Is that so?" Lu Zhe continued to smile awkwardly. "Just don't be heartbroken, okay?" In the year 2025, on an open field at Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe maintained a composed demeanor, facing the serious expressions of Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. "Have you truly made up your minds?" Lu Zhe inquired. Dai Yaoheng, looking grave, said to Yin Yun, "Prepare to assist me." "Understood." Yin Yun unleashed his soul ring, ready to engage. "Then don't blame me." Lu Zhe too adopted a serious stance. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and a palpable tension filled the air. Suddenly, a leaf fell to the ground. Dai Yaoheng shouted, "Go!" With that, he manifested his martial spirit and charged towards Lu Zhe. Yin Yun was not idle either, quickly bestowing a soul skill upon Dai Yaoheng. In that moment, Dai Yaoheng felt an overwhelming surge of power, believing he could contend with Lu Zhe. However, reality proved far more daunting than aspirations. Buzz! As Dai Yaoheng took his first step, he and Yin Yun collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. How is this possible? Dai Yaoheng could hardly believe it. "Remember our earlier agreement. Don't blame me." Lu Zhe's purple soul ring shimmered with light. Dai Yaoheng struggled to rise, only to discover he was utterly powerless. "Surrender. Under tenfold gravity, you cannot move," Lu Zhe stated calmly. Finally, Dai Yaoheng conceded, realizing he was no match for Lu Zhe. "We lost," Dai Yaoheng lamented deeply. Lu Zhe lifted the gravity field with a smile, saying, "Truly, we are all classmates. Why go to such lengths?" Although Dai Yaoheng felt discontent, he accepted this loss with grace. As for Yin Yun, he fared far worse. As an auxiliary soul master, his physical constitution was already inferior to Dai Yaoheng's. Now, under tenfold gravity, he fainted outright. When he regained consciousness, the night had fallen, and he found himself lying on a bench. What just happened? Yin Yun pondered, utterly perplexed. He could only recall teaming up with Dai Yaoheng to challenge Lu Zhe, and then using a soul skill before losing consciousness. Rubbing his head, he looked around for clues. Soon, he spotted Dai Yaoheng seated on another bench and hurried over. "Class leader, what happened? Why did I faint? What was the outcome of our match?" Dai Yaoheng slowly uttered 2 words. "We lost." "What? Lost? How could that be? We teamed up." Yin Yun could hardly believe it. Dai Yaoheng sighed. "You fainted in less than a second, and I was pressed into the ground by Lu Zhe. Of course we lost." "I fainted in less than a second?" Yin Yun reflected, realizing he had indeed collapsed almost immediately, slumped on the bench. Why did this happen? We should have had a greater chance of victory together. Yin Yun gazed at the starry sky, questioning his very soul. Dai Yaoheng chuckled wryly. Lu Ze's strength cannot be measured merely by soul power levels. To this day, I only know that his first soul skill controls gravity. The next two remain a mystery. What? Yin Yun was utterly astonished. Are you saying that thousand-year soul ring is merely his first soul skill? Indeed, that fellow's soul ring configuration has completely shattered my understanding, Dai Yaoheng replied in a calm tone. Instantly, Yin Yun became intensely curious about Lu Ze's soul ring configuration, asking if Lu Ze's first soul ring is 1,000 years. Do you think the others are also 1,000 years? No, he possesses a 10,000-year legacy, Dai Yaoheng remarked nonchalantly. 10,000 years. At that moment, Yin Yun felt as though she had stumbled upon a cataclysmic secret, her gaze helplessly fixed upon the starry sky. Is Lu Ze truly human? Uncertain. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the freshman assessment. Lu Ze arrived at the Duhun district, brimming with anticipation as he surveyed his fellow students. After a series of explanations, Lu Ze and his team made their way to Area 1, where they awaited the arrival of the team from freshman class 2. The match was about to commence. What are your thoughts? Lu Ze inquired with a smile directed at Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. Yin Yun casually reclined back. Aren't you here? We just need to lie back and win. Lu Ze was rendered speechless, staring blankly at her. All right. It's our turn to take the stage. Dai Yaoheng broke the silence. Lu Ze snapped back to reality and followed Dai Yaoheng into the Duhun district. The first round of the freshman assessment commenced, featuring freshman class 1, Dai Yaoheng, Lu Ze, and Yin Yun, against freshman class 2, consisting of Yin Jin, Zhongshan, and Lin Zihu. As announced by the teacher, Dai Yaoheng positioned himself at the center of the Duhun district with his two teammates, while Yin Jin and his companion stood opposite them, ready for battle. As the signal was given, the competition began. Dai Yaoheng surged forward, charging towards the three members of freshman class 2. How unlucky can we be, facing a soul sovereign right off the bat? Zhongshan exclaimed in terror. What are you afraid of? Let us tackle him together. We can surely handle him. Lin Zihu replied confidently. From a distance, Lu Ze observed the unfolding scene, silently giving a thumbs up. This brother is truly courageous. However, the moment Dai Yaoheng and Lin Zihu clashed, the outcome was swiftly determined. Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Zihu was sent flying out of the Duhun district, disqualified from a match. Though I may not be as strong as Lu Ze, I am not to be trifled with, Dai Yaoheng declared fiercely. The audience was left in shock, unable to fathom Dai Yaoheng's incredible strength, having eliminated Lin Zihu in a single blow. Is this the power of a soul sovereign? How formidable! Zhongshan trembled in fear. In the next instant, Dai Yaoheng appeared before Zhongshan, delivering a punch that sent him flying as well. He then began searching for his final opponent. Upon turning around, he discovered Yin Jin charging towards Yin Yun. This fellow is hiding in the back, undoubtedly weak. I'll dispose of him first, Yin Jin calculated. He dashed towards Yin Yun with remarkable speed, but just as he intended to strike, he found himself immobilized, attacking my teammate in front of me. Do you have a death wish? Lu Ze stayed coldly. Without granting Yin Jin a moment to react, he immediately amplified the gravitational force tenfold. Yin Jin was instantaneously pinned to the ground, unconscious. The match concluded, and the teacher announced, in the first round, first match, freshman class 1 emerges victorious. Lu Ze beamed at Yin Yun. See, with the class leader here, how could we possibly lose? Yin Yun, equally exhilarated, laughed. The championship is undoubtedly ours. As the first A required each team to compete only once, Lu Ze and his companions joyfully exited the Duhun district. However, they left a profound impression on the teams set to compete next. The trio from freshman class 1 is simply not something we can contend with. Facing them leaves us with no chance of victory. It's best to forfeit if we encounter them. In an instant, the area where Lu Ze's team competed was filled with murmurs of awe. With Dai Yaoheng and his two soul sovereigns, Lu Ze's team dominated the freshman assessment with ease. As time passed, Lu Ze and his team swiftly advanced to the quarterfinals. At dawn, Dai Yaoheng awoke early and rushed to Lu Ze's bedside, shouting, Lu Ze, the match is about to begin. What? Lu should jolted awake, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, grumbling, what time is it? Do you still want to sleep? Don't you know today's match is crucial? Dai Yaoang replied sternly. Only then did Lu Zhe recall that today was the quarterfinals. Reluctantly, he got out of bed and walked outside with Dai Yaoang. On their way, they encountered their teammate Yin Yun. You two are up so early? Yin Yun asked with a smile. Of course. I'm a good child who sleeps early and rises early, Lu Zhe boasted. Dai Yaoheng swiftly countered. If I didn't wake someone up, he'd probably sleep until evening. Hey, you can't just say anything you want. Lucia protested stubbornly. Yin Yun regarded him with a look of disbelief. All right. Let us hurry to the Duhun district. The match should be starting soon, Yin Yun said with a smile. With that, they headed towards the Duhun district. Wow, it's bustling today, Lu Zhe remarked as he entered the Duhun district, taking in the sea of spectators. Stop gawking. We're competing in the second match. Let us check out our opponents first, Dai Yaoheng instructed. Lu Zhe shrugged and made his way to the pre-battle area, standing at attention. The first match soon commenced, featuring freshman class 5 against freshman class 7. Wow, these two teams appear evenly matched. I wonder who will triumph? Lu Zhe mused with interest. Yin Yin couldn't resist a quip. Aren't you concerned about our opponents? Why should I care about them? Do you think we'll lose? Lu Zhe retorted. Yin Yin considered this. Not only was Lu Zhe a formidable force, but even Dai Yaoheng was exceptionally strong, having dominated previous matches with his sheer power. Indeed, after realizing this, Yin Yun smiled awkwardly and turned his gaze back to the competition area alongside Lu Zhe. Dai Yaoheng approached Lucia, asking, who do you think will win? Lu Zhe analyzed. The outcome seems clear. That young MO from freshman class 7 may appear delicate, but his strength is formidable. Coupled with the two teammates whose soul power rivals that of a soul sovereign, their coordination is impressive. He paused, then continued. While the three from class 5 possess comparable soul power, their coordination is too rigid. They merely fight independently. The result is predictable. I see. Dai Yaoheng responded thoughtfully, surprised by Lu Zhe's insightful analysis. As expected, the match concluded swiftly. The three members of class 5 fought individually. While they might have triumphed against weaker teams, they were no match for the cohesive and equally strong class 7. Freshman class 7 wins, the judge announced, prompting a round of applause from the audience. The judge then proclaimed, in the second match of the quarterfinals, freshman class 1 will face freshman class 6. Both teams, please enter the arena in 5 minutes. Let us go. It's our turn, Dai Yaoheng said, leading Lu Zhe towards the competition area. Upon entering, the members of class 6 approached to greet them. Hello, I'm Yi Qing from freshman class 6, a young boy said with a smile. Yin Yun responded warmly. Hello, I'm Yin Yun, and these two are Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng. I know them. They're incredibly strong, so please go easy on us in the match. Yi Qing said. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Yin Yun was skeptical. Anyone who had faced Lu Zhe before had not fared well. However, Yi Qing seemed to believe him, eagerly returning to his team. You two are quite the pair. One dares to speak, the other dares to believe, Yin Yun commented. Lu Zhe chuckled. Rest assured, as long as I'm smiling while I fight, no one will suspect that I'm being too harsh. Oh, Yin Yun replied nonchalantly, shifting his focus back to the opposing team. Before long, the judge arrived at the center of the arena, surveyed both teams, and announced, both teams are ready. The match begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Dai Yaoheng shot forth like a cannonball. Yi Qing shouted in fright. Didn't we agree to go easy? Why do I feel like he's trying to kill us? Lu Zhe covered his mouth, chuckling. Indeed. I may be lenient, but that doesn't mean he will be. What the heck? Yi Qing was bewildered. Dai Yaoheng wasted no time, closing the distance and delivering a punch. Bang! With a resounding thud, Yi Qing did not fly out of the competition area. Instead, he caught Dai Yaoheng's fist. Oh, quite impressive, Lu Zhe praised. Yin Yun unleashed his martial soul, the lucky clover, which randomly enhances the attributes of his allies. Although it sounds formidable, its primary drawback lies in its inherent instability, relying solely on chance. However, Yin Yun enjoyed a stroke of good fortune, consistently boosting his allies' attributes by over 10 points each time. This time, Dai Yaoheng's strength attribute surged by 40 points, propelling Yi Qing away with a single punch. In a newly established Class 6, there is also a support-type Soul Master, renowned for possessing the illustrious 7 treasure Glazed Tile as his martial soul. Ning Yuan, lend me a hand, Yi Qing shouted. A young lad behind him responded, no problem. The 7 treasures are famous. One says, strength. A beam of light shot into Yi Qing's body, filling him with an overwhelming surge of power. Come on, today I shall wreak havoc. Yi Qing proclaimed with pride as he charged towards Dai Yaoheng. Lu Zhe felt a twinge of surprise. Such a martial soul exists. No wonder they made it to the quarterfinals. Yet soon, his expression shifted, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he took a step forward. It seems this will be far more entertaining than before, Lu Zhe remarked softly. Yin Yin noticed Lu Zhe's expression and was taken aback. Is Lu Zhe preparing to make a move? Dai Yaoheng also sensed a formidable soul power sweeping toward him. Turning his head, he saw Lu Zhe slowly approaching. Is he about to strike? Dai Yaoheng was equally astonished. He had never witnessed Lu Zhe take the initiative before. Seizing the moment Dai Yaoheng was distracted, Yi Qing delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. Dai Yaoheng, I know you are strong, but do not lose focus during the competition, Yi Qing boasted. Regaining his balance mid-air, Dai Yaoheng quickly retreated behind Lu Zhe. Yi Qing was momentarily perplexed, then chuckled. Dai Yaoheng, are you afraid? Why are you running? Dai Yaoheng ignored him, gazing at Lu Zhe's back with a faint smile. Let me see what the proactive you is like, Lu Zhe. Unperturbed by the lack of response, Yi Qing began to feel invincible, believing that with Ning Yuan's support, he had surpassed Dai Yaoheng. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to face the even more formidable Lu Zhe. Let me witness the true power of the seven-treasure glazed tile, Lu Zhe murmured. Let me tell you, the semifinals were a breeze. As soon as we stepped onto the field, the three opponents began to act like clowns. One named Yang Tao was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, urging his captain Gong Yang Mo, brother, why don't we just forfeit? I don't want to experience being ground into the dirt. Meanwhile, another named Wang Xing, despite his bravado, puffed out his chest and said, what is there to fear? We cooperate so well that even if we can't win, we can exit in style. Yet, Yang Tao silenced him with a single remark. Then why are your legs shaking? I found it amusing and politely waved to them. That alone sent Wang Xing into a frenzy. Just as the referee announced the start, we were still discussing strategies when Dai Yaoheng, for the first time, did not charge in first. I was about to ask if he had devised a new tactic when he bluntly replied, is a tactic even necessary? I can't even manage that, seeing us chatting. Wang Xing immediately felt insulted and, with a roar, charged at me. His two teammates, unable to stop him, could only grimace and follow suit. Three of them, from three different directions, aimed to take me out first. While their plan was rather appealing, reality proved to be much harsher. I found the noise a bit bothersome and casually remarked, I prefer not to be disturbed while chatting. The moment I finished speaking, a gravitational field enveloped the area. Thud, thud, thud. Three figures lined up neatly before me, all collapsing unconscious. The referee stood dumbfounded for a moment before declaring, Class 1 of the newcomers is victorious. The audience collectively gasped, likely pondering the limits of my strength. After the match, I informed Dai Yaoheng and the others that I had a matter to attend to, assuring them I would return before the afternoon finals. In truth, it was merely the aftermath of my earlier exertion. Finding a secluded spot, I was struck by a headache that felt like someone was operating a drill inside my skull. When I finally regained my composure and opened my eyes, I was shocked to see my left eye transformed into a blood-red Sharingan, a sight both startling and ominous. This was actually a side effect of my third soul skill, called absolute balance. It sounds impressive, but it merely represents the scales weighing good and evil within my heart. Usually, I maintain equilibrium, but having exerted myself too vigorously earlier, the scales tipped, causing my strength to spiral out of control. What was I to do? Returning with this, I would surely lead Dai Yaoheng and the others to treat me like an extraterrestrial specimen. With no other option, I tore a piece of cloth and fashioned a makeshift eye patch to cultivate an air of mystery around myself. The afternoon finals approached, yet guess what? I rushed and still nearly arrived late. When we finally reached the venue, Yin Yun was on the verge of tears, and Dai Yaoheng's expression resembled that of a storm cloud, while the referee's voice was nearly hoarse from calling for our entrance, threatening to disqualify us for tardiness. Just as Dai Yaoheng was about to concede defeat in a moment of desperation, I made my grand entrance. I was back. That shout sent the crowd into a frenzy. They noticed my patch and quickly inquired about it. Could I tell them the truth? Of course not. I scratched my head and sheepishly said, oh, I accidentally overslept and bumped into something on the way, fearing it might affect my glorious visage. I opted for this eye patch for style. To my surprise, they believed me. The finals opponents were Class 10, who were no pushovers either, featuring two soul Zuns among their ranks. One was a frosty beauty named Ling Luo Chun, and the other, a muscular fellow named Chen Zifeng. As the match commenced, the girl unleashed a soul skill that froze our feet to the ground. Dai Yaoheng, true to his strength, broke free and immediately engaged Chen Zifeng in a fierce duel, the two of them clashing intensely. Meanwhile, Yin Yun and I remained stationary, watching the spectacle unfold. Suddenly, a nimble attacker named Yao Haoxian, seeing me unmoving, attempted to launch a surprise attack. At the same moment, the icy beautyling Luo Chan targeted me as well, instantly encasing me in a human-shaped ice sculpture. Sensing an opportunity, Yao Haoxian rushed toward me, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Just as his fist was about to make contact with the ice, a cracking sound reverberated through the air, and the ice surface splintered. Realizing something was amiss, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. My gravitational field pinned him to the ground, causing him to spit blood and gaze at me with fear. With a sudden burst, the ice shattered, and I stretched lazily, feeling as if I had just enjoyed a sauna. I smiled at the boy on the ground, saying, "Brother, surrender to avoid injury." To my surprise, he retorted defiantly, "I would rather die than yield." Very well. I strolled leisurely toward the icy beauty, passing Yao Haoxian, and added, "You can stay down for now. I'll check on your teammate." His furious cries followed me as I approached Ling Luo-chan. She appeared flustered and began hurling ice shards and erecting ice walls, but to no avail. Every attack dissipated upon reaching me. She stood there bewildered, asking, "Why are my soul skills ineffective against you?" I patiently explained, "My dear, I've enveloped myself in a vacuum field. Your ice relies on moisture in the air, doesn't it? In my realm, there's no air for you to play with." Completely taken aback, she stood frozen in confusion. I thought I might help her reboot, so I extended a finger and playfully flicked her on the forehead. That jolted her back to reality, and she clutched her head, her eyes welling with tears, looking quite pitiful. Noticing her silence, I raised my hand again, prompting her to panic and retreat several meters, shielding her head in terror as she exclaimed, "Do not come any closer." The more I observed her, the more I wanted to laugh, so I took a few steps towards her. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng concluded his battle, firmly pinning Chen Zifeng to the ground. Upon the referee's observation, he exclaimed, "What is this nonsense? One is unable to rise from the ground, another is pinned down, and the last one is scurrying about in fright." With a grand gesture, he declared, "The match is over. The champions are Class Xinxing." Thus, the new student assessment concluded, and we, without a hint of doubt, claimed the championship title. The following day, as I contemplated how to spend my reward, I was summoned by a teacher who informed me that a group of esteemed figures from the academy wished to meet me. The venue was the illustrious Haitian Pavilion, which sounded quite grand indeed. Upon entering, I was greeted by a room full of elderly gentlemen, each possessing piercing gazes that made me feel quite uneasy. The foremost elder, whom I later learned was the renowned Mu Lao, dropped a bombshell. "This child possesses extraordinary talent. I propose we allow him to enter the inner courtyard early and become a preparatory member of the new Shrek's 7 monsters." I was taken aback. Dear family. Fortune had finally smiled upon me. I feigned hesitation, mainly concerned about leaving Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun behind. However, Mu Lao discerned my thoughts and chuckled, assuring me that they would also join later, and I was merely taking the first step. Reflecting on this, the resources of the inner courtyard were indeed too good to pass up. Thus, I readily agreed, as I bid farewell to Dai Yaoheng and the others. He expressed his dissatisfaction with a determined remark, vowing to catch up with me in the inner courtyard. I patted his shoulder, encouraging, "Do your best. I shall await your arrival in the inner courtyard." The following month, I became the legendary cultivation fanatic in the inner courtyard, my soul power soaring to the 37th level. After a long-awaited break from the academy, I packed my belongings and made a swift exit. Where to? Naturally, back to my hometown, Xingdo Dashilan. Standing on that familiar cliff, hands on my hips, I faced the wind and bellowed, "I have returned." Not long after entering the forest, a golden figure launched towards me like a cannonball, shouting, "Lu Zhe, you've finally returned. Let us have a duel." Without needing to look, I knew it was the spirited San Yanjin and I. I sidestepped and teased her. "It's been a while. Your temper remains as fiery as ever." She proudly tossed her head back, retorting, "What is it to you? Come on and fight." I jested, "Isn't that unfair? I am merely a soul master, and you are nearly on par with a 100,000-year soul beast." Her eyes widened in protest. I will hold back. Pretending not to believe her, I turned to flee. She paused momentarily, then, infuriated, shouted, "Lu Zhe, stop right there," and gave chase. Goodness, Her speed had significantly improved. Before long, she had me pinned to the ground. I quickly begged for mercy, promising not to run again, and only then did she release me, insisting we engage in a duel. Very well, let us fight. Just as we assumed our stances, a large figure descended from the sky, positioning itself between us. It was Chi Wang. He awkwardly stated, "Rue Shou, Lord Dition has sent me to escort you back." San Yanjin and I exploded with fury. "Why is it you again?" Chi Wang, being a straightforward fellow, simply divulged, "This is not my fault. It was Lord Dition's orders." Enraged, San Yanjin and I huffed and turned to flee. I exchanged a glance with Chi Wang, both of us feeling rather helpless. I dusted myself off and said to Chi Wang, "Let us go. I wish to see Dition." Upon reaching the core area, meeting the beast god Dition, we exchanged no frivolous words. He inquired about my purpose for returning, and I replied candidly, to acquire my fourth soul ring. He asked what kind I desired, and I expressed a preference for one that would enhance my defense. However, I was not in a hurry. I intended to enter seclusion for a month to elevate my soul power to the 40th level before proceeding. I must tell you, as I exited Dition's abode, I encountered San Yanjin and I once more. It was akin to meeting an insufferable superior on the way to work. She approached me, stating, "Luze." I interrupted. "Are you here to challenge me again?" To my surprise, she was speechless. "Can I simply come to speak with you?" I thought to myself, as long as it isn't a brawl. I politely inquired, "What did you wish to discuss?" To my astonishment, she turned on her heel and walked away. What a perplexing turn of events. Returning to my previous dwelling, I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. I began with a session of meditation, then entered the resplendent palace. Oh, how I missed this place. I collapsed onto the throne and began my path of enlightenment. Time swiftly passed, and when I opened my eyes again, lo and behold, my soul power had reached its peak. Dition, accompanied by Baiji, arrived. "Have you reached the soul sovereign level?" Dition queried. I nodded. "How long did I meditate?" "Approximately half a month," he replied. Upon hearing this, I realized it was about time. I directly asked, "Have you found a soul ring for me? Preferably one over 50,000 years." Dition smiled and led me to a crystal-clear spring. I pondered, what might this signify? A bathing session? He shouted towards the water, "Come forth. Your opportunity to contribute has arrived." Bubbles erupted on the surface, and a gigantic turtle surfaced. Upon seeing it, I noted its remarkable defensive shell. "This is an 8,000–9,000-year-old golden spirit turtle. I believe it meets your requirements," Dition stated. I was taken aback. "An 80,000-year-old creature? Can I absorb it now?" Dition chuckled reassuringly. "Fear not. It is willing and bears no resentment. You may absorb it at your leisure." I was elated and promptly expressed my gratitude to the beast god. Approaching the golden spirit turtle, I gently caressed its aged skin. "I apologize for this, but I require your soul ring." To my astonishment, the ancient turtle spoke, "No worries, my life is nearing its end. Contributing to the beast god brings me satisfaction." I was utterly stunned. A 9,000-year-old turtle had attained sentience. Without a second thought, I accepted its offer. Gazing at the black soul ring, I silently expressed my gratitude. The absorption process was remarkably smooth, propelling me to the rank of soul sovereign. "How does it feel?" Dition inquired. "Very powerful," I succinctly replied. Dition beamed with delight, exclaiming, "The opportunity for the soul beast to transform is approaching." Just then, I felt something shatter within me, and my expression contorted in agony. Dition looked bewildered. "Luze, what is happening?" Trembling, I implored quickly, "Take me away from here." Dition swiftly lifted me and dashed towards his residence. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. My entire body was enveloped in golden inscriptions, even my hair. When Dition attempted to touch me, he was repelled by an immense force, shattering his dragon scales. The pain caused him to writhe, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. He hastily set me down and retreated a considerable distance. Clinging to the last vestiges of my consciousness, I crawled into a large tree hollow, collapsing inside. The inscriptions surged forth, enveloping me in a golden cocoon, filling the entire hollow. I thought, this must be the work of the throne. I quickly closed my eyes to meditate. Outside, Dition sensed a terrifying aura, one that felt entirely alien. Other formidable beasts soon arrived. "Lord Dition, what on earth is happening?" Chi Wang inquired. Dition paused for a moment. "Luze has encountered trouble. I cannot contend with that power." Everyone was dumbfounded, praying that I would not come to harm. for I was the sole hope for the soul beasts. After a while, the energy within the tree hollow stabilized. Cautiously, Dition and the others ventured inside, only to be met with yet another shock. The entire hollow was adorned with a web of golden inscriptions, and in the center hung a radiant golden cocoon. "What is this?" Bai Ji gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "It seems Lu Zhe has entered cocoon." Dition said slowly. "Humans can cocoon too?" Qi Wang asked, utterly baffled. "I do not know, but there's indeed a trace of Lu Zhe's essence within this cocoon. Let me tell you, I was watching from the side, utterly dumbfounded. That girl, what was her name? Ma Xiaotao, bearing the title of Shrek's 7 monsters, dashed towards me with a wild cry, only to find my friend, Lu Zhe, whose eyes turned crimson as if under a special effect, without even using a soul skill. He teleported, seized her by the head, and slammed her into the ground. The entire arena fell silent, my friends. At that moment, I could only wonder, where had this fellow been for the past few years? Which alternate realm had he trained in to become so formidable? This tale must begin from the day he returned to the academy. Allow me to share with you that my friend Lu Zhe, the moment he set foot in Shrek, likely set off alarms among the elders in the Sea God Pavilion. Standing by the Sea God Lake, a venerable voice, robust and aged, floated towards him. "You little rascal. You finally decided to come back." Upon turning around, Lu Zhe exclaimed, "Hey, Xianlao." His face beamed with joy, resembling a blooming flower. "Xianlao. Do you believe me when I say I lost track of time in my cultivation?" Xianlao was irked and snorted. "What are you explaining to me? Go tell Mulao." Without further ado, he seized my friend by the nape of his neck, lifting him like a chick, and soared back to the Sea God Pavilion. Upon arrival, with Mulao absent, Xianlao instructed him to wait while he sat nearby, gnawing on chicken legs and savoring his drink. After an indeterminate time, Mulao appeared as if by teleportation. Xianlao immediately stood upright, and Lu Zhe complied, standing at attention. Mulao's gaze was as profound as the starry sky, and he simply inquired, "Child, where have you been these past years?" Lu Zhe recited his rehearsed line. The disciple accidentally lost track of time during his cultivation. Mulao nodded, nonchalantly brushing the matter aside. "I assure you, these top-tier figures operate under the principle of understanding, yet they choose silence." Seeing no issue at hand, Lu Zhe hastily asked, "Mulao, am I heading to the outer court or the inner court?" Xianlao rolled his eyes. "What a question. Of course. It's south the inner court. Sending you to the outer court would be a sheer act of undermining, crushing the confidence of those little ones." Lu Zhe chuckled and quickly took his leave. Once he departed, Xianlao turned to Mu Lao and inquired, "Do you perceive any changes in this lad?" Mu Lao smiled. "He has changed immensely. Even I can no longer see through him. Yet, it is for the better, as Shrek's future gains another trump card. Now, let us return to my friend Lu Zhe, who hurried to the inner court for what purpose? To reconnect with an old friend. He remembered distinctly that years ago, a fellow named Dai Yaoheng had vowed to wait for him in the inner court. At this moment, on a bench in the inner court, Dai Yaoheng was lounging with another companion, Yin Yun. Yin Yun was lamenting, "Class leader, where on earth has that rascal Lu Zhe disappeared to? He promised to wait for us in the inner court, and now he is nowhere to be found. What a lack of integrity." He became animated, declaring that if Lu Zhe dared to show his face, he would smash his head. Dai Yaoheng chuckled at his antics. "Just you?" Yin Yun, puffing out his chest, retorted, "What is wrong with me? I'm quite strong now, you know." Before he could finish, a haunting voice emerged from behind them. "Who just claimed they would smash my head? Let me take a look. Goodness. Friends, can you comprehend this?" In one moment, they were boasting, and in the next, the subject of their mockery had materialized right behind them. Dai Yaoheng spun around, utterly stunned. "Lu Zhe, you're back?" As for Yin Yun, he froze, every hair on his body standing on end, too terrified to turn around. Lu Zhe, however, was unfazed. He placed a hand on Yin Yun's shoulder and smiled brightly. "Comrade, I heard you wanted to smash my head, is that correct?" Yin Yun, trembling, stammered, You must have misheard, haha," as he shrank behind Dai Yaoheng, resembling someone who had seen a ghost. Lu Zhe found his cowardice amusing. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." He turned to Dai Yaoheng. "Class leader, how have you fared these past few years?" Dai Yaoheng smiled. "My talent is lacking. I've barely scraped by to reach Soul Emperor." "Soul Emperor?" Lu Zhe feigned surprise. "Impressive, class leader. Quite the achievement." Dai Yaoheng countered. "And you?" Lu Zhe, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Alas, I am but a lowly 55th level Soul King." Upon hearing this, before Dai Yaoheng could respond, Yin Yin leaped out from behind. What? You're only 55? I'm 51. I'm only 4 levels behind you. Lu Zhe smirked. So what? Yin Yin, emboldened, pointed at Lu Zhe and shouted, Today, I shall join the class leader in avenging our past grievances. Let us battle. Dai Yaoheng, stirred by his competitive spirit, expressed his eagerness to discern the difference between himself and this prodigy. Thus, he proclaimed, Lu Zhe, come. Let me see if you have progressed or regressed. Lu Zhe chuckled. Have you truly made up your mind? Do you want to invite more people? This phrase sounded oddly familiar to Yin Yin, who was too absorbed in his own advantages to recall. Dai Yaoheng decisively declared, No need. To the battle arena, we go. Remarkably, news spread like wildfire, and the entire inner court became aware that Dai Yaoheng of Shrek's 7 Monsters was about to battle with a mysterious, recently returned powerhouse, drawing an eager crowd to the arena. On the stage, Dai Yaoheng unleashed his full might, charging forth like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Lu Zhe smiled. Class leader, prepare yourself mentally. Let us begin. The moment his words fell, Dai Yaoheng transformed into a blur, his fist as large as a sandbag, hurtling towards Lu Zhe's face. What transpired? Just as the fist was about to make contact, a resonance reverberated, and an invisible gravitational field enveloped him. Dai Yaoheng felt as though he were being crushed by a mountain. His movements slowed to 1/10 of their speed. Meanwhile, my friend sauntered about as leisurely as if strolling through his own garden, demonstrating that though one may be anxious, they cannot touch him. At this moment, a fiery-haired beauty in the audience could no longer bear to watch. This was Ma Xiaotao. What is going on? Does this fellow only know how to evade? Can't he retaliate like a man? Beside her, a boy named Yao Haoshuan, upon seeing Lu Zhe, turned pale. That guy's Lu Zhe. Didn't he disappear? He hurriedly grabbed Ma Xiaotao. Sister Xiaotao, please don't go. He is a freak. A real freak. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao became even more intrigued. A freak? Then I must see him for myself. Without heeding the warnings, flames erupted around her, and she charged into the battle arena, creating a wall of fire that separated Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng. Lu Zhe, I'm here to spar with you. I must tell you, my friend usually maintains a cheerful demeanor, but this time, he was genuinely provoked. Disrupting a friendly match? What a lack of boundaries. His smile vanished. His golden pupils turned blood red, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Dai Yaoheng, Yin Yin, you too leave. His voice was cold, causing Dai Yaoheng's heart to skip a beat. He sensed impending calamity and urgently pulled Yin Yin away, whispering, Quick, go find a teacher. In the arena, Lu Zhe coldly regarded Ma Xiaotao. Are you here to cause trouble? Ma Xiaotao responded enthusiastically. You could say that. I merely wish to witness your strength. Lu Zhe's lips curled into a frosty smile. Then come forth. With a hum, a gravitational force, exponentially stronger than before, descended upon Ma Xiaotao, making her bones creak. Just as she attempted to unleash her soul power in resistance, Lu Zhe had already appeared before her like a specter. How is this possible? Before her thoughts could fully form, Lu Zhe grasped her hair and forcefully slammed her down. With a thunderous crash, her face met the unforgiving ground. Is this the strength of Shrek's 7 Monsters? Lu Zhe's voice dripped with derision. You are so weak. Why challenge me? Ma Xiaotao, unaccustomed to such humiliation, was consumed by rage, and a malevolent fire within her erupted uncontrollably, engulfing Lu Zhe. Dai Yaoheng, frantic from the sidelines, exclaimed, This is bad. Ma Xiaotao's malevolent fire has gone out of control. Yet, amidst the flames, Lu Zhe emerged unscathed, as if nothing had transpired, taking measured steps forward. Not a single hair singed. Malevolent fire, how intriguing, he chuckled lightly, so weak. Ma Xiaotao was now entirely gripped by terror. In a frenzy, she unleashed her 6th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Countless fiery meteors cascaded from the heavens, creating a breathtaking spectacle. But Lu Zhe, he could not be bothered to evade, strolling through the meteor shower with a smile. All the meteors, upon nearing him, halted bizarrely 1 meter before his body, vanishing into nothingness. Have you had enough fun? Lu Zhe raised his eyes. Having played enough, it was his turn now. He illuminated the 5th soul ring, slowly brought his hands together, and exclaimed, Mirror world, unfold. In the next instant, the two vanished into thin air. I must say, it was akin to a cinematic special effect. They simply evaporated on the spot. In the entire Dahan district, Everyone was left bewildered, with Dai Yaoheng gripping the railing tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of soul skill was that? Within the mirror world, Ma Xiaodao found herself in a bizarre grayish space, where the sinister fire within her was surprisingly suppressed. Just then, Lu Zhe's voice echoed from all directions. "Welcome to the mirror world." Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a mirror appeared before her, from which emerged a version of herself, identical in appearance, yet radiating malevolence, completely under the control of the sinister fire. The doppelganger grinned eerily and declared, "Defeat me, or remain here forever." Thus commenced a desperate battle. The mirror not only perfectly replicated all her moves, but its strength surpassed hers. And there was no consumption of soul power. Ma Xiaodao was battered and bruised, and just as her soul power waned, she felt a sudden pain in her back, a second hand piercing through her chest. Another mirror image appeared behind her, chuckling ominously. In a haze of consciousness, she felt death approaching. At that moment, the sound of footsteps resonated, and Lu Zhe appeared before her, causing the two mirror images to vanish in an instant. What a pitiful sight! Lu Zhe gazed at her, lying in a pool of blood, and chuckled. "Now do you understand the consequences of angering me?" He seemed disinclined to assist her, merely observing. After a while, perhaps out of conscience, he lifted the nearly lifeless Ma Xiaodao, muttering to himself, "I almost forgot you are Yin Xiaozhi's disciple. It would be hard to explain if something happened to you." He casually conjured a golden rune and infused it into Ma Xiaodao. A flash of golden light, signifying her wounds, healed instantly. However, the force of the healing was somewhat excessive, inadvertently purifying her clothes as well. When Ma Xiaodao awakened, the moment she opened her eyes, she sensed something amiss. Upon seeing Lu Zhe seated beside her, her face flushed instantly. She screamed and jumped up, inadvertently revealing her embarrassment. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Realizing her reaction, she swiftly raised her hand to slap Lu Zhe's face. However, he effortlessly seized her wrist and pinned her to the ground. "I saved you, and you still wish to strike me? Perhaps I should not have saved you at all." Ma Xiaodao, feeling both ashamed and furious, retorted, "You rogue, let me go." Lu Zhe leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly, "Oh, this is my world. No one will come to your rescue." Terrified to the brink of tears, Ma Xiaodao felt a wave of relief as Lu Zhe finally released her. Laughing, "You do not genuinely believe I would act recklessly, do you?" He instructed Ma Xiaodao to dress properly, and with a mere gesture, a spatial rift appeared before them. Just as she approached the rift, intending to ask something, Lu Zhe disdainfully kicked her into it. Such excessive chatter. Ma Xiaodao found herself thrust back into the real world, her anger causing her to stamp her feet. Dai Yaoheng hurried over to inquire who had won. After a long pause, she reluctantly admitted, I lost." Dai Yaoheng fell into complete silence. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, Lu Zhe leisurely made his way to the corresponding location by the sea god lake, opening a rift to exit. Just then, Dai Yaoheng approached with unwavering determination. "I know you are strong now, but I will not lose to you." Lu Zhe smiled. "I await your challenge." In the following days, Lu Zhe, lacking classes, became a conspicuous figure in the inner courtyard, growing increasingly restless. The academy, unable to tolerate his idleness any longer, summoned him. "Lu Zhe," Xian Lao chuckled like a crafty fox, "I see you have nothing to do all day. I have a task that requires assistance. How do you feel about that?" Upon seeing his expression, Lu Zhe knew it was not a good sign, but inquired nonetheless, "What task, Xian Lao?" Xian Lao's demeanor turned serious. "There is a group of evil soul masters and bandits over at Tianmen Mountain. We are short-handed, and I thought of you." "Evil soul masters?" Lu Zhe's interest piqued. He had never encountered such beings before. "Xian Lao, in that case, I shall go." No sooner had he agreed than the old man seized him and, like a chick, flung him out of Shrek Academy. I was completely taken aback and exclaimed, "Xian Lao, cannot you allow for some preparation?" But the old man merely laughed heartily, disregarding my protests. Thus, I was cast into a desolate wilderness. I looked around. There were no signs of life, not even a ghostly shadow. My heart sank as I turned to Xian Lao. "But where is our team? Where is everyone?" The old man's expression shifted, his gaze evasive, refusing to meet mine. In that moment, I understood the feeling of being sold out. Tentatively, I asked, "You cannot mean to tell me I am the only one for this mission?" He cleared his throat, his face as thick as a city wall, patting my shoulder and giving me a thumbs up, declaring himself to be my steadfast support, urging me to charge forth boldly. My face darkened. "Seriously? Am I the only one? Is this KPI being directly assigned to me? I vowed never to return again. Despite my myriad complaints, I had no choice but to proceed. Hearing Xian Lao mention that the evil soul masters were holed up in a cave halfway up the mountain, I decided to treat it as a chance to witness the legendary evil soul masters for myself. I cautiously approached the cave entrance and was taken aback to find no guard stationed. Were they truly this careless? I boldly strode inside. To my surprise, the cave was quite spacious, sprawling like a subway station. These evil soul masters had impressive tunneling skills. Just as I marveled, a voice boomed. Attention! An outsider soul master has entered. One of the men had spotted me, his voice booming. I was irked. I had intended to stealthily infiltrate. But now that plan was ruined. I raised my right hand, and with a flick, he was instantly ensnared in a transparent barrier, silenced, unable to even breathe. I strolled over to him, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Sometimes, one should not speak too loudly. Before he could react, he began to swell like a balloon. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted, and before my eyes, he exploded into a mist of blood. Well, that certainly drew attention. A throng of individuals surged from the depths of the cave. I turned, pleased to see them all arriving, saving me the trouble of searching for them individually. I untied my hair, allowing my silver locks to billow freely. I presented a rather friendly smile to the bewildered evil soul masters. Since you are all here, let us ensure none of you leave. The group, seemingly undeterred, unleashed their soul power and charged at me without a second thought. I remained still, merely focusing my mind. Buzz! A gravitational field nearly 20 times stronger activated in an instant. The weaker ones, unable to react, were crushed into a pulp, blood splattering everywhere. The few remaining who could withstand it lay on the ground, resembling monkeys trapped under a mountain, their expressions more vivid than those who had seen a ghost. One of the fallen shouted with all his might, "Who are you?" I slowly approached him, crouched down, and smiled. "I am here to alter the rules." As my words fell, he too transformed into a puddle of tomato sauce. Standing up, I surveyed my surroundings, slightly bored, and quipped, "Is this it? Evil soul masters? They seem no different from ordinary soul masters." My words seemed to provoke the big boss. As a sinister voice resonated from the deepest part of the cave, "You will pay dearly for this." In the next moment, I watched in astonishment as the surviving evil soul masters began to commit suicide, a spectacle beyond comprehension. They chose to self-detonate. The corpses rapidly swelled, and then boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions caused the entire cave to collapse. Xian Lao felt the ground shaking from outside, and by the time he rushed over, the cave had transformed into a vast pit. In a state of panic, he shouted my name, but I merely brushed the dust off my clothes and emerged unscathed from the rubble, just in time to see him restraining the evil soul master who had attempted to escape amidst the chaos. I smiled at him and said, "Xian Lao, the mission is complete. Can we return now?" Xian Lao scrutinized me from head to toe, his gaze resembling that of someone observing a monster. He must have been pondering the explosive force from earlier, wondering how I appeared unscathed. Ultimately, he replied, "That won't do. Your purpose for coming out this time was not solely for this mission." My expression darkened. Fine, it was still better than idling at the academy. So, what is our next destination? Xian Lao gave me a meaningful glance and smiled. The Bagua Mountain Range. A few days later, Xian Lao and I stood atop a cliff in the Bagua Mountain Range, braving the cold wind. I inquired, "Where is the target?" Can you guess what he said? He shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I have no idea. It's somewhere in this mountain." My forehead throbbed with frustration. "Xian Lao, are you certain you're not joking with me?" He maintained a serious demeanor, explaining that a peculiar force within the mountains affected his perception. I reluctantly accepted this reasoning. I pressed on, "What is the plan?" Observing his familiar, enigmatic expression, I understood. "Please don't tell me there's no plan, and we're going to charge in blindly." He remained silent, but his expression spoke volumes. I sighed in resignation and turned to enter the mountains on my own. Xian Lao lamented from behind, claiming I was too hasty. Hasty? Wasn't it your fault, you old codger? Fine, let us split up. I wandered through the mountains for quite some time, encountering not a single soul. Just as I was squatting by a stream, washing wild fruits, and complaining, I suddenly heard a girl's distant cry for help. Ah, here comes some action. Instantly re-energized, I dashed towards the sound. Upon arrival, I found an adorable little girl pinned to the ground by two men. There was no time to waste. I swiftly appeared behind the two men. As they turned around, still unable to see my face clearly, they were immediately crushed into two piles of flesh by gravity. The little girl was splattered with blood and appeared utterly stunned. I extended my hand, attempting to be gentle, and asked, "Little sister, are you all right?" Seeing her dazed expression, I prepared to leave, but she suddenly grabbed my clothes. I turned around, and she timidly introduced herself as Suya, explaining that she had gotten separated from her father. Her eyes began to redden as she spoke. Well then, I might as well help her find her father. After comforting her with a few words, I took her small hand and headed north through the mountains, following her directions. However, I didn't anticipate that as soon as we set off, a thick fog enveloped the area. After walking for a while, we reached the entrance of a valley, where the mist was so dense it resembled impenetrable milk, emanating an unsettling aura. So you clutched my hand, saying, "Big brother, my father seems to be inside." I felt a sense of foreboding, yet I maintained a calm facade, smiling as I replied, "Then lead the way." Her face lit up with joy as she pulled me into the valley. I knew this fog was problematic. Even my senses struggled to penetrate it. "Suya," filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Big brother, we're almost at my father's place." I simply smiled and followed her without a hint of caution. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A spike formed from the white mist shot through my shoulder. I halted, and Suya stopped as well, turning back to look at me with concern. "Big brother, how did you get hurt?" I stroked her head and reassured her, "It's nothing. You should hide behind me for now." Once she obediently retreated behind me, I sighed with relief and surveyed the thick fog, coldly stating, "I don't know what you are, but I dislike those who resort to ambush." Buzz. A 30-fold gravity field instantly enveloped the surroundings. All the mist was forcefully pinned to the ground, and then with a wave of my right hand, I activated a vacuum domain, extracting all the mist along with the air. When I retracted the domain, I casually asked, "Are you not planning to show yourself?" A hoarse yet powerful voice emerged. "It seems you are indeed no ordinary soul master." Upon hearing this voice, Suya immediately peeked from behind me and shouted, "Daddy." In the next moment, a man enveloped in white mist materialized before us. Without hesitation, Suya dashed towards him and leaped into his embrace. It turned out that this father-daughter duo were not human, but a type of mist demon, a 10,000-year-old humanoid soul beast, akin to the ice goddess, yet with combat abilities nearly non-existent. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, the mist demon, known as Su Bai, expressed gratitude while cradling his daughter and then ventured deeper into the valley. As I watched their retreating figures, I couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was far from simple. Indeed, shortly after exiting the valley, I stumbled upon a wisp of green smoke. I crept closer, hiding among the trees, and overheard two men conversing below. Goodness, more evil soul masters from their dialogue. It became clear they were here under the direction of their leader to hunt a soul beast. Unable to remain passive, I swiftly appeared behind them. These two soul kings had no chance to resist, as I pinned them to the ground with 15-fold gravity. I crouched down, smiling, and said, "Don't worry. If you answer my questions honestly, there's a 99% chance you'll survive." Desperate for their lives, they divulged everything about their leader's whereabouts and plans to head northwest. After they finished, they eagerly asked, "Can we go now?" I wore a mysterious smile and replied, "Not so fast. There's one last question. Are you evil soul masters?" As soon as I uttered those words, their faces turned pale. One stammered, unable to speak, while the other stubbornly denied it. My smile broadened. "I'm sorry, but the soul power within you has already betrayed you." The more anxious one protested, "Hey, you said you'd let us go. Why are you going back on your word?" I stood up, turning my back on them as I walked toward the northwest, my voice drifting back lightly. 100% is made up of 99 and 1. And you too happen to be that one. Not long after I left, I heard two explosions behind me. Following their trail, I quickly found the group they were pursuing. To my surprise, it was none other than the father-daughter duo, Subai and Suya. Subai, being a soul beast not adept in combat, was quickly overpowered while clutching his daughter, suffering severe injuries from the onslaught of two soul saints. Just as he was about to be captured in a specially designed cage, he desperately unleashed his soul power, enveloping the area in thick mist in an attempt to evade. Yet one of the soul saints transformed into a massive black bear, while another had already set up barriers, cutting off all his escape routes. Just when Su Bai was at his wit's end, an invisible force of gravity suddenly descended upon the scene, rendering the soul saints and the black bear immobile. I emerged slowly from the mist, stepping in front of Su Bai and smiling at him. "Long time no see, mister." Su Bai. Upon my entrance, Su Bai's expression resembled that of someone who had found their salvation. Tosuye. And the little girl joyfully ran to my side. I instructed her to stay close to her father and then turned my attention to the immobilized evil soul masters. The black bear, soul saint, still defiant, growled from the ground. Who are you? Do you realize you are provoking us evil soul masters? Upon hearing this, I raised an eyebrow. Oh, evil soul masters? He seemed taken aback by my surprise, mistaking it for fear, and became even more emboldened. Kid, since you are aware of the terror of evil soul masters, you should let us go. I couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity. You, my friend, have been rather forthcoming about your affiliation. In the next moment, I placed my foot firmly upon the immense head of the bear, grinning as I remarked, you practitioners of the evil soul arts possess quite the audacity. However, have you perhaps misjudged the current situation? The smile on my face abruptly turned icy as I exerted a slight pressure with my foot, declaring, your lives are now at my discretion. No sooner had I spoken than gravity intensified dramatically. The black bear, soul saint, let out a howl, feeling as though its insides were about to burst, and immediately coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Those behind him, who had not activated their martial souls, fared even worse. Two were crushed into mere pulp. What do you want? The black bear finally realized the gravity of his predicament, his voice trembling. I casually seated myself upon his back, leisurely inquiring, where is your leader? Or perhaps, reveal to me the location of your stronghold within these mountains. He hesitated, likely contemplating that whether he spoke or remained silent would lead to his demise. I was not inclined to waste time. With a sharp crack, his enormous front leg was crushed under the weight of gravity, blood and flesh scattering. He emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Maintaining my smile, I reminded him, you still have two chances. Truly, are you unwilling to speak? Before he could register my words, both of his hind legs were instantaneously reduced to minced meat. The poor fellow utterly broke down. His eyes filled with terror as he struggled against the excruciating pain, hastily cried out, I will tell you everything. Satisfied, I smiled and raised my hand, which I had originally intended to use for another strike, and slowly asked, then where is your leader? In your stronghold? To my astonishment, he revealed everything as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube, stating that their leader was hiding in the stronghold located in the Western Valley, a level 90 soul Doloa, who was fretting over not having his 9th soul ring, and had dispatched them to achieve results. With the information secured, I leisurely descended from his back. The black bear, still naively hopeful, asked, brother, can I leave now? I couldn't help but chuckle, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, but I feel you have grown weary of life. As soon as the words left my lips, a resounding crash echoed. Physical transcendence had been achieved in an instant. The remaining few did not escape either, as they were dispatched with a series of explosive sounds, akin to the popping of champagne bottles. After dealing with these nuisances, I approached the father and daughter pair. The father, quite loyal, insisted on accompanying me to eliminate the stronghold, claiming he could assist me in clearing out minor adversaries. I almost burst out laughing, thinking to myself, what performance are you putting on, brother? With your combat prowess, you would not fortify my defenses, but rather impose debuffs. I waved him off, advising him to take care of his child and not meddle foolishly. He remained in a daze while I vanished from sight. Those who understand family dynamics will appreciate my fondness for such moments of quiet departure, where one conceals their achievements and glory. In the blink of an eye, I found myself atop a tree 500 meters away, entering a mode akin to a secondary account. The runes in my right, I began to rotate like a starry sky, golden patterns creeping from the back of my hand up to my neck. An exhilarating sensation that could only be described as explosive. I gazed toward the west, smiling. I hope this band of villains can live up to my new appearance. No sooner had I finished my thought than I disappeared from my location, reappearing above their stronghold. The old man Xian was present, likely having followed me all the way. Upon seeing me, his eyes nearly bulged with astonishment, clearly impressed by my new guise and entrance. I swiftly landed before him, startling him as he remarked that I had hidden myself too well, even from his senses. He glanced at my half-golden pattern appearance, chuckled, and promptly treated this stronghold of evil soul practitioners as my personal dungeon, allowing me to clear it at my leisure. This suited me perfectly. Gazing at the structures below, I raised my right hand and began to conjure skill. Xian, observing nearby, initially appeared puzzled, asking, what are you conjuring, young man? I chuckled, nothing much. Just preparing to unleash a gravitational slingshot. As the small dark point in my palm grew larger, an aura that could send chills down one's spine emerged, causing Xian's face to turn pale. Without further ado, I flicked my wrist and exclaimed, "Take that," letting it fly. The spectacle was nothing short of a two-dimensional foil descending upon them. A blinding white light flashed, and when my vision cleared, the entire valley, along with the adjacent mountain, had been erased from the map. What remained was an enormous crater, as if kissed by an asteroid. Xian was left dumbfounded, flying over to grasp my collar, demanding to know what kind of monstrous power I had unleashed. I nonchalantly replied, "Oh, merely compressing gravity into a singularity. It was my first attempt, so mine was a bit off." Xian nearly knelt before me, immediately establishing a strict rule that if I used such a technique within the academy, he would be the first to expel me. Naturally, I wasn't foolish. Unleashing such power would turn Shrek Academy into a mere archaeological site. With that matter settled, the scene shifted to a small town where Xian and I sat before a shabby wooden box. The atmosphere charged as if we were about to unveil an extraordinary weapon. His theatrical tendencies flared up, and I interrupted, "I'm truly going to open it." I snatched the box from him and slammed it onto the ground, exclaiming, "What is the fuss about opening a blind box?" The old man then informed me that he was returning to the academy, leaving the task within the box for me to tackle solo. After he departed, I opened the box to find a task involving the investigation of recent child disappearances in the town. Very well, time to get to work. As I strolled through the streets, I observed a child pilfering from a breakfast shop and darting into an alley, much to the shopkeeper's indifference. Sensing something amiss, I slipped the owner a golden soul coin and engaged him in conversation before following the child into the alley. It quickly became apparent that something was off. This alley seemed to stretch infinitely, akin to a Russian nesting doll. I realized it was a spatial barrier, playing tricks on me with an endless corridor. I called out into the air, demanding they cease their charade and warning that I would dismantle this wretched place if they did not reveal themselves. Sure enough, my threat shattered the surrounding space, unveiling a small, dilapidated door. Upon entering, I found an old man reclining in a chair. I wasted no time, directly asking if he had seen the child. Initially, he maintained his defiance, but as I amplified the gravity to 30 times, nearly suffocating him, he relented, admitting that he had hidden the child away safely. Sensing something deeper at play, I intended to converse further, but he insisted I leave. Fine, I turned to exit, only to find myself stepping into emptiness, plunging into an illusion. Infuriated, I swiftly countered, shattering the illusion as if it were glass. A scar-faced man appeared before me, attempting to feign confidence. Such villains irked me. Without a moment's hesitation, I teleported before him, pressing his head into the ground, and with the activation of gravity, his legs shattered. Unyielding, he proclaimed he would never speak, to which I replied, "Very well," squeezing his head until it burst. Upon emerging from the alley, I found the townsfolk advancing towards me with vacant, zombie-like expressions. I leaped onto a rooftop, only to be ambushed from behind by another cloaked figure. However, upon entering my 50-fold gravity domain, his insides were instantly crushed. As he coughed blood, he bizarrely smiled and self-destructed. I understood now, this was a group of suicide attackers. I was genuinely enraged. These individuals buzzed around like flies, using innocent bystanders as meat shields. Well, if they were to disregard martial ethics, they could not blame me for unleashing a massacre. The golden inscriptions upon me ignited once more as I soared above the town, my right eye scanning, ensuring none of the concealed rats would escape. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. I teleported from one foe to the next. Yet each one proved to be a hardened warrior, preferring death over submission. Fine, I would forego interrogation, observing the throngs of manipulated townsfolk still advancing towards me. My patience had utterly evaporated. As soon as the gravitational field was activated, a resonant hum echoed, and the entire street was instantly silenced, the ground stained crimson. I found myself standing amidst the pool of blood, gazing skyward, my heart whispering a singular thought: do not let me discover which deity is orchestrating this chaos, for I shall show no mercy. Upon returning to that room, my heart sank. The place was in disarray, and the elderly man named Xia Yin was gravely injured. On the brink of death, I attempted to save him using the golden inscriptions, but he rebuffed my efforts, insisting he had long since accepted his fate and urged me not to squander my strength. Ultimately, he retrieved a child from another space, pressing the little one into my arms, uttering a warning that the child bore the essence of a deity and imploring me to protect him before he vanished. This incident sparked considerable turmoil, transforming the town into a ghostly husk, with the blame placed squarely on the shoulders of the evil soul master. The higher-ups at Shrek harbored suspicions about my involvement and dispatched Xian Lao to investigate. Meanwhile, I was already on the road with this little bundle of responsibility, whom I named Lu Xiaoyu. To my surprise, this little fellow, once he shed his disguise, possessed quite the charm. We dined at a modest eatery on the outskirts of the Xinglua Empire, where two gentlemen at the adjacent table animatedly discussed a significant predicament involving the Yi family. My intuition flared, sensing that this matter was anything but trivial. After settling Xiaoyu at the inn, I made my way directly to the Yi family estate, eager to glean information. However, I was unceremoniously ejected by their guards, as if I were refused. I pondered how to scale the walls that night, when I unexpectedly collided with a group of individuals. The leading girl, strikingly lovely, addressed me with authority. "Hey, I'm asking you a question." Her assertiveness caught me off guard, and I couldn't help but chuckle. What could I say? I replied that I was merely a passerby, intrigued by the grandeur of the Yi family's entrance, and wished to admire it for a moment. She scrutinized me from head to toe, likely judging my tattered attire as unbefitting a skilled individual, and with an impatient wave of her hand, dismissed me, instructing me to vacate her family's doorstep. Very well, I thought. I shall take the high road and turn to leave. Just as I blended into the crowd of onlookers, a gentleman approached me, wearing an expression that suggested I was woefully uninformed. "Brother, you don't even know who she is?" I thought to myself, having just arrived in this desolate place. How could I possibly know? I feigned ignorance, claiming I was new and unfamiliar with the customs. The kind-hearted man promptly enlightened me. I learned that the young girl was none other than Yi Xia, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, and at a tender age. She had already attained the rank of Soul King. How intriguing. I thanked the gentleman and returned to the inn, now armed with knowledge. That evening, Xiaoyu slept beside me, quietly inquiring about my activities that day. How could I tell him I had been unceremoniously expelled from the doorstep of the Yi family? I could not. Instead, I ruffled his hair and encouraged him to sleep. Yet he turned away, sulking. This brother of mine is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. As I lay there contemplating, it became clear that the Yi family was embroiled in deeper waters than I had anticipated. Time flew by, and nearly a week passed as I wandered the small town with Xiaoyu, only to once again encounter Yi Xia. She confronted me, demanding to know who I was and why I loitered near her family's estate, suspecting I harbored ulterior motives. I was at a loss for words and replied, "My lady, I am merely passing through, and this town has but a few streets. Where else could I go?" My expression, one of innocent grievance, seemed to momentarily disarm her wariness. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and made my escape. By the time she realized what had transpired, we had vanished without a trace. I could almost envision her stamping her feet in frustration, muttering about my audacity to outwit her. As we walked, Xiaoyu's curiosity piqued, and he asked about the young lady. How could I respond? I said, "She is merely a fleeting encounter in life. No need to dwell on it." My words seemed to strike a chord with Xiaoyu, his expression falling as he likely recalled his own troubled past. I crouched down to offer him some comfort, but he turned his head defiantly away. The complexities of a child's heart are often beyond comprehension. I decided that matters concerning the Yi family could wait. It was time to introduce Xiaoyu to my old friends. We turned around and headed straight for the Xingdou Great Forest. Upon entering the forest, Xiaoyu's curiosity was ignited, and he eagerly scanned his surroundings. I informed him that I was taking him to meet a few friends, to which his eyes widened in disbelief, as if to say, "You have friends?" I assured him that during my journey, not a single soul beast had crossed my path within a 10-mile radius. For who would dare approach me when my aura was unleashed? Before long, we reached the heart of the forest. A booming voice resonated. "You have returned." Such a grand greeting. No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive black dragon descended from the sky, nearly causing my brother to lose his composure. Xiaoyu shrieked and hid behind me, his face pale with fear. The arrival was none other than the soul beast, Ditian. Ditian lowered his immense head, gazing curiously at the trembling child behind me, and asked, "Lu Zhe, who is this little one?" I chuckled softly and introduced Xiaoyu. "This is my brother, Lu Xiaoyu." Ditian appeared perplexed, likely assuming I was a solitary figure. Noticing Xiaoyu's frightened demeanor, I turned to Ditian and requested, "Could you revert to your human form? You're scaring the child." Ditian awkwardly chuckled a couple of times before transforming into a dashing figure clad in black. Xiaoyu peered out from behind me, his courage bolstered. He pointed at Ditian and asked, "Brother, what is he?" I nearly burst into laughter. With utmost seriousness, I explained, "He is not just anything. He is the leader among soul beasts, Dtion, my friend. At first, Dtion was taken aback by our exchange, but after a moment of contemplation, he scowled. Are you implying that I am not anything? I couldn't help but laugh. Is it not true that you are something extraordinary? His silence spoke volumes. Once Xiaoyu was settled, I sought out Dtion to discuss matters of urgency. I inquired about the situation regarding the San Yanjin and I. His expression turned grave as he escorted me to the tree hollow. Upon seeing the luminous cocoon, it appeared unchanged, showing no signs of impending rupture. It seemed we would have to wait a while longer. Dtion, being perceptive, excused himself, and I sat cross-legged beneath the cocoon, entering a state of meditation. I must tell you, my intention for this retreat was of great significance. This meditation lasted over a month. My dear friend Dtion was thoroughly exhausted by the end. Meanwhile, my brother, Lu Xiaoyu, had become well acquainted with the soul beast elders, transforming into a veritable fountain of questions, relentlessly pestering Dtion with queries such as, when will my brother awaken? And who is stronger, you or my brother? Dtion, overwhelmed, could only lie on the stone slab, feigning unconsciousness. Those who understand the tribulations of child-rearing know it is far more exhausting than battling deities. When I finally opened my eyes, the world felt transformed. The aura of rule surrounding me had intensified to a near tangible state, and the cocoon beside me bore cracks. As I exited the tree hollow, I was met with the sight of Dtion and the others waiting for my return, as if preparing to welcome a visiting dignitary. Xiaoyu was the first to rush forward, clinging to my leg and inquiring about my prolonged slumber. I patted his head, but offered no reply. Instead, approaching Dtion and stating, Dtion, I require your assistance. He was taken aback, likely astonished to hear me ask for his help for the first time. I glanced at Xiaoyu, who immediately understood and promised, rest assured, your brother will be well taken care of. We will look after him diligently. Our conversation was clear to Xiaoyu, and he grew anxious, grasping my hand and pleading, brother, are you going to leave me again? Observing the hurt in his little eyes tugged at my heartstrings. Yet, I steeled myself, responding, Xiaoyu, the outside world is fraught with danger. I cannot always protect you. Once you are strong enough, I will take you with me, all right? Though reluctant, he nodded in understanding and released my hand. I gently rubbed his small head and casually activated a minor enchantment, channeling a portion of the power of rules into his body. With this, when he awakens his martial soul, his starting point will be beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Such a subtle action, of course, did not escape the notice of Dtion. After calming my younger brother, I summoned Dtion to the mountaintop for a private conversation. I laid my intentions bare before him, asking, Dtion, would you like to awaken your slumbering master? Upon hearing this, he was so thrilled that he nearly knelt before me, declaring that he would pay any price to see his master awaken. I chuckled at his eagerness, but then grew serious, asking, are you truly prepared for this? He nodded, gritting his teeth. I smirked and warned him not to get ahead of himself, as the price would not be borne by him, but by his master. He was taken aback, observing the look on his face, akin to someone who had just swallowed something distasteful. I reassured him, do not worry, it is a good thing. The rules of this world have a flaw that I intend to rectify. Once corrected, a manager will be needed. Do you understand? Dtion, being a wise dragon, quickly grasped my meaning, stating, the manager will be your younger brother, while my master will be responsible for assisting him, correct? I nodded in approval, affirming his intelligence. He then inquired why I would not manage things myself. I smiled, replying, there are some matters best left unasked. I informed him that once the San Yanjin and I emerged from its cocoon, his master would naturally awaken. This endeavor was primarily a sophisticated nursery. With everything clarified, it was time for me to depart. I walked away from the forest without looking back, leaving him with a final instruction. Take good care of Xiaoyu and ensure he trains diligently. My goal was clear, Shrek Academy. I needed to continuously grow stronger until I could effortlessly amend the rules of this world and then venture into the next. Several days later, I finally returned to Shrek City. As I approached the academy gates, Elder Xian appeared before me as if by teleportation, exclaiming, you actually remembered to come back. I thought you had perished out there, just as I was about to engage him in playful banter. He seized me like a chick and whisked me away to the Sea God Pavilion. Elder Mu and a group of senior elders were already present. Elder Mu wasted no time and asked Elder Xian to inquire if I was responsible for the incident in the Dead City. It took me a moment to recollect, but I nodded nonchalantly, yes, that was me. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Elder Mu, however, remained composed. expressing his belief that I was not a mindless killer and requested an explanation. What could I say? I smiled lightly, stating, the reason is simple. The people in that city had long been controlled, reduced to soulless puppets, and living was more tormenting than death. I was merely performing an act of charity, helping them find liberation. To my surprise, they accepted my reasoning. Elder Mu instructed me to return to the inner courtyard, considering the matter closed. Yet, I knew they would undoubtedly dispatch someone to investigate the true mastermind behind the incident. Upon my return to the inner courtyard, Dai Yueheng and Yin Yun approached me. Yin Yun immediately asked why it had been so long since we last met, suggesting that I must be itching for a fight. I gave him a sidelong glance, retorting, "You, a mere 55th level support type, wish to challenge me?" With that, I silenced him. Dai Yueheng, more combative, directly questioned how much I had progressed. I sighed, the affection has waned. The first thing you ask upon reunion is this. Then, lazily, I informed him, not much, just barely reached the Soul Emperor level. As I displayed my 6 soul rings, the last 2 peculiar colors left Dai Yueheng utterly astonished. He snapped back to reality, bursting with combat spirit and insisting on a duel. Just as I was becoming annoyed, a voice from afar cried out, "Move aside. Today, I must show Luze my prowess." Before I could react, a burst of flames surged toward my face. Goodness, it was that wild girl, Ma Xiaotao, revving up again. Without raising an eyebrow, I reached out and yanked her head from the fire, slamming her down with a thud, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. Stepping on her back, I calmly inquired, "After all this time, are you still this weak?" She trembled with rage, unleashing her soul power, yet she could not break free. And guess what she said? In a pitiful tone, she pleaded, "Don't bully me too much. Do you dare let me up?" My family. I was on the verge of tears. What kind of new tactic was this? Dai Yueheng and Yin Yun stood by, dumbfounded. Intrigued, I released her, asking, "All right, I'll let you up." Then what? As soon as she climbed to her feet, she charged at me like a cannonball. I employed the same tactic, this time more forcefully, pinning her down and sitting on her back. "Give it up," I said, crossing my legs. "I'll only let you use one hand, and you still can't defeat me." At this, she fell utterly silent, likely wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide. Watching her feign unconsciousness grew tedious. So I stood up, preparing to leave. This wild girl lay still on the ground, and I wondered if she had lost her mind. Just as I turned to walk away, she suddenly sprang up, shouting, "Stop." I glanced back, and she shot me a fierce glare before turning and running off. "What? You halted me just to glare? Is she out of her mind?" After that incident, peace returned for a while. Dai Yueheng and the others ceased their incessant bothering, and Ma Xiaodao vanished without a trace. As time passed, I grew bored and decided to stroll by the Sea God Lake. Finding a long bench, I lay back, basking in the sun, utterly content. The scenery was splendid. While I was enjoying the moment, I sensed 2 presences approaching. Squinting my eyes, I focused, and one of the energies felt somewhat familiar. In the distance, 2 small figures slowly approached. One was a youthful boy with strikingly fair blue hair and eyes, while the other, with blue hair, had a rather ordinary appearance. It was quite pleasing to the eye. Goodness, was that blue-haired individual not the junior I had previously encountered? Hu Yuhao, the one beside him with the pink-blue hair, must be his friend, Wang Dong. Recognizing familiar faces, I felt compelled to greet them and waved cheerfully at Hu Yuhao. You won't believe what happened next. Upon seeing me, Hu Yuhao froze, muttering softly, "What was he doing here?" The pink-haired Wang Dong immediately noticed his reaction, asking what was wrong and who I was. Yuhao finally regained his composure and began to rattle off my accomplishments like beans spilling from a bag. How I entered the inner courtyard shortly after enrolling. How I became one of the Shrek's 7 monsters as a new student. Wang Dong was left in a daze, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. I thought it would be amusing to tease them, so with a swift movement, I appeared right in front of them. Wang Dong yelped, nearly leaping up. I greeted Hu Yuhao, who still wore a stiff smile, before turning my gaze to Wang Dong. I appraised him from head to toe, exclaiming "You are truly handsome," emphasizing the word handsome. At that, Wang Dong's face drained of color, cold sweat beating down, as though he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Hu Yuhao, the oblivious straight man, failed to notice anything amiss, nodding in agreement. Yes, Wang Dong is indeed quite handsome. I could hardly bear to look, exchanging a few casual words before making my exit. As I departed, those 2 appeared as if they had just sprinted an 800-meter race, panting heavily against the bench. Once I left, Hu Yuhao's mind was in utter turmoil. Within his mental sea resided 3 heavyweight tenants, a colossal insect, Tian Meng, an ice scorpion, Bing Di, and a peculiar little gray ball. The ice scorpion, being one of the top 10 ferocious beasts, felt the pressure upon seeing me and became quite unsettled. The little gray ball then dropped a bombshell, claiming that my combat prowess was such that, forget about title de law, even a god would struggle against me. More astonishingly, it revealed that I had long been aware of their existence, but had simply chosen not to mention it. Upon hearing this, Tianming and Bingdi panicked. If this were to be exposed, Hui Yuhao's life would be in jeopardy. They immediately agreed that Hui Yuhao must forge a good relationship with me, for if we were to become adversaries, they would be insufficient to even serve as a mere distraction. Meanwhile, I was reclining in the training room of the inner courtyard. Dai Yueheng and his crew were meditating, while I lounged on the sofa, overseeing their progress like a KPI supervisor. As a result, the captain Dai Yaoheng was utterly incensed, springing to his feet and bellowing at me, demanding that if I did not wish to cultivate, I should vacate their presence and cease to disturb them. I found myself amused, replying, "How could I possibly disturb you while lying down?" Dai Yaoheng's face turned a shade of green with rage. He wished to retaliate, but knew he could not prevail against me, which only added to his frustration. Fortunately, Xian Lao arrived like a firefighting captain, declaring that he would take us to class. To our surprise, he led us 7 directly to the Duhan district, where we encountered another group of 7 individuals, including Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who stood prominently among them. Xian Lao was evidently up to something, as he announced that today's lesson would be a 7-on-7 match, pitting the 2 generations of Shrek's 7 monsters against each other for a mixed training session. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were taken aback. Facing us seniors was nothing short of inviting suffering. Once introductions were completed, their faces turned even paler upon realizing that I, the formidable senior they feared, was indeed their opponent. On the other hand, Dai Yaoheng, observing the seemingly weaker group of juniors, wore an expression of disdain, as if to say they were quite feeble. Yet I assure you, he would soon regret that sentiment. Xian Lao began to shuffle the teams, resulting in an unexpected composition. I, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Su Sanshur formed a single unit. Before the match commenced, I could sense that Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaotao's team was fixated on me, their gaze is akin to that of a Sharingan locking onto its target. My teammates noticed, with Su Sanshur jokingly remarking, "Senior, why do I feel like Sister Xiaodao and the others are intent on eliminating you?" I could only offer an awkward smile, dismissing it as mere illusion. However, no sooner had I spoken than Ma Xiaodao unleashed her attack, Phoenix Meteor Shower. She commenced with a devastating assault, her 6th soul skill crashing down upon us. Countless fiery meteors descended relentlessly, causing an uproar on the Duhan platform. When the smoke cleared, I assure you, the arena fell into silence. I emerged unscathed, my companions similarly intact. Then, my soul rings illuminated, revealing a splendid array of 2 purple, 2 black, and lastly, 2 golden rings. Hui Yuhao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His mind raced with thoughts of the legendary million-year soul beasts. The little gray ball, well-versed in lore, provided them an explanation, clarifying that my 2 golden soul rings were not from million-year soul beasts, but rather manifestations of fundamental rules themselves. To those in the know, this was akin to wielding GM privileges. To the onlookers, however, all they perceived was the astonishing configuration of my soul rings, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Dai Yaoheng was the first to regain his composure, summoning his martial spirit and charging at me with a powerful punch. Yet, that formidable strike halted mere centimeters from my face, unable to advance further. I then took the opportunity to enlighten them about my 4th soul skill, Absolute Defense, inspired by a paradox concerning a tortoise named Zeno. In essence, it rendered me invulnerable. Though it appeared close, they could never touch me. Upon hearing my explanation, their expressions darkened. I chuckled, remarking that against their level, I could easily manage with one hand. This proclamation incited an uproar from the opposing team. I felt a switch within me click on, my eyes turning crimson, and those in the know understood what that meant. Ma Xiaodao was the first to charge at me. With a sidestep, I seized her by the back of her head and slammed her onto the Duhan platform, sending her flying with a swift kick. It was executed with remarkable precision. Dai Yaoheng attempted to retaliate, only to be met with a kick that left him gasping. When Bei Bei's Thunder Dragon had approached, I simply brushed it aside. Activating my 1st soul skill, Gravity Field, caused the opposing team to collapse, immobilized. Xian Lao, witnessing the chaos, quickly called for a halt to the match. I retracted the crimson glow from my eyes, returning to a seemingly harmless demeanor, scratching my head and commenting, "Ah, It seems I may have been a tad too rough. My teammates regarded me with expressions of awe, as if gazing upon a monster. Suan lao pulet me asai, admonishing me for my harshness, but added that during the Soul Master tournament, I should not hold back. He then devised a more thrilling challenge for the second match. All 13 of them would face me alone. A profound silence enveloped the group, with Su Sanshur nearly in tears, lamenting how they would manage. Xian Lao encouraged them. Why fear? 13 of you cannot defeat just one. Very well, let the battle commence. For fairness, Xian Lao imposed a restriction on me. I could only utilize one soul skill and was barred from employing my invincible absolute defense. The opposing team, emboldened by this limitation, believed they had a chance, with Dai Yaoheng proclaiming that this time he would ensure my defeat. I merely smiled, choosing not to respond. As the match began, my eyes glowed red once more. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng charged from either side. I effortlessly caught Ma Xiaotao's punch and tossed her aside, evading Dai Yaoheng's attack, only to grab him by the back of his head and rub him against the ground once more. The spectacle was akin to a tornado wreaking havoc. I hardly felt the need to utilize my soul skills, relying solely on my physical prowess to dispatch them. Yao Haoshuan attempted a sneak attack. A kick to the abdomen, followed by an uppercut, sent him soaring. Xiao Xiao aimed to deploy her cauldron. I was already in her face. Hui Yuhao attempted to control me with mental attacks. I effortlessly rebounded it back, nearly fracturing his mind, before sending him flying with a kick. Ma Xiaotao as fiery beams struck my back, causing no harm, thanks to my second soul skill as passive energy absorption. As Ling Luocheng began to announce my soul skill's name, I appeared before her with a smile, saying, "You know too much," before delivering a kick that sent her flying as well. Eventually, I grew somewhat bored and unleashed my full power, my speed so swift that they could hardly react. In a matter of moments, I collided Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaotao together, while the remaining opponents found themselves pinned to the ground. The match concluded in a profound silence. Xian Lao's gaze towards me had transformed, likely astonished by my extraordinary close combat capabilities, rendering me a versatile warrior. From that day forth, I acquired a new moniker within the academy, the Ruthless Flower Destroyer. Did you think that was the end? No. The excitement was far from over. Just as I finished reveling in my victory, Xian Lao announced that the next morning, the entire group would convene and head to Xinglua City to participate in the Soul Master Tournament. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of anticipation. However, guess what? That very night, this old man summoned me discreetly to a grove. My heart skipped a beat as I wondered if he intended to impart some extraordinary skills to me. Instead, he approached with a serious demeanor, directly stating, "Young man, you are undoubtedly aware of the circumstances surrounding that dead city. Enlighten me." To my surprise, this was the reason for his summons. I thought there was nothing to conceal and proceeded to explain those individuals were not from our world. They were pursuing a child across dimensions. Xian Lao's eyes widened in disbelief as he pressed for details regarding the child. I informed him, that child carries the aura of a deity, likely a divine offspring. Xian Lao visibly lost his composure, muttering about a divine offspring, his worldview seemingly shaken. Yet, he then inquired about Xiao Yu's whereabouts, to which I promptly cut him off. I was joking, after all, she was under my protection, and I could not divulge such information. My expression conveyed that he should abandon the thought, and Xian Lao, being astute, sighed and ceased his inquiries. The following morning, the main group set out. I had anticipated a leisurely journey to Xinglua City. However, midway, Dai Yaoheng informed me that we would be making a detour for a supervisory task. We were to venture to the Ming Do mountain range to eliminate a band of rogue soul masters. My dear friends, at that moment, I felt my heart completely shatter. What had begun as a pleasant excursion had devolved into an arduous assignment. I could not help but wear a forlorn expression, letting out a sigh. Beside me, Wang Dong, who had just been on the receiving end of my earlier prowess, noticed my demeanor and scoffed, displaying his displeasure. I cast him a glance, choosing to ignore him. Such a little brat, with quite the temper. Due to the urgency of our journey, the senior students were tasked with guiding us, the juniors. I found myself assigned to accompany Hui Yuhao. Intentionally, I slowed my pace, trailing at the back of the group until only the two of us remained. I must tell you, this lad harbors an abundance of secrets, and I felt compelled to probe him. I leaned in close and whispered, "Yuhao, may I inquire about something?" He immediately appeared flustered, his words stammering. I chuckled softly and dropped the bombshell. "Bai Hu Gongjue, that's your father, isn't it?" Hui Yuhao was instantly petrified, his face blanching in shock. Without allowing him a moment to collect himself, I pressed on. Oh, by the way, how have those three old gentlemen in your mind been faring lately? At this, he lost any remaining hope, gazing at me as if I were a ghost. I patted his shoulder, assuring him that I would keep his secrets safe. Upon reaching the Ming-Do mountain range, Xian Lao pulled me aside to issue new instructions. His message was straightforward. Lu Zhe, for this task, simply act as a bodyguard. Let them handle the fighting while you provide support. Upon hearing this, I was overjoyed. What a splendid opportunity to earn my keep without exerting myself. I readily accepted the task. When the mission commenced, Dai Yaoheng and his cohort charged into the cave of the evil soul masters, brimming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, I remained outside with Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, merely spectators. However, Wang Dong, in his usual fashion, insisted that I was shirking my duty, relentlessly nagging until I felt a headache coming on. I thought to myself, fine, I shall enter as well. What a nuisance he is. As soon as I stepped into the cave, a thunderous crash reverberated. The entire cavern collapsed. Hui Yuhao and the others outside were left dumbstruck, watching as the cave transformed into a heap of rubble. Just then, a shadow emerged from the ruins, attempting to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, it felt as though a mountain had pressed down upon it, and with a thud, it was pinned to the ground by my gravity field, unable to move. Subsequently, I emerged unscathed from the billowing smoke. The newcomers regarded me as though I were a deity descending from the heavens. Behind me lay Dai Yaoheng and his crew, groaning in disarray. I approached the evil soul master I had subdued, placing my foot upon his head, and sneered, "Is this all you can do? Ambush like a rat?" Terrified, he begged for mercy. However, before he could finish his plea, I applied a slight pressure, and with a sickening squelch, his head exploded like a watermelon, his body following suit in a gruesome display of carnage. Wang Dong, having never witnessed such a scene, promptly retreated to vomit in distress. At this point, Xian Lao arrived, his expression darkening at the sight of the fallen main team. I explained that the evil soul masters had resorted to a corpse explosion, and Dai Yaoheng's group had succumbed to this trap. Thankfully, my timely intervention meant they had only sustained minor injuries, with no threat to their lives. Xian Lao exhaled a sigh of relief, but soon a more pressing issue arose. With the main team incapacitated, what would happen to the Soul Master competition? Without hesitation, Xian Lao made a decisive call. The main team would recuperate, and the upcoming competition would be undertaken by our reserve team. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao and the others turned pale. Yet, as they glanced at me, their expressions shifted from despair to a newfound hope. Thus, this hastily assembled motley crew bore the honor of Shrek as we marched boldly towards Xing Luo City. Upon our arrival in Xing Luo City, during the first elimination match, I refrained from participating and allowed Hui Yuhao and the others to gain experience. What transpired next? The opposing team's contestants, upon seeing the 6 crimson-hued soul rings beneath Hui Yuhao's feet, surrendered without a fight, their will to battle evaporating. The match concluded in an instant. Victory achieved without contest. However, at the moment the match ended, I suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon me. Those same individuals. I exchanged a brief nod with teacher Wang Yin and discreetly slipped away, seeking out an isolated alley, where I coldly announced, "Come out, there's no need to hide." A shadow flickered into view, resembling the attire of the previous group. He had the audacity to inquire about Xiao Yu's whereabouts. I was both amused and infuriated. Who did he think he was? Without further ado, he launched a punch towards my face. Then, a most dramatic turn of events unfolded. His powerful fist halted mere centimeters from my face, as though it had collided with an invisible wall, rendering him unable to advance an inch. "Paradox!" the shadow exclaimed in terror, turning to flee. "Not so fast, my friend." I activated my gravity field, pinning him down, sitting on his back. You know about paradoxes? Terrified, he spilled all his secrets like a bamboo tube pouring beans. He revealed that their world's general was also a paradox wielder, commanding spatial paradoxes, allowing them to transport their minions to our realm. Just as I was about to inquire which world they hailed from, unexpectedly, with a pop, this individual met the same fate as the last, self-detonation without warning. What a spectacle! Did he have a remote detonator hidden within? I rose, brushing off the dust from my clothes. It dawned on me that I was not the sole possessor of paradoxical powers. How intriguing. The situation was becoming increasingly fascinating. The next day was the round-robin matches, where the group unanimously decided to have me take the stage. Very well, I would take the opportunity to stretch my limbs. As I stepped onto the arena, my opponent, a fellow named Ma Ingjun, visibly trembled, stuttering as he begged for mercy. I smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. As a referee announced the start of the match, I vanished in an instant, appearing right before Ma Ingjun. He hadn't even comprehended what had transpired. I extended a finger towards his forehead and flicked it gently. Whoosh! He shot across the arena like a cannonball, soaring out of the ring. The audience fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting in thunderous applause. The referee rubbed his eyes in disbelief before stammering out my victory. Standing atop the platform, I beckoned to the remaining members of Yun Luo Academy. Next, to my surprise, their team leader hurried onto the stage, announcing we concede. How amusing. Was my presence truly that intimidating? I sauntered off the stage, having effortlessly dispatched 7 opponents. Upon returning to the resting area, Su Sanshur approached with a grin, attempting to flatter me, but I playfully retaliated with a light punch. Teacher Wang Yin, filled with excitement, came over to extol my virtues, claiming that Shrek's honor rested upon my shoulders. My ears nearly grew callous from his praise. I waved him off and turned back towards the hotel, feeling rather disinterested. Just as I distanced myself from them, strolling back to the hotel alone, I suddenly sensed something amiss. The trees and streetlights around me began to twist and contort as if I had consumed some bad liquor. Good heavens! I had been pulled into a separate space. I chuckled, saying, "Enough hiding. Come out. Are we playing hide and seek?" No sooner had I spoken than a sinister voice echoed. Hee hee. I shuddered. What era were we in, and why was he laughing like that? A shadowy figure emerged, demanding, "Kid, hand over that child, or you will regret it." Ah, so they were after Xiaoyu? My gaze grew cold at this revelation. I sensed that this individual possessed a similar paradoxical power. The figure must have sensed my presence as well, hesitating momentarily before breaking into a manic laugh. Who would have thought that this wretched place could harbor someone who wields paradoxes? How rare. I thought to myself, how verbose he was. While he spoke, he charged at me, delivering a heavy punch aimed at my face. What happened next? Bang! His fist halted mere centimeters from my face, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, unable to proceed further. He was momentarily stunned, quickly leaping back with a vigilant expression and inquiring, "Is your paradox defensive?" I smirked disdainfully. Defensive? I merely flickered and appeared right in front of him. Just as he opened his mouth to utter a word, I kicked him away effortlessly. "Aren't you a bit too verbose?" I remarked, shaking my leg with impatience. The fellow struggled to rise, fear evident in his gaze as he looked at me. I offered him no respite, swiftly employing a gravitational force to pin him firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. What exactly are you?" he croaked, resembling a flattened frog in his predicament. I approached him, gripping his hair and bringing my face close to his, stating, "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is, if anything happens to Xiaoyu, your world shall no longer need to exist." At that moment, he was utterly terrified, genuinely the most cowardly I had ever seen. Releasing my grip, I instructed him, "Go back and inform your so-called general that if there's a next time, I shall personally pay a visit." Upon hearing that I would let him go, he appeared utterly dazed. As the gravitational force dissipated, he scrambled away. Just as he was about to vanish, I added cryptically, "I hope you're a wise man. Sure Yao Mo, Shi Tiango." Goodness, his shadow nearly lost its wits from fright. He must have been racking his brains to comprehend how I knew his true identity. He vanished in an instant, and the space around me fractured, returning me to that narrow path. Suddenly, a voice emerged behind me. "It seems you are not the only one possessing a paradox." Without turning, I simply smiled. Indeed, I am not the only one, but I am the sole individual with dominion over all rules and paradoxes. The following day, it was once again our turn to compete. This time, our opponent was Qianling Academy, reputed to be formidable, with a Soul King leading 6 Soul Masters. I entered the arena alongside Hua Yuhao, yet I remained as usual, standing there like a mascot, too lethargic to even raise my eyelids. I heard that the captain of the so-called Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Ma Rulong, had scrutinized my profile to the point of where, obsessively studying me. There was also a lad named Xiao Hongshun, strutting around with an air of arrogance, claiming that I would have to concede if I encountered him. I mused internally about the source of his confidence. Leading the pack was not something to boast about so lightly. During the competition, we encountered a slight predicament, ensnared by a colossal ice tornado from our adversaries. Observing the situation, I realized it was time for me to take action. I strolled over leisurely and, with a casual gesture towards the tornado, you won't believe it, the cataclysmic vortex vanished in an instant. It was as if I had pressed the delete key. It disappeared without a trace. The entire arena fell silent, including our opponents. I had no time to wait for their reactions. With a swift motion, I unleashed another gravitational compression. Instantly, all 7 members of Qianling Academy dropped to their knees, their faces turning purple. Had their teacher delayed calling for surrender by even a second, they would have found themselves in the ICU. After the match concluded, we emerged victorious once more. Returning to the resting area, Su Sanshi and the others began showering me with praise, while teacher Wang Yin was beside himself with excitement. Once they departed, I remained behind, and without preamble, I stated, "Teacher Wang Yin, I need to leave for a while." His face paled at my declaration. "What?" "It's during the competition. I have a matter of great importance to attend to," I replied firmly. Recognizing my resoluteness, he inquired how long I would be gone. I stated uncertainly, "I cannot say. I shall return once the matter is resolved." Without granting him further opportunity to inquire, I turned and departed. Just as I exited, Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaotao returned, their injuries healed, perfectly timed to take my place seamlessly. In the next moment, I had teleported to the Xingdou Great Forest. Upon entering, I was met with the sight of Di Tian nearly being beaten into a husk, bloodied and battered. Above floated 2 figures clad in black and gold, one bald and the other expressionless, boasting arrogantly. The bald man shouted for Di Tian to surrender Xiaoyu, deriding the gods of this world as mere pets of higher realms. Unable to tolerate such insults, Xiangjun erupted in fury, charging at the bald man, only to be struck down into the ground with a single blow, unable to extricate himself. Just as despair loomed over the group of ferocious beasts, a familiar aura emerged. It was the Rue beast. She had awakened. The 2 invaders sensed this as well, the expressionless man showing signs of retreat, but the bald man remained dismissive, asserting that the Rue beast's power was incomplete and thus insignificant. No sooner had he spoken than an attack struck him squarely in the face. The Rue beast had transformed into a stunning girl with golden hair and eyes, standing resolutely before Di Tian and the others, coldly declaring, "This is not a place for you." The bald man, known as Tian Lang, the 9th seed of Shiyao, was provoked and immediately engaged in combat. Although the Rue beast had just transformed, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Tian Lang conjured a paradoxical domain called virtual space, warping the surroundings into a nightmarish scene. His companion, codenamed Renhua, the 8th seed of Shiyao, merely observed. Within his domain, Tian Lang was practically invincible, mercilessly overpowering the Rue beast, ultimately piercing through her chest with a single strike. Di Tian and the others attempted to rescue her, but were swiftly eliminated by Tian Lang with a mere wave, their bodies exploding. However, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. After Tian Lang dispatched them, he turned around to find the surroundings amiss. Renhua had vanished. Suddenly, the scene shifted, as if time had reversed, with the slain Di Tian and Rue beast restored to their prior state, charging at him once more. He struck again, and they resurrected yet again. This infinite cycle was akin to an endless dungeon run, ultimately overwhelming his CPU, causing him to collapse. "Who are you? Show yourself," he bellowed in madness. At that moment, I made my grand entrance, gripping Renhua's neck, albeit an illusion, and calmly addressing him, "The 9th seed of Shiyao. What grandiosity you possess." Upon seeing me and the golden inscriptions adorning my form, his face drained of color, trembling as he uttered, "Perfect rules." He attempted to flee, but it was too late. I delivered a punch that sent him crashing into the ground. The space fractured, and we returned to reality. Di Tian, upon seeing me, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Lu Zhe, you finally returned." At that moment, the real Renhua made his appearance, radiating a power far superior to that of Tian Lang. Without hesitation, he launched an attack at me. Paradox Space Cut. The attack was indeed formidable, capable of slicing through space. Yet it met me. I merely raised my hand, and that devastating assault dissipated in a thin air. Renhua stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why his paradox had failed. I had no desire to explain. I teleported before him and delivered a punch that sent him hurtling away. Subsequently, I clenched my right hand, releasing a gravity singularity compressed to its utmost limits, striking him squarely in the chest. With a thunderous boom, the surroundings were obliterated, creating a massive crater. I assumed it was over, but as the smoke cleared, a completely new man emerged from the rubble. He held the unconscious Tian Lang in one hand and Renhua in the other, completely unharmed. "You two are from Shiyao?" I furrow my brow. The man smiled wickedly. No, no, I am not from such a lowly team. I am one of the 7 sins, greed. With that, he opened a rift in space, discarding the 2 worthless beings within and preparing to leave. Before departing, he turned his back to me, leaving a parting remark. That child. I will retrieve him sooner or later. I hope you will not stand in my way when the time comes. Once they had departed, I exhaled heavily. The 7 sins, it seemed, presented a more intricate situation than I had anticipated. After dealing with these minor nuisances, my first order of business was to seek Tion and inquire about Xiaoyu's whereabouts. At the outset, this old dragon hesitated, but upon receiving a piercing glance from me, he promptly divulged everything, revealing that Xiaoyu had been taken by his master, the Silver Dragon King, for training. I instructed him to lead the way directly to the bottom of the Lake of Life, where I encountered the legendary Silver Dragon King, a colossal silver dragon radiating an undeniable aura. However, in my presence, it was merely a shadow of its true power. Before we could exchange more than a few words, a small figure came hurtling towards me, crying out, and I swiftly grasped it by the scruff of its neck. Brother, put me down. Lu Xiaoyu squirmed in my grip. The young lad had grown significantly during our time apart, reaching a soul power level of 40, a remarkable advancement indeed. Once on the ground, he proudly declared his ability to stand on his own. After negotiating terms with the Silver Dragon King to ensure her assistance to Xiaoyu in the future, I was confident that she would benefit from this arrangement as well, especially considering the pressure my presence imposed upon her. After settling all matters, I emerged with Xiaoyu just in time to encounter a transformed spirit beast. This girl had become a vibrant and beautiful young lady, and upon seeing me, she excitedly challenged me to a duel, insisting that I give her a name. Unable to resist her persistence, I casually suggested, falling leaves signify autumn. Henceforth, you shall be known as Xiao. Her delight was palpable as she dashed away in excitement. I then found a mountaintop where Xiaoyu resumed his chatter about his newfound strength and his desire to venture out with me. I regarded him solemnly and informed him that it was not yet time. There were formidable adversaries outside, ones that even I found daunting, and accompanying me would only place him in greater peril. I cautioned him that if he ever encountered an enemy beyond my capabilities, he must flee without hesitation. As far as possible, Xiaoyu was taken aback. He had never witnessed such gravity in my demeanor before. I could not elaborate further. After the recent battle, I realized that the so-called greed of the 7 sins was not merely unwilling to eliminate me, but was likely constrained by the very rules of this world, fearing full engagement, lest it provoke the world's rejection. It was evident that they sent lesser beings like Shi Yao to test the waters. This further implied that Xiaoyu's identity was anything but simple. What secret could he possess that drew the attention of a top-tier powerhouse from another realm? As I contemplated Xiaoyu, feeling uneasy, turned to me and asked, Brother, what are you staring at? Me? I'm not looking at anything, just idly observing, I replied, reclining on the ground, disinterested in further conversation. Sensing the dullness, Xiaoyu obediently lay beside me. I must say, months flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, I kept rigorously training Xiaoyu. The old folks from Tion looked on in disbelief at my intensity, but the results were undeniable. Xiaoyu's strength soared. After our training sessions, I sought a secluded place for meditation. Within my mind, I envisioned an impressive golden palace, complete with a throne. I had spent considerable time pondering its significance, grappling with notions of rules and paradoxes, yet the core secret of the throne eluded me. Upon sitting, a torrent of information flooded my mind, repeatedly echoing the word truth. Truth? What is truth? Such a concept felt excessively metaphysical. After much contemplation, I decided to set it aside and focus on cultivating my soul power instead. I was nearing level 70. When I manifested my martial soul, I would undoubtedly be strikingly formidable. When I finally opened my eyes, I sensed a profound shift in my aura, weighty and commanding. The ancient beings of Tion instantly teleported before me. You are awake? Tion inquired. I nodded and asked, during my seclusion, has something occurred? The expression on Tion's face resembled that of someone who had been constipated for a decade, hesitant and faltering. My impatience surged. Speak plainly. The one named by G interjected quickly. The spirit beast has ventured into the human realm. Upon hearing this, I thought, what is the big deal? Let her go. Her long legs can carry her. It's none of my concern. Bai Ji's expression grew even more distressed, as though on the verge of tears. But a foreboding sensation gripped my heart. But what? The spirit beast has taken Xiaoyu with her. What? I was instantly furious. Who could comprehend the dangers posed by the so-called Sure Yao and the 7 sins in the human world? Any one of them would be a monster. If Xiao Yu encountered them, it would be akin to delivering him to death. I felt my face darken as I gritted my teeth and demanded, "Where's the Silver Dragon King?" Di Tian quickly replied, "The master has accompanied her." A sigh of relief escaped me. With the Silver Dragon King present, the safety factor was considerably higher. I stood up, preparing to leave. "All right, I'm off. Remember, if you encounter those individuals again, do not engage recklessly. Even the gods cannot save you." With that, I headed towards the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest, determined to find my troublesome brother. Meanwhile, as I hurried to locate him, the antagonists were convening in a foreboding gorge. The two I had previously defeated, Ren Hua and Tian Lang, were kneeling before a man, trembling with fear. This man was named Ma Min, one of the 7 sins representing greed, his presence suffocating even through a screen. "You have botched such a simple task. What use are you?" Ma Min's voice was colder than ice. The two of them bowed their heads almost to the ground. "Lord Ma Min, grant us another chance. We promise to complete the task." Ma Min sneered. "If my true form could come through, would it fall to you 2 worthless beings?" Yet he relented, stating, "For the sake of caution, I will have Tian Zai assist you." What a peculiar code name. The absurdity of it all was almost amusing. Upon Ma Min's departure, the two collapsed on the ground, gasping as if they had just escaped the jaws of a tiger. Tian Lang, still shaken, murmured, "That was terrifying. I thought I was done for." Ren Hua wiped his cold sweat. "Enough chatter. We must find the divine child." Lord Ma Min said Tian Zai would come to aid us, and with that guy Tian Go, I refuse to believe we cannot handle him. Oh, and they mentioned someone named Tian Go, who seemed to be thriving within a cult called the Holy Spirit Sect. As for me, I returned directly to Shrek Academy. Upon entering the Sea God Pavilion, I found Xian Lao and several other elders present. I got straight to the point. "Has old Mu truly departed?" Xian Lao sighed. Before his departure, he expressed a wish to see you. A pang of regret struck me as I asked, "Did he leave any words for me?" Xian Lao regarded me with a serious expression. "The future of the continent rests upon your shoulders. Old Mu hoped you would use your power to alter the continent's fate. Is that all?" I inquired. They remained silent. I understood then. I had accepted this heavy burden. And guess what? Not only had I accepted the burden, but I also took on a new role. I had become a homeroom teacher for a new class of freshmen at Shrek's Outer Academy. On my first day in the classroom, it was as chaotic as a bustling market. In the last row sat 3 notably quiet individuals, 1 young man and 2 young women. The young man exuded an air of nobility, while the 2 girls were stunning. One had striking white hair, and the other, golden locks filled with arrogance. I stood at the podium and calmly stated, "Silence." The classroom fell instantly silent. "Greetings, everyone. I'm your new homeroom teacher, Lu Zhe." As soon as I finished speaking, the young man in the back sprang to his feet, eyes wide in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Brother!" All eyes in the classroom abruptly turned to him. I couldn't help but smile. "I never expected you to enroll at Shrek." Indeed, this lad was Lu Xiaoyu, and beside him were the transformed Silver Dragon King and the 3-eyed Golden Lion, otherwise known as Gu Yuna and Xiao Er. The students below erupted in a frenzy. The new teacher turned out to be his brother. Astonishingly, it seemed that those 2 goddesses were also acquainted with the teacher. I sternly declared, "Can we not maintain some decorum?" The atmosphere instantly chilled to a frosty silence. "I am aware that you all consider yourselves geniuses. Yet Shrek Academy is hardly lacking in brilliance. Put away that ludicrous pride, or prepare to be deemed the class's failures." I cast a glance over them, commanding, "Now, everyone, gather on the playground. You have 1 minute." The little rascals dashed out as if escaping a calamity. Xiao Yu and his 2 companions remained frozen in place. Curiously, Xiao Yu asked, "Brother, how did you become a teacher?" I ignored him and turned to Gu Yuna and Xiao Er. "What are your aliases?" I inquired. "I am Gu Yuna, and she is Xiao Er," came their replies. "Very well." To the playground I gestured. Without hesitation, Gu Yuna seized Xiao Er and sprinted away. Xiao Yu remained there, grinning foolishly. "Aren't you coming?" I glared at him. "No, I want to follow you," he replied. I showed no leniency. "When I say go, you go. This is the academy, not your home." Xiao Yu let out a resigned "oh" and walked away, looking quite dejected. Watching his retreating figure, I couldn't help but chuckle and then followed him. Upon reaching the playground, I surveyed the fresh recruits and issued a command. "On this first day of meeting, let us commence with 50 laps." A chorus of lamentations erupted from below. I shot them a frosty glare. "Any objections?" Would you prefer it to be 100 laps? Immediately, everyone fell silent and obediently began to run. I sat on the sidelines and observed when Elder Xian approached me with a serious expression. Two matters, he stated. First, the rules for the next Soul Master competition have changed. Other factions may participate alongside the academy. I was somewhat taken aback, but remained silent. Second, Elder Xian lowered his voice further. The mastermind behind the last city incident has resurfaced. They have joined the Holy Spirit sect and may take action during this upcoming competition. A heaviness settled in my heart. The Holy Spirit sect? Sure, Yao. These individuals truly refuse to fade away. I acknowledged his words with a nod. They had best not provoke me. Otherwise, I would disregard any plans and take them down one by one. A month flew by, and the new class had become thoroughly obedient to my commands. A mere smile from me sent shivers down their spines. One day, after announcing the groupings for the new student assessment, I assigned Xiaoyu, Guyu Na, and Xiao Air to the same group, and then exited the classroom. Just as I stepped out of the teaching building, I sensed a familiar presence trailing behind me. It was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. I feigned ignorance and leisurely made my way toward the sea god lake. He believed he was stealthy, quietly following my path. Upon reaching the lakeside, just as he prepared to leap out, a girl suddenly approached me and began chatting with me as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I engaged in conversation, absent-mindedly ruffling her hair as one would with a junior. After she departed, I turned to the spot where Xiaoyu was hiding and said, "Come out." To my amusement, he appeared utterly dazed, staring blankly at me. "Brother, what's wrong? Why the grim face?" I inquired with a smile. He snapped back to reality, forcing out a smile. "In nothing. I'm just shocked that you have a female friend." I couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. He pressed further, asking who the girl was. I casually replied, "Just a friend." "Is that all?" He continued, unwilling to relent. "What else could it be?" I retorted. His expression clearly conveyed disbelief, yet he turned and walked away. I pondered if he was feeling jealous. I dismissed the matter from my mind and returned to my dormitory to continue my research on my throne. Unbeknownst to me, that evening, he arranged to meet the girl at Sea God Lake. Her name was Xiao Xiao, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Upon her arrival, Xiaoyu, with a cold demeanor, questioned, "What is your relationship with Lu Zhe?" Xiao Xiao was taken aback, and without hesitation, Xiaoyu kicked her. She hastily raised her San Shengding to defend herself, but was still sent flying against a tree, coughing violently. Before she could explain, Xiaoyu lunged forward again, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. Xiao Xiao spat out blood on the spot. "I will not allow you to touch Lu Zhe. He is only to be touched by me." Xiao Xiao finally grasped the situation and, struggling to stand, asserted, "I am just friends with Lu Ge." But Xiaoyu was undeterred. His eyes filled with murderous intent. "I only trust the dead." He charged at the defenseless Xiao Xiao, mercilessly pummeling her. Ultimately, he conjured a golden longsword in his hand, poised to strike down upon the fallen Xiao Xiao. Just as it seemed a life would be lost, I arrived on the scene and seized the sword, the tip mere inches from Xiao Xiao's neck. I glared at Xiaoyu, my voice icy as I asked, "Are you attempting to commit murder?" Upon seeing me, Xiaoyu paled and staggered back, stammering, "Brother." I instructed Xiao Xiao to leave quickly before turning to face him, now that no one is around. "Explain why you did this." He hung his head, stubbornly silent. I approached him, and he finally spat out, "What is your relationship with that girl?" His voice trembled with emotion. I found the situation both infuriating and amusing, clarifying that Xiao Xiao was my junior and that I was merely showing concern. I patted his head, and he finally settled down. I assumed that matter was resolved, but that evening he insisted on returning to the dormitory with me. I offered him one bed while I took the other, but he was displeased. When I emerged from the shower, I found him already nestled under the covers. The next morning, I awoke to a sensation of something constricting my neck. Upon opening my eyes, I found Lu Xiaoyu's face alarmingly close, his body entangled around mine like an octopus. I gently patted his back. "Hey, it's time to get up." He groggily opened his eyes and, upon seeing me, froze momentarily. However, he quickly feigned indifference and hoisted me up. Those who understand family dynamics know that I am already shorter than him, and this maneuver turned me into a mere accessory, resembling a large eagle clutching a small chick. Surprisingly, I gradually acclimated to this position, my head resting on his shoulder, utterly helpless. Suddenly, he declared, "Get up and apologize to Xiao Xiao with me." I snapped back to reality, bewildered. "Apologize? Do I have to go?" I timidly inquired. "No." He resolutely denied my request without offering any reason, more tyrannical than any CEO. Ultimately, I was dragged to the inner courtyard. Along the way, he remarked, "When you see Xiao Xiao, remember to call her sister." I was exceedingly reluctant, but managed to respond with an okay. Soon enough, we found Xiao Xiao. She greeted us with a smile. "Lu Ge, what brings you here?" Lu Zhe feigned a smile and asked, "How is your injury?" Xiao Xiao replied hastily, "It's fine. Thanks to the teacher's treatment, I'm much better." "Good to hear," he said, then shoved me toward her. "Who is this?" Xiao Xiao questioned, her face a mask of confusion, which quickly transformed into shock. "I apologize," I stammered out. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's body trembled slightly, likely doubting her own ears. At that moment, Lu Zhe chimed in, "Be sincere." My frustration mounted, but I begrudgingly said, "Sister Xiao Xiao, I was in the wrong last night, so please forgive me." After saying this, I was compelled to bow. Xiao Xiao regarded me, smiled, and replied, "It's all right. I know you didn't mean it. Perhaps this child was simply having a moment of madness. So do not hold it against him." Lu Zhe's words made me want to kick him. Xiao Xiao, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, "It's fine. He must care about you a lot." Lu Zhe replied with a smile. After that, the two of them chatted for a while longer before parting ways. On my way back, I was enveloped in a gloomy mood, while Lu Zhe, noticing my expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" I asked irritably. Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing, just recalling some amusing thoughts." "Really?" I was skeptical. "Don't ask. You should prepare for the upcoming freshman assessment," Lu Zhe said, leaving me behind as he walked away, leaving me speechless. I stood there, unsure of what to say, and could only obediently seek out my teammates. Goodness. The freshman assessment at Shrek Academy was finally about to commence. The Duhan district was bustling with an overwhelming crowd, as over 100 three-person teams squeezed together, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a market. "This year's talent seems to surpass last year's by quite a margin," remarked a young man standing beside Lu Zhe. "Indeed," Lu Zhe smiled, acknowledging the remarkable talent among this year's freshmen. After exchanging a few brief words, the assessment began. Lu Zhe naturally made his way to the Duhan area where we, the new students, were gathered. "It has already started," Lu Zhe said cheerfully as he stood in the observation area. Although our team was not in the first match, the two teams competing had considerable strength. First match of the first round of the freshman assessment, Class 4 versus Class 3. Please have the participants enter," the referee announced loudly from the stage. The two squads ascended to the Duhan platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Oh, both sides have soul venerates. It seems we can witness the clash of this year's Dark Horse teams," Lu Zhe commented. At that moment, an old acquaintance, Gong Yang Mo, approached, grinning as he said, "It seems your class is the true Dark Horse this year." Lu Zhe glanced back at him, smiling, "Not at all." Gong Yang Mo internally doubted this, having heard that Class 1 boasted 3 soul zones, clearly indicating they were up to something. "I didn't expect you to be so humble," Gong Yang Mo replied with a faint smile. They then fell silent as the competition officially began. Although both teams had soul venerates, Class 4's coordination was evidently inferior to that of Class 3. Initially, the match remained stalemated, but soon Class 3 began to gain the upper hand through teamwork. Before long, the match concluded, with Class 3 emerging victorious with ease. "The match is over. The winning team, Class 3, led by Wu Yi, has claimed victory," the referee proclaimed. Immediately afterward, the second match commenced. Second match of the first round of the freshman assessment, Class 1's Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Xiao versus Class 10's Yi Fei, Huang Sha, and Li Yan. Upon hearing the call, we hurried onto the stage. As soon as I stepped onto the platform, I began scanning the area, seemingly searching for something. The individual named Yi Fei, seeing my lack of regard for him, erupted in anger and hissed, "Are you looking down on me?" Hearing his voice snapped me back to reality, and I coldly replied, "What if I am?" This infuriated him further, and he charged at me, but fortunately, the referee intervened just in time. "This is the Duhan platform. You cannot act recklessly until the match begins, or you'll be treated as having forfeited," the referee said sternly. With the referee's intervention, Yi Fei reluctantly calmed down, glaring at me with malice. I ignored him and continued my search. Seeing my indifference, he scoffed and spat. "You'll regret this later." Before turning away, I still paid him no mind, continuing my quest. Finally, I spotted Lu Zhe watching me, his face breaking into a smile. "Watch closely. I will definitely win this match," I silently encouraged myself. Before long, the referee approached the center of the Duhan platform and casually glanced at both our teams. "The match begins." With that command, Yi Fei charged towards me like a cannonball. "You will pay for your previous actions." he shouted. I scoffed, preparing to respond, but was preempted by someone behind me. It was Gu Yuna, who softly uttered, "Flame wave." Almost instantaneously, a wave of fire surged towards Yi Fei. Startled, he hastily dodged. Just as he managed to evade the flames and looked up, a figure appeared before him. It was Chio'er, armed with a golden spear. She wasted no time in striking his face. With a thud, Yi Fei was sent crashing into the Duhan platform. His teammates rushed over to check on him, only to be left dumbfounded. Huang Shao was quite a loss. The referee also noticed something amiss and hurried over to assess the situation. Class 10 S Yi Fei has lost the qualification to continue fighting, the referee announced loudly. The audience was left in shock. One blow had rendered Yi Fei incapable of fighting. Was this girl truly that formidable? This must be a joke. Yi Fei is a soul venerate, murmured the crowd, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Yet the truth was undeniable, and the other participants fell silent. Soon, the remaining 2 members of Class 10 opted to forfeit as the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Not only could they not teach me a lesson, but they couldn't even breach the defenses of the 2 girls in front of me. The match concluded with Class 1, led by Lu Xiaoyu, emerging victorious. As the referee announced the results, I hurried off the stage and dashed towards Lu Zhe. Upon reaching him, before I could utter a word, he spoke first, "Congratulations." Hearing this made my heart warm, and I proudly lifted my chin, beaming at him. "Brother, I won. Aren't you going to reward me?" I asked innocently. Lu Zhe chuckled, replying, "Sure, once you secure the championship, I promise you one thing." My spirits lifted instantly. "Really? Do you not believe your brother's words?" Lu Zhe replied with a smile. "All right, let us seal it with a promise." I extended my small hand. Lu Zhe did not refuse and clasped my hand in agreement. At that moment, a man dressed in special attire approached. Upon seeing him, Lu Zhe instantly understood and turned to me, saying, "Xiaoyu, you should head back now. I need to leave for a bit." He then followed the man away. Watching his retreating figure, I felt an uneasy premonition, but quickly dismissed the thought. My brother is so strong. How could anything happen? I murmured to myself with a smile before turning to find Gu Yuna and the others. "What does Xian Lao want with me?" I asked, trailing behind the man in the special attire. The man replied that he did not know either, merely following orders to bring me there. We would discuss the specifics upon meeting Xian Lao. Is that so? I began to piece together some ideas in my mind. We walked all the way to the Sea God Pavilion, where the man introduced me to Xian Lao before stepping back. I approached Xian Lao and naturally inquired, "Xian Lao, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Xian Lao, with a serious expression, slowly replied, "This concerns the future of the continent." Upon hearing this, I became serious. "Have you discovered something?" As expected, Xian Lao directly stated the reason. "We have made progress regarding the Dead City." Realizing the implication, I asked, "What have you found?" Without beating around the bush, Xian Lao responded, "Our Shrek inspection team sensed an exceptionally strong spatial force at the base of a certain canyon." "You mean there could be a spatial rift at the bottom of that canyon?" I asked gravely. "Suan Lao not that?" My expression grew even more serious. If that place truly led to the world where the 10 suns reside, the consequences would be dire. Only I knew the true power of that world, thanks to that individual who called himself the 7 Deadly Sins Greed. His power exists on an entirely different dimension from this world. If his true form were to manifest, the consequences would be unimaginable. I had nearly grasped the situation. I spoke slowly. Upon seeing my demeanor, Xian Lao directly stated, "I will arrange for the talents from the inner courtyard to accompany you on your reconnaissance." However, I firmly declined. "No, that place is extremely perilous. Others must not go." Noticing my expression, Xian Lao was puzzled. "Why not?" I replied solemnly, "There is no reason. If it is indeed that place, even you may not be able to return unscathed." Xian Lao understood. He sensed that I possessed certain knowledge, yet was unwilling to disclose it. Upon reflection, he concluded that I was trying to protect them, for that place might indeed be too dangerous, and bringing others could lead to total annihilation. "Very well. Since you have said so, I shall accompany you," Xian Lao stated slowly, not allowing me the chance to refuse. He continued, "Rest assured, I will only be responsible for waiting at the canyon's edge." Initially, I intended to refuse, but upon hearing his last statement, I fell silent and nodded in agreement. "There is no time to waste. Let us depart," Xian Lao stated bluntly. I nodded and turned to set off with him. After some time, we arrived at our destination. "Is this the place?" I inquired softly. Xian Lao nodded, saying, "You must be cautious during this operation. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately, understood?" "Yes," I replied. nodding as I gazed down into the canyon. Then without further ado, I leaped down. Soon, I reached the canyon's bottom. Observing my surroundings, I increasingly suspected that this was indeed a passage to that world. After a thorough search, I finally discovered the spatial rift. Gazing at the immense rift before me, I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. It seems this is the place, I stated gravely. Without hesitation, I stepped into the rift. My vision blurred, and instinctively, I shut my eyes. When I opened them again, I was astonished by the scene before me. I found myself at a loss for words. The landscape could only be described as hellish. A dark red moon hung ominously in the sky, casting an eerie pall over the entire world. Just as I entered this realm, someone in a distant palace sensed something amiss. It's his aura. That fellow has returned? Wasn't he already dead? The palace was instantly thrown into chaos. At that moment, a handsome man clad in a black suit emerged, coldly declaring, "What are you all doing?" The previously murmuring crowd fell silent, obediently returning to their seats. Once he observed their compliance, the man inquired what has occurred. Why all the fuss? The assembly remained mute until one man stepped forward to explain. Lucifer, did you not sense that fellow's aura? Indeed, the man in the black suit was none other than Lucifer, the embodiment of the sin of pride. The one questioning him was Leviathan, representing the sin of envy. Ranked second among the sins. Leviathan, do you truly think I would fail to sense that fellow's presence? Lucifer scoffed. Upon witnessing his expression, Leviathan immediately faltered, retreating to his seat. Lucifer paid him no mind, addressing the others. That fellow's aura is faint. It seems he is not fully awakened. Capture him, but ensure he is alive. With that, he turned and departed. Leviathan and the others dared not defy his orders, for he was the strongest present. Leviathan, are we to personally capture that fellow? One man inquired. Leviathan glanced at him, replying slowly, "No need, since Lucifer has stated that he is not fully awakened. Let the Shiyu handle it." Very well, the man chuckled. At that moment, I remained oblivious to the unprecedented crisis I was about to face. How could this happen? I murmured to myself as I walked along a narrow path. The reason was simple. The moment I arrived in this world, I felt an uncanny familiarity, as if I had been here before. Countless questions surged in my mind. Just as I was lost in thought, a sudden attack came my way. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the surroundings were instantly reduced to ruins. Fortunately, I possessed Nua's turtle, which shielded me from harm, though my expression grew grave. Slowly, I raised my gaze to the sky, utterly stunned. 7 figures hovered in midair, their eyes fixed intently upon me. The man standing in the center of the 7 spoke slowly. "Come with us." Haha. In a forest of another realm, I was panting heavily, wounds appearing on my body. Those 7 individuals were none other than the top 7 of Shiyu, the strongest being the leader, known as Collapse. I never anticipated I would find myself in such a predicament. Leaning against a tree, I chuckled, realizing that even with my first form activated, I had barely escaped from those 7. It would be wise not to linger in battle. I smiled and prepared to depart, but the moment I stood, I was immediately locked on by a powerful aura. They had pursued me again? I looked up at the dark red sky and spoke softly. No sooner had the words left my lips than several figures appeared in midair. "You'd best come along willingly," the leading man said slowly. He was Collapse. I exhaled a heavy breath, regarding them with a faint smile. "If you can achieve that, I want to utter a word." Collapse, upon hearing this, retorted angrily. "Are you provoking us?" "Who knows?" I replied with a smile. "In that case, do not blame us." Collapse lowered his voice, speaking deliberately. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from midair. When he reappeared, he stood behind me, delivering a kick to my ribs without a moment's hesitation. However, my reflexes were not lacking. The instant he approached, I activated absolute defense, yet it soon faltered. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated as my absolute defense crumbled. Collapse's kick struck my ribs. Phew! I spat a mouthful of blood, crashing into a distant rock. Bang! I smashed into the rock, stirring up a cloud of dust. How utterly disgraceful. I scoffed amid the dust, gradually rising to my feet, my expression shifting as I regarded Collapse and the others. I had yet to employ this technique. I wondered what the outcome would be. I smiled, and a tremendous force erupted within me. Sensing the terrifying power, Collapse's expression changed as he charged towards me. "Something feels off," a man standing with Collapse remarked seriously. Indeed, just as he spoke, an extraordinary scene unfolded. My body began to undergo a transformation. Golden runes spread across me, reminiscent of the time I first emerged from my cocoon. It had been so long since I experienced such a sensation. I whispered softly. At that moment, Collapse had already arrived before me, throwing a punch. Boom! The surroundings were instantly reduced to ruins, as if struck by a meteorite. Yet, Collapse stared in shock at what lay before him. How could this be? The other 6 gazed in astonishment at Collapse's position. For, remarkably, I had effortlessly received Collapse's punch. Is this truly the leader of Shiyu? I murmured. Hearing this, Collapse's fury ignited, and in the blink of an eye, he stood several dozen meters away from me. You there? Why are you still watching from the back? Collapse coldly demanded. The man hovering in midair chuckled softly, replying, My apologies, I momentarily forgot. The man before us is none other than Xuanli, the second-ranked member of the Shiryao. With a subtle smile, he remarked, It is time to commence, brothers. Understood? The remaining 5 members displayed expressions of exhilaration. Shall we all engage together? I replied nonchalantly, reflecting for a moment before chuckling again. Perhaps this was indeed preferable, sparing us the waste of time. The Shiryao consists of 10 individuals, each assigned a code name, which can only be bestowed upon those possessing considerable strength. The codenames of the Shiryao are ranked from highest to lowest in terms of power. Benghuai, Xuanli, Saifu, Shunpan, Gongping, Gongjing, Tianzai, Rinhua, Tianlong, and Tiango. Presently, the source of Rinhua and Tianzai is none other than our protagonist, Lu Zhe. Permit me to elucidate at that moment. Lu Zhe had just transformed Luxifa into a spectacular firework display. His heart brimmed with joy as he contemplated fleeing, eager to plunge into the rift in space and escape. He was but a step away from home, yet lo and behold, a figure appeared, seemingly teleporting right before him. For those who are familiar, this is Luxifa, indeed. The very Luxifa. He stood there unharmed, as though nothing had occurred. With a nonchalant flick of his finger, he sent Lu Zhe hurtling away. The force was tremendous. Lu Zhe was launched like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and leaving a massive indentation, blood spewing forth. Luxifa feigned indifference, asserting that Lu Zhe could not escape and should accompany him. What temper does our protagonist possess? Wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze sharpened like a blade. He declared his intention to leave, unimpeded by anyone. Luxifa, amused, remarked that Lu Zhe was the first to speak to him in such a manner. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Zhe retaliated with 2 enchanted daggers, one thrusting forward and the other stabbing from behind. This maneuver was indeed impressive. It drew blood from Luxifa, who, momentarily stunned, muttered something about the power of rules. Yet, being the king he swiftly comprehended the situation. In the next instant, he appeared behind Lu Zhe, embracing him tightly from behind. I thought to myself, this is not the right dynamic. What is this tragicomic tale of love and conflict? Lu Zhe struggled to break free, but to no avail. Then, the most explosive moment unfolded. Luxifa held him close, allowing Lu Zhe's own dagger to pierce through both of them. I was left aghast. Luxifa whispered into his ear, expressing growing interest in him. This fellow undoubtedly harbored some peculiar XP. The impact rendered our protagonist momentarily incapacitated, his eyes vacant. Sensing the shift in energy, Luxifa hastily released him. In the next heartbeat, a surge of dark energy erupted from Lu Zhe, transforming his eyes to a blood-red hue. The blackening mode 20 was activated. Luxifa was rendered speechless, engulfed by an unprecedented fear. The darkened Lu Zhe exuded an aura of dominance. He cast a cold glance at Luxifa and uttered 6 words. Stand there and do not move. Astonishingly, Luxifa found himself immobilized, watching helplessly as Lu Zhe leisurely walked into the spatial rift, vanishing from sight. By the time he regained his ability to move, Lu Zhe had long since disappeared. The scene shifted to the Wa de Lu, where Elder Xuan awaited anxiously, nearly turning to stone from anticipation. Suddenly, Lu Zhe tumbled from the rift, bloodied and on the brink of unconsciousness. With a hasty warning to flee, he collapsed. Without hesitation, Elder Xuan scooped him up and dashed away. When Lu Zhe eventually regained consciousness, he found himself back in the dormitory of Shrek Academy. His younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu, rushed to embrace him, overwhelmed with joy at his return. Yet, Lu Zhe's pallor was reminiscent of paper. Concerned, Xiaoyu inquired about his condition, to which Lu Zhe stubbornly replied that he was fine. After a lengthy conversation, Lu Zhe revealed that due to certain circumstances, he would be assuming the role of a teacher for the Shrek 7 monsters in the Inner Academy. That evening, alone in the bathroom, Lu Zhe wore an icy expression. The wound on his chest, a result of being pierced, continued to bleed. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Luxifa, you shall pay for this. After tending to his wound, he lay upon his bed, his consciousness sinking into the depths of his spiritual sea. I must tell you, his mental realm, once a resplendent palace, now resembled a haunted house, drenched in blood-red hues. Approaching the throne, he experienced a moment of clarity. Within that throne lay an ultimate cheat known as absolute truth. Whoever possessed it could wield the power to alter reality. But at the cost of becoming a puppet of truth. What temperament does our protagonist possess? Become a puppet? Absurd. He would not indulge such a vile habit. He struck the throne with a forceful punch, shattering it to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the entire spiritual realm began to collapse. Countless blood-red runes surging into his mind, the agony unbearable. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he heard a sinister laugh. I can once again intervene in this world. Upon reopening his eyes, he found his brother, Lu Xiaoyu, weeping on his chest. When Xiaoyu discovered Lu Zhe had concealed his injuries, he was enraged and delivered a punch to his chest. The blow caused Lu Zhe to spew blood anew, his 7 orifices bleeding profusely, and he promptly fell unconscious. Thus, he was thrust from the pinnacle of power back to the novice village, his character rendered obsolete. Elder Xuan, upon arrival, was taken aback and hurriedly transported him to the Sea God Pavilion for rescue. In the depths of his unconsciousness, Lu Zhe's consciousness returned to the shattered darkness of his mind. That eerie laughter echoed once more. A dark red phantom materialized before him, greeting him with a mischievous tone. "Greetings, Lu Zhe." When Lu Zhe inquired about its nature, the specter smirked. "Firstly, I am not merely an entity. I am Jinli. Secondly, I am you, yet you are not me. In simpler terms, you are my vessel. Your body now belongs to me." I must say, the tone was so infuriating that I felt compelled to reach through the screen and deliver a punch. Jinli further explained that all his powers, including the power of rules and paradoxes, were granted by him. Now, Lu Zhe's soul power had been entirely depleted, rendering him utterly powerless to manipulate him. This entity conjured an illusion, transporting Lu Zhe back to the towering edifices of the 21st century, appealing to his emotions. It promised that if he agreed to the transaction and relinquished his body, his strength would be restored immediately. Lu Zhe remained silent for an extended period before coolly turning away. "I refuse. I would rather be an ordinary person than become someone else's puppet." Is that not impressive? One must ask, is that not impressive? Jinli was momentarily taken aback, ultimately leaving him with a parting remark. "One day, you will agree," before expelling Lu Zhe's consciousness. When Lu Zhe awoke again, he found himself in a room within the Sea God Pavilion, having slept for an entire month. Elder Xuan visited him, confirming that his soul power was indeed gone. His golden pupils had turned to ordinary black, and the impressive runes upon his hands had vanished. Yet Lu Zhe smiled, as if having come to terms with his fate, stating that being an ordinary person was not so bad. Subsequently, his younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu, was summoned. Upon seeing his brother awake, he was filled with excitement. However, when he realized Lu Zhe had truly lost his soul power, his spirits plummeted, though he quickly regained his determination, declaring, "Brother, I will protect you from now on." As the brothers strolled by the Sea God Lake, Lu Zhe appeared truly like a resigned, ordinary man, exhibiting an unusual calmness. The following morning, Lu Xiaoyu left for class, leaving Lu Zhe alone in the dormitory. In an instant, his smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor as he addressed the empty room. "It is about time for you to emerge, is it not?" No sooner had the words left his lips than that infuriatingly mischievous laugh resounded once again, and Jinli's red phantom floated forth. Lu Zhe cut to the chase. "What must I do to expel you from my body?" The truth circled around him, grinning as it proclaimed, "I shall not depart. You are left with but 2 choices. Either acquiesce to the transaction or allow me to remain by your side until you relent." Lu Zhe's gaze was as frigid as ice. "What if I refuse to choose?" I assure you, that was quite audacious. The self-proclaimed truth, unfazed by my retort, merely chuckled, sending chills down my spine, and declared, "You will make a choice." In that moment, my fiery temper flared, and I contemplated retorting with a dismissive, "Who do you think you are?" Yet, he offered me no opportunity for a comeback. His mocking tone resurfaced. "Let us do this. Seeing your pitiable state, I shall grant you a taste of sweetness, lest you perish before a transaction. That would indeed be a loss for me." With that, he vanished in an instant. Not even a chance to decline was afforded to me. Once he departed, I hesitantly assessed my own body. To my astonishment, the power within me had transformed entirely. The familiar soul force had dissipated, replaced by a concept entirely foreign to me, known as the power of paradox and the power of rules. Ah, is this a form of earnest? I chuckled coldly. Yet, truth be told, this sensation was rather pleasant. Regardless of his schemes, at least I had regained the means to overturn the table. But what could he possibly seek? A bold conjecture flitted through my mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. It was too early to ponder such matters. The chessboard had only just been set, so why rush? I would indulge in this game slowly with them. A month passed in the blink of an eye. What had I done during this time? I had idled away the hours. To encapsulate it in one word, leisure. Everyone in the academy presumed me to be a wastrel, and I relished the tranquility. Spending my days in the dormitory, eyes closed in meditation, secretly familiarizing myself with this newfound external aid. One evening, my younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu, returned home. Without uttering a word, he plopped down on a small stool beside me, fixated on me with an intense gaze. I did not lift my eyelids, but inquired, "You returned quite early today?" Upon hearing my voice, he instantly broke into a brilliant smile. I opened my eyes, curious. "Did you come into some money? You seem quite cheerful." He paused momentarily, then, as if presenting a treasure, declared, "I have been selected for the inner academy ahead of time." "Oh, splendid." I chuckled, ruffling his hair in congratulations. This revelation delighted him immensely, and he boasted to me for quite some time. Observing his confident demeanor brought me joy as well. As we conversed, a thought struck me. "By the way, there's a grand event in the inner academy soon. You'll have the opportunity to broaden your horizons." I casually mentioned. His interest was piqued, his eyes sparkling. "What event? Can I participate?" "I believe it is called the Sea Goddess Fate." He looked utterly bewildered. "Sea Goddess Fate? What is that?" After contemplating the words Yin Yun had shared with me, I organized my thoughts. In simple terms, it is a large-scale campus matchmaking event. After completing the process, if you fancy someone, you may take them away on the spot. "Oh!" His exclamation nearly caused my head to spin. "Are you calling souls?" I shuddered at his outburst. He stood there momentarily frozen, as if in a glitch, before snapping back to reality, awkwardly chuckling, "And no, it's nothing." "Really?" I regarded him with skepticism. "Yes." He nodded vigorously, his expression betraying his thoughts, as if the words "you are lying" were written across his face. "Fine. What mischief could a young lad harbor?" I grew disinterested in further inquiries. However, shortly thereafter, he timidly approached me, fidgeting. "Brother, may I ask you something?" "Speak." "That, Sea Goddess Fate, will you participate?" I was momentarily taken aback. Who could understand the predicament? I, a universally acknowledged wastrel, attending a matchmaking event? Wasn't he that akin to willingly seeking humiliation? Yet, seeing his anxious demeanor ignited my playful spirit. I feigned a troubled expression and sighed. Alas, I had no intention of attending, but a friend has earnestly invited me. It would seem rather rude not to go. No sooner had I spoken than Lu Xiaoyu erupted. He seized my collar, his eyes reddening, and shouted, "No! I forbid you from participating in that ridiculous Sea Goddess Fate." "Absolutely not." Good heavens, what an intense reaction. I was left utterly bewildered. I quickly raised my hands in surrender. "I was merely jesting, just playing around with you." Upon hearing this, his tense muscles gradually relaxed, yet he clung to me resolutely. And after a prolonged silence, he softly muttered, "All right." I bore no ill will towards him. Instead, I ruffled his hair and said, "Very well. I have matters to attend to tonight, so you should rest early." As I prepared to leave, my wrist was suddenly gripped tightly. He had caught hold of me once more. "I want to go too." His determination was unwavering. "I will simply meet a few friends and return swiftly." "No, I want to meet your friends. Stay at home and be good. Tell me what you wish to eat, and I will bring it to you." "No, I want to go." Ultimately, I could not withstand his persistence and had no choice but to bring along this little tale of his. Night fell heavily as we walked along the small path of the inner academy. He trailed closely behind me, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "Brother, who exactly are you going to meet?" "You will know when we arrive," I replied without turning back. "Oh," he elongated the word, clearly displeased. Before long, we reached the dining hall of the inner academy. As soon as we entered, we spotted a few individuals approaching us from afar. Lu Xiaoyu instantly became vigilant, akin to a hen protecting her chicks. A blue-haired youth approached me with a smile. "Greeting, Lu Gu, you've arrived. You had a long time no see." I responded with a smile. Upon realizing we were acquainted, Lu Xiaoyu's alarm subsided. He tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "Brother, is he your friend?" "Yes. He was my teammate, Hu Yuhao." Hui Hao observed my brother with curiosity, smiling as he asked, Lu Gu, the sea goddess fate is imminent. Will you be participating? Before I could respond, my brother interjected loudly, as if to ensure everyone within a 10-mile radius could hear. No, my brother is not participating. In that instant, every gaze in the dining hall turned towards us, expressions seemingly conveying, dude, is it really that serious? I felt my embarrassment reach new heights. Desperately trying to hold down his head while smiling at the crowd. Please disregard him. My brother is just like that, a bit of a handful. The following day, I arrived punctually at the Sea God Pavilion. Upon entering, the atmosphere was so tense one could almost taste the heaviness in the air. With all the veterans appearing as if they were attending a funeral, a sense of foreboding gripped my heart. Xian Lao, has there been an incident with the spatial rift? I inquired directly. Xian Lao sighed, further deepening the oppressive atmosphere of the room. He spoke solemnly. Yes, the aura from within the spatial rift is growing stronger. It seems something is about to emerge. Upon hearing this, my expression shifted. Immediately evacuate all personnel stationed there. What do you mean? A veteran asked, puzzled. Is what lies within truly that terrifying? I met his gaze and replied, word by word, I can only tell you that if whatever is inside emerges, this continent will transform into a nightmarish Elden Ring server. No one will survive. This revelation left everyone stunned. Xian Lao decisively commanded, proceed as Lu Zhe has advised. Evacuate everyone. Xian Lao, do you trust him so readily? What if? There is no what if. Suan Lao in Tezu. Lu Zhe is the only one who has emerged alive from within. It is better to believe in this than to dismiss it. The veterans fell silent. After a moment, someone asked me, Lu Zhe, what happens after everyone has evacuated? What is the next step? I took a deep breath, my expression grave. I will go and resolve it. You are insane. Xian Lao slammed the table first. Your soul force has been rendered useless. How is this any different from seeking death? I have compelling reasons to go. I replied calmly yet resolutely, and since I dare to say this, I certainly have my methods. Xian Lao wished to voice further objections, but ultimately relented. I shall accompany you. Should things go awry, I can still bring you back. I firmly refused, declaring that anyone who ventured forth would meet certain death. There was no need to sacrifice themselves. As my words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the Haishingu. Without granting them a chance to respond, I turned on my heel and departed, leaving behind a solitary statement. Remember, I do not act for the continent. I act for myself. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Lu Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, informed me that he was on the verge of reaching the rank of sole emperor and implored me to commend him. I smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair. Though my heart ached, after much internal struggle, I posed a question. Xiaoyu, if one day I were to vanish without a trace, what would you do? His smile faded instantly, replaced by a forced grin as he responded, Bro, what are you joking about? I gazed into his eyes and pressed further. What would you do? Of course, I would search for you. He answered without hesitation, to the ends of the earth, until I find you. I offered a faint smile and chose silence thereafter. That night, while he slept, he clutched me tightly in his dreams, softly murmuring, Don't leave me. Little did he know, I spent the entire night awake, staring at the ceiling, consumed by 3 words, I'm sorry. The following morning, Lu Xiaoyu awoke to an empty space beside him. Bro, Lu Zhe. His calls echoed through the dormitory, and he finally grasped that I had truly left. Curling up on his bed, tears streamed down his face. Why? At that moment, I was already walking along the path outside Shrek City. I glanced back towards the academy, my gaze resolute. Truth, come forth. I know you're watching. The familiar, eerie laughter resonated beside me, and his figure materialized out of thin air. Have you made your decision? I hesitated for a moment before slowly articulating, I agree. Let us trade. His joy was palpable as he swiftly approached, pressing his forehead against mine. An ominous crimson energy enveloped me in an instant. When I opened my eyes once more, my once deep black irises had transformed into a foreboding scarlet, and my silver hair had turned jet black. You are now my vessel, Truth's voice echoed in my mind. Laced with a mischievous tone, all my powers are at your disposal. I merely nodded in acknowledgement and strode towards the rift in space without looking back. I understood that my own power was insufficient to contain what lay within. To protect Xiaoyu and ensure he could live safely in this world, this was the sole method. On the vast expanse above Beloa Dalu's great chasm, I gazed down at the distorted rift, my scarlet eyes devoid of emotion. Are you eager to proceed? I whispered. Yet I did not descend immediately. Instead, I sought a place to quietly await the opportune moment. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, my brother had isolated himself in his room for an indeterminate period, nearly reaching his breaking point. Until today, when Xian Lao pushed open his door. Upon seeing that the visitor was not me, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned icy. Disappointment and resentment evident in his demeanor. "Do not call me Xiaoyu," he stated coldly. "That name is not for everyone to utter." Xian Lao sighed and laid forth a condition. "If you can lead Shrek to victory in the next Soul Master competition, I will provide you with Lu Zhe's whereabouts." "Very well, I agree." Lu Xiaoyu responded without a second thought. He was taken to the training room, where he encountered Gu Na and Xiao Air. However, he radiated an aura that repelled others. Even Xiao Air's enthusiastic greeting was met with a sharp retort. "If you call me that again, I will kill you." Xian Lao publicly announced that Lu Xiaoyu would serve as the captain for the upcoming Soul Master competition. A golden-haired youth named Dai Huabin immediately protested, stepping forward to challenge him. Xian Lao merely stated the ranks of my brother and Gu Na, one a quasi-Soul Emperor, the other a level 67 Soul Emperor. "Do you think they are inadequate?" Dai Huabin fell silent. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Once Xian Lao departed, he returned to provoke my brother. Lu Xiaoyu, disinterested, gazed out the window, which only incited Dai Huabin's ire, prompting him to launch a punch. What happened next? The punch was effortlessly blocked by Gu Na. Immediately thereafter, Xiao Air stood beside her, protecting my brother. The crowd stood in astonishment, questioning what charm this young man possessed to garner the protection of two celestial beings. At that moment, someone in the crowd murmured, "I recall now. He is the brother of the mightiest Soul Master, Lu Zhe." Enlightenment washed over the crowd. Yet, another voice chimed in. "However, I heard that Lu Zhe seems to have become crippled recently, having lost his soul power." Bang! Before the words could fully escape, Lu Xiaoyu's figure vanished, and in the next instant, the speaker was forcefully pressed into the ground, blood spurting forth. In that moment, my brother's state was unmistakable. He was not subdued. He seethed. "What did you say?" As he gripped the man's neck, his expression ferocious enough to devour him whole. Had Gu Na and Xiao Air not intervened, that man would have met his end right then and there. Yet Lu Xiaoyu, consumed by rage, cast him aside. "You should not speak ill of my brother." Fortunately, just in time, Xian Lao arrived, invoking our agreement to restore a semblance of reason to him. Lu Xiaoyu glared menacingly at the half-conscious figure beneath him before turning to leave. From that day forth, the entire academy was aware of a new rule. One could discuss any individual behind their back, but absolutely, under no circumstances, must they utter a single word about his brother in Lu Xiaoyu's presence. Nearly half a month later, at the Great Canyon, I sensed the moment was ripe. I leaped, plunging into the rift once more. Standing before the spatial tear, I had fully mastered the two new powers. I raised my right hand, and the forces of rule and paradox began to swirl. The principle was simple. Use paradoxes to counter reality, then anchor the paradoxes with rules, akin to applying an impossible patch to the fabric of reality. Erase. As my command echoed, an invisible force enveloped the entire rift. The terrifying scar that had torn through space began to visibly dissipate and heal. Watching the void restore itself, I finally exhaled in relief. Yet, just as I prepared to depart, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. I had yet to catch my breath when a thunderous roar erupted behind me, shaking the very fabric of space. An overwhelming force exploded forth. Slowly, I turned, my expression unwavering as I stared into the cloud of dust. My mind fixated on a single thought. Has it not perished yet? Ha ha ha. Sure enough, from within the smoke came a raucous laughter, brazenly flaunting its audacity as if it relished in its own arrogance. As the dust settled, 7 figures emerged, standing before me as if strutting down a runway. The leader, named Chimpan, upon spotting me, lit up with excitement akin to a wolf catching sight of prey, exclaiming, "I never expected this. What a narrow path for enemies." I couldn't help but smile at that, my lips curling. Indeed, it is rather narrow. Just as we seemed poised to clash, another, named Beng Huai, swiftly intervened, restraining Chimpan. Chimpan, agitated, protested, "What are you doing, Beng Huai? That kid is right there. If we eliminate him, we can return home with our heads held high." Beng Huai's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on me, warning, "Do not act recklessly. That kid is somewhat different now. Those who understand will know." The leader's keen perception was not to be underestimated. Regrettably, it was too late. I did not afford them the opportunity for idle chatter. In a flash, I charged forward, uttering but 2 words, erase. An invisible wave of energy surged forth, akin to a shockwave operating in stealth mode, directly engulfing all 7 of them. The swiftness of those fellows was truly remarkable. They instantly sensed the dread of this entity, darting about like frantic rabbits in a desperate attempt to evade. They indeed managed to escape. However, when they turned to gaze upon the spot I had just attacked, the 7 of them, with their 14 eyes, were frozen in place. The area I had struck was left with a substantial chunk of both space and matter devoured entirely, leaving nothing behind. Quite nimble, I noted. As I observed their ghostly expressions, my amusement only grew. At this juncture, even the one called Shinpan dared not shout, his muscles tensed as if preparing for an examination. Fully alert and vigilant, a sudden curiosity seized me, prompting me to pose a straightforward inquiry. I simply wish to know how the power you derive from others' charity compares to my own strength. Upon uttering this question, the expression of the one named Beng Huai shifted drastically. This matter was their core secret. How could I possibly know? In the following moment, I regarded them as if issuing a command so simple it was almost trivial. Remain stationary. As soon as the words left my lips, a miracle transpired. The 7 before me, including the mightiest Beng Huai, were instantly paralyzed as if struck by a spell, rendered utterly immobile. Shinpan's eyes bulged in disbelief, filled with astonishment. I approached them leisurely, akin to strolling through my own garden, relishing their futile attempts to move. It was utterly laughable. I shook my head and delivered a solid kick to Shinpan's abdomen. With a resounding thud, he was propelled like a cannonball, embedding himself into the rock face of a nearby canyon, leaving an indentation in his wake. At the moment he was flung away, the restraints on the remaining 6 were lifted. To my surprise, Beng Huai exhibited remarkable decisiveness. The first thing he did upon regaining freedom was not to check on his comrades, but to bellow at the top of his lungs. Everyone scatter! This one is beyond our capability. The others, upon hearing this, wasted no time in fleeing, their speed rivaling that of rabbits, vanishing without a trace. I watched their retreating figures with a cold smirk, not bothering to pursue. I turned slowly, my gaze fixated on a large cavity in the rock wall. Coughing up blood, Shinpan crawled out from the hole, and as he regained his footing, he realized the surroundings were desolate. His companions had all fled. The expression on his face transformed from confusion to astonishment, ultimately crystallizing into sheer terror as he saw me advancing step by step towards him. With their escape, there was no alternative. I would have to extract some information from him. I flexed my wrists and spoke slowly. Shinpan was so frightened that his legs felt weak, the alarms blaring in his mind as rationality warned him that the individual before him was nearing the same level of danger as the 7 sins behind them. Do not be so arrogant. He attempted to maintain a facade of bravado, but I merely smiled, closing the distance between us in an instant to confront him face to face. Unable to hold his composure any longer, he succumbed to fear, unleashing a punch aimed at my face. I couldn't be bothered to dodge. I simply uttered 2 words. Kneel. In the next moment, his once mighty fist faltered. His entire body became ungovernable, and with a thud, he found himself kneeling before me. What manner of monster are you? He stammered, lifting his head with great difficulty. His eyes filled with despair. I looked down upon him, cutting to the chase. What exactly is your world? He pressed his lips together, still attempting to resist, angrily retorting. I advise you to release me. Otherwise, the lords of the 7 sins will surely kill you. Upon hearing this, my expression darkened, and without hesitation, I planted my foot on his head, forcing his face into the ground. I have no intention of engaging in idle chatter with you. I intensified my grip and activated my power again. What is your world? Shinpan trembled, and his mouth, seemingly possessed, began divulging uncontrollably. Our world is the world of truth. World of truth? I pondered over this name before continuing my inquiry. Who are the 7 sins? Speak. The despair etched across his face was palpable, as if he wished for death, yet his lips obediently began to recite. There are 7 lords of the 7 sins, the strongest being Lord Lucifer of pride, followed by Lord Leviathan of envy, then Lord Samuel of wrath, Lord Belphegor of sloth, Lord Mammon of greed, Lord Beelzebub of gluttony, and Lord Asmodeus of lust. Each of them is a being akin to a deity. Such valuable information was now at my disposal. I pressed on. Who is the last master of the world of truth? This matter is known only to the lords of the 7 sins. I do not know. He spoke the truth this time. Very well, if you do not know, I shall change my question. Why do you seek to capture the Shensi? According to Lord Banghuai, the Shensi is the child of the last master of the world of truth. Only he can unlock the sealed gates of the world of truth. His face was a mask of despair as he divulged all he knew. Having acquired this information, I lost interest in further inquiries and turned to leave. As I did, Champagne, believing he had narrowly escaped death, sighed in relief. Little did he expect that my final words to him would be, "You may take your own life." With that, I soared out of the canyon without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Champagne, kneeling on the ground, was engulfed by sheer terror upon hearing those words. He realized that his hands had turned against him, constricting his own throat like iron pincers, applying pressure. He attempted to resist, but the little strength he had was long since eradicated, rendering him an ordinary man. The sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him. "Help! Help me!" His cries for salvation echoed weakly in the vast canyon, ultimately resulting in nothing more than a cold corpse left behind. Outside, I soared through the air, my eyes icy and frightening, yet a peculiar smile graced my lips. "Just wait. I shall eradicate each of you one by one." Meanwhile, within the so-called world of truth, in a magnificent palace, the foremost of the seven sins, Lord Lucifer suddenly frowned, sensing the severance of his connection with Champagne. "Is Champagne dead? How intriguing, Luze," he murmured to himself while gazing out at the dim sky. A figure emerged behind him, the second of the seven sins, Lord Leviathan. "Lucifer, when do you intend to deal with that fellow?" Lucifer turned with a smile. "It is still too early. Without the assistance of the Shensi, we cannot breach the barrier left by that individual. Even united, the seven of them could only manage to create a small spatial rift, and they could not pass through themselves, only dispatching subordinates. However, that rift seemed to have been eradicated by the last fellow." Leviathan suddenly recognized a grave issue. Even if Banghuai captured the Shensi, they would not be able to return, would they? "Fear not," Lucifer replied breezily. "I left a contingency for Banghuai, allowing them to return in an instant." He paused, his gaze deepening. "We must ensure the Shensi joins us. Only he can stand against truth." Meanwhile, on the borders of the Sun Moon Empire in Doloa Dalu, a man leaned against a wall in an alley, gasping for breath as if his life depended on it. "That fellow should be unable to catch up now, right? Damn it. How did I encounter such a monster?" Having just cursed, he prepared to turn and flee once more when a chilling voice echoed behind him. "What do you think you are running to?" The man froze, his face turning pale as if he had seen a ghost, trembling as he turned around. There I stood, clad in a black trench coat, with black hair and crimson eyes, coldly gazing at him. "What manner of creature are you?" He was so frightened that he fell to the ground. "I am the harbinger of your demise." I chuckled coldly, advancing step by step towards him. He scrambled to rise and flee, but alas, the opportunity had slipped away. "Halt!" The mere utterance of those two words rendered him as if frozen in time. Approaching from behind, I playfully patted his shoulder, proclaiming, "I told you, escape is futile." Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. "Where's the address of the Shengling Jiao?" "Tell me," I inquired directly. His lips moved uncontrollably. "I do not know." Taken aback for a moment, I pressed further. "Why do you not know? Speak." The Shengling Jiao had relocated due to certain circumstances, and as a member of my rank, I had no knowledge of its new whereabouts. Sighing, I realized he was yet another useless informant. Turning to leave, I waved my right hand gently towards him. Obliteration. A surge of colorless energy enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he, along with his essence, vanished from existence. Remarkable, a complete erasure, leaving no trace behind. "You are indeed ruthless." A figure named Zhenli emerged beside me, grinning mischievously. "My affairs are not yours to meddle in," I replied coldly, exiting the alley without a backward glance. Indeed, I was relentlessly pursuing these nefarious soul masters across the realm. None could survive my encounter. The Shengling Jiao was in disarray, issuing dire orders for its members to commit suicide if targeted, ensuring they would not fall into my hands. Meanwhile, within the new headquarters of the Shengling Jiao, a being known as Banghuai, along with the remaining 8 Yaos, convened in the Grand Hall. Once the revered leader of the Shengling Jiao, Yeshi Shui now knelt humbly before them. "My lords, what may we do for you?" Her tone was steeped in reverence. Banghuai pondered briefly before asking, "Have you received any news about the child I instructed you to investigate?" "Your Excellency," she replied, "the child has yet to be located. However, I have a promising strategy that could lead us to him, the upcoming Continental Youth Soul Master competition." Upon hearing her proposal, Banghuai found it to be indeed a splendid idea. "Very well," he smiled, Should you assist us in finding that child, I shall grant you membership among the 10 Yaos. Upon hearing this, Yeshishue trembled with excitement. Having witnessed their formidable power, aligning with them would ensure an illustrious future. After Yeshishue and her companions departed, Benghuai gazed outside the hall, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Luze, you will undoubtedly pay for your transgressions. Unbeknownst to me, I had arrived in another bustling city within the Ryu Digua. I walked expressionlessly along the lively streets, the incessant chatter of Zhenli echoing in my mind. As I passed a street corner, a silhouette collided with me unexpectedly. That hurt. Came a melodious voice from a young lady. Looking down, I saw a splendidly dressed girl crouching on the ground, cradling her head. Out of courtesy, I inquired, "Are you all right?" To which she glared up at me, exclaiming, "Do you not watch where you are going? You've hurt me." I chuckled, meeting her icy gaze and retorting, "It was you who ran into me, understand?" She initially intended to continue her retort, but upon meeting my frigid stare, she faltered, unable to utter a word. Disinterested in furthering the exchange, I turned to leave. Yet, as I distanced myself, her courage returned, and she shouted at my retreating figure, "What are you so arrogant for? Do you believe I won to obliterate you in an instant?" I paid her no mind as I continued forward. Unbeknownst to me, her words had drawn the attention of someone lurking in the shadows. A man concealed from view remarked coldly, daring to disregard my sister, "It seems this lad is courting death." As I walked the streets, I swiftly sensed the presence tailing me. "Someone is tracking you." Zhenli chimed in with a hint of glee. "I am aware. No need for your commentary," I replied icily, opting for the less crowded alleys. The man following behind felt pleased. The lad is foolishly heading toward the secluded area. This saves us much effort. Soon, I found myself in a dead end. Halting my steps, "I am curious to know how I have offended you," I inquired nonchalantly, my back to them. The leader of the group hesitated before responding with a smirk. "You are rather clever. Since you are so astute, I shall graciously enlighten you." I had no desire to entertain his bravado, turning to face him directly. "Who are you? Speak." Zhenli's power surged forth. The man was unable to resist, readily divulging, "I am Qin Tao of the Qin clan, and these are my attendants." Once he regained his composure, shock washed over him as he covered his mouth. "What is happening to me?" "The Qin clan?" I laughed, pressing further. "Why were you following me?" That uncontrollable sensation surged once more. Qin Tao appeared distraught, but ultimately confessed, "Because you disrespected my sister, I found you intolerable. So it was merely a matter of defending that spoiled girl." Having pieced it together, I turned to leave. Qin Tao, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Do not overstep your bounds. Quickly, eliminate him." Without a moment's hesitation, his Soul King-level attendants charged at me. I regarded them with a smile. Just a few Soul Kings? I slowly raised my hand. Obliteration. The Soul Kings had no time to react before they were consumed by a wave of colorless energy. As the energy dissipated, they vanished without a trace, leaving not even a remnant. "Where are they?" Qin Tao gazed at the emptiness before him, trembling. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with fear. "What manner of monster are you?" I approached him deliberately, and he recoiled in fright. "Do not be afraid," I said with a benign smile. "If you agree to assist me with a single task, I shall spare you." "Really?" He stammered. Indeed, I beamed more brightly. He believed me, struggling to his feet. "How may I assist you?" "Let us dispense with the pleasantries," I replied, my smile vanishing, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Have you ever encountered a nefarious soul master?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tao turned pale, stammering incoherently. "No, answer?" My voice turned frostier. He hastily replied, "And no, I truly do not know, but my father should be informed. He is the head of the Qin clan and possesses vast knowledge." My interest piqued. I chuckled, "Then lead me to your father." Qin Tao dare not refuse, hastily guiding me onward. Soon, we arrived at the Qin estate. He truly was the young master of the Qin clan. He instructed me to wait in the parlor while he sought out his father. No sooner had he departed than Zhenli re-emerged in my mind. "This lad is quite clever." "Speak another word, and I will terminate our arrangement," I warned coldly. I had already seen through his ulterior motives. The power dynamic was yet to be determined. "I fear you not," Zhenli muttered in annoyance, retreating. Just then, Qin Tao re-entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "You sought me?" The man's voice was robust, suggesting a significant presence. I rose, regarding him. "You are Qin Xuan, the head of the Qin clan?" "Indeed," he assessed me. "I am Lu Zhe, here to inquire about matter." Once seated, I got straight to the point. "Are you aware of nefarious soul masters? Or the Shengling Jiao?" Upon hearing those terms, Qin Xuan's expression shifted instantly, his gaze faltering. Sensing an opportunity, I wasted no time invoking my abilities. Reveal all that you know. Chen Xuan shuddered, desperately attempting to resist. But before my power, his soul strength was utterly insufficient. Speak. He could no longer bear the weight of his thoughts, and finally poured out his heart like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. I have encountered individuals from the Shengling Jiao, and it was with their assistance that I achieved my current accomplishments. However, to avoid entanglements, I voluntarily severed ties with them, leading me into a dead end. After hearing this, I stood up to leave. Wait, Chun Xian called after me, trembling as he inquired, why do you oppose Shengling Jiao? They are known as evil soul masters. Oppose Shengling Jiao? I scoffed. You are mistaken. Seeking them was merely incidental. My true pursuit lies with a different group. With that, I turned to exit, only to collide with someone at the corner. It was the same familiar scene, the same familiar person. Why are you here? I exclaimed. It was Chun Guo, the eldest daughter of the Chun family, pointing at me in fury. Are you a stalker? This time, I was not as accommodating as before. I glared at her with icy eyes, my murderous intent unabashed. She immediately shrank back, but still tried to maintain her bravado. I warn you, this is the Chun family. If I shout, I seized her by the throat, lifting her into the air. She gasped for breath, flailing her limbs. You certainly have a lot to say, I remarked coldly. Just as her eyes began to roll back, her father, Chun Xian, rushed out, drenched in sweat, shouting, Stop. For my sake, let my daughter go. Your face seems to hold little weight with me, I replied with a sneer. Observing his almost tearful expression, I chuckled and casually dropped Chun Guo to the ground. You should be grateful for having a good father, I said coldly before turning to walk toward the entrance of the Chen family. After I left, Chun Xian hurried over to support his daughter, asking, Are you all right, Guo? However, Chun Guo kept her head down, trembling uncontrollably. Just when Chun Xian thought she was merely frightened, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light, and excitedly asked, Father, what is that person's name? Chun Xian was taken aback, his heart sinking at her expression. What is his name? Chen Guo repeated. Reluctantly, Chun Xian replied, That young man is named Lu Zhe. You best not harbor any thoughts about him. He is terrifying. Terrifying? I tell you, that word is an understatement. Upon hearing her father's words, Chun Guo transformed like a firecracker, darting back to her room, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her. The scene left Chun Xian outside in a daze, utterly perplexed by his daughter's sudden change. Once inside, Chun Guo dove in her bed, repeating the name Lu Zhe like a broken record, becoming almost entranced. The power within her soul shifted dramatically, unleashing a dark and sticky malevolence that surged forth. I stood at a distance, feeling that ominous energy rise skyward. It was overwhelming. Just as I frowned, my unfortunate partner, Zhenli, materialized in my mind, grinning mischievously. Hee, looks like another little darling is awakening to the sin facet. I could hardly be bothered to lift my eyelids. Speak plainly. Fine, he replied, rolling his eyes. Listen closely. The sin facet is the passport to the 7 deadly sins. If a person's inner mischief, greed, jealousy, or whatnot accumulates enough KPIs, they can be chosen by the sin facet in a sin to become a new sin. I immediately thought of Lucifer and his ilk. What about those 7 from the realm of Zhenli? Oh, the original version, merely the strongest rulers, Zhenli explained cheerfully. However, ordinarily, your novice village world should not spawn such elite monsters. How curious. I was well aware of the underlying truth. It is due to the power of the rules within me. My presence was akin to a super BUG, directly disrupting the foundational code of this world. There can't just be one, can there? I suddenly inquired. Zhenli's smile broadened. You guessed correctly. Do you truly believe there are only those 7 sins? If memory serves, doesn't your divine realm have 7 so-called sin gods? Just chickens pecking at each other. Then, he abruptly shifted his tone, excitement bubbling over. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention a little detail. If too many sin facets emerge, guess what happens? This world will have to be formatted by us, transforming it into the next realm of Zhenli. At that time, dear friends, it will be a cyber hell filled with sin. Isn't that thrilling? Upon hearing this, my expression darkened. The next realm of Zhenli? What a joke. How will my brother Xiao Yu survive in such a world? This matter must be addressed. I immediately found a hotel to stay in, intending to observe what Chen Guo would stir up. The trifling matters of Shengling Jiao could wait. Protecting my brother Xiao Yu was of utmost priority. Zhenli continued to stoke the flames. Don't forget, your brother was born in the realm of Zhenli. Who knows what great sins might be hidden within him? I shot him a glare, the air around us seemingly freezing. You should not jest about my brother. He immediately cowered, raising his hands in mock surrender. All right, all right. Your brother is precious. Your brother is the most important. I'll keep quiet. I'll keep quiet. Meanwhile, the Chun family was in utter chaos. Chun Xian was nearly pulling his hair out. Ever since his daughter returned, she had transformed into a different person. Not only had her powers surged, but her temperament had also become exceedingly violent. When sparring with her brother Qin Tao, it was no longer practice. Each move was aimed at harming him, nearly taking him down multiple times. This led Qin Xian to issue a stern order. No one was permitted to engage with Qin Guo. Qin Tao felt stifled, convinced that this matter was undoubtedly related to me. Thus, he mobilized all available hands to conduct a thorough search of the city, eventually uncovering my whereabouts. That day, I was seated in my hotel room on the top floor when I sensed someone approaching outside. Just as he reached for the doorknob, my voice floated out. Since you're here, come in. Upon opening the door, Qin Tao saw me and became so nervous that his words stumbled. I got straight to the point. What do you want? He scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. It's about my sister. Qin Guo? I inquired nonchalantly. He nodded vigorously. I smiled. Unfortunately, her situation seems beyond my control. Upon hearing this, Qin Tao's face turned pale. He nearly knelt before me. I beg you. You must have a solution, right? Observing his desperation, I spoke slowly. There is a way, but the price is steep. You must consider carefully. What resides within your sister is no trifling matter. If it were to spiral out of control, even your father would be unable to stop it. In that case, the entire Chun family would pay the price. As my words sank in, Qin Tao fell silent. He had experienced his sister's terrifying abilities firsthand. Every word I spoke felt like a hammer striking his heart. Finally, he gritted his teeth. All right, as long as you can save my sister, I am willing to pay any price. Very well, lead the way, I replied, rising to my feet. Before long, I found myself at the entrance of the Chun family, where Qin Xian himself came out to greet me with utmost reverence. I was disinclined to engage in idle chatter and waved my hand for him to take me directly to Qin Guo's room. Upon reaching her door, I sensed something was amiss. The malevolent aura inside was tenfold more potent than what I had sensed earlier. Such rapid change? I was somewhat taken aback. Noticing my serious expression, Qin Xian, trembling, asked, Young brother, is my daughter? I ignored him and directly warned both father and son. You'd best stay back. If a confrontation arises, I cannot guarantee your safety. Hearing this, they dared not utter a word and quickly retreated. Once they were gone, my expression turned completely cold. Truth. What crime does this girl embody? Truth whimsically floated forth. He actually took the initiative to ask me? What a rare visitor. If I'm not mistaken, this young lady is guilty of lust. TSK. It seems she is utterly infatuated with you. Your charm is quite formidable. I chose to ignore her jests, inhaling deeply before forcefully kicking open the door. Upon entering, I heard someone in the corner incessantly calling my name like a wretched soul. Following the sound, I saw Qin Guo curled up there, her entire demeanor awry. Truth, what is her current state? Truth was momentarily taken aback, her tone turning serious for the first time. How could a crime face evolve so swiftly? Evolve? Nonsense. Do you think the seven in the realm of truth are idly sitting by? Crime faces are categorized into 4 tiers: newly awakened, minor crime, major crime, and ultimately, original sin. Logically, this girl has only recently awakened, barely qualifying as the lowest tier, yet she has astonishingly reached the minor crime level. No sooner had she finished speaking than Qin Guo suddenly lifted her head, her eyes bloodshot as she gazed at me, letting out a piercing scream. Lu Zhe, I desire you so much. In the next moment, she lunged at me like a rabid dog. I sidestepped, and she missed her target entirely. Before I could say a word, she scrambled up and charged at me again. I was thoroughly annoyed. Do you understand the consequences of my words? I simply commanded, stay down. With a resounding thud, Qin Guo was instantaneously pinned to the ground by an invisible force, unable to move. Lucia, why are you doing this? She howled from the floor. I lacked any inclination for mercy, stepping closer to place my foot on her head, smiling as I inquired. I'm quite curious. How did you awaken? To my utter disbelief, she managed to forcibly break free from my grasp, seizing my ankle. Her expression was wild, as if she were about to consume me whole. I truly wish to be with you. My gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, I kicked her in the abdomen. Thud! She flew away like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the wall. Yet she seemed impervious to pain, her expression growing ever more frenzied. If I cannot have you, then no one else shall. She roared, her soul rings illuminating instantly. 4. The third soul ring shimmered with purple light. Third soul skill. Heaven strike. She shot toward me like a cannonball, landing a punch directly in my face. The force was extraordinary. With a thunderous roar, the entire room erupted into ruins. I dodged just in time, standing atop the debris, coldly observing the nearly unhinged Chun Guo below, resembling a beast. Her father, Chun Xian, and brother, Chun Tao, were utterly terrified by the commotion, rushing over only to find themselves dumbfounded. Seizing the moment of my distraction, Chun Guo lunged at me once more. Stop! I activated my ability again. As soon as the words left my mouth, she froze midair and then fell straight down, crashing into the rubble. I instantly appeared before her, seizing her by the throat and lifting her up. Now that you have awakened a crime face, your existence only brings harm. I tightened my grip. Lucia, please spare my daughter. Chun Xian cried out from behind. But at that moment, her so-called good brother, Chun Tao, overwhelmed by a surge of compassion, rushed over and snatched her away from my grasp. I gazed at him coldly. Do you know what you're doing? She is my sister. I cannot allow her to perish. He declared resolutely while holding Chunghua. If she lives, you all must die. Just as I was about to continue speaking, a dramatic scene unfolded. Who understands the plight of family? In the next instant, with a swift motion, Chunghua thrust her hand backward, her sharp palm piercing through her brother's chest. Chun Tao coughed up blood, staring in disbelief at his sister in his arms. Meanwhile, Chunghua laughed maniacally. Ha ha! No one could stop me from being with Lu Zhe. Chun Xian caught his son as he was flung aside, utterly shattered. It seemed there was no saving her. I coldly concluded, reappearing before Chunghua, grasping her face, prepared to use paradox to erase her from this world. Wait, Truth suddenly interjected. This girl can still be saved. Use your paradox to erase only the sin within her. I paused for a moment, I understand. But doing so will also eliminate her soul power, martial soul, and even memories. She would be reduced to an ordinary person. Which is more important, power or life? Truth countered. I chuckled, indeed. As soon as I finished speaking, I activated my ability, wrapping Chunghua in an intangible flow of energy. Erase. She let out a heart-wrenching scream. Moments later, I released her, discarding her like refuse onto the ground. Chun Xian hurried over to check, utterly astounded. Her soul power and martial soul have vanished? If I hadn't done this, she would have faced certain death. I coldly remarked, turning to leave. Behind me, I heard Chun Xian's tearful voice of gratitude. Thank you. For him, as long as a child is alive, it surpasses everything else. A year later, a complete upheaval swept across the continent. An unknown malevolent force began to spread among the populace, with the awakened being collectively referred to as sinners. Even ordinary people were at risk of succumbing. At Shrek Academy, the elders were deeply troubled by the situation. Meanwhile, I had returned to Shrek once again. I appeared on the Academy's back mountain, and upon sensing my presence, the elder rushed out. A year apart had altered his gaze towards me, filled with trepidation. You have changed remarkably, he remarked. I smiled faintly, directly inquiring, how has my younger brother been lately? Xiao Yu's quite well, though he constantly mentions you. After exchanging pleasantries, I delved into the topic. I heard those individuals are now referred to as sinners. I informed him that over the past year, I have been exclusively eradicating those fiends. To be precise, they're termed crime faces. Shrek should refrain from getting involved in this murky water. Encountering weaker foes is one thing, but if you were to face a major crime level, your entire group would be doomed. After warning the elder, I instructed him not to inform my brother of my visit and departed. Meanwhile, my younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu, had been utterly despondent since my departure, his face devoid of any smile. Should anyone dare mention my name in his presence, he would erupt in fury. One day, Cho Air came to find him, stating that the elder had summoned a meeting. Once everyone had gathered, the elder directly announced a new mission, due to the emergence of sinners. Our Shrek monitoring team has a new responsibility, which is to monitor those who have strayed into sin. This time, your target for the mission is a sinner in a town on the border of the Xing Luo Empire. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were quietly exchanging sweet nothings while Lu Xiaoyu wore an expression of cold indifference, seemingly uninterested in everything. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaoyu and the youthful group assembled at the entrance of Shrek, preparing to set off. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes were observing everything from a hidden corner. What is the elder thinking? Why is he doing this? The speaker was none other than Lu Zhe, who had met the elder not long ago. At this moment, Lu Zhe was quite perplexed, unable to comprehend the elder's intentions. It must be known that if a major crime were to arise in that place, even Lu Zhe might struggle to cope. The difference between major and minor crimes is not merely one of rank. The leap in power is substantial. However, there was no time for such thoughts now. Lu Zhe did not wish to see his brother come to harm, so he followed closely after their departure. After an undetermined amount of time, the elder and Zhang Lishuan finally brought Lu Xiaoyu and the others to the vicinity of the mission site. Upon arrival, Lu Xiaoyu's gaze was fixated on the grand town before him, his expression grave. "Have you discovered something?" At this moment, Gu Yuna approached him and softly inquired. Lu Xiaoyu, upon hearing her, immediately returned to her senses and replied calmly, "I am uncertain, but I have a profound sense that there exists a perilous presence within this town." Gu Yuna's expression grew solemn upon hearing this, as she found no reason to doubt Lu Xiaoyu's words. At that moment, Xian Lao slowly turned to face them, smiling as he said, "All right, children, we have arrived at our destination. Let us proceed into the town to carry out our mission. How shall we execute it?" Xiao cheerfully asked. "We will first settle into the town, and during the following period, we shall conduct investigations," Zhang Luxian clarified. Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of delight. For according to Zhang Luxian, Xian Lao would not restrict their movements as long as their investigations were thorough. Subsequently, under Xian Lao's guidance, they entered the town. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, who had just arrived, wore a grave expression. "Oh dear, it seems your brother and his companions are in grave peril." Zhang Li naturally emerged from within Lu Zhe. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Lu Zhe did not deny it, for the statement rang true. He had not anticipated that two major sins would manifest simultaneously in such a town. Zhang Li did not respond immediately, instead fixating intently on the town before them. Although others could not perceive the aura emanating from the town, he could see it clearly. "No," Zhang Li finally said earnestly. Lu Zhe, confused, inquired, "What do you mean?" "There are not merely two major sins within this town. There are at least 5. Zhang Li's countenance was serious, indicating he was not jesting. However, Lu Zhe found it hard to believe, thinking it impossible for 5 major sins to exist in one location. "Are you joking? Major sins are quite rare, are they not?" Lu Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Li then revealed a bittersweet smile and slowly responded, "I am also uncertain. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation." "You have never faced this before?" Lu Zhe asked. Zhang Li nodded in affirmation. Observing Zhang Li's demeanor, Lu Zhe began to comprehend the nature of the threat his brother was about to confront. While the awakening of ordinary individuals to major sins might be manageable, the awakening of high-level soul masters could prove insurmountable. After all, Lu Zhe's strength was only on par with major sins, and although Zhang Li's abilities could affect major sins, they could not be sustained for long. As for the power of rules, it was directly proportional to the world's regulations. Only by disqualifying those who govern the rules could Lu Zhe's power of rules be enhanced. Due to the paradoxical energy within him being restricted by the power of rules, he was unable to unleash the true potential of the paradox. Otherwise, Lu Zhe could easily obliterate Zhang Li's world. Moreover, the power of rules for Lu Zhe was merely an auxiliary ability, capable of correcting all his internal forces but unable to rectify anything external to himself. In summary, Lu Zhe's current strength could no longer be measured by soul power, as his martial soul and soul power had been modified by the power of rules. In terms of strength, he was only comparable to major sins, far from the original sin. However, the strength of major sins had long surpassed that of Limit de Law, though the exceptionally gifted Limit de Law could still contend with major sins for a time. It seemed that it was time to take this seriously, Lu Zhe remarked thoughtfully as he gazed at the town before him. Inside the town, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions settled into a hotel under Xian Lao's guidance. After a brief period of organization, Xian Lao began to assign tasks. With Xian Lao's distribution, the original 15 individuals were divided into 5 groups of 3. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyu teamed up with Gu Yuna and Xiao, while Hui Yu Hao remained with Wang Dong, accompanied by Xiao Xiao. After an explanation from Zhang Luxian, Lu Xiaoyu's group learned that the town was named Qian Yuan Cheng, one of the larger towns within the Xing Luo Empire. "All right, now that our roles are clear, let's rest early. Tomorrow, we shall commence our inspection tasks," Xian Lao said slowly, looking at the group. Lu Xiaoyu and her companions did not hesitate and promptly returned to their respective rooms. After they had retired, Xian Lao made his way alone to a nearby park outside the hotel. "I knew you would come," he said after sensing a familiar aura. The visitor was none other than Lu Zhe. Xian Lao, I am curious as to why you suddenly decided to bring my brother and his companions here for inspection tasks. Lu Zhe stated as he approached Xian Lao. Xian Lao was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, the thing is... All right, no need to elaborate. Lu Zhe interrupted before Xian Lao could finish. The abrupt interruption left Xian Lao feeling quite embarrassed. However, Lu Zhe was unfazed and earnestly declared, I understand you are considering the continent's well-being, but this is no joking matter. I cannot guarantee that everyone will return safely. My only concern is for my brother. With that, he turned his back and departed without looking back. Left in place, Xian Lao fell into contemplation, unsure if he had truly made a mistake this time. Yet, he soon calmed himself, for he had great faith in his own abilities. Even if they could not accomplish this task, he believed he could lead the children to safety. At least, that was his belief, though he remained unaware of the horrifying entities concealed within the town. Meanwhile, in the realm of Zhenli, within the palace where Lu Fa resided, the 6 sins were gathered before him. Lu Fa, you must be sensing it, right? Leviathan, the sin of envy, slowly spoke. After this remark, the room fell silent. Lu Fa, upon hearing it, slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he replied. And what of it? None of us can leave. But what if the collapse fails to complete the tasks we entrusted them with? Leviathan expressed concern. To everyone's surprise, Lu Fa let out a hearty laugh. Fear not. I believe the collapse can sense the changes in that world, and their true powers should soon be restored. As for Lu Zhe, as long as he survives, that is all that matters, Lu Fa said with a smile. The other 6 sins fell silent at his words, for he was currently the strongest among them. Since he had such faith in the collapse, what reason did the others have to doubt? Chapter 68. The game begins. Within Xian Yuancheng, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions had commenced their respective tasks. Divided into groups of 3, Lu Xiaoyu's team assisted with the investigation in the northern district of Qian Yuancheng. Lu Xiaoyu, what are your thoughts on this mission? Gu Yuna gently inquired. Lu Xiaoyu replied calmly. This mission will undoubtedly be perilous. We must exercise utmost caution. Indeed, Gu Yuna nodded in agreement. Upon arriving in the northern district, the trio separated to carry out their tasks. Within a tall building, Lu Zhe leaned against a window, observing Lu Xiaoyu's every move. Your brother appears to be quite extraordinary, he noted. At this moment, Zhenli emerged, laughing. Lu Zhe, upon hearing his words, displayed little emotional change and slowly replied, So what? Regardless, he is still my brother. With a chuckle, Zhenli vanished into Lu Zhe's body. Lu Zhe then resumed observing all of Lu Xiaoyu's actions. On the streets of a northern district, Lu Xiaoyu was inquiring with passers-by. Initially, there seemed to be nothing unusual, but soon he noticed a peculiar figure behaving oddly. He decided to follow. When Lu Zhe realized that Lu Xiaoyu was tracking someone, he felt a sudden surprise and immediately pursued after him. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu followed the figure into a small alley. Upon entering the alley, he discovered that the person he was tracking had vanished. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Xiaoyu quickly reacted. He turned and exited the alley, soon returning to the street. However, the next moment, something utterly unexpected occurred. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? A familiar voice sounded from behind Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly turned to look. There stood a silver-haired, golden-eyed youth. Smiling, it was none other than Lu Zhe. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, somewhat incredulous, but still excitedly rushed toward Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe smiled and patted his back, then continued, Did you come here on a mission? Lu Xiaoyu, seeing Lu Zhe, had no time for contemplation and directly replied, Yes, Xian Lao sent us to investigate this city. I see. Lu Zhe's expression turned slightly peculiar. However, Lu Xiaoyu paid no heed, gravely asking, Brother, where have you been all this time? Well, Lu Zhe responded. Coming back to his senses, I've actually been living in this city. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu noticed something was off about their surroundings, as the once clear sky had now grown dim. Brother, don't you feel like the environment is changing? Lu Xiaoyu said gravely. Lu Zhe, seemingly unaware, replied, Is there a change? Perhaps it's just going to rain. Observing Lu Zhe's awkward smile, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but grow suspicious. You've changed so much. Lu Xiaoyu questioned with a stern face. Upon hearing this, cold sweat began to bead on Lu Zhe's forehead, further solidifying Lu Xiaoyu's thoughts. Just as he prepared to take action, an unexpected event transpired. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous noise, a massive monster suddenly emerged from shop on the street where Lu Xiaoyu stood. Lu Xiaoyu could distinctly sense the horrific power of the creature before him. He quickly grabbed Lu Zhe and ran away. However, the monster relentlessly pursued them, nearly catching up when, at a critical moment, a figure blocked its path. "You two go ahead. I'll handle this monster," spoke a man wearing a smiling mask, his voice indicating he was male. Lu Xiaoyu had no time to think and pulled Lu Zhe away as they fled. Meanwhile, the masked man fixed his gaze on the monster. "Little sin?" he murmured. No sooner had he spoken than the monster charged at him. The masked man reacted swiftly, dodging the beast's ferocious leap. "Zhenli, do you know what this monster is?" the masked man asked. He, a laugh sounded as Zhenli slowly emerged from within the masked man. "This is what happens when those awakened by sin are devoured by their own transgressions. There's no saving them. Is that so?" The masked man replied meaningfully, standing atop the monster, staring coldly at it. "Such deep transgressions," he murmured. "Supergravity, tread." The masked man lifted his foot high and then brought it down hard upon the monster's head. Bang! The creature had no time to respond before the masked man stomped it into the ground. Dust erupted, and the masked man emerged unscathed from the cloud. The monster, however, was buried deep within the earth. Roar! The creature, trapped underground, allowed a roar before suddenly leaping out. "Kill! Kill!" The monster kept repeating this word, which startled the masked man slightly. Before he could gather himself, the monster appeared right before him, raising its fist high and striking towards him with lightning speed. Super specification power, erase. Boom! With the masked man's command, the monster's powerful punch felt as soft as a sponge against him, causing no pain. "Enough of this. I've played long enough," the masked man said softly. He then raised his right hand slowly, erase. Whoosh! The monster, enveloped in a colorless airflow, instantly vanished without leaving a trace. "Aren't you curious what sin embodies?" Zhenli appeared again. The masked man glanced at him and replied softly, "No need to know." Seeing this, Zhenli could only smile as he disappeared into his body. After dealing with the monster, the masked man headed in the direction Lu Xiaoyu had previously departed, aware that there was a counterfeit Lu Zhe with significant power awaiting him. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu had reunited with Gu Yuna and the others. Upon seeing this Lu Zhe, the two women immediately expressed skepticism. "Who are you?" The first to speak was Chior. Upon first glance at this Lu Zhe, she was filled with doubt. Hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and replied, "I am Xiaoyu's brother. Have you forgotten?" Lu Zhe's answer left Chior momentarily speechless, as she lacked sufficient evidence to prove that this Lu Zhe was not the real one. "Fine, I will temporarily trust you. If you dare to do anything out of line, I will not let you off," Chior warned. Lu Zhe merely smiled in response and walked beside Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Gu Yuna slowly suggested, "Let us regroup with Xian Lao. This town has undergone changes." Lu Xiaoyu and the others did not refuse and expressed their agreement. However, unbeknownst to them, those hiding within the town had been observing all of them closely. "The game has begun, Shrek students." Ha ha ha. Chapter 69. The Emergence of the Great Sin, Jealousy. Zhu, where are you? On a street in Qinyuan City, Dai Huabin was loudly calling for his teammate Zhu Lu. Yet, no matter how he called, he received no response. Damn it! Frustrated by the silence, Dai Huabin felt a surge of anger. Subsequently, he could only walk alone towards the hotel where they were staying. Before parting ways, Xian Lao had warned him that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he must return to the hotel at the earliest opportunity and not linger elsewhere. However, this unexpected turn of events came too swiftly, leaving Dai Huabin with no chance to react. Thus, he pressed on towards the hotel, unaware that a shadow lurking behind the buildings was watching him intently. After what felt like an eternity, Dai Huabin had yet to approach the vicinity of the hotel, a delay that filled him with frustration. What on earth is happening? He murmured to himself. The situation made him feel as though he had stumbled into a labyrinth, unable to find an exit. Just then, as he lamented, a deafening roar erupted from behind him. The sound struck him with terror. He had no idea what creature had produced it. It did not resemble the cries of a soul beast, but rather echoed the howl of a human. What kind of hellish place is this? Panic surged within Dai Huabin as he sprinted towards the hotel, the roar growing ever closer, as if a confrontation was imminent. Sure enough, as he rounded a corner, a man enveloped in dark shadows appeared before him. Driven by curiosity about whether this figure was human or something else, Dai Huabin mustered his courage and inquired, "Uncle, what are you?" Before he could finish, the man unleashed a roar that mirrored the one he had just heard. Overwhelmed by fear, Dai Huabin barely had time to react before the man charged at him like a madman. Instinctively, Dai Huabin unleashed his soul power and hurled a white tiger radiant wave towards the figure. With a resounding crash, the man was sent flying and crashed into the buildings lining the street. Believing the ordeal to be over, Dai Huabin gasped for breath, only to be stunned once more. The man emerged unscathed from the rubble, his pitch-black eyes fixed intently on Dai Huabin. In an instant, he was upon Dai Huabin, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. Gasping, Dai Huabin was propelled backward, spitting blood as he collided forcefully with a nearby wall. When he rose again, his face was etched with horror. This was an unprecedented encounter. The man displayed no signs of soul power, yet possessed speed and strength that far exceeded his own, shattering his understanding of reality. Could this be the sinner the teacher had mentioned? Suddenly, the teacher's words echoed in his mind, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. But there was no time to ponder how to confront a sinner. Dai Huabin resolved to take the simplest course of action, run as swiftly as possible, the farther the better. With that thought, he immediately turned and dashed toward the hotel. The man, however, remained still, as if deliberately allowing Dai Huabin to escape. It seemed the townsfolk had all transformed into such monsters. The situation was dire. Just as the man prepared to pursue Dai Huabin, a low voice resonated from behind him. Upon hearing it, the man spun around in alarm, his expression shifting to one of terror, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Do such monsters feel fear too? The speaker was Lu Zhe, adorned with a smiling mask. Hee, the truth of this world has also emerged. Truth chimed in with a playful tone. Of course, everything fears that which is stronger. And you? Lu Zhe smiled and inquired. To his surprise, Truth's response was exceedingly arrogant. Me? Truth pointed to himself and continued. Don't be ridiculous. I fear nothing, for I am the strongest. No one can threaten me. Lu Zhe let out a cold laugh, then shifted his gaze back to the still terrified man. Truth, noticing this, felt displeased and began to question Lu Zhe. Yet, Lu Zhe paid no heed, his focus unwavering on the man. It was time to attend to business, he stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Truth fell silent and slowly merged back into Lu Zhe's being. The man, sensing Lu Zhe's attention, instinctively knew he must flee. He turned abruptly to escape, but quickly abandoned the idea. Stay right there and do not move. Lu Zhe's voice rang out, and the man, having just taken a step, froze in place. With his body immobilized, the man could only let out a helpless roar. Are you so frightened? Lu Zhe asked with a smile, placing a hand upon the man's shoulder. Eradicate. With a whoosh, a wave of colorless energy passed through, and the man vanished in an instant. Lu Zhe surveyed the surroundings, then coldly remarked, After all this, are you still not going to show yourself? Initially, it seemed Lu Zhe was merely talking to himself, but unexpectedly, a sinister laugh echoed in response. Hee, accompanied by the eerie laughter, another man slowly emerged from the shadows, gazing at Lu Zhe with a grin. I didn't expect you to notice me. How remarkable. Were you? Lu Zhe coldly interrogated, scrutinizing him. The man hesitated for a moment before arrogantly declaring, I am one who has attained supreme divine power. I am now a god. God? Lu Zhe scoffed at the man's proclamation. You are merely an ordinary person awakened to the great sin. What makes you a god? The man fumed with rage at this insult and charged at Lu Zhe. Recognizing the threat, Lu Zhe glanced back at him and uttered, Eradicate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man abruptly halted, then darted to the side in an attempt to escape. Yet, the area where the colorless energy had passed became a void of emptiness. The man was left stunned at the sight before him. Lu Zhe had anticipated that this great sin would be resolved swiftly, but unforeseen events transpired. I desire your power. Become mine. Unbeknownst to him, the man had appeared behind Lu Zhe, his hands infused with a mysterious force. Get down. At that critical moment, Lu Zhe commanded, compelling the man to crash to the ground, and swiftly distanced himself. Truth, can you discern this fellow's uniqueness? Lu Zhe said gravely. Truth's expression mirrored his seriousness. Be cautious. It seems this man has awakened the sin of envy. Envy? Lu Zhe responded, a hint of surprise coloring his tone. If his assumptions were correct, the ability of jealousy should entail the forceful possession of others' abilities, subsequently consuming and claiming them as its own. If this were indeed the case, Lu Zhe might find himself in considerable trouble. The sin of jealousy ranks just below pride, which is the most formidable of the 7 deadly sins. Thus, a person awakened to the sin of jealousy would naturally possess formidable strength. Just as Lu Zhe contemplated this, The man emitted a strange laugh once more and rose to his feet. Your ability is truly remarkable. I must have it, the man exclaimed with a sinister chuckle. It was not unexpected for the man to stand, as Liu Ze was already aware that the power of truth could only exert limited influence over the deadly sins, considering he too possessed merely the strength of a deadly sin. No sooner had the man's words faded than he teleported directly in front of Liu Ze. Fortunately, Liu Ze reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to the man's forehead. 100 tons of strength. Boom, boom, boom. The man was sent flying by Liu Ze's kick, crashing through more than 10 buildings before finally coming to a halt. This is quite troublesome, Liu Ze muttered. His gaze turned icy as he looked at the ruins hundreds of meters away. Wonderful, simply wonderful, the man cackled. In the Grand Hotel of Qianyuan City, Elder Xian was counting heads, but soon realized that several individuals were missing. Has anyone seen Lu Xiaoyu and the others? Elder Xian inquired gravely, glancing at the other students. However, none of the students present had any knowledge of their whereabouts, as they had separated to carry out their tasks. Just as everyone was at a loss, Xiao Xiao burst in, panting heavily. Elder Xian, we need to save Yu Hao and the others. Elder Xian was taken aback and promptly asked for details. With a sorrowful expression, Xiao Xiao recounted, we encountered a powerful sinner while on a mission. Yu Hao and Donger stayed behind to cover my escape. What? Elder Xian exclaimed, quickly commanding. Take me to them. Without further ado, Xiao Xiao led Elder Xian in search of Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Before departing, Elder Xian turned to Zhang Lishuan, his expression serious, and instructed, Lishuan, you stay here and ensure their safety. I shall return shortly. Zhang Lishuan nodded silently in response. Elder Xian swiftly picked up Xiao Xiao and soared into the air. Where are Yu Hao and the others? He asked urgently while in flight. Xiao Xiao raised her hand, pointing toward Area XC. They're over there. Elder Xian nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, in Area XC, Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger were battered and bruised, having encountered the second deadly sin, gluttony, hidden within Qianyuan City. Why is there such a monster here? Hui Yu Hao gasped in frustration. However, gluttony showed no signs of granting them respite, teleporting directly before Hui Yu Hao and delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Boom! Hui Yu Hao was sent crashing into a nearby building, which crumbled into ruins. Coughing, Hui Yu Hao struggled to rise, staring grimly at Gluttony. You're truly weak, Gluttony remarked slowly. Wang Donger, standing behind him, was filled with terror. It was her first encounter with such a creature. And what if I am weak? I have compelling reasons to fight you, Hui Yu Hao proclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gluttony paused, then erupted into laughter. You think you have reasons to battle me? Do not overestimate yourself. At that moment, Gluttony's expression turned icy, and he teleported behind Hui Yu Hao, seizing the back of his head and slamming it into the ground. How laughable to utter such words while being so feeble, Gluttony remarked coolly. He then pressed Hui Yu Hao's face against the ground, dragging him for dozens of meters before carelessly tossing him beside Wang Dong. Yu Hao! Wang Donger rushed to embrace him. Are you all right? Tears streamed down her face. Hui Yu Hao forced a smile, managing to stand with Wang Donger's assistance. It's fine. It's not too serious, he murmured. However, Wang Donger was not naive. Anyone could see the severity of Hui Yu Hao's injuries in his current state. Do you think we can survive this? She asked slowly. Have faith. We will make it back, Hui Yu Hao reassured her. Observing their intimate exchange from a distance, Gluttony's mood soured, and he advanced toward them. I must say, you two seem to lack respect for me, Gluttony remarked as he approached, causing Hui Yu Hao to fall silent. At that moment, Gluttony's terrifying aura erupted, and the two, who had initially contemplated a desperate fight, felt their resolve crumble. Death seemed inevitable. Have you given up? Gluttony laughed upon sensing their despair. Very well. I have grown weary of this. With that, he charged toward Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger, raising his hand as if to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, a figure interposed itself between them. Boom! With an explosive sound, dust erupted where Hui Yu Hao stood. Cease this at once. An aged voice emerged from a haze. Sensing the disturbance, Gluttony retreated slightly, chuckling at last, a worthy opponent has arrived. Moments later, as the dust settled, a familiar figure stood before Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Yu Hao, you two must leave this place. I will handle this monster, the timely arrival of Elder Xian declared. Upon hearing Elder Xian's voice, Hui Yu Hao, who had nearly succumbed to despair, regained his determination. Elder Xian, you enough. Do not say more. This creature is overwhelmingly powerful. Your presence will only hinder me. Quickly return to the hotel with Xiao Xiao. Elder Xian interrupted. Understanding Elder Xian's intent, Hui Yuhao could only grasp Wang Dong'er's hand and follow Xiao Xiao in retreat. Gluttony, displeased by their attempt to flee, charged after them. Fortunately, Elder Xian intervened just in time, averting dire consequences. Your opponent is me, Elder Xian asserted, delivering a punch to Gluttony's face. Boom! Caught off guard, Gluttony was sent flying by Elder Xian's strike, crashing heavily into a building. Now, this is the kind of opponent I desire. Gluttony laughed, emerging from the rubble. Elder Xian, sensing the immense power radiating from Gluttony, steeled himself, remarking, "What a true monster you are. Do not disappoint me, old man." The sin of Gluttony, after finishing his words, charged towards Xian Lao. Upon witnessing this, Xian Lao swiftly reacted, summoning his martial spirit. A formidable soul power erupted from within him, yet it seemed insignificant in the eyes of the sin of Gluttony. In an instant, the sin of Gluttony accelerated, appearing in Xian Lao's blind spot with lightning speed, delivering a knee strike that sent him soaring into the air. How could this be? Xian Lao was utterly astonished. Surely he could not be this weak, even under the circumstances. Just as Xian Lao was grappling with his disbelief, the mocking laughter of the sin of Gluttony echoed once more in his ears. Before Xian Lao could comprehend the situation, the sin of Gluttony seized his head. "Let me have some fun." He laughed recklessly, then hurled Xian Lao into the ruins below. Coughing amidst the debris, Xian Lao felt the overwhelming force for the first time. Even Mu En, who had passed on, might not have been able to inflict such damage. No wonder Lu Zhe forbade me from intervening. It was indeed true, Xian Lao thought as he wiped the blood from his lips. "Old man, is that all you have?" The sin of Gluttony taunted from above. Upon hearing this, Xian Lao did not lose his temper, for he knew that no amount of anger could topple this foe. Thus, he began to strategize his attacks. The two engaged once more, with Xian Lao now taking the initiative. His barrage of strikes fell upon the sin of Gluttony like a torrential downpour. Yet they seemed to inflict little damage. "Old man, can you exert a bit more force? This feels like mere tickling," the sin of Gluttony mocked, then swung a fist that sent Xian Lao flying. Breathless, Xian Lao realized that this adversary was beyond his capabilities. Now, he could only hope to delay as long as possible to allow Hui Yuhao and the others to escape. However, the sin of Gluttony offered no respite. He began to gather power in his hands. Xian Lao was momentarily frozen in shock. "I cannot block this." In that instant, despair enveloped him. This foe was the strongest he had ever encountered, an entity he could not hope to overcome. "Old man, it seems I've had my fill of play. It's time for you to die," the sin of Gluttony proclaimed with a smile, just as the power capable of annihilating a city was about to descend. An unexpected event occurred. Bang! With a resounding crash, the sin of Gluttony was sent flying by the impact of a figure. As Xian Lao processed the situation, a voice rang out, "I told you, this matter is beyond your resolution." Chapter 71. Fighting two great sins, seeking support. Just moments ago, Xian Lao, who had been destined for death, was saved. The sin of Gluttony had been struck down by none other than Lu Zhe, who had just arrived. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, Xian Lao felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "Xian Lao, you are no longer needed here. Quickly return to the hotel and escort them out of the city," Lu Zhe instructed. However, Lu Zhe was in less than ideal condition. His clothing was tattered, and even the mask he wore was shattered. Clearly, he had not fared well against the sin of jealousy. Seeing Lu Zhe's state, Xian Lao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "No need for that. Zhang Lishuan is guarding the child, and all should be well. Though I may not be of much help, it is better than leaving you to fight alone." Yet Lu Zhe sternly rejected his offer. "No, it is more dangerous there. My brother is accompanied by a sin, who is transformed into my likeness." Hearing this, Xian Lao was at a loss for words, but still asked with concern, "Can you handle both of them alone?" Lu Zhe smiled lightly and replied, "Rest assured, I can manage both sins. You just need to hold off the one beside my brother, and I will be there shortly." Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Xian Lao ceased his objections, for the safety of the child was paramount, and he swiftly departed towards the hotel. Once he left, Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened. "Truth, what are our chances of eliminating these two sins?" He whispered. "It's hard to say. After all, you only possess the strength of a sin," Truth replied gravely. "Is that so?" At this point, Lu Zhe fell silent, focusing intently on the sins of gluttony and jealousy. "Wonderful. This is the power I have long desired." A voice echoed from the ruins. Subsequently, two figures emerged into Lu Ze's view. This one seems even stronger than that old man. I'm rather looking forward to this, remarked the sin of gluttony, filled with excitement as if he had taken a stimulant. Without giving Lu Ze a moment to react, he teleported behind him. Let me see just how strong you are, he exclaimed, launching a punch at Lu Ze's back. However, Lu Ze dodged as if he had eyes on the back of his head, instantly teleporting above the sin of gluttony. Supergravity, trample. Without hesitation, Lu Ze stomped down onto the sin of gluttony's back. Boom! The sin was driven into the earth, sending dust swirling into the air. Yet astonishingly, the sin of gluttony appeared to feel no pain, springing back to his feet almost immediately. Seeing this, Lu Ze offered no respite, quickly condensing a stream of colorless energy in his hands. Erasure. Sensing the anomaly, the sin of gluttony barely managed to return to the side of the sin of jealousy just as the colorless energy was about to make contact. What is that power? Why does it instill such dread in me? He pondered gravely. The sin of jealousy, seemingly uninterested in answering, watched Lu Ze with eager anticipation. Ha ha ha. As the sin of gluttony puzzled over the situation, the sin of jealousy unleashed a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "This power is simply perfect. It feels tailor-made for me. Give it to me." With that, he charged at Lu Ze, his terrifying strength locking onto him as he approached, delivering a kick aimed at his ribs. Get down. In a critical moment, Lu Ze activated Truth's ability. Upon hearing the command, the sin of jealousy immediately knelt at Lu Ze's feet, yet he wore a beaming smile, as if relishing the sensation. 100-ton strength. In the next instant, as the sin of jealousy remained on the ground, Lu Ze delivered a powerful kick to his head. Bang! The kicked sin was sent crashing into the buildings of the district, reducing everything in his path to ruins. The sight rendered the sin of gluttony speechless. Just as he began to react, Lu Ze appeared before him. Erasure. A burst of colorless energy surged towards the face of the sin of gluttony. However, at the last moment, he was discovered by the sin of gluttony, yet he still could not evade capture. With a swish, the sin of gluttony escaped, wearing an incredulous expression, as his arm had just been enveloped by a formless stream of energy, vanishing without a trace. The sensation of losing his right arm was overwhelming. Such power was truly formidable. At that moment, the sin of gluttony comprehended the might of this force. Reacting quickly, the besieged Lu Ze fixed his gaze on the sin of gluttony with intense focus. Upon hearing this, the sin of gluttony was instantly filled with rage and remarked with a cold laugh, "Not bad, kid. You managed to take one of my arms. I not only want your arm, but also your life." Lu Ze replied earnestly. Suddenly, he erupted with astonishing speed, charging directly at the sin of gluttony. The strength was immense. Just as Lu Ze rose, the voice of the sin of envy echoed in his ear. Unfortunately, not deadly enough, taunted the sin of envy. Bang! No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Ze felt a devastating blow to his abdomen. Coughing, he was sent flying, struggling to regain his balance mid-air. As he slowly descended, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he fixed his gaze on the attacking sin of envy. You needn't say more, Lu Ze thought, dismissing the sin of envy entirely. He let out a sinister laugh, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the brow of the sin of gluttony. Clearly, Lu Ze was a formidable opponent, remaining emotionless as he proclaimed absolute balance. No sooner had he spoken than two long swords materialized, circling him like loyal hounds. The sin of envy, observing the swords, fell into deep contemplation. Interesting, he scoffed upon regaining his composure. He then resolved to personally experience the might of the long swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonated as the two swords appeared before the sin of envy in an instant. Thud! Caught off guard. One of the swords pierced through his chest. Initially indifferent, he soon realized something was amiss. Spitting a mouthful of blood, the sin of envy stared at Lu Ze in disbelief. What kind of power is this? He questioned, bewildered. Lu Ze offered no answer, for the two long swords had already spoken for themselves. It was evident that they embodied the power of rules, absolute balance, naturally discomforting the sin of envy. Enough of your prattle. Perish, Lu Ze declared, gripping one of the long swords and appearing before the sin of envy. Without hesitation, he swung the sword towards the sin of envy's neck. At that moment, the sin of gluttony finally made his move. Have you forgotten about me, boy? He bellowed in fury. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a powerful kick to Lu Ze's abdomen. Coughing blood, Lu Ze was sent sprawling. Cool, mate. Let us have 100 exchanges. The sin of gluttony boasted. Rising slowly, Lu Zhe glared at him, muttering in frustration, what a hassle. Chapter 72. Crisis inside the Jiodian Grand Hotel of Qianyuan City. Zhang Luxian was protecting the Shrek Academy students. At that moment, Hui Yuhao and his companions staggered in, supporting one another. Yuhao, what happened? Zhang Luxian asked, astonished. With a helpless smile, Hui Yuhao replied, that monster is too powerful. We're no match for it. As the weight of his words settled, a heavy silence enveloped the room. After an indeterminate pause, Zhang Luxian broke the tension. We must not dwell on this. Our priority is to evacuate Qianyuan City, she declared loudly. No one objected, as none wished to perish needlessly. Just as they prepared to leave the hotel, a voice echoed, you cannot leave yet. Zhang Luxian and the others froze momentarily, turning towards the source. For figures gradually emerged, and upon recognizing them, relief washed over Zhang Luxian. It's you. I thought it was those monsters, Wang Dong exhaled in relief. Indeed, the individuals before them were Lu Xiaoyu and her companions. As they arrived, Hu Yuhao's attention was drawn to Lu Zhe standing beside Lu Xiaoyu. He felt an inexplicable sense that this Lu Zhe was not real and approached to confirm. Luga, didn't you disappear? How are you here? Hu Yuhao pressed. Lu Zhe smiled faintly and replied, I just happened to be staying in this city and fortuitously ran into Xiaoyu. Is it really that coincidental? Hu Yuhao remained skeptical. At that moment, Gu Yina stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. Regardless of whether he is Lu Zhe or not, we must leave this city, she stated gravely. That was a sentiment everyone could agree on. Under Zhang Luxian's lead, the Shrek Academy members soon found themselves on deserted streets. Gazing at the emptiness, they felt an unsettling chill race down their spines. Why do I feel like something is lurking here? Zhu Lu whispered, trembling behind Dai Hua Bin. Do not worry. Everything will be fine, Dai Hua Bin reassured, having set aside his royal demeanor. After all, survival was paramount for growth. Before long, guided by Zhang Luxian, Lu Xiaoyu and the others reached the city gates of Qianyuan City. Just hold on a little longer. Once we pass through this gate, we should be safe. Zhang Luxian comforted them. Upon seeing the city gates, a glimmer of hope sparked within them, and they all sprinted toward the entrance. However, just as they were about to exit, a voice rang out. This is not a place where you can simply leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, her expression turning grave as she surveyed her surroundings. As expected, following the direction of the voice, she was stunned to see two figures standing above the city gates, exuding an aura that was not only as powerful as before, but seemingly even more formidable. The sin of illusion dismissed the words, choosing to ignore the two figures. Come back. Zhang Luxian suddenly realized something was amiss and rushed toward Dai Hua Bin, unaware of the impending danger. The sin of illusion was swiftly subdued beneath one of the men's feet. Are you incapable of understanding my words? The man grumbled irritably. The sin of illusion, now bleeding from all 7 orifices, lost consciousness. Zhang Luxian, wanting to rescue him, froze in her tracks upon the man's appearance, for she was no fool. The man before her possessed strength surpassing even that of Xian Lao. Confronting him would only lead to her demise. So, you are the elite of Shrek Academy? Another man emerged, glancing at Zhang Luxian. You are indeed the elites of Shrek Academy, correct? The moment their eyes met, Zhang Luxian felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over her. The man, upon noticing that Zhang Luxian offered no response, was immediately consumed by anger. I demand to know if you are from Shrek Academy. Why do you remain silent? He bellowed furiously. In an instant, he appeared before Zhang Luxian and struck her squarely in the face. With a resounding crash, she was sent flying, crashing into the buildings flanking the street, leaving her fate uncertain. Lu Xiaoyu and the others, witnessing this shocking scene, were momentarily stunned. The man who had struck Zhang Luxian was no ordinary foe. He was the third of the great sins, rage. At that moment, rage was beyond reason, consumed by a singular desire to annihilate everyone from Shrek Academy. I will kill you all, rage roared, charging towards Lu Xiaoyu and her companions. Panic ensued among Lu Xiaoyu's group as they encountered such a terrifying creature for the first time, prompting them to flee in a frenzy. Are we going to die? Xiao Xiao thought, overwhelmed by despair at the unfolding chaos. In that instant, rage unleashed a concentrated attack, its range enveloping Xiao Xiao's position. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Frozen in place? Wang Dong'er exclaimed, Spotting Xiao motionless. Without a second thought, she dashed toward her, but her speed paled in comparison to that of rage. The formidable and terrifying force swiftly engulfed Xiao Xiao. Witnessing this, Wang Dong'er fell into a state of shock. At that moment, despair washed over Wang Dong'er as she knelt, staring blankly at the spot where Xiao Xiao had been consumed by that overwhelming power. Ha ha! Rage erupted in maniacal laughter, then turned to the others. Do not worry. None of you will escape today. As rain began to pour from the sky, the entire Qianyuan city resembled a lifeless husk. Yet at the city gate, Xiao Xiao, who had just been attacked by the gluttony sin, astonishingly remained alive. In that critical moment, Xian Lao had shielded her with his own body. Child, I will not allow any harm to come to you. Xian Lao, bloodied and battered, managed to utter. When Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and saw Xian Lao before her, she was instantly engulfed by guilt. Oh, you actually blocked it. Well done. Rage remarked with a smile as he observed Xian Lao standing protectively in front of Xiao Xiao. With a sudden movement, he appeared before Xian Lao, offering him no chance to react, and seized him by the throat. Old man, you are quite strong, Rage commented. He then hurled Xian Lao into the ruins. Boom! Amidst the rubble, Xian Lao resolutely declared, even if I perish today, I will ensure the children escape. Summoning his martial spirit, Xian Lao unleashed his soul power, causing his form to grow immensely larger. This was clearly his trump card, and Rage laughed upon witnessing this towering figure. Do not disappoint me. Within the city, an unprecedented battle raged on. This guy is truly formidable. He can hold his ground against both of us, remarked Gluttony, standing alongside a battered Jealousy. Although Lu Zhe also bore wounds, his expression was one of exhilaration. Lucia, there are 3 of the great sins are as near your brother, Truth said gravely. Taken aback, Lu Zhe slowly replied, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged once more towards Jealousy and Gluttony. Stand still. The two, initially preparing to evade, froze upon hearing this command and were promptly sent flying by Lu Zhe's kick. After dispatching them, Lu Zhe dashed towards the city gate. Regaining their senses, Jealousy and Gluttony hurried after him. We must catch up. Wait for me, Xiaoyu. Chapter 73. Acknowledgement of the launch, how should I put it? The author is a bit hasty with the launch, and many may not purchase it. But that is of little consequence as long as I hold on to my full attendance rewards. I'm also quite grateful to those who have read my work. It has been a struggle to write it to this point, and I acknowledge that it may not be the finest quality, so please do not mind it, as this is the level of the author. Furthermore, I would like to hint at a plotline. If all goes well, the character Lu Xiaoyu will have a dedicated arc. As for Lu Zhe, I cannot disclose his whereabouts, as I'm still conceptualizing a storyline. This book features dual male protagonists, ensuring both will have ample opportunity to showcase their talents. Whether they will end up together or what future events may unfold remains a mystery, as the author has laid the groundwork for potential developments. This concludes my acknowledgement. I truly am not adept at writing such things. You will see more in the ensuing plot, and feel free to raise any questions. P.S. I forgot to mention that QQ Browser allows for free viewing, if possible. I still encourage everyone to subscribe. Thank you once again. Chapter 74. Gathering the 5 Great Sins, haha. At the city gate of Qianyuan City, Xian Lao had long since exited his martial spirit state. His body was covered in wounds, drenched in blood. Yet despite this, he stood trembling outside the building where Lu Xiaoyu and the others were. I have said that even if I die in battle, I will protect the children. You shall not approach, Xian Lao declared resolutely. Facing him was Rage and another Sin, both seemingly unharmed, observing him intently. I must admit, this old man is quite resilient. Rage remarked slowly. The man beside him remained silent, merely nodding with a smile. After some time, the man's expression grew grave. Hurry up and deal with this old man. Someone is approaching, he urged. Rage, initially indifferent, felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing the man's demeanor. Old man, my apologies. Regaining his focus, Rage unleashed a terrifying force. He then propelled himself toward Xian Lao like a cannonball. He bellowed, appearing before Xian Lao with a maniacal laugh, lifting his fist high. Is this truly how it ends? Xian Lao, recognizing the futility of resistance, fell into despair. Boom! An explosion erupted, reducing the surrounding buildings to ruins. The man standing at a distance gazed intently at the swirling dust, his expression serious. Thank you for your efforts, Xian Lao. Amidst the haze, a familiar voice emerged, and the already resigned Xian Lao regained hope upon hearing it. Just then, a figure appeared before Xian Lao, effortlessly intercepting Rage's attack. Realizing something was amiss, Rage was left in shock, unable to believe his eyes. You bang. Before Rage could finish his sentence, Lu Zhe struck him in the abdomen, sending him crashing into the city wall. Suddenly, the entire city gate collapsed in an instant. Soon, as the smoke dissipated, a familiar figure stood before Xianlao. It was none other than Lu Zhe. You have finally arrived. Now this old man can rest. Xianlao's voice grew softer as he appeared on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Lu Zhe reached out and supported him. Leave the rest to me, Lu Zhe said gently. No sooner had he spoken than several figures emerged from the building behind Xianlao. It's Wang Donger, she exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Lu Zhe. Lu Xiaoyu also noticed Lu Zhe and was instantly rendered speechless. Aren't you going to come out? Lu Zhe coldly fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaoyu beside him. Haha, I thought I could stay by your brother's side a little longer, but I didn't expect to be exposed so quickly, Lu Zhe said with a faint smile. Yet, Lu Zhe offered no opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before him. Enough, Lu Zhe said coldly, then struck him fiercely on the head. Bang! Lu Zhe, caught completely off guard, was instantly sent flying and crashed heavily into a nearby building. Brother. Lu Xiaoyu could hardly believe that the black-haired, crimson-eyed man before her was her brother, as his transformation compared to the past was simply too great. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu call out to him, Lu Zhe slowly turned to glance at her, then revealed a gentle smile. Seeing this smile, Lu Xiaoyu immediately threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. Where have you been all this time? Lu Xiaoyu cried out loudly. Observing Lu Xiaoyu in such distress caused Lu Zhe deep concern. He gently patted her head and smiled, saying, all right, there are more pressing matters to attend to now. Please leave this place for the time being. Lu Xiaoyu was aware of the strength of these individuals. Lu Zhe would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage confronting them alone. Thus, she declared loudly, no, I want to stay by your side and fight with you. I don't want to leave you again. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words in response. Just then, the sin of gluttony and the sin of envy also arrived at the scene. In no time, 5 sins gathered at the city gate, their formidable aura instantly enveloping the surroundings. Upon witnessing the arrival of 2 more individuals, Lu Xiaoyu's resolve only strengthened. Can you not hold him back? At this moment, the false Lu Zhe approached the sin of gluttony and the sin of envy and asked slowly. The sin of envy sighed in resignation, saying, that kid is too strong. He has us pinned to the ground. Is that so? The false Lu Zhe nodded thoughtfully. Then, he smiled as he looked towards Lu Zhe. When Lu Zhe met his gaze, they locked eyes. Zhenli, do you know what sin this guy represents? Lu Zhe asked gravely. Although he was uncertain of the nature of this sin, he could ascertain that this individual was several times stronger than the other 4 sins. At that moment, Zhenli emerged and stated, that guy is the sin of pride. Upon hearing this response, Lu Zhe immediately grew concerned for Lu Xiaoyu's safety. He softly said, Guyuna, come here. Guyuna, puzzled by his request, obediently approached his side. Is there something you need my help with? She inquired with curiosity. Without further ado, Lu Zhe replied directly, take Xiaoyu and the others away from here. I will hold them off. Hearing that he wanted to send her away, Lu Xiaoyu panicked and quickly exclaimed, no, I want to stay. Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, Lu Zhe utilized Zhen Li's ability on her, causing her to lose consciousness and slump into his arms. After entrusting the unconscious Lu Xiaoyu to Guyuna, Lu Zhe stepped forward alone to face the false Lu Zhe. Guyuna watched his retreating figure, momentarily silenced, but she obediently followed his instructions. Everyone, follow me. Guyuna turned to Ho Yuhao and the others, calling out loudly. She then instructed Qiu'er to assist Xianlao. The sin of pride, observing their actions, chose not to act immediately, as Lu Zhe was still present. Would they truly let them escape like this? The sin of wrath approached the sin of pride again and asked. The sin of pride merely smiled lightly, saying, let them go. It's not too late to deal with them after we resolve Lu Zhe. Since the sin of pride had spoken, the others had no objections. I am eager to see if this fellow truly lives up to the claims made by envy, the sin of wrath said excitedly. Previously, he had been caught off guard and sent flying by a punch. This time will be different. Lu Zhe, be cautious. These 5 are pride, envy, wrath, greed, and gluttony. You may not gain the upper hand. Zhenli spoke softly, encircling Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled instead, saying, I do not intend to engage them in a desperate fight. As long as Xiaoyu can successfully retreat, that is enough. Zhenli was momentarily stunned, but quickly smiled in response. If you find yourself unable to hold them off, feel free to call me. Perhaps I can assist you, Zhenli said with a grin before merging into Lu Zhe's body. Left standing there, Lu Zhe wore a puzzled expression, unsure of what Zhang Li's earlier words meant. Did he possess other trump cards? However, now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to concentrate on the 5 sins before him. In that instant, the sin of wrath appeared behind him. Kid, how dare you be distracted while facing us? Do you underestimate us? The sin of wrath said displeased. He then raised his fist and struck at Lu Zhe's back. Get down. Upon regaining his focus, Lu Zhe immediately activated Zhang Li's ability. Upon hearing this command, the sin of wrath found himself uncontrollably pressed to the ground. Although he was baffled, he soon laughed, for this was the opponent he desired. However, Lu Zhe acted with remarkable swiftness, instantly gathering the power of paradox in his hand. Eradicate. At the moment the sin of wrath fell to the ground, Lu Zhe unleashed the power of paradox toward him. Boom! Just then, Lu Zhe was struck in the abdomen by a kick from the sin of gluttony, sending him flying. Bang! The kicked Lu Zhe crashed heavily into the ruins, slowly rising to brush off the dust while continuing to glare at the sin of gluttony and the others. At that moment, the sin of pride approached the sin of wrath and said sternly, "Be careful. This fellow has the ability to erase our powers. Do not let that colorless stream touch you." Understood, the sin of wrath replied grumpily. He then slowly rose, revealing a smile once more. You better not disappoint me, kid. Chapter 75. The true truth. The sky continued to pour rain, and a heavy atmosphere filled Qianyuan City. After Guyana led Lu Xiaoyu and the others away, this place was reduced to a city of ruins. Not a single intact spot could be found throughout the entire town. This kid truly is powerful. The sin of wrath gasped, panting heavily. His body was already covered in wounds. This was the first time he had sustained such injuries. Gather your spirits, for this fellow is evidently at his wit's end. At this moment, the arrogant sin, standing steadfastly behind the wrath sin, bellowed with a laugh. Upon hearing his words, the other 4 sins instantly regained their composure. However, Lu Zhe's outlook was far from optimistic. His body was mottled with blood, and his breath had grown exceedingly labored. Lu Zhe, how could you be so weak? Even the arrogance sin has yet to make a move, and you cannot handle 4 sins? Truth mocked. Lu Zhe cast a cold glance in his direction and retorted, What of it? Little you and the others have successfully retreated. Their retreat does not equate to your own. Consider this. If you perish here, who will protect your brother? Truth continued. The once resolute Lu Zhe fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Seizing the moment of Lu Zhe's distraction, the wrath sin suddenly appeared before him. Before Lu Zhe could regain his senses, he instinctively braced for defense upon sensing the wrath sin's presence. But it was too late. The powerful fist of the wrath sin broke through Lu Zhe's defenses and struck his chest. With a cough, Lu Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, the force of wrath was not to be trifled with. At that moment, Lu Zhe had no opportunity to catch his breath. The gluttony sin, seizing the chance, teleported directly above Lu Zhe. You can't hold on much longer, can you? The gluttony sin said with a raised leg and a grin. He then stomped down on Lu Zhe's abdomen, driving him into the earth. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and Lu Zhe, now buried within, felt his consciousness waver. Lu Zhe, if you wish to live and see your brother again, then you must sign a contract with me. In the depths of his mind, Lu Zhe heard Truth's voice. Coughing and regaining his composure, he shakily stood up and gazed at Truth, murmuring, What contract? You shall discover it once you sign, Truth replied with a smile. Lu Zhe cast a slow glance at the dim sky, enveloped in silence. Truth, expecting a refusal, was taken aback when Lu Zhe suddenly broke into a smile. Come on, I cannot die here, Lu Zhe said with a wicked grin. Hee. Truth burst into laughter upon hearing this, then approached Lu Zhe, looking him squarely in the eye. Let us sign the contract. Buzz. At that moment, the 5 sins standing outside the deep pit felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even the strongest among them, the arrogant sin, wore a grave expression. The wrath sin, filled with dread, was at a loss for words. The arrogant sin, with a serious demeanor, said, It seems we have awakened a fierce beast. No sooner had he spoken than a crimson figure emerged from the dust. Lu Zhe exhaled a breath of foul air, then slowly turned to face the arrogance, sin, and the others. Is this the true truth? Lu Zhe whispered. The arrogant sin, initially believing he still had the strength to fight, discarded that foolish notion upon seeing Lu Zhe enveloped in crimson energy. This fellow has become absurdly powerful. The envy sin no longer dared to underestimate him. Strangely, however, Lu Zhe did not charge at them with lightning speed, but approached step by step. The alert arrogance Sin immediately urged everyone to keep their distance, sensing the danger. Yet, to his astonishment, the gluttony Sin stood foolishly in place instead of retreating. Gluttony, what are you doing? Get away from there! The wrath Sin shouted. Yet, the gluttony Sin seemed oblivious, remaining rooted to the spot as Lu Zhe ambled closer. How grotesque! Lu Zhe murmured. He then raised his hand and declared, "Erasure." The formless energy instantly engulfed the gluttony Sin, and by the time the others realized what had transpired, the gluttony Sin had vanished without a trace. What has happened to him? The envy Sin sensed something amiss but soon understood, for in the next moment, he locked eyes with Lu Zhe, and in that instant, an overwhelming command of absolute obedience flooded his being. He stood there dazed, unable to respond to the wrath Sin's desperate calls. Why? Why do I feel that everything I do aligns with truth? At that moment, the envy Sin chuckled vacantly, as if entranced. The wrath Sin, standing nearby, was utterly confounded, but he had no time to ponder. Grotesque sinners do not deserve to exist in this world, Lu Zhe said as he turned and approached the envy Sin's position, murmuring to himself. The arrogance Sin quickly deduced the cause of the situation and shouted, "Wrath, gluttony! Do not look at that fellow." Unaware of the danger, the wrath Sin met Lu Zhe's gaze and froze in place. Erasure. In the next moment, two streams of formless energy engulfed both the wrath Sin and the envy Sin. Witnessing this unfold, the greed Sin approached the arrogant Sin, his face etched with concern. Do you know what is happening to them? If I am not mistaken, it seems that anyone who makes eye contact with Lu Zhe will suffer the same fate. The arrogance Sin replied gravely. Upon hearing this, the greed Sin was at a loss for words. In terms of power, he was no match for wrath or envy. And if they could fall victim, he had no hope of resistance. We must find an opportunity to retreat. We are no match for this fellow. The arrogance Sin communicated telepathically to the greed Sin. However, in the next moment, Lu Zhe turned to them and laughed. You wish to flee? Your thoughts are far too simplistic. Do not look at him. The arrogance Sin teleported away the instant Lu Zhe glanced in their direction. But the greed Sin was less fortunate, for when Lu Zhe's gaze fell upon him, he had no chance to react. The moment their eyes met, the greed Sin felt that overwhelming power. Absolute obedience, absolute execution, resistance was futile. Hundredfold gravity, buzz. In an instant, the ruins of Qianyuan City were crushed to dust by the sudden onset of gravity. A vast area spanning hundreds of miles was reduced to nothingness. The greed Sin was transformed into a mere puddle of flesh, devoid of life. Meanwhile, the arrogant Sin, exerting every ounce of strength, lay on the ground, struggling against the weight of gravity. With a cough, he ultimately spat blood, and his skin began to crack inch by inch, blood gushing forth. Soon after, the hundredfold gravity dissipated, and the arrogant Sin, lying in a pool of his own blood, could hardly believe his eyes. Why? I possessed absolute power. Why did I still lose? The arrogant Sin roared in a low voice. At that moment, Lu Zhe sauntered up to him. The grotesque individuals such as yourselves are inherently weak. All of this is merely a figment of your imagination, Lu Zhe coldly remarked. Upon hearing these words, the arrogant Sin surged forward, defiantly glaring at Lu Zhe. I have yet to make my move. You lack the qualification to speak so. The arrogant Sin was teetering on the brink of losing his sanity. He then lunged at Lu Zhe, only to quickly comprehend the vast chasm between them. Get down. Bang. At the command, the arrogant Sin abruptly fell to the ground, the previously torn wounds reopening once more. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed his entire being, leading to a heart-wrenching scream. So hideous, Lu Zhe remarked coldly as he observed the wretched state of the arrogant Sin. He then placed his foot upon the Sin's head. Creatures as repugnant as you should not exist. Turn to ashes. Lu Zhe spoke slowly and with a sudden force. He pressed down harder. The sunlight pierced through the dark clouds above, illuminating Lu Zhe's face as a serene smile emerged amidst his cold demeanor. Chapter 76. Advice: what will I gain from signing the contract? You shall receive the true essence of truth. Is that so? And what will you acquire? Naturally, I will share a body with you. And if I perish, so do you. Equally, if you die, I will follow. Is that so? In epiphany, Lu Zhe recalled the terms of the contract signed with truth, awakening suddenly as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was within an unknown cave. Truth, where's this place? Lu Zhe inquired directly upon regaining his composure. Hee. Truth giggled as she appeared, gazing at him. Have you forgotten? Forgotten? Lu Zhe expressed a hint of confusion. Of course. After you dealt with the 5 great sins, you journeyed southward and, exhausted, sought out a cave to rest, Truth explained with clarity. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, reflecting, perhaps I truly was too fatigued. Indeed, after vanquishing the 5 great sins, Lu Zhe had felt an unprecedented weariness, compounded by injuries and a long journey, leaving him utterly spent. By the way, you have overexerted my power during this period. We must exercise caution. Truth suddenly pondered a grave concern. Lu Zhe remained largely unfazed, relying primarily on the power of paradoxes, with the powers of rules and truth serving as supplementary forces. The temporary inaccessibility of the power of truth did not equate to a loss of strength for Lu Zhe. It merely indicated that future endeavors would be less smooth. Where do you intend to go next? Truth queried suddenly. Lu Zhe stepped out of the cave, gazing thoughtfully at the sky, and replied, let us return to the Xingdou to Sun Lin for a visit. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the news of Xian Lao and the others' return from their mission had reached the inner academy students. Although unaware of the mission's details, it was said to have been completed. In the internal conference room of the Sea God Pavilion, the senior members of Shrek Academy sat with solemn expressions. Everyone is aware of Xian Lao's situation, began a stern elder. The room fell silent in response. Moments later, Yin Xiaozhe, the head of the Wuhuan department, broke the heavy atmosphere. Xian Lao has sustained grave injuries and remains in a coma. Of the 16 students from the inner academy, only 11 have returned, Yin Xiaozhe stated, pausing as he found the weight of the situation too burdensome to continue discussing. The cost of this mission had been exorbitant, with 5 inner academy students lost and the others returning as mere wounded souls. How would they face the impending Youth Soul Master competition? Very well. Let us adjourn for now. We shall deliberate on other matters later, an elder concluded. With that, the assembly dispersed. In the dormitory of the inner academy, Lu Xiaoyu, resting on her bed, suddenly opened her eyes and began searching frantically. Brother. Awakening in her dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu recalled the events in Qianyuan City, leaving her in a state of numbness. Her once vibrant eyes dulled in an instant. Why has it come to this? What makes me unworthy to remain by your side? I no longer need your protection. Lu Xiaoyu cried, clutching her head, her last words escaping as a near scream. Time passed, and, as daylight faded, her emotions gradually settled. Yet her gaze remained heart-wrenching. Creak! At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a figure approached Lu Xiaoyu. Sensing the movement, Lu Xiaoyu wasted no time in pinning the individual to the ground. Lu Xiaoyu, it's me, Hu Yuhao. Are you out of your mind? Hu Yuhao, pinned down, hurriedly declared his identity. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly released her grip and took a seat on a nearby chair. As Hui Yuhao rose and brushed off the dust, he looked upon Lu Xiaoyu, only to be struck speechless by her vacant expression. What do you want? Lu Xiaoyu asked coldly. Hui Yuhao trembled slightly at her words and replied, I came to discuss something with you. What is it? Lu Xiaoyu's demeanor remained icy, seemingly indifferent. Observing her attitude, Hui Yuhao hesitated, but after some inner conflict, he finally spoke. I am here to invite you to join our Tang sect. You may leave, Lu Xiaoyu interjected, cutting him off before he could finish. Hui Yuhao, recognizing the futility of further discussion, turned to depart but glanced back at Lu Xiaoyu's room, letting out a resigned sigh. The current Lu Xiaoyu struck him as an entirely different person. The once vibrant girl who shared laughter with him had transformed, leaving him to wonder what had transpired. After a while, Lu Zhe returned to the Xingdou to Sun Lin. Upon seeing Lu Zhe's state, Di Tian was momentarily taken aback, but after Lu Zhe's explanation, Di Tian grasped the situation. He marveled at the terrifying power of the sins. Lu Zhe, what are your plans moving forward? Di Tian inquired blandly. Lu She, reclining on a stone slab, pondered for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. It is time to return to Shrek. Very well, just exercise caution in the future. Di Tian nodded in agreement with a smile before departing. Left behind, Lu Zhe wore a smile, leaving even Truth perplexed about his thoughts. What occupies your mind that brings you such joy? Truth asked curiously. Does it concern you? Lu Zhe retorted, rolling his eyes. Truth, incensed by his response, would have retaliated had it not been for their contract. Are you being too arrogant? Do not think that signing a contract with me allows you to disregard my presence. Truth remarked with dissatisfaction. However, Lu Zhe merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning to his own thoughts. Truth was momentarily rendered speechless with indignation, lamenting that he should never have entered into this contract. Unable to confront Lu Zhe, Truth fell silent and sulked within him. If you choose not to speak, I will seek answers myself. I refuse to believe I cannot find them, Truth grumbled internally. Meanwhile, Liu Ze remained blissfully unaware, harboring no defenses against his own musings. Before long, Truth reemerged with a playful smile. Hee, I never expected you to care for someone else. Quite surprising, he teased. Upon hearing this, Liu Ze felt a surge of annoyance and fixed his gaze intently on Truth. Did you pry into my thoughts? Liu Ze retorted, displeased. Hee, I did not. Truth laughed, nonchalantly averting his gaze. Liu Ze's ire swelled inexplicably, and he swung a punch at Truth, but as Truth existed in a spiritual form, Liu Ze's fist merely passed through him. Is it such a secret that you were thinking about your brother? Truth continued his mockery. What business is it of yours? Liu Ze, realizing he could not reach Truth, abandoned his aggression, casting a disgruntled glance in his direction. Observing Liu Ze's demeanor, Truth ceased his teasing and adopted a serious tone. I advise you to be cautious. The hidden power within your brother is not to be underestimated. Should a rift arise between you, the consequences could be dire, Truth warned solemnly. Although Liu Ze acknowledged the gravity of the warning, he dismissed it, confident that his bond with Xiao Yu, his brother, was unbreakable. Noticing Liu Ze's expression, Truth refrained from further discussion, leaving him with a final piece of advice. Be wary of the power within your brother. After hearing this, Liu Ze found himself a loss for words. Let's hope for the best. Chapter 77. Approaching original scene. On the outskirts of the city, near Shrek, Liu Ze, having just exited the Stardow forest, chose to rest momentarily. In the inn, he sat by the window, gazing contemplatively at the sky outside. Just then, Truth abruptly appeared. Liu Ze, there's an aura of great sin in this vicinity, Truth declared with urgency. Taken aback, Liu Ze inquired, why has sin become so pervasive? How would I know? It is likely due to the power of rules emanating from you, gradually altering this world, Truth replied with irritation. Liu Ze found himself at a loss for a response, as it indeed seemed that he was the source of the upheaval. Very well, let us investigate, Liu Ze conceded reluctantly, rising slowly to exit the inn. Once outside, he surveyed his surroundings and fixed his gaze on a particular direction. It must be over there, he murmured softly. Without looking back, he proceeded towards it. Before long, Liu Ze arrived at the entrance of the largest estate in the area. Observing the opulent gates before him, he chuckled lightly, then, without so much as a greeting, pushed the gates open and stepped inside. Who goes there? Upon entering, Liu Ze was met with a stern rebuke, and he turned to see a tall man confronting him. The man possessed soul power at the level of a soul king, a notable talent in this region. Who are you, and why have you entered the Yi family? The tall man demanded again. Regaining his composure, Liu Ze smiled and replied, I am merely a traveler who happened upon this place, sensing an aura of sin. Seen? The tall man's expression shifted, clearly unsettled. May I be permitted to enter? Liu Ze seized the opportunity to ask directly. However, the tall man promptly refused. No, the Yi family is not a place you can enter at will, he stated sternly. Amused, Liu Ze chuckled softly and said, if that is the case, I shall have to enter uninvited. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tall man sensed a terrifying pressure and looked on in shock at Liu Ze. I cannot allow sin to linger in this world, Liu Ze declared coldly. In an instant, he teleported to the tall man's side and seized him by the throat. The tall man, suspended in midair, struggled to breathe and angrily exclaimed, You better let go. Before he could finish, Liu Ze hurled him forcefully against the surrounding wall. Liu Ze cast a cold glance at him before advancing deeper into the estate. The tall man, recovering quickly, positioned himself in front of Liu Ze. You cannot go in, he insisted, clearly desperate to prevent Liu Ze from entering, as if something significant lay within. Liu Ze's expression darkened at this defiance, and he grasped the man's face firmly. You would do well not to obstruct me, Liu Ze warned icily. Without allowing the man a chance to respond, Liu Ze tossed him aside, then kicked open the door and stepped inside. Yet, upon entering, he was instantly taken aback. What on earth is this? Liu Ze gasped, staring at an enormous coal mass before him. Indeed, it was a grotesque, bloated creature resembling a giant maggot. Truth appeared, his expression grave. Liu Ze, be cautious, this is gluttony, and it is nearing original sin. What? Liu Ze exclaimed, shock washing over him. The concept of original sin was unfathomable, akin to creatures like Lucifer. Even if this was merely a proximity to original sin, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of lesser sins. As he contemplated this, The paradoxical power within Lu Zhe began to surge. It appears to be restrained, Lu Zhe remarked coolly, gradually approaching the creature of gluttony, his hand raised high, gathering a stream of formless energy. Just as he was about to strike, the tall man reappeared before Lu Zhe, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! You cannot harm her, he shouted, glaring fiercely at Lu Zhe. Steadying himself, Lu Zhe turned to face the man. Do you comprehend the nature of the monster you are protecting? Yet the man remained resolute, retorting, even if she becomes a monster, I will stand by her side forever. No one shall harm her. Witnessing the man's unwavering commitment, Lu Zhe felt no pity. The paradoxical power within him erupted. Paradox, gravity, Lu Zhe declared coldly. As his words fell, the man felt an overwhelming weight bearing down on him, forcing him to his knees. When he finally lifted his gaze once more, he found Lu Zhe standing before gluttony. Paradox, the man, witnessing the imminent danger to gluttony, unleashed a surge of incredible power. Do not touch her. In an instant, he broke free from the gravitational hold and charged at Lu Zhe, who recognized a shift in the man's energy. Great sin. Bang! Lu Zhe barely uttered the words before being sent flying out of the room by the man's punch. Ahem! How can this fellow be so? Lu Zhe was somewhat astonished. Hee, it appears you've landed yourself in a predicament, a gluttony bordering on original sin, and a lustful sin just awakened. Truth emerged with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could only manage a wry smile, for all of this was instigated by himself. No one must touch her. The man exuded an aura of great sin. Observing this, Lu Zhe ceased to be distracted and, without further ado, teleported before him. Erasure. Lu Zhe grasped the man's head, and the formless energy instantly enveloped him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the man vanished entirely, having had no opportunity to retaliate. However, just after dealing with the sin of lust, the emotions of gluttony surged violently. Roar! Paradox, silence erased. With a wave of Lu Zhe's right hand, the previously thunderous roar dissipated in an instant. It seemed trivial. Lu Zhe noted that this gluttony was remarkably weak, nothing like those in Qinyuan City. Erasure. The formless energy swiftly consumed the gluttony, and in no time, it departed from this world. It seems I overthought it. Lu Zhe sighed in relief. Truth, too, felt puzzled. Despite sensing considerable power, why was it so feeble? Forget it. Weakness is still weakness. Truth ultimately conceded, merging back into Lu Zhe's body. After resolving all this, Lu Zhe turned to exit the building. Yet the moment he stepped outside, he sensed something amiss. The surrounding streets began to twist unnaturally, clearly not of the real world. It seems we've fallen into a trap. Truth reemerged. He knew this matter wouldn't be so simple. There must be hidden intricacies. Where's this place? Lu Zhe inquired with curiosity. Truth explained slowly. If I am correct, this should be the realm of sins created by that great sin, a realm you seem to have encountered before, right? Realm of sins? Lu Zhe appeared perplexed. The realm of sins is a dimension created by the great sins, somewhat akin to the two worlds you encountered previously, Truth elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe finally comprehended. It was indeed a fictitious space. Upon reaching the street, he noticed that the people around stood frozen, as if time had been halted. This is rather intriguing. Lu Zhe chuckled. He then weaved through the frozen crowd, confident that he would soon encounter that great sin. Chapter 78, Cat and Mouse, Part 1. On the street. Where time seemed to stand still, Lu Zhe walked slowly. Where could the great sin be hiding? Lu Zhe surveyed his surroundings. Perhaps it will appear shortly. Truth emerged playfully. Lu Zhe glanced at him and chose to ignore him. Seeing this, Truth likewise ceased his prattle and without further ado, vanished into Lu Zhe's body. After some time, Lu Zhe arrived at another street, expecting nothing to transpire. Yet soon, he felt a sense of unease. Woo! From an alley on this street came the sound of a little girl weeping. Hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Zhe, did you hear that crying? Truth suddenly appeared. Should I say it? Lu Zhe shot him a glance. Without another word, he strode into the alley. Truth quickly blocked his path, exclaiming, What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of encountering a ghostly figure? Afraid of what? Is it strange for there to be ghosts in this world? Lu Zhe retorted sharply. He then boldly disregarded Truth's concerns and walked in. Alas! Truth sighed in resignation and followed suit. Upon entering the alley, Lu Zhe quickly located the source of the weeping. A little girl curled up in a corner, tears continuously streaming to the ground. Observing this, Lu Zhe cautiously approached the child. Sensing someone's presence, The little girl looked up in terror. Upon seeing her, Luze was taken aback. Wow, an ordinary person. How is she untouched by the realm of sins? Truth remarked with a chuckle. It seemed the little girl could see Truth as she recoiled in fear the moment he appeared. Huh, it seems she can see me, Truth expressed his surprise. Hearing this, Luze was astonished and inquired, who exactly is this girl? I'm not certain, but she should be related to that great sin, Truth nodded. Both were engulfed in suspicion, pondering the girl's true nature. Meanwhile, the little girl gazed at the two conversing figures with sheer terror. Seizing the opportunity, while Luze and Truth were engrossed in their conversation, she attempted to flee. However, as she turned, Luze effortlessly lifted her with one hand. What do you think you're trying to run off to? Luze said nonchalantly. The little girl struggled violently in midair, but to no avail. Are you even human? Luze directly inquired. Upon hearing this, the little girl became indignant and began flailing her arms. I'm human, okay. I'm human, she shouted, clawing at Luze's hand. After receiving an answer, Luze nodded and gently set her down. How did you end up here? Luze asked softly. The little girl glanced at him and replied petulantly, I don't know. Very well, just be careful, Luze said before turning to leave the alley. However, to his surprise, the little girl followed him. Initially, he paid her no mind, reasoning that she would stop when she grew tired. Sure enough, after he walked through another street and turned to look back, he found the little girl had vanished without a trace. Is this how you treat a little girl? That is quite cruel. What if something happens to her? Truth emerged teasingly. Yet, Luze merely cast him a bland glance and replied, I have no connection with her. And in the realm of sins, I cannot guarantee she is genuinely an ordinary person. That is true, better safe than sorry, Truth chuckled. With that, the two continued their leisurely conversation as they progressed, soon arriving at the town's exit. Why hasn't that great sin appeared yet? Even as we near the city's edge, Luze began to feel perplexed. Logically, wouldn't the great sin come to trouble him? Why was there no sign of it this time? Lost in thought, Luze slowly seated himself on a nearby bench, attempting to organize his thoughts. Could it be that I overlooked something? Luze murmured softly. At that moment, Truth appeared with a smile. Perhaps it's better not to think too much. Let's leave the realm of sins first, Truth jested. Hearing this, Luze did not refuse and stood up to walk towards the city's exit. However, an unexpected turn of events soon ensued. Upon stepping out of the city gate, he discovered that everything around him remained frozen. At that moment, he understood. Do you enjoy playing cat and mouse? Luze thought, a smile creeping upon his lips. He then turned to face the town. I'm coming for you, little mouse. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Luze vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he stood atop the tallest edifice in the town. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the settlement, his eyes took on a vivid crimson hue. There is hardly a trace of life here. How cleverly concealed. Zhenli remarked with a chuckle. Isn't this far more intriguing? Luze responded with a smile. At that moment, he seemed transformed, evidently influenced by Zhenli. It's rather inconvenient that your power cannot be utilized for now, Luze said with a light chuckle. Without further ado, he leaped from the structure. Thud! As soon as he landed, Luze found himself under attack from the shadows. He glanced at the bloodstain upon his shoulder, bewildered. There's no one around. Why am I injured? Zhenli questioned in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, fear gripped him. Could it be that there are truly ghosts? Zhenli exclaimed in terror. Luze, observing his comical demeanor, felt a wave of exasperation. Yet at that instant, another assault came his way. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sharp spikes shot towards him. Seeing this, Luze waved his right hand, halting the projectiles before him. It seems the mouse can no longer contain itself. He sneered coldly. With a flick of his finger, the spikes were sent hurtling back to their origin. Boom! The path of the returning spikes was instantly reduced to rubble, ensnaring even some of the bystanders in the chaos. From the debris emerged a figure. Luze observed the shadow leaping high and, without hesitation, teleported above it. Found you. Mouse, he exclaimed with a grin. He then delivered a swift kick to the shadow. Thud! The struck figure felt a sweet taste in its throat before plummeting straight to the street below. Boom! The impact raised a cloud of dust. Luze, appearing relaxed, approached the site of the smoke with keen interest. I wonder what your true intentions are, he mused softly. As the haze dissipated, the shadow charged directly at Luze without a moment's hesitation. Unperturbed, Luze raised his hand and calmly stated, Paradox. Yet before he could finish, the shadow suddenly split into dozens of figures, attacking from various angles. This is rather amusing, Lu Zhe observed, his expression devoid of fear and instead brimming with excitement. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are mere frivolities. Eradicate. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe waved his hand towards the advancing shadows. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the figures before him vanished, and the remaining shadows met the same fate, disappearing in an instant. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. No matter how many come, it is all in vain, Lu Zhe remarked without turning around. A swift hand chop cleaved the figure's chest. Thud, accompanied by the sound of slicing through flesh. The figure spewed blood. It was then that Lu Zhe turned to see the face of the shadow, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Xiaoyu. Chapter 79. The Cat and the Mouse. Part 2. Lu Zhe could hardly believe his eyes. The person he had just wounded was none other than his own brother, Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu trembled as he approached Lu Zhe. Brother, why? He weakly uttered, causing Lu Zhe's heart to clench as if a knife had pierced through it. However, the next moment brought an unexpected turn of events. Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly seized by Lu Zhe, lifted off the ground by his throat, leaving Zhenli utterly bewildered. Lu Zhe, what are you doing? Zhenli inquired in confusion. Lu Zhe, with a face full of anger, declared, I do worry for Xiaoyu, but not for you, you imposter. The Lu Xiaoyu in his grasp broke into a chilling smile. How terrifying. You would go so far as to harm your own brother. He spoke with an eerie tone. In the next instant, Lu Zhe conjured a sphere of formless energy. I despise those who would casually toy with my brother. Swish! As his words fell, the imposter Lu Xiaoyu vanished into thin air. Just when Lu Zhe thought the ordeal was over, a voice echoed around him. You are unlike the previous ones. I look forward to meeting you. I hope you can find me within this city. The voice resonated from all directions, leaving Lu Zhe astonished. It seems this individual is not a major sin. Zhenli chimed in with a grin. I know, major sins lack such potency. Lu Zhe replied with a nod. He then scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Moments later, he started walking towards the north. Where are you headed? Zhenli questioned. Puzzled, Lu Zhe merely smiled without answering, continuing in a singular direction. Shortly after he departed, the ground where he had stood collapsed into an abyss. Zhenli, sensing the anomaly, was left speechless, silently observing Lu Zhe. If I am not mistaken, this city is the original sin, Lu Zhe stated with a smile. Zhenli chuckled in agreement. If that is the case, wouldn't obliterating this city be ideal? That is precisely my thought, Lu Zhe replied, looking at Zhenli. He then leaped high into the air, gathering the power of paradox in his hands. Paradox, gravitational singularity. With that, he hurled the dark sphere directly towards the town below. Boom! The instant the sphere made contact with the ground, the entire town trembled violently. With the explosion of the sphere, the once mighty settlement was reduced to ruins in an instant. As Lu Zhe landed gracefully, the surroundings remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of original sin. Did I miscalculate? He pondered, doubting his assumptions. However, Zhenli's expression grew grave. He coming, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming presence. The source of this aura emanated directly beneath him. Beneath my feet, Lu Zhe was taken aback. In the next moment, countless spikes erupted from the ground, furiously thrusting towards him. Lu Zhe, unfazed, merely lifted his hand. Paradox, absolute defense. The spikes froze before him, gradually disintegrating. Once the last spike shattered, an eerie laughter filled the air. How unexpected, we meet so soon, Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe turned his gaze toward the source of the sound and discovered a figure enveloped in a crimson aura. Are you a mouse? Lu Zhe jested. The embodiment of envy, taken aback for a moment, chuckled and replied, I'm not a mouse. I am envy. Indeed, this being represented the sin of jealousy. However, as soon as he finished introducing himself, Lu Zhe appeared before him. You talk too much, Lu Zhe stated coldly, delivering a swift kick to his forehead. Bang! The force sent envy crashing into the distant ruins. When the dust settled, envy emerged unscathed, brimming with excitement. This is the power I have longed for. Hand it over to me. Envy cackled maniacally, charging toward Lu Zhe. Yet, Lu Zhe was far from defenseless. He raised his right hand. Paradox, time stop. Buzz. As the words left his lips, everything around Lu Zhe froze in time, with envy suspended before him. Is this what you call original sin? Lu Zhe remarked with slight disdain. But in the next moment, envy astonishingly shattered the time freeze and struck Lu Zhe in the chest with a powerful punch. Bang! Lu Zhe was sent flying, crashing into the far-off ruins. Amidst the debris, Lu Zhe slowly rose, brushing off the dust. Now this is what original sin should embody, he said, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of benevolence. At that moment, Envy began to revel in the situation. Ha ha! This is the expression I wanted. Grant me your abilities. Envy laughed maniacally. In an instant, he teleported directly in front of Lu Zhe, launching a swift kick without hesitation. Thud! Envy's leg connected forcefully with Lu Zhe, but in the next instant, Envy felt a sense of surprise. His kick halted mere centimeters from Lu Zhe. This is Thud. Envy had not finished his thought before Lu Zhe's kick struck him in the abdomen, sending him flying like a cannonball. Lu Zhe then disappeared from sight, only to reappear at the spot where Envy was about to land. Paradox, erasure. Lu Zhe extended his right hand, releasing a wave of colorless energy. Envy, sensing the power of the paradox, panicked and hastily attempted to adjust in midair. Whoosh! At the last moment, Envy exerted all his effort to evade, but unfortunately grazed the edge. Upon landing, he was shocked to discover that his left arm had vanished entirely, with no hope of restoration. What kind of power is this? Envy's expression reflected astonishment. However, Lu Zhe offered him no respite, teleporting once more before him. Singularity. Boom! A gravitational singularity erupted before Envy. Though it was only a small-scale event, its power was not to be underestimated. Thud! Envy, having endured the singularity, found himself battered, with little unscathed flesh remaining. You truly are a monster, Envy gasped, panting heavily. Hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and quipped, aren't you the real monster? Surviving all this and still standing. You must have remarkable resilience. I will not die. The only one who will perish is you. Envy retorted, healing the injuries on his body. In no time, his wounds had healed, save for the arm that had been erased by the paradox. Yet, Envy believed this was sufficient, for he had yet to unleash his true powers. Observing Envy's expression, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of foreboding. All right, the warm-up is over. Now for the main course. Chapter 80. The Gap Within the Realm of Sins. A life-or-death battle commenced. Lu Zhe fixed his gaze on the embodiment of envy before him, his expression growing somber. I am the sovereign of this world. All within it belongs to me. Envy laughed maniacally, his form beginning to transform. His body swelled and shifted into a liquid state. Before long, an enormous black slime emerged within Lu Zhe's line of sight. Good heavens, is that even human? Truth began to doubt the veracity of his own senses. Even Lu Zhe felt a hint of gravity in the situation, but he quickly steadied himself. Isn't it better if it's larger and easier to fight? Though Lu Zhe spoke confidently, uncertainty lingered in his heart, for the aura emanating from this black slime was already at the level of a true sin. Moreover, he was unaware of what abilities this creature possessed. While he pondered, Envy launched an assault, a massive tentacle shot toward Lu Zhe's position. Boom! With a single strike, the ground trembled as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck, collapsing into a deep pit. Lu Zhe, having anticipated the attack and evaded with a teleport, hovered in the air, fixated on Envy. It seems I've truly landed in trouble, Lu Zhe mused with a wry smile. Envy's onslaught showed no signs of abating. He unleashed a flurry of black spikes. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe activated his absolute defense. The spikes halted mere centimeters from him. Then, with a flick of his fingers, they were sent hurtling back toward Envy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rebounding black spikes gained tenfold their original strength. Although they all struck Envy, they failed to inflict any harm. Envy emitted a peculiar laugh. Lu Zhe, not granting him a moment's respite, teleported behind him. Paradox, erasure. The colorless energy surged toward Envy's back, enveloping him in an instant. Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. Just as Lu Zhe believed he had secured victory, a sticky tentacle struck him away. Bang! Lu Zhe was sent crashing into the ruins 100 meters away. Cough, cough. Emerging from rubble, Lu Zhe was surprised to find blood trickling from his mouth. Did the paradox fail against him? Lu Zhe pondered in confusion. At that moment, Truth interjected with an explanation. Your power is far inferior to his. It is bound to be ineffective unless you harness my strength. Otherwise, it will be difficult to harm him. Are there no other options? Lu Zhe inquired seriously. Well, boom. Truth was interrupted as Envy's attack surged once more. Lu Zhe, having narrowly avoided it, found no time to catch his breath. Quickly, give me that power, Envy shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, several tentacles ensnared Lu Zhe. Ugh! Being bound by the tentacles, Lu Zhe felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. However, he managed to break free in the next moment. Be careful. That creature has likely absorbed the abilities of many, making it an insurmountable foe for you, Truth warned gravely. After all, if Luze perished, so too would envy, who would willingly court their own demise. Panting heavily, Luze cast his gaze once again toward envy. It seems that a considerable time must still pass before I can find an opportunity to shatter the realm of sin and escape from here, Luze murmured. This is not an indication of his cowardice. After all, the disparity in strength between both parties is far too great, and he is completely unaware of how many soul masters this individual has consumed. In the recent assault, Luze not only experienced dizziness, but also suffered from corrosive effect. If his paradox could inflict damage upon him, the battle would have likely concluded long ago. Thinking of fleeing? At that moment, the voice of jealousy turned distinctly displeased. The very next second, those appendages lunged once more toward Luze. Fortunately, Luze reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared again, a humiliation he could hardly bear to relive. Paradox, stop time. Luze spoke calmly, and in an instant, everything around him became frozen in place. Although he could not maintain this state for long, it was sufficient for him to create distance from jealousy. Crack! Just 1 second after Luze had departed from his original position, the time stop was abruptly shattered. Jealousy, now consumed by fury, unleashed those vexatious appendages, which shot toward Luze like bullets. Paradox, vacuum domain. Observing the pursuing appendages, Luze immediately sealed the space behind him with a vacuum. Upon entering the vacuum domain, those appendages withered instantly. A mere gust of wind was sufficient to obliterate them. Jealousy let out an enraged roar as he noticed Luze distancing himself further. However, it was futile. In his current form, his movements had become painfully sluggish. If the appendages were unable to reach Luze, then capturing him would be a distant dream. Before long, Luze had successfully evaded jealousy. Soaring through the air, Luze spoke gravely, Truth, is there a way to break the realm of sin and return to reality? Indeed, one must locate the weak points of the realm of sin and utilize the paradox to shatter it, Truth replied nonchalantly. Upon receiving this answer, Luze nodded and began to search for the weak spots of the realm. Yet, as he ventured further from the town, he found no sign of weakness. In fact, the dimensional barrier of the realm grew thicker the farther he traveled. This realization filled Luze with a sense of peril. Could the weak spot reside near jealousy? Luze pondered softly while perched atop a tree. It seems so. Even Truth shares this sentiment. It appears Luze must take a risk. A bitter smile crossed Luze's face as he acknowledged that escape was no longer an option. He turned to gaze at the distant town, his expression growing increasingly grave. Exhaling a deep breath, he took flight back toward the town. Before long, Luze found himself once more at the entrance of the town and sensing jealousy's presence. He began to slow his pace. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by jealousy? Truth inquired, puzzled. Luze remained silent. After all, he had isolated his own aura with the vacuum, making it unlikely for even a deity to detect him. Within the vast town, Luze strolled leisurely through its expanse. As for jealousy, there was no sign of movement, as if he had vanished into thin air. As he approached the town's center, Truth cautioned, you should remain vigilant. Luze merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to disregard further advice. Soon, Luze arrived near the town's core, which was dominated by a mass of black slime. Observing its surroundings without any blind spots, this sight made Luze feel the strain. Unless something could divert jealousy's attention or he could eliminate him entirely. The latter being clearly unfeasible, he had to consider alternative methods. While Luze contemplated his options, a petite figure appeared behind him. Sensing something amiss, Luze swiftly turned around, and upon recognizing the girl's face, he sighed in relief. So it's you, Luze said slowly. The young girl, who had previously encountered Luze, asked curiously, why are you sneaking around? It's best if you don't concern yourself with this. Luze waved his hand, signaling her to leave. However, the girl showed no intention of departing. Instead, her curiosity piqued. Are you plotting something mischievous? She probed, but Luze did not respond. Lost in his own thoughts, the girl, noticing his distraction, felt displeased and quickly approached him to commence her playful attacks. Hey, try that again, and see what happens, Luze admonished with a stern expression. Seeing his demeanor, the girl immediately quieted down. Just then, Truth emerged with a playful grin. Luze, weren't you contemplating how to divert jealousy? I think this little girl might be the perfect choice. Truth exclaimed with a smile. Luze was taken aback. While it was a valid point, Reason urged him to refrain from such actions. However, upon hearing Truth's words, the girl appeared momentarily stunned. Lu Zhe observed her dazed expression and expected her to flee, but an unexpected scene unfolded. The girl stepped forward and declared, "I can help you draw jealousy away. But you must agree to one request." Initially skeptical, Lu Zhe eventually confirmed her intentions and replied, "Speak, what is your request?" After a brief pause, the girl continued, "Once you leave here, you must convey my regards to my sister and thank her for her years of nurturing." Lu Zhe could scarcely believe such words were spoken by a 6-year-old girl. However, after careful consideration, he suspected that this girl was not ordinary. Perhaps he in truth simply could not perceive her true nature. "Will you agree?" The girl pressed. Returning to his senses, Lu Zhe consented without hesitation. After solidifying his thoughts, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Su Xiao," she replied. Chapter 81. Swallowed? The girl's name was Su Xiao, though Lu Zhe had no knowledge of her true identity. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Lu Zhe asked again. Su Xiao did not answer, merely nodding faintly. Then, she stepped out alone, her target being jealousy, who occupied the center of the town. Once Su Xiao departed, Lu Zhe's expression turned cold. "Truth, have you discerned Su Xiao's identity?" Lu Zhe asked softly. Truth appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. How did you figure it out?" Truth replied, "If you were unaware of Su Xiao's identity, would you have proposed such a strategy?" Lu Zhe looked intently at Truth. Then he pressed on, "Tell me, what is Su Xiao's true identity? Do you truly wish to know?" Truth asked with a smile. Lu Zhe did not respond, but nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Truth smiled and said, "There is something very important about the realm of sin that I have yet to share with you." "What is it?" Lu Zhe inquired, somewhat puzzled. Truth paused before continuing. "Only the embodiments of sin can operate within the realm of sin, excluding you, of course. With the aid of the power of rules, you can maneuver freely within any world." "Are you implying that Su Xiao is also an embodiment of sin?" Lu Zhe murmured slowly. "You are correct," said Jinli with a smile. "That little girl embodies not only sin, but also, akin to jealousy, represents original sin." It was a revelation that left Lu Zhe in a state of perplexity. However, he quickly regained his composure, for the pressing matter was not to dwell on Su Xiao. Nonetheless, Lu Zhe remained cautious around her, as she too was an embodiment of original sin. "Very well, let us prepare for action," Jinli remarked cheerfully at Lu Zhe's side. Yet, Lu Zhe's expression was peculiar, as if he were the true antagonist. "What are you thinking?" Jinli inquired, puzzled. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and replied, "I have changed my mind." "What?" Jinli was taken aback, unable to comprehend Lu Zhe's reasoning or his thoughts. "Do you possess the power to eliminate jealousy?" Jinli pressed. With a wicked grin, Lu Zhe stated, "Su Xiao is also original sin, and jealousy is no different. If they engage in battle, I shall simply reap the rewards." Upon hearing this, Jinli understood. "You have already been influenced by my power," he said gravely. However, Lu Zhe paid no heed, for his greatest disdain at that moment was likely for sin itself. Jinli shook his head in resignation. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe rushed toward the source of the commotion. In mere moments, he arrived at a desolate scene where jealousy and Su Xiao were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Truly, they are embodiments of original sin, Lu Zhe thought with a sly smile. He perched atop a nearby ruin, observing the confrontation as a spectator. The clash between two embodiments of sin was not merely a spectacle. Their strengths were closely matched, and should they truly engage, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Typically, they would not provoke one another. However, this instance was different, for Su Xiao had promised to assist Lu Zhe in returning to the original world. Unbeknownst to her, she had already been marked for elimination by Lu Zhe. Watching from a distance, a strange smile lingered on Lu Zhe's lips, sending a chill down the spine of any observer. "We are of the same kind. Why must we resort to violence?" Jealousy bellowed amidst the fray with Su Xiao. Yet, Su Xiao remained silent, communicating solely through her actions. She seized jealousy's tendril and launched herself into the air, forcefully slamming him into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the dust erupted into the sky, shrouding the surroundings in a haze of smoke. Su Xiao's gaze remained cold as she stared into the obscured air. Soon, several thick tendrils shot forth from the smoke, ensnaring Su Xiao in an instant. "I did not wish to engage with you, but you have left me no choice. Gluttony." Jealousy's furious voice resonated from within the fog. Bound and disoriented, Su Xiao felt her strength waning when, In a flash, several cutting lines severed the tendrils that ensnared her. It seems you cannot vanquish this vile creature alone. A figure appeared beside her, Luze, who had been observing the battle from afar. What are you doing here? Social questioned, perplexed. Luze, with a relaxed smile, replied, I feared you might perish before you could draw this creature's attention away. At that moment, Jealousy became aware of Luze's presence, and his mood shifted to one of intense agitation. You have finally shown yourself. This time, I shall seize not only your powers, but also gluttonies. Jealousy screamed in a frenzy. However, Luze disregarded him, turning his focus back to Su Xiao. Can you still fight? He asked slowly. Su Xiao felt a surge of emotions, but quickly regained her composure. She rose, directing her gaze toward Jealousy, and resolutely stated, Let us first eliminate this monster. Indeed, Luze smiled, then turned his attention to Jealousy. In an instant, he teleported behind Jealousy, conjuring a short blade of compressed air. Without further ado, he struck. With a slicing sound, Luze's blade opened a massive wound on Jealousy's back. This damage was possible due to Luze's ability to condense a vacuum into fine lines, making it nearly impossible for any substance to withstand. Yet, while this inflicted harm, it failed to deliver a fatal blow. The extensive wound healed almost instantaneously. In a fit of rage, Jealousy swung a tendril at Luze. With a dull thud, Luze was sent soaring by the forceful strike. Jealousy's enormous maw followed closely behind. As Luze sensed impending danger upon witnessing Jealousy's gaping mouth, Zhenli's voice rang out. What are you waiting for? That is a devouring attack. Unbeknownst to Zhenli, Luze had already been affected by psychic energy the moment he was flung by the tendril. As Jealousy's mouth loomed before him, Luze perceived an illusion of his beloved Lu Xiaoyu rushing toward him with open arms. By the time he shattered the illusion, it was too late to escape. In an instant, Luze was swallowed whole by Jealousy. Even Su Xiao, engaged in battle with Jealousy, was left bewildered. What is happening? Su Xiao pondered, unable to fathom why Luze remained suspended in midair. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. She needed to devise a plan to rescue him. Ha ha ha! At last, this power is mine. Jealousy laughed maniacally. Just then, Su Xiao teleported in front of him. Spit him out, she commanded, delivering a punch to Jealousy's face. However, it had no effect. Jealousy's tendrils sent Su Xiao flying. Just wait. Soon, it will be your turn. Jealousy taunted, laughing. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao felt a surge of anger, and her form began to undergo a tremendous transformation. In the blink of an eye, her petite frame expanded dramatically, transforming her into a tall and striking woman. Her aura drastically altered. You had best release Luze. Su Xiao's voice resonated, deep and commanding. Chapter 82. Luze? Zhenli, where am I? What is happening? Gradually, Luze opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by an endless void of darkness, as if he could never reach its edges. Soon, memories of the moments leading to his unconsciousness flooded back. Was I swallowed by Jealousy? Luze pondered, resting a hand on his head as he struggled to comprehend the situation. At this moment, Luze suddenly became aware that the powers of regulation and paradox within him were gradually dissipating. This was the ability of Jealousy to devour and possess. And at this juncture, the entity known as Truth emerged. Luze observed the gravity of Truth's expression. Is there any way to escape? Luze inquired. As Truth was about to respond, a sudden realization struck him, and he fell silent. Luze pressed on. If there exists a method, do not hesitate to share it. Otherwise, we shall both perish here. Yet, Truth remained mute, seemingly reluctant to divulge any information. In that instant, Luze grasped certain truths and smiled, saying, Rest assured, even if it requires a heavy toll, I will undoubtedly find a way out. Are you truly prepared? Truth replied slowly. Luze remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Seeing this, Truth ceased to withhold information and stated directly, The only way to escape is for you to surrender your body to me. But you must remain conscious. Once you lose your rationality, the consequences are beyond my control. Luze did not respond immediately. He remained silent for a while. Eventually, he appeared to have made a decision. No problem. Maintaining my rationality is a trivial matter for me, Luze said with a smile. Truth, wanting to voice something, quickly averted his gaze. Observing Truth's expression, even Luze understood that remaining conscious was indeed no simple task. Meanwhile, in the center of the ruined city, a fierce battle was unfolding between Su Xiao and the now formidable Jealousy. Neither could gained the upper hand in such a short time, though Su Xiao appeared to be at a disadvantage. Gluttony, I have promised to devour you. No one can stop me, Jealousy sneered. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao laughed in return. Who will devour whom is yet to be determined. Indeed, Su Xiao possessed the ability of gluttony, allowing her to replenish her own strength by absorbing external forces. This was the reason she had not fallen behind, although she still lagged significantly compared to Jealousy. Jealousy's ability also involved the consumption of external power, but the crucial distinction was that he could utilize the powers he devoured, effectively appropriating others' abilities. The more he consumed, the greater his own power became. Just as Su Xiao finished speaking, Jealousy's massive tentacle lashed out at her. Caught off guard, Su Xiao was struck and sent crashing into the rubble. Coughing, she slowly rose from the debris. Wiping the blood from her lips, her spirits lifted. Today, I shall make you understand that gluttony reigns supreme over jealousy. Su Xiao shouted, teleporting directly in front of Jealousy and launching a powerful punch. The impact was akin to a meteor crashing down, creating a deep crater in Ruined City. Jealousy's colossal form was also struck, leaving a significant void. Ah, how painful! Jealousy gritted his teeth in agony. With a swift movement, Jealousy lashed out with several thick tentacles. Su Xiao, witnessing the barrage of black spikes raining down like raindrops, did not evade but instead planted her hands firmly into the ground, exerting her strength to lift a massive stone to shield herself from the onslaught. The multitude of spikes struck the stone raised by Su Xiao. Noticing this, Jealousy did not hesitate to unleash a few more robust tentacles. With a crunch, the stone that Su Xiao was supporting was shattered, but instead of sending her flying, it ensnared her tightly. Struggling against the constraining tentacles, Su Xiao suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of electric current coursing through her body. The powerful current rendered Su Xiao unable to exert her strength, and she let out a pain scream. In an instant, her form reverted to that of her petite self. Jealousy observed this and erupted in laughter. Ha! Is this your true power? Su Xiao, hearing the mockery, glared intensely, her voice brimming with fury. I will make you pay for this. Jealousy scoffed. In your next life? Perhaps. Your strength now belongs to me. With that, he began to draw Su Xiao towards his gaping maw. Feeling a sense of unwillingness, Su Xiao declared, I will definitely kill you. As she was engulfed by Jealousy, her last ounce of strength spent in that final shout. Darkness enveloped her. In that moment, memories flooded back to her. Sister, I am sorry. I truly did my best. As tears streamed down her cheeks, despair filled her heart. Initially, she had believed she could vanquish jealousy, but now she realized that the hierarchy of the 7 deadly sins was beyond her capacity to disrupt. Just as she was about to relinquish hope, an eerie laughter echoed behind her. Hee, are you really giving up so easily? At that moment, Su Xiao felt herself being caught by someone. Turning in confusion, she was astonished to find that it was Lu Zhe, who had been consumed by jealousy. Yet, the Lu Zhe before her felt unfamiliar. You are curious, aren't you? Lu Zhe wore a strange smile as he continued. This is our first encounter. Su Xiao, perplexed, did not comprehend the meaning behind Lu Zhe's words, but she could certainly sense that this version of Lu Zhe was markedly different. Let us seize the moment. We are about to escape, Lu Zhe exclaimed with a grin. Without allowing her any time to react, he lifted her and shot upward at astonishing speed. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Jealousy, believing everything had concluded, lowered his guard. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss within himself. What is this? Jealousy murmured in confusion. Before he could finish his thought, a gash was carved into his massive form. 2 figures emerged from the rupture. Sensing danger, Jealousy's expression grew serious, and the wound on his body began to heal gradually. Realizing something was amiss, Jealousy gravely stated, Who are you? Silence. Before Jealousy could complete his sentence, he found himself compelled to obey. Yet he swiftly broke free from the command, and his expression shifted to one of disarray. Truly the original sin, still capable of resistance. The speaker slowly turned around. Jealousy fixed his gaze and was taken aback to discover that the person before him was none other than Lu Zhe, whom he had previously consumed. However, the Lu Zhe standing now was not the true Lu Zhe, but rather the embodiment of truth. Truth observed Jealousy's grave expression and couldn't help but let a smile creep across his lips. Although he was not yet a match for the 7 beings of the Truth realm, he could certainly crush Jealousy at present, Truth remarked with a grin. Without granting jealousy any time to react, a massive surge of colorless energy shot toward him. With a whoosh, accompanied by a sound of air being split, half of Jealousy's form vanished, leaving him in a state of shock and terror. He had encountered a presence he could never hope to defeat in a century. "Oh dear, I seem to have miscalibrated," Truth chuckled, scratching his head. With that, he prepared to unleash the colorless energy once more. Yet Jealousy, now reduced to half his form, had grown wise. If this continued, he would surely perish. He swiftly transformed into a large bird and fled into the distance. Truth's expression darkened as he remarked, "I had hoped to toy with you a bit longer, but it seems that is no longer necessary." As soon as the words left his mouth, Truth clapped his hands together and slowly uttered a single word: "Diminished dimensions." Buzz. At his command, Jealousy, who had been soaring through the sky, along with everything around him, abruptly transformed into a flat image. "What on earth is this?" Jealousy was genuinely alarmed. However, Luze was not one to indulge in idle chatter. He lightly tapped his index finger. Crack! The flat image that Jealousy occupied instantly shattered into countless fragments. As Jealousy's essence vanished, the realm of sin where Truth and Su Xiao resided also dissipated. Is this the end? Su Xiao remained in a daze, as everything happened too swiftly for her to process. Meanwhile, the figure of Truth before her bore an enigmatic smile as he softly murmured, "A new life has begun." Chapter 83. The punishable transaction: if I take over your body, you will fall into a deep slumber. In the boundless darkness, Truth spoke solemnly to Luze. "I understand." Luze nodded. However, Truth continued, "Once you fall into slumber, you will enter a fictitious world. If you cannot maintain awareness, it is highly likely that you may never awaken again." Luze remained silent for a long while upon hearing this, yet ultimately made his decision. "It is fine." After Jealousy was erased, the entity that temporarily took over Luze's body was Truth. This marked Truth's first genuine experience of the world in many years. On a forest path, Truth, now inhabiting Luze's body, walked along with a cheerful demeanor. "So this is what it feels like to have a body. It is utterly marvelous." Truth giggled. As the words escaped his lips, he couldn't help but break into a dance. After a short while, he gradually came to a halt. "Where was I supposed to go next?" With his chin resting on his hand, Truth pondered deeply. Then, with a clap of his hands, he recalled that Luze had intended to return to Shrek Academy. "However, this world is vast, and there are many places I have yet to visit." Truth chuckled. "Who will want to go to Shrek? A wondrous world, here I come." Hee hee. Sometime later, in a town located in the southern part of Doloadalu, Truth walked down the street with a smile. "This place seems intriguing. I shall observe it for a while," Truth remarked cheerfully. He then headed toward a hotel, but was rather vexed by the persistent shadow trailing behind him. Upon arriving outside the hotel, Truth halted and turned to face Su Xiao, who had been following him. "Little sister, aren't you supposed to be meeting your sister? Why are you trailing me?" Truth asked with irritation. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback before she replied softly, "I'm just passing by." "Is it really just passing by?" Truth regarded her with skepticism. Seeing his expression, Su Xiao nodded vigorously, as if affirming the truth of her words. Nevertheless, Truth was not convinced and stared at her intently. "Why are you following me? Speak." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's lips moved of their own accord, as she blurted out, "I wish to negotiate a deal with you." Truth was puzzled by her response, but still nodded. "Go on, what deal?" Recovering her composure, Su Xiao appeared astonished, having no idea why she had revealed her hidden thoughts. However, she quickly regained her calm and slowly continued. "I want you to rescue my sister, and in exchange, my life will serve as the price." "Rescue your sister?" Truth repeated slowly. "Yes," Su Xiao nodded, observing her demeanor. Truth couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "You, a being of gluttony, can't even save your sister? How absurd." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao fell silent, her expression betraying her unspoken sorrow. Truth, perceiving her distress, began to piece together the situation and gently inquired, "What has happened to your sister?" "Su Xiao man saident." Keeping her lips sealed, not wishing to waste time, Truth turned and entered the hotel. Su Xiao hastily followed suit, as if she were bound to him. Truth ignored her and approached the front desk to book a room, then proceeded directly to his chamber. Su Xiao continued to tail him. Outside the room, Truth could no longer contain himself and abruptly lifted Su Xiao off the ground. "What do you intend to do? Why won't you answer me?" Truth scolded with displeasure. The moment Su Xiao saw his expression, she felt an overwhelming pressure, her face paling as her strength waned. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, Truth tossed Su Xiao to the ground and entered the room without a backward glance. It took Su Xiao a long time to regain her composure, and she remained standing outside the door. Inside the room, Truth lay on the bed and, without a word, entered the sea of consciousness. Upon arriving in the sea of consciousness, Truth naturally approached a figure enveloped in slumber, who was none other than the unconscious Lu Zhe. I wonder how long it will take for you to awaken. Unable to escape a fictitious world, have you encountered some trouble? Truth murmured softly. Yet, Lu Zhe was entirely oblivious to the happenings beyond, and no one could predict when he would awaken. After meandering through the sea of consciousness for a while, Truth returned to the outside world. By this time, the sky had darkened, and Truth stood by the window, gazing at the sunset, lost in thought. Uncertain how much time had passed, Truth decided to venture into the town to seek out some amusement. However, upon opening the door, he found Su Xiao curled up against the wall outside his room. Observing her petite form, Truth opted to ignore her. Yet the moment he stepped outside, Su Xiao sensed his presence. She sprang to her feet and resumed following him closely. What has happened to your sister? Truth questioned. Seemingly resolved, Su Xiao está merez. It was pride who took my sister away. Pride? Truth felt astonished, pondering whether this world had also given birth to the sin of arrogance. Su Xiao nodded in affirmation. It is merely arrogance, Truth remarked nonchalantly. However, Su Xiao's next statement left him utterly speechless. That arrogant one does not belong to this world, but rather hails from another realm, Su Xiao said slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth was instantly gripped by a foreboding sense and inquired, is that arrogant one named Lucifer? Su Xiao's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing the name, and he replied, you are aware of that fellow as well? Truth, receiving confirmation, burst into laughter, though it was tinged with bitterness. Ha! I not only know him, but I also wish to slay him, Truth declared with indignation. Seeing this, Su Xiao thought that perhaps his sister was saved, but Truth's next words shattered her hope. If it truly is him, then let it be. I am currently no match for that fellow. Truth waved her hand dismissively. Su Xiao was skeptical, but the reality was indeed as stated. The arrogant Lucifer was the embodiment of sin, and his power likely surpassed all others of the original sins. Though his true form could not descend into this world, his avatars could, making it unsurprising if he took someone away. You are no match for him. After receiving this revelation, Su Xiao sank helplessly to the ground, as if devoid of sanity. This could not be blamed on Truth, for Lucifer's true strength was indeed a tangible reality. Truth had known of Lucifer's name for tens of thousands of years. Back then, Lucifer was proclaimed as the unparalleled sovereign of heaven and earth, crushing all in his path. And even those of higher rank were no match for him, which speaks volumes. Furthermore, as time has passed, Lucifer's true power had likely surpassed that of the original sins. Returning to the present, Truth gazed upon Su Xiao's bewildered expression and felt a sense of helplessness. Unless she could fully recover, she would have to confront that fellow. Well, I merely stated that I am not a match for Lucifer at present, but that does not preclude the possibility in the future, Truth reassured Su Xiao. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's spirits lifted. Indeed, being unable to defeat him now did not mean he could not be vanquished later. Given sufficient time, Lucifer too would meet his demise. In the future, my life will belong to you. Wherever you need me, I shall exert myself to the utmost, Su Xiao declared resolutely. Truth was momentarily at a loss for words, yet upon witnessing Su Xiao's unwavering determination, she fell silent. For now, accompany me. Truth turned and walked toward the street. Su Xiao's face brightened with a smile. All right, master. Chapter 84. Illusion? Reality? Part 1. The blaring of a horn jolted Lu Zhe awake with a start. However, upon opening his eyes, he was engulfed in astonishment. How is this possible? Lu Zhe gazed at his surroundings, utterly shocked. Yet the reality lay before him, towering skyscrapers, familiar roads, sidewalks, and streetlights glowing green. Indeed, displayed before Lu Zhe was the very street where he last stood before his traversal. Wasn't I in the sea of consciousness? How could this be? Lu Zhe pondered in confusion. But soon he recalled Truth's prior admonition to remain alert and not lose reason. Swiftly, Lu Zhe recognized his surroundings for what they truly were. This is all an illusion, he concluded decisively. Yet, without Truth by his side, he had no idea how to shatter this illusion. After some contemplation, Lu Zhe conceived a bold idea. What if dying in this world would allow me to escape? Lu Zhe said slowly. At that moment, the traffic light turned red, and with gritted teeth, Lu Zhe took a step forward. He did not believe he would perish here. This must all be an illusion. But as he stepped forward, a familiar voice rang out. "Brother, what are you doing?" A reprimanding voice sounded from behind Lu Zhe, followed by a hand grasping his clothing. Startled, Lu Zhe turned to see that it was none other than his younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu. "Are you trying to get yourself killed, brother? Can't you see the red light?" Lu Xiaoyu scolded angrily. In a daze, Lu Zhe had no immediate reaction as Lu Xiaoyu quickly pulled him to his side. "Brother, did you stay up all night playing games again?" Lu Xiaoyu questioned. Lu Zhe did not respond, instead lost in his thoughts. He remembered that before his traversal, he had no brother. Why was Lu Xiaoyu here? Moreover, from Lu Xiaoyu's words, it seemed they had been living together for quite some time. "Hey!" Lu Xiaoyu noticed Lu Zhe's blank expression and began to panic, gently patting his face. "Brother!" Slap! Before Lu Xiaoyu could finish, the hand that had grasped Lu Zhe's clothing was swatted away. Lu Zhe, without looking back, dashed away into the distance. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately panicked and hurried after him. The two raced through the bustling streets, with Lu Zhe leading and Lu Xiaoyu in pursuit. At this moment, Lu Zhe was bewildered, as he could hardly discern whether this was reality or an illusion. Reason urged him to distance himself from Lu Xiaoyu, lest he become trapped here forever. After what felt like an eternity of running, Lu Zhe found himself struggling to breathe. The once formidable powers he possessed had vanished without a trace, leaving him an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu's stamina far outstripped his. Had it not been for the throngs of people in the area, he would have been caught long ago. Ha ha ha! In a narrow alley, Lu Zhe leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His current stamina was woefully inadequate. After such a short distance, he was already exhausted, prompting Lu Zhe to complain. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Lu Zhe's phone rang. Startled by the ringtone, Lu Zhe shakily retrieved his phone, only to find it was his brother calling. Without hesitation, he hung up. "This is all an illusion. I must not immerse myself in this world," Lu Zhe repeated to himself. He then remembered something. There must be information about this world in his phone. After browsing through his phone, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss. Is this truly the real world? Lu Zhe began to question himself. Could everything I experienced in Dolua Dalu have been a fleeting dream? He refused to accept this reality, firmly believing that this was indeed an illusion. After resting for a while, Lu Zhe once again ventured into the throngs of the street. Ensuring that Lu Xiaoyu was not nearby, he relaxed his guard. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, on another street, appeared frantic, having lost sight of his brother. What on earth is wrong with my brother? Why did he run away? Lu Xiaoyu wondered in confusion. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Finding Lu Zhe was of utmost importance. Soon, the sky began to darken, and Lu Xiaoyu still had not found his brother. At that moment, he truly started to panic, tears welling in his eyes. "Brother!" After fruitless searching, Lu Xiaoyu walked dejectedly on his way home, wishing more than anything to see his brother upon returning. However, all of this is utterly unrealistic, for Lu Zhe is acutely aware that he absolutely cannot return home at this moment. Otherwise, he might find himself ensnared in this illusion ever deeper, trapped here indefinitely. The winter night is particularly frigid and clad only in a thin shirt. Lu Zhe walks through a park. It is unbearably cold. Had he known better than to discard his clothing, he would not be shivering so violently. Yet, what can be done? All of this stems from his own actions, and he must bear the consequences, whatever they may be. Lu Zhe settles onto a bench within the park, slowly tilting his head to observe the snowflakes descending from the sky, a profound and indescribable feeling stirring within him. Being alone is truly unbearable, Lu Zhe mutters with a bitter smile. The sun has completely set, and the snowflakes above have grown increasingly dense, the temperature continuing to plummet. At this moment, Lu Zhe's face has turned a shade of purple from the cold, his movements becoming exceedingly sluggish. His phone, money, and backpack are all lost. He is utterly penniless. Aware that he cannot linger in the park, Lu Zhe rises and heads back to the street. Unbeknownst to him, he finds himself on a familiar street. Where is this? Lu Zhe's vision has begun to blur, feeling as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. Yet, this very street is where his home lies, so he must hasten his departure. Encountering Lu Xiaoyu would be most inconvenient. As he speaks, he turns towards another direction. In his icy state, Lu Zhe accidentally trips over a garbage bag at a corner and falls to the ground. His body feels so frail after one fall. It is as if he is on the brink of death, Lu Zhe laments. As he continues to speak, his consciousness begins to fade, and soon he loses consciousness. Not seeing Lu Zhe return home, Lu Xiaoyu rushes out once more. After a fruitless search, she returns home dejectedly, only to stumble upon the unconscious Lu Zhe at a corner. "Brother," she exclaims, excitement coursing through her as she rushes to his side. Upon examining his condition, her expression turns grave. Without a second thought, she lifts him into her arms and races back to their home. "Please be all right, brother," Lu Xiaoyu whispers, tears welling in her eyes as she gazes down at Lu Zhe, who remains oblivious to everything around him, unaware that he has been found. Once home, Lu Xiaoyu carries Lu Zhe directly into the bathroom. After filling the bathtub with warm water, she gently places him inside. She then seats herself beside the tub, worry etched across her face as she tightly grips Lu Zhe's right hand. Time passes, and eventually, Lu Zhe slowly opens his eyes. When he focuses on his surroundings, he is momentarily bewildered, his gaze shifting to the sleeping Lu Xiaoyu beside him. He swiftly withdraws his right hand, pressing himself against the wall like a mouse fleeing from a cat. The movement stirs Lu Xiaoyu from her slumber. "Brother," she exclaims, her eyes widening with concern as she looks at him. Her eyes begin to glisten with tears, and she instinctively wants to embrace him. However, Lu Zhe deftly evades her, and in his damp state, he slips and falls to the ground. "Brother, what is wrong?" Lu Xiaoyu asks, confused. At that moment, Lu Zhe abruptly stands up, pointing a finger at Lu Xiaoyu with a serious expression. "Stay away from me," he commands. "Why?" Lu Xiaoyu is still perplexed. Yet, Lu Zhe has no intention of lingering, turning swiftly to flee the bathroom. Lu Xiaoyu, realizing his intent, follows closely behind. Just as Lu Zhe, soaked to the skin, is about to dash out of the house, Lu Xiaoyu leaps forward and tackles him to the ground. "Lu Zhe, what on earth are you doing?" she shouts. Pinned down, Lu Zhe struggles with all his might, but he lacks the strength to break free. "Let me go," he shouts in frustration. However, Lu Xiaoyu shows no signs of relenting. Rather, she holds him tightly. "You're not leaving this door until you explain yourself," she asserts firmly. Suddenly, she rises, pulling Lu Zhe up with her. Given that Lu Xiaoyu is slightly taller, Lu Zhe finds his feet barely touching the ground. Seeing him continue to resist, Lu Xiaoyu unceremoniously throws him onto the living room sofa. Without hesitation, she produces a length of rope from seemingly nowhere and binds him securely. Now restrained, Lu Zhe finds himself unable to struggle further, while Lu Xiaoyu gazes at him with a serious demeanor. "What is the matter with you? Brother, what is wrong?" Lu Xiaoyu asks, her expression grave as she fixes her gaze on the bound Lu Zhe. He remains icy and unresponsive, unwilling to engage. "At least respond to me," she implores, stepping closer. "You had better keep your distance." When Lu Xiaoyu hears this, she is momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why he is acting this way. Yet, observing his serious demeanor, she realizes he is not joking. With no other option, she decides to place him in his own room. "Brother, I will prepare a meal for you," Lu Xiaoyu says softly. However, Lu Zhe does not even glance in her direction, keeping his eyes shut, lost in thought. Once Lu Xiaoyu leaves the room, Lu Zhe suddenly opens his eyes wide. "I cannot remain here any longer. I must escape swiftly." His gaze is resolute. The root of all this lies in Lu Zhe's intuition. If he integrates into this world, he will never awaken. Therefore, until he finds a way to leave this realm, he must avoid forming any connections with anyone here. This has become the sole purpose of Lu Zhe's existence. Just as he contemplates how to escape, the door to his room swings open once more, revealing Lu Xiaoyu, who enters with a bowl of noodles. "Brother, are you hungry?" she asks with a smile. Upon seeing her, Lu Zhe turns his body away, presenting an unmistakable expression of "do not approach me." Lu Xiaoyu, uncertain how to respond, chooses to let it pass with a smile. She then places the steaming bowl of noodles on the desk beside him and sits behind him. "Brother, have you encountered some trouble?" she inquires cheerfully. Yet, Lu Zhe remains unresponsive, focused on the view outside the window. As Lu Xiaoyu observes him lost in thought, a smile creeps on her face. Suddenly, she leaps from behind and embraces him. "Brother, do you dislike me?" she jokes, caught off guard by the sudden embrace. Lu Zhe is momentarily startled, then retorts with irritation, "You need to untie me." "Untie you?" Lu Xiaoyu realizes only then that he is still bound and unable to move freely. She promptly releases the ropes, restraining Lu Zhe. However, the moment the ropes are loosened, Lu Zhe throws a punch at her. His speed is quick, but Lu Xiaoyu's reflexes are quicker. She catches his fist effortlessly. With a pout, she states, "It seems you really do dislike me. Brother, we used to sleep together." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe feels a wave of discomfort wash over him and hastily withdraws his hand. Keep your distance from me. From this moment on, we shall no longer share any ties, Lu Zhe declared with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, stammering, joking, right? Observing the expression on her face, Lu Zhe felt a flicker of hope and retorted, do I strike you as someone who enjoys jesting? Do not seek me out again. With that, he turned to leave. However, as soon as he took a step, a hand from behind seized him by the neck. Do you really wish to distance yourself from me so easily? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, pulling him forcefully into her embrace. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to her previous harmless demeanor. A wicked smile adorned her face. Since you're no longer my brother, Lu Xiaoyu declared, biting down on Lu Zhe's neck. The sudden bite left Lu Zhe stunned, prompting him to break free from her grasp. Lu Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? Lu Shi shouted. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu seemed oblivious to her recent actions. As Lu Zhe touched his neck, he discovered a small trickle of blood, leaving him in utter disbelief. Is this the essence of being a brother? Lu Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, wiping the blood from her lips as she inched closer to him. A sense of inexplicable danger washed over Lu Zhe, compelling him to turn and flee the room. Just as he was about to escape, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going, brother? She said with a sinister grin, wrapping her arms around him and causing both to tumble to the ground. The sound of their fall echoed dully, and Lu Zhe, pinned beneath Lu Xiaoyu, gritted his teeth in pain. Lu Xiaoyu, this is your final warning. Stay away from me, he bellowed. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu appeared utterly unfazed, her laughter growing more exuberant. You cannot escape, she declared, and in an instant, she began to act. With a swift motion, Lu Zhe's shirt was torn asunder, revealing his fair skin. Brother, did you know? Lu Xiaoyu began, but Lu Zhe had no intention of listening. He merely wished to flee. From the moment we met, I was drawn to you. It was only our brotherly bond that prevented me from expressing my feelings, Lu Xiaoyu confessed with deep emotion. But now, that bond no longer exists, for you are no longer my brother. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe felt as though he had been struck dumb, questioning if he had misheard. However, there was no time for such thoughts. He had to escape quickly, lest his innocence be irrevocably tarnished. You lunatic, let me go, Lu Zhe shouted, struggling against her grip. Yet, in mere moments, Lu Xiaoyu pinned his hands to the ground, rendering him incapable of resistance. Lu Xiaoyu's delight only intensified as she pressed her body against his, her free hand beginning to explore. You used to like me so much. Why the sudden change? She inquired softly. As she spoke, she bit his neck once more. You impudent fool. Lu Zhe suddenly unleashed a surge of strength, shoving Lu Xiaoyu away. Gasping for breath, he regarded her with wary eyes, perceiving her as a ferocious beast ready to pounce. What are you afraid of? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a laugh. Yet Lu Zhe had no time to waste. He turned to flee. To his astonishment, Lu Xiaoyu did not pursue him this time, which he deemed fortunate. On the street, wrapped only in a blanket, Lu Zhe shivered against the cold. How could Lu Xiaoyu have transformed into such a creature? He murmured softly. The chilling events left a significant shadow over him, and he resolved to find a place to rest, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts. Approaching a nearby park, he made his way to a slide, seeking refuge from the biting wind. What is this place? How can I escape? He muttered, lying on the slide in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had been trailing him and was now close by. At last, I have found you, Lu Zhe. Chapter 86. Illusion? Reality? And what is this place? What is happening to me? Upon opening his eyes, Lu Zhe found himself enveloped in darkness, clearly blindfolded and bound. A sense of peril washed over him, yet struggling against his bindings proved futile. As he wrestled with his restraints, a voice broke through the silence. You're awake? Upon hearing this voice, Lu Zhe quickly regained his composure and coolly inquired, Who are you? Why have you bound me? Ha ha! The voice erupted into laughter. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are of great importance to me, the mysterious figure responded. With that revelation, Lu Zhe abandoned any hope of uncovering the identity of his captor. Why have you taken me? He pressed. The mysterious figure approached Lu Zhe, sitting upon his lap without hesitation. Because I adore you, to the extent that I wish to consume you, they replied cheerfully. Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating the sheer madness that pervaded this world. However, he remained firmly bound, unable to escape, his vision obscured. You will wait here for a moment. There is someone else I must deal with. Their existence will only disrupt our future, the mysterious figure remarked meaningfully before departing. Seizing the opportunity while the figure was away, Lu Zhe began to thrash violently in an effort to dismantle the chair. After a fruitless struggle, he realized that the chair was unyielding. "It seems I am truly unfortunate," he thought with a wry smile. Just as despair settled in, the sound of a gunshot jolted him awake. Bang! What was that? Lu Zhe felt a foreboding sensation wash over him. Following the gunshot, a hand grasped the cloth, obscuring his vision. When Lu Zhe opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Lu Xiaoyu standing before him. "Brother, I have arrived late," she said softly, beginning to untie his bindings. However, at that moment, the previous mysterious figure reappeared behind Lu Xiaoyu. "Lu Xiaoyu, I will see you dead," the figure exclaimed, their expression frenzied. Raising a hand, they brandished a gun. Just as the trigger was about to be pulled, the ropes binding Lu Zhe fell away. "Get down." Lu Zhe's instinctive reaction was to tackle Lu Xiaoyu to the ground. Bang! Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, a gunshot rang out, raising his alertness. Fortunately, Lu Zhe timely pushed Lu Xiaoyu to the ground. Otherwise, he might have met his demise there. "Brother, stop talking and let's leave this place quickly," Lu Zhe said gravely. After all, there was a madman wielding a handgun. If they lingered any longer, it would inevitably lead to disaster. With that, he stood up and grasped Lu Xiaoyu's hand, dashing toward the spot with cover. The mysterious figure followed, closely behind, gun in hand. "Brother, your shoulder." During their escape, Lu Xiaoyu noticed the abrasion on Lu Zhe's shoulder and began to worry. However, Lu Zhe merely replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. We need to get out of here first." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was still somewhat concerned, but had no choice but to comply, especially since the mysterious figure was hot on their heels, and they were trapped within a construction site. At that moment, the relentless pursuer shouted loudly, "Lu Zhe, stop right now, or I will kill you." "What a lunatic!" Lu Zhe muttered anxiously. Suddenly, another gunshot echoed. Fortunately, it missed Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu, merely grazing past them. Feeling the threat of death, Lu Zhe quickened his pace. The two ran with all their might, but the mysterious figure kept chasing them relentlessly, forcing them to flee to the rooftop of the building. The three of them were in a frantic chase, and the mysterious figure, having run out of bullets, dared not make reckless moves, merely following them. Eventually, after much exertion, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu reached the rooftop. "Nowhere to run, huh?" The pursuing figure laughed as he looked at the two cornered at the edge of the rooftop. He then aimed his gun at Lu Xiaoyu again. "If it weren't for you, Lu Zhe would have been mine long ago. Why did you have to be born into this world?" The mysterious figure seethed with rage before pulling the trigger. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, Lu Zhe instinctively shielded Lu Xiaoyu. The bullet struck Lu Zhe's chest, and blood spurted forth. Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by the scene before her, and even the gunman was taken aback. Lu Zhe's body fell backward, but Lu Xiaoyu caught him just in time. "Brother, why did you do this?" Tears blurred Lu Xiaoyu's vision, leaving her unsure of what to do. The mysterious figure staggered closer to Lu Zhe, a dazed expression on his face. "Zhe, why are you?" Coughing, Lu Zhe managed to stand with great difficulty. "You need to find a way to leave." "I'll hold him back," he said gravely to Lu Xiaoyu. But upon hearing this, the mysterious figure became frantic, pointing his gun at them and shouting, "Why? Why not me?" Lu Zhe, looking at the madman before him, coldly replied, "I don't even know you. This is all a figment of your imagination." Bang! Nonsense! The mysterious figure fired again, but this bullet merely struck the floor beside Lu Zhe, causing no harm. "If it weren't for this guy, you would never forget me." The mysterious figure had completely lost his mind, advancing menacingly towards them with his weapon, seemingly resolved. "If I can't have you, then I'll kill you," he exclaimed and fired, hitting Lu Xiaoyu in the shoulder. Seeing this, Lu Zhe froze momentarily before forcefully tackling the mysterious figure to the ground. The gun was knocked from the figure's hand, and as he tried to reach for it, Lu Zhe prevented him. In desperation, the mysterious figure began to strike Lu Zhe, worsening his already grievous injuries. "Let go of me," the figure screamed in madness. However, Lu Zhe remained steadfast, holding on tightly. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly ran to pick up the handgun. "Don't move," she shouted, aiming the gun at the mysterious figure. Upon seeing this, the figure immediately complied, allowing Lu Zhe to create some distance. "Step back," Lu Xiaoyu commanded. Reluctantly, the mysterious figure began to retreat, slowly backing up until he reached the edge of the rooftop, thinking it would end there. However, unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoyu, without uttering a word, pulled the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, the mysterious figure lost control and fell backward. This turn of events caught even Lu Zhe off guard, and just as he was about to speak, another accident occurred. As the figure fell, he entangled himself in a rope, which then snagged Lu Zhe. With Lu Zhe already injured, he could not muster the strength to resist, and was forcibly pulled towards the edge of the rooftop. Just as it seemed Lu Zhe would plummet from the building, Lu Xiaoyu appeared at the last moment, grabbing hold of him. "Brother, hold on, I'll pull you up," she urged anxiously. However, Lu Zhe lowered his head and spoke softly. "Your coming to save me is already the best. I don't belong to this world, so I was ready to die last time. What are you saying? Don't move. I'll get you up," Lu Xiaoyu shouted desperately. At this moment, Lu Zhe slowly raised his head, smiling gently as he said, "I've been shot. It won't matter if I go up." Before he could finish, Lu Zhe forcibly broke free from Lu Xiaoyu's grasp and fell straight down from the building. Watching him fall, Lu Xiaoyu was frozen in disbelief. "Brother, Lucia!" She finally snapped back to reality, releasing a heart-wrenching scream, but Lu Zhe had already vanished. In the end, Lu Xiaoyu curled up on the rooftop, her eyes vacant and lifeless, repeatedly murmuring Lu Zhe's name. Yet, all was beyond salvation, for it had all come to an end. "Awake? You certainly did not disappoint me," a voice chuckled. Chapter 87. The leading teacher. In a small grove near Shrek City in Doluwadalu, Zhenli was giggling to himself. "I'm utterly exhausted, finally awake after so long." Beside him, Su Xiao looked on in confusion. Through the time they had spent together, she realized that while Zhenli was powerful, he still paled in comparison to Lucifer. Moreover, Zhenli had been using Lu Zhe's body to wreak havoc, and what he had done was likely unspeakable. "Master, what happened to you?" Su Xiaoing Wei. Upon hearing her, Zhenli smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing. Just woke someone up." "And what do you plan to do now, master?" Su Xiao asked again. However, this time, Zhenli did not respond. Instead, he approached a large tree and sat down cross-legged without a word. Understanding his intent, Su Xiao dutifully remained by his side. In the sea of consciousness, Truth once again approached the comatose Lu Zhe, noting that his breath was becoming increasingly vigorous. "How long have you been in this state?" Truth inquired with a smile. No sooner had he uttered these words than Lu Zhe abruptly opened his eyes. "How long have I been unconscious?" he murmured, rubbing his head. Upon hearing this, Truth chuckled lightly. "Not too long." Relieved, Lu Zhe then asked, "Did anything significant happen while I was out?" Truth, resting his chin on his hand, pondered briefly before recalling certain events. "Overall, it's been quite uneventful, aside from my dealing with a few major sins. However, the Youth Soul Master competition, which occurs every 5 years, is about to commence," Truth replied slowly. Upon hearing the latter, Lu Zhe sprang to his feet. "Has the Youth Soul Master competition begun yet?" he inquired urgently. Truth, amused by his reaction, reassured him, "Do not worry, it starts in a month." Lu Zhe sighed in relief, fearing he had missed the competition. If he had, then Xiao Yu's identity would have been exposed, and Lucifer and his associates would undoubtedly come to take her away. "All right then, it's time to return my body," Lu Zhe suddenly declared. Truth, feeling a bit aggrieved, replied, "But I haven't had enough fun yet. Can you not let me play a little longer?" Lu Zhe shot him a cold glance, saying nothing further. Fine, I will return your body," Truth conceded reluctantly. In the external world, Lu Zhe, sitting under a tree, gradually opened his eyes. "I have returned to life," he thought as he slowly rose, feeling his body. At that moment, he noticed Su Xiao beside him, and his expression hardened upon recalling her identity as the original sin. "What are you doing here?" Lu Zhe questioned coldly. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but before she could respond, Lu Zhe seized her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. "Hey, wait a moment. Su Xiao is now your servant," Truth suddenly interjected. Lu Zhe was taken aback by this revelation and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Truth quickly explained, "It is as follows." Before long, Truth recounted everything that had transpired during Lu Zhe's unconsciousness. After receiving the explanation, Lu Zhe released Su Xiao but remained wary of her. "Since you are now my servant, you must be honest. Do you understand?" Lucia stated calmly. Su Xiao, who had fallen to the ground, nodded silently. Not wishing to engage further, Lu Zhe turned and headed toward Shrek Academy. Due to the jealousy surrounding original sin, the original itinerary had been disrupted. Now that he had awakened, he needed to return to Xiao Yu before the Youth Soul Master competition commenced. Gazing in the direction of Shrek Academy, a faint smile graced his lips. "Xiao Yu, I have returned." Sometime later, within the battle arena of Shrek Academy, a decision had been made during a meeting at the Sea God Pavilion. Lu Zhe would lead as the instructor for this year's Youth Soul Master competition. However, despite this conclusion, Lu Zhe's absence had caused concern among the others. Elder Xian remained adamant that Lu Zhe should be the leading instructor, sensing that this year's competition would not be as straightforward as in the past. In a room within the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian sat with a furrowed brow, troubled by Lu Zhe's continued absence. When will that brat return? He complained. Just then, a knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in, Elder Xian signaled without hesitation. When the door opened, Elder Xian was taken aback. Long time no see, Elder Xian. I thought you might have truly perished, he exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Lu Zhe. As Elder Xian approached, he placed a hand on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Now that you have returned, let us discuss the upcoming Soul Master competition, he said meaningfully. All right, go ahead, Lu Zhe replied with a smile, not declining the invitation. Elder Xian, no longer holding back, gestured for him to take a seat. I believe you're already aware of some matters. Elder Xian began slowly. Lu Zhe nodded, understanding that Elder Xian wished for him to lead the team. Yes, Elder Xian affirmed, but the key issue lies in the process of this Soul Master competition. Lu Zhe quickly grasped the implication, recognizing that the world had indeed been affected. Elder Xian continued, I have a strong feeling that this competition will not be as simple as it seems. The presence of the sins you mentioned may emerge. I am aware, Lu Zhe replied earnestly. The reason I returned is precisely that. Elder Xian felt a sense of relief, knowing that with Lu Zhe's protection, the students of Shrek Academy would likely remain safe. Very well, go familiarize yourself with the students. When the competition begins, I will call upon you to devise strategies. Elder Xian advised, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Lu Zhe chose not to speak further and quietly exited the Sea God Pavilion. He understood that Elder Xian had likely sustained significant injuries during the last battle, and his strength had diminished considerably. However, there was little time to dwell on such matters. The most pressing concern was to check on his brother's well-being. With this thought, a gentle smile appeared on Lu Zhe's face. Within the battle arena of Shrek Academy, the students representing Shrek in this year's Soul Master competition were diligently training. There were 7 in total, including Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Xiao Er, along with Dai Hua Bin, Zhu Lu, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. The reason for their small number was the incident in Qianyuan City, which rendered most others unsuitable for such a high-level competition. Captain, do you think we can win the championship? Dai Hua Bin asked, his face stern as he approached Lu Xiaoyu. She simply replied, I must win. At that moment, Dai Hua Bin found himself at a loss for words. His apprehension towards Lu Xiaoyu stemmed from the vast disparity in their abilities. Lu Xiaoyu had reached the formidable rank of a high-level soul sage at level 75, a rarity in itself, and her extraordinary strength could easily overwhelm even some soul de law, let alone other soul sages. Apart from Lu Xiaoyu, the strongest among them was Vice Captain Gu Yuna, whose soul power was nearing level 70 and was on the verge of becoming a soul sage herself. This realization filled Dai Hua Bin with joy, as he believed it was finally possible to triumph over Hu Hao. Just then, a figure appeared within their sight. Upon catching sight of that familiar figure, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since they had last met. Chapter 88, Long Time No See. The visitor was none other than Lu Zhe. When Lu Xiaoyu recognized her brother, her initial shock quickly transformed into a radiant smile. Brother, she exclaimed, and she rushed into Lu Zhe's embrace. Lu Zhe could only smile in response, then resumed observing the other students. Dai Hua Bin and the others had witnessed Lu Zhe's formidable power firsthand. Even Xian Lao could not contend with him, highlighting his incredible strength. Very well, I am here to inform you that I will be your trainer from now on, Lu Zhe stated with a serious tone. The group stood frozen in place, their minds momentarily unable to comprehend his words. What? Dai Hua Bin exclaimed in disbelief as he regained his senses. I'm not joking with you. Training will commence first thing tomorrow morning, Lu Zhe replied with a grin. At this, Dai Hua Bin felt a flicker of joy in his heart. If he could be trained by Lu Zhe, it would undoubtedly lead to a transformative leap in his abilities, allowing him to surpass Hu Hao even without Lu Xiaoyu's help. With this thought, Dai Hua Bin became invigorated, eager to begin training at that very moment. However, Lu Zhe merely briefed them before departing with Lu Xiaoyu. Left behind, the 6 individuals could only return to their respective homes. Yet Gu Yuna quietly followed in Lu Zhe's footsteps. Where have you been all this time? Lu Xiaoyu fixed her gaze intently on Lu Zhe as they walked back to the dormitory. Under her scrutinizing stare, Lu Zhe felt quite uncomfortable, as if he were being stripped bare. He could only awkwardly chuckle and respond, Oh, I haven't gone anywhere, just wandering around the continent. Really? Lu Xiaoyu asked skeptically, recalling the events in Qianyuan City all too clearly. Sensing her doubt, Lu Zhe quickly changed the subject, saying, well, since we haven't seen each other in a while, let us go out for a meal. Lu Xiaoyu did not decline and immediately revealed her innocent smile. At that moment, Lu Zhe suddenly noticed Gu Yuna trailing behind them, prompting him to halt and turn to her. Do you have something to discuss with us? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Gu Yuna, having been discovered, did not hide her intentions any longer, stating directly, indeed, I have something to discuss with you. I see. Lu Zhe nodded thoughtfully and exchanged a glance with Lu Xiaoyu. Understanding the cue, Lu Xiaoyu quietly walked ahead. Once Lu Xiaoyu had distanced herself, Lu Zhe turned to Gu Yuna and asked, what is it? I want to know when you will take us to the divine realm, Gu Yuna replied candidly. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled faintly. Rest assured, those beings in the divine realm are merely pseudo-deities. We should be more cautious of the inhabitants of that world, he reassured, waving his hand dismissively. Satisfied with his answer, Gu Yuna ceased her inquiries and turned to seek Xiao. Lu Zhe stood where he was, watching Gu Yuna's departing figure, his gaze growing colder. The divine realm? Lu Zhe scoffed inwardly, merely a realm dominated by hypocrites. With that thought, he turned and walked in the direction of Lu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Holy Spirit sect, movements began to stir. The Young Soul Master competition was approaching, and one must be cautious. As Bunhuai observed the crowd with an air of authority, their strength had nearly fully recuperated, and he believed they could escape unscathed even if they encountered Lu Zhe now. Yet, one matter continued to plague them, the whereabouts of the Divine Sun. It has been so long, and the Divine Sun's aura remains concealed. We cannot detect anything. Saifu remarked gravely. Bunhuai, upon hearing this, offered a succinct response. Once the competition begins, the Divine Sun's aura will undoubtedly be revealed. That's reassuring, Saifu sighed in relief. Very well, I will handle matters regarding Lu Zhe, Bunhuai stated as he rose to leave. The others chose to trust in him, refraining from further speculation. Back in his room, Bunhuai gazed out at the sky, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. Lu Zhe, you will come to regret this. Brother. A loud shout echoed from the Shrek inner courtyard dormitory area. Startled by the voice, Lu Zhe jumped. He hurried to Lu Xiaoyu's room, asking what on earth is wrong. However, Lu Xiaoyu glared at him with displeasure. Why did you move next door? She demanded angrily. Lu Zhe, caught off guard by the question, was at a loss for words and quickly averted his gaze. The memory of Lu Xiaoyu in the illusion had left a deep impression on him. What if something similar were to occur in reality? The thought made him break into a cold sweat. Seeing her brother's silence, Lu Xiaoyu approached and grabbed his collar. Tell me, why did you move next door? She insisted, her anger palpable. With no other option, Lu Zhe managed a forced smile and explained. You're at an age where it's rather inappropriate to be sleeping in the same room as your brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu realized something but quickly dismissed it from her mind. Releasing Lu Zhe's collar, she grinned mischievously. We're both boys, so what are you afraid of? At her playful smile, Lu Zhe instinctively retreated a few steps. It's precisely because we're both boys that I am concerned, he replied, covering his eyes. Do you dislike me now? Lu Xiaoyu asked, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Zhe reluctantly tried to placate her. All right, just for tonight, but we absolutely cannot share a bed again, understood? Oh, Lu Xiaoyu sighed in disappointment and then flopped onto her bed. Observing her state, Lu Zhe felt a pang of guilt, questioning if he had made a mistake. Could it be his fault? He began to doubt himself. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was indeed for the best that the brothers slept apart. Soon, evening fell. After dinner, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu returned to their dormitory. Get to bed early tonight. You will undergo my training tomorrow, Lu Zhe said sternly, eyeing Lu Xiaoyu, who was sprawled on the bed. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu responded, still wearing the same expression, before burying her head under the covers. Sighing in resignation, Lu Zhe retrieved his bathrobe and headed into the bathroom. Zhenli, come out for a moment. He called at his reflection in the mirror. Hee, why are you calling me out? Have you encountered something? Zhenli teased playfully, annoyed by her cheeky demeanor. Lu Zhe felt a surge of irritation, but what could he do? Aside from Zhenli, perhaps only Lu Xiaoyu had such a close relationship with him. What do you think of my brother? Lu Zhe asked slowly. Your brother? Zhenli replied, bewildered. Yes. Lu Zhe nodded, continuing the conversation. Truth, upon reflection, could only ponder for a moment before resting his chin on his hand and saying, I cannot ascertain the state of your brother. but I can tell that the power within him resembles that of a friend of mine. Your friend? Lu Ze was taken aback, wondering if fate had conspired to bring him and Lu Xiaoyu together. How does your friend compare to you? Lu Ze, regaining his composure, inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this question, Truth's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Recognizing the expression on his face, Lu Ze understood that there must be some unresolved issues between him and his friend, rendering it inappropriate for Truth to elaborate. Consequently, he refrained from pressing further. You are no longer of concern to me. Return to the sea of spirit. Lu Ze gestured dismissively after a while. Who would care? Truth retorted, disappearing into Lu Ze's body. Left alone, Lu Ze gazed at his reflection in the mirror, sinking once more into introspection. Am I still myself? He pondered aloud, for he felt he had undergone profound transformations since arriving in this world, no longer resembling the Lu Ze of old. Yet, what did it matter? His foremost desire was to protect his brother and eradicate all sins from this world. Chapter 89. Training commences the next morning dawned peacefully, only to be shattered by a loud cry. Brother! Startled by Lu Xiaoyu's exclamation, Lu Ze sat up in bed, bewildered. As he turned to look at Lu Xiaoyu, he intended to inquire about the commotion, but Lu Xiaoyu spoke first. Who is this person? He exclaimed, pointing at Su Xiao, who stood by the bedside. Realizing that his brother seemed to have misunderstood the situation, Lu Ze began to explain. She is my servant. Do not jump to conclusions, he chided gently, tapping Lu Xiaoyu on the forehead. However, Lu Xiaoyu remained unconvinced about the nature of their relationship and glared menacingly at Su Xiao. What is your name? Lu Xiaoyu demanded sternly. Su Xiao, responding honestly, replied, I am Lu Ze's servant, named Su Xiao. Is that true? Lu Xiaoyu asked, still skeptical. Indeed, Su Xiao affirmed with a nod. Despite her response, Lu Xiaoyu remained vigilant and coldly declared, You are not to come within 10 meters of my brother, and you certainly cannot enter his room at night. Do you understand? Observing Lu Xiaoyu's serious expression, Su Xiao complied without protest, for after all, this young boy had an older brother to answer to. All right, you may leave now, Lu Xiaoyu instructed at an opportune moment. Su Xiao obediently turned and exited the dormitory, leaving a still bewildered Lu Ze sitting on the bed. Once the matter with Su Xiao was settled, Lu Xiaoyu turned back to Lu Ze. You are not to seek out any more servants, especially not female ones. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyu stated firmly. Lu Ze, taken aback by her insistence, could only comply. I agree, but only if you can get off me first, he said slowly. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Lu Xiaoyu finally hopped off him, freed from her constraints. Lu Ze stood up to get ready. Xiaoyu, accompany me to the training ground shortly, he said while dressing. Understood, Lu Xiaoyu replied. Before long, the two brothers exited the dormitory, only to find Su Xiao patiently waiting at the door. Why are you here? Lu Xiaoyu questioned suspiciously. I am waiting for my master to leave, Su Xiao replied softly. This answer irked Lu Xiaoyu, who was about to voice her frustration when Lu Ze interrupted her. Enough. Let her speak less, he said. Annoyed by the interruption, Lu Xiaoyu turned her head away in displeasure. Lu Ze then addressed Su Xiao. You can stay in the dormitory next door for a while. You need not follow me around all the time. Yes, master, Su Xiao replied with a bow. The term made Lu Ze uncomfortable, prompting him to say, Please refrain from calling me master. It feels rather awkward. Just call me by my name. Understood, master, Su Xiao replied, still confused but unable to adjust her language. Lu Ze sighed in resignation and led Lu Xiaoyu to the training ground, while Su Xiao remained behind, waiting quietly for his return. At the Shrek Inner Courtyard training ground, all but Lu Ze and Lu Xiaoyu had assembled on time. When will the instructors arrive? Dai Huabin inquired impatiently, eager to begin training. Gu Yunna merely replied, Let us wait a moment. They should be here shortly. No sooner had she spoken than two figures entered the training ground. Is everyone here? Lu Ze asked, his lips curving into a smile as he surveyed the gathered group. He then directed Lu Xiaoyu to rejoin the others and commenced with his agenda. You all are aware of what you are about to face, correct? Lu Ze stated with sudden seriousness. The group fell silent, yet each was acutely aware of the impending challenge. My training regimen consists of two components. One is to enhance your physical strength, and the other is to improve the quality of your soul power, Lu Ze declared loudly. Though it sounded straightforward, Lu Xiaoyu sensed that they were on the brink of experiencing one of the most unforgettable months of their lives. Observing the group's eagerness, Lu Ze continued, Today's morning session will focus on physical enhancement. This prompted Dai Huabin to wonder how one could enhance their physique, as he believed his physicality was already exceptional. However, Lu Zhe's next statement left him utterly speechless. You will all train under 10 times the normal gravity for the entire morning, Lu Zhe announced. The group was immediately taken aback by the notion of tenfold gravity. Teacher, are you trying to kill us? Zhu Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Ning Tian, a support-type soul master, also spoke up. Teacher, as a support-type soul master, I could do without such strenuous training. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhe's expression soured. Upon witnessing his displeasure, Ning Tian shrank back, retreating behind Zhu Lu in trepidation. Lu Zhe approached her directly. What do you believe a support-type soul master should be like? He inquired. Faced with the question, Ning Tian fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Noticing her lack of an answer, Lu Zhe turned away and slowly articulated. I may not know what you envision a support-type soul master to be, but to me, a support-type soul master is one who can control the entire situation and reverse dire straits, effectively leading the team to victory. He added with a smile, of course. There is no rule in the soul master competition that support-type soul masters cannot attack, is there? Ning Tian was left momentarily speechless. Her perception of support-type soul masters fundamentally challenged. Just then, Zhu Lu interjected, Teacher, isn't controlling the situation the role of control type? Why involve support types? Lu Zhe, upon hearing the words, offered a faint smile and slowly remarked, Isn't it true that both the control system and the food system serve merely auxiliary roles? The crowd, upon hearing this, suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, regardless of the system, any assistance beneficial to teammates can be categorized as supportive. It seems that the auxiliary system may indeed be the most crucial of all. Ning Tian, having grasped this concept, ceased to refute Lu Zhe's statements. With everyone seemingly in agreement, Lu Zhe cheerfully announced, Let us commence our training. Without allowing the group a moment to respond, the training room instantaneously transformed into a tenfold gravity chamber. Lu Xiaoyu and the others immediately felt the weight of this pressure, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, this tenfold gravity was shared among the 7 of them. Had it been imposed on an individual, it would likely have resulted in immediate collapse. The group remained prostrate on the floor for nearly an hour before Lu Xiaoyu was the first to rise. Impressive. You've recognized the need to enhance your physical form with soul power, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile from his perch. Following Lu Xiaoyu's rise, Gu Yina, Qiu'er, Dai Huabin, and Wu Feng also stood up. As for Ning Tian and Zhu Lu, their bodies, unaccustomed to such gravity, remained grounded, which was entirely within Lu Zhe's expectations. However, he reassured them, Do not worry. In time, you'll be able to stand. The 5 who had risen began their training, albeit with every movement causing them to tremble slightly. Keep it up, everyone. We have 3 more hours to go, Lu Zhe encouraged from his seated position. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to take immediate action against him, but was unfortunately unable to escape the tenfold gravity. The 5 found themselves nearly immobilized under its weight, while Ning Tian and Zhu Lu remained sprawled on the ground, unable to move. So this is what it feels like to be a teacher. Quite delightful, Lu Zhe chuckled from his chair. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were already drenched in sweat, their bodies steaming. I will prove everything with my actions, Dai Huabin roared. Get moving. Chapter 90. Victory rewards. By that afternoon, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions were utterly exhausted, sprawled out on the training room floor like lifeless husks. Observing their condition, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. He then rose and approached them, waving his right hand gently. Fatigue vanish. Upon feeling their bodies rejuvenate, the group instantly sprang to their feet. Now that your bodies have recovered, let us proceed to our next training session, Lu Zhe announced with a smile. Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of utter disillusionment. However, there was no choice. They had to comply with Lu Zhe's directives. What are we to do next? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lu Zhe smiled lightly and slowly uttered an unexpected statement. You will face me in battle every afternoon. The others, unsure what to think, could see Lu Xiaoyu brimming with excitement. How do we fight? She was the first to ask. Observing her eager expression, Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, It's quite simple. Throughout this month, as long as you can touch me once each afternoon, you'll be deemed qualified. Is it truly that simple? Lu Xiaoyu questioned, somewhat skeptical. Of course, but do not assume that touching me is an easy feat, Lu Zhe said, turning his back to the group. Are you prepared? Before they could react, he had already positioned himself opposite them. Let us go, Lu Xiaoyu declared with confidence. Dai Huabin and the others were similarly inspired by her enthusiasm, donning expressions of self-assurance. Seeing their eagerness, Lu Zhe joyfully proclaimed, "Then let the challenge begin." With that, Lu Xiaoyu shot towards Lu Zhe like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, she found herself behind him. "I've got you," she exclaimed, extending her right hand towards his back. "Get down." A command suddenly echoed in her ears just as she felt triumphant. Upon hearing this, she was left in a daze as her body uncontrollably collapsed behind Lu Zhe. "I mentioned that reaching me isn't as simple as you think," Lu Zhe said, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyu. Feeling a surge of frustration at his words, Lu Xiaoyu realized she could not regain control of her body and remained unable to rise. Just then, a golden spear hurtled toward them. It was thrown by Chior. "Gotcha!" she exclaimed, wearing a confident smile, believing Lu Zhe would not evade this strike. However, Lu Zhe, upon witnessing the swift approach of the golden spear, wore an expression not of panic but of delight. Boom! The golden spear struck the ground where Lu Zhe had been standing, creating a cloud of dust. Chior, watching the smoke, expressed her triumph. "See, this is the consequence of underestimating us." However, in the next moment, she was taken aback. "Your timing was good, but a sneak attack won't work on me." As the smoke dissipated, the golden spear came to a halt mere centimeters from Lu Zhe. Chior was momentarily stunned. Yet, before she could fully comprehend this, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, with Ning Tian's assistance, had maneuvered to Lu Zhe's flanks. Upon noticing them, Lu Zhe smiled gently. "A pincer attack, is it?" "No, it's a three-pronged assault." At that moment, Gu Yuna, standing directly in front of him, unleashed a massive fireball aimed squarely at Lu Zhe. Simultaneously, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu completed their charge, launching 3 simultaneous attacks at Lu Zhe. Observing the scene, Lu Zhe could hardly contain his amusement. Paradox obliterate. With a simple lift of his hand, the attacks from Gu Yuna and the others vanished into thin air. "What soul skill is this?" Dai Huabin murmured in astonishment. After the assaults dissipated, Lu Zhe reappeared before them and scathed. "You all need more practice. This level is hardly sufficient," he said with a light smile. The group felt a pang of mockery in his words. Yet this time they refrained from recklessness and began to strategize. There's no time limit. The teacher only mentioned that our afternoon sessions would involve sparring with him. "So we could try a wheeled battle," Lu Xiaoyu whispered as she gathered the others. "That 1T work. Lu Zhe's soul power is unfathomable. Before we exhaust ourselves, he'll still be fresh." Gu Yuna countered this strategy. Upon hearing her, Lu Xiaoyu quickly realized, "I apologize, I forgot." "So what should we do?" Dai Huabin asked urgently. However, Gu Yuna seemed to possess a solution, stating decisively, "Do not cluster together. Distract Lu Zhe's attention. As long as one of us can touch him, we win. Then let us get to it." Wu Feng regained his confidence. After their discussion, the group turned their gazes back to Lu Zhe, who wore a gentle smile as he regarded them. "Have you completed your tactical deliberations?" Lu Zhe inquired slowly. However, Chior no longer granted him any opportunity. Gripping the golden dragon spear, she charged towards him with fervor. "Yeah!" Chior roared, her golden spear sweeping towards Lu Zhe in an instant. "Stop!" A low hum reverberated. "How can this be?" Chior was taken aback, as her entire being came to a halt upon hearing those 3 words, crashing heavily onto the ground. At that moment, a ferocious white tiger materialized behind Lu Zhe. It was evident that this was the martial soul fusion technique of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. With a mighty roar, the white tiger unleashed a powerful strike towards Lu Zhe. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu expected Lu Zhe to block the attack with his hands, but they were left dumbfounded the next second. Martial soul fusion, erase. With a swift command from Lu Zhe, the colossal white tiger vanished in an instant, leaving Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu bewildered as they tumbled to the ground. Could it be that he could even erase a martial soul fusion technique? This seemed excessively formidable. Lying on the ground, Dai Huabin wore an expression of despair, already questioning his existence. However, Gu Yuna refused to concede. Although astonished, she reasoned that no matter how powerful Lu Zhe was, he would surely have moments of distraction. At this moment, Gu Yuna ceased her elemental combat and approached Lu Zhe from behind, wielding a silver spear. "Rule the scales." Sensing Gu Yuna's presence behind him, Lu Zhe summoned 2 long swords. The clash of the silver spear against the 2 golden swords emitted a piercing sound. "I didn't expect you had this up your sleeve," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared nearby. "Brother, you were too careless," Lu Xiaoyu said with a grin. He then swung his golden sword directly at Lu Zhe. Reacting quickly, Lu Zhe waved his right hand lightly, causing the golden sword to vanish. However, Lu Xiaoyu's intention was not to triumph with his golden sword, but rather through another means. After the golden sword disappeared, Lu Xiaoyu instantaneously teleported behind Lu Zhe. Apologies, brother. As he prepared to strike, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. Your thoughts are rather naive, Lu Zhe replied with a gentle smile. Stay down. A familiar sensation enveloped Lu Xiaoyu once more, finding himself once again prone behind Lu Zhe. At this moment, he began to harbor grievances. Just you wait. I will make you lie before me one day, Lu Xiaoyu thought indignantly. Observing his puffed-up expression, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Yet as he laughed, a figure swiftly approached him from behind and patted him. Teacher, we have one. The speaker was Wu Feng. After being patted, Lu Zhe initially froze, then broke into laughter. Well done, you all had this plan from the outset, did you not? Lu Zhe said, smiling. Wu Feng nodded in affirmation, and at that moment, the other 6 members also gathered before Lu Zhe. Brother, since we have encountered you, shouldn't we celebrate a little? Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering for quite a while before finally responding. How about this, since Wu Feng touched me? I will grant her one request, Lu Zhe stated slowly. The group was immediately taken aback. They had not anticipated such a perk for the one who touched Lu Zhe. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu regretted not being the one. If he had touched Lu Zhe, wouldn't that mean, do you have a request for me? Lu Zhe inquired. Looking at Wu Feng was momentarily puzzled, but contemplated for a considerable time. Finally, she thought of something. Teacher, can you promise me anything? That depends on the situation, as long as it's not too outrageous, Lu Zhe replied with an awkward smile. That's good to hear, Wu Feng said with a smile. Teacher, I want to know just how strong you truly are. Upon Wu Feng's question, everyone was left in a state of shock. What? Such an excellent opportunity, and you only ask this? Dai Hua Bin exclaimed in disbelief. Is that not acceptable? Wu Feng looked at the expressions of those around her, suddenly feeling as though she had asked the wrong question. Conversely, Lu Zhe appeared quite pleased and readily answered her inquiry. Actually, I'm not that impressive. I'm just a tad stronger than Xian Lao, Lu Zhe chuckled. After saying this, Lu Zhe announced the end of today's training, with a continuation scheduled for the next day. However, every afternoon, those who successfully touched Lu Zhe during practice would have one opportunity to make a request of him. This motivated Lu Xiaoyu and the others even more, each hoping to be the next to touch Lu Zhe. Chapter 91, The Second Truth. Brother, are you intentionally making things difficult for me? Lu Xiaoyu asked disgruntledly while walking beside Lu Zhe. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing the opportunity, directly voiced his grievances. Why did you always make me lie on the ground during practice this afternoon? Isn't that making things difficult for me? After speaking, he shot Lu Zhe an irritated glare. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe scratched his head and turned to change the subject, but Lu Xiaoyu saw right through him. You're really out to get me, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Zhe did not respond, but merely smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu became angry, his cheeks puffed up as he stormed off. Lu Zhe chuckled at his retreating figure and followed after him. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaoyu was already plotting his revenge for the future. Just you wait. I will ensure you cannot get up, Lu Xiaoyu thought, filled with indignation. Shortly after, the two returned to their respective dormitories, separated by only a wall. The enjoyable day had passed, leaving Lu Zhe pondering what would unfold the next day as he lay on his bed. At that moment, Truth appeared with a smile. Lu Zhe, why aren't you sleeping with your dear little brother? Truth teased. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt speechless and slowly sat up. He had grown up, and sleeping alone was beneficial for him, a sentiment he expressed quite reasonably. Truth laughed at this response. Hee, is that truly your reasoning? Or are you just afraid your brother might have improper thoughts about you? Truth joked. Lu Zhe felt somewhat embarrassed by this remark and promptly flopped onto his bed. Leave me alone. I'm going to sleep. Truth, still chuckling, teased further. You're no fun. Lil Yu likes you so much, and you're just going to enough. Lu Zhe interjected, interrupting Truth before she could finish. He then added irritably, what business is it of yours regarding my relationship with Xiaoyu? Truth could only smile faintly as she merged back into his being. Once Truth vanished, Lu Zhe closed his eyes again, attempting to rest. The next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, Lu Zhe was astonished by the sight before him. Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe exclaimed, staring at Lu Xiaoyu, who was sprawled on him. He then slapped Lu Xiaoyu's back. Instantly awakened, Lu Xiaoyu opened his eyes, still drowsy. Is it morning already? Lu Jie gazed at his counterpart, lost in contemplation, before regaining his composure and lifting him up. How did you end up in my dormitory? He asked sternly as he placed Lu Xiaoyu on the ground. The awakened Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, it was implausible to admit that he could not sleep without leaving his brother's side. Noticing Lu Xiaoyu's prolonged silence, Lu Zhe chose not to dwell on it any longer. All right, from now on, refrain from such behavior, understand? Lu Zhe said gently before departing for the training room. The training room adhered to a monotonous routine, with the only excitement stemming from the afternoon sparring rewards, rendering the rest quite ordinary. Nonetheless, the allure of a reward propelled Lu Xiaoyu and his companions to consistently surpass their limits. Since the encounter with Wu Feng, however, no one had dared to challenge Lu Zhe again, as a particular tactic could only be employed once. Ha ha ha, this is utterly absurd. It's impossible to even touch the instructor, exclaimed Dai Huabin, who lay exhausted on the floor. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu continued to spar with Lu Zhe, seemingly determined to seize that reward. On the sidelines, Gu Yuna and Xiao'er maintained a poised stance, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu's vicinity. The others turned to find Lu Xiaoyu embedded in the wall of the training room. Xiaoyu, you really need to practice more, Lu Zhe chuckled, observing his brother's unfortunate predicament. Lu Xiaoyu bowed his head, lost in thought, undoubtedly pondering something unpleasant. Sensing his brother's silence, Lu Zhe grew concerned. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Did I strike too hard? He inquired anxiously. In the next instant, a particle of light streaked across Lu Zhe's face, leaving him bewildered and unsure of what had transpired. Lu Xiaoyu raised his head once more, albeit with a slight transformation. Xiaoyu, what is happening? Lu Zhe's apprehension began to mount. In a split second, Lu Xiaoyu delivered a powerful blow to the ground beneath Lu Zhe's feet. Fortunately, Lu Zhe had swiftly vacated the area and turned to Gu Yuna and the others. Speaking with gravity, Gu Yuna, you all must leave this place at once. Something is amiss with Xiaoyu. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gu Yuna and her 5 companions promptly exited the training room, leaving Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu to face each other, tension palpable in the air. Xiaoyu, what is wrong? Lu Zhe asked gravely. To his astonishment, Lu Xiaoyu replied, I simply haven't experienced this feeling in a long time. Who are you? In that moment, Lu Zhe realized that Lu Xiaoyu was no longer the brother he once knew. With a faint smile, Lu Xiaoyu responded, I am Truth. Truth? Lu Zhe was taken aback by this revelation. If he were indeed Truth, then what did that make the entity within him? However, the mystery was soon unraveled. I initially did not wish to disclose this, but I did not anticipate this fellow awakening so swiftly, the Truth within Lu Zhe solemnly stated. Lu Zhe, intrigued, inquired, Truth? Who is this individual? Oh, he is also Truth, came the calm reply. Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned. Could there truly be 2 entities of Truth? Yes, but I am distinct from him. I embody absolute truth, and you are already aware of my abilities, the Truth continued, his expression growing solemn. The truth within your brother is relative truth, with only one capability. It nullifies the powers of those around him. Are you implying that my abilities are rendered ineffective against him? Lu Zhe felt a wave of pessimism wash over him. In truth, from this moment onward, all our abilities will be rendered useless, yet his power remains intact. Truth replied with a forced smile. How can we possibly engage in combat under such circumstances? Lu Zhe found himself confronting an unprecedented dilemma. While he pondered, Lu Xiaoyu had already teleported in front of him. Though you are formidable, I was born to counter you. Relative Truth proclaimed with a smile, delivering a punch to Lu Zhe's abdomen. The impact sent Lu Zhe crashing against the wall, where he slowly slumped down. Cough, cough. This is rather bleak, Lu Zhe remarked with a wry grin. This situation is beyond bleak. It can be likened to a superhuman effortlessly overpowering an ordinary individual. Is there any comparison to be made? It is an outright massacre, Lu Zhe lamented. Though I detest resorting to such measures, it appears I have no choice. Truth stated gravely. Lu Zhe had anticipated some secret weapon, but to his surprise, it was merely retreat. Is this truly your final strategy? He questioned as he continued to flee. Truth responded, there is no alternative. We cannot defeat that individual. However, I suspect he will not last much longer and should soon succumb to slumber. That is reassuring, Lu Zhe replied, continuing to dart around the vicinity. Meanwhile, Relative Truth, dizzy from the chase, lost the desire to pursue. I am curious about how long you can maintain this pace, he mused with a faint smile, while Lu Zhe persisted in his flight. The aura of the divine child has emerged. It seems this soul master competition will indeed yield extraordinary events, he thought. In the ensuing chapter, Lu Zhe stood opposite Lu Xiaoyu, his expression grave. The truth hovering beside him mirrored his concern. For relative truth's abilities were designed specifically to counteract his own. There is no alternative. We must wait for your brother to awaken, Truth lamented. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could only manage a bitter smile as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, we are brothers. There is no need for such severity, he pleaded. Who considers you a brother? Lu Xiaoyu, now under the control of relative truth, retorted. Had you not interfered, I would have awakened long ago. Relative truth chastised with a hint of reproach. I see. Lu Zhe suddenly burst into laughter, catching relative truth off guard. What is so amusing? He inquired. Forgive me. I simply found it funny. Moreover, it is time for you to close your eyes and drift into slumber, Lu Zhe remarked calmly. As soon as he spoke, relative truth sensed an anomaly within himself, collapsing to the ground. What was happening? His vision blurred. Before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving Lu Zhe to smile serenely. I sensed that relative truth could not contain the force of the rule within Xiaoyu, so it was only a matter of time before he fell into a deep sleep. Rule power? Truth seemed to recall something, quickly grasping the situation. You mean to say that a third of your rule power resides within your brother? Truth questioned incredulously. Lu Zhe, taken aback, responded, How did you know that? Incredible, indeed. Truth mused, having guessed correctly. The tranquil entity known as Zhenli gradually smiled and remarked, Do you dare to play such a game? Do you comprehend the consequences should the power of the rules spiral out of control? It is precisely because I understand that I dare to act in this manner, Lu Zhe softly replied as he cradled Lu Xiaoyu in his arms. Upon hearing his words, Zhenli found himself at a loss for words. By the time he regained his composure, Lu Zhe had already exited the training room. Outside the training chamber, Gu Yina and her companions were on high alert. At that moment, Lu Zhe emerged, holding Lu Xiaoyu, and the group sighed in relief upon seeing that they were both unharmed. Everyone, return to your dormitories. Our session concludes here for today, Lu Zhe stated gently, before making his way back to his dormitory with Lu Xiaoyu in his embrace. Inside the dormitory, Lu Zhe gazed pensively at Lu Xiaoyu, who lay on the bed, before slowly inquiring, Zhenli, please elaborate once more on the power residing within Xiaoyu. Are you referring to the relative truth? Zhenli replied with a smile. Lu Zhe nodded, continuing to fixate on Lu Xiaoyu. Noticing this, Zhenli no longer withheld information, stating directly, there are two forms of truth, absolute truth and relative truth. I was the first to come into existence, and, initially, the strongest. However, with the emergence of relative truth, I have been subdued. Is the ability of relative truth specifically aimed at you? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Zhenli nodded faintly and continued, You should already be aware of my capabilities. When combined with your paradoxical power, we essentially become invincible. However, relative truth operates differently. It creates an invisible barrier around itself. Within this barrier, the abilities of all except for relative truth will be rendered ineffective, reducing them to the status of ordinary individuals. Lu Zhe was taken aback by this revelation. Contemplating further, he asked, What is the relationship between relative truth and Xiaoyu? Is it akin to our previous connection? Not quite, Zhenli denied. Relative truth can be considered your brother. Yet your brother is not relative truth. What do you mean? Lu Zhe sensed something amiss. To speak frankly, I do not wish to discourage you, Zhenli replied gently. However, Lu Zhe chuckled and said, Go on, it's not a big deal. After careful consideration, Zhenli finally stated, Your brother is essentially a personality that has split from relative truth. He will ultimately fade away, at which point the power of the rules will also be under the dominion of relative truth. So that is how it is. Lu Zhe nodded in understanding, though his expression remained remarkably composed. Are you not afraid that your brother might suddenly disappear? Zhenli asked, perplexed. To which Lu Zhe replied calmly, Xiaoyu is merely a personality. The inevitable outcome cannot be altered. Even if I yearn for him to remain, it will ultimately result in nothingness. So, you have come to terms with this? Zhenli queried, astonished. Indeed, Lu Zhe smiled, subsequently rising to head towards the bathroom. Zhenli did not follow, his focus solely on relative truth. After all these years, I thought you would never awaken again, Zhenli remarked softly, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu on the bed. In the bathroom, Lu Zhe's expression was frigid, as if he had already made his decision. If Xiaoyu truly vanishes, then relative truth must be eradicated, he murmured softly. Though he spoke thus, a flicker of turmoil stirred within him, soon suppressed as he wrapped himself in a bathrobe and approached the bedside. As for your thoughts on what comes next, I need not know. However, we must ensure that both of us survive. Do you understand? Zhenli stated slowly before merging into Lu Zhe's body. Remaining in place, Lu Zhe displayed no excessive emotion, simply lying down on the bed. As night deepened, Lu Zhe observed Lu Xiaoyu on the bed, falling into silence. You will not disappear. At that moment, within the realm of Zhenli, Lucifer pondered, when do you intend to seek the Son of God? Leviathan inquired, gazing up at the lofty Lucifer. Calmly, Lucifer replied, do not rush. Haste makes waste. Now that both forms of truth have emerged, once we secure the alliance of the Son of God, who wields relative truth, Lu Zhe, who possesses absolute truth, will no longer pose a threat to us. Will the Son of God truly be willing to assist us against Lu Zhe? Leviathan asked uncertainly. Yet, Lucifer, wearing a confident expression, assured, rest assured, the Son of God will certainly aid us. Chapter 93. An excessive request? Brother, wake up. At dawn's first light, Lu Zhe was roused by Lu Xiaoyu's voice. He slowly opened his eyes. You're awake? Lu Zhe smiled gently. Upon awakening, Lu Xiaoyu beamed and attempted to leap into his arms. However, as she did so, Lu Zhe effortlessly lifted her into the air. Stop jumping on me every day. You're not a child anymore, Lu Zhe said with a serious expression. Being hoisted in midair, Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of displeasure. Let us go. It's time for the training room, Lu Zhe stated as he set her down and exited the dormitory. Lu Xiaoyu, following closely behind, sensed an inexplicable atmosphere. Upon arriving at the training room, Lu Xiaoyu and the others repeated their usual routine. This time, however, under the gravity-enhanced pressure, Lu Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction as Ning Tian and Zhu Lu finally managed to stand, albeit slowly, demonstrating considerable progress. It seems everyone has adapted to this training method, Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile as he approached the group. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were filled with curiosity, but quickly grasped his meaning. Since you have become accustomed to the gravity training, it is time to transition to actual combat, Lu Zhe announced. After today's sparring session, we will cease practice and instead introduce you to the realm of sin. Dai Huabin was taken aback by this news, fully aware of the dangers associated with the realm of sin. However, it was precisely what he longed for, as engaging with the realm of sin signified his path to strength. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward, gazing at Lu Zhe with a mischievous smile. Brother, if someone manages to touch you during the sparring this afternoon, will you grant me a wish? Lu Zhe, puzzled by her words, nonetheless smiled and nodded. Lu Xiaoyu's grin widened at this response, prompting a sense of foreboding within Lu Zhe. That afternoon, the eagerly anticipated sparring session finally commenced. Not only was Lu Xiaoyu excited, but Gu Yuna and the others were also filled with enthusiasm. Soon, Lu Zhe cheerfully declared, let's begin. As his words fell, Gu Yuna and Qiu'er charged towards him, wielding golden and silver dual guns. Their speed had surpassed that of an average agile attack type Soul Master. Despite their swiftness, they could not evade Lu Zhe's abilities. Stand still, Lu Zhe announced casually as he activated his power. In that instant, Gu Yuna and Qiu'er, in mid-charge, found themselves frozen in place. How despicable! The inner fury of Qiu'er erupted instantaneously. However, it was futile, for no one could defy Lu Zhe's orders. Even those more powerful than him would hesitate for a moment, let alone Gu Yuna and Qiu'er. It was a prime opportunity. Just as the two of them complied with the command, Dai Huabin had already arrived behind Lu Zhe. White Tiger Fiery Light Wave. A sphere of light coalesced in Dai Huabin's mouth as he launched it towards Lu Zhe. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Zhe did not evade. Instead, he waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, Dai Huabin's attack dissipated mere centimeters from Lu Zhe, as if it had never existed. You're still lacking a bit. Lu Zhe smiled as he teleported behind Dai Huabin. With a flick of his finger, Dai Huabin was propelled like a cannonball. Thud! The impact sent Dai Huabin crashing against the wall of the training room. After coughing a couple of times, he stood up once more. However, Lu Zhe paid him no mind, as he was busy evading. A shadow darted around Lu Zhe at incredible speed, each attack striking with great intensity. Yet amidst this onslaught, Lu Zhe remained remarkably composed. Meanwhile, Zhu Lu, the one launching these attacks, was panting heavily, utterly perplexed as to how Lu Zhe could effortlessly evade her strikes. Zhu Lu, you're still quite far off, Lu Zhe chuckled again, repeating his prior actions. Zhu Lu was sent flying, collapsing to the floor much like Dai Huabin. Don't be too naive. Everyone, Lu Zhe remarked, shifting his gaze towards Wu Feng and Ning Tian. As Wu Feng sensed the unusual, he attempted to act, but was quickly overwhelmed by the force of gravity. As for Ning Tian, he was forcibly put to sleep under Lu Zhe's command. Now, only Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Zhe remained in the training room. Brother, is there anything you wouldn't accept if I asked? Lu Xiaoyu teased with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a sense of unease, but managed to respond with a smile. Of course, provided you can actually ask. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xiaoyu shot forward like a projectile. In less than a second, she stood before Lu Zhe, her foot raised to deliver a kick. Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, employing absolute defense to block her attack. Afterward, Lu Xiaoyu instantaneously teleported behind him, a golden longsword aimed at his back. You move quite gracefully. Lu Zhe laughed upon witnessing her actions. With a mere wave of his hand, the sword shattered, and Lu Xiaoyu was forcefully sent crashing against the wall. Coughing, Lu Xiaoyu retorted, Brother, do you really have to be so ruthless? Ruthless? I don't see it that way, Lu Zhe replied with a grin. Hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Lu Xiaoyu's lips. At that moment, an ominous premonition filled Lu Zhe's mind. The next second, Lu Xiaoyu reappeared before him. Reacting with composure, Lu Zhe activated his absolute defense once more. He expected to block her attack, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. I've won, brother. Much to everyone's surprise, Lu Xiaoyu had managed to bypass the absolute defense, her hand resting on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Completely bewildered, Lu Zhe was at a loss for what had transpired. Yet, the evidence was clear. Lu Xiaoyu had successfully touched him. Shortly thereafter, she said with a grin, Since I've touched you, does that mean I've won? Reluctantly, Lu Zhe could only smile wryly and concede, You win. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu became animated, her gaze fixed on Lu Zhe with mischievous intent. Lu Shishen's trouble. What do you want me to agree to? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoyu proposed something astonishing. Brother, why don't you wear women's clothing to class tomorrow? She said innocently, her smile wide. Lu Zhe's expression soured immediately. If he donned women-esque attire, wouldn't his persona be utterly shattered? He prepared to refuse that. Just then, Guyuna and her companion strolled over leisurely, each wearing a smile. Teacher, are you having second thoughts? Xiao teased. Ning Tian chimed in. Wearing women's clothing doesn't seem unreasonable, right? It's just for a day, not a big deal. At that moment, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, under the relentless persuasion of Lu Xiaoyu and the others, he relented. Fine, tomorrow I shall wear women's clothing for the entire day. It's no big deal, Lu Zhe said, his face filled with reluctance. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others erupted with excitement. Observing their exuberance, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Ah, these students certainly know how to have fun. As evening fell, Lu Zhe lay on his bed, contemplating the events of the afternoon. Lu Zhe, your younger brother is quite remarkable. Zhenli suddenly appeared, grinning widely. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe sat up and inquired. Xiaoyu used the power of relative truth this afternoon, didn't he? Oh, I thought you were unaware, Zhenli replied with a smile. Confirming his suspicion, Lu Zhe gazed out the window. Xiaoyu truly was gifted. Mastering the application of relative truth in just one day was no small feat yet. Zhenli's expression turned serious as he remarked, While this is indeed a good thing, if misused, those around him may suffer. Hearing this, Lu Zhe regarded Zhenli with thoughtful intensity before continuing to gaze out the window. As long as I am here, such things will not occur. I hope so. Chapter 94. The trials of women's clothing. As dawn broke, a new day officially began. In the boys' dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu had risen early, quickly making his way to Lu Zhe's room. Brother, it's time to fulfill your promise, he said with a cheeky grin. However, upon entering the room, he found it devoid of Lu Zhe's presence. Confused, he began to wander around the room. Moments later, Lu Zhe emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered. The moment Lu Xiaoyu laid eyes on him, he was momentarily stunned. With damp black hair cascading over his shoulders and clad only in a bathrobe, the exposed collarbone appeared particularly enticing. For a moment, Lu Xiaoyu was entranced, his thoughts frozen. Upon noticing Lu Xiaoyu's arrival, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile wryly. So, you really want to see me in women's clothing? Lu Zhe said with a bitter chuckle. Regaining his senses, Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, seemingly determined to see his brother in women's attire today. Lu Zhe felt utterly helpless, but resigned to the situation. Go gather Gu Yuna and the others at the school gate. I'll change my clothes and join you shortly, he instructed. Okay. Lu Xiaoyu replied cheerfully before dashing out the door, leaving Lu Zhe in a state of exasperation. At that moment, Zhenli made another appearance. With a playful chuckle, Zhenli teasingly remarked, I never expected that a tall man like you would be forced to don women's clothing. How utterly surprising. What are you laughing at? Lu Zhe retorted, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, Zhenli appeared unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, and he continued to jest, Oh dear, it's just women's attire. You would look absolutely splendid in it. Lu Zhe, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment, considered retaliating but ultimately decided against it. He then retrieved a storage soul guiding ring from the desk nearby. This ring had been procured by Lu Xiaoyu through Gu Yuna the previous night, and one could only wonder what treasures lay within. It certainly did not seem to contain anything of good repute. Staring blankly at the ring for a moment, Lu Zhe proceeded to empty its contents. In the next instant, he was rendered speechless, for the ring was filled to the brim with an assortment of women's clothing, showcasing a myriad of styles. Zhenli, upon witnessing this, instantly became intrigued and casually lifted a dress, teasingly suggesting, Why not try on this skirt? It seems to complement you quite well. Get lost. Lu Zhe shot him a glare before beginning his search through the garments. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Zhe finally discovered a suitable outfit. At the entrance of the Shrek Academy, Lu Xiaoyu and her 6 companions were eagerly envisioning the appearance of Lu Zhe in women's clothing. Young master, do you think our teacher will look rather eye-catching in women's attire? Wu Feng jested from behind Ning Tian. Ning Tian promptly dismissed the notion, asserting, That shouldn't be the case. Our teacher is quite handsome, though he rarely makes an effort with his appearance. Wu Feng nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu eagerly scanned the campus, hoping to catch the first glimpse of her brother's female persona. I can't wait, exclaimed Qiu'er, equally filled with anticipation. Soon, a commotion erupted at the school gate. Upon turning to investigate, the group was momentarily taken aback. This can't be real, Wu Feng stammered in disbelief. Even Dai Huabin found it hard to accept the scene unfolding before them. A tall girl was striding toward them, clad in a striking black and red gown, with her elegant black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an aura of aloofness. Before the group could recover from their astonishment, the girl reached them. Is everyone here? She inquired, her voice unmistakably belonging to Lu Zhe, sending shivers down Lu Xiaoyu's spine. Brother? She gasped, struggling to believe her eyes. The girl was indeed Lu Zhe in women's attire, and the reason for her icy demeanor stemmed from the numerous gazes she had attracted along the way, leaving her somewhat irritable. What are you staring at? Hurry up and let's go. Lu Zhe's temper flared, likely a result of the stare she had received. Instead of feeling intimidated, Lu Xiaoyu grinned mischievously and remarked, Brother, now that you're in women's clothing, could you lower your voice a bit? If anyone hears you, your reputation might be at stake. Lu Zhe was momentarily speechless, caught between wanting to respond and finding himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, with no other choice, he lowered his voice. Is this acceptable? He said, his tone now a simmering calm. Lu Xiaoyu, satisfied with his adjustment, smiled and teased. Then you are no longer my brother today. You are my sister. At this, Lu Zhe could only offer a cold smile, appearing unperturbed, while inwardly contemplating how to deal with Lu Xiaoyu the following day. Thus, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions embarked on their journey, guided by Lu Zhe and her feminine guise. Their destination was fraught with danger, as Xian Lao had informed Lu Zhe of the emergence of a new great sin in that area. Its intensity remained unknown to him. However, this expedition was primarily to allow Lu Xiaoyu and her companions to familiarize themselves with the realm of sin, aiming to keep their encounters limited to minor sins, while the greater sins would be Lu Zhe's responsibility. By midday, they had arrived at their designated task location. At the entrance of a small town, Lu Zhe was briefing Lu Xiaoyu and her companions on several important matters. Do not reveal your soul power for a moment. We must wait for the sin to show itself. Do you understand? Lu Zhe's gaze was serious as he addressed them. The group nodded in agreement and promptly concealed their soul power. With Lu Zhe's assistance, it seemed unlikely that anyone would recognize them as soul masters. As for Lu Zhe, he was no longer a soul master. He had evolved into a great sin. Once inside the town, Lu Zhe faced another challenge. He was constantly approached by individuals seeking to engage him in conversation. Had it not been for the women's attire, the number of people approaching Lu Zhe would have been significantly reduced. Lu Xiaoyu, trailing closely behind Lu Zhe, felt a sense of discomfort each time someone attempted to strike up a conversation with her brother. "These people are so annoying," she muttered under her breath. Hearing her complaint, Chiyoda approached her with a smile, saying, "What can be done? Your brother's striking presence in women's clothing is simply too captivating. If only I could get rid of those who approach my brother," Lu Xiaoyu replied coldly. This left Chiyoda momentarily speechless, taken aback by Lu Xiaoyu's fierce sentiment. "You mustn't act recklessly. We are here to complete a mission," Chiyoda quickly cautioned. Lu Xiaoyu merely nodded, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Zhe. Before long, a rather handsome young man approached Lu Zhe. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, might I inquire if you have someone special in your life?" he asked with a smile. Lu Zhe, feeling irked at being halted, contemplated using his abilities to silence the man, but was interrupted when someone else stepped in first. Bang! The young man was sent flying by a kick, crashing heavily to the ground. "I apologize, but my sister already has someone she likes. If you continue to bother her, I won't hold back," Lu Xiaoyu declared, her expression fierce and her gaze icy, as if ready to eliminate the young man. The young man, filled with indignation, quickly regained his footing and glared at Lu Xiaoyu. Just as he was about to speak, he was met with her murderous gaze, causing him to shrink back in fear. "It was my mistake," he stammered, a cold sweat forming on his brow. Lu Xiaoyu, satisfied, retorted, "As long as you understand your mistake, then hurry and remove yourself from my sister's sight." The young man, though displeased, forced a smile and replied, "To be honest, my father's position in this town is the highest. If you need anything, feel free to visit the Long family and mention my name." With that, he turned to leave, introducing himself as Long Xing. Once Long Xing departed, Lu Xiaoyu's icy demeanor melted away, and she approached Lu Zhe with a smile. "Sister, are you all right?" she inquired cheerfully. Lu Zhe felt a sense of discomfort upon hearing those words, yet he played along. "My younger brother is truly wonderful. What a bother," he said with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu burst into laughter and boldly took Lu Zhe's hand, leading him forward. The group behind them, including Gu Yuna, immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. However, none of them spoke up. They merely exchanged faint smiles. Chapter 95. Has Lu Zhe been captured? Having arrived in this quaint town for some time, Lu Zhe and his companions had found a suitable inn. Although they encountered some initial troubles, those were soon resolved. Now, all that remained was to await the appearance of the Zue Mian. In Lu Zhe's room, Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6 stood obediently together, while Lu Zhe sat before them, wearing a serious expression. I need not elaborate on the danger posed by Zue Mian, as you have all experienced it firsthand. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. Zue Mian could appear anywhere, Lu Zhe stated solemnly. The group replied in unison, "We will be on high alert." Hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and said, "Everyone, return to your respective rooms. If anything arises, come find me." With that, Lu Zhe began to usher them out. The others couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. After all, Lu Zhe was rather pleasing to the eye in women's attire. Once Lu Xiaoyu and the others had left, Lu Zhe collapsed on his bed, deep in thought. "Truth, have you sensed any major sins in this place?" Lu Zhe asked slowly. Truth emerged with a smile, glancing at Lu Zhe, but the first thing it said was not an answer to his question. "You look quite charming like this," it teased. "Get lost." Lu Zhe shot a glare, and then reiterated, "I asked if you have detected any significant sins here. Do not divert the topic." "Hee hee, you truly lack a sense of romance," Truth replied with a chuckle before addressing his inquiry. "The major sins in this town are not particularly formidable, but their ability to conceal themselves is exceptionally strong. I cannot specify where, however. Are they just adept at hiding?" Lu Zhe sighed in relief upon hearing this. Nonetheless, he felt little concern, as he had arranged for Su Xiao to secretly protect Lu Xiaoyu. She would be the first to respond in case of an emergency. "Since it does not pose a significant threat, let us wait for its appearance," Lu Zhe said slowly. "Do you know when it will show itself?" Truth asked, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe laughed and cryptically replied, "Of course not, but I've already made a guess." "Is that so?" Truth immediately understood his implication and ceased further inquiries. Once Truth receded into Lu Zhe's body, he rose and approached the window to gaze at the town outside, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Some matters do not require contemplation. They will inevitably confront you." Lu Zhe mused softly. "Knock, knock, knock." At that moment, a knock echoed from the door of Lu Zhe's room. Without needing to think, he knew who it was and said nonchalantly, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Lu Xiaoyu entered with a smile. "Sister, what were you talking about?" she inquired cheerfully. Upon hearing this address, Lu Zhe playfully delivered a light punch to Lu Xiaoyu's head. You really do get carried away, Lu Zhe admonished with mock anger. However, Lu Xiaoyu, far from disheartened, appeared even more delighted. Speak, what do you want from me? Lu Zhe said slowly. Without wasting words, Lu Xiaoyu directly asked, Can I sleep here with you tonight? Yet, before she could finish her question, Lu Zhe mercilessly rejected her. No, he stated firmly. Why not? Lu Xiaoyu felt wronged and looked at him with pleading eyes. Lu Zhe glanced at her before diverting his gaze out the window, coldly asserting, No means no. There is no need for further explanation. But, no buts. If you continue like this, you can forget about sharing a room with me in the future. Lu Zhe interrupted her. Left with no choice, Lu Xiaoyu could only leave his room dejectedly. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe continued to gaze out the window, lost in thought. You are truly heartless, Truth remarked with a smile as it emerged. Lu Zhe shot at a glance, but then resumed his focus on the outside world, saying slowly, I cannot indulge her too much, otherwise, it will become difficult later on. Truth chuckled in response. You need not be so absolute. Your younger brother adores you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe maintained his gaze outside, speaking flatly. What does it matter if she adores me? In the future, at this point, Lu Zhe fell silent, unwilling to continue. Truth, perceptive as ever, interjected, Are you afraid of being unable to act if your brother's personality fades away? Lu Zhe did not respond, and Truth chose not to press further, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Rather than fearing the future, you might as well eliminate your brother along with the corresponding Truth now, thus avoiding some trouble, Truth suggested calmly. Upon hearing this, a storm of emotions surged within Lu Zhe. I do not need you to worry about my brother, Lu Zhe retorted angrily. Seeing this, Truth could only smile and then vanished back into Lu Zhe's body. The evening breeze was pleasantly cool as Lu Zhe reclined in his chair, his eyes fixated on the view outside. No one knew what he was pondering, not even Truth, who could discern all his thoughts but chose not to pry into his mind at that moment. Lu Zhe sat there, as if awaiting something. Before long, the gentle breeze outside grew stronger, stirring the books within his room. It has come. Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly sparkled with energy. Swish, swish, swish. In no time, the wind outside intensified, and Lu Zhe stood up. Just as he turned, a voice echoed from behind him. Come with me. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a dark wind swept Lu Zhe away. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Xiaoyu rushed to the scene. Bastard! Let him go! She shouted, radiating immense power. Yet, just as she took a step forward, the dark wind had already whisked Lu Zhe away. The wind came swiftly and departed just as quickly. When Lu Xiaoyu regained her senses, she found herself alone in the room. A wave of fury filled her heart, and she yearned to exact revenge on the mastermind behind this chaos. Meanwhile, Guyu Na and the others, sensing something was amiss, hurried from their rooms. Upon reaching Lu Zhe's room, they were taken aback. Captain, what happened here? Zhu Lu asked in astonishment. But at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's gaze was icy, and without even looking at them, she declared, I will find that mastermind and make them pay. The sight of Lu Xiaoyu in this state sent shivers down the spines of her companions. At that moment, Lu Zhe, swept away by the dark wind, wore a triumphant expression as if his scheme had succeeded. At this moment, the truth residing within him comprehended his thoughts. However, it could not reveal itself just yet. Eso luz feignet und sonstiosness. After an indeterminate amount of time, the ominous wind finally ceased, and Lu Zhe found himself bound to a pillar. Where am I? Slowly opening his eyes while pretending to be in a stupor, he began to act. At that moment, a figure approached him steadily. Long time no see, beautiful, said the person standing before Lu Zhe, who was none other than Long Xing, whom he had encountered upon arriving in this small town. Long Xing was visibly excited, for the cross-dressing Lu Zhe stood right before him. With just a gesture, he could hold him close. Why are you doing this? Lu Zhe questioned in a low voice, maintaining his act. Yet, Long Xing replied with palpable enthusiasm, because I've taken a liking to you. I've never seen a beauty with your aura before. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe let out a cold chuckle and slowly replied, Aren't you afraid my brother will come looking for you? What do I have to fear? Your brother doesn't even know it was me. Long Xing retorted with a laugh, inching closer to Lu Zhe. Observing this, Lu Zhe continued with a cold smile. Are you so sure my brother is unaware? At this juncture, Long Xing froze in place before bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha! I had the title Dolo, I'll bring you back. How formidable could your brother possibly be? Even if he comes, can he leave alive with you? Lu Zhe fell silent, bowing his head and allowing Long Xing to believe he had surrendered. At that moment, the truth within him chuckled, saying, Lu Ze, just as you guessed. That great sin is right here. Lu Ze smiled faintly at this revelation. Just then, Longxing reached out with his hand, only for an unexpected event to unfold. With a swift motion, Longxing's hand was severed, and blood splattered onto Lu Ze. Only then did Longxing realize what had happened, rolling on the ground while clutching his severed hand. At this moment, Lu Ze ceased his act. The ropes binding him disintegrated like powder in the wind. What a tedious affair, Lu Ze remarked, stretching his wrist before casting a disdainful glance at the rolling Longxing. The game begins now. Chapter 96. Return to the Sin Realm on a moonless night with a howling wind. Everything in the small town had undergone a transformation. Near the inn where Lu Xiaoyu and the others were staying, ordinary Sin faces had come to life. The reason for their activation remained unknown to Lu Xiaoyu and her companions. Fortunately, after Lu Ze's training, their strength had significantly improved. They could still manage against regular Sin faces, but should they encounter lesser Sin levels, they would only be able to stall. At this very moment, a tremendous event was unfolding within the powerful Long family of the town. Please spare my life. The eldest son of the Long family, Longxing, was in a pitiful state, kneeling before Lu Ze in desperate plea. Longxing had thought no harm would come to him. But after witnessing the title Deloa perish at Lu Ze's hands, he realized this individual was no ordinary foe. Lu Ze merely smiled. I am here seeking someone else. Do you know where that person is? Upon hearing this, terror spread across Longxing's face as he hastily knocked his head against the ground. I don't know. I truly don't know. Lu Ze dismissed him and walked past the prostrating Longxing. Once Lu Ze departed, Longxing sighed in relief. That scared me to death. I thought I was done for, he gasped. However, just as he prepared to flee this perilous place, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With a swift motion, Longxing found his feet silently severed, followed by his arms and his chest, until he was reduced to a puddle of flesh, having no inkling of what had transpired. So naive, Lu Ze mused as he entered the grounds of the Long family estate, surveying his surroundings and glancing at the blood-red sky. Lu Ze could not help but chuckle. That rat really knows how to play. Has it directly initiated the Sin realm? No sooner had he thought this than an attack surged toward him. Boom! The entire Long family estate was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye, while Lu Ze, having evaded the onslaught, stood at a distance, observing the direction for which the attack had come. A fortified title Doluo? Lu Ze mused with mild astonishment. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The figure uttered in a chilling tone before launching a punch at Lu Ze's back. Stay down. Lu Ze reacted swiftly, pinning the assailant to the ground. He then scrutinized the individual closely. Level 95 title Doluo? How intriguing. Remarkably, the title Doluo managed to break free from Truth's grasp and lunged at Lu Ze once more. Kneel. Although Lu Ze was somewhat surprised that this individual could escape his binding, he did not dwell on it. Hold your horses. I have questions for you, Lu Ze said with a smile. However, the title Doluo seemed disinterested in lingering, unleashing astonishing power once again. Yet, he soon discovered an unsettling truth. No matter how fiercely he struggled, this binding was utterly unyielding. Observing this, Lu Ze chuckled. You don't truly believe that escaping once would allow you to escape again, do you? The title Doluo stared at Lu Ze with terror, his body trembling. Who sent you to attack me? Lu Ze inquired slowly. Answer me. The title Doluo attempted to resist, but ultimately could not withstand Truth's power. It was Lord Greed. He ordered me to kill you. Greed? Lu Ze pondered, then continued. Where is he? Answer me. He is heading towards those 7 children, the title Doluo stammered. Upon hearing this, Lu Ze's anger flared, and with a wave of his hand, the title Doluo evaporated into thin air. You would do well not to act recklessly, Lu Ze warned, casting his gaze toward Lu Xiaoyu's direction. Swish! As soon as he spoke, Lu Ze vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions remained oblivious to the impending arrival of the greed sin. Captain, is this what the teacher described as a highly dangerous sin face? Dai Huabin exclaimed excitedly, it's so weak. Lu Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, chose not to respond but cautioned, this is merely the lowest tier of sin faces. Have you forgotten about Qinyuan City? Upon hearing this, Dai Huabin was momentarily rendered speechless, then began to focus as he engaged in battle with the ordinary sin faces. At that moment, Gu Yina approached Lu Xiaoyu, her expression grave. Lu Ze mentioned that these ordinary sin faces seemed to have evolved from regular humans and pose no threat. However, We must remain cautious if we encounter lesser sin levels. Understood, Lu Xiaoyu replied coldly. He was not preoccupied with this matter at the moment. As the whereabouts of his elder brother remained uncertain, he needed to hasten back to his brother's side. Just then, a figure of a criminal gradually emerged within their line of sight. Who was that? A puzzled Ning Tian gazed at the figure, sensing that this criminal was different from the others, though she could not discern the exact difference. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin above, in a fit of arrogance, charged at the unknown criminal. No matter who you are, you're unfortunate to encounter me. Dai Huabin boasted. However, Lu Xiaoyu quickly recognized the danger, urging him to retreat. That's a minor criminal. Before Dai Huabin could comprehend, he was struck in the abdomen by the criminal's fist, subsequently hurtling like a projectile into a distant building. The criminal, who had sent Dai Huabin flying, emitted an eerie laughter before fixing its gaze upon Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Is this the minor criminal? Gu Yuna gasped in shock, promptly raising her silver dragon spear, readying herself for confrontation. Kill! The minor criminal incessantly repeated a single word, exuding the power of a title. Everyone, be cautious, Lu Xiaoyu quickly warned. At that very moment, the minor criminal dashed towards them at an astounding speed. Seeing this, Gu Yuna and Qiu'er positioned themselves in front of the minor criminal, attempting to flank him from both sides. Qiu'er shouted, brandishing her golden dragon spear as she swung it fiercely at the minor criminal. Just as the spear was about to strike, several black spikes appeared instantaneously to shield the minor criminal. Kill! Gripping one of the black spikes, the minor criminal lunged towards Qiu'er. Fortunately, Gu Yuna intervened at the crucial moment. As solid as a rock, with a swift motion of her right hand, an incredibly hard boulder stood in front of Qiu'er. The black spike collided with the rock, producing a metallic sound. After blocking the attack for Qiu'er, Gu Yuna moved to the side of the minor criminal. With a swift motion, her silver dragon spear severed the minor criminal's arm. Following that, she delivered a powerful kick, sending the minor criminal flying. The impact hurled the minor criminal into a building, and as it staggered back to its feet, it was met with another onslaught. Qiu'er's golden dragon spear shot forth from her hand, pinning the minor criminal against the wall of the building. Yet, to their astonishment, the minor criminal not only survived, but grinned even more sinisterly. Can't we kill it? Qiu'er asked in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward, declaring, It will die. No sooner had the words left his lips than he teleported before the minor criminal, his golden sword descending without hesitation. In an instant, the minor criminal's head fell to the ground. It is dead now, Lu Xiaoyu sighed in relief as he gazed at the lifeless body. The others also exhaled in relief, including Dai Huabin, who had just been helped out of the rubble by Zhu Lu, now regretting his arrogance. Lu Xiaoyu surveyed the group, sensing that everyone was unharmed, and spoke, We cannot remain here. We must leave. Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swirled behind him. Moments later, a figure slowly materialized within the line of sight of Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Come with me, Shensi. Chapter 97, Gongping. Gongjing the speaker was a man emanating an aura that instilled fear. Lu Xiaoyu and the others were perplexed. They had no idea what this individual meant, nor could they discern his identity. However, had Lu Zhe been present, he would have recognized this man at a glance. Indeed, the man was none other than Gongping, the fifth seat of the 10 Sons, who had come from the realm of truth. Of course, other members of the 10 Sons had also arrived, including his partner Gongzhong, who remained hidden in the shadows. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu and his companions were drenched in cold sweat, for the figure before them was certainly beyond their capability to confront. Captain, what shall we do? Zhu Lu asked in terror. Lu Xiaoyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he focused on Gongping. Who are you? Lu Xiaoyu inquired slowly. Gongping merely smiled faintly in response. I'm your servant. This answer took everyone by surprise. Such a formidable being was, in fact, Lu Xiaoyu's servant. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu was unfazed and instead sought to lead Gu Yuna and the others away. Since you are my servant, then please disappear from my sight, Lu Xiaoyu commanded imperiously. Gongping showed no signs of emotional fluctuation, instead smiling as he declined. No, you must return with me today. Why? I will go where I please. You have no authority over me, Lu Xiaoyu retorted angrily. However, before anyone could react, Gongping appeared right before Lu Xiaoyu, lifting him effortlessly. Let go of me, Lu Xiaoyu protested. Gongping merely cast a dispassionate glance at him before preparing to leave. Time waits for no one. That bothersome individual is approaching. Gongping seemed to sense something, and his expression grew increasingly grave. In the next moment, a figure crashed into Gongping, embedding him into the ground. Who allowed you to touch my brother? A familiar voice resonated from behind Lu Xiaoyu. Startled, Lu Xiaoyu turned around to find Lu Zhe, battered and torn. He rushed forward concerned. Brother, what happened to you? Lu Zhe simply ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair and smiled gently. It's nothing. I just encountered a mouse on my way back. With that, he fixed his gaze on the Gongping embedded in the ground. As Gongping slowly rose, he regarded the individual who had crashed into him with a somber expression. Apologies for not being able to hold this creature back. The one who had struck Gongping was Gongzheng. He was covered in injuries, clearly having suffered greatly while trying to obstruct Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this explanation, Gongping rose slowly, casting Gongzheng aside with a grave demeanor. I did not expect you to possess the power of original sin, Gongping remarked coldly as he looked at Lu Zhe. Unfortunately, before Gongping could finish his sentence, Lu Zhe appeared before him in an instant, delivering a swift kick to his face, once again embedding him into the ground. After so long, your penchant for idle chatter remains unchanged, Lu Zhe said with a friendly smile. Gongping, feeling humiliated beneath Lu Zhe's foot, immediately snapped back. Do not go too far, Bang. Before he could finish, Lu Zhe kicked him away once more. I have had enough. I initially thought the sin of greed posed no threat, but it seems you have arrived, Lu Zhe said, shaking his hand. He charged at Gongping again, offering him no respite whatsoever. This time, Lu Zhe intended to eliminate this bothersome individual entirely. Fairness felt the paradoxical power in Lu Zhe's hands and instantaneously teleported to a distance. In a swift motion, as Fairness distanced himself, the ground that Lu Zhe had touched instantly formed a deep pit. You all remain unchanged, adept at evasion. After his misstep, Lu Zhe ceased to focus on Fairness and instead approached Justice, who lay on the ground. One less is one less, Lu Zhe muttered as he grasped Justice's head and lifted him up. Observing this, Fairness immediately lost his fighting spirit and hastily turned to flee. Lucia, watching his retreating figure, could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Eradicate. In an instant, Justice, who was still in Lu Zhe's grasp, vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed in this world. Following Justice's removal, a figure appeared beside Lu Zhe. Master, how shall we deal with this fellow? The newcomer was Su Xiao, assigned by Lu Zhe to covertly protect Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, she was holding a half-lifeless being, none other than the sin of greed. Upon hearing her question, Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, "Just kill him. Such refuse serves no purpose." Following the command, Su Xiao raised her hand, ready to finish off the sin of greed. However, in that very instant, Lu Zhe called out to halt her. "Wait, Master, do you have something to ask him?" Su Xiao queried, perplexed. Yet, Lu Zhe's response was rather exasperating. "Did I not mention? Do not call me Master henceforth. Simply address me by my name." Lucia stated sternly. Su Xiao was at a loss for words upon hearing this. She had anticipated something significant, only to find it was merely a trivial matter. "Very well, Lu Zhe," she replied as she plunged her hand into the heart of the sin of greed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sin of greed exploded on the spot, blood splattering all over Su Xiao, yet she paid it no mind. With the demise of the sin of greed, the realm of sins enveloping the small town began to shatter. "Well, this journey has come to an end," Lu Zhe said slowly as he looked towards Lu Xiaoyu and the others. At that moment, everyone sighed in relief. Yet only Lu Xiaoyu was left with a multitude of questions. The following day, as dawn broke, the members of Shrek, under Lu Zhe's guidance, set off on their journey back to the academy. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiaoyu persistently inquired about various matters, but Lu Zhe remained reticent, which piqued her curiosity about her own origins. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe, without uttering a word, retreated to his dormitory, while the others resumed their routines. Inside the dorm, Lu Zhe slumped into a chair, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, Truth emerged with a smile. "It seems your brother has begun to take an interest in his origins. Are you not going to inform him?" Truth remarked with a grin. Lu Zhe simply shook his head lightly in response. He could not allow Xiaoyu to become ensnared in that quagmire. "Really?" Truth chuckled, then uttered a shocking statement. "If your brother were to discover his lineage, do you think he would side with Lucifer?" "Impossible." Lu Zhe immediately dismissed the notion. However, Truth appeared to be quite serious, his demeanor shifting abruptly. "I may sound harsh, but I must tell you this," Truth said earnestly. Upon seeing his expression, Lu Zhe understood something was amiss. "Speak your mind," Lu Zhe gestured with a hand. "Truth, no longer concealing his thoughts. Directly stated, if your brother is taken by Lucifer's followers, I will kill him. At the first mention of this, Lu Zhe assumed truth was jesting. But upon seeing his serious expression, his countenance darkened. Rest assured, that day will not come, Lu Zhe proclaimed, rising abruptly, and added, if it ever does happen, it will not be you who handles my brother. He, Truth chuckled at his words, then fixed his gaze on Lu Zhe, saying, I hope you can keep your promise. With that, he vanished into Lu Zhe's being. Alone in the dorm, Lu Zhe's gaze drifted to the window, and his mood plummeted. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was engulfed in his despondency, a series of knocks on the door jolted him back to reality. Come in, Lu Zhe said slowly. Shortly after, a cheerful Lu Xiaoyu opened the door and entered. Brother, I have a question for you, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, running to Lu Zhe's side, smiling brightly. Seeing her smile inexplicably lifted Lu Zhe's spirits. What is it this time? Lu Zhe asked with a smile. It's about that man from that night. I want to know why he claimed to be my servant, Lu Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe turned his gaze to the window, seemingly avoiding something. Brother, are you hiding something from me? Lu Xiaoyu quickly discerned. Yet, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. What could I possibly hide from you? Rest assured, that man merely spoke without thinking. Really? Lu Xiaoyu responded, half convinced, but soon set the matter aside. Brother, we are about to participate in the Soul Master competition, Lu Xiaoyu said cheerfully. Seeing her excitement, Lu Zhe responded plainly. And then, if I win the championship in the Soul Master competition, will you grant me a request? Lu Xiaoyu asked innocently. Lu Zhe, sensing something amiss, thought to himself that this boy was up to no good. Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, Sure, provided you can secure the championship. That's easy. Just wait for me to make my request. Lu Xiaoyu laughed as she turned and dashed out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. That little rascal, Lu Zhe mused as he laid down on his bed, preparing to rest. On the Dolua continent, within a hidden valley, stood a grand edifice. This structure was none other than the Holy Spirit cult. Inside the church, the figure of Collapse sat at the highest point, wearing a solemn expression. Kneeling before him was Fairness, who had narrowly escaped from Lu Zhe's clutches. Did I not instruct you against acting independently? Collapse appeared extremely furious. The kneeling Fairness dared not even breathe. I understand my mistake. Please spare my life, Fairness promptly pleaded. Collapse, seeing this, could only take a deep breath. After all, apart from himself, only the other members of Shi Yao could contend with other factions, and with 2 dead, he could not ensure he could bring the sun back from the Soul Master competition. Very well. If it weren't for the fact that you're currently a key player for us, you would suffer the consequences, Collapse said slowly before rising and exiting the hall. Grateful to have narrowly escaped death, Fairness gasped for breath, as if he had just traversed the gates of hell. Chapter 98, Moments of Relaxation Teacher. I want to become stronger. These words were spoken by Dai Huabin. Lu Zhe, standing before him, wore a gentle smile. What brings about this desire? After a moment of silence, Dai Huabin slowly spoke. I no longer wish to stand behind others. Every time I encounter someone powerful, I feel utterly incompetent. With that, he lifted his head to meet Lu Zhe's gaze. After observing Lu Zhe's demeanor, Dai Huabin remained silent, turning slowly to say, if you wish to grow stronger, you must set aside the burdens of your heart. Burdens of the heart? Dai Huabin was perplexed, unsure of what Lu Zhe meant. However, Lu Zhe soon reiterated, I am aware of your situation with Huayu Hao. He does not hold you in high regard, so why should you continue to dwell on him? With that, Lu Zhe departed, leaving Dai Huabin enlightened by his words. As he raised his head once more, he appeared transformed, gazing in the direction Lu Zhe had gone. I understand now, Master. The Grand Soul Master Tournament, occurring once every 5 years, was fast approaching, and various academies and sects were diligently preparing. Likewise, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions were striving hard in their training for the tournament. Having undergone 2 trials in the abyss, they had successfully undergone a metamorphosis. Perhaps the most significant change was in Dai Huabin. No longer did he exhibit the arrogance and disdain he once possessed. After conversing with Lu Zhe, he had reigned in those traits. Simultaneously, he ceased to concern himself with Huayu Hao, focusing solely on one objective: to become stronger, to grow ever stronger. In the training room of the Shrek Inner Court, Lu Zhe watched with satisfaction as the group moved effortlessly within his gravity domain. Presently, aside from the support-type Ning Tian and the agility-focused Zhu Lu, all others were capable of unrestricted movement, entirely unaffected by gravity. Of course, Ning Tian and Zhu Lu had also made considerable progress, managing to move under the influence of gravity, albeit slowly, yet still outperforming those who had never experienced such strain. The seven had trained under this gravity for an entire morning, and it was only when the sun reached its zenith that Lu Zhe called for a break. Your bodies can now withstand a certain degree of gravity, and continuing this way would serve no further purpose, Lu Zhe gently informed them. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and asked, "Shall we spar with you this afternoon?" "No need." Lu Zhe waved his hand. "The Soul Master Tournament is nearly upon us, so take some time to relax." With that, he turned and exited the training room. The seven remaining behind burst into laughter at his words. "Fantastic. Finally, no more exhausting days," Wu Feng exclaimed, lying on the floor in amusement. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Dai Huabin inquired, approaching Lu Xiaoyu. After a moment of thought, Lu Xiaoyu replied, "Since my brother says we should relax, let's take a break." With that, he dashed out of the training room. The others chuckled at his retreating figure before also rising to leave. By the shores of the sea god lake, Lu Zhe walked alone, appearing deep in contemplation. At that moment, Zhenli emerged. "What are you pondering?" Zhenli asked with a smile. Lu Zhe, upon seeing him, displayed little emotional response, simply replying, "The Soul Master Tournament is approaching. The 10 Sons will appear as well, but I wonder when they will make their move. Why not capture them for questioning?" Zhenli suggested. Grinning, Lu Zhe could only manage a wry smile. The true power of the Ruinous was likely no less than my own. The last time, he must have been constrained by something, but this time would be different. Indeed, Zhenli noted, if even the Doluo continent can give rise to original sin, one can only imagine the true power of that ruinous fellow. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly wrapped its arms around Lu Zhe's waist from behind. "Brother, since we don't need to train for a while, will you accompany me outside to play?" The one embracing Lu Zhe was Lu Xiaoyu, her face beaming with joy. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture, chuckling resignedly. "You truly lack a sense of urgency." "Of course, such beautiful weather would be wasted if we stayed indoors," Lu Xiaoyu replied cheerfully. Seeing this, Lu Zhe affectionately ruffled her hair. "Very well, after all, Elder Xian has no pressing matters for me at this time." Hee. Lu Xiaoyu beamed and took Lu Zhe's hand, pulling him towards the gates of Shrek Academy. Being dragged along, Lu Zhe wore a look of helplessness but said nothing. A day later, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu had departed from Shrek Academy and were leisurely strolling down a bustling street. "Brother, where shall we go to have fun?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, smiling as she held Lu Zhe's hand. Lu Zhe replied with a smile, "Wherever you choose to go, I am amenable." "Great!" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. And together they wandered through the lively street, going wherever the excitement led them. They spent the entire day enjoying themselves until the daylight began to fade, at which point they decided to relax. "Let us find a hotel to rest for the night. It's getting late," Lu Zhe suggested softly. Lu Xiaoyu said nothing, likely worn out from the day's adventures, and climbed onto Lu Zhe's back. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe could only smile faintly, before carrying the weary Lu Xiaoyu to a nearby inn. "2 rooms, please," Lu Zhe said at the front desk. The attendant, appearing quite distressed, replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 1 room left." "What would you like to do?" "Only 1 room left?" Lu Zhe murmured thoughtfully. After considering the situation, he responded, "Very well. Please show me to it." "Certainly, sir," the attendant said with a smile, leading Lu Zhe to the remaining room. Upon entering, Lu Zhe glanced at Lu Xiaoyu on his back, noticing she seemed to have fallen asleep. He gently placed her on the bed and then retreated to the bathroom. "Zhenli, is there anything unusual in the vicinity?" Lu Zhe asked, remaining vigilant. Hee. Zhenli emerged playfully, responding in a teasing tone, "Fear not, there is no trace of sin here. Merely a gluttonous cat." "What do you mean?" Lu Zhe inquired, puzzled. Zhenli merely waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, I was just jesting," not pursuing the matter further. Lu Zhe settled into the bathtub. "Ah, it has been a long time since I felt this relaxed," he sighed, closing his eyes as he soaked. In the realm of Zhenli, within the palace corridor, Lucifer gazed out at the scenery. At that moment, Leviathan approached. "Lucifer, I believe the time has come. We should seek out the divine child," Leviathan stated earnestly. Lucifer, as calm as ever, replied, "It is not yet time. When the moment is right, I shall naturally go to bring the divine child home." "And what about Ruinous and their ilk?" Leviathan suddenly recalled certain matters. "Ruinous?" Lucifer paused briefly, then scoffed. "They are merely a distraction to delay Lu Zhe. Did you not provide Ruinous with something of use?" Leviathan suddenly realized. Lucifer merely gestured for him to lower his voice. It is not without purpose. That item is specifically designed to breach the dimensional barrier between the realm of truth and Daw, albeit only for a minute. Yet, that is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Leviathan broke into a cold sweat, realizing the implications. In his perspective, Lucifer truly embodies a character capable of anything for the sake of his goals. However, this is merely his own opinion. At the very least, Lucifer stands by his side. The two ceased their conversation, and Lucifer once again gazed out into the corridor. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting, Luz. Chapter 99. Carefree Days, Gasping for Breath. Luz abruptly opened his eyes to find a figure pressing down on him. Xiaoyu, get up quickly. I can hardly breathe, he exclaimed, patting Lu Xiaoyu's back. Awakened by the gentle nudging, Lu Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Luz, and buried his head back into the covers. Seeing this, Luz could only chuckle helplessly before forcibly lifting him up. Having a younger brother is truly a hassle, he remarked with a wry smile. He then gently placed Lu Xiaoyu back on the bed and moved to the window to gaze outside. After a moment, he decided to leave. But just as he opened the door, Lu Xiaoyu darted to his side like a cheetah. Brother, where are you going? Lu Xiaoyu inquired cheerfully. Observing his spirited demeanor, Luz could only smile in resignation. I thought you wouldn't get out of bed, Luz replied lightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's face flushed, and he turned his head away, murmuring, sleeping a little longer is no big deal. Luz found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Since you're awake, it's time to leave here, Luz said softly. All right, let us head to the next destination, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, running ahead of Luz. Truly, Luz was left speechless. After having breakfast, the two brothers set off once more towards their next destination, Xinglua Digua. After much effort, they finally arrived at the gates of Xinglua City. Brother, did you participate in the Soul Master competition here before? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Indeed, but I did not see the finals, Luz replied with a gentle smile. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement, then teased, so, big brother is a slacker. What a thing to say, Luz remarked, tapping his head at a loss for words. Hee hee, Lu Xiaoyu grinned mischievously and dashed into the city. Within Xinglua City, Lu Xiaoyu wandered about aimlessly, while Luz followed closely behind with a smile on his face. Everything was quite normal until several women approached Luz to strike up a conversation, only to be shooed away by Lu Xiaoyu. Surprisingly, the once adventurous Lu Xiaoyu now obediently stayed by Luz's side, even clutching his shirt. Let us enjoy our time here for a few days. The Soul Master competition should commence once we return to the academy, Luz said softly. MHM, Lu Xiaoyu nodded obediently. After accompanying Lu Xiaoyu in his antics for an entire day, Luz settled him into a hotel and ventured out alone. By the lakeside, Luz strolled leisurely. At that moment, Jinli appeared. Why aren't you with your brother? Jinli asked with a peculiar smile. He has been quite energetic today. A little rest is in order, Luz replied gradually. What are your plans? Jinli inquired. Luz paused to gaze at the shimmering lake, then broke into a faint smile. I think I shall find something to occupy my time. He responded with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Jinli was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You sensed it too? Of course. How could I possibly miss that utterly repugnant aura? Luz replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the lakeside. When he reappeared, Luz stood atop a building. What a lively scene, he mused, surveying the bustling street below. It has been a long time since I encountered original sin, Jinli remarked with a smile. Indeed, Luz murmured meaningfully. In the blink of an eye, Luz found himself on the thriving street. With a harmless smile on his face, he walked along, pondering where the vermin might be hiding. As he spoke, he entered an alley. Soon, Luz became aware of the alley's eerie atmosphere. Hiding within the realm of sin, are we? Luz stated flatly. With that, he stepped into the entrance of the realm of sin. Upon entering, everything around him transformed into something bizarre. A warped space. It seems this original sin possesses some consciousness, Jinli observed with a chuckle. Just as the words left his mouth, several black spikes shot out from the alley. Swish, swish, swish. The emergence of the spikes was rapid, leaving an ordinary person no chance to evade them. However, Luz's absolute defense was not something easily breached. Crack, accompanied by the sound of shattering. The spikes aimed at Luz crumbled just before they could touch him. Cackling laughter echoed through the alley as the spikes shattered. Following that, a hoarse voice emerged. It has been so long. I finally see a living person. Indeed, I have finally found you. Luz suddenly turned to face a direction, startling the hidden figure. Before the figure could react, Luz appeared behind him. Found you, rat. Luz grinned wickedly, then delivered a powerful kick to his head. Boom! The individual kick flew directly into a crumbling building, which instantly collapsed into ruins. Lustful original sin? Luz murmured as he gazed at the debris, then shook his head. What a pity. You scoundrel, you fight dishonorably. The lustful original sin fumed, rising angrily. Fight dishonorably? Luz scoffed. With a sudden shift, he reappeared behind the lustful original sin. You are not worthy to utter such words. Bang! Caught off guard, the lustful original sin found himself pinned to the ground by Luz. I've had enough of this, Luz declared slowly. With that, he began to gather the power of paradox in his hands. Realizing the impending danger, the lustful original sin shouted furiously, Don't underestimate me. Buzz! Just as he spoke, Luz felt a formidable pressure bearing down upon him. Bang! In a moment of distraction, the lustful original sin surged from the ground and delivered a punch. I'm still a god here. Why do you have to call me trash? The lustful original sin was nearly driven to the brink of fury, and the power within him began to surge uncontrollably, approaching its peak. Yet, Luz appeared utterly unconcerned, even slightly amused. You dare still call yourself a god? Luz sneered. The lustful original sin seemed to ignore him completely, instantly teleporting in front of Luz and raising a foot. Boom! The force of this kick was earth-shattering, reducing the surrounding buildings to ruins. Yet, Luz effortlessly countered it. And you dare claim to be a god? Luz spoke softly. The lustful original sin immediately sensed the threat of death, but it was too late to flee. Luz seized the lustful original sin by the face, forcefully pressing him into the ground. In that moment, the earth trembled as if a great earthquake had struck. Luz gazed at the embodiment of lust, which he had pinned to the ground, and coldly remarked, I offered you a chance, yet you proved to be utterly ineffectual. As soon as his words fell, a formless stream of energy enveloped him in an instant. No, I have yet to unleash my true strength. I have not lost. With the final cry of lust, he vanished from this realm. Luz slowly rose, casting his gaze upon the fracturing space, and could not help but smile. You have indeed grown significantly, Truth remarked with a smile. However, Luz replied matter-of-factly, compared to Lucifer, I still fall short. Upon the mention of Lucifer, Truth chuckled. You should refrain from harboring illusions of seeking Lucifer. That fellow is beyond your current capabilities. I know, Luz waved his hand dismissively. He then exited the shattering realm of sin and returned to reality. Without a second thought, he made his way directly back to the hotel. Time swiftly passed, and soon the Soul Master competition was upon them. Concurrently, the quinquennial continental event was nearing its brutal conclusion. Chapter 100. The opening of the Soul Master competition. The Soul Master competition, a grand event held once every 5 years on the continent, had seen a flurry of activity due to changes in its rules, prompting various Soul Master academies and major sects across the land to exert their utmost efforts. Within the familiar training room of Shrek Academy, Luz stood before Lu Xiaoyu and her companions, a serious expression gracing his face as he conveyed certain matters. You have all worked diligently over the past month, and with the Soul Master competition now upon us, I hope you achieve excellent results, Luz stated earnestly. Lu Xiaoyu, brimming with confidence, responded, Rest assured, the championship is ours. Hearing this, Luz couldn't help but smile, then turned and led the group out of the training room. Upon exiting, an acquaintance approached Luz. Luz, this Soul Master competition is of great significance. It may alter the current landscape of the continent. It was Xian Lao, his demeanor serious and devoid of jest. Observing Xian Lao's gravity, Luz merely smiled, then spoke slowly, As long as I am here, Shrek's position will remain unshaken. Xian Lao chuckled lightly at this, patting Lu Zhe's shoulder. With your assurance, I can rest easy. He then turned to address Lu Xiaoyu and her companions with a stern expression. The future standing of Shrek on the continent rests in your hands. I hope you do not betray the trust placed in you. We will bear this responsibility. Lu Xiaoyu and her companions declared in unison. Witnessing this, Xian Lao's face broke into a satisfied smile. Before he turned to Lu Zhe, Come, I shall escort you to the venue of the Soul Master competition, he said slowly. Thereafter, Lu Zhe ceased to speak, following behind Xian Lao along with Lu Xiaoyu and the others. In the Mingdu of the Sun and Moon Empire, within the Minghua Hotel, Lu Zhe, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyu and her companions, was led by a waiter to their designated resting area. Once you reach your room, do not wander about. Refrain from causing trouble before the competition begins, Lu Zhe instructed solemnly. The 7 of them displayed a notably obedient demeanor upon hearing this. Observing their behavior, Lu Zhe turned and headed in another direction. Just as Lu Xiaoyu emerged from her room, she caught sight of Lu Zhe's departing figure and quickly followed after him. "Brother, where are you going?" she inquired, smiling as she caught up with him. Lu Zhe turned back, a hint of exasperation in his gaze. "Of course, I have matters to attend to. If I had none, I would likely just be lying in bed." His tone suggested genuine urgency, yet it did not deter her. "I have nothing to do right now, so I might as well accompany you." Lu Xiaoyu beamed innocently. Reluctantly, Lu Shi conceded, realizing that having Lu Xiaoyu along would not hinder him. The two brothers stepped out of Shrek's resting area and, upon reaching the entrance of the Mingyue Hotel, encountered a familiar face. "Lu Gu, are you also here for the Soul Master competition?" Lu Zhe turned towards the voice and was surprised to find it was Hui Yu Hao, though he appeared somewhat worse for wear, as if he had sustained significant injuries. "Yu Hao, what happened to you?" Lu Zhe asked, puzzled. Yu Hao chuckled awkwardly. Scratching his head as he explained, "I unintentionally encountered a formidable sin, and I had to exhaust all my trump cards to fend it off." Realizing the implication, Lu Zhe remarked, "It seems your progress has been substantial. You could face a minor sin alone. It was merely luck. Had it not been for my senior brothers arriving in time, I might have perished," Hui Yu Hao replied humbly. At this juncture, he recalled a previous inquiry and continued, "Lu Gu, are you here to participate in the Soul Master competition?" His heart raced, knowing Lu Zhe's extraordinary prowess. "I am not here to compete. I am merely observing," Lu Zhe answered with a smile. Hui Yu Hao sighed in relief upon hearing this. However, Lu Xiaoyu interjected, "Even if my brother does not compete, the championship will still be ours." Hui Yu Hao could not help but smile wryly at her confidence. Indeed, how could I forget about this remarkably formidable individual? The path ahead for Tang Min would indeed be fraught with challenges. After a brief discussion, they parted ways. Lu Xiaoyu followed Lu Zhe into a restaurant boasting picturesque scenery. "Brother, what brings you here? A date?" Lu Xiaoyu queried, puzzled. Lu Zhe chuckled, teasingly replying, "How did you know?" "Really?" The previously anxious Lu Xiaoyu immediately stood up upon hearing this. "Who are you dating? A man or a woman? Younger or older than you?" Her tone was somewhat frantic. Observing her reaction, Lu Zhe continued to jest, "A man, and significantly older than me." "What?" Lu Xiaoyu lost her composure, promptly rising to grasp Lu Zhe's arm, attempting to depart. Lu Zhe laughed at her reaction. All right, I was just joking." Was it really necessary to react so strongly? He gently tapped her forehead. Realizing she had been teased, Lu Xiaoyu sulked and delivered a playful punch to his chest. "You tricked me." She pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. Lu Zhe merely smiled, turning his gaze to the view outside. Before long, a woman approached their table. "Sorry to have kept you waiting," she said with a soft smile. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Zhe turned to see that it was indeed the person he had been expecting. "You must be Juzi," Lu Zhe smiled warmly. Juzi, who had previously encountered Hui Yu Hao, sat gracefully in the chair and softly spoke. "I do not know much about the Holy Spirit cult, but I am aware that there is a connection between the Sun and Moon Empire and the Holy Spirit cult." "That is sufficient," Lu Zhe replied with a gentle smile, slowly rising as he prepared to leave. "I shall take my leave now. Some desserts will be brought out shortly, so do enjoy them before you depart," Lu Zhe said, making his way out. He then turned around and took a few steps before stopping in his tracks. "By the way, it would be best if you do not harbor any illusions. Put away your pretense in front of me," Lu Zhe softly remarked. He then left with Lu Xiaoyu, while the orange-haired girl, sitting in place, fell silent upon hearing his words. "It seems I was overthinking it. Brother, what exactly is your relationship with that woman?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe gently ruffled his head and smiled, stating, "It is a matter of mutual benefit. Do not dwell on it." "Oh," Lu Xiaoyu responded, somewhat unconvinced. "The competition is about to commence. Go back and rest for a bit. I have some matters to attend to," Lu Zhe said affectionately. "Oh," Lu Xiaoyu replied sulkily. Nonetheless, she obediently returned to the Mingyue Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe's expression underwent a subtle transformation as he remained in place. "I will find you." Little Mice. Chapter 101. The first battle of the highly anticipated Youth Soul Master competition has finally begun, featuring numerous talented contestants. At the Mingyue Grand Hotel, in the Shrek Academy resting area, Elder Xian stood before Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6. "Children, the Soul Master competition has commenced. Everyone must be alert. Do you understand?" Elder Xian spoke with seriousness. The group responded in unison, expressing a shared goal: victory. Seeing this, Elder Xian turned and led them out of the Grand Hotel toward the competition venue. During their journey, Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of confusion, as he had yet to see his brother or receive any news about him. This naturally caused him to worry. However, Elder Xian soon noticed his unease and approached him with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu, your brother cannot make an appearance for some reasons, so do not overthink it. Really? Lu Xiaoyu asked, half convinced. But Elder Xian wore a serious expression, indicating he was not deceiving him. Lu Xiaoyu chose not to press further. As long as his brother was safe, that was enough for him. After some time, the 7 of them successfully arrived at the competition venue under Elder Xian's guidance. Upon seeing the assemblage of various academies and sects, Dai Huabin and the others were astounded. However, they quickly regained their composure, their expressions turning solemn. It appears there are quite a few competitors this time, Lu Xiaoyu remarked with an easy smile. Qiu'er beside him seemed equally unconcerned about the other contestants. Do not underestimate them. These teams might have hidden trump cards, cautioned Gu Yuna, who stood next to Lu Xiaoyu. After all, since the emergence of the Sin Mask, no one dares to claim dominion over the continent. The formidable nature of the Sin Mask is well known among all Soul Masters, and no one can guarantee that there are no competitors affiliated with it in this Soul Master competition. This is why Gu Yuna is so cautious. The Sin Mask is simply too powerful. Hearing her words, Lu Xiaoyu also became more vigilant. At that moment, the organizer of this competition made his appearance. It was none other than Su Tiangan, the regent of the Sun Moon Empire. Moreover, standing behind him was the orange-haired girl, now referred to as the regent's consort. This revelation astonished Hui Yuhao, who had already formed a rough hypothesis about her, yet kept his thoughts to himself. Just then, a booming voice commanded the attention of the entire audience. Silence. The crowd was uncertain as to who had spoken, but they recognized the strength of the speaker. At least in their view, Hui Yuhao instantly identified the owner of that voice. The earlier speculation had turned into reality. Hui Yuhao said, his expression grave. Beside him, the disguised Wang Dong also looked puzzled. However, after Hui Yuhao explained, she quickly understood and appeared equally serious. Following that voice, Regent Consort Qiuzi stepped forward to deliver her address. Here, on behalf of the Regent, I welcome all the contestants, and I hereby announce the commencement of the Continental Youth Senior Soul Master Elite Competition. With that, the judges immediately called forth the first teams for the first round. There was no pause. The competition commenced without delay. Today's first match featured the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire against the Dragon-Slaying Sect. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the participants from the Dragon-Slaying Sect being decisively overpowered by Meng Hongxun of the Royal Soul Master Academy. Consequently, the match concluded swiftly, with the Royal Soul Master Academy emerging as the first team to stand out in this competition. The Royal Soul Master Academy seems quite formidable, Ning Tian remarked, covering her mouth in surprise. In contrast, Qiu'er scoffed, saying, are they strong? I don't see it that way. Ning Tian and the others exchanged wry smiles at her comment. The day's matches continued for quite some time, with the only one capturing Lu Xiaoyu's interest being Hui Yuhao from the Tang sect. As for the match involving the Holy Spirit sect, it left the audience in shock, as they were the first to eliminate an opponent. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu and his team awaited their first match. How thrilling! It's finally our turn, Wu Feng exclaimed excitedly. However, Gu Yuna's remark quickly dampened her enthusiasm. During this segment of the competition, neither the captain nor I will participate, so do not let your guard down, Gu Yuna said slowly. Understood, Qiu'er replied with a smile. At that moment, the referee stepped onto the competition stage and announced loudly. The competition continues. Afternoon matches. Elimination round. Second match. Shrek Academy versus Tianjia Sect. Each side, please send forth a contestant to the arena and announce your names. The referee continued. Soon, the contestants from Shrek Academy and Tianjia Sect ascended to the stage. They exchanged glances before slowly revealing their names. Shrek Dai Huabin. Tianjia Sect Hanyu. The referee then declared. Let the match begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dai Huabin shot toward Hanyu like a cannonball. Hanyu barely had time to react, but managed to summon a shield at the last moment. Bang! Dai Huabin's fist collided with a massive shield, stirring up a fierce wind. Yet, Hanyu, sheltered behind the shield, remained unscathed, a contemptuous smile on his lips. With no injuries, Hanyu began to look down on Dai Huabin, mocking him, saying, you call this? Crack! Before he could finish, the shield in his hand shattered, followed by its complete destruction. Boom! Dai Huabin's fist landed solidly on Hanyu's chest. Uft! Struck in the chest, Hanyu immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, losing his eligibility to continue fighting. Dai Huabin has changed significantly, Hu Yuhao murmured as an observer. Indeed, at that moment, Wang Dong approached. She faced Hanyu without even using her martial soul, and it seemed his demeanor had shifted as well. The crux of the matter lies not in trivialities, but in the formidable trio of Shrek Academy. We may not stand a chance, Hu Yuhua lamented. Wang Dong, taken aback, could not fathom the notion that their Tang sect was weak. She firmly believed they could clinch the championship. However, Hu Yuhua's subsequent remark left her utterly astounded. It seemed that Lu Xiaoyu had already reached the Soul Sage level and had undergone training under Lu Gu, Hu Yuhua stated gravely. At this juncture, Wang Dong fell silent, her mind beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. Back on the competition stage, Dai Huabin of Shrek Academy effortlessly defeated another contestant from the Tianjia sect. Yet, an unexpected event unfolded. In the third round of the match against Tianjia sect, Dai Huabin uttered a shocking statement. Shrek Academy, Dai Huabin concedes, he declared with a calm demeanor. This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Given his current prowess, he could easily have triumphed over 7 opponents. Why then would he concede? The answer soon became clear. Wu Feng was stepping onto the stage. Although her strength did not match that of Dai Huabin, her abilities had significantly improved after training with Lu Zhe, enabling her to handle these ordinary sect members with ease. The same dominance continued until the second round of the group battle. Shrek fielded only 5 competitors, apart from Lu Xiaoyu and Gu Yuna. The others, under Chiyora's leadership, took to the arena. Do you Shrek look down upon us? The captain of Tianjia sect asked, visibly displeased. Kier merely smiled lightly in response, declaring, it is not merely you that we disdain, but all those participating in this grand competition. Her bold words drew gasps from the audience, leaving them in shock. Had she truly just provoked every team present? I beg to differ. They are the mighty Shrek Academy. The strength of Shrek was indeed formidable, and soon, the entire arena buzzed with discussion regarding this incident. Meanwhile, the 7 members of Tianjia sect wore grave expressions, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from Chiyoer. The match is about to commence, the referee announced. As soon as his words fell, Chiyoer charged forward, wielding her golden dragon spear. With a single strike, the combined spirit fusion technique of the 7 members of Tianjia sect was shattered. The match concluded before it even began. This exemplified the depth of Shrek's legacy. Chapter 102. The revised rules following the conclusion of Shrek Academy's match. The audience's perception of Shrek was once again transformed. Concurrently, the most formidable competitor from Shrek, Chiyoer, garnered the attention of various academies and sections. That young lady, Chiyoer, is certainly one to watch. Her strength is remarkable, and she has emerged as a standout in this year's Soul Master Tournament, remarked Regent Su Tianran, seated at the highest point, his tone laden with significance. Beside him, Juzi merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for heightened vigilance. In the Shrek resting area, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions celebrated their first victory of the day. Hu Yuhua also brought members of the Tang sect to join them. Hu Yuhua has arrived? Zhu Lu immediately took notice upon their arrival. Lu Xiaoyu spotted them as well and approached. What brings you here? She inquired, puzzled. Hu Yuhua smiled faintly before responding. We are here to celebrate your victory, of course. In that case, allow me to extend congratulations on behalf of the Shrek team. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a gentle nod. Before long, the 7 members of Tang's sect engaged in conversation with their Shrek counterparts. Hu Yuhua was particularly taken aback by Dai Huabin's demeanor. Unlike before, Dai Huabin greeted him with a friendly expression. This unexpected shift left Hu Yuhua astonished, but upon reflection, it was understandable. Dai Huabin had matured and grown more thoughtful. By the way, where's Lu Ge? Hu Yuhua asked, glancing at Lu Xiaoyu with a smile. Upon hearing this question, Lu Xiaoyu's mood visibly darkened. I do not know. Elder Xian mentioned he had some matters to attend to. She replied with a hint of annoyance. I see. Hu Yuhua nodded thoughtfully. This inquiry cast a pall over the atmosphere, but thanks to Hu Yuhua's efforts, normalcy was soon restored. That evening, Tang's sect and Shrek engaged in a cordial exchange, with no untoward incidents occurring. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, both groups returned to their respective hotel resting areas amidst laughter and cheer. It appears today was quite safe. A voice mused from an obscure rooftop. Beside him, Lu Zhe wore a grave expression, deep in contemplation. Noticing his demeanor, Zhenli grew intrigued and asked, Are you still pondering those matters? Coming back to his senses, Lu Zhe replied, Somewhat. I have an unsettling feeling that a significant event may transpire soon. You actually have such a premonition? Zhenli exclaimed, surprised. Indeed, I cannot fathom why I feel this way, Lu Zhe said with a wry smile, turning to leave. His choice not to remain by Lu Xiaoyu's side stemmed from his own intentions. With Shijiao yet to reveal himself, Lu Zhe dared not act recklessly, fearing that Shijiao might alter existing plans upon his appearance. Where are you headed? Zhenli inquired, drifting alongside Lu Zhe. After a moment of thought, Lu Zhe responded, I shall first visit Mingda Hall. It would be advantageous to ascertain the whereabouts of those individuals ahead of time. The following day dawned, and the Young Soul Master Tournament resumed. Yet an inexplicable shift in atmosphere enveloped the competition. From the high stands, Juzi stepped forward. I will elucidate the changes to the competition rules on behalf of His Highness the Regent, she announced loudly. Instantly, confusion filled the arena. Observing the reactions, Juzi continued. After discussions by the organizers last night, it has been decided to revise the competition format. Each team shall participate in only one match per day, adopting a group battle system. Victors remain, while losers must depart. Furthermore, this competition permits any means necessary. There are no restrictions on methods or consequences. All that matters is victory. The impact of her words reverberated throughout the arena, leaving many competitors stunned. The magnitude of this modification was unprecedented, far beyond what most could accept, and they were left bewildered by its necessity. Ultimately, this alteration had a singular objective: to compel all participants to exert their utmost effort. After delivering her message, Juzi retreated, leaving a crowd filled with bewilderment and astonishment. Captain, don't you find this rule change rather peculiar? Ning Tian approached Lu Xiaoyu, speaking softly. Her words resonated with Lu Xiaoyu, who began to sense the oddity. It seems too coincidental, she remarked with a gentle smile. Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her response, hoping it was indeed so. Just then, the referee arrived at the competition stage. The Young Soul Master Elite Tournament, second round elimination, begins now, he announced loudly. Yunlai Academy faces off against Huxiao Sect. Please have both teams enter the arena. As the words fell, 2 teams of 7 appeared on either side of the competition arena. The competitors exchanged glances as if on the verge of an altercation. The referee slowly announced, the match begins. With a resounding bang, one of the members from Huxiao's own had already teleported in front of a contestant from Yunlai Shuyuan. You weaklings, sneered the man from Huxiao's own with disdain. Don't get too cocky, replied a contestant beneath his foot, visibly displeased. Subsequently, he unleashed his soul power as a soul emperor and stood up defiantly. He bellowed in fury. Yet, in an instant, a long sword pierced through his chest, splattering blood across the arena. This scene left the other contestants from Yunlai Shuyuan in shock. Even with the rules changed, there's no need to be so ruthless. A woman from Yunlai Shuyuan shouted angrily. Rules are as they are. Fear of death is irrelevant. The man who dealt the blow retorted with a contemptuous smile. Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent, and it was not just her. Nearly everyone in the arena was stunned. Isn't this a bit too brutal? To come in and kill immediately. If I were competing, I would certainly refuse to participate under such rules. The arena was filled with murmurs, all captivated by the scene before them. The spectator, Lu Xiaoyu, was equally bewildered. Is this really a competition or a slaughter? He whispered. His first thought upon witnessing this was how Shalake would fare if they were to encounter such a ruthless team in the future. He was confident in his own safety, but the well-being of others was uncertain. How could one person defend against 7? Just as he pondered, the match concluded. Yunlai Shuyuan forfeits. The match is over. Huxiao Zong wins, the referee announced loudly. Soon, the arena was cleared in preparation for the second match. The second bout would feature Tongmin against Tianling Zong, a confrontation between 2 significant sections. Who would emerge victorious? Chapter 103. The Arrogance of Power after the alteration of the Soul Master competition rules. The second round of elimination finally commenced with a match between Tongmin and Tianling Zong. Captain, who do you think will win, Tongmin or Tianling Zong? Dai Huabin inquired as he approached Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu shook his head lightly. I cannot say. Both Tianling Zong and Tongmin possess considerable strength. Does that mean the outcome is uncertain? Zai Huan Zet Bunde, Su Pli. At that moment, Guyena approached. Not necessarily. Ho Yuhao from Tongmin is quite formidable, at least in the eyes of outsiders. The trio ceased their conversation as the match was about to commence. The match continues. Tongmin versus Tianling Zong. Please enter the arena, the referee announced loudly. As the words left his lips, Both teams stepped forward. Once the referee confirmed that both sides were ready, he declared the match begins. With the referee's command, the competition commenced, and the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Uncertainty loomed over whether this match would mirror the previous one. In the arena, the captain of Tianling Zone gazed at Ho Yuhao and his companions. He then spoke slowly. "So, you are the people from Tongmen? What else could we be?" Ho Yuhao replied with a smile. The captain of Tianling Zone chuckled and stepped forward. "I am Yahao from Tianling Zone. I look forward to your guidance." Ho Yuhao from Tongmen, likewise, Ho Yuhao responded with a smile. As their words resonated, the arena was charged with combat fervor. With a swift motion, Yahao darted towards Ho Yuhao like an arrow released from a bow. First soul skill, Tiger's Hunt. Yahao activated his first soul ring, wielding a long blade that emanated an aura of lethal intent. Unexpectedly, Yahao's attack was intercepted by Xiao's defensive artifact. "Nice reflexes," Yahao remarked with a cold smirk. However, the other two competitors from Tianling Zone had already encircled Tongmen S members from behind. The surge of murderous intent prompted Ho Yuhao and his team to react, but he had anticipated this and prevented a tragedy from unfolding. Simultaneously, Yahao felt a sense of disbelief as he quickly identified his primary target. "Focus your attacks on Ho Yuhao. Yehao Gongman Lao Li." The members of Tianling Zone immediately understood his intention and surged towards Ho Yuhao. However, instead of retreating, Ho Yuhao laughed. "Snow Empress," he softly called. In an instant, a petite girl appeared beside him. "Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain." Suddenly, the entire arena was enveloped in a chilling aura, obscuring the view of the match. "What is happening? Why can't we see anything?" came the confused murmurs from the arena. "Are we not allowed to watch?" Soon, the doubts faded, replaced by astonishment. As the cold dissipated, only Ho Yuhao and his companions remained standing, while the members of Tianling Zone lay prostrate on ground. "The match is over. Tongmen wins." Although the referee was puzzled, he promptly declared the result. The unexpected defeat of Tianling Zone left many in disbelief. In the chalet preparation area, Dai Huabin asked gravely, "Captain, what just happened?" Lu Xiaoyu smiled, about to explain, but Guyuna interjected. "It was a domain. Within that realm, the members of Tianling Zone lost track of Ho Yuhao and his team, while Tongmen could quickly lock onto the positions of Tianling Zone with Ho Yuhao as support. Naturally, the match concluded swiftly. Dai Huabin understood immediately and began to contemplate the future. "If we encounter such a situation, do you think we have a chance, Captain?" he asked slowly. "Such tactics may work against them, but not against me," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. He then added, "Let us go. It's our turn." The second round of elimination, third match, Shalake Academy versus Maling Zone. The referee announced loudly in the arena. As the words echoed, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Amidst the applause, Lu Xiaoyu and his team made their way to the competition stage. Facing them, the captain of Maling Zone, Wang Ma, wore a troubled expression. "Is my luck this poor? To face the previous champions right after the first round, this is quite the challenge," Wang Ma thought, looking dejected. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and entered the arena. As both sides readied themselves, the referee declared, "The match begins." The competition commenced, leaving all in the arena puzzled as Shalake continued to chat, seemingly disregarding Maling Zone entirely. "Hasn't the match started? Why aren't they even looking at us?" One of the contestants from Maling Zone grumbled. However, Wang Ma cautioned him, "Do not let your guard down. Perhaps this is their strategy. Let us wait a bit longer." Thus, Maling Zone believed this was Shalake's tactic of remaining unmoving while the enemy did the same. But after 5 minutes of waiting, Wang Ma grew visibly impatient. Thus, he revealed his soul power and loudly rebuked Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "Do you look down upon us? What does that mean?" Lu Xiaoyu feigned ignorance and then smiled, saying, "Have you misunderstood something? What does that mean?" Wang Mo felt puzzled. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu arrogantly declared, "It seems we mentioned from the very beginning that we as Shrek do not regard anyone present as worthy of our attention. You are not the only ones." Upon hearing this, Wang Mo was immediately enraged, and his formidable soul power erupted forth. His configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings astonished many. Yet, in the next moment, Shrek once again reshaped the crowd's perceptions. Great Flame Wave. Ancient Moon now stepped forward and unleashed her soul skill. The enormous wave of fire instantly engulfed the entire competition arena, leaving the members of the Demon Spirit sect with no escape and resulting in their disqualification from the match. The competition concluded with Shrek Academy emerging victorious, as the judge announced loudly. What left the audience in disbelief was that the demon spirit sect could not withstand even a second after Shrek made its move. However, that was not the only reason for their astonishment. The primary shock came from the configuration of soul rings on ancient Munna. The combination of 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings was nearly impossible, yet it manifested this time, and on a woman no less. Is this real? Su Sanshur from the Tang sect's preparation area exclaimed in shock. Even Hui Yuhao was taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered such a soul ring configuration, and the opponent was already a soul sage. It seemed that Lu Xiaoyu and the others truly possessed the qualifications to look down upon everyone present. After all, even the vice captain was so formidable, let alone Lu Xiaoyu. Hui Yuhao said with a wry smile. In truth, the shock was not limited to the Tang sect. Even the previously confident Holy Spirit sect felt a slight threat. However, they were not afraid of ancient Munna, but rather of Lu Xiaoyu, who had yet to make a move. It is well known that the unknown is the most terrifying. It seems this plan must be executed ahead of schedule. A mysterious figure from the Holy Spirit sect murmured softly. At that moment, a man approached from behind him. If we encounter Shrek, I will let those few take the stage. I do not believe you will lose against the others, the man said slowly. Upon hearing this voice, the Holy Spirit sect member quickly knelt before him, bowing and saying, "Rest assured, my lord, we will definitely accomplish the task." "That will be best." The man cast a cold glance at him before turning and departing. Chapter 104. Original Sin. Today's match was indeed effortless. I wonder which team we will face tomorrow. Lu Xiaoyu mused with a smile. After the match, the 7 of them directly left the competition arena, as there was nothing else to watch. Well then, since today's match has concluded, let us return to our respective rooms to rest. Do not wander outside unnecessarily, Ancient Moon Na said sternly. Dai Huabin and the others dared not oppose her, and could only smile as they returned to their rooms. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu recalled certain matters and proceeded directly to the hotel rooftop. Standing atop the rooftop, Lu Xiaoyu gazed down at the magnificent city before him, his mind drifting back to certain thoughts. "Where will I go?" Lu Xiaoyu lamented. He then lay down on the rooftop, staring at the blue sky and white clouds. Feeling drowsy. "I miss you so much, brother." In the Sun and Moon Empire, Mingda Hall welcomed an unexpected guest today, Lu Zhe. "I warn you, this is not a place you may enter at will," a guard said sternly. However, Lu Zhe paid him no mind, choosing to ignore him and walk inside. "I told you, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." The guard grew increasingly agitated. Lu Zhe, feeling displeased, responded, "Where I go is none of your business." The guard, enraged by this, declared, "You are forcing my hand. Kneel." Buzz. Before the guard could finish his sentence, he felt an irresistible command. Thud. In the next moment, the guard found himself kneeling before Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe looked down at him with an indifferent expression and stated, "There are matters you would do best not to involve yourself in." The guard was filled with fear. He had never encountered such a situation before. After casting a casual glance at him, Lu Zhe walked past him. Upon entering Mingda Hall, Lu Zhe sensed a familiar aura. "Long time no see, Lu Zhe." A voice reached his ears. Following the sound, Lu Zhe discovered that the speaker was none other than the Hall Master of Mingda Hall, Jing Hongshen. "It's quite strange that you did not participate in the Soul Master competition," Lu Zhe said with a smile. Jing Hongshen merely smiled in return, then approached him. "I wish to know why you intruded upon my Mingda Hall," Jing Hongshen asked coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe simply replied, "I came here to take a look. Do you believe me?" "Heh, I do not think so," Jing Hongshen sneered, raising his right hand to summon nearly 50 Soul Masters. "You are not welcome here. I must ask you to leave," he said sternly. Lu Zhe, undeterred, continued to stride forward. "I shall not waste words." His expression suddenly turned cold. He instantly appeared before Jing Hongshen, asking, "What connection do you have with the Holy Spirit sect? Speak." At this, Jing Hongshen was taken aback. He wanted to resist, but the next moment, he could no longer hold back. "We currently have a cooperative relationship with the Holy Spirit sect. Our goal is to unify the continent," Jing Hongshen said reluctantly. "You see," Lu Zhe nodded slowly. Regaining his composure, Jing Hongshen immediately distanced himself, eyeing Lu Zhe warily. "Who exactly are you?" Jing Hongshen felt a sense of foreboding. "Me?" Lu Zhe pointed to himself, then burst into laughter. "I am here to erase your Mingda Hall." As Lu Zhe laughed, his eyes turned sharp. Sensing danger, Jing Hongshen quickly commanded, "Kill this guy, now." Without hesitation, nearly 50 Soul Masters surged toward Lu Zhe. "Do you know why ants are so weak?" Lu Zhe said slowly. Jing Hongchun was puzzled by the meaning behind his words. Lu Zhe continued. No matter how many ants there are, they remain ants. You're no different. Paradox. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the entire Mingda Hall was reduced to ruins, with no trace of its former self. The more than 50 soul masters were turned into mere pulp in that instant. As for Jing Hongchun, he barely survived by using a high-level defensive soul tool. Regardless of who he was, everyone within Mingda Hall, except for Jing Hongchun, perished. You are a demon. Jing Hongchun was filled with terror. He perceived the aura emanating from Lu Zhe, which made even the departed Mu Lao from Shrek seem insignificant. Upon hearing this title, Lu Zhe felt no fear. In fact, he was even more delighted. Bang! Before Jing Hongchun could react, Lu Zhe directly approached him and pinned him to the ground. Standing over Jing Hongchun, Lu Zhe slowly said, "Where is the Holy Spirit sect? Speak." Without any resistance, Jing Hongchun replied, "The Holy Spirit sect is currently at the competition arena. The others do not know their exact location." Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe finally withdrew his foot and stepped aside. Taking advantage of the moment, Jing Hongchun crushed a piece of black jade. Instantly, the sky transformed into a deep crimson hue, and the surrounding environment began to warp, while Jing Hongchun himself became increasingly bizarre. A burst of maniacal laughter reverberated through the air. Lu Zhe slowly turned around, discovering that Jing Hongchun was enveloped in a strange black mist, the aura of original sin. Truth remarked with a smile. Lu Zhe, taken aback, pondered the situation. What is happening? Truth replied nonchalantly, I am not entirely certain. It must be the work of the 10 sons. This truly is troublesome, Lu Zhe scoffed. At this moment, the original sin-imbued Jing Hongchun arrogantly declared, I have ascended to godhood. You shall face divine retribution. With these words, Lu Zhe gradually took a step forward, and in an instant, he appeared before Jing Hongchun. Paradox. Obliterate. Lu Zhe unleashed a force of paradox that surged towards him. Caught off guard, Jing Hongchun was swiftly erased from the waist down. It hurts, he bellowed in agony. Yet Lu Zhe offered him no respite, reappearing above him. Supergravity tread. Boom. In an instant, the original sin-affected Jing Hongchun was mercilessly stomped into the ground. Trembling, Jing Hongchun swung a fist. The powerful blow struck Lu Zhe, sending him flying several hundred meters away. Emerging from the ruins, Lu Zhe brushed off the dust from his clothes. It truly is original sin, he mused. Just then, Jing Hongchun roared from a far kill. Swish, swish, swish. Countless black spikes shot toward Lu Zhe. Unfazed, Lu Zhe did not dodge, but instead activated his paradoxical defense, blocking all attacks. However, as he prepared to retaliate against Jing Hongchun, he suddenly realized the foe had appeared behind him. Jing Hongchun yelled in fury, delivering another punch to Lu Zhe's back, shattering his absolute defense. Bang! Lu Zhe crashed into a distant building. Coughing twice, he exclaimed with excitement, How intriguing! Ha ha ha! I am a god. I am the sovereign of this world. Jing Hongchun laughed boastfully. In the next moment, a stream of colorless energy pierced through his chest. Have you forgotten something? Lu Zhe sneered. His eyes turned crimson, and dark red energy enveloped him. I am the truth of this world. Chapter 105. The Death of Hongchun. The Power of Lu Xiaoyu. I am the truth of this world, Lu Zhe declared with a sinister smile. As his words echoed, the previously warped reality began to show signs of collapse. Meanwhile, Jing Hongchun merely glanced at Lu Zhe, standing frozen in place. For reasons unknown, he felt that his actions lacked justification, instead seeming entirely reasonable. You are merely a recipient of borrowed power. You pale in comparison to us. Lu Zhe grinned wickedly, slowly approaching Jing Hongchun. Unable to move, Jing Hongchun stood there, oblivious to the imminent danger that loomed over him. Observe the disparity between us, Lu Zhe said, placing a hand on Jing Hongchun's shoulder. Paradox obliterate. Swish. A wave of colorless energy consumed Jing Hongchun, and when the energy dissipated, he had departed from this world. The distorted space collapsed entirely at the moment of his departure. It's done, Lu Zhe remarked, gazing at the leveled Mingda Hall with a faint smile. At that moment, Truth emerged. What do you plan to do next? Truth teased. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhe turned and replied, I shall seek out Xiaoyu. I believe the collapse can no longer contain itself. On the rooftop of Mingyue Grand Hotel, Lu Xiaoyu had drifted into a deep slumber. A sudden cold breeze swept through, startling her awake. Is it already dawn? She murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Gradually, she stood up and approached the edge of the rooftop to behold the sunrise over Mingdu. Lost in the beauty of the dawn, her thoughts momentarily ceased. How wonderful it would be if my brother were here, Lu Xiaoyu whispered. Turning to leave, she was met with the sight of the person she longed to see the most. How'd the competition go? Lu Zhe asked, standing before her with a gentle smile. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Noticing her silence, Lu Zhe stepped closer. What's wrong? Was the competition result unsatisfactory? He inquired with a smile. At this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly regained her composure and dove into his embrace. The results were excellent. We will surely be champions, she exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Lu Zhe replied, gently patting her back. Shall we go? ISNT today, as competition about to commence? Lu Xiaoyu nodded slowly, but did not release her grip on Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, sensing her reluctance, could only chuckle as he led her away from the rooftop. In the preparation area of the arena, Lu Xiaoyu and her team arrived under Lu Zhe's guidance. Their presence astonished many competitors as to them. Lu Zhe appeared as an ordinary person, exuding no aura of soul power. Yet, many remained skeptical, unable to believe that the man standing before Lu Xiaoyu was indeed an ordinary individual. Teacher, the rules for this edition of the Soul Master competition have been thoroughly revised, Dai Huabin said slowly. Lu Zhe merely nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. I will intervene if you are in danger. Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek felt a warm sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, the first match of the day commenced. At this point, only 32 teams remained in the arena. The most favored teams included Shenglingzong, Tainglongmen, Eojianzong, Xuemazong, Tangmin, and Shrek Academy, recognized by all spectators as the strongest. Although Shenglingzong's tactics were brutal, they had become a trivial matter following the rule modifications. Any strategy that led to victory was acceptable. At that moment, the referee stepped onto the competition stage, smiling faintly at the throngs of spectators. The third round of the Youth Soul Master competition, the first match, begins now, the referee announced loudly. Next, Shrek Academy will face the Royal Sun and Moon Soul Master Academy. Competitors from both sides, please enter the arena, the referee declared. In the Shrek preparation area, Lu Xiaoyu joyfully remarked to Lu Zhe, Brother, watch how we annihilate the opposition. Lu Zhe chuckled in response. Do not underestimate them. The Royal Sun and Moon Soul Master Academy was the runner-up in the last competition. What, runner-up? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, astonished. Yet deep within, he was profoundly exhilarated, for he was about to face the previous champions. Soon, both teams arrived at the competition arena. Xiao Hongshun from the Ryu Royal Soul Master Academy regarded the opposing Lu Xiaoyu with a hint of solemnity, despite his self-proclaimed genius status. Upon witnessing the soul ring configuration of Shrek's vice-captain Gu Yuna, his confidence swiftly evaporated, let alone when confronting their even more formidable and enigmatic captain. One must exercise caution. The strength of the opposing team is not to be trifled with, Xiao Hongshun solemnly remarked. Understood, responded several other competitors from the Ryu Royal Soul Master Academy. Conversely, the atmosphere on Shrek's side appeared notably relaxed, as if they did not regard the match with any seriousness. The referee, seeing that both contestants were prepared, announced the commencement of the match. As the words fell, neither side made a move, simply standing still. After a moment, Lu Xiaoyu from Shrek unexpectedly stepped forward. The spectators anticipated witnessing the prowess of Shrek's captain, yet they were taken aback by the subsequent words. With a gentle smile, Lu Xiaoyu addressed Xiao Hongshun and his team. Greetings, last year's runners-up. At this utterance, the arena fell into silence, even Lu Zhe feeling a tinge of helplessness. This fellow. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Hongshun felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. While the statement was not particularly harmful, its insulting nature ignited the fury of the Ryu Royal Soul Master Academy in an instant. Subsequently, Xiao Hongshun chose to launch an early attack, and a swift assault-type Soul King charged forth. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu remained stationary, utterly unguarded. Upon seeing this, the assault-type Soul King felt a surge of delight. What else could this be but an easy kill? He mused with a faint smile. Yet in the next moment he regretted his thoughts. Lu Xiaoyu, still standing in place, slowly raised his left hand, revealing 7 soul rings adorned with golden patterns behind him, casting a gravity field. In the blink of an eye, the assault-type Soul King found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move. Why are you running so fast? Lu Xiaoyu remarked slowly. The immobilized Soul King wore a face of despair. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Hongshun was momentarily stunned, but it was just an instant. In the next second, he drew out a soul-guided cannon and aimed it directly at Lu Xiaoyu. 108 soul-guided cannons fired in unison. Boom, boom, boom. An instant later, an overwhelming barrage erupted at Lu Xiaoyu's position. All spectators were filled with concern, for no one could withstand such concentrated firepower. When the smoke cleared, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Xiaoyu emerged completely unscathed. Is this the strength of the runners-up? Lu Xiaoyu scoffed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshun felt a wave of humiliation but found himself unable to retort. At that moment, as Lu Xiaoyu spoke, Meng Hongshun from the Ryu Royal Soul Master Academy had stealthily approached from behind. Third soul, she began, but before she could finish, an invisible force of gravity enveloped her, rendering her breathless. Your thoughts are still too naive, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile, and then delivered a kick to her abdomen. The force sent Meng Hongshun flying out of the competition arena. This ruthless display incited outrage among the male spectators. Yet what could be done? The rules of the competition were clear. Without strength, one should refrain from participating. After Meng Hongshun's elimination, the team leader of the Ryu Royal Soul Master Academy chose to concede. The match concluded with Shrek Academy victorious. The referee announced loudly, "Is that it?" Lu Xiaoyu expressed his disappointment, feeling he had not even exerted himself fully, questioning the prompt surrender. With that, he led Gu Yuna and the others off the competition stage and back to the preparation area. Meanwhile, in Tongmen's preparation area, Hui Yuhao wore a wry smile. Xiao Hongshun is quite formidable, yet unexpectedly did not even make it to the top 16, Wang Donger remarked softly. Well, Yuhao merely shook his head lightly, acknowledging Lu Xiaoyu's terrifying prowess. After all, he was the brother of Lu Ge. It was inevitable. Having such a capable older brother ensured one's own strength would not be lacking, Wang Donger nodded. Yet, this was not Hui Yuhao's main concern. He pondered how long they could withstand Lu Xiaoyu if they were to face him. Meanwhile, the remaining teams in the arena had abandoned any illusions of defeating Shrek, instead beginning to speculate on how long they might endure. If they could last 10 minutes, they would consider themselves fortunate. Chapter 106. Sheng Ling Zone vs. Zhanxiang Zone. Look, brother, this is the extent of my current strength, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed proudly before Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly at his display before returning his gaze to the competition arena. Aren't we leaving? Lu Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Lu Zhe replied softly. It's not too late to leave after this match. Oh, soon, the second match of the third elimination round commenced. The second match of the third elimination round. Sheng Ling Zone vs. Zhanxiang Zone. Please enter the arena, the referee announced loudly. Moments later, the competitors from Sheng Ling Zone and Zhanxiang Zone stepped into the arena. Brother, what are you watching? Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked Lu Zhe. Coming back to reality, Lu Zhe ruffled his hair and replied, Nothing much. You and Gu Yuna should return to the hotel. I'll stay a while longer. Lu Xiaoyu, intrigued by this, clung to his arm. I want to stay and watch too, he declared with a smile. Lu Zhe chuckled and teased. Do you even understand what you're watching? What do you mean by that? Do you think I can't understand? Lu Xiaoyu retorted in annoyance. I meant nothing by it. Just making conversation, Lu Zhe laughed. Observing Lu Zhe's expression, Lu Xiaoyu felt increasingly vexed and climbed onto his back. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Zhe sighed with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu answered cheerfully. I can see better from up here. All right. Lu Zhe shrugged off the incident without concern. At this moment, the match between Sheng Ling Zone and Zhanxiang Zone had already begun. The referee surveyed both teams and declared, the match begins. As the words fell, several burly men from Zhanxiang Zone unleashed an astonishing surge of soul power. Elder brother, let us use our trump card, bellowed the robust man at the center of the seven. Understood, big brother, responded the burly man known as the second in command, instantly grasping the intent of their leader. The other 5 men swiftly turned toward their leader. 7 men united, soul, fusion technique. With a thunderous roar, the 7 burly men merged into one. In an instant, a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the entire arena. It seems these sects possess substantial depth, Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile from Shrek's preparation area. Lu Xiaoyu, curious, inquired, Does that mean Zhanxiang Zone will win? They're starting off strong. Not necessarily, Lu Zhe replied with an enigmatic smile. Why not? Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Lu Zhe simply smiled and said, You'll find out soon enough. As the thick smoke cleared from the arena, an astonishing scene unfolded before the spectators. The 7 formidable men of Zhanjiang Zone, after executing their combined martial soul fusion technique, transformed into a singular tall figure with a flawless physique. Though he appeared less robust than the 7 men, the aura he exuded was nearing that of a soul de law. "You have already lost," the man stated coldly. As his words faded, a colossal red soul ring materialized around him, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the air. Meanwhile, the 7 contestants from Xiangling Zone remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. In an instant, the man descended before the members of Xiangling Zone, delivering a crushing blow to one of the Soul Masters. The impact caused the struck Soul Master to spit out a mouthful of blood and collapse, unable to move. The audience gasped in shock at this turn of events. Was Zhanjiang Zone truly this formidable? Was Xiangling Zone on the verge of defeat? Many spectators, who had long harbored disdain for the members of Xiangling Zone, cheered for Zhanjiang Zone's impressive display. In the midst of the chaos, Lu Xiaoyu smugly proclaimed, "Did you see that? I told you Zhanjiang Zone would win, yet you refused to believe me." "Really?" Lu Zhe replied with keen interest. He continued, "Do you notice anything unusual about the other Soul Masters from Xiangling Zone?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu scrutinized the scene and quietly remarked, "No, nothing at all." "Precisely. They are merely spectators, eager to watch the clown dance," Lu Zhe stated calmly. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu was unconvinced and retorted, "I refuse to believe it. Zhanjiang Zone will undoubtedly win this match." "Oh, are you so confident? Shall we place a bet?" Lu Zhe asked, intrigued. Lu Xiaoyu showed no fear. Instead, she became more animated. "Sure, what shall we bet on?" "You decide," she replied eagerly. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xiaoyu regarded him with uncertainty. "I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll come up with something later. In any case, this wager is mine to win." "Very well," Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. The 2 brothers then returned their attention to the match unfolding before them. "I have already stated it. You have lost this match. Admitting defeat sooner will spare you further pain," the man from Zhanjiang Zone said softly. At that moment, only he remained on the field, facing 3 contestants from Xiangling Zone, the rest already lying incapacitated on the ground. Noticing the lack of response from the remaining Soul Masters, he decided to unleash his full power. "This is what you have invited upon yourselves," he declared coldly, as he charged towards the last 3 Soul Masters of Xiangling Zone. In a mere breath, he found himself confronting them, and the audience believed the match was at its conclusion, including the referee. However, as he swung his fist, an unexpected event occurred. "You have become rather arrogant," a feminine voice remarked calmly. One of the Soul Masters effortlessly caught the man's powerful punch with one hand. Before he could react, the 2 Soul Masters beside him delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. He crashed heavily against the protective barrier surrounding the arena, gradually sliding down to the ground. Spitting out blood, he slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It seems I underestimated you," he said, glaring intently at the Xiangling Zone members. At that moment, the 3 Soul Masters had vanished from sight, undetectable even to his senses. By the time he realized their presence again, it was far too late. With a sickening thud, 3 long swords pierced through his chest, blood splattering across the ground. "I will kill you," he shouted in disbelief, desperate to fight back. Yet, the 3 Soul Masters of Xiangling Zone had already distanced themselves, standing calmly nearby, as if to say he was too weak. Seeing this, he staggered forward with heavy steps, determined to reach them. "I must kill you," he declared. But as he ran, his pace slowed, exhaustion overtaking him. Soon, he found himself just a short distance from the 3 Soul Masters. The entire audience hoped for his victory, but reality proved harsh. With a thud, he collapsed before the 3 Soul Masters, possibly never to rise again. As he fell, he transformed back into the 7 men, but their bodies were tinged with purple as if poisoned. "Are they dead?" Lu Xiaoyu gasped in shock, though the outcome had been predetermined. "Behold, this is the final result. Xiangling Zone is far more ruthless than you imagined," Lu Zhe remarked, turning to leave. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoyu followed suit. Meanwhile, the referee approached the fallen members of Zhanjiang Zone and announced, "The match is over. Xiangling Zone is victorious." The arena fell into a profound silence, with no one understanding why, nor did they wish to know. Chapter 107. A word of caution, Xiaoyu. Do not forget our wager, Lu Zhe said slowly as they made their way back to Mingyue Grand Hotel, carrying a visibly troubled Lu Xiaoyu on his back. "I know, just tell me. What was your bet?" Lu Xiaoyu replied with resignation. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and smiled. "I haven't decided yet. It can wait until I think of something." "Oh," was Lu Xiaoyu's lackluster response. Noticing her demeanor, Lu Zhe chose not to press further and continued towards the hotel. In the rest area of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, a loud exclamation echoed from one room, the voice belonging to Xiao Hongchen. He was not alone. His sister, Meng Hongchun, was with him. Their team leader stood before them, his expression grave. "Teacher, what did you say?" Meng Hongchun asked, forcing a smile. The team leader fell silent at her words, finally responding, "I am not lying. Ming De Tang has truly been annihilated, and your father." He trailed off, unable to continue, for he had never anticipated such an event, deeming it impossible. Yet, reality had unfolded before them, more severe than he had ever imagined. The fall of Ming De Tang signified the beginning of the end for the continent's prosperity. In the room, Meng Hongchun felt utterly drained, collapsing to the floor. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongchun trembled, as if something within him was on the verge of erupting. "I understand your feelings, but the Empire will provide an explanation." Their teacher attempted to comfort them. Xiao Hongchun and the other two did not respond to him, but remained in silence. Upon observing their demeanor, the teacher could only sigh softly before departing from the room. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Shengling Jiao, the figure of Beng Huai sat at the center, flanked by the serious-faced authority. "Chief, Lu Zhe must have already discerned our intentions. Should we not act preemptively?" Authority spoke with concern. Beng Huai, after a brief pause, replied, "Let us wait a little longer. The sun has yet to reveal his presence. Patience is our only option. Is it your plan?" Authority was taken aback. However, Beng Huai's response left him astounded. "You and Saiwu should take the place of those members in the final match." Forcing the sun to reveal himself, Beng Huai articulated slowly. Authority immediately grasped his strategy, nodded in understanding, and exited. Left behind, Beng Huai wore a faint smile, as if everything unfolded according to his design. At the Mingwei Grand Hotel, Lu Zhe was roused from his slumber by a persistent knock on the door. "Come in," he said slowly. Soon, the door opened, revealing Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who had just returned victorious from the arena. Observing them, Lu Zhe smiled gently and inquired, "What brings you here?" Hui Yuhao, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled nervously before saying, "Indeed, there is something I would like Brother Lu to assist with." "What is it?" Lu Zhe asked, intrigued. Hui Yuhao hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet divulged. "The Shengling Zone is affiliated with the Shengling Jiao. Brother Lu must be aware." Lu Zhe nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao's spirits lifted, and he continued. "The Shengling Jiao is a congregation of evil soul masters, posing a threat to the peace of the continent." "So what are you implying?" Lu Zhe interjected directly. Hui Yuhao, sensing Lu Zhe's straightforwardness, decided to be candid. "I would like to invite Brother Lu to join our Tang men and combat the Shengling Jiao together." He gazed at Lu Zhe with hopeful anticipation for his agreement. However, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and replied, "I will certainly address the matter concerning the Shengling Jiao, but I must decline your invitation to join the Tang men." "Why?" Hui Yuhao was perplexed. Previously, he had invited Lu Xiaoyu to join the Tang men, only to be met with refusal. Now, his invitation to Lu Zhe also faced rejection. He could not fathom why both Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu were unwilling to join the Tang men. Lu Zhe, noticing the confusion etched on Hui Yuhao's face, chuckled and explained, "I have heard of the Tongmen's past endeavors, and I believe in your capability to restore it to its former glory. However, it would be wise for you not to involve yourselves with the Shengling Jiao." Hui Yuhao, already puzzled, found himself even more bewildered by Lu Zhe's statement. "What do you mean?" he thought, struggling to comprehend. Lu Zhe continued, "The forces behind the Shengling Jiao are not merely those of the Doloa continent. Even the divine realm would likely tread carefully around them." At this revelation, Hui Yuhao finally grasped Lu Zhe's insinuation. "Are you suggesting that there exists a more formidable power behind the Shengling Jiao?" His expression turned grave. Understanding this is crucial. That power is related to the sin aspect. Should we encounter it, I fear even I may not escape unscathed. Lu Zhe spoke slowly. Their conversation reached its conclusion, leaving Hui Yuhao in a state of shock. After their departure, Lu Zhe approached the window. "It should be arriving soon," he murmured. At that moment, Zhili appeared, playfully commenting, "Do you place such faith in your instincts?" Indeed, instincts seldom deceive. This soul master competition is destined to witness unprecedented transformations, Lu Zhe replied thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao and Wang Donger were on their way back to their room, with Hui Yuhao deeply contemplating Lu Zhe's earlier words. Even Brother Lu cannot escape unscathed? Is that power truly that terrifying? As he pondered, Wang Donger smiling beside him, remarked, "Since Brother Liu has said so, it must indeed be the case. Do not dwell too much on it." In truth, Wang Dong'er felt even more anxious than Hui Yuhao upon hearing Liu Zei's words. She worried about what would happen if Hui Yuhao encountered those individuals and how she would cope. Thus, she vowed never to let him take unnecessary risks. "I understand, but I still cannot shake my unease," Hui Yuhao confessed, his expression troubled. Wang Dong'er gently patted his head, offering comfort. "It's all right. We can think about it when the time comes." Hui Yuhao felt his spirits lift under her reassuring touch. The two returned to their hotel room, setting aside their concerns for the moment. The Soul Master competition had reached an intense stage, with the altered rules accelerating the process significantly. They had now arrived at the round of 16, where the remaining teams comprised well-established sects and academies, showcasing a stark contrast to the earlier matches. In the round of 16, some teams may not withstand the pressure. Liu Zei mused with a smile in the Shrek Academy preparation area. He did not believe that the remaining sects and academies would continue along their old paths after the changes in the continent. To him, among the 16 remaining teams, aside from the Shengling Zone, Tang Min, and his brother, at least one team among the other 13 possessed a minor sin aspect, with some even harboring close to a major sin aspect. Now the true competition begins. Liu Zei laughed, pondering how Beng Huai would navigate his next move. Chapter 108. The sin aspect on the arena. The Youth Soul Master Elite competition commenced with the first match of the round of 16. Shrek Academy versus Xielang Zone. In the expansive arena, the judge announced loudly at the center of the competition stage. This was followed by a chorus of applause and cheers, with the audience rallying behind Shrek Academy, although some still favored Xielang Zone. "Captain, the match is about to begin," Dai Huabin whispered to Lu Xiaoyu, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. The battle will conclude in 1 minute." Lu Xiaoyu was filled with confidence, as they had yet to encounter a formidable team thus far. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu led Dai Huabin and the other 6 to the competition stage, facing their opponents, Xielang Zone. Each member of Xielang Zone exhibited palpable excitement, as if they had come across prey of keen interest. "So this is Shrek Academy? They appear quite strong," remarked a gaunt man from Xielang Zone with a sinister smile. Their captain, Lang Mo, wore a cheerful grin. "They are indeed strong, but still lacking a bit." This audacious statement was clearly audible to all, leaving the audience in shock. What kind of organization was Xielang Zone to utter such words? Surely, they must possess a powerful trump card to speak so boldly. A wave of murmurs swept through the observation area. In the arena, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions wore expressions of calm indifference, fully convinced that the Xielang sect posed no threat to their hidden strengths. The match had yet to commence, yet both teams were already brimming with competitive spirit. The referee observed the readiness of both sides and promptly announced, "The match begins." No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 participants from the Xielang sect charged forward. Such reckless abandon. Wu Feng couldn't help but feel astonished at their audacity. Following suit, he and Dai Huabin surged into action. Third soul skill, Wolf's Resurgence. Third soul skill, Primal Awakening. The 2 competitors rushing toward Shrek illuminated their third soul rings, resulting in an instantaneous transformation. One morphed into a werewolf, while the other became adorned with crimson markings. Wu Feng and Dai Huabin, undeterred, activated their martial spirits. With a resounding clash, the 4 collided, stirring a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions remained unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by the actions of Wu Feng and Dai Huabin. However, the captain of the Xielang sect, Lang Mo, displayed a sinister grin on his face. He bellowed, "For victory, offer your lives." Upon uttering those words, he turned to his 4 teammates, who were soon enveloped in a strange black mist. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of grave concern. It was evident that she was not alone in her apprehension. Gu Yu and her companions also sensed the impending danger. "Dai Huabin, Wu Feng, retreat. That guy is a minor sin," Lu Xiaoyu shouted. However, by the time Dai Huabin and Wu Feng heard her warning, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Lang Mo devoured his teammates, his power surging dramatically as a result. "I told you you're still lacking." Lang Mo jeered arrogantly as he approached Dai Huabin, delivering a punishing blow to his face. The unprepared Dai Huabin was sent crashing against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. Sensing the imminent threat, Wu Feng attempted to escape, but was swiftly seized by Lang Mo's grip around his throat. "Become my sustenance," Lang Mo proclaimed, opening his monstrous jaws wide. From a distance, Lu Xiaoyu felt a surge of shock and immediately teleported behind him. "Release him," she hissed with righteous fury, delivering a powerful kick to Lang Mo's ribs. The grotesque figure of Lang Mo had no chance to react as he was sent flying. Wu Feng, still paralyzed by fear, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Witnessing Wu Feng's trembling form ignited Lu Xiaoyu's rage. "I will kill you," she declared coldly. Lang Mo, having been kicked away, erupted into maniacal laughter before rising to his feet. "You will only die at my hands," he retorted as his two teammates joined him. In an unexpected turn of events, Lang Mo opened his gaping maw and, without hesitation, consumed his own allies. The onlookers in the stands were overwhelmed by the gruesome spectacle, some retching at the sight. Having devoured his teammates, Lang Mo's power surged once more, now nearing the level of a titled Delaw. "The match has only just begun," he said, wiping the blood from his mouth, sending chills down the spines of many. "You monster!" As Lang Mo spoke, Chiao, armed with the golden dragon spear, approached him from behind. With all her might, she swung the spear, striking him on the head. In an instant, Lang Mo's skull was shattered, blood splattering the arena. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he remained standing and retaliated with a kick to Chiao's abdomen. Startled, Chiao was sent flying, only to be caught by Gu Yu, thus averting tragedy. A chilling laughter echoed through the arena as Lang Mo, who should have been incapacitated, grew a new head before the eyes of all, wearing a grotesque smile. "I'm your nightmare. Prepare to face my judgment," he proclaimed, launching himself forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lu Xiaoyu, who quickly employed gravity manipulation, pinning Lang Mo to the ground under immense pressure. "You should not have harmed my teammates." Lu Xiaoyu's expression was devoid of emotion, her eyes filled with lethal intent. Rather than cower, Lang Mo reveled in the challenge. "This is the thrill I crave. The stronger the prey, the more exhilarating the hunt," he declared, slowly rising to his feet. Lu Xiaoyu, witnessing his defiance, refrained from maintaining her gravity hold and coldly asked, "Have you decided how you wish to meet your end?" Lang Mo laughed heartily in response. "I shall kill you first." He lifted his right hand, launching an attack at Lu Zhe. In a sudden twist of fate, Lang Mo found himself frozen in place, his arm severed and falling to the ground. Initially dismissive of the situation, he quickly realized his severed limb would not regenerate. In Lu Xiaoyu's grasp lay a gleaming golden sword, its aura unmistakable to Lu Zhe. A minor sin-level foe cannot withstand the power of rule, he mused with a faint smile from the Shrek preparation area. Lu Xiaoyu wasted no time, striking again as Lang Mo remained stunned. With a swift motion, she severed his head from his body. As he felt his life force rapidly waning, despair consumed Lang Mo. "Why? I refuse to accept this," he lamented, grappling with the futility of his fate, having awakened such an extraordinary ability, only to meet his demise here. Lu Xiaoyu's cold voice pierced through the air. "As I said, I will kill you." Ultimately, Lang Mo departed this world in utter despair, marking the conclusion of the match. "The match has ended. Shrek Academy emerges victorious," the referee announced, astonished. Lu Zhe, witnessing the outcome, slowly closed his eyes. "I once feared that the identity of Lu Xiaoyu would be exposed, but it seems my worries were unfounded." Chapter 109. Modification of rules following the conclusion of the match between Shrek Academy and the Evil Wolf sect. The spectators in the arena became acutely aware of a particularly ferocious aspect of human nature. The emergence of the wolf caused many members of various teams to become increasingly on edge, especially regarding Lu Xiaoyu from Shrek, whose true power was beyond what an ordinary soul master could contend with. In the Shrek preparation area, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions returned after the match. At that moment, Wu Feng had yet to emerge from the shadow of her previous experience. Observing her demeanor, Lu Zhe gently patted her head without a word. "Everything will be all right," he said tenderly. Wu Feng merely nodded and then lay down on a nearby sofa. Seeing this, Lu Zhe refrained from disturbing her further and turned his attention to Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "Do you now understand the potential dangers present in the arena?" Lu Zhe spoke softly. The group lowered their heads, their faces etched with melancholy. "Since you are aware, let us take the upcoming matches more seriously," Lu Zhe admonished. "Understood," Lu Xiaoyu and the others responded. Lu Zhe smiled at their reply and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, let us return to the hotel." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions turned to exit the arena. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to leave, Lu Zhe suddenly called out to her. "What is it, brother?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. "Would you accompany me for a walk outside?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Immediately, The previously dejected Lu Xiaoyu perked up and took Lu Zhe's hand, exclaiming, "Of course, let us go." "No need to be so excited." Lu Zhe chuckled helplessly. In no time, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu found themselves in a park. "Brother, what did you want to discuss by calling me out here?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with curiosity. Lu Zhe gazed up at the sky, then turned his serious attention to her and said, "Can you promise me one thing?" Recognizing his earnest expression, Lu Xiaoyu understood. "Rest assured, I will comply." "That's good to hear," Lu Zhe replied with a smile, continuing, "Remember, you must not use your special ability in the upcoming matches, understood?" "Why not?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, feeling perplexed. "My ability is incredibly powerful. I could easily rely on it to win the championship. Why restrict its use?" "There is no need for explanations. Just refrain from using it. If you trust me, you will heed my advice." "This is for your own benefit," Lu Zhe stated earnestly. Lu Xiaoyu still had many questions. What if Gu Yuna and the others are in danger? Am I not allowed to intervene? "If you are in danger, I will step in. Do not worry about that. Just promise me you will comply," Lu Zhe responded gently. Having reached this point, Lu Xiaoyu ultimately chose to accept Lu Zhe's request and vowed not to use her ability in the forthcoming matches. "All right, let us return to the hotel," Lu Zhe said, pleased with her agreement. He then turned and walked in the direction of the hotel, while Lu Xiaoyu held onto his hand, her face betraying no emotion. Yet her heart seemed to have already guessed something. The next day, the Youth Soul Master Elite competition had determined the top 8 contenders, which included Shrek Academy, Tang Sect, Holy Spirit Sect, Heavenly Dragon Gate, Stone Gate, Limitless Sect, 100 Flowers Valley, and Wild Immortal Gate. In this round of quarterfinals, the rules underwent another transformation. The originally single match was divided into 3 parts: individual battles, pairs, and team battles. In the individual matches, the first to win 4 rounds would be victorious, while in pairs, the first team to secure 2 wins would triumph. The team battle was inevitable. Even if the first 2 matches were won, the third must still be contested. Moreover, the match roster was released in advance, departing from the previous random pairing format. The competition process was organized into upper and lower brackets. The matchups in the upper bracket were: first match, Shrek Academy versus Stone Gate; second match, Heavenly Dragon Gate versus Limitless Sect. The lower bracket matchups were: first match, Holy Spirit Sect versus 100 Flowers Valley; second match, Tang Sect versus Wild Immortal Gate. This was the layout for the upcoming matches, with each team being exceptionally formidable, elevating the competition to unprecedented heights compared to previous Soul Master tournaments. The quarterfinals are about to commence. The referee announced loudly from the center of the arena. As his voice echoed, a resounding cheer erupted throughout the arena. The 8 teams participating in the competition entered the arena amidst this fervent applause. "What a lively atmosphere," Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile. He then led Lu Xiaoyu and the other 7 to the Shrek preparation area to await the commencement of the matches. "Brother, do you think we can win?" Lu Xiaoyu asked him with a bright smile. Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, affectionately patted her head. "I don't believe you will lose. Give it your all." "Yes." Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. At this moment, the referee announced once again, upper bracket, first match, first round of individual battles, Shrek Academy versus Stone Gate, now begins. Please have each side send a contestant into the arena. Hearing this announcement, Lu Zhe contemplated carefully before saying, "For the first match, Gu Yuna will take the stage. Aim to win if possible." Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled by his remark. Did he believe Gu Yuna, a soul sage, could lose? On the contrary, Lu Zhe was genuinely concerned. Given the emergence of the criminal element, Stone Gate had already revealed 2 minor criminal-level soul masters, and he could not be certain that there were only 2. "I understand. I will give it my all," Gu Yuna replied, grasping Lu Zhe's intent, and she stepped forward toward the arena. Meanwhile, the leading teacher from Stone Gate, after careful consideration, made a resolute decision. "For the first match, Yin Shi will go. I believe in your strength," the teacher stated earnestly. Yin Shi, upon hearing this, did not express any dissent. "All right, I will win." "Good," the teacher nodded in satisfaction. Yin Shi was not one to speak lightly. His strength had reached the pinnacle of a level 69 Soul Emperor, and he was also a minor criminal-level Soul Master. His power comparable to that of a title de law. Soon, Gu Yuna and Yin Shi arrived at the arena. After both sides announced their names, they stood at the edge of the arena. The referee, seeing that both contestants were ready, declared, "Individual battle. First round begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, neither side made a move, simply locking eyes with one another. "Beautiful lady, would you like to be my companion? I assure you shall not be mistreated," Yin Shi said with a lewd tone. Gu Yuna felt immediate disgust upon hearing his voice. How repulsive, she retorted, summoning her silver dragon spear. With a sudden burst of energy, she charged towards Yin Shi. Oh dear, are you so eager for my company? Yin Shi continued to jest. However, Gu Yuna paid him no mind. In the next moment, she was right before him. In an instant, the silver dragon spear in Gu Yuna's hand pierced through Yin Shi's chest. With a swift motion, his chest was impaled by her spear. Initially, Gu Yuna believed the battle was concluded, yet she was utterly astonished to find that Yin Shi remained unscathed. My dear, you truly need to hone your skills, he remarked with a disdainful smile. However, Gu Yuna would not grant him the luxury of further discourse. Your words are excessive. Kindly silence yourself, she retorted. Water control. Twin dragons play with pearls. With a fierce roar, the entire arena resonated with the sound of dragon roars. Two colossal water dragons swiftly lifted Yin Shi high into the sky. As he was thrown aloft, Gu Yuna landed gracefully on the ground and coolly declared, "You're far too weak." Yin Shi slowly responded, but in the next moment, Gu Yuna tightened her grip on her silver dragon spear. "You shall pay for your words today," she said coldly. Yin Shi, however, appeared unfazed, as if Gu Yuna's threats held no weight. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuna's silver dragon spear danced through the air and struck Yin Shi on the head. With a dull thud, he crashed against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. When the referee approached to assess the situation, he discovered that Yin Shi had lost consciousness. He promptly announced, "The match is over. Shrek Academy is victorious." The outcome left everyone in a state of shock. None had anticipated that the seemingly formidable Yin Shi would be defeated so decisively by Gu Yuna. But soon, calmness returned. For Gu Yuna was indeed from Shrek Academy, an institution renowned for nurturing exceptional talents. Shortly thereafter, the referee proclaimed, "The second match of the first round is about to commence. Both teams are requested to send forth a representative." Within the Shrek preparation area, Lu Zhe had already reached a conclusion. He had no doubt that the Silver Dragon King would not be bested by a mere minor adversary. "Brother, allow me to take the next match," Lu Xiaoyu cheerfully suggested. However, Lu Zhe swiftly dismissed her, having his own plans in mind. "Let Wu Feng take this round. Victory is secondary. Just do your best," he advised, casting a glance at Wu Feng. Wu Feng was initially taken aback, but quickly inquired, "What if I lose?" "No worries. Just stepping onto the field is enough," Lu Zhe reassured her with a smile. For reasons unknown, Wu Feng felt a profound sense of calm in the presence of Lu Zhe's smile, as if no misfortune could befall her. In that moment, her fear of facing the adversary dissipated. She trusted that as long as her teacher was there, she would be safe. Ultimately, Wu Feng acquiesced to Lu Zhe's arrangement and strode confidently toward the arena. Meanwhile, on the side of Shimon, their leader spoke gravely. "We have already lost one match. We absolutely cannot afford to lose the next. Do you understand?" "Understood," came the chorus of affirmations from the Shimon members. The leader, satisfied, commanded for the second match. "Li Kong will take the stage. We must not lose." Li Kong, a sixth ring Soul Emperor and one of the three minor adversaries from Shimon, was undoubtedly powerful. "Fear not. I won't underestimate my opponent as some do," Li Kong said with a grin. Yin Shi, overhearing this, immediately understood it was directed at him. "What do you mean by that, Li Kong?" he retorted, visibly irritated. "Nothing much, just a casual remark," Li Kong replied with a chuckle. Yin Shi was rendered momentarily speechless, his frustration palpable as he stepped aside. Li Kong, seeing this, chose not to continue the banter and instead moved toward the arena. In the upper bracket of the quarterfinals, the first match of the second round commenced, featuring Wu Feng from Shrek Academy against Li Kong of Shimon. The referee announced loudly, and the arena was filled with applause and cheers. In no time, Wu Feng and Li Kong faced each other, exchanging glances before preparing for battle. As the referee noted their readiness, he declared, "Let the match begin." From the outset, Li Kong did not remain stationary like Yin Shi, but took the initiative to strike first. "I am not like Yin Shi," he said softly as he appeared before Wu Feng, delivering a powerful punch. Fortunately, Wu Feng reacted swiftly, raising her arms to block the blow, though she was still pushed back several meters by Li Kong's strength. "Quick reflexes, but your power is lacking," he remarked slowly. Wu Feng paid little heed to his words. 5 soul rings suddenly illuminated around her, and she began to transform. "The teacher said to do my utmost," she murmured to herself, then charged at Li Kong with explosive speed. Li Kong, seeing her advance, wasted no time in activating his 6 soul rings, which radiated an aura of malevolence. Upon sensing this energy, Wu Feng froze, unable to move forward. Li Kong, unrelenting, lunged toward her. Fear will only weaken you, he stated calmly, then kicked her in the abdomen. Caught off guard, Wu Feng was sent flying and crashed against the protective barrier. Coughing up blood, she gradually rose to her feet. I will no longer be afraid, she declared, her demeanor transformed, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Li Kong, intrigued by her newfound resolve, stepped closer. Let me see how long you can endure. He chuckled, his aura growing increasingly formidable, overshadowing Wu Feng's presence. I will give my all, Wu Feng replied resolutely. With a powerful push, she charged at Li Kong. Just as she launched herself forward, a voice echoed through the arena, shocking everyone. Shrek Academy concedes. Lu Zhe shouted from the sidelines, and the referee swiftly intervened, placing himself between Wu Feng and Li Kong. The match is concluded. Shaiman is victorious, the referee declared succinctly. Confused, Wu Feng approached Lu Zhe, who expressed concern. Are you hurt? She did not answer, but instead questioned, Teacher, why did you concede? You are not his match. Lu Zhe replied bluntly. Wu Feng found herself at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, she realized that she truly was not a match for Li Kong. Had her teacher not intervened, she would likely have suffered a severe defeat. All right, let us return to the preparation area, Lu Zhe said with a smile. At that moment, Li Kong sneered. Is this all Shrek Academy has to offer? To concede so readily shows a degree of self-awareness. Lu Zhe chose to ignore him and continued toward the preparation area. Feeling slighted by the dismissal, Li Kong blocked Lu Zhe and Wu Feng's path. What do you mean by ignoring me? He demanded, visibly upset. Lu Zhe, displeased, fixed him with a cold stare. You should think carefully about your sect, he warned. Li Kong, unable to contain his frustration, unleashed a tremendous surge of soul power, declaring, I will make you aware of the chasm between us. He advanced step by step toward Lu Zhe, drawing the attention of everyone in the arena, who now fixated on the unfolding scene. As Lu Zhe gazed at the approaching Li Kong, he exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, he advanced towards him. In a mere moment, the distance between the two diminished to a mere half-meter, with an imminent clash seemingly unavoidable. However, the subsequent scene profoundly reshaped the perceptions of all spectators within the arena. Kneel, Lu Zhe uttered coolly, and Li Kong, without hesitation, found himself kneeling before him. Completely bewildered, Li Kong could not comprehend the situation. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's command, his body succumbed uncontrollably to the ground. When he attempted to rise, he discovered that he was utterly incapable of doing so. If you wish to act recklessly, I shall not hesitate to render your sure men a relic of history, Lu Zhe stated coldly, before striding towards the preparation area. Meanwhile, a cold sweat trickled down Li Kong's back. He had just sensed an ominous threat of death. Chapter 111. Indeed, it is over. Shrek conceded defeat, marking their first surrender since the commencement of the Young Soul Master competition. This unexpected outcome left many astonished. Yet they all believed that Shrek Academy was not incapable of defeating Sherman. The majority speculated that this was, in fact, part of their strategy. Soon after, the third match of the individual competition commenced. In the first round of the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy's Chiu Air faces Sherman Yen Fa. The referee proclaimed loudly. In no time, Chiu Air confidently strode onto the battlefield. You're my opponent? Yen Fa, the contestant from Sherman, remarked with a nonchalant expression. Hearing this, Chiu Air scoffed and retorted. You're my opponent? I expected someone stronger. Are you implying that you are formidable? Yen Fa replied with a friendly grin. Chiu Air dismissed him, growing increasingly impatient. At that moment, the referee announced the start of the match as both participants signaled their readiness. As the match commenced, Chiu Air and Yen Fa engaged in a fierce exchange. Both wielded soul power exceeding level 60, yet a significant disparity in strength existed. Yen Fa was not only a 6-ring Soul Emperor, but also a minor-level Sin Master, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary Soul Emperor. In contrast, Chiu Air struggled, her abilities limited to those of a Soul Master, save for her unique martial spirit and the golden dragon spear she wielded. However, this was the former Chiu Air. Under Lu Zhe's training, her strength had notably increased, augmented by her prior absorption of the power of the rules, elevating her prowess several tiers. Clang! At that moment, a resounding clang of metal filled the arena, capturing everyone's attention. Not bad. You can actually hold your ground against me. Yen Fa sneered, gripping his martial spirit. The Black Leaf Spear. Chiu Air, visibly irritated by his words, retaliated. What do you have to be proud of? With that, She swept Yin Fa aside with a single thrust of her spear. Bang! Yin Fa, shocked, had never encountered such a competitor before. Just as he was processing this, a golden spear hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. Take this, Xiao declared as she unleashed her attack. With a piercing sound, the golden dragon spear punctured Yin Fa's chest, pinning him against the protective barrier. Blood gushed from his mouth as he gasped, yet his expression was one of delight. It seems I underestimated you, haha. With that, Yin Fa yanked the golden spear from his chest and hurled it back at Xiao. Undeterred, she charged directly towards him. Observing this, Yin Fa activated his 6 soul rings, which began to emit a blinding radiance, as the black leaf spear emanated a terrifying aura. The match is already concluded, Lu Zhe remarked slowly from the Shrek preparation area. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyu looked perplexed. It's over? Lu Zhe offered no response, his focus unwavering on the battlefield. You will suffer greatly. Xiao emanated a suffocatingly powerful aura. Yin Fa sensed an unsettling feeling, though it was momentary. Ha ha! This is the sensation I have been longing for. Yin Fa roared with laughter, enveloped by a strange black mist. Minor sin? Xiao paused momentarily, only to quickly regain her composure. Come now, let me witness your strength. Yin Fa taunted arrogantly as he advanced towards her. Bang! In an instant, Xiao accelerated, arriving before Yin Fa and forcefully pinning him to the ground with her foot. Did you truly believe minor sin was invincible? She scoffed. Yin Fa, caught off guard, had not anticipated being so easily subdued. You are strong, he exclaimed as he summoned his strength, forcefully rising to his feet. Soul skill black cut. With a swift slash, he aimed for Xiao, who narrowly evaded the attack. Yet, before she could catch her breath, Yin Fa teleported back into her line of sight. Soul skill Dawn Strike, he declared, gripping the black leaf spear tightly as he assumed a charging stance. In the blink of an eye, Yin Fa launched himself at Xiao like a cannonball. Reacting swiftly, she positioned her golden dragon spear defensively, her 2 soul rings shining brilliantly. Clang! The metallic clash echoed as the golden dragon spear met the black leaf spear. Xiao quickly realized that Yin Fa's strength had significantly increased since their earlier encounters. Even her golden dragon martial spirit struggled against his force. Soul skill Shadow Spike. Yin Fa unleashed another technique, causing numerous black spikes to erupt from the ground, hurtling towards Xiao. In response, she activated her 4th soul ring. 4th soul skill, Golden Dragon Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 resounding explosions, the spikes targeting Xiao were obliterated. Yin Fa, caught off guard, was unable to react in time, and the shockwaves sent him hurtling away. Coughing, Yin Fa crashed against the protective barrier, slowly rising to his feet. Reveal all your trump cards. Xiao commanded coldly from a distance. Enraged by her words, Yin Fa retorted with a dark expression, I will personally end your life. Whoosh! As his voice faded, he vanished from sight. When the spectators finally caught sight of him again, he had appeared directly behind Xiao. It's over, Yin Fa proclaimed confidently. Yet, he soon regretted his arrogance. Indeed, it is over, Xiao replied flatly. Yin Fa, momentarily stunned by her words, was abruptly pinned to the ground. Bang! With a thunderous sound, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded as Yin Fa was impaled against the outer wall of the arena by Xiao's golden dragon spear. Simultaneously, the protective barrier surrounding the arena shattered. The referee gazed at the scene in astonishment, yet the outcome of the match was evident. As the competition concluded, Shrek Academy emerged victorious. With the referee's declaration marking the end of the contest, a wave of astonished cheers erupted within the arena. Xiao, having calmly retracted her golden dragon spear, departed from the competition grounds. In the Shrek preparation area, Lu Zhe beamed with satisfaction at Xiao's triumphant return. Why prolong the battle when it could have ended sooner? Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Xiao, upon hearing this, stammered in explanation. I merely wished to gauge that little Zue's strength. Lu Zhe, observing her demeanor, chose not to press further and stated, in the next match, Dai Huabin will take the stage. Dai Huabin was momentarily taken aback, a hint of anxiety crossing his face. Teacher, can I truly win? He inquired hastily. Lu Zhe responded with a gentle smile. I believe in your potential. You possess great strength. Upon hearing this, Dai Huabin instantly understood. Understood, teacher. I will definitely win. In the Sherman preparation area, the leader observed the gravely injured Yin Fa with a somber expression. having already lost 2 matches. We will surely falter in the first round if this continues, the Sherman leader stated sternly. Brother, let me take the next match. I am certain I can win. At that moment, a confident voice resonated. The Sherman leader glanced at him and shook his head resolutely. No, the captain of Shrek Academy has yet to compete. You absolutely cannot go on. Each person has only one opportunity to fight, and you are our trump card. Hearing this, the man felt disheartened and obediently lay down. His name was Shi Jing, the captain of the Sherman team, wielding the martial soul of Stone Dragon, with soul power reaching level 71. And he was a formidable Zuya-level soul master. After dismissing Shi Jing, the Sherman leader looked to the remaining team members. Next, Xiao Fei will compete. If he loses, then it will be Shi Jing's turn, the Sherman leader concluded thoughtfully. The Sherman team responded in unison, understood. Chapter 112. Dai Huabin's determination in the Youth Soul Master League competition. The quarterfinals featured Shrek Academy against Sherman in the 4th match, with Shrek S. Dai Huabin pitted against Sherman S. Xiao Fei. Following the conclusion of Qiu'er and Yin Fei's match, the 4th contest commenced. In contrast to the previous battles, this one appeared rather ordinary. Xiao Fei was a typical 6-ring soul emperor, not a Z-level soul master, yet his strength was formidable. Dai Huabin, being merely a 5-ring soul king, faced a significant disadvantage. However, this was misleading as Dai Huabin had undergone rigorous training under Lu Zhe, ensuring that his strength was not to be underestimated. Begin. The referee's voice rang out, signaling the start of the match. Dai Huabin shot forward like a cannonball the instant the referee's words fell. Opposite him, Xiao Fei's face lit up with excitement, and his 6 soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Initiating a transformation. 4th soul skill, Earth-Shattering Strike. With his 4th soul ring activated, Xiao Fei clenched his fist, radiating immense soul power. In response, Dai Huabin wasted no time, activating 2 soul rings. White Tiger Transformation. White Tiger Demonic Transformation. Instantly, Dai Huabin's soul power surged to its peak. Unfazed, Xiao Fei chose to charge directly at Dai Huabin. Bang! The two collided with a resounding impact, sending a cloud of dust swirling around them. Unrelenting, they engaged in close combat. Xiao Fei was enveloped in a thick layer of rock, maximizing his defense. Yet, after 2 transformations, Dai Huabin matched him in both defense and strength. Spectators were taken aback, astonished that Dai Huabin, as a Soul King, could contest so evenly with a Soul Emperor, showing no signs of faltering. This sparked Xiao Fei's interest, as he had never encountered someone of a lower rank who could withstand him. You are quite intriguing, Xiao Fei remarked with interest. Dai Huabin, however, disregarded his words, accelerating his offensive. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several heavy blows from Dai Huabin struck Xiao Fei, who, thankfully, was protected by his rocky armor. Otherwise, he would have struggled to endure the onslaught. Rather than becoming angry, Xiao Fei began to chatter. I've heard your captain is quite powerful. Just how strong is he? Is your teacher exceptionally skilled? Is your prowess a result of his training? Xiao Fei's incessant banter irritated Dai Huabin. Seizing an opportunity, Dai Huabin unleashed a white tiger radiant wave directly at Xiao Fei's chest. Bang! Xiao Fei, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing against the protective barrier. Coughing, he slowly rose to his feet, smiling at Dai Huabin. It seems I cannot underestimate you. You are quite strong, albeit slightly inferior. Just as he finished speaking, his arms and legs were enveloped by soul-guided devices. I shall begin to take this seriously. Prepare yourself for the baptism, Xiao Fei declared with a grin. Adopting a sprinting stance, Dai Huabin felt a wave of unease wash over him, as the soul-guided devices posed a significant challenge. Whoosh! In a split second, Dai Huabin was distracted. Xiao Fei, using the acceleration from his devices, swiftly maneuvered behind him, raising his right arm. 5th soul skill, Meteor Fall. Xiao Fei executed the ancient soul skill, augmented by the explosive enhancement of the soul-guided device, dramatically increasing his power. Dai Huabin quickly reacted, attempting to counter, but was unable to withstand the force of the strike. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the arena, fracturing the competition floor. Dai Huabin, having absorbed the blow, spewed a mouthful of blood, his chest concaving, unsure how many ribs were broken. Impressive, you can still stand, Xiao Fei remarked with admiration. Dai Huabin, trembling but resolute, fixed his determined gaze. I cannot afford to lose, he murmured through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Noting Dai Huabin's resolve, Xiao Fei ceased his laughter. opting to take him seriously as a mark of respect. I admire your tenacity. Thus, I shall fight earnestly. Pay attention, Xiao Fei stated gravely. With his legs propelled by the soul-guided devices, he lunged towards Dai Huabin, delivering a punch. Dai Huabin, fully focused, responded with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists met with a tremendous force, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Xiao Fei was astonished. Despite Dai Huabin's current state, his strength remained remarkably equal. This revelation underscored Dai Huabin's formidable prowess. White Tiger Demonic Transformation. Dai Huabin activated his fifth soul ring, further elevating his power. Break for me, he shouted with conviction. Crack! In an instant, the soul guide device in Xiao Fei's hand began to crack. Shocked, he froze momentarily, but just as he attempted to retreat, a sudden hand pressed him firmly to the ground. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Dai Huabin, having pinned Xiao Fei down, prepared to conclude the battle. Xiao Fei, with a face full of astonishment, realized the soul energy orbs were about to strike his face. At such proximity, he would surely perish. Panic surged through him, and he hastily cried out, I concede. Referee, save me. Boom. In the next moment, countless orbs of condensed soul energy plummeted downward, illuminating the entire arena with a dazzling brilliance. The match concluded with Shrek Academy emerging victorious. As the crowd pondered the outcome, the referee lifted Xiao Fei and appeared outside the competition area. With the referee's announcement, the arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin, observing the scene, smiled before collapsing to the ground. Just as he was about to fall, Lu Zhe suddenly appeared behind him and caught him. Dai Huabin looked at Lu Zhe, whispering with a smile, I won, teacher, before losing consciousness. Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, chuckled and carried him back to the Shrek preparation area. With the conclusion of the fourth match, the fifth was impending. The two combatants poised to clash were the strongest members of their respective teams. Xijing, if you can win this next match, we will triumph in the subsequent ones, the team leader of Shermin stated solemnly. Understood, I will assuredly win, Xijing replied earnestly. Simultaneously, within the Shrek preparation area, Lu Zhe was orchestrating the upcoming battles. It's time for Lu Xiaoyu to take the stage. Their captain will likely participate. But there is nothing to fear, Lu Zhe remarked calmly. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu grinned confidently, saying, Don't worry, brother, this match will be entrusted to me. Lu Zhe nodded with a smile. Chapter 113. Overwhelming Power in the Quarterfinals of the Youth Soul Master Competition. The first round between Shrek Academy and Shermin was about to conclude. The opposing captains were evenly matched. Lu Xiaoyu, a seven-ring soul sage, wielded a mastery of certain rules, elevating her strength beyond her level. Meanwhile, Shermin's captain, Xijing, though merely an ordinary six-ring soul emperor, had one foot already in the realm of the great sin-level soul masters, making him no insignificant foe. As cheers resonated through the air, the fifth match commenced. The referee stood at the center of the arena, announcing loudly, in the quarterfinals of the Soul Master competition, Shrek Academy faces Shermin in the first round of the fifth individual match, featuring Shrek Academy's Lu Xiaoyu against Shimon Xijing, he proclaimed excitedly. The entire arena buzzed with anticipation, eager to witness the Shrek captain's prowess once more. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu and Xijing took their places amid the roaring cheers. The referee, upon seeing the two, wasted no time and declared begin. As the match commenced, Xijing surged towards Lu Xiaoyu with incredible speed. Reacting swiftly, Lu Xiaoyu merely cast a fleeting glance at him before raising her right hand. Soul Skill, Gravity Coverage. With the activation of her soul skill, Xijing suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness, making movement laborious. Truly impressive for the captain of Shrek Academy, Xijing remarked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu, however, offered no reply and lunged at him with her golden long sword aimed at his head. In a critical moment, Xijing unleashed a surge of formidable soul power, breaking free from the gravitational pull and creating distance between them. Impressive. I almost lost my life there, he chuckled, patting his chest. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu activated another soul ring. Soul Skill, Mirror Double Slash. But Xijing's speed proved superior, as he instantaneously teleported before Lu Xiaoyu, his arms transforming into sharp crystal blades and slashing directly at her. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu cast gravity coverage upon him again. Yet this time, it did not hinder his actions. Instead, he moved even faster. The same trick won't work on me. Xijing laughed. In the next moment, the crystal blade sliced through Lu Xiaoyu's arm, causing blood to flow freely. Observing this from the Shrek preparation area, Lu Zhe's expression turned cold, while Gu Yu and the others dared not approach, fearing they might suffer the same fate. Back in the arena, despite her injury, Lu Xiaoyu displayed little emotional turmoil, even licking the blood from her arm. The captain is indeed remarkable, far superior to those weaklings, she smirked. As her words fell, an overwhelming force erupted from within her, instantly filling the arena. Shijing, sensing the shift, ceased to smile, recognizing the terrifying power emanating from Lu Xiaoyu. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a golden long sword pierced through his body, leaving him with no escape. Lu Xiaoyu approached him with a grin. "Where's that power of yours? Aren't you going to use it?" Shijing felt an unbearable weight pressing down on him, stifling his breath and rendering him unable to act. Frustrated by his silence, Lu Xiaoyu expressed her annoyance. "Honestly, when given a chance, you're utterly useless." With that, her 7 soul rings gleamed brilliantly. 6th soul skill, divine punishment. Holding the golden longsword to Shijing's forehead, she solemnly declared, "You shall atone for your transgressions." In the next heartbeat, countless golden swords coalesced above him, radiating an aura of authority. A single onslaught could spell doom even for a title de law. Shijing, filled with dread, realized he was on the brink of demise. In a crucial moment, the team leader of Shermin urgently called out, "Shermin concedes. Referee, please save him." The referee, recognizing the gravity of the situation, acted swiftly, knowing that even a moment's delay could result in his own demise amidst the onslaught of swords. Boom! In the next instant, the arena erupted, and the crowd was momentarily stunned into silence. Fortunately, the referee successfully transported Shijing to safety at the last moment. He then announced, "The match is over. Shrek Academy wins." In the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy triumphs in the first round of the individual matches. With the conclusion of the first round, confidence soared among the onlookers regarding Shrek Academy's victory in the tournament. "Xiaoyu, is your injury all right?" Lu Zhe inquired with concern. Hearing his caring words warmed Lu Xiaoyu's heart, and she responded with a smile, "It's nothing, just a minor wound." Still somewhat uneasy, Lu Zhe insisted, "Let me see your hand." Lu Xiaoyu, puzzled, complied and extended her hand. Wound healing. After Lu Zhe lifted Lu Xiaoyu's arm, he directly stated that with his words, the wounds on Lu Xiaoyu's arm had completely healed. In fact, the injuries on Dai Huabin and the others had also healed in the same manner. Soon, the second round of the doubles battle was about to commence, and Lu Zhe uttered a statement that left Lu Xiaoyu and the others bewildered. "We concede in the second round," Lu Zhe said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the 7 others were momentarily taken aback. They could clearly win, so why concede? "What is the reason?" Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, smiled gently and explained, "I know we would win, but it would be too time-consuming. In the quarterfinals, we only need to win 2 rounds, and we have already won 1. Even if we won the second round, we would still have to compete in the final round. So what is the point?" At this moment, everyone understood. The outcome of this competition had already been determined long ago. Engaging in additional matches would merely waste time, and it would be more efficient to proceed directly to the final round, as victory was assured regardless. In no time, the referee returned to the new competition arena and announced loudly, "In the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy faces Shermin in the second round. Now both sides please send out 2 contestants." The matchups had already been arranged on Shimon's side, with Yin Fa and Yin Shi stepping up first. However, when they arrived at the competition arena, Shrek Academy had yet to present their opponents. "Is Shrek afraid?" Yin Shi said with a puzzled expression. Beside him, Yin Fa solemnly remarked, "Do not underestimate them. They might be attempting to lower our guard." As they stood waiting, no one from Shrek Academy appeared. Just as the audience inside the arena began to feel perplexed, Lu Zhe made his entrance. He walked straight to the competition stage and loudly declared, "Shrek concedes in the second round." After saying this, he turned and left, not allowing anyone a moment to react. Once the audience regained their composure, the entire arena erupted with astonished voices. The referee, equally astonished, proclaimed, "Shrek Academy concedes. Shermin wins the second round." The next round will be a team battle. In Chapter 114, The Unspoken Past, during the Soul Master Competition's quarterfinals, Shrek Academy faced Shermin in the third round of team battles. The referee excitedly announced, "Both teams, please enter the arena." The atmosphere in the arena became akin to a battlefield, filled with cheers. At this point, the contestants from Shrek and Shermin ascended to the competition stage. Once the referee confirmed that both sides were nearly ready, he declared, "The match begins." With that command, the competition commenced. The members of Sherman, particularly Shi Jing and his companions, were no longer complacent. They immediately entered their sinful state. Instantly, the arena was filled with a sinister aura, provoking discomfort among many spectators. "Do not give them any chance," Shi Jing shouted. Li Kong and Yin Shi understood immediately and charged towards Lu Xiaoyu and the others from both sides. Gravity coverage. A sudden, invisible force of gravity was applied to them the moment they took a few steps. Caught off guard, the two fell to the ground, and before they could react, Gu Yuna and Xiao Er rushed forward with their long spears. "D!" Xiao Er shouted as she approached Li Kong. Just as the golden dragon spear was about to pierce Li Kong's skull, Yin Fa, wielding the black leaf spear, intercepted Xiao Er. "Your opponent is me," Yin Fa sneered. Xiao Er, not giving him a moment to respond, delivered a powerful kick to his ribcage. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Yin Fa's rib was broken with a single strike. "Get out of my way." Xiao Er's expression turned cold as she faced Yin Fa. With another kick, she sent him flying. Coughing up blood, Yin Fa slowly rose, gazing at Xiao Er. "Last time you won by fluke. This time, I will not show mercy," he said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Er, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you that confident?" Yin Fa merely let out a cold laugh and charged at her with a black leaf spear. Kia, no longer concerned about Li Kong at her feet, lifted the golden dragon spear and advanced to confront Yin Fa head-on. Li Kong, noticing this, abruptly stood up and turned to Wu Feng and the others, wearing a friendly smile. "I'll deal with you first," Li Kong sneered, charging towards Wu Feng and his companions. But just as he took a step, four golden long swords pierced through his limbs, pinning him to the ground. "Do not forget about me," Lu Xiaoyu said with a cold smile. As soon as his words fell, another golden long sword pierced through Li Kong's chest. The burning sensation of the power of rules made Li Kong grit his teeth in pain, yet he was unable to break free, forced to endure it all. Meanwhile, on Gu Yuna's side, Yin Shi was facing catastrophic attacks. Gu Yuna's expression was frigid. Each strike was immensely heavy, causing Yin Shi's hands to tremble, leaving him unable to firmly grip his martial spirit. "This world should not harbor scum as sinful as you," Gu Yuna stated icily, her demeanor completely transformed. For Yin Shi, it felt as though Gu Yuna had become a different person, unable to withstand any longer. Yin Shi was swiftly pierced through the chest by the silver dragon spear. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, he had no time to catch his breath. Flamme explosion. In the next moment, Gu Yuna conjured a ball of flame that struck Yin Shi's chest. The explosion engulfed him in a violent blaze. This scene left the others utterly shocked. Previously, Yin Shi could at least exchange blows with Gu Yuna for several rounds. Yet now he could not even last a single round before being instantly defeated. Yin Fa's fury erupted as he witnessed the flames consume Yin Shi. A surge of rage overwhelmed him, unleashing his sinful nature. It turned out something had been suppressing their sinful state. Lu Zhe, in the Shrek preparation area, murmured with a faint smile. Indeed, what Yin Fa and the others exhibit cannot be considered true sinful states, for they retain their rationality. True sinful states only manifest in the presence of original sins. Even significant sins would be influenced. However, the fact that Yin Fa and the others could maintain their rationality suggested that they were being suppressed by something. Otherwise, these sects would not be able to control such sinful states, let alone allow them to participate in the Soul Master competition. There are not just a few instances of such sinful states in this competition. On the competition stage, Yin Fa, now fully consumed by his sinful nature, had nearly lost all sense of rationality, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Shi Jing observed everything without showing any sign of concern. "Have the small sins gone berserk?" Lu Xiaoyu remarked calmly as she looked at Yin Fa, who was enveloped in dark energy. She then activated her 7 soul rings. "Recognize your transgressions," Lu Xiaoyu solemnly declared, before gradually ascending into the air, wielding a golden longsword that she pointed towards Yin Fa and his companions. A powerful aura, almost unfathomable, descended upon Yin Fa and his cohorts, who gazed in terror at the luminous swords formed by the power of rules above the arena. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyu appeared to have gathered her strength, raising her golden sword high, proclaiming as if a deity had descended, "The sins you have committed shall be avenged by me. Confess." With Lu Xiaoyu's command, The luminous swords above the arena swiftly descended like rain upon Shijing and his companions. Run! Shijing, returning to his senses, shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. Countless swords fell upon them like raindrops. Boom! In an instant, the arena erupted once more, and among the ruins, aside from a few from Shrek Academy, almost no one from Sherman survived, with the fortunate Shijing left bloodied and barely breathing. Ha! Shijing lay on the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of death. It was evident without further observation that the match had concluded. The match is over. In the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy faced Sherman, and Shrek Academy emerged victorious. At that moment, the referee announced loudly. As the referee's voice echoed, the cheers of the entire arena resounded through the heavens once more. Shrek shall prevail. Shrek shall never fall. Amidst the cheers, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions returned to the preparation area. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the smiling Lu Zhe. Welcome back, Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately beamed and leapt into his embrace. Did you see? We are incredibly strong. The championship is surely ours, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. Soon after, Gu Yu and the others joined in the celebration. It was unclear how long they laughed. But Lu Zhe eventually said with a smile, the match has concluded. The semifinals will be held in 2 days. Let us take these 2 days to relax. Hooray! Lu Xiaoyu was the first to shout, turning to dash out of the arena. Gu Yu and the others followed suit, making their way out as well. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe stood with a gentle smile, watching their departing figures. You seem quite fond of these children, Truth remarked at that moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and replied slowly, Indeed, I believe this is the life I desire. I feel the same way. If it weren't for my stubbornness back then, you would not have encountered the sin manifestation, Truth said with deep remorse. Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned by these words. What do you mean? Did the sin manifestation come about because of you? Truth's expression shifted immediately, and he turned his head away. You misunderstood, Truth stammered. What do you mean? Clarify. I want to jump to conclusions, Lu Zhe pressed on. Truth fell silent, and, after a long pause, he spoke again. It is not yet the time to share this with you. When the moment is right, you will know everything. With that, he vanished into Lu Zhe's being. Left standing in confusion, Lu Zhe pondered why Truth was reluctant to speak. After a moment's thought, he decided to let it go. Since it was said that the time was not right, it was best not to know. Chapter 115. Reminder, brother, it's time to wake up. Early in the morning, a voice called out from Lu Zhe's room. Awakened by the noise, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Xiaoyu, aren't you going to the city to have fun? Lu Zhe rubbed his eyes and asked. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and replied, You must come too. Otherwise, it would be dull for me alone. How could I not go? Lu Xia smiled lightly. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu immediately objected. No, you must go. Otherwise, I will stay here, Lu Xiaoyu declared loudly, then dove into Lu Zhe's blanket, peeking out with a smile. Fine, I will go, Lu Zhe said with a helpless smile. Hooray! Moments later, Lu Zhe was pulled by Lu Xiaoyu into a bustling street. Today is a rare day off. I must treat myself. Lu Xiaoyu murmured happily as she walked ahead of Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe said nothing, simply watching her with fondness. The two strolled leisurely along the street. Brother, that looks like fun. Lu Xiaoyu pointed excitedly at a small stall. Lu Zhe, filled with affection, chuckled. Then let us go take a look. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu grabbed his hand and dashed over. Shortly after, they arrived at the stall. Uncle, how we play this? Lu Xiaoyu curiously inquired of the stall owner about the items displayed. The stall owner, noticing her inquiry, smiled and explained, It's quite simple. Just use a flying knife to pop the balloons on that wall. Sounds like fun. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement. Lu Zhe watched her enthusiasm and smiled before saying, Let her play. Here is the payment. He handed a gold soul coin to the stall owner. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, Young man, it doesn't cost that much. Just 5 copper soul coins will suffice. Lu Zhe simply smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. Let my sister enjoy herself here. She can let me know when she has finished playing. The stall owner, unsure of how to respond, was caught between wanting to earn more and the situation at hand. After paying, Lu Zhe approached Lu Xiaoyu, smiling. Xiaoyu, why don't you play here for a bit? I'll step away for a moment. Where are you going? Lu Xiaoyu seemed reluctant to let him leave. Sensing her hesitation, Lu Zhe reassured her, Don't worry. I'll be right around here and will return soon. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu responded skeptically, but she said nothing further, merely watching Lu Zhe depart. Once Lu Zhe's figure faded from her sight, she turned her attention back to the stall and began to play. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe found a quiet spot alone. Have you been planning to come out for a long time? Lu Zhe spoke to the air behind him. Before long, a voice emerged from the emptiness behind him. Are you so certain that I came to find you? A figure gradually appeared behind him. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zhe turned to face the person, merely following his instinct. Instinct, you say? The person paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, your instinct is quite accurate. At least you're not being deceived, the figure said slowly. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly in response. Speak. You must have more significant matters to discuss with me. The figure then shed their disguise, revealing the familiar face of a known acquaintance. I merely wish to inquire about the demise of Ming Detang. The visitor was none other than Xiao Hongshun from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. The revelation of Xiao Hongshun before Lu Zhe did not evoke surprise, as if he had anticipated it all along. I did it, Lu Zhe replied candidly. Upon hearing those words, although Xiao Hongshun had mentally prepared himself, he was still unable to regain his composure immediately. Why did you do that? He coldly inquired after settling down. Lu Zhe chuckled in response. Are you unaware of your father's actions? Xiao Hongshun was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his reaction, Lu Zhe felt there was nothing more to discuss and turned to leave. However, just as he pivoted, Xiao Hongshun suddenly remarked, though we are adversaries, I must advise you to be cautious of the Shengling Jiao. Lu Zhe halted his steps, contemplating for a moment. Allow me to offer you a warning as well, he said slowly. Xiao Hongshun was instantly engulfed in confusion, uncertain as to why Lu Zhe would utter such words. Nevertheless, clarity soon dawned upon him as Lu Zhe continued. The upcoming Soul Master Tournament will alter the landscape of the entire continent. You would be wise to vacate the Ryu Empire. Why? Xiao Hongshun asked gravely, knowing this was no idle jest. When the continent undergoes upheaval, the Ryu Empire will be the first to suffer, Lu Zhe stated flatly, then departed without a backward glance. Left in silence, Xiao Hongshun pondered whether Lu Zhe was indeed certain that the continent would experience such a transformation due to this tournament. Where's my brother? Lu Xiaoyu sat disinterestedly beside the previous stall. The stall owner wore a glum expression. There were hardly any balloons left, as they had vanished from the wall almost as quickly as they were hung. Gazing up at the sky, Lu Xiaoyu's mind began to wander, and a faint smile graced his face. At that moment, Lu Zhe appeared behind him. Have you had enough fun, Xiaoyu? He asked with a smile. The sound of his voice startled Lu Xiaoyu, who nearly stumbled. Brother, when did you arrive? He awkwardly laughed. Just now, Lu Zhe replied with a grin. Oh, it's time to head back, Lu Zhe said nonchalantly. At the mention of returning, Lu Xiaoyu instantly objected. No way, it's still too early. We can go back later tonight. Seeing his excitement, Lu Zhe could only chuckle helplessly and said nothing further. Once Lu Xiaoyu noticed his brother's silence, a smile broke out on his face. Let us go play somewhere else, he suggested cheerfully. Lu Zhe nodded, refraining from further comment. The truth within the sea of spirits continually reminded him. Be cautious, Lu Zhe. There are at least 5 original sins nearby. The truth spoke gravely. Understood. Lu Zhe replied with a mere nod. The simultaneous appearance of 5 original sins in this location could only imply one purpose. The chaos had already commenced. Lu Zhe mused to himself. As Lu Xiaoyu walked ahead, he turned to see his brother's serious expression, sparking his curiosity. Brother, what are you thinking about? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with a smile. The sound of his brother's voice snapped Lu Zhe back to reality. Nothing much, just contemplating where to go play, he replied, scratching his head with a smile. Really? Lu Xiaoyu asked skeptically. Why would I deceive you? Lu Zhe laughed in response. Seeing that Lu Zhe would not elaborate further, Lu Xiaoyu took his hand and ran toward a distant stall. On their way there, Lu Xiaoyu spotted a familiar face and abruptly stopped beside Lu Zhe. Brother, that is. Lu Xiaoyu said gravely. Lu Zhe merely replied calmly, don't pay them any mind. Indeed, the person Lu Xiaoyu had seen was none other than Gongping, one of the 10 sons. Accompanied by others, all members of the 10 sons, concern began to creep into Lu Zhe's heart. Let's go back, Lu Zhe said flatly. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu acquiesced reluctantly, realizing there was no other option. The semi-finals of the Soul Master Tournament were fast approaching. Which 2 teams would advance to the finals? Chapter 116. This is Shrek. Finally, the semi-finals of the Soul Master Tournament had arrived. The 4 remaining teams in the arena were undoubtedly formidable. Amidst the raucous cheers, the referees stood at the center of the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed competitors, the much-anticipated semi-finals of the Soul Master Tournament are upon us. The 4 teams that have survived the preceding eliminations are Shrek Academy, Shengling Sect, Tangmin, and Wujizong. The referee announced with enthusiasm. As soon as the words left his mouth, the arena erupted with thunderous applause. Xiaoyu, do not show any mercy. If you can swiftly defeat your opponent, do so without hesitation. Do not grant them any opportunities, Lu Zhe instructed earnestly in the Shrek preparation area. Lu Xiaoyu and the others nodded in agreement, eyes unblinking. Observing their resolve, Lu Zhe cast a final glance outside the preparation zone. The match was about to commence. Just then, the referee declared, semi-final, round 1. Shrek Academy versus Wujizong. First match singles. Please have the contestants enter the arena. Before long, Wujizong elected to have their captain, Wang Yu, take the stage. Wang Yu is exceptionally strong, having rarely faced defeat. He was a 7-ring soul sage. And with the aid of the Little Sin, he had nearly swept aside every team he encountered. They are starting with their captain? Lu Zhe mused, a smile forming as he observed Wang Yu in the arena. Meanwhile, Wang Yu grew increasingly impatient as he awaited his opponent's arrival. Why is there such a delay? What is Shrek playing at? He internally grumbled. Just as he expressed his frustration, the contestant from Shrek Academy stepped onto the field. Lu Shen Gu Ayuena, who possessed elemental mastery and wielded the silver dragon spear. Among the Shrek team, only Lu Xiaoyu could rival her strength. You are my opponent? Wang Yu was taken aback, not expecting to face such a stunning beauty. Gu Yuna, however, offered no further words and coldly replied, you are aware of my strength. Do not feign ignorance. Ha ha! I know you are strong, but do not be overly conceited, Wang Yu retorted, amused at being seen through. He anticipated a response from Gu Yuna, but was surprised when she remained utterly indifferent. You will understand shortly, he declared, leaving the matter there. The referee, seeing the exchange, announced, the match begins. With that command, Gu Yuna and Wang Yu surged toward each other almost simultaneously. The sound of their weapons clashing rang out across the arena. Gu Yuna, expressionless and armed with her silver dragon spear, faced Wang Yu, who held a white longsword with a serious demeanor, fully aware that in this confrontation, he was no match for Gu Yuna's power. How can a girl possess such strength? Wang Yu scoffed. Yet Gu Yuna offered no reply, instead opting to act. Flamme explosion. Suddenly, a fiery blaze ignited in Gu Yuna's hand as she thrust it towards Wang Yu's chest. As Wang Yu observed the situation, an ominous feeling overcame him, prompting him to swiftly retreat. With a resounding explosion, the arena before Gu Yuna was instantly engulfed in flames. However, Wang Yu narrowly evaded this lethal strike at the last moment. That was a close call. He exhaled slowly, patting his chest in relief. Seeing that he was unharmed, Gu Yuna immediately unleashed her silver dragon spear. With a sharp whoosh, the sound of the spear slicing through the air reached Wang Yu's ears. And although he instinctively attempted to dodge, the projectile speed was astonishingly swift. A sudden splatter of blood erupted as the spear penetrated his shoulder. But he did not succumb to death at that moment. A monstrous wave surged forth, consuming Wang Yu before he could react. Caught in a violent torrent, he found himself in dire straits, unable to anticipate the relentless assault from Gu Yuna. Just as he thought she had exhausted her options, an unexpected scenario unfolded. Frost. With her incantation, the wave that had engulfed Wang Yu transformed into an impenetrable ice wall. Gu Yuna, showing no mercy, conjured a tempest in her hands. Storm decimation. With a crack, the ferocious whirlwind was compressed into a single point and unleashed upon the frozen barrier. The ensuing explosion shattered the ice wall, sending Wang Yu hurtling out of the arena. The match concludes, and Shrek Academy emerges victorious. The referee announced as Wang Yu exited the field. Incredible. Our captain had no opportunity to retaliate. One of Wang Yu's teammates in the Wuji sect exclaimed, astonished. It seems we underestimated our opponents. Another remarked as their leader approached. What shall we do in the upcoming matches? The player inquired again. After a moment of contemplation, the leader replied, let us concede. We are no match for Shrek. Why? What if we could win? The teammate pressed, clearly reluctant. The leader, wearing a wry smile, explained, Wang Yu is our strongest member. Yet he had no chance against their vice-captain, let alone their exceptionally formidable captain. Understanding dawned on the player, who reluctantly settled into silence. As the referee prepared to announce the commencement of the second match, he was interrupted. There is no need for further competition. Wuji sect concedes, the leader declared. Initially incredulous, the referee confirmed the statement after some inquiry. He then proclaimed, the first round of the semifinals concludes. Wuji Sect concedes, and Shrek Academy wins. Cheers erupted in the arena, primarily in support of Shrek. In the Shrek preparation area, Liu Ze chuckled upon hearing the announcement. It seems there are some who possess self-awareness. I expected them to behave like those from Sherman, he mused. At that moment, Liu Xiaoyu approached, asking, "Brother, since the match is over, can we leave now?" Liu Ze nodded and replied coolly, "You may return to the hotel to rest. I shall remain to observe the match between Tangmin and Shengling's sect." "Ah," Liu Xiaoyu responded. Puzzled, "Why do you wish to watch their match?" Liu Ze smiled, "To devise strategies for your final tomorrow." "No need. We will undoubtedly secure the championship," Liu Xiaoyu asserted confidently. She then inquired, "Brother, who do you believe will win between Tangmin and Shengling's sect?" After a moment of reflection, Liu Ze stated, "Shengling's sect." "Why?" "Tangmin is undeniably formidable," Liu Xiaoyu questioned, confused. She was aware of Hua Yuhao's prowess within Tangmin, which surpassed many teams. "Why do you think Shengling's sect will prevail?" Liu Ze elucidated. "Although Tangmin is impressive, they are not on the same level as Shengling's sect." Liu Xiaoyu appeared to grasp part of the reasoning, asking, "Is it due to the Sin Faces?" Liu Ze nodded. Had Sin Faces never emerged in this world, Tangmin would likely only be slightly weaker than us. Comprehension dawned on Liu Xiaoyu, and she refrained from further comment. "Aren't you heading back?" Liu Ze inquired with a smile. "No, I'll stay to watch," Liu Xiaoyu replied. "That is wise. It is beneficial to understand the strength of your opponents," Liu Ze agreed. Soon, the referee stepped onto the arena to announce. The second round of the semifinals, Tangmin versus Shengling Sect, begins now. Each side, please send forth one contestant. With the referee's words echoing, the excitement within the arena surged. Now introducing Tangmin's Bei Bei and his opponent, Shengling Sect's Ji Li, the referee declared. The two combatants entered the arena, locking eyes, seemingly poised to engage in a fierce battle. Without further ado, the referee announced, "Begin." As the command was issued, Bei Bei transformed into a streak of blue lightning. Serjing toward Yili. The latter, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to evade, yet was ultimately caught. In that instant, torrents of electricity erupted from Bei Bei's form, illuminating the arena in a dazzling display. "You have lost," Bei Bei stated coolly, grasping Ji Li's neck. Indeed, Ji Li had succumbed due to his negligence and Bei Bei's astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. "It appears Bei Bei has grown significantly stronger," Liu Ze observed with interest from the Shrek preparation area. Beside him, Liu Xiaoyu remained silent, merely watching. After the first match concluded, preparations began for the second. Soon, Su Sanshur from Tangmin entered the arena, facing an opponent from Shengling's sect who had yet to make an appearance. "Tangmin? How intriguing." Su Sanshur heard his opponent remark as he stepped onto the battlefield. An inexplicable tremor coursed through him, an unknown fear gripping his heart. Moments later, the man from Shengling's sect slowly removed his veil. "Greetings, I am Tian Lang from Shengling's sect," he said with a smile. Upon seeing the man's face, Liu Ze was momentarily taken aback before he sneered. "How amusing. I didn't expect you to be such a pawn." Indeed, the individual facing Su Sanshur was none other than Shi Yao Tian Lang. His strength had reached its peak, initially diminished due to constraints, but now, with the emergence of Sin Faces, his power had been restored to its former glory. "Brother, that person," Liu Xiaoyu said gravely, observing Tian Lang in the arena. "Let us depart. He has already arrived, and the other shall not evade us any longer." Liu Ze turned to leave this place. Liu Xiaoyu wore a perplexed expression. For just moments ago, he had expressed a desire to stay and watch. Yet now he seemed ready to depart after merely witnessing one match. Perhaps Liu Ze discerned his thoughts, as he then remarked, "There is no need to continue watching this match. Shengling's zone possesses original sin, and on this continent, there are few who can rival them." Original sin? Liu Xiaoyu was taken aback. Liu Ze lingered no longer and swiftly made his way out of the arena. Within the preparation area of Shengling's zone, a smile emerged on the face of the figure, whose power was second only to the ruin. "The troublesome individual has departed." The figure murmured with a grin. The others immediately understood and began to take action. Upon returning to Mingyu Hotel, Liu Ze ascended directly to the rooftop. "Zhenli, can you sense any abnormalities from the Sun and Moon Empire?" Liu Ze inquired calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhenli emerged with a smile, stating, "Although I am not entirely certain, I must caution you that the methods of ruin are far more complex than you might anticipate." "Understood." Liu Ze nodded and gazed into the distance. Just then, a familiar voice resounded from behind him. "It has been a long time, Liu Ze." As Lu Zhe turned slowly to face the voice, his eyes were cold as he replied, I did not expect you to seek me out, Ruin. The newcomer was indeed Ruin, who at this moment radiated no murderous intent, instead wearing a natural smile. Do you know why I've come to find you? Ruin inquired with a gentle smile. Lu Zhe was not one to indulge in idle chatter and promptly commanded, What is your purpose? Speak. Ruin was momentarily taken aback by this demand, then slowly replied, The Son of God must be taken. I hope you will not obstruct us. On what grounds? He is my brother. It is not for you to decide where he goes, Lu Zhe retorted, displeased. At that moment, Ruin broke free from Zhun Li's restraint and turned to Lu Zhe with a smile. You truly are an unreasonable fellow, Ruin remarked with a light chuckle. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his right hand. The Sin realm unfolds. With a hum, the surrounding reality began to warp, the sky transforming into a dark crimson, enveloped in silence. Is this your Sin realm? Lu Zhe observed the environment with keen interest. Ruin did not respond to the question, but instead stated, Though I would prefer not to, you cannot participate in tomorrow's match. You wish to detain me? Lu Zhe's interest was piqued. As he spoke, his eyes turned a deep crimson, dark red energy swirling around him. Upon witnessing this, Ruin instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. It seems I have underestimated you, Ruin said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I have only felt such pressure from those few esteemed beings. As Ruin was engulfed in shock, Lu Zhe had already teleported behind him. Enough talk, Lu Zhe stated coldly. He then delivered a powerful kick to Ruin's head. Boom! The once mighty Mingyu Hotel was reduced to ruins in an instant. Lu Zhe hovered in the air, looking down imperiously upon Ruin below. Evil must be eradicated, Lu Zhe declared coldly. He then slowly raised his right hand, from which countless golden swords began to coalesce. Farewell. With a sweep of his right hand, the multitude of golden swords rained down upon Ruin like a tempest. Sensing the impending danger, Ruin clenched his right fist and struck forward with force. Crack! As Ruin unleashed his punch, the surrounding space fractured, and the golden swords fell into the enormous rift. It appears I cannot underestimate you, Lu Zhe remarked with a cold smile. Spatial paradox, sever. Swish! Before Ruin could react, an invisible line sliced through the space beside him. Fortunately, Ruin's perception was exceptionally sharp. Otherwise, the strike could have cost him dearly. You are quite ruthless, Ruin chuckled. Lu Zhe offered no response, but instantly teleported to stand before him, seizing Ruin's head. Paradox. Erase. Lu Zhe attempted to utilize the paradox to erase Ruin at that very moment. However, Ruin teleported away to another location. You do not truly think me weak, do you? Ruin retorted with a cold smile. As he spoke, he unleashed his power, filling the entire Sin realm with his terrifying aura. At that moment, Ruin transformed into a different state. Do you know why I became the chief of Shuriwe? Ruin stated nonchalantly. Lu Zhe felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Yet his instincts warned him that Ruin was not to be trifled with. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Zhe was sent flying, his body hurtling through the air. It seems I have indeed underestimated you, Lu Zhe mused with a self-deprecating smile. He gradually stood, an overwhelming power surging forth. I am curious how long you can withstand this, Ruin laughed. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a surge of excitement. Do not let me down. Chapter 118. The Overwhelming Power of Shuriwe. Where's my brother? In the resting room of Shrek at Mingyu Hotel, Lu Xiaoyu wore a furrowed brow. Since their return to the hotel yesterday, she had not seen Lu Zhe and wondered where he could be. At this moment, Gu Yuna entered the room. The finals are about to commence, Gu Yuna stated as she entered. Lu Xiaoyu slowly rose, replying, Let us go and seize the championship. In the arena, the atmosphere was more vibrant than before, as today marked the finals. Even the teams that had been eliminated previously remained to witness which team would emerge victorious. Esteemed guests and contestants, the highly anticipated finals of the Soul Master Tournament have finally arrived, the referee announced with excitement from the competition stage. This was followed by a thunderous cheer, as everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Observing the fervor, the referee dispensed with further pleasantries and announced. In the first round of the finals, the individual match features Shrek Academy's Chiu Air versus Sheng Ling Zong's Tianlang. Please have the contestants enter the arena. With that, the referee exited the stage. As he departed, the two competitors for this match stepped into the arena. Long time no see, little girl. Tiango greeted with a smile as he faced Chiu Air. Upon seeing his countenance, Chiu Air was momentarily stunned. It's you. She suddenly recalled her experience in the Stardow Forest. The bald man before her was the very one who had ruthlessly beaten Xiong-jun, noticing her expression. Tianlang laughed. I thought you had forgotten me. Xiao-er's face hardened as the power within her began to surge. The match begins. At that moment, the referee announced the start of the match. With the signal given, Xiao-er, wielding the golden dragon spear, charged towards Tianlang. It has been a while. Your temper remains unchanged, Tianlang remarked with a smile, showing no sign of fear but rather an excitement. Show me your progress, Tianlang proclaimed, striking a battle stance. A tremendous aura surged forth, enveloping the arena and overwhelming the audience with an immense pressure. The golden dragon erupted. Without a hint of restraint, Xiao-er charged toward Tianlang, unleashing a barrage of explosive attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The three detonations caused the entire arena to tremble. Yet, Tianlang effortlessly evaded this onslaught, remarking with a smirk, "You cannot match me." He swiftly teleported behind Xiao-er and landed a powerful punch on her back. Caught off guard, Xiao-er was driven into the ground, dust swirling around her. As the dust settled, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Xiao-er's mouth. "You disappoint me," Tianlang teased with a grin. Xiao-er remained silent, gripping her golden dragon spear as she glared at him. The golden dragon roared. In the next moment, Xiao-er unleashed a legendary soul skill, summoning a colossal golden dragon that surged toward Tianlang. Briefly distracted by the sight, Tianlang quickly regained his composure. Too weak, he chuckled, delivering a punch that obliterated the golden dragon with a resounding thud. A contemptuous smile crossed his face. However, in the next instant, Xiao-er appeared behind him, radiating a terrifying power. Bang! Overconfident, Tianlang was struck to the ground. Not bad, he acknowledged with a faint smile, rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Xiao-er seized the opportunity, teleporting once more to stand before him. Clang! Just as Xiao-er believed her strike would land, an unseen force intervened. Little girl, you're still too inexperienced, Tianlang scoffed. He then delivered a kick that sent Xiao-er flying. Thud! She landed hard, coughing violently. What happened to your previous form? Tianlang laughed. Xiao-er fell silent for a moment before responding softly. I do not need it to deal with you. Tianlang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? You do not truly believe I am not your match? The very next second, he materialized behind Xiao-er. She was unprepared, or rather, she failed to sense Tianlang's presence. Bang! By the time Xiao-er realized what was happening, it was too late. Tianlang struck her back with no mercy, sending her hurtling away. Now you see the true extent of our disparity. Last time was merely a limitation, Tianlang stated coldly. As Xiao-er lay on the ground, she comprehended the vast difference between them. If this continued, she would inevitably perish here. Yet, utilizing that state would deplete the last remnants of her power. While lying on the ground, Xiao-er pondered her predicament, uncertain of how to proceed. Hey, have you already given up? Tianlang mocked, drawing closer to her. Must I truly resort to that? Xiao-er whispered to herself, prostrate on the ground. At that moment, Tianlang stood beside her, looking down with disdain, then delivered a kick to her abdomen. Xiao-er was again sent flying, crashing against the protective barrier. This scene left the audience in shock. They could not believe that Xiao-er from Shrek Academy had no chance to retaliate against Tianlang, who was utterly dominating. In the arena, Tianlang glanced at Xiao-er, who was slumped against the barrier, growing impatient. If you do not use that state, you will truly perish, he warned. Yet Xiao-er seemed oblivious, remaining on the ground. Xiao-er's plight infuriated Gu Yuna, who yearned to rush into the arena and tear Tianlang apart. However, she was held back by Lu Xiaoyu. Captain, let us concede. The Holy Spirit sect is not an opponent we can overcome, Dai Huabin said solemnly. Lu Xiaoyu, however, vehemently refused. No, we must secure the championship. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for persuasion. This victory was of utmost importance to Lu Xiaoyu. She was unwavering in her determination to claim the championship. Back in the arena, Xiao-er lay in disarray on the ground, unaware of Tianlang's approach. Show me your former self, Tianlang said impatiently. He then kicked her again, sending her flying once more. Yet she remained silent, unable to make a choice. Tianlang could no longer contain himself, declaring, if this is your choice, then I shall send you away. With that, he launched himself toward Xiao-er like a cannonball. To the audience, it appeared that if Xiao-er did not resist, she would indeed perish here. At that moment, Tianlang stood beside Xiao-er, lifting his foot high. Boom! The arena shook as if struck by a meteor, cracking under the impact. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the entire arena, leaving all in uncertainty about what had transpired. and whether Chiyour still lived. Has it ended? Has Shrek truly lost? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd, speculating on the outcome. Even the referee, believing Shrek had lost, was poised to announce the result when a beam of golden light burst forth from the smoke. Buzz, an overwhelming aura emanated, instilling a profound sense of pressure in everyone present. I'm not defeated yet. From within the smoke, Chiyour, glowing with golden radiance, grasped Tianlong's foot and slowly rose to her feet. The tide of battle had unexpectedly turned. Chapter 119. The plan commences. In the arena, Chiyour, shrouded in golden light, seemed transformed. The immense aura she radiated astonished even Tianlang, though it was fleeting. This is the battle I have longed for, Tianlang exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Chiyour regarded him with disdain as she began to gather golden energy in her hands. Soon, a gleaming golden spear formed, firmly held in her grasp. I will end you, Chiyour declared coldly, pointing the spear at Tianlang. With a swift teleportation, she appeared before him, unleashing a sweeping attack without hesitation. Bang! Tianlang, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing hard against the protective barrier, which now bore numerous cracks, threatening to shatter under another blow. Coughing, Tianlang struggled to regain his footing, glancing at the distant Chiyour. In the blink of an eye, Tianlang vanished from his original position, and when the crowd caught sight of him again, he had already positioned himself behind Chiyour. Your speed is far too sluggish, Tianlang mocked. With a resounding boom, he delivered a powerful punch to Chiyour's back, enveloping the entire arena in a thick cloud of smoke. Just as the spectators were engulfed in astonishment, a figure was propelled from the haze. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the one who had been thrown out was none other than Tianlang himself. How could this be? Tianlang exclaimed in disbelief while being hurled backward. Although it appeared that little had changed, the disparity in strength was staggering. Observing the airborne Tianlang, Chiyour wasted no time and hurled her golden spear with precision. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the spear slicing through the air resonated as it disregarded all of Tianlang as defenses, piercing directly through his chest. In an instant, his protective barrier shattered, and Tianlang was pinned against the arena's walls by the golden spear. The match is concluded. Shrek Academy emerges victorious, the referee exclaimed, initially taken aback before bursting into excitement. After the referee announced the end of the match, Chiyour also relinquished her power and began to collapse. Fortunately, Guyena appeared just in time to catch her. You've worked hard, Guyena said gently. Upon hearing this, Chiyour smiled faintly before losing consciousness. Noticing this, Guyena remained silent and carried Chiyour back to the preparation area. In the preparation area, Lu Xiaoyu wore a grave expression as he contemplated the subsequent matches. I shall take the next round. At that moment, Dai Huabin approached him. After glancing at him, Lu Xiaoyu replied solemnly, No, I will take this one. But no more discussions. I am the captain, Lu Xiaoyu shouted fiercely. His outburst plunged the Shrek preparation area into an eerie silence. The plan can commence early, Xuanyi stated gravely within the Spirit Hall preparation area. Standing beside him, Saifu asked with a light smile, Why not indulge these fellows a bit longer? Xuanyi sighed. The chief is unable to hold them back any longer. We must act swiftly, or our plans will be thwarted. I see. Saifu grew serious upon hearing this. If the next match features the sun, do not hesitate. Proceed with action, Xuanyi instructed gravely. The other members of the Shining Sun agreed promptly. Soon, the match commenced, pitting Shrek Academy's captain Lu Xiaoyu against the Spirit Hall's member Gongping. Soul Master Tournament, Finals, Round 1, Match 2, Shrek's Lu Xiaoyu versus Spirit Hall's Gongping. The referee proclaimed excitedly. Moments later, the two competitors entered the arena. Upon locking eyes, they sensed that something was amiss. Long time no see, Your Excellency the Sun. Gongping bowed politely. Lu Xiaoyu, however, wore a serious expression, having not anticipated encountering this individual so soon. The referee announced, The match begins. At this command, neither Lu Xiaoyu nor Gongping made a move, but instead continued to stare at each other. After a brief silence, Gongping smiled and said, Your Excellency the Sun, I sincerely hope you would consider leaving this place with me. If you agree, victory in this match shall be awarded to Shrek. The proposition was undeniably tempting. Yet Lu Xiaoyu understood that if he followed them, he might never see his brother again. Without his brother, what purpose would his life serve? No need. I can still seize the championship. Lu Xiaoyu replied coldly, summoning a golden longsword as he cast a piercing gaze at Gongping. Then I shall have to forcibly take you with me. Gongping's demeanor shifted, his eyes growing cold. In an instant, he appeared before Lu Xiaoyu like a wraith. Seizing him by the throat, "You have made a most unwise choice, Your Excellency the Sun," Gong Ping sneered. He then drew Lu Xiaoyu into a confined space before the eyes of all the spectators. "The task is complete. It is time to depart," Chuanyi observed with satisfaction, turning away without a glance at the Spirit Hall members. "Quick, stop them from leaving." Just as Gong Ping prepared to exit, a voice abruptly pulled everyone back to reality. Boom! With a thunderous noise, a figure materialized before Gong Ping. "You!" Gong Ping exclaimed with a smile upon seeing the newcomer. "I will not allow you to take the master's brother." The one who had been observing in the shadows, Su Xiao, declared, her expression icy, as if she were on the verge of an eruption. "Return him." Su Xiao's voice was low and resolute. Gong Ping, still smiling, retorted, "And what if I refuse?" Bang! In the next moment, a powerful blow struck Gong Ping's chest, sending him flying. Su Xiao's expression remained cold as she proclaimed, "You will perish here." Laughter erupted suddenly, shattering the tense atmosphere. Indeed, it was Chuanyi who had made his move. Among the 10 sons, Chuanyi's power was second only to their chief, Beng Huai, and compared to these individuals, he seemed leagues apart. Upon seeing Chuanyi, Su Xiao's demeanor faltered, for she knew she was no match for him. Though they both wielded original sin, Chuanyi's power was far more formidable. "Well, I'm in a good mood. You may leave, otherwise your demise is assured," Chuanyi said with a smile. The words had been spoken. The crucial point lay in whether Su Xiao would make the right choice. In the next instant, Su Xiao underwent a transformation. Her previously petite form suddenly grew tall and imposing. "It seems you have chosen the wrong option." Chuanyi's expression darkened. A surge of murderous intent surged forth, suffocating everyone in the arena. Chuanyi then waved his hand lightly, unleashing a terrifying attack that swept across the entire arena. Boom! With just a casual gesture, the arena was reduced to rubble. Ordinary spectators were inevitably caught in the chaos, many perishing on the spot. As for the Soul Masters, though they survived, they were left in a state of disarray. Closest to Chuanyi, Su Xiao was drenched in blood, one of her eyes blinded. "Do you see now? This is the chasm that exists between us." Chuanyi looked down from above, his expression dripping with disdain. "Ha ha ha!" Su Xiao, gasping for breath, struggled to lift her gaze toward Chuanyi, her face etched with defiance. But what could she do? Lu Zhe was not present. No one could thwart Chuanyi's actions. Moments later, Chuanyi felt the time was ripe and raised his hand once more. A colossal wave of energy began to coalesce in his palm. "It is time to conclude this." Chuanyi sneered. Soon, the energy was nearly ready to be unleashed upon the desolate expanse. Just at that critical moment, a rift in space opened, emanating a terrifying aura. Sensing the pressure, Chuanyi turned to face the rift, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as if something truly dreadful was about to emerge. In the next instant, a voice, filled with fierce indignation, resonated from within the rift. "You have performed admirably, but this time, you have truly angered me." Chapter 120. The Arrival of Arrogance. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury emanated from the space rift. At that moment, the members of Chuanyi felt an overwhelming pressure, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Could it be that the chief is unable to hold on? Tianzai said gravely. The others in Chuanyi remained silent, their gazes fixed on the rift with solemnity. Soon, a figure emerged from within, and it was none other than Lu Zhe. However, at this moment, he bore numerous wounds, his entire being radiating an aura of overwhelming killing intent. In his grasp, he held Beng Huai aloft with one hand. Beng Huai had evidently suffered a dimensional blow, multiple injuries marring his body, yet inflicting harm upon Lu Zhe was no small feat. Lu Zhe turned his gaze towards Chuanyi and unceremoniously hurled the battered Beng Huai to the ground. Chuanyi rushed forward to catch him. "Chief, are you all right?" Chuanyi inquired. Beng Huai replied slowly, "I'm fine, I want to die." "What about the Shensi?" Chuanyi answered truthfully, "The Shensi has been captured. We just need to leave this place." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Zhe teleported to their side. "Where's my brother?" Lu Zhe demanded angrily. He then delivered a swift kick to Chuanyi. Bang! Chuanyi was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Is the gap in strength really this vast? Chuanyi rose slowly, a grave expression on his face. Yet Lu Zhe offered him no respite, teleporting in front of him once more. He seized Chuanyi by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "I will ask you again. Where's my brother?" Lu Zhe proclaimed furiously. Chuanyi, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "Why would I tell you?" Lu Zhe's ire intensified, and he tightened his grip, demanding, Where's my brother? Speak. In an instant, Chuanli found his lips parting involuntarily. In the realm of Gongping. Swish. As soon as he spoke, Chuanli was consumed by a formless energy, vanishing entirely. Gongping, is it? Lu Zhe said coldly. He then disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace of his departure. At the edge of the Ryu Empire, Gongping and his companions were racing forward with Lu Xiaoyu in tow, driven by the fear of being pursued. Why do I feel as though we have entered a labyrinth, unable to find our way out? Tianzai said, his expression grave. He was not alone in this feeling. The other members of Shuyao shared the same sentiment. A sense of danger loomed from behind them. They're catching up, Gongping exclaimed, glancing back in alarm. Fear flickered in his eyes, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Aren't you all supposed to be fast runners? A shroud of darkness enveloped their position, followed by a chilling voice echoing around them. Moments later, a figure materialized, distorting reality with each step. I gave you opportunities, yet you squandered them. The one approaching was Lu Zhe. He was furious, for it was the first time someone had dared to capture his brother. Do not overthink. Buy as much time as you can. Gongping shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a hand seized his face and forcefully pushed him to the ground. Boom. In an instant, the distorted reality shattered, unleashing a spatial tempest. Cough, cough. Gongping, pinned to the ground by Lu Zhe, coughed weakly, then waved his right hand, sending a sphere flying into Saifu's hands. Quickly, take the Shensi and leave this place. Hurry. Gongping urged loudly. Saifu, upon receiving the sphere, wasted no time and immediately turned to flee in another direction. Stop him. Gongping bellowed. Though Tianzai and the others were terrified, they could not afford to hesitate any longer and surged towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe merely cast a fleeting glance at them before clapping his hands together. Dimensional collapse. Buzz. In an instant, the Shuyao members rushing towards him and the surrounding warped reality transformed into an ink wash painting. Crack. The next moment, Lu Zhe delivered a soft punch, causing the painting to shatter into countless fragments. 2 members of Shuyao had already perished, leaving only Saifu and the severely wounded Beng Huai. All of this was instigated by Lu Xiaoyu's identity. In the arena of the Ryu Empire, now reduced to ruins, Beng Huai slowly rose, battered and bruised. Saifu and the others won tea last much longer. It seems this is the only way, Beng Huai gasped. He then tore open a rift in space, retrieving a piece of black jade from within. Crack. Without hesitation, Beng Huai crushed it. Buzz. The moment the black jade shattered, an aura more terrifying than Lu Zhe's emanated forth. Have you failed? A magnetic male voice resonated. Moments later, a figure gradually materialized, revealing himself as the embodiment of arrogance, Lu Shifa. My lord, the Shensi has been captured, but Lu Zhe is attempting to reclaim him. Beng Huai said hurriedly upon seeing Lu Shifa. Lu Shifa merely smiled faintly, his gaze piercing through the aura towards Gongping's location. Lu Zhe, do not disappoint me, he sneered. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from sight, and Beng Huai wasted no time, diving into the rift. At the edge of the Ryu Empire, Saifu, bloodied, struggled to crawl on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, as though he had encountered the most horrifying sight of his life. Return Lu Xiaoyu to me. Lu Zhe materialized behind him. However, Saifu could not utter a sound, realizing that Lu Zhe could compel him to reveal his innermost thoughts through words. In desperation, he severed his own tongue. The choice to conceal information was truly admirable. Lu Zhe mused, recalling the moment Saifu had pulled out his tongue. Though Saifu heard the thoughts echoing in his mind, he could not voice his grievances. Lu Zhe, sensing the urgency of the situation, decided not to waste any more time. While I admire your resolve, reality is unforgiving, Lu Zhe stated coldly. He then seized Saifu by the back of the head and pressed him down. Just as the power of paradox began to swirl, the surrounding space shattered. Long time no see, Lu Zhe. A familiar voice echoed from behind. Lu Zhe turned sharply, recognizing the figure immediately. Lu Shifa. Lu Zhe's voice was low and ominous. Lu Shifa merely smiled faintly and slowly replied, When I first laid eyes upon you, I thought you were the Shensi, but upon reflection, it seems I was mistaken. What do you mean? Lu Zhe questioned coldly. Lu Shifa maintained a smile, gradually advancing towards Lu Zhe. Truth, such a nebulous existence, unseen and untouchable. Yet it stands as a force capable of contending with the very fabric of rules, Lucifer remarked as he walked. Lu Zhe was perplexed by the meaning of his words. Yet he was acutely aware of his intentions. Just as he prepared to act, He found himself immobilized, in a world where only one truth could exist. Your emergence has shattered this equilibrium, yet you remain unscathed, for you are governed by rules, Lucifer continued. What exactly are you trying to convey? Although Lu Zhe was unable to move, he could still speak. Hush! In the next moment, Lucifer stood before him, placing a single finger over his mouth. Soon, he spoke with a smile. What I wish to express is rather simple. He paused momentarily before continuing. There can only be one truth in a world. And you are an anomaly. Bang! With a flick of his finger, the space around them fractured, and an immense force propelled Lu Zhe away. Upon impact, Lu Zhe's bones shattered, sending him hurtling for hundreds of miles. The path he traversed transformed into a vast chasm. You will not perish, will you? Lucifer approached Kai Fu, cradling him gently, and gazed with a faint smile at the far end of the chasm. At that moment, Lu Zhe's fate hung in uncertainty. Such a level of assault was inconceivable in this realm. Chapter 121. Uncertain fate, what has happened to me? Where am I? In a castle reminiscent of hell. Lu Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes. He soon realized he was lying on a grand bed, next to a man of refined demeanor. My lord, you have finally awakened, the man said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu instantly heightened his vigilance and questioned. Who are you? I am Lucifer, your servant, the man responded calmly. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xiaoyu felt an unsettling familiarity and pressed on. Where is this place? Lucifer smiled and said, This is your home, the world of truth. My home. Lu Xiaoyu was bewildered, utterly unaware of this revelation. Yet he quickly regained his composure, for thoughts of his brother surged within him. Where is my brother? Lu Xiaoyu asked urgently. At this, Lucifer chuckled softly before replying. Your brother has long since passed away. No way. Lu Xiaoyu interrupted fiercely. I have seen him alive and well. Why would you claim he is dead? Seeing his agitation, Lucifer's expression turned serious. My lord, I understand this news is difficult to accept, but it is the harsh reality. Your brother is indeed deceased. What? The gravity of Lucifer's demeanor caused Lu Xiaoyu's heart to skip a beat. Observing his expression, Lucifer continued with a smile. In truth, the person you have been interacting with is not your brother. Lu Xiaoyu, now more unsettled, inquired rapidly, if he is not my brother, then who could he possibly be? It is truth. Lucifer seemed to have anticipated this question, providing a direct answer. Before Lu Xiaoyu could ponder further, he added, Your brother's body has been usurped by truth. The one who has been by your side is indeed truth. And the reason for this is singular, to find an opportunity to eliminate you. Why? Lu Xiaoyu asked, perplexed. Lucifer replied coolly, because the power within you is also truth, albeit different from the one that has overtaken your brother. You're the only one capable of restraining him, which is precisely why he seeks to eradicate you. Without you, there will be no one to impede him. Lucifer's demeanor suggested that everything was part of his grand design. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if he had lost his senses, slumping helplessly on the bed. To Lucifer, this reaction seemed entirely anticipated. After a moment, Lu Xiaoyu regained his faculties, struggling to believe the man's words. Sensing his doubt, Lucifer spoke, We have lost many brothers to protect you, yet truth remains obsessed with you. He will likely come here soon to eliminate you. Lu Xiaoyu, filled with disbelief, retorted, I do not trust you. Boom! Before he could finish, the castle's ceiling was obliterated by an unseen force. The perpetrator of this destruction was Lu Zhe. However, Lu Zhe had undergone a significant transformation. His eyes were now a deeper crimson, surrounded by swirling dark red energy that had turned a vivid scarlet, exuding an even more terrifying aura. Lucifer, you should not have done this. Lu Zhe looked down upon Lucifer and Lu Xiaoyu from a lofty height. Before Lucifer could respond, Lu Xiaoyu dashed toward Lu Zhe. Brother, are you all right? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with fervor, believing he would never see his brother again. Yet the ensuing scene left him in shock. Lu Zhe abruptly seized Lu Xiaoyu by the neck, lifting him into the air. You are a potential threat to me. You cannot remain, Lu Zhe stated coldly. He then began to harness the power of paradox, intending to erase him. At this critical juncture, Lucifer intervened. Bang! With a single kick, Lu Zhe was forcefully sent crashing into a nearby hill, while Lu Xiaoyu was gently cradled by Lucifer. Are you unhurt, my lord? Lucifer inquired with concern. However, Lu Xiaoyu remained distracted by the recent events. My lord, I told you that man is not your brother. Why did you not believe me? Lucifer said slowly. Lu Xiaoyu fell silent, grappling with the reality that the brother he had known for so long was now intent on his demise, shattering his heart. Seeing his despair, Lucifer ceased speaking, placing Lu Xiaoyu back on the previous bed before turning his gaze toward the distant hill. Buzz! In the next moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyu was shielded by Lucifer, or he might have perished right there. Lucifer, with a stern expression, stated quietly, "Truth, I did not expect you to go this far. I will certainly erase this child, and you cannot stop me," Lu Zhe declared as he teleported above Lucifer. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared behind Lu Xiaoyu, raising his hand poised to unleash the power of paradox upon him. Just in time, Lucifer intervened once more. Bang! Lu Zhe was sent flying, and Lucifer positioned himself before him. "Do you know why I possess the capability to venture into Dalu, yet choose not to?" Lucifer said with a faint smile. Before Lu Zhe could respond, Lucifer continued. "The world of Dalu is far too fragile to withstand my strength. Even the slightest movement could obliterate it. However, this place is different." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of power emanated, leaving Lu Zhe gasping for breath. "Do you recall how those fellows used to describe me? If you've forgotten, allow me to refresh your memory." Lucifer ascended into the air step by step, looking down from his lofty perch upon Lu Zhe. "Those individuals used to characterize me with the words that Lucifer slowly articulated, extending a finger towards Lu Zhe. In heaven and on earth, I alone am exalted." As Lucifer's voice echoed, a formidable shockwave surged towards Lu Zhe. Unable to withstand it, the moment Lu Zhe perceived this overwhelming force, he felt an impending crisis. He attempted to distance himself, but it was too late. The colossal shockwave swiftly engulfed Lu Zhe, piercing through the very ground beneath them. Yet, Lucifer frowned, for he sensed the essence of a spatial rift within that power. "Fled?" Lucifer murmured softly. "Well, you shan't survive much longer." With that, he returned once again to Lu Xiaoyu's side. "Where is the truth?" Lu Xiaoyu, seemingly transformed, spoke with a chilling tone. "He has fled," Lucifer replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly rose and gazed into the distance before speaking softly. "Is there any way to save my brother?" Hearing this, Lucifer smirked cunningly and said, "There is a way, but it depends on how the Son of God chooses." "Speak." Lu Xiaoyu gestured with her hand. Lucifer, seeing this, replied with a smile. "Within this castle lies a short sword known as the Sword of Truth, left by the masters of this world throughout the ages. What purpose does it serve?" Lu Xiaoyu turned to look at Lucifer. Lucifer felt a pang in his heart at her gaze, and slowly replied, "Its purpose is to slay the truth. One truth is sufficient for a world, and that sword exists to eliminate anomalies. The method is straightforward. You must plunge the sword of truth into the heart of truth. However, only the Son of God possesses the power to restrain the truth, thus making Lucifer's words quite reasonable." Lu Xiaoyu understood and remarked, "To defeat the truth, I must rely on the truth within me, correct?" "I see." She then gestured for Lucifer to leave, wishing to be alone for a while. Lucifer, being wise, turned and departed. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the crimson moon in the sky, whispering, "Brother, though I do not understand why you have become this way, I will surely save you. I promise." Chapter 122. The plan to unify the continent. "I can only assist you to this extent." "What do you mean?" In a realm of chaos, Lu Zhe looked at the truth before him, puzzled. The truth chuckled wryly. "I underestimated Lucifer. At the last moment, I tore open a spatial rift, but I do not know where it leads. I will bring Xiaoyu back." Lu Zhe nodded. The truth continued slowly during this time. "We cannot meet, but my powers will remain with you. Furthermore, I used the power of rules to pull you back from the brink of death, but for now, that power cannot be utilized. You must be cautious." "I understand. Though I find you quite unpleasant, I must still thank you," Lu Zhe said softly. Upon hearing this, the truth smiled, and then its form began to dissipate. "Once I vanish, you shall fall into slumber. As for when you will awaken, I cannot say." "Understood." Lu Zhe nodded faintly, and then closed his eyes. In the realm of truth, within an ancient castle, Lu Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on a grand bed, her eyes tightly shut. The energy flowing around her astonished onlookers. "Is this the talent of the Son of God? It seems rather exaggerated," Leviathan commented from the doorway. Beside him, Lucifer merely smiled and said nothing, turning to walk away, with Leviathan dutifully following. Alone in the room, Lu Xiaoyu remained with her eyes closed, driven by the desire to consume the persona of her master. After an indeterminate period, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood while seated on the bed, then gradually stood up. "The cost is significant," Yet the reward is equally great, she said softly, smiling, for she had forcibly consumed her master persona. And this body now belonged to her. Brother, wait for me. I will surely bring you back, Lu Xiaoyu remarked, glancing out the window before her eyes fell upon a short sword at her bedside. This was no ordinary blade. It was the sword of truth capable of eradicating the very essence of truth. Son of God, you have finally awakened. Lucifer suddenly appeared behind Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing his voice, she turned to face him. What brings you here? Lucifer chuckled and replied, Of course, the truth is currently unknown, and the best way to find him is to unify the Dolua continent, enlisting the assistance of all its inhabitants. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyu pondered and found the suggestion quite excellent. She then inquired, How do we leave this world? Lucifer answered truthfully, The realm of truth is restricted. Aside from me, no one else can depart. That is of no concern. We can still unify the continent. Once it is unified, we can open the doors to the realm of truth, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Lucifer smiled and nodded in agreement, though Lu Xiaoyu regarded his demeanor with suspicion, keeping a watchful eye. When shall we set forth, son of God? Lucifer inquired with a grin. Lu Xiaoyu simply waved her hand and said, Let us discuss this once I have fully mastered the abilities of truth. Very well. Just inform me when you are ready to depart. Lucifer bowed and left the room. Lu Xiaoyu continued gazing out the window, letting out a sigh. Half a year later, within Shrek Academy on the Dolua continent, Xian Lao and others looked at one another with grave expressions. They were all aware of the situation regarding Lu Xiaoyu. Since the last incident, Lu Xiaoyu has not made an appearance. We do not know where he has gone, Xian Lao said solemnly. The other elders nodded in agreement, their expressions equally serious. Along with Lu Xiaoyu's disappearance, his brother Lu Zhe was also unaccounted for, Xian Lao added. The elders nodded in unison and began to voice their concerns. Xian Lao addressed each question, and though his words seemed exaggerated, they were all grounded in truth. With no one daring to refute him, we have dispatched individuals to secretly search for the whereabouts of the Lu brothers on the continent. And we shall inform you the moment we receive any news, Xian Lao concluded. He then rose to signal the end of the meeting. Everyone, please return to your posts and continue your duties. Once everyone had departed, Xian Lao returned to his chair and sighed heavily. This was not due to anything else, but rather because of the rampant emergence of criminal elements. Since their appearance in the Soul Master competition, they have begun to take action, with some openly establishing new sects. The strength of these sects overshadowed many of the older ones, even impacting Shrek Academy. This was the primary source of Xian Lao's fatigue. If Lu Zhe and the others did not return soon, the status of Shrek Academy might truly be at risk. I truly hope they return soon, Xian Lao said, slumped in his chair, and before he realized it, he fell asleep. After he drifted into slumber, a disturbance erupted in the core region of the Xingdo de Sun Lin. Ditian, what is happening? The formidable bear, Xiangjun, who was still resting in his lair, suddenly sensed a terrifying aura, prompting him to immediately seek out Ditian. Upon witnessing the spatial rift before him, he was momentarily stunned. Ditian, wearing a grave expression, remarked, I do not know, but we must inform the master at once. Understood. Xiangjun nodded and turned to hasten toward Guyu Na's cultivation location. Meanwhile, Ditian remained behind, his muscles taut as if facing a formidable adversary. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged from the rift. Upon recognizing their features, Ditian exhaled in relief. It was merely Lu Xiaoyu. You nearly frightened me to death, he said slowly, easing his tension. Lu Xiaoyu stepped out of the rift with a gentle smile, inquiring, Where's Guyu Na? Upon hearing this, Ditian felt an inexplicable sense of submission arise within him. The master is currently in seclusion. I have already notified Xiangjun to bring her here, he replied. Bowing slightly, Lu Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully and proceeded deeper into the area. Accompanying her was Lucifer, who merely cast a fleeting glance at Ditian before falling silent. Soon after, Guyu Na, led by Xiangjun, arrived before Lu Xiaoyu. However, her gaze was not directed at Lu Xiaoyu, but rather at Lucifer beside her. Who is this? Guyu Na asked, her voice laced with caution, as she sensed that the man standing next to Lu Xiaoyu was far more terrifying than Lu Zhe, representing a dangerous presence. Before Lu Xiaoyu could respond, Lucifer interjected, I am Lucifer, a servant of the Divine Sun. Lucifer? Guyu Na was taken aback, particularly by his claim of being Lu Xiaoyu's servant. I have come here for one purpose, Lu Xiaoyu proclaimed loudly. Guyu Na, bewildered by his words, remained silent. Noticing her lack of response, Lu Xiaoyu continued. I intend to unify the continent, with the first target being the soul beasts. Gu Yuna was momentarily stunned. In her memory, Lu Xiaoyu was not the type to express such intentions. Why would he utter such words now? Observing her reaction, Lucifer politely stated, "The Divine Son requires your support. By following him, you can attain what you desire. The soul beasts are not inferior beings." With Lucifer's words, Gu Yuna began to grapple with her inner conflict. "You have one day. I hope to receive the answer I seek," Lu Xiaoyu stated slowly. This statement carried an implicit threat. Should Gu Yuna and her companions choose not to side with Lu Xiaoyu, it was highly likely that Lucifer would ensure the complete annihilation of the soul beasts. As Gu Yuna contemplated her decision, Lu Xiaoyu had already departed with Lucifer. His next destination was the Shrek Academy. Chapter 123. The bounty order perched atop the Doa continent's highest power, Shrek Academy, now faced troubles of its own. The cause was none other than Lu Xiaoyu's emergence and his grand plan. Upon hearing of Lu Xiaoyu's intentions, Xian Lao and his companions instinctively sought to refuse. However, Lu Xiaoyu offered them no grounds for denial. Under Lucifer's overwhelming strength, Xian Lao capitulated, and Shrek submitted. The pinnacle forces of the continent had now become vassals to another. How ludicrous would it be if this were to spread? Yet, what could be done? Upon returning from the realm of truth, Lu Xiaoyu had transformed entirely. Even Xian Lao was at a loss as to why Lu Xiaoyu had become so purpose-driven, aggressive, and ruthless. Originally, Hui Yuhao had intended to persuade him, only to be nearly beaten to a pulp by Lucifer standing beside him. Lu Xiaoyu simply observed, his eyes betraying no hint of concern, as if these individuals were but mere servants unworthy of his attention. In the infirmary of Shrek Academy, Bei Bei and the others stood beside the bed where Hui Yuhao lay. Lu Xiaoyu has changed so drastically. We have no choice but to submit to him, Bei Bei stated gravely. Hui Yuhao could only manage a resigned smile, slowly responding, "Though I am unaware of what transpired in the past 6 months. It must pertain to Lu Ge." "What do you mean by that?" Wang Dong'er, seated beside Hui Yuhao, asked in confusion. Hui Yuhao replied earnestly, "You should all have noticed that Lu Xiaoyu harbors feelings for his brother, yet it has evolved beyond mere affection. It seems he wishes to possess his brother entirely." "I think I understand," Bei Bei nodded. Lu Xiaoyu's transformation must be related to Lu Ze. The emergence of Lu Xiaoyu, yet the absence of Lu Ge, clearly indicates that Lu Ge is unable to meet us for some reason, Hui Yuhao remarked meaningfully. "All right, let's end the discussion here," Bei Bei said gently. Hui Yuhao complied, closing his eyes to begin his recovery. The news of Shrek Academy's submission spread across the continent, shocking all factions. Initially met with ridicule, it later emerged that someone was enacting a unification plan, having already unified nearly half the continent. It was rumored that even the soul beasts had been brought under this individual's control, alongside many newly established sections. The remaining powers were filled with trepidation, uncertain if they would be the next to be targeted. If that day were to arrive, how would they choose regarding the forces they had painstakingly built? With half the continent already unified, what would the Divine Son's next move be? Lucifer knelt before Lu Xiaoyu, speaking with utmost reverence. "What shall we do next?" "Divine Son?" Lu Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, raising his hand to gesture toward the other side of the continent, stating slowly, "We shall continue the unification until this entire land belongs to me." "Yes." Lucifer smiled and nodded, then gradually exited the hall. Outside the hall, a multitude of people and soul beasts had gathered. Lucifer surveyed the humans and soul beasts below with an air of superiority, then proclaimed, "The Divine Son commands. Unify the continent." "Understood." The voices of all present resonated together, reverberating throughout the heavens. Lucifer, satisfied by this display, turned back into the hall. "Do you believe that those standing beneath this celestial hall are mere commoners?" Each individual beneath the celestial hall is a figure of notable repute in the continent's past. Members of the Shrek Seat God Pavilion, prominent figures from the Sun Moon Empire, and numerous titled WOs and unparalleled prodigies. All were now servants of Lu Xiaoyu. Within the celestial hall, Lu Xiaoyu murmured with a wicked smile, "Brother, you must not let me find you. Otherwise, Divine Son, everything is arranged. We can depart at any time." At that moment, Lucifer approached his side. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled, then rose and declared, "Let us set forth." Half a year later, under Lu Xiaoyu's leadership, the Dolo continent was unified. The unification of the continent was initially a formidable challenge. Yet under the absolute power of Lucifer, every obstacle was shattered. Once the continent was unified, everything transformed. Previously, the soul beasts and humans were adversaries. But now they stood united, with some powerful soul beasts becoming loyal subjects of Lu Xiaoyu. Concurrently, the realm of truth descended upon Dalua Dalu, and the presence of sins became increasingly pronounced. However, they all chose to submit to Lu Xiaoyu. The reason was simple. Lu Xiaoyu possessed immense strength, further augmented by the existence of the 7 deadly sins, making the position of the king unassailable. Those who had initially been discontented were now completely convinced after the unification of the continent. Lu Xiaoyu ushered in a new era, a peaceful epoch devoid of wars between empires and conflicts between soul beasts and soul masters, an era long yearned for by everyone. The former continent was now merely a part of history as a new age commenced. Within the heavenly palace, Lu Xiaoyu gazed down at his loyal subjects with a gentle smile. Hear my command. Pursue Lu Zhe across the continent. Alive, in the heart of a dense forest, a young girl was strolling. Suddenly, she spotted a man lying beside a distant thicket. Driven by curiosity, she cautiously approached him, only to be startled by the scene before her. A shriek pierced the sky, and shortly after, a figure appeared behind her. Rong, what is it? Is there danger? The newcomer was an elderly man with a youthful demeanor. Though he appeared quite young, his actual age would astonish any unknowing observer. This man was a title known as the Sword, and an elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chun Exine. The young girl was no ordinary child. She was Ning Rongrong, the heiress of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Grandpa Jian, there's a corpse over there, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing this, Chun Exine was taken aback and proceeded to the location she indicated. Upon seeing the bloodied man, he realized that it was indeed a corpse. Just as he was about to dispose of the body, Chun Exine suddenly sensed a faint breath. He is not dead. Chun Exine was astounded, and he began to examine the man's injuries. Moments later, he murmured in shock, I can't believe he can still be alive after such grievous wounds. He truly is fortunate. He then stood up, took another look at the man, and sighed, saying, Since you have encountered me, it must be fate. With that, he lifted the man and, alongside Ning Rongrong, made his way back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Grandpa Jian, why are you bringing this dead person back? Ning Rongrong innocently inquired. Chun Exine simply ruffled her hair, gently replying, He is not dead. He is still alive, just gravely injured. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding and ceased her questions. Meanwhile, Chun Exine continuously examined the man's condition during their journey. He discovered many astonishing things, the most notable being that this man possessed no soul power. Yet his presence stirred the heart of Chun Exine's sword. This was the source of Chun Exine's bewilderment, but for now, no answers could be obtained. They would have to wait until the man regained consciousness. Chapter 124. Awakening. Where am I? How long have I been asleep? In a room within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the man rescued by Chun Exine slowly opened his eyes. He began to survey his surroundings just as the door to the room swung open. Chun Exine had intended to check on the man's condition, only to find him awake. You are finally awake, Chun Exine said with a smile. Upon seeing him, the man instantly heightened his guard, glaring intensely. What is this place? Before Chun Exine could respond, the man demanded, Answer me. At that moment, Chun Exine realized his mouth was no longer under his control as he slowly uttered, This is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The man fell into contemplation upon hearing this, and then inquired again, Who are you? Speak. Once more, Chun Exine felt compelled to respond, I am Chun Exine, title de law of the 95th rank, known as the Sword. Title de law? The man was astonished. Have I arrived in the timeline of Doluan? Meanwhile, taking advantage of the man's surprise, Chun Exine quickly distanced himself. How long have I been asleep? The man asked again, demanding, Answer me. Chun Exine attempted to resist, but soon realized the power was beyond his ability to combat, and he reluctantly replied, 5 years. You have been in a coma for nearly 5 years. So long? The man murmured thoughtfully. Chun Exine could no longer tolerate being ordered around by this individual. It was an affront to his dignity as a title de law. He summoned his martial soul, the 7 killing sword, and charged at the man. The man, regaining his focus, sensed the murderous intent emanating from Chun Exine and commanded, Kneel. In an instant, Chun Exine's knees buckled involuntarily, and he found himself kneeling at the man's feet. Filled with rage, Chun Exine attempted to rise, but found himself unable to do so no matter how hard he tried. Who exactly are you? Chen Xi managed to ask, struggling to maintain composure. The man chuckled and approached him slowly, stating, I am the truth of the world, Lu Zhe. Indeed, the man was Lu Zhe. Due to Lucifer's influence, he had been transported to this realm of truth, but now he understood. After revealing his identity, Lu Zhe patted Chen Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, You'd best not harbor any animosity towards me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your 7-treasure glazed tile school will not fade into history. With that, he retrieved a set of clothing from his soul guide and donned it before stepping toward the door. As Lu Zhe exited, the commanding force dissipated, allowing Chen Xian to rise. How can this man be so terrifying? Even my titled Doluo strength cannot escape his commands. Chen Xian pondered as he stood and gazed towards the door. Once outside, Lu Zhe organized his thoughts and prepared to leave the 7-treasure glazed tile school in search of a way back to his original world. Just as he was about to depart, a fist blocked his path. Young brother, do you intend to leave without a word after waking up? The leading man said with a broad smile. Upon seeing him, Lu Zhe immediately recognized his identity and responded with a grin. Are you trying to stop me? No. The man quickly denied. I merely wish to make a friend. Is that truly the case? Lu Zhe replied with interest, stepping closer. If we're to be friends, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Lu Zhe said, smiling at the man before him. The man hesitated, unsure how to respond, but after a moment of contemplation, he replied, If we are friends, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will always have its doors open for you. What do you think? Certainly, Lu Zhe responded succinctly, which left the man quite astonished, prompting an inner doubt to take root. Lu Zhe then reiterated, Since we are friends now, feel free to reach out to me whenever you encounter an insurmountable problem. I will assist you. However, this opportunity is singular. The man, gazing at Lu Zhe's smiling visage, momentarily felt as though he had been ensnared in a scheme. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he chose to dismiss the thought. Observing his demeanor, Lu Zhe opted for silence, passing by the man as he ventured towards the outside world. Until we meet again, Ning Fengji, Lu Zhe quipped over his shoulder with a smile. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished from sight, leaving even the title of the law oblivious to his departure. The man, rooted in place, was taken aback by Lu Zhe's parting words, but he soon regained his composure. What a terrifying individual, he muttered with a wry smile. Zhongzhu, will letting that person go not bring about some trouble? At that moment, another man approached Ning Fengji, expressing his concern. Ning Fengji, however, wore a gentle smile as he replied, No, that friend is not what we presume him to be. He must have his own reasons. At that juncture, Jian Dulo Qinshin slowly made his way to Ning Fengji's side. Fengji, have you met Lu Zhe? Qinshin inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled and remarked, So his name is Lu Zhe. Qinshin responded, That fellow is a formidable presence. Indeed, but for now, he is our friend, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Qinshin chose to say no more. A friend is certainly preferable to an enemy, for if they were to become adversaries, the situation could prove dire. Thus, Lu Zhe's affairs with the Qi Bao Liu Lizong reached a conclusion. Currently, Lu Zhe found himself strolling along a lively street. Is this the timeline of Do-yi? He murmured as he gazed at the sky, reflecting on the absence of truth and the temporary unavailability of the power of rules. As he pondered, an epiphany struck him. If this is indeed Do-yi's timeline, he wondered whether Tong San would be cultivating a Shi Laika Academy, as he did in the original narrative. Intrigued by this thought, Lu Zhe resolved to visit Shi Laika, intending to observe the situation with the Wu Huan Dian later, depending on circumstances. However, considering the timeline he currently occupied, he was cautious of the potential for temporal paradoxes and decided against meddling in the affairs of this world. Suddenly, as he was lost in thought, a figure collided with him. Ouch! That hurt! The individual was a young girl with an innocent voice. Upon seeing her, Lu Zhe smiled and inquired, Are you all right, little sister? I'm fine, the girl replied, slowly rising while rubbing her forehead. With her well-being assured, Lu Zhe prepared to leave, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Yet upon noticing Lu Zhe, the girl beamed and exclaimed, Big brother, where are you going? Can I come with you? Lu Zhe felt puzzled, but soon understood the reason behind her eagerness. Just as her words trailed off, several burly men surged forward, encircling both Lu Zhe and the girl. You little brat, you can run pretty fast, one of the men sneered, grabbing the girl's arm and pulling her close. The girl lowered her head, wincing in pain, too frightened to meet the man's gaze. Lu Zhe, perceiving this as their matter and feeling no obligation to intervene, turned to leave. However, just as he did, the girl suddenly cried out, "Brother, help me." The men immediately surrounded Lu Zhe, eyeing him with malicious intent. "Are you this girl's brother?" one of them asked. Lu Zhe, feeling exasperated, responded, "I don't know her." "Really?" the man said, glancing back at the girl while tightening his grip. "Ugh." The girl gritted her teeth in pain, but continued to look at Lu Zhe. Perhaps it was the girl's gaze that reminded Lu Zhe of Lu Xiaoyu when they first met, prompting a shift in his perspective. "She is my sister. May I ask what business you have with her?" Lu Zhe asserted, pulling the girl protectively towards him and casting a cold gaze at the men. As the men met Lu Zhe's icy glare, they felt as though they had plummeted into a frozen abyss, chills running down their spines. Nevertheless, the leader of the group, mustering his courage, stepped forward. "This girl stole our belongings. Have her return what she took, or pay us," he demanded, speaking with brazen audacity. Lu Zhe, observing the man drenched in cold sweat, couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to the girl and gently urged, "What did you steal? You should return it." I, the girl stammered, unable to articulate a response. Understanding dawned upon Lu Zhe, and he turned to the men. "How much is it?" "I will pay you." The men burst into laughter at this. 100 gold soul coins. "What?" The girl looked at the man in disbelief. The man, grinning broadly, was met with Lu Zhe's hand suddenly resting on his shoulder. Confused, the man asked, "What are you doing?" "Don't worry," Lu Zhe replied with a faint smile. "I will burn 100 gold soul coins for you shortly." All right. The man, initially smiling, soon fell into panic as he reconsidered. However, Lu Zhe would not grant them the opportunity to react. Erasure. In an instant, a wave of colorless energy engulfed the men, leaving all bystanders frozen in place. Did I just see that correctly? Those living beings just vanished into thin air? What is happening? The street erupted in murmurs, while Lu Zhe, wearing an innocent smile, declared, "Dear friends, my apologies for the disturbance. We were merely performing a magic trick, and they've been transported to another location." The crowd, taken in by Lu Zhe's naivety, accepted his explanation without further thought. Lu Zhe then naturally picked up the girl and departed from the scene. "Go on, this time consider it fate," Lu Zhe said to the girl he had saved. The girl, hearing this, smiled brightly and said, "Brother, you are amazing. Can I follow you?" Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and replied, "It's best not to. It's dangerous to follow me. What if something happens?" "I'm not afraid," the girl insisted with determination. At a loss for words, Lu Zhe simply asked, "What is your name?" "I am Lu Xiaoyu." "What is your name, brother?" she replied with a silly grin. Upon hearing this name, Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned, staring at her in disbelief. "Your name is Lu Xiaoyu?" he exclaimed. The girl, taken aback by Lu Zhe's expression, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "I am Lu Xiaoyu," with Lu for land, Xiao for small, and Yu for language. She explained her name in detail. Once Lu Zhe realized that she was not Lu Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but smile wryly and slowly said, "My name is Lu Zhe. You also have the surname Lu?" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, then leaped onto his back. "What a coincidence. From now on, you are my brother." Lu Zhe, feeling speechless, promptly set her down. "Do not recklessly claim kinship. I am leaving, so take care of yourself," Lu Zhe stated with a cold expression. Lu Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, remained cheerful, as if she believed he was merely jesting. "Brother, are you really going to abandon your adorable sister here?" Lu Xiaoyu teased. However, after Lu Zhe set Lu Xiaoyu down, he vanished from sight. Stunned, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly ceased her thoughts. "Am I still so detestable?" Her spirits plummeted, and she lowered her head, squatting to the side. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, who had already disappeared, stood a short distance away, quietly observing her. "She truly resembles Xiaoyu. What kind of world is this?" Lu Zhe murmured to himself. Thus, despite his initial intention of ignoring Lu Xiaoyu, after some introspection, he ultimately chose to remain by her side and observe her discreetly. As night fell, the forest gradually dimmed, and Lu Xiaoyu wandered alone along the woodland path. Terrified of the darkness, her muscles tensed, as if she would flee at the slightest sign of danger. "Why was I left here?" Lu Xiaoyu whispered tremulously. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes behind her. "Alert!" she shouted. "Who is there?" Yet, she immediately regretted her outburst. The noise from the bushes intensified, and in the next instant, a massive shadow surged forth. When Lu Xiaoyu discerned its true form, she was rendered speechless. He. An eerie laughter emanated from the shadow, which was quite unsettling. Lu Zhe, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of astonishment upon seeing the figure. Is there really such a thing in this world? Lu Zhe pondered in disbelief. Logically, the figure known as the Sin Face should only exist in his previous timeline. So how could it be here? Indeed, the shadow before Lu Xiaoyu was a human transformed into the Sin Face. Someone please help me. Lu Xiaoyu cried out in terror, collapsing to the ground. The Sin Face approached her with a sinister grin, extending a pitch-black palm. As it drew closer, despair enveloped Lu Xiaoyu. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Sin Face was kicked away by a sudden figure. Are you all right? Lu Zhe spoke softly, his back turned to Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Xiaoyu felt a glimmer of hope and rushed to embrace him without hesitation. Lu Zhe, gazing at the tear-streaked face of Lu Xiaoyu, found himself at a loss for words. However, another matter remained unresolved. Roar. At that moment, the Sin Face, having been kicked away, emitted a fierce roar. Boom! 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 In the next instant, several massive boulders plummeted to the spot where Lu Zhe stood, leveling the surrounding forest. Lu Zhe, holding Lu Xiaoyu, hovered amidst the ruins. Little Sin? This is beginning to get interesting, Lu Zhe mused with a faint smile. He then raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the Sin Face's location. The Sin Face should not exist in this world, Lu Zhe stated calmly. With that, a black dot began to coalesce at the tip of his finger. Farewell. As Lu Zhe's words fell, the black dot shot forth at an incredible speed towards the Sin Face. Upon contact, a cataclysmic explosion comparable to a volcanic eruption obliterated everything in the vicinity. Lu Xiaoyu, held by Lu Zhe, was once again taken aback by the sight. At this moment, she had forgotten her previous fear, replaced instead by sheer astonishment. Lu Zhe surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, then smiled and departed from the scene. Once he left, another figure appeared in the area. This is beyond what a titled Doluo could accomplish, the newcomer murmured in shock. Regaining composure, he grew solemn. Realizing that there were indeed individuals more powerful than titled Doluos, it was truly terrifying. At this thought, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. At dawn the next day, Lu Zhe took Lu Xiaoyu to a small village. By now, Lu Xiaoyu had fully become Lu Zhe's devoted admirer. What are you looking at? Lu Zhe asked, exasperated, as he stared at Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu grinned foolishly, saying, I'm watching you, brother. You're so amazing. You defeated that titled Doluo in an instant. Ouch. As Lu Xiaoyu spoke, a bump suddenly appeared on her forehead. Some things should not be said lightly. Lu Zhe replied gently. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu murmured, covering her forehead. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu asked again, Brother, where are you going? To Shrek Academy. Lu Zhe replied without any pretense, as there was nothing to hide. Are you going to join them? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with great curiosity. However, Lu Zhe responded nonchalantly. How could I possibly join them? I'm merely going to observe their students. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded, then smiled once more. Brother, do you think I could join Shrek Academy? But you don't have a martial soul, Lu Zhe remarked in astonishment. Who said that? I have soul power, Lu Xiaoyu declared loudly. Intrigued, Lu Zhe asked with a smile. Oh, and what is your soul power level? I want to tell you, Lu Xiaoyu replied playfully. However, this did not deter Lu Zhe. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he stated, Not bad, level 20 soul power, but lacking a martial soul. That is quite unique. How do you know? Lu Xiaoyu asked, astonished. Lu Zhe responded with a gentle smile. I want to tell you. You. Lu Xiaoyu felt a surge of annoyance and promptly ran off into the distance. Lu Zhe watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Her demeanor and gaze are so reminiscent of Xiaoyu. Who exactly is she? Where am I? And is this place similar to before? Is this a mirage or reality? Chapter 126. The transaction in the Barak kingdom of the Tiando Empire, within a small village outside Soto City. Lu Zhe brought Lu Xiaoyu to this location. Observing the rudimentary architecture before him, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. It was exactly as described in the original text. Brother, is this Shrek? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. Standing beside him, Lu Zhe glanced at her and replied, When did I ever acknowledge you as my sister? Oh, Lu Xiaoyu retorted playfully. Lu Zhe felt a fleeting sense of familiarity at her antics. However, it was merely a momentary thought. Regaining his focus, Lu Zhe walked inside without another word. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, stealthily followed him. Little 3, what is your current soul power level? Do not call me Little 3. Before Lu Zhe could even meet the students of Shrek Academy, he had already heard their voices. However, Lu Zhe found their tone rather peculiar, though he soon expected to receive the answers he sought. Look, someone is coming. At that moment, a voice interrupted the conversation among several individuals, prompting them to look in the direction indicated by the speaker. Oh, there are indeed people here. What could they possibly want? A young girl expressed her confusion. Meanwhile, upon seeing the group, Lu Zhe exhibited little emotional change, merely murmuring, "Exactly 7 people. They must be the original Shrek 7 monsters." Just then, a dark figure suddenly blocked Lu Zhe's path. "Who are you? Why do you wish to enter our Shrek Academy?" The shadow inquired slowly. Lu Zhe scrutinized the figure, estimating them to be around 50 years old, with a robust physique. The person's facial features were distinctive, with a protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a slightly hooked nose, exuding a sense of cunning even with their eyes closed. They wore black-framed crystal glasses with a rigid square frame that gave off an odd impression. Based on Lu Zhe's understanding of the Doloa continent, this person could only be the original Shrek Academy Dean, Fred. "Are you Dean Fred?" Lu Zhe greeted with a smile. The man, taken aback, pondered when his reputation had grown so substantial. He replied, "Indeed, I am Fred. May I ask who this young brother is and why you have entered my Shrek Academy uninvited?" Lu Zhe responded naturally. "My name is Lu Zhe. I am a traveler. Before arriving in this region, I heard that Shrek Academy only admits monsters, so I was curious to see the creatures you have collected over the years. Am I not welcome?" Fred, feeling a chill at Lu Zhe's smile, noted the lack of malice in the young man's demeanor and chuckled, "Of course, you are welcome. Do you wish to join us?" "Oh no, you should first examine the soul power within me before saying such things," Lu Zhe replied with a grin. Fred, intrigued, probed Lu Zhe's soul power and was instantly astounded. "You possess no soul power whatsoever." "Indeed, I am merely an ordinary traveler. It is natural for me to lack soul power," Lu Zhe stated earnestly. If not for witnessing his combat prowess, Lu Xiaoyu might have been deceived by his expression. At that moment, Fred noticed Lu Xiaoyu behind Lu Zhe and instinctively examined her, only to be once again taken aback. This little girl has soul power, but no martial soul. Fred felt perplexed. Lu Zhe scratched his head, laughing, "Yes, I too am puzzled by her situation." "Ah, I see." Fred stroked his beard. "Your pairing is indeed quite peculiar." At that moment, the earlier group approached. "Dean, who are these two?" a curious red-haired chubby boy inquired. Fred then introduced them, and the group was astonished to learn that one possessed no soul power while the other had soul power but no martial soul. Truly a bizarre combination. "Dean Fred, you have introduced us to them, but what about your peculiar students?" Lu Zhe asked with a smile. Although he was familiar with the 7, he figured it best to inquire to avoid misunderstandings. Fred, not refusing, replied, "Mu Bai, please introduce yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, a tall blonde boy stepped forward with a smile. "My name is Dai Mu Bai, at the soul respect level." Following his introduction, the other 6 took turns introducing themselves. "I am Xiao Wu of the dancing kind." "Ye im Mo Hong Yunyo." "I am Oscar." "I am Zhu Qing." "I am Ning Rongrong." Finally, the last person introduced themselves. "I am Tang San." After hearing their introductions, Lu Zhe chuckled and leaned closer to Fred, whispering, "Dean Fred, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Fred, observing Lu Zhe's smiling face, sensed no threat and agreed. Lu Zhe, seeing this, left Lu Xiaoyu behind and departed with Fred. Though Lu Xiaoyu was reluctant to be left alone, she obediently remained in place. As she grew bored, Ning Rongrong approached her. "Little sister, what is your relationship with Lu Zhe?" Ning Rongrong asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu replied naturally, "He is my brother, an unreliable one at that." Ning Rongrong, taken aback by her expression, could only manage a wry smile. However, she felt that Lu Zhe looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Not wanting to dwell on it, she took Lu Xiaoyu's hand and ran towards Dai Mu Bai and the others. Lu Zhe chose a quiet spot, and soon Fred paused to inquire, "Young brother Lu Zhe, what did you wish to discuss?" "Yes," Lu Zhe replied, halting before him. "I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Fred responded, genuinely puzzled yet polite. Lu Zhe, not one to indulge in unnecessary words, stated directly, "I wish to place Lu Xiaoyu under your care." "Why?" Fred's confusion deepened. Lu Zhe continued calmly, "You understand my reasons. If she continues to follow me, what will happen if something goes wrong in the future? I lack the ability to protect her." Upon saying this, Lu Zhe displayed a helpless expression. Fred, seeing his demeanor, chose to trust his words, but considering certain matters. He said, "It is not impossible to take in Lu Xiaoyu, but Shrek cannot simply take her in without compensation. What do you desire?" Lu Zhe remained calm, as if this was all part of his plan. Fred, now wearing a cunning smile, said, "You claim to be a traveler, so you must have visited many places and acquired considerable knowledge, correct?" And Lu Xia prompted. Fred, assuming he had deduced correctly, continued. You only need to serve as a theoretical teacher at our Shrek Academy for 1 year. How's that sound? Very well, Lu Zhe answered without hesitation, which left Fred momentarily speechless, almost suspecting he had been outsmarted. However, upon reflection, he realized that Lu Zhe was merely an ordinary person well-versed in theory, lacking soul power. He posed little threat. Lu Zhe, amused by Fred's self-satisfied expression, chuckled and remarked, "Then let the transaction commence." "Yes, I shall have someone guide you to the faculty dormitory shortly," Fred replied with a smile. "Chapter 127, Parallel Worlds. I am your theoretical teacher. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand," Lu Zhe announced cheerfully before Dai Mubai and the others. They gazed at him in utter confusion, followed by shock. "Is this for real?" Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously as she approached Lu Zhe. Upon hearing her words, he playfully tapped her on the head. "Show some respect for your teacher and stand properly." Oh, Lu Xiaoyu stood quietly in the line, holding her forehead. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe and Dai Mubai burst into laughter, which soon led to a lively conversation among them. Observing their behavior, Lu Zhe displayed a benevolent smile. "It would be wise for you to keep quiet, or the consequences may be dire," Lu Zhe chuckled. Initially, Dai Mubai and the others dismissed his words, but upon seeing Lu Zhe's expression, they quickly fell silent. Once everyone quieted down, Lu Zhe began, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Although I may not provide answers, I will make an effort." Dai Mubai and the others were left speechless by this statement, pondering its significance. However, Tang San was particularly curious about how Lu Zhe became their theoretical instructor. He inquired, "I would like to know how you became our teacher." "Do you truly wish to know?" Lu Zhe replied, his tone laden with meaning. Hearing this, Tang San became somewhat displeased and retorted, "Isn't it the duty of a teacher to resolve students' doubts? Is it?" Lu Zhe smiled and continued, "Who decreed that teachers must clarify students' uncertainties?" Tang San was rendered speechless. Lu Zhe found amusement in Tang San's flustered expression and gradually approached him. "In your understanding, a teacher is solely responsible for imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. However, my approach differs. Questions unrelated to theory depend on my mood," he remarked with a smile. Tang San, taken aback by this perspective, had many thoughts to express, but upon locking eyes with Lu Zhe, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu interjected, "Teacher, since we can only ask about theory, may I inquire if those without a martial soul can be considered soul masters?" Lu Zhe paused for a moment before turning to respond, "Of course they can. In fact, the potential for development for soul masters without a martial soul is even broader than those with one." This statement piqued the curiosity of Dai Mubai and the others. Why would he suggest that soul masters without a martial soul have greater potential? As they pondered this, Lu Zhe elaborated. "Consider this. Soul masters with a martial soul are constrained by its limitations and cannot transcend them. In contrast, those without a martial soul can break free from such restrictions. As long as they possess soul power, it signifies that everything around them can become their martial soul. They are not confined by the singularity of a martial soul, but rather possess a myriad of attack methods." With Lu Zhe's explanation, Dai Mubai and the others were left utterly astonished. At that moment, Tang San suddenly exclaimed, "Teacher, I find your statement rather unrealistic. Such a thing is impossible." Lu Zhe nodded with a smile, acknowledging, "Indeed, from your perspective, it may seem implausible, but to me, it exists." "Why?" Tang San inquired, bewildered. Lu Zhe approached him and gently tapped his forehead, saying with a smile, "Never judge others through your own lens. The world is vast, and there are many geniuses like you." For some reason, upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others were left speechless. Lu Zhe, noticing their reaction, cheerfully declared, "All right, class dismissed. You are to attend my lessons once every 7 days. Do not be late." As he spoke, he gradually disappeared from their sight. The group remained frozen in place, deeply affected by the day's lessons. As evening descended, Lu Zhe reclined in a humble abode, resting on a chair. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged before him. "What brings you here?" Lu Zhe opened his eyes and regarded the visitor. The individual, surprised, wondered how their concealed presence was detected. Were they feigning sleep, or had Lu Zhe anticipated their arrival? "Why the silence?" "Xiao-san," Lu Zhe said, rising slowly with a smile. The visitor was none other than Tang San, who was troubled by the day's discussions and sought clarification. He expressed his displeasure, stating, "I merely have a few questions for you, and please refrain from calling me Xiao-san." Lu Zhe, taken aback, did not dwell on it and approached him directly. Feel free to ask your questions. Tang San was momentarily stunned by Lu Zhe's proximity, having covered nearly 20 meters in an instant. What was happening? Although perplexed, he composed himself. Teacher, I wish to know your thoughts on Xiaoyu, he asked slowly. Lu Zhe paused before responding with a smile. She possesses the finest talent, lacking a martial soul. Yet she has attained a soul power level of 20. Undoubtedly, she surpasses any of you in potential. Is that so? Tang San murmured, then pressed on with another inquiry. What other questions do you have? What is your true identity? Tang San asked directly. The moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding environment fell eerily silent. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Zhe smiled and replied, Why are you so curious about my identity, Xiao San? As he spoke, his originally dark eyes shifted to a crimson hue, appearing quite otherworldly. Tang San was taken aback. The words he intended to say stuck in his throat. Some matters are best left undisturbed. Otherwise, you may come to regret it, Lu Zhe remarked with a peculiar smile. This left Tang San's mind in a state of paralysis. The night is late. You should return to rest. Lu Zhe reverted to his usual demeanor and turned to leave. Huh? Oh, Tang San replied slowly, clearly still in shock from earlier events. Just as he began to turn away, Lu Zhe added, Do not speak of tonight's events. I trust you are wise enough to understand, Xiao San. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt an inexplicable sensation that his secret had been exposed. Shortly after Tang San departed, Lu Zhe reclined back in his chair. He marveled at the realization that this world was a parallel universe, gazing up at the starry sky with a smile. His musings stemmed from one singular reason, Tang San. Just moments ago, Lu Zhe had utilized his abilities to investigate every aspect of Tang San. It was undeniable that he was a traveler from another realm, aware of the powers of truth, but the most significant revelation was that Tang San's true gender was female. Indeed, Tang San was a girl, indicating to Lu Zhe that his arrival in this world was not due to a temporal paradox, but rather a spatial one. The world Lu Zhe now inhabited was a parallel universe of Dolua Delu, complete with its own narrative progression, and he was merely an outsider. With this understanding, Lu Zhe contemplated his newfound ability to influence this world. Previously cautious about interfering for fear of altering the future, he now perceived things differently. A new world, with its own complexities, piqued his curiosity. He wondered if he might encounter that individual. Chapter 128, Unknown Quantity. My dear guest, now that you have arrived, will you not come forth to meet me? On a tranquil evening, after Lu Zhe had just bid farewell to Tang San, another visitor arrived. What is your true intention? A voice, laden with weariness, echoed from the shadows, revealing a robust figure before Lu Zhe. You must be Tang Hao, Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile. How did you know? The man replied, astonished. Lu Zhe maintained his calm demeanor and said, I guessed. It seems I was correct. You and Tang San share a father-daughter bond. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao charged at Lu Zhe, fully aware that this man could not be allowed to remain. Kneel. A resonant command executed itself within Tang Hao's mind as he approached Lu Zhe. With a thud, he found himself kneeling before Lu Zhe, unable to move. It truly is a shame. We could have had a pleasant conversation, yet it has come to this, Lu Zhe remarked with a dispassionate smile. At that moment, Tang Hao felt an overwhelming shock, realizing that despite no physical aggression from his opponent, he was now on the ground. Who exactly are you? Tang Hao asked with a serious expression. Lu Zhe, unfazed, settled into a chair beside him, resting his chin on his hands. I am merely a traveler, he replied. What do you intend to do? At this moment, Tang Hao sensed his body regaining mobility and stood up. Noticing Lu Zhe's smiling countenance, he felt no malice and decided to take a seat across from him. Observing Tang Hao's actions, Lu Zhe chuckled. In that case, I shall be straightforward. Tang Hao know that? Prompting him to continue. Well, how should I put it? I aspire to unify this continent, Lu Zhe stated with a smile. Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You wish to unify the continent? Are you jesting? Do you truly believe the Wuhuan Palace is merely decorative? I am not joking. I am quite serious, Lu Zhe replied with a grin. Seeing this expression, Tang Hao began to take him seriously. If you desire to unify the continent, what brings you to Shrek Academy? One objective. Lu Zhe raised a finger and smiled. I require personnel. Personnel? Tang Hao now understood the implication. You wish to recruit members from Shrek Academy to follow you? Indeed, Lu Shen nodded. Moreover, I need a few individuals to establish a new force. I wonder if Lord Hao Yin would be willing to join? Why should I join? What benefits would there be? Tang Hao Yin Guit Lao. Lu Zhe's next words left him momentarily speechless. I can resurrect your beloved, Lu Zhe stated flatly. At first, Tang Hao could hardly believe his ears. But Lu Zhe reiterated his claim. Is that true? Tang Hao asked, his voice trembling with excitement. I don't notice, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Understanding the implications. Tang Hao said, if you can bring Ain back to life, I will agree. Very well. Welcome to the Hall of Truth, Lu Zhe said, extending his right hand. Tang Hao smiled and extended his own in return. As dawn broke the next day, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes and made his way to the training grounds. Before he reached the field, he heard the sounds of Dai Mubai and the others diligently training. They are quite industrious, Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile. Taking a moment to observe. Among the Shrek 7, he found himself particularly intrigued by Tang San. In his understanding, Tang San was male, yet in this parallel world, she had transformed into a female. He wondered what surprises this change might bring. At that moment, a robust man approached Lu Zhe from behind. Teacher Lu, what do you think of this batch of students? The man asked with a hearty smile. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zhe turned to find it was Zhao Wujin. They are decent. Compared to their peers, they are quite talented, Lu Zhe responded. I see. Zhao Wujin seemed to have something on his mind, but hesitated to voice it. Observing this, Lu Zhe encouraged him. If there is something you wish to say, please express it. Holding it in is uncomfortable. As expected of Teacher Lu, you can see right through me, Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. The thing is, these children are about to participate in the Soul Arenas competitions. And I hope you can lead them, Zhao Wujin said with a smile. Intrigued, Lu Zhe replied, but I am merely an ordinary person without soul power. It may be inappropriate for me to lead. Inappropriate? Even that old coot Fred recognizes you, Zhao Wujin exclaimed. Lu Zhe simply smiled lightly and stood, saying, I am powerless in this matter. You should proceed without me. Without granting Zhao Wujin any time for contemplation, he turned and walked away. Zhao Wujin, coming to his senses, felt immense astonishment. How could an ordinary person exude such confidence? Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had unknowingly arrived outside Shrek Academy. Gazing at the picturesque rural landscape, he sighed softly. If only Xiao Yu were here, I wouldn't have to dwell on such matters, Lu Zhe murmured. At that moment, a familiar aura suddenly enveloped him. What is this? Lu Zhe felt a wave of seriousness wash over him as he scanned his surroundings. Yet, upon careful inspection, he found no one in sight. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. Surely, there exists pride in this world. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Zhe finally moved from his position, albeit with a certain rigidity. Without the presence of that character named Truth or the power of rules, encountering pride was an unknown variable. He pondered this question on his way back to the dormitory. He had no assurance of overcoming pride, but believed he would not suffer a complete defeat. In a world devoid of family, there was no need to overthink. He merely needed to take care of himself. Meanwhile, in a forest, a man clad in a black suit leisurely strolled. It seems I'm not the only one who possesses something unique in this world. I have finally encountered someone I yearn to meet, the man declared with a look of bliss. Like a delectable cake, I am compelled to indulge entirely. Await me. I shall come for you. Chapter 129, Lucifer. Each world can harbor only one truth. Any additional truths are deemed anomalies and are subject to eradication. In the teacher's dormitory of Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe continued his routine, repeating the same actions as always. At that moment, Fred entered Lu Zhe's room. Observing Lu Zhe as he washed up, Fred slowly said, Teacher Lu, I would like to discuss something privately with you. Oh, at these words, Lu Zhe's interest peaked, for it was the first time Fred had taken the initiative to seek him out. Speak, Lu Zhe said after finishing his routine, taking a seat beside Fred and looking at him. Under Lu Zhe's gaze, Fred felt a moment of nervousness but quickly regained his composure. Teacher Lu, it has been nearly half a year since you arrived at our Shrek Academy, and the students have acquired the corresponding knowledge, Fred earnestly remarked. Lu Zhe calmly gazed at him and slowly replied, What do you wish to convey? From the very beginning, I have believed that you are no ordinary individual, so please divulge your true identity, Fred stated with utmost seriousness. Yet, Lu Zhe appeared entirely disinterested, stifling a yawn as he said, Did I not mention? I am truly an ordinary person. Is that so? Fred began to doubt whether he had overthought the matter and turned to leave. Lu Zhe, seated there, paid little heed. As long as it was not a troublesome affair, he would not overly concern himself. At that moment, just as Fred stepped out of the room, he halted, turning back to look at Lu Zhe. Is there anything else? Lu Zhe inquired, feeling quite perplexed. To his surprise, Fred smiled and said, By the way, you will soon have a roommate, another theoretical expert like yourself. Oh, is that so? Lu Ze's demeanor did not change significantly upon hearing this. To him, that theoretical expert was likely Yu Xiaojiang. Who else could it be? Seeing this, Fred chose not to elaborate further, having already asked what he wished to know, and the rest was none of his concern. Time passed steadily, and soon it was approaching noon. With no classes to attend, Lu Ze finally decided to venture outside. Before long, he found himself once again by a tranquil forest river outside Shrek Academy. Gazing into the crystal-clear waters, Lu Ze felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over him. He reclined by the riverbank, staring up at the azure sky, and once again thought of Lu Xiaoyu. It seemed imperative that plans be set in motion. Leaving Xiaoyu alone would indeed be a cruel endeavor. Lu Ze felt a twinge of guilt, pondering that had he been stronger at that time, he might not have been coerced by Lucifer into this parallel world. It was unclear how long he contemplated these thoughts. But eventually, Lu Ze deemed it time to return to his dormitory. As he rose to his feet, a familiar visage appeared before him. "It's you." Upon recognizing the figure's appearance, Lu Ze momentarily lost his composure. In a blink, he stood before the individual, raising his fist without hesitation to strike. A loud thud resonated as his punch sent the other person staggering back a few meters. "You truly are violent," the individual, now a distance away, remarked with a slow smile. Lu Ze, however, remained icy as he demanded, "What are you doing here?" "Lucifer." "Ah, you know my name?" The individual expressed with genuine surprise. Just as he was taken aback, Lu Ze instantly teleported to stand before him. Paradox erase. A formidable aura immediately locked onto the individual, who calmly responded, "Paradox, relative stillness." With a sudden hum, Lu Ze found his movements halted in place. Shock coursed through him as he realized the other's strength was not only equal to but perhaps superior to his own. "What is your name? I'm quite curious." The individual inquired with a smile. "You first tell me, are you truly Lucifer?" Even though his movements were constrained, Lu Ze could still speak. Upon hearing this, the individual burst into laughter. "Indeed, my name is Lucifer, but how did you come to know?" As he spoke, he lifted Lu Ze's chin to scrutinize him closely. "Perfect indeed. Are you the one I have been searching for?" Lucifer said with a grin. Lu Ze was baffled by his words, feeling greatly displeased at being handled in such a manner. "Get off me." With that, an overwhelming force erupted from Lu Ze. Lucifer was instantly sent flying. "Such incredible strength," he exclaimed, slowly rising with an exhilarated smile. "You are truly magnificent. You're Pride, aren't you?" Lu She coldly retorted. However, Lucifer seemed perplexed, responding naively, "Pride? What is that?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ze was momentarily taken aback, conducting a probe into his heart with the power of truth, only to discover that Lucifer spoke with sincerity. He truly was unaware of the sin of pride. Could it be that he had not yet become pride itself? This thought sparked a bold idea in Lu Ze's mind. If Lucifer had not yet become the sin of pride, did that imply that the other 6 sins had also yet to manifest? Or perhaps in this world, Lucifer and the others were not the heirs of the 7 sins at all? With this revelation, Lu Ze immediately retracted his formidable power. Seeing this, Lucifer approached him with a smile. "Can you now tell me your name?" "Lu Ze," he replied, bypassing Lucifer as he left. Lucifer remained standing, repeatedly murmuring Lu Xie's name. "So, your name is Lu Ze. What a lovely name," he chuckled to himself. When he finally regained his senses, he found that Lu Ze had vanished, yet he did not feel disheartened. Instead, he smiled and said, "I will come for you, Lu Ze." That evening, upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Ze lay on his bed, lost in thought. If he could turn the original 7 sins into his own, returning to that world would surely be much simpler. With this in mind, Lu Ze shook his head and prepared to sleep. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and thinking it was Yu Xiaojiang, he paid it little mind and continued to lie there. However, in the next moment, a hand pressed down on his bed. "I didn't expect to find you here, Ace." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ze sprang up in shock, staring wide-eyed at the figure. "How did you get here?" The visitor was none other than Lucifer, not Yu Xiaojiang as Lu Ze had presumed. Lucifer, amused by Lu Ze's reaction, chuckled. "I am a new theoretical teacher at Shrek Academy. Of course I must come to the faculty dormitory. From now on, I shall be your roommate, Ace. Get lost. I do not wish to share a room with you," Lu Ze replied, visibly displeased. Nevertheless, Lucifer seemed entirely unfazed, turning to begin making his bed. Lucia, observing the spectacle, was at a loss for what to do, eventually letting out a sigh and lying back down. "Oh well, he probably won't cause too much trouble." Chapter 130. The concept of a perfect soul master the following morning. As Lu Zhe opened his eyes, he was momentarily stunned. Good morning, Ace. Lucifer was smiling as he leaned on the headboard of his bed, gazing at him. Get lost, Lu Zhe replied with a displeased expression. However, Lucifer paid him no heed and reached out his hand, preparing to touch him. Seeing this, Lu Zhe quickly commanded, stay down. In an instant, Lucifer obediently lay on the floor, but he remained unfazed, for the power of truth had little effect on him. Soon, Lucifer stood back up, smiling as he looked at Lu Zhe. By that time, Lu Zhe had already positioned himself by the bed, casting an irritated glance in his direction. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he could do nothing about him, so he chose to ignore him. Where are you going? Lucifer inquired curiously as he watched Lu Zhe prepare to leave. Without turning back, Lu Zhe casually replied, I have a class today. With that, he pushed open the door and exited, while Lucifer, momentarily stunned, simply smiled and followed him. On the training grounds, Tang San and the others were engaged in idle chatter. Before long, Oscar announced, the teacher has arrived. With Oscar's words, the group fell silent. Is everyone here? Lu Zhe said matter-of-factly as he approached them. Just then, he noticed Lu Xiaoyu was absent, prompting him to ask, where is Lu Xiaoyu? Tang San and the others stammered, unable to articulate a response. Seeing their hesitation, Lu Zhe's displeasure grew. He was about to employ his powers to interrogate them when he was interrupted. Teacher, it seems Xiaoyu is not in a good mood. We haven't seen her for several days. Ning Rongrong slowly stood up and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately understood. He pondered that while everyone around Lu Xiaoyu had made progress, she had remained stagnant. In fact, it was as if she had made no advancement at all. Surrounded by geniuses, it was only natural for her to feel a sense of inferiority. All right, let's proceed with the normal routine. I will address Lu Xiaoyu's situation later. Lu Zhe said gently. The others were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure. Lu Zhe then began to elucidate some theories regarding soul masters. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. Lu Zhe had finished his class and was preparing to find Lu Xiaoyu for a conversation. She really knows how to hide, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile as he gazed at the sky. He then clapped his hands and said, coverage range. With a hum, an invisible current spread out, revealing everything in Lu Zhe's sight, including Lu Xiaoyu's whereabouts. However, upon locating Lu Xiaoyu, he also spotted a familiar figure nearby. How did he end up over there? Lu Zhe's expression turned cold as he recognized the individual. Without hesitation, he vanished from his location. Meanwhile, beneath a large tree, Lu Xiaoyu was crouched down, and beside her sat Lucifer. Little sister, you seem quite downcast, Lucifer remarked, having just arrived and curious about the young girl's predicament. Lu Xiaoyu noticed Lucifer's presence, but merely glanced at him before turning her gaze elsewhere. Not discouraged, Lucifer sat down beside her. If you have anything on your mind, feel free to share. I might be able to help, he said with a warm smile. It was evident that no one would suspect him to be the ruthless embodiment of pride. Similarly, Lu Xiaoyu was influenced by his demeanor and slowly replied, I don't have a martial soul. Do not have a martial soul? Lucifer asked, perplexed. But you possess soul power. How can you lack a martial soul? I don't know. I was just born this way. Am I truly fated to be unrelated to soul masters? Lu Xiaoyu said, her voice tinged with grievance. Lucifer was taken aback for a moment before gently reaching out to pat her head. Who says one cannot become a soul master without a martial soul? My brother says the same, Lu Xiaoyu retorted, swatting Lucifer's hand away. Your brother? Lucifer inquired, intrigued. He assumed he was the only one with such thoughts and asked, Who is your brother, to share my perspective? Lu Xiaoyu, not paying much attention to his curiosity, replied, My brother is a teacher at this academy and has saved my life. Is his name Lu Zhe? Lucifer surmised. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. And in that moment, she realized that the figure before her was a stranger. What if he posed a threat to her brother? Who are you? Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to question Lucifer's identity, Lu Zhe appeared before her. What are you doing here? He demanded, his gaze fixed on Lucifer, visibly displeased. It's Ace. What brings you here? Lucifer smiled brightly upon seeing Lu Zhe and moved to embrace him. Although his intentions were genuine, Lu Zhe kicked him away. Ouch, that kick had quite a force. Is Ace trying to kill me? Lucifer rubbed his abdomen, still smiling. I don't wish to converse with you right now. Please leave immediately, Lu Zhe said, maintaining a degree of politeness despite his annoyance, knowing he could not overpower Lucifer. Instead of taking offense, Lucifer obediently replied, All right, Ace. I'm leaving right away. As he turned to depart, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of curiosity about his retreating figure. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu spoke up, brother. Do you know him? I do, Lu Zhe replied as he turned back. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded. Lu Zhe then asked, are you very concerned about the path of a soul master? Upon hearing this question, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Lu Zhe smiled, then said, becoming a soul master is actually quite simple, even if you lack a martial soul. Really? Lu Xiaoyu's excitement surged at the thought of being able to become a soul master. Yes, Lu Zhe nodded. Do you truly wish to become a soul master? Yes. Lu Xiaoyu eagerly affirmed, afraid of missing this opportunity. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lu Zhe could only smile wryly and gently said, as I mentioned before, you, who lack a martial soul, are the most extraordinary genius, but this path will not be easy. It's all right, as long as I can become a soul master. I will persevere through any difficulties, Lu Xiaoyu declared with determination. Observing her resolve, Lu Zhe replied earnestly, remember, this method of cultivation has never been attempted before. It may carry some risks, but its advantages are significant. Lu Xiaoyu remained silent, standing attentively before him, listening with utmost seriousness. Since you lack a martial soul, each time your soul power increases by 10 levels, you should substitute it with an object, allowing it to become your martial soul. In doing so, by the time you reach Title de Law, you will possess 9 martial souls, although you will only have 9 soul skills. The diversity of martial souls can compensate for many shortcomings, making you a versatile soul master, Lu Zhe explained with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. 9 martial souls? A versatile soul master? If this truly exists, wouldn't that make one the most perfect soul master in the world? She questioned, struggling to believe it. However, Lu Zhe spoke with unwavering confidence. Others may perceive this as an impossible task, but for me, it is different. With my assistance, this method will undoubtedly succeed. Observing his self-assured demeanor, Lu Xiaoyu hesitated little and chose to trust him without reservation. Since you have made this choice, I will take you to obtain the first 2 martial souls tomorrow, Lu Zhe said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu did not respond, merely smiled and nodded before sprinting back to her dormitory. Once she departed, Lu Zhe's smile instantly faded, and he murmured, Lucifer, what purpose does your hiding serve? He discovered. Huh? With that, Lucifer stepped out from a concealed spot, grinning. Lu Zhe regarded him silently before stating, it is time for us to converse. Indeed, it is time for a discussion. Chapter 131. Xiaoyu's first martial soul, what brings you here? Lu Zhe asked, gazing intently at Lucifer. Lucifer merely smiled faintly and replied, I came here for you. For me? Lu Zhe felt a surge of confusion, yet remained vigilant. Yes. You're the first person I have encountered since birth who possesses the same power as I do. And you are perfect, Lucifer said earnestly. Lu Zhe merely smiled slightly and responded, what if I told you there are 6 others in this world besides us who share the same power? Really? Lucifer's expression became grave in an instant. Although Lu Zhe was uncertain whether those 6 had not yet become the inheritors of the 7 sins, Lucifer's reaction, coupled with the apparent absence of any news regarding sin on the continent, made Lu Zhe's speculations plausible. Lu Zhe nodded and said, of course it is true. If you truly believe in me, how about joining my faction? Extending his right hand as he spoke. Lucifer looked at Lu Zhe's outstretched hand and, without hesitation, grasped it firmly. You should know that I came for you, so I will certainly accept your invitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and said, welcome to the Hall of Truth, Lucifer. Can I hug you? Lucifer asked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe retracted his hand without a second thought. You might as well forget about it. How disheartening. The boss won't let me hug him, Lucifer said with a face full of grievance. Lu Zhe simply regarded him with indifference before turning and heading back to his dormitory. Seeing this, Lucifer followed suit, chattering away, which made Lu Zhe feel as though he had chosen the wrong companion. The following morning, Lu Zhe felt a sense of comfort from the familiar waking routine. From now on, do not lean on my bed, Lu Zhe said discontentedly, glancing at the smiling Lucifer beside him. All right, A's, Lucifer replied cheerfully. Lu Zhe looked at his smile with 100 doubts, then pretended nothing had happened and walked straight outside. In no time, Lu Zhe located Lu Xiaoyu. You rose quite early today, Lu Zhe remarked lightly. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and replied, of course, today is a momentous occasion for me. Nodding, Lu Zhe proceeded toward the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, turned and followed closely behind. Lu Zhe's plan for the day was to search for 2 suitable soul rings and martial souls for Lu Xiaoyu within the Stardow Forest. while also checking on the two soul beasts in the core area of the forest. After some travel, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu quickly arrive at the entrance of the Stardow Forest. Observing the lush forest before them, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. Compared to that era, the Stardow Forest of this time is indeed vast, and the variety of soul beasts should be abundant, he remarked lightly. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked, "Brother, which two martial souls do you think I should merge?" "Control and agility," Lu Zhe responded as if he had already contemplated this. "Why?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled, as she desired to merge a powerful assault-type martial soul. Lu Zhe replied calmly, "The stronger the assault type, the better, but your capacity is limited. If you choose a powerful assault-type martial soul for both your first and second, it will impact your future combat capabilities." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu began to grasp his reasoning. Lu Zhe, noticing her understanding, simply stated, "Stay close to me. If you fall behind, I won't be responsible." "Oh," Lu Xiaoyu muttered, begrudgingly nodding. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhe lifted Lu Xiaoyu and brought her deep into the Stardow Forest. Observing their surroundings, Lu Xiaoyu felt a surge of fear. "Brother, this place seems to be filled with 10,000-year soul beasts. Why have you brought me here? To find suitable martial souls." Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, "But these are all 1,000 and 10,000-year soul beasts. Can I withstand that?" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed anxiously. Nonetheless, Lu Zhe maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by her concerns. Lu Xiaoyu, realizing she had little else to say, lowered her head and obediently followed behind him. At that moment, a murderous intent suddenly locked onto them. Lu Zhe reacted promptly, while Lu Xiaoyu had already hidden behind him. "It seems we have found what we were looking for." Lu Zhe smiled faintly, then fixed his gaze in a particular direction. Suddenly, a shadow lunged out, charging directly towards Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu. Wild beasts are just that, wild, devoid of intellect. As Lu Zhe observed the approaching shadow, a smile crept across his lips. With a flick of his right hand, an invisible force immediately pressed down upon the shadow. With a resounding crash, the true form of the shadow was revealed before Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu. "Is that a large cat?" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe remained composed as he stated, "Eliminated. This is your first martial soul, the Yoming Bao." Before Lu Xiaoyu could fully comprehend, Lu Zhe continued, "Although the Yoming Bao is an agile attack-type soul beast, its offensive power is not inferior to that of ordinary assault-type soul beasts, making it an excellent choice for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of shock, then took the short sword Lu Zhe handed her. "I'm sorry, but to become a soul master, I must do this," she said as she raised the sword. Without further ado, she struck down, slaying the Yoming Bao in an instant. Lu Xiaoyu initially believed it to be a 100-year soul beast, but the high-rising purple soul ring plunged her into contemplation. "Brother, how can this be a 1,000-year soul beast?" Lu Xiaoyu called out in alarm. Lu Zhe merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was specifically sought for you, but my body cannot handle a 1,000-year soul ring." Lu Xiaoyu protested anxiously. Lu Zhe approached her, gently assuring, "With me here, there will be no accidents." Seeing the confident expression on Lu Zhe's face, Lu Xiaoyu ultimately chose to trust him. She then sat cross-legged beside the corpse of the Yoming Bao. As the purple soul ring encircled her, she felt her body about to burst with energy. Standing beside them, Lu Zhe merely waved his hand nonchalantly, and in an instant, the pain that had been plaguing Lu Xiaoyu vanished completely. Subsequently, with another wave of his hand, the corpse of the Yoming Bao transformed into myriad specks of light that entered Lu Xiaoyu's body. In her meditative state, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if her very essence had been rejuvenated, her body now light as a feather. When she opened her eyes once more, she was astonished to find a circle of purple soul rings surrounding her, alongside a large cat of dark purple hue seated beside her. "Is this my first martial soul?" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Zhe, standing beside her, merely smiled faintly before turning and saying, "Let us proceed to seek your next martial soul." Yes. In that moment, the darkness that had clouded Lu Xiaoyu's heart was illuminated by a radiant light, filling her with hope for the future. "I have finally become a soul master," Lu Xiaoyu cried out in excitement. Though Lu Zhe did not look at her, a subtle smile graced his face. Chapter 132. The Powerhouses of the Stardow Forest. Within the depths of the Stardow Forest, under Lu Zhe's guidance, Lu Xiaoyu had acquired her first martial soul and embarked upon the path of a soul master. They were still in search of a suitable soul beast. "Brother, what type of soul beast are we looking for next?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Lu Zhe responded calmly. A control type. Control type? Lu Xiaoyu felt intrigued. However, now was not the time for curiosity, as they were still within the forest and must remain vigilant. At that moment, Lu Zhe suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Found it, he murmured softly. Instantly, Lu Xiaoyu's spirits soared. Although she could see nothing, her intuition told her that it was nearby. Whoosh! In the next instant, several vine-like tendrils surged towards them with alarming speed. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Zhe promptly took defensive measures. The tendrils were forcefully pinned to the ground by an invisible power just before they could reach them. With remarkable agility, Lu Zhe seized one of the tendrils and pulled, extracting a mass of vines from the earth. What is this? Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the mass of vines with great curiosity. Lu Zhe explained calmly. This is a millennium-old ghost vine, a plant-type soul beast with exceptional control abilities. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded, somewhat understanding. Soon after, Lu Zhe spoke again. Go ahead and finish it. All right. Lu Xiaoyu wasted no words, drawing her short sword and approaching the millennium ghost vine. With a swift strike, a circle of purple soul rings tinged with black appeared above the corpse of the ghost vine. Lu Xiaoyu then sat down as before, beginning to absorb the soul rings, leaving the rest to Lu Zhe. After a period of time, when Lu Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, she seemed transformed. Not bad, having absorbed 2 millennium soul rings. Your soul power has reached level 25, which is commendable, Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile as he observed her. Lu Xiaoyu looked at him with great excitement, an indescribable feeling welling up within her heart. Now that it's over, should we return? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a peaceful smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe did not respond to her question, instead saying slowly, there is one more matter to attend to. What matter? Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Lu Zhe turned to her, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. You need not concern yourself with this. Return to the academy first. Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by his instruction to return to the academy. Disbelief etched on her face as she exclaimed. But we are deep within the Stardoe forest. What if I encounter a 10,000-year soul beast alone? You need not worry about that, Lu Zhe replied with calm assurance, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers lightly. With the sound of the snap, Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly dazzled, and when her vision cleared, she was astonished to find herself at the gates of Shrek Academy. What just happened? Lu Xiaoyu gasped in shock. In an instant, she had been transported from deep within the Stardoe forest back to Shrek Academy. Such a feat seemed impossible. It appears my brother S' strength is far beyond what I had imagined. Lu Xiaoyu began to comprehend Lu Zhe as formidable power. In her eyes, Lu Zhe had become astonishingly powerful. Simultaneously, she was puzzled by one thing. How could Lu Zhe, who possessed no soul power, be so strong? What secrets did he hold? In the depths of the Stardoe forest, after sending Lu Xiaoyu back to the academy, Lu Zhe gazed slowly into the depths of the forest. I wonder what you all are like in this world, he mused with a gentle smile. As his words faded, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Stardoe forest, at the Lake of Life, a soul beast with the head of an ox and the body of a serpent seemed to sense something, abruptly raising its head. What's wrong, brother? At that moment, a giant ape, having noticed the anomaly, approached it. It's nothing, just the feeling of a rather peculiar human approaching, the ox-headed serpent soul beast replied slowly. Just as the giant ape was puzzled, a figure appeared before the 2 soul beasts. You must be the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan giant ape. The newcomer was none other than Lu Zhe. The ox-headed serpent, the Tianqing Niupong, regarded Lu Zhe with a grave expression. Who exactly are you? It inquired solemnly. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and replied, I am Xiao Wu's teacher, here for a home visit. Lu Zhe's demeanor was one of sincerity, appearing far from deceptive. Though the Tianqing Niupong held doubts, it refrained from acting rashly, for this human was an unknown entity to it. However, the Titan giant ape had different intentions. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, its immediate reaction was to charge at him with the intent to strike. Human, prepare to die, the Titan giant ape roared, leaping high with its massive paws clenched tightly, crashing down towards Lu Zhe. Seeing this, Lu Zhe merely smiled calmly, and with that smile, the Tianqing Niupong sensed the impending danger, shouting, Ming, run! The Titan giant ape, feeling perplexed, found itself unable to withdraw in time. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the ground where Lu Zhe stood was instantly turned into a deep crater by the Titan giant ape's attack. Brother, what are you doing? The Titan giant ape was utterly bewildered by the recent events. Upon witnessing this, The Tianqing Niupong suddenly realized that it could no longer sense Lu Zhe's presence and shook its head, saying, "It's nothing. Perhaps I was overthinking." However, both soul beasts were soon engulfed in astonishment. Is it customary to be this enthusiastic upon a first meeting? A voice echoed from the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, and a figure gradually materialized. The Tianqing Niupong focused intently and was shocked to discover that the figure was none other than Lu Zhe, who had seemingly lost his life moments before. How is this possible? The Tianqing Niupong gasped in astonishment. Lu Zhe, seeing its reaction, smiled lightly. "Did you think I was dead?" No. Observing his smile, the Tianqing Niupong suddenly realized the danger posed by Lu Zhe. "Well then, shall we have a proper discussion?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. The Titan giant ape initially intended to hurl Lu Zhe away, but just as it extended its hand, the entire beast was abruptly frozen in place. "Please, do not move," Lu Zhe said with a friendly smile. In that moment, the Titan giant ape experienced an unfamiliar sensation of fear, a feeling it had never encountered before. "What would you like to discuss?" asked the timid Tianqing Niupong. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe replied, "How about I meet those individuals at the bottom of the lake?" Upon hearing this, Tianqing Niupong was momentarily stunned. "How do you know?" it exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, "That is not for you to know. Simply allow me to go, and, of course, you must accompany me." Tianqing Niupong was a loss for words, but upon seeing his smile, a chill enveloped its entire being. Observing the conflicted expression on Tianqing Niupong's face, Lu Zhe reiterated, "Have you made up your mind?" As he spoke, the surrounding reality began to warp, and the once clear sky started to dim. At that moment, a crimson eye suddenly opened in the gloomy heavens. It was only then that Tianqing Niupong realized the magnitude of the being it was dealing with. Not daring to ponder further, it quickly nodded. "I will take you there right away." "Very well," Lu Zhe replied with a smile, then instantaneously appeared atop Tianqing Niupong's head. "Let us proceed." Chapter 133. Submission. Let us proceed, Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile as he stood atop Tianqing Niupong's head. Though reluctant, Tianqing Niupong, recognizing Lu Zhe's superiority, had no choice but to move toward the depths of the Lake of Life. Just then, Lu Zhe unexpectedly ordered it to halt. "What is the matter?" Tianqing Niupong inquired. Puzzled, Lu Zhe, his expression unchanged, gazed toward a tree not far away and slowly uttered, "If you have arrived, do not hide." Both Tianqing Niupong and the Titan giant ape were initially uncertain to whom he was addressing, but soon realized, "Oh dear, I've been discovered." A man in a black suit emerged slowly from behind the tree. This man was none other than Lucifer. Lu Zhe looked at Lucifer with an impassive expression and asked, "What brings you here?" "I wish to remain by your side," Lucifer replied with a smile. Taken aback, Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to accept it, as Lucifer was a member of his faction. Upon noticing this, Lucifer instantaneously appeared beside Lu Zhe. Tianqing Niupong, witnessing this, refrained from acting recklessly, for this human was on par with the previous one, and it was certainly no match for him. Thus, Tianqing Niupong carried both Lu Zhe and Lucifer to the bottom of the Lake of Life. Upon arrival, Lu Zhe immediately spotted several formidable soul beasts. "Are they sleeping?" he inquired softly. Tianqing Niupong, hesitant to speak further, timidly nodded. "Yes, these esteemed beings are still in slumber, unsure of when they will awaken." "In that case," Lu Zhe said slowly, moving to the center of the soul beasts, "awaken." As soon as the words left his lips, it seemed as though they were imbued with a magical power. The fierce beasts abruptly sprang to their feet. "Who dares disturb this king's rest?" roared the lead black dragon, glaring angrily around. Its gaze seemed to devour, filled with fury. "You have awakened, Emperor Tian," Lu Zhe said, fixing his gaze on the black dragon. Noticing Lu Zhe's presence and the fact that he knew its name, the black dragon felt a surge of gravity. "Human, who are you? And how do you know my name?" Emperor Tian demanded. Before Lu Zhe could respond, Lucifer suddenly appeared before Emperor Tian with an air of authority. "Is this the tone you take with the leader?" Lucifer said coldly, then delivered a swift kick to Emperor Tian's face. With a thundering crash, Emperor Tian was sent sprawling out of the Lake of Life and crashed heavily onto the ground outside. The other soul beasts at the lake's bottom were momentarily stunned by the scene. They had never witnessed such an occurrence. The beast god Emperor Tian had been kicked away by a mere human. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Emperor Tian gazed in shock at the Lake of Life. At that moment, Lucifer emerged from the depths of the lake, hovering in the air, looking down imperiously at Emperor Tian. This is the consequence of disrespecting our leader. Do you comprehend? As he spoke, he exuded an overwhelming pressure that left Emperor Tian gasping for breath. You will regret this, human. Though Emperor Tian was unaware of Lucifer's true identity, he sensed an extraordinary strength. Nevertheless, he was undaunted. After all, he was the beast god, with a fierce determination. Emperor Tian surged toward Lucifer, but no matter how swift or powerful he was met with a devastating punch. In an instant, Emperor Tian was once again sent crashing into the ground. The earth trembled, creating a deep crater where he landed, and the surrounding area was reduced to ruins. Impossible. A human cannot be this strong. Emperor Tian could hardly believe his eyes. Yet the undeniable truth stood before him, leaving him unable to retort. Hearing this, Lucifer remarked nonchalantly, "Humans are stronger than you might imagine. At least, I'm stronger than you at this moment." Emperor Tian was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Lu Zhe emerged from the depths of the Lake of Life, accompanied by Tianqing Niupong and his several soul beasts. "Emperor Tian, I have come today to converse with you. Not to engage in battle," Lu Zhe stated calmly. For reasons unknown to him, upon seeing this human, Emperor Tian felt an inexplicable urge to submit. "Who exactly are you?" Emperor Tian finally asked, lowering his pride. Lu Zhe replied succinctly, "I am Lu Zhe, the leader of the Hall of Truth, here to meet the so-called beast god." Truth? Hall? Emperor Tian felt perplexed. He had never heard of the Hall of Truth. In his mind, it seemed implausible that such a powerful force could have emerged after his slumber. Otherwise, these two individuals from the Hall of Truth could not possibly be so formidable. Indeed, the Hall of Truth was established by me to govern this continent, Lu Zhe said with a smile. The revelation left Emperor Tian momentarily dumbfounded. The formidable and enigmatic force known as the Hall of Truth was founded by this very human. It was ludicrous to think that a power born after his awakening could produce such extraordinary individuals. Even the dragon race could not achieve that. "I understand your doubts, but this is the reality," Lu Zhe said, observing the gravity on Emperor Tian's face. Emperor Tian could only acquiesce, then asked, "May I inquire why the esteemed leader has come to our Stardow forest, or what your intentions are?" Lu Zhe chuckled. "It appears you are quite astute. I shall dispense with the preamble." Emperor Tian, though confused, was soon overwhelmed with astonishment. "The Hall of Truth has just been established, and due to a shortage of manpower, I have come here to invite all of you soul beasts to join us," Lu Zhe said in a calm tone. Although his demeanor was tranquil to Di Tian's ears, it sounded like an explosion, overwhelming him with a flood of information that left him momentarily bewildered. Observing his reaction, Lu Zhe inquired again, "Have you made up your mind?" Di Tian felt greatly conflicted. In his view, although this human appeared formidable, managing the continent seemed an unattainable feat furthermore. There existed a divine realm above the continent, and a powerful force like the Hall of Truth could potentially influence it. He was uncertain whether the deities of the divine realm would intervene in this matter. Lu Zhe seemed to discern his hesitation and smiled as he reassured him. "You need not worry about the divine realm, for once the continent is unified, my next objective will be to unify the divine realm." His words were astonishing. It was the first time Di Tian had heard someone speak so boldly, and even in his previous self, he would have never dared to be so audacious. As he pondered this, Lucifer interjected, "You need not doubt our leader's capabilities. If he claims it can be done, then it assuredly will be." With that statement, Di Tian's previously torn heart was instantly set free. "I am willing to join the Hall of Truth," he declared with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately broke into a smile and responded, "You represent all soul beasts. Thus you and your kin now belong to the Hall of Truth." "No problem," Di Tian quickly affirmed, but then he hesitated and added, "I agree, but I am uncertain about the soul beasts of the extreme north and the ocean." Yet, Lu Zhe merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It will be fine, they will agree." With that, Lu Zhe turned to leave, followed by Lucifer, who smiled as he trailed behind. Thus, the Stardow Forest pledged allegiance to the Hall of Truth, and 1,000,000 soul beasts came under Lu Zhe's banner, strengthening the Hall of Truth, which was a source of joy for Lu Zhe. Chapter 134. Yu Xiaojiang. After resolving the matters of the Stardow Forest, Lu Zhe returned to Shrek Academy. Initially in high spirits, his expression turned grave upon arriving outside the academy. "Zhe, what is the matter?" Lucifer sensed something was amiss upon seeing his expression. Lu Zhe replied calmly, It seems we have visitors at the academy. Hearing this, Lucifer instantly detected the foreign aura emanating from within the academy, and his expression also grew serious. Let's go inside and take a look, Lu Zhe stated matter-of-factly. Lucifer, regaining his composure, followed closely behind. As they entered the academy, they observed several armored soul masters advancing towards the academy's exit. Zhe, who are they? Lucifer questioned, puzzled. Lu Zhe shook his head, indicating he was also unsure, though he had a strong suspicion. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Lu Zhe wisely chose to step aside, and Lucifer obediently stood beside him. At that moment, a man, surrounded by numerous soul masters, cast a contemptuous glance in their direction before ignoring them completely. Soon after, the group departed from Shrek Academy. Once they were gone, Lucifer remarked, "That aura originated from the man we just saw." "I know," Lu Zhe replied, his expression impassive. He felt as though he recognized the man, yet he could not place him. "It seems I must inquire with the owl," Lu Zhe murmured softly, then headed towards where Fred was located, while Lucifer, feeling perplexed, chose to remain silent. Before long, Lu Zhe arrived at the training grounds of Shrek Academy, where Fred and Lu Xiaoyu were present. However, their expressions were somewhat off, prompting Lu Zhe to approach them without hesitation. "Principal, what is going on?" Lu Zhe asked with a gentle smile. Upon hearing his voice, Fred looked over and, upon recognizing Lu Zhe, shook his head to indicate that all was well. Just as Lu Zhe was about to say something, Lucifer interjected, "Principal, is this related to that group we just saw?" Fred, caught off guard, struggled to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he finally chose to speak. "It is about Xiaojiang," Fred said, his face displaying disappointment. "You Xiaojiang?" Lu Zhe expressed surprise, though it was within the realm of his understanding. "Yes, Xiaojiang defected from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect several years ago to join the Spirit Hall. Given his connection with Bibi Dong, his status within the Spirit Hall is second only to the Pope," Fred explained slowly. Lu Zhe merely nodded in acknowledgement and then asked, "If he has joined the Spirit Hall, why would he come here to seek you out?" At this point, Fred appeared reluctant to elaborate. Noticing this, Lu Zhe did not express anger, but rather inquired again, "Why does he wish to come here?" "Speak." Fred, who initially wished to remain silent, found himself compelled to answer under Lu Zhe's insistence. "He wants to bring the little monsters to the Spirit Hall due to their exceptional talents," Fred confessed candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt an inexplicable sense of displeasure, prompting Lucifer to voice his irritation. "Isn't that fellow's idea rather naive?" Fred, having answered the question, was left in shock, completely unaware of how he had let such thoughts slip from his lips. "What have I done?" Fred hurriedly covered his mouth, fearing he might reveal more. Upon hearing Fred's earlier remarks, Lu Zhe suddenly understood the situation. "No wonder, when I first arrived here, my theoretical knowledge led me to become a teacher, and later Lucifer became a teacher for the same reason. Hence, it is evident that Shrek Academy is not in dire need of theoretical masters, contrary to the original narrative." "I have grasped the general situation," Lu Zhe said, patting Fred on the shoulder before turning to Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "Do you wish to go to the Spirit Hall?" Lu Zhe asked gently. This question left Lu Xiaoyu and the others momentarily stunned. "Lu Zhe, what are you saying?" Fred immediately questioned him. However, Lu Zhe merely shot him a sidelong glance that rendered him speechless. Once Fred fell silent, Lu Zhe smiled again at Lu Xiaoyu and the others, encouraging them. "Feel free to share your thoughts. There is no need to hesitate." The 8 of them bowed their heads, enveloped in an indescribable atmosphere. "It seems you are all reluctant to go to the Spirit Hall. If that is the case, then stay at Shrek. There is no need to feel burdened." "I will take care of everything," Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others instantly raised their heads, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at Lu Zhe. "Do not look at me like that. It makes me feel rather embarrassed," Lu Zhe teased, waving his hand. Despite this, they continued to fix their gaze upon him, as if they had something to say but could not find the words. "Tang-san, do you and Xiao Wu know you Xiaojiang?" Lu Zhe suddenly inquired with a smile. Tang-san and Xiao Wu were startled by the unexpected question, and both quickly averted their gaze. "Speak honestly," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Yet, despite the calmness of his demeanor, Tang-san and Xiao Wu remained reluctant to respond. Observing this, Lu Zhe ceased his inquiries, as he believed no one could conceal secrets from him. A mere glance was sufficient to discern the truth, rendering further questions unnecessary. "Very well, let us conclude matters for today. Rest assured, I will devise a solution regarding the affairs of the Wuhuan Temple. You need only focus on your cultivation and preparation for the next Soul Master competition," Lu Zhe declared with a grin as he turned away. Before Lu Xiaoyu and the others could react, he had already distanced himself. Lucifer, who remained behind, merely smiled faintly before following in Lu Zhe's footsteps. Xiaoyu, what secrets does your brother harbor? Why is he so confident? Inquiringly, Ning Rongrong approached Lu Xiaoyu after Lu Zhe had completely vanished from sight. At a loss for words, Lu Xiaoyu could only force a smile and replied, "My brother is just an ordinary person. Perhaps he just knows a few people. Haha." Observing Lu Xiaoyu's implausibly exaggerated smile, Ning Rongrong and the others exchanged skeptical glances. Their curiosity about Lu Zhe's true identity piqued. Unbeknownst to them, Fred stood nearby, his expression one of disbelief, for he had just witnessed the intensity of Lu Zhe's gaze. In that single glance, he felt an inexplicable conviction that everything Lu Zhe did was justified, leaving no room for contradiction. Slowly returning to his office, Fred murmured to himself, "Lu Zhe, it seems you are not as simple as I presumed." Chapter 135, A Visit to the Wuhuan Temple within Shrek Academy. After Yu Xiaozhang's departure, everything resumed its usual rhythm. Training and resting continued as before. Initially, there was a sense of worry among the students, but this dissipated due to Lu Zhe's presence, allowing them to release the burdens on their hearts. As evening descended, Lu Zhe sat outside the classroom dormitory, his eyes tightly closed, seemingly immersed in contemplation. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. "Teacher, I wish to speak with you privately," came the voice of Tang San. Upon hearing her, Lu Zhe smiled and opened his eyes. "What is it that you wish to discuss? Speak freely. It is just the two of us here," he replied with a gentle smile. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San ventured, "I have a brief acquaintance with the master, though it has only been a year." Lu Zhe, far from surprised, responded calmly, "I am aware of this. What I wish to understand is why Yu Xiaozhang has changed so drastically. He was not like that before, was he?" This question momentarily stumped Tang San, leaving her unsure of where to begin. The master. She hesitated, as in her eyes, Yu Xiaozhang was the least likely person to undergo such a transformation. "Please, share your thoughts. Perhaps I might know the reason," Lu Zhe urged, still smiling. Tang San, upon seeing his smile, felt an unexplainable trust in him and slowly began. "When I first met the master, he was not as he is now. Later, due to an outsider, he left Nodding Academy without a word. And the next time I heard of him, he was already in control of the Wuhuan Temple." "An outsider?" Lu Zhe's smile faded, replaced by a hint of gravity. "Yes." The aura that emanated from that outsider felt profoundly tainted. Tang San nodded in affirmation. The mention of a tainted aura further led Lu Zhe to suspect a connection between this outsider and the embodiment of sin. Observing Lu Zhe deep in thought, Tang San fell silent. After a brief moment, Lu Zhe rose and said, "You may return now. Do not involve yourselves in this matter." "Oh." Tang San acquiesced with a nod. As Lu Zhe prepared to turn back to the dormitory, Tang San suddenly exclaimed, "Teacher, I wish to know just how strong you truly are." Hearing this, Lu Zhe halted, turned to look at her, and replied with a smile, "How strong do you think I am?" "Very strong," Tang San asserted emphatically. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and replied, "Then I must be very strong indeed." Without further ado, he turned and re-entered the dormitory, leaving Tang San behind, still pondering the essence of his earlier words. Is the teacher truly that strong? Tang San murmured softly to herself. The following morning, with no classes scheduled, Lu Zhe arrived early at the gates of Shrek Academy. "Zhe, you're up quite early today," Lucifer remarked cheerfully. Appearing behind Lu Zhe, "You will accompany me to a certain place today?" Lu Zhe stated directly. "Sure, where to?" Although puzzled, Lucifer felt a surge of excitement, as this was the first time Lu Zhe had invited him along. Noting Lucifer's enthusiasm, Lu Zhe simply replied, "To the Wuhuan Temple." "Wow, is Zhe finally going to make a move against the Wuhuan Temple?" Lucifer grinned, as if he had anticipated this day. Lu Zhe chose not to respond and continued walking forward, prompting Lucifer to follow suit with a smile. Shortly thereafter, within Wuhuan City, the two walked along the streets. Observing the surrounding architecture, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile, his gaze drawn to the grand hall at the city's center. "Wow, is that the Wuhuan Temple? It looks magnificent," Lucifer exclaimed, awestruck. Seeing his reaction, Lu Zhe instinctively distanced himself from him. "Zhe, how about we establish the headquarters of our truth hall right here?" Lucifer proposed with a grin. Lu Zhe shot him a glance and retorted, "Who told you I came here to subdue the Wuhuan Temple? Isn't that the case?" Lucifer asked, somewhat bewildered. "Not at all. I merely wish to meet the current pope of the Wuhuan Temple and to encounter the outsider who has so dramatically changed Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Zhe replied calmly. Realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, Lucifer quickly regained his composure. Well, that's fine. After all, this continent will belong to our truth hall eventually. There's no rush, he stated cheerfully. Although tempted to critique him, Lu Zhe found his words quite agreeable and chose to remain silent. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Wuhuan Temple. Who goes there? Just as Lu Zhe was about to step inside, a gruff voice halted him. Following the sound, they saw a soul master clad in armor, exuding a soul power that was merely at the soul ancestor level, insufficient to command any respect. Who are you? Are you unaware that entry to the Wuhuan Temple is not permitted without due cause? The guard questioned sternly. Regaining his composure, Lu Zhe smiled gently and replied, We are here to pay our respects to the Pope. Pay respects to the Pope? The guard hesitated momentarily before firmly stating, No, the Pope is currently unwell. I must ask you both to leave. Upon hearing the guard's tone, Lu Zhe's smile brightened further, though it was evident to any astute observer that his expression bore signs of displeasure. The guard observed Lu Zhe's amiable smile, and an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. He hastily stepped back, pointing his spear directly at Lu Zhe. What do you intend to do? This is the Wuhuan Temple, and you shall not act recklessly. The guard said, his expression grave. Do not be so agitated at that moment. Lucifer appeared before Lu Zhe, wearing a gentle smile. The guard's spear was firmly grasped by Lucifer. Witnessing this, the guard became increasingly flustered and shouted, Quick, someone come. There are intruders in the Wuhuan Temple. With that cry, Lu Zhe and his companion were soon encircled by a group of guards. Upon seeing this, Lucifer's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, Are you truly forcing my hand? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. The guard were instantly terrified, frozen in place, merely gazing at the two men. Still not moving aside? Lucifer reiterated, his voice laced with authority. The guards standing before him were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, staring at Lucifer in sheer terror. Lucifer cast a scornful glance at the scene before him and prepared to lead Lu Zhe into the Wuhuan Temple. Just then, the powerful presence of several titled Duluos surged forth. Who are you, and why are you causing a disturbance in our Wuhuan Temple? Questioned one of the figures blocking Lu Zhe's path. Lu Zhe examined him and noted his long yellow hair and androgynous appearance, resembling that of a transgender individual. However, this man was none other than the elder of the Wuhuan Temple, Judeluo Yuguan. Standing beside him was another titled Duo Ge Mei. The arrival of Yuguan and Ge Mei did not compel Lucifer to lower his stance. Rather, emboldened him further. Are you also going to obstruct us? Lucifer scoffed. Yuguan and Ge Mei were not foolish. They recognized that this man was clearly their equal in strength, and a confrontation might not guarantee their victory. Seeing that Yuguan and Ge Mei had fallen silent, Lucifer chose to disregard them and continued toward the Wuhuan Temple with Lu Zhe. Just then, a voice resonated from within the hall. Let them enter. As Lucifer and Yuguan faced off, the voice from the Wuhuan Temple echoed again. Upon hearing it, Yuguan found himself a loss for words. Seeing Yuguan's distressed expression, Lucifer could not help but chuckle. Your master has permitted us entry. Do you still intend to block our way? Yuguan and his companions felt their faces flush with indignation, rendered speechless. Observing their disarray, Lu Zhe merely stepped forward into the Wuhuan Temple. The guards, unable to impede them, reluctantly parted to allow passage. Before long, Lu Zhe and Lucifer entered the Wuhuan Temple. Upon seeing the woman seated on the throne, Lu Zhe smiled and addressed her. You must be Pope Bibi Dong, correct? Bibi Dong regarded him with surprise before slowly responding. Who are you, and why do you wish to see me? I am a traveler and currently serve as a theoretical teacher at Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. A teacher from Shrek Academy? Bibi Dong seemed to ponder this. Then, what brings you to my Wuhuan Temple? Without wasting time, Lu Zhe stated directly, I wish to meet Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted. Her expression darkened. What do you want with him? She coldly inquired. What is with that tone? Lucifer glared at Bibi Dong. The moment her gaze met his, a chill ran down her spine, as if she stood before a primordial beast, sensing imminent danger. Enough, Lu Zhe interjected, patting Lucifer's shoulder to temper his demeanor. He then approached Bibi Dong with a smile, saying, Your Holiness, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to converse with Master Yu Xiaojiang. Looking at his innocent smile, Bibi Dong's intuition urged her to trust him. Do you truly only wish to chat with Xiaojiang? She asked slowly. Lu Zhe found her reference to Yu Xiaojiang amusing, but concealed his amusement. Indeed, I merely wished to seek his counsel, Lu Zhe affirmed with a gentle smile. Bibi Dong, caught in a dilemma, was uncertain how to respond. What do you want from me? She asked, conflicted. At that moment, a man stepped forward. He bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, but exuded an air of arrogance, as if he regarded no one with respect. He was indeed Yu Xiaojiang, a stark contrast to his portrayal in the original narrative. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong quickly inquired, Xiaojiang, what are you? There's no need for further words. I am merely curious about what this young man wishes to discuss with me. Yu Xiaojiang interjected with a smile. Bibi Dong fell silent, standing obediently to the side. Yu Xiaojiang approached Lu Zhe, his pride evident. What inquiries do you have for me? Not inquiries, but rather, I wish to learn about a certain individual, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang immediately sensed something amiss, yet maintained his haughty demeanor. Who is this person? I doubt I know him. Lu Zhe found the situation amusing and responded. You should be well acquainted with him. He is an outsider. The moment the term outsider was uttered, Yu Xiaojiang seemed to freeze, standing in stunned silence. Seeing this reaction, Lu Zhe chuckled again. Based on your response, you know this outsider, do you not? So where is he now? I never claimed to know that outsider. Yu Xiaojiang quickly retorted, regaining his composure. There is no need to deny it. This outsider is a dangerous figure, Lu Zhe said. His smile enigmatic as his gaze remained fixed on Yu Xiaojiang. Feeling scrutinized, Yu Xiaojiang grew irritated and shouted, I said I don't know him. Why do you keep staring at me? It was evident that Yu Xiaojiang was quite averse to discussing the outsider in front of him. You are acquainted with him, and you possess a secret that cannot be disclosed, correct? Lu Zhe probed incisively. Yu Xiaojiang, struck by this assertion, erupted in fury, barking, Bibi Dong, expel these two. I do not wish to see them. He then turned and strode away. Bibi Dong, hearing this, could only nod in resignation and then faced Lu Zhe and Lucifer. I apologize, but since Xiaojiang has spoken, you must leave the Wu Hun temple, she said coldly. Lu Zhe remained silent, but Lucifer showed his displeasure. Why must we leave? Our questions have yet to be answered. We cannot depart, he said, his expression stern. If that is the case, do not blame me, Bibi Dong replied coldly. As the conversation unfolded, an aura reminiscent of the Feng Hao, Delaw, erupted forth. Do you wish to make a move? Upon witnessing this, Lucifer couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, he unleashed a terrifying pressure that engulfed the surroundings. In that moment, Bibidong felt as though she had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss, forever unable to ascend back to the surface. Fortunately, at that critical juncture, Luz intervened to avert the conflict. Enough! Did I not mention that we are not here to cause trouble, merely to engage in conversation? Luz placed a reassuring hand on Bibidong's shoulder. Instantly, Lucifer subdued his demeanor at Luz's touch. Only then did Bibidong exhale a sigh of relief, having felt as if she were on the brink of death during that brief encounter. After halting Lucifer, Luz cast a glance at Bibidong, stating, I have already asked what I needed to know and sincerely hope I will not have to return here. Luz's words bore a profound significance, leaving Bibidong in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of the meaning behind his statement. By the time she regained her composure, Luz and Lucifer had vanished from her sight. Outside Wuhuan City, Luz and Lucifer appeared instantaneously beneath a tree. Ace, where are you headed? Lucifer inquired with a smile. Luz glanced at him and replied, to the Qibao Yoli sect. What kind of power is that? Lucifer asked, puzzled. It is a sect renowned for its support capabilities, Luz briefly explained. Oh, Lucifer nodded with a smile. After that, the two fell into silence. After traversing a considerable distance, Luz and Lucifer arrived at the entrance of the Qibao Yoli sect. It has been a long time since I last visited. I wonder if they still remember me. A smile graced Luz's face as he stepped inside. Just as he crossed the threshold, several figures emerged at the entrance. Brother Luz, it has indeed been a while since we last met. The speaker was none other than the sect master, Ning Fengji. Upon seeing him, Luz approached without hesitation, smiling as he said, I did not expect you to come out to greet me. Naturally, you are a guest of our Qibao Yoli sect. It is only fitting for the host to welcome you. Ning Fengji responded with a grin. Luz said nothing further and simply smiled in acknowledgement. At that moment, Ning Fengji noticed Lucifer standing behind Luz and curiously asked, Brother Luz, who is this? Oh, he is my companion. Lucifer, Luz introduced succinctly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji immediately understood and approached Lucifer with a warm smile, welcoming him to their sect. Lucifer, however, remained rather indifferent, displaying a hint of displeasure. Luz paid no mind, as he intended to converse briefly before returning to the academy. Observing Luxifei's demeanor, Ning Fengji chose not to dwell on it and cheerfully suggested, "Since you are here, let us proceed inside." As he finished speaking, Qinshin and Gurong stepped ahead to lead the way. Before long, they reached the terrace of the Qibao Liuli sect. "Please take a seat." Ning Fengji smiled at Luz. Luz nodded and settled into a chair nearby. Ning Fengji prepared to sit beside him. But just as he was about to take his seat, Luxifa plopped down right next to Luz. Ning Fengji, taken aback, could only smile wryly as he took a seat opposite them. "Brother Luz, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? If you require assistance, I will certainly do my utmost." Ning Fengji began with pleasantries. Luz responded with a faint smile. "I am here for no grand affair. I merely wish to invite the Qibao Liuli sect to join our Zhenli Tiantong." "Join you?" Ning Fengji expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, I aim to expand the influence of the Zhenli Tiantong. Hence, I am recruiting loyal members," Luz stated with a gentle smile. Ning Fengji appeared puzzled. "Do you not fear that the Wuhuan Temple will take notice of your expansion?" "The Wuhuan Temple?" Luz chuckled at the mention of it. "For the Zhenli Tiantong harbors no fear of the Wuhuan Temple. My purpose in establishing the Zhenli Tiantong is to unify the continent." "What?" Ning Fengji was taken aback, standing up in shock. "You intend to unify the continent? How is that even possible? The forces across the continent are numerous. Even if you were to recruit our Qibao Liuli sect, there would still be dissenters seeking trouble," he exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Luz seemed unfazed, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. "Is unifying the continent truly so difficult?" Luz asked dismissively. "Very difficult," Ning Fengji refuted emphatically. "The existence of the Wuhuan Temple has kept the continent divided among various powers. Although there have been proposals in the past to unite all forces for continental unity, none have succeeded, primarily due to the dominance of the Wuhuan Temple, which almost monopolizes the path of soul masters. Understand that my recruitment of loyal members is merely to add some enjoyment to the process of unifying the continent. It does not imply that I genuinely require manpower," Luz stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Luxifa interjected, "You may choose to believe in our Zhenli Tiantong eternally, for truth exists at all times." Luxifa's serious tone momentarily rendered Ning Fengji silent. However, Qinshin, standing nearby, did not share the same sentiment. "Fengji, you must carefully consider this matter. Otherwise, it could lead to the decline of our sect," he whispered to Ning Fengji. Just as Qinshin finished speaking, Ning Fengji declared, "I have decided to allow the Qibao Liuli sect to join the Zhenli Tiantong." "What?" Gurong, standing nearby, was taken aback, astonished by how swiftly Ning Fengji had made his decision. "Excellent. Then your Qibao Liuli sect shall now be the second batch of members of the Zhenli Tiantong," Luz said with a gentle smile as he rose. "The second batch?" Qinshin inquired, puzzled. "Why is it the second batch? Who joined the Zhenli Tiantong before us?" "Lucifer." Upon hearing the news, couldn't help but chuckle softly, before slowly articulating, "The first batch to join the Hall of Truth consists of the soul beasts. Their leader has already decided to align with us." "What?" This revelation left not only Chen Xian in astonishment, but also the usually composed Gu Rong and Ning Fengji equally taken aback. "Well then, my purpose for seeking you has been fulfilled. It is time for me to take my leave," Lu Zhe remarked with a gentle smile as he began to rise. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji remained lost in the gravity of Lucifer's words. Once he regained his composure, Lu Zhe and Lucifer had already vanished from sight. "Fengji, do you believe the words of that man named Lucifer can be taken seriously?" Chen Xian inquired as he approached Ning Fengji. Looking into the distance, Ning Fengji slowly replied, "Of course, I have faith in Lu Zhe." Observing the earnest expression on Ning Fengji's face, Chen Xian chose to remain silent. The aspiration for unification of the continent was finally poised to become a reality. After some time, Lu Zhe and Lucifer had returned to Shrek Academy. Although the situation with the Spirit Hall had yet to be resolved, Lu Zhe was confident they would not trouble them any further. After all, immense power allows one to disregard any regulations. The Spirit Hall? Merely a puppet in someone else's hands. "Zhe, I heard the Soul Master competition is about to commence. Would you care to witness it?" Lucifer inquired with a smile as he approached Lu Zhe. Stirring from his moment of meditation, Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, "No. I have more pressing matters to attend to." "What matters?" Lucifer asked, puzzled. "The two great empires, along with the yet-to-emerge Third Empire, Liu Ze stated. Lucifer found himself momentarily befuddled, as his recollection of Doa continent revealed only two empires, the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. Or could a third empire arise? However, upon seeing Liu Ze's expression, he realized it was his own knowledge that was insufficient. Are you planning to visit the Third Empire? Lucifer curiously asked. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Ze replied, there is no rush. Let us first conquer the Tiando and Xinghua. Lucifer, upon hearing this, chose to say nothing further and simply sat beside Liu Ze, joining him in his moment of tranquility. Chapter 138. Out for training within Shrek Academy. Tang San and his companions engaged in their usual rigorous training. Meanwhile, Liu Ze reclined not far away, observing them quietly with a smile upon his face. At that moment, Fred approached Liu Ze. Liu Ze, I need to ask a favor of you, Fred said with a broad grin. Liu Ze turned to him and replied with a smile. What is it? Speak up. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Fred, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, said, the little monsters need to go out for some training, and I hope you can lead them on this excursion. You want an ordinary person like me to take a group of soul masters out for training? Liu Ze chuckled. Yes, Fred nodded eagerly, gazing expectantly at Liu Ze. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Fred's intense gaze, Liu Ze shifted his focus to Tang San and the others. What do you think? Fred pressed on. Reluctant, Liu Ze replied, isn't teacher Zhao a soul sage? Let him lead the group. Old Zhao is occupied. Fred shot back instantly. Liu Ze felt a laugh bubbling within him. Very well, what about Lucifer? He has to remain at the academy to handle some matters for us, and cannot be spared at the moment, Fred quickly explained. With a resigned shake of his head, Liu Ze realized he could not evade this task. He would treat it as a sightseeing opportunity. All right then, it's settled. We depart tomorrow, Fred exclaimed, slapping Liu Ze on the shoulder, his excitement palpable. Liu Ze nodded in agreement and slowly made his way towards Tang San and the others. Fred said nothing further and turned back toward his office. On the training grounds, Tang San and his companions were focused on their drills. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu noticed Liu Ze and called out, the teacher has arrived. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others paused their training, all eyes turning towards Liu Ze. Why is everyone looking at me? Liu Ze asked with a gentle smile. Is there something to discuss? Lu Xiaoyu inquired cheerfully. Liu Ze, unfazed, replied, indeed. There is something, a piece of good news. Good news? Tang San and the others exchanged puzzled glances, curiosity piqued. The dean observed that your training has been quite taxing, so he thought it best for me to lead you on excursion, Liu Ze explained, adding, though it's called training, it's essentially a legitimate opportunity for a trip. Upon hearing this, joy lit up the faces of Tang San and his companions. Yay, we finally get to go out and have fun, Oscar exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. The others shared in his enthusiasm, with Lu Xiaoyu and the girls being particularly animated. Although Tang San was disguised as a boy, his expression still betrayed his delight. Seeing their sheer joy, Liu Ze couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked, Brother, when do we set off? Just as Liu Ze was about to turn away, he glanced back with a smile and replied, We depart tomorrow. Make sure to prepare well this evening. With that, he turned and left, leaving Tang San and his companions brimming with excitement, abandoning their training to dash back to their dormitories. The next morning, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Tang San and his friends had gathered early, awaiting Liu Ze's arrival. Xiaoyu, why hasn't your brother come yet? It's almost 1:15, Ning Rongrong said, standing beside Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu merely shook her head in response. I don't know. He should be on his way. Just as she finished speaking, Liu Ze approached them. Oh, you all are here so early, he greeted with a light smile. Of course. This is our outdoor training. We must not delay, Ma Hongjun chimed in with enthusiasm. Liu Ze merely nodded and stepped in front of them, saying in that case, let's set off. Hooray! Oscar and Ma Hongjun leaped into the air in excitement, then dashed towards the world beyond Shrek Academy. Liu Ze and the others followed leisurely behind, engaging in cheerful conversation along the way. Before long, they had completely left the confines of Shrek Academy. While pondering various matters during the journey, Liu Ze was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Teacher, may I speak with you? It was Tang San. What would you like to discuss? Liu Ze replied with a smile. Tang San, filled with anticipation, said, I want to hear about the intriguing tales and adventures you encountered during your travels across the continent. Is that so? Liu Ze rested his chin on his hand, adopting a thoughtful expression. Tang San gazed at him expectantly. After a moment, Liu Ze began, There aren't many peculiar tales, but there are certainly numerous interesting experiences. What kind of interesting experiences? Tang Sen asked eagerly. After a brief glance at him, Lu Zhe responded, I'm not quite sure how to convey them. Which aspects would you like to hear about? As soon as the words fell, Ning Rongrong and her companions hurried to the side of Lu Zhe and Tang San. What was the teacher preparing to say? Oscar inquired with a smile. Do you all wish to hear? Lu Zhe replied with a meaningful smile, glancing at them. Of course. We are all eager to know the teacher's stories. The group responded in unison. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled lightly and slowly said, Since we have been on the road for quite some time, let's take a brief rest ahead, and I will share some amusing tales from my time on the mainland. Soon, Tang San and the others settled beneath a nearby tree, while Lu Zhe faced them with a beaming smile. All right, teacher, do tell us. Oscar exclaimed excitedly. Lu Zhe chuckled and began his narrative. When I first arrived on this continent, after speaking for an indeterminate time, Lu Zhe paused, while Tang San and the others engaged in cheerful discussions among themselves. Unexpectedly, the teacher was once quite self-absorbed. What's wrong? Is our teacher not handsome? Naturally. My brother is the most handsome person I have ever seen. None can compare. Laughter filled the air, and Lu Zhe reclined against the tree, listening to their joyous banter, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps this is the life I have always desired, Lu Zhe murmured softly as he gazed at the sky. Just as he was lost in thought, an unforeseen event occurred. Boom! With a resounding crash, Lu Zhe sprang to his feet, his expression suddenly grave as he stared into the distant smoke. Cackling, a sinister voice echoed. I have finally found you, Lu Zhe. From the haze emerged a disquieting voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a wave of astonishment, but it was Tang San and the others who were truly startled. Teacher, what is happening? Ning Rongrong asked anxiously. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and instructed, You all should step aside for a moment. I will join you shortly. Though reluctant, the group sensed the ominous aura emanating from the smoke. Once Tang San and the others successfully retreated to safety, Lu Zhe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Who are you? Lu Zhe coldly demanded. Cackling, the figure gradually emerged from the smoke, revealing itself to Lu Zhe. Do you not remember me? The figure laughed. As Lu Zhe focused, he was taken aback to recognize the individual before him. Gue Mei from the Spirit Hall. Despite being Gue Mei, his aura felt entirely different from before, radiating a familiar yet unsettling energy to Lu Zhe. Have you allied with the sinister face? Lu Zhe asked icily. How did you know? Gue Mei responded, astonished, but quickly regained his composure. Even if you know, it changes nothing. Today marks your demise. Gue Mei cackled as he lunged at Lu Zhe. In an instant, Lu Zhe reacted, an invisible force of gravity descending upon Gue Mei. Thud! The once swiftly moving Gue Mei crashed heavily into the ground. You are no ordinary person. It seems the esteemed one spoke the truth. Gue Mei struggled to lift his head from the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe sensed something amiss and questioned, that esteemed one is the outsider? Who is he? Speak. Buzz. Gue Mei felt a blankness envelop his mind, and words he had buried deep surged uncontrollably forth. That esteemed one is the outsider. He said he must kill Lu Zhe. I know nothing more about him. Gue Mei admitted in shock. After hearing this, Lu Zhe ceased his interrogation, recognizing this as Gue Mei's genuine confession. However, Gue Mei, having regained his composure, suddenly sprang up and attempted to ambush Lu Zhe from behind. Gue Mei shouted, channeling immense soul power into his hands. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the area surrounding Lu Zhe was engulfed in dust, transforming into ruins. Gue Mei watched this spectacle unfold, a grin spreading across his face, believing he had succeeded. Oh, whom did you eliminate? Just as Gue Mei relaxed his guard, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Instantly reacting, Gue Mei distanced himself, gazing in shock at the figure speaking. Gue Mei exclaimed in disbelief, Why are you still alive? I thought I had already. Shoo! Before Gue Mei could finish his sentence, a finger pressed against his mask. Did that esteemed one not inform you that I am perilous? Lu Zhe replied with a faint smile. A radiant light flickered at his fingertip. Paradox, absolute repulsion. Buzz. Boom. Before Gue Mei could comprehend, the immense repulsion shattered his mask, sending him hurtling away. Cough. Struck by the force, Gue Mei struggled to breathe, realizing that at least half of his bones were fractured. In that moment, he comprehended the magnitude of the being before him, one not of his dimension. I have asked what needed asking. You have lived long enough. Lu Zhe remarked with a gentle smile. As he spoke, The surrounding reality began to warp gradually. While Gue Mei was still in a daze, a powerful force ensnared him. Overwhelmed by pain, Gue Mei let out a scream, but the next moment he fell silent. In the vacuum of the domain, he could not breathe, nor could he unleash his soul power. Snap! In an instant, Lu Zhe appeared before Gue Mei, grasping his face firmly. "It is time to conclude this," Lu Zhe stated coldly. A formless stream of energy surged into his hand. Whoosh! As the formless energy spread, Gue Mei was swiftly eradicated. Upon Gue Mei's demise, a figure deep within the spirit hall, engaged in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. It seems Gue Mei is still lacking. After all, he possesses the truth, the man mused with a smile. With that, he dismissed the matter and resumed his meditation. Back with Lu Zhe, having dealt with Gue Mei, he beckoned Tang San and the others to emerge. "Teacher, who was that person? Why did he attempt to kill you upon first meeting?" Tang San inquired curiously. Lu Zhe smiled faintly and replied, "It is nothing, merely a passerby seeking directions." "Really?" Tang San and the others looked at him skeptically. Lu Zhe, noticing their expressions, found it amusing and waved his hand, stating, "Let us move. Everyone prepare for our journey to the final destination of our trials." "All right." Tang San and the others responded in unison. Although they were unaware of the true nature of the individual they had encountered, they were certain he would not trouble them again. After much effort, Lu Zhe and his companions finally arrived at their final destination, Tianyuan City. "Wow, is this the big city? Compared to our small village, this truly feels like a vast difference," Ma Hongjun exclaimed wide-eyed. The others simply smiled, choosing not to comment. "Well, let's find a place to rest for today and commence our training tasks tomorrow," Lu Zhe remarked with a gentle smile as he gazed at them. The others harbored no suspicions and readily agreed. Soon, they arrived at a hotel, and upon observing its decor, Ma Hongjun was once again dazzled. Lu Zhe then instructed them to wait for a while as he went to secure a few rooms. Before long, according to Lu Zhe's arrangements, everyone settled into their respective rooms, while Lu Zhe comfortably took a seat in a chair. This life is truly delightful," Lu Zhe sighed in contentment. Yet, he soon fell into a contemplative state. The fact that the outsider was aware of him while he remained oblivious to their identity troubled him. Lu Zhe speculated that this individual was at least of the original sin level, perhaps even more formidable. He sensed a vague resemblance to the 7 deadly sins, which stirred his concerns. If that outsider were indeed one of the 7 deadly sins of this world, his plans could be significantly delayed. Any postponement of his plans would only increase the dangers faced by his brother. "Xiaoyu, you must wait for me. Your brother will surely return for you." Chapter 140. The Resurrection of Ian. A new journey. Very well. The training is rather simple. We shall treat it as a leisurely outing, Lu Zhe announced with a smile before Tang San and the others. Upon hearing this, they jumped with joy and hurriedly made their way out of the hotel. Such vitality, Lu Zhe thought, watching their departing figures with a slight smile. Afterward, he turned and ascended to the hotel rooftop, where someone awaited him. "Welcome, Hall Master." Before long, Lu Zhe arrived at the rooftop, where he was met by Tang San's father, Tang Hao, who had been waiting for some time. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Lu Zhe said with a warm smile. Tang Hao immediately lowered his posture, replying, "Not at all. It is my honor to wait for you, Hall Master. Now that we are here, let us not waste words. How was the investigation regarding the person I asked you to look into?" Lu Zhe's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Tang Hao replied slowly, "The outsider's movements are indeed difficult to track, but I have managed to uncover a few clues." "Oh, do share," Lu Zhe expressed his interest, surprised by Tang Hao's diligence. "I cannot ascertain much, but I am certain that this outsider hails from beyond the continent, much like you, having transcended the conventional reliance on soul power," Tang Hao stated gravely. Lu Zhe felt a flicker of suspicion arise, but quickly dismissed it. "Thank you for your hard work," he said, patting Tang Hao on the shoulder. Indeed, Tang Hao's expression was filled with conflict. However, Lu Zhe easily discerned his inner thoughts. "You are wondering about the matter I promised you, aren't you?" Lu Zhe remarked lightly. "Not at all. Serving the Hall of Truth is my honor," Tang Hao swiftly replied, deliberately avoiding Lu Zhe's gaze. Lu Zhe chuckled at his response, and then turned, saying, "Leave me to meet her." This, Tang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, finding the request somewhat unrealistic. Seeing him frozen in place, Lu Zhe smiled and added, "Are you not coming? I only have a few days free." Yes. Tang Hao quickly complied, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly. For individuals like Tang, Hao were indeed rare. Master, what about Xiao San and the others? Tang Hao suddenly remembered his daughter. Lu Zhe seemed to have anticipated this, casually reassuring him, do not worry. There are others safeguarding them, so you can rest easy. Though Tang Hao was unaware of who Lu Zhe referred to, he felt assured of their reliability. News of Lu Zhe's departure soon spread among Tang San and the others, conveyed by Lucifer, who had come to lead this training in Lu Zhe's stead. How could brother just leave us behind? How cruel! Lu Xiaoyu complained. Although initially upset, she calmed down upon reflecting that Lu Zhe was indeed a busy man, and such matters were to be expected. In contrast, Tang San and the others remained relatively composed, feeling only a tinge of disappointment. Lucifer, witnessing their despondency, felt uncertain of what to say, pondering if he truly lacked Lu Zhe's charm. Everyone, do not be too disheartened. You still have me. Lucifer attempted to regain some dignity. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu and the others merely cast him a fleeting glance before retreating to their rooms. Seeing this, the veins on Lucifer's forehead began to throb. However, he took solace in the fact that Dai Mu Bai and the other two boys remained behind. You three are commendable. Understanding the importance of respect for your teacher, Lucifer approached them with a smile. Dai Mu Bai, feeling the pressure, refrained from speaking much. However, Oscar and Ma Hongjun playfully approached Lucifer and asked, Teacher, who is smarter, you or Teacher Lu? Lucifer found himself at a loss for words, but soon chuckled resignedly. Of course, it is your teacher Lu Zhe, though I'm not far behind. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged thoughtful looks before casually departing. Dai Mu Bai, left behind, suddenly sensed a hint of danger and nervously looked at the scowling Lucifer, quickly saying, Teacher, I believe you are far superior to Teacher Lu, especially in terms of handsomeness. Lucifer burst into laughter, ruffling Dai Mu Bai's hair. Do not flatter me to death. I am aware of the disparity. Although I am currently stronger than Lu Zhe, he seems to have suffered a severe injury and has yet to recover. Moreover, he excels in theoretical knowledge far beyond my own, Lucifer remarked with a smile. Dai Mu Bai nodded, deeply resonating with Lucifer's words, and replied, Teacher, I believe you are quite impressive as well. Indeed, Lucifer smiled, and then advised Dai Mu Bai to attend to his own matters. Dai Mu Bai did not hesitate, turning to rush outside, unaware of where he would fly off to next. Left alone, Lucifer offered a faint smile before entering the room that Lu Zhe had previously occupied. In a secluded forest, Lu Zhe followed Tang Hao into a cave. This must be your wife, Lu Zhe remarked, observing the swaying blue silvergrass with a gentle smile. Tang Hao said nothing more, tenderly caressing the leaves of the plant, his eyes filled with affection. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled and softly said, Step back. You must not interfere with what is to come. I would brave any peril, even the steepest mountains or the fiercest flames, to bring Ain back to life. Tang Hao's gaze turned resolute. Acknowledging his determination, Lu Zhe gestured for him to step behind, and without hesitation, Tang Hao complied, positioning himself in Lu Zhe's wake. Once Tang Hao had retreated, Lu Zhe raised his hand. Paradox, time manipulation. Indeed, Lu Zhe intended to use the paradox of time to resurrect Ain. However, rather than reversing time, which would entangle Tang Hao and Tang San, his plan was to accelerate the passage of time. He would forcibly advance Yin's growth, allowing her to transform back into human form. What is this? As the narrator, Tang Hao was momentarily engulfed in astonishment upon witnessing the scene before him. It was the most miraculous and exaggerated technique he had ever seen, one that seemed entirely unattainable by any individual. In an instant, the cave was suffused with vitality, and Ain, who had previously only possessed decades of cultivation, ascended to a staggering 10,000 years in mere moments, and her ascent showed no signs of ceasing. 5,000 years, 6,000 years, 8,000 years. Only when she reached 100,000 years did her cultivation finally stabilize. Once Lu Zhe ceased his actions, Ain began to speak. How? Though it was but a single syllable, tears streamed down Tang Hao's face. Ain, I truly miss you, he uttered, trembling as he stepped closer to her. At this moment, Ain had yet to take on her human form, yet she could not resist the urge to caress his face. Lu Zhe, witnessing this, merely smiled faintly before turning to exit the cave, aware that the current matters were no longer within his purview, thus opting to withdraw. Upon stepping outside, Lu Zhe noticed he was drenched in sweat. It seemed that the extraordinary temporal paradox had proven to be too taxing, for he felt fatigued after such a brief interval. With a resigned sigh, he settled himself on the ground to recuperate. As night descended, Lu Zhe gradually opened his eyes. At this juncture, Tang Hao emerged, accompanied by a blue-haired woman. Unmistakably Ayin. Thank you, esteemed master, for your benevolence, Tang Hao exclaimed, abruptly kneeling before Lu Zhe upon seeing him. Ayin mirrored this gesture, filled with gratitude as she knelt. Rise, Lu Zhe said, slowly standing and smiling. Tang Hao complied, standing up obediently, though his eyes still brimmed with appreciation. Thank you for saving me, esteemed master, Ayin expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, waved his hand and replied, now that this matter is resolved, it is time for me to depart for the overseas continent. You must keep a vigilant eye on the affairs of the Wuhuan Hall. Should any situation arise, remember to seek out a man named Lucifer at Shrek without delay. Understood, esteemed master. Rest assured, I will fulfill the task you have entrusted to me, Tang Hao declared loudly. Lu Zhe, hearing this, chose not to speak further and began walking away into the distance. Tang Hao and Ayin remained, filled with gratitude as they watched his retreating figure. A new journey was about to commence for Lu Zhe, one that promised even more intriguing encounters. Chapter 141, An Unexpected Encounter by the Sea. Several days later, in a small town situated along the coastal region of Doluadalu, Lu Zhe had just arrived, seeking a place to rest. Young man, I see you have come from the inland, a voice called from behind him. Lu Zhe turned to respond politely. Indeed. I am a traveler. I heard the coastal scenery is splendid, so I came to take a look. The speaker was a gaunt, shifty-eyed man exuding an aura of a soul sect member, indicating something was amiss. Ah, traveler. Greetings, I am Li Yi, the most knowledgeable about this area. Would you allow me to serve as your guide? The man said with a grin. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before smiling and replying. That would be wonderful, as I was just lamenting the lack of a guide to familiarize me with this region. Very well, let me first take you to find a place to stay, Li Yi said cheerfully. Lu Zhe did not respond, but simply smiled faintly as he followed behind him. Li Yi, noticing Lu Zhe's demeanor, felt a twinge of surprise. Normally, one would be more cautious. Why did he seem to trust me so readily? What is the matter? Is there something on my face? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Li Yi, caught off guard, quickly turned his head away and awkwardly chuckled. Nothing. I just have never seen such a handsome young man. Huh? Lu Zhe scratched his head and chuckled, deciding not to say more. Li Yi, feeling the conversation had strayed, resumed his cheerful demeanor and led Lu Zhe onward. Before long, under Li Yi's guidance, Lu Zhe arrived at an inn. Without hesitation, he booked a room and settled in. Once inside, Lu Zhe surveyed the room's decor before moving to the window to gaze outside. What a beautiful view. I can see the ocean as soon as I wake up, he mused with a gentle smile. He then lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The Sun-Moon continent had yet to collide with Doluadalu, and these fishermen were likely unaware of the Sun-Moon continent's existence. After a brief rest, Lu Zhe gradually opened his eyes. If no one here is aware, then I must seek out that individual beneath the sea, he thought, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. However, before pursuing that person, Lu Zhe intended to remain here for a few days. Perhaps he could gather some tidbits of information. After contemplating for a while, Lu Zhe felt sufficiently rested and rose to step outside the inn. Upon exiting, he encountered an intriguing scene. Catch that guy! A loud shout erupted from the bustling marketplace. Immediately, a small figure darted from the crowd, heading straight toward Lu Zhe. Quick, seize that thief! Several men clad in black armor surged from the throng. The leader among them had reached the level of a Soul King, while the others were no slouches either, with the weakest at the rank of Soul Ancestor. If you don't want to die, just behave and become my hostage. As Lu Zhe watched the unfolding drama, a figure swiftly approached from behind and seized him by the neck. Lu Zhe refrained from countering. He was curious to see why this kidnapper was being pursued by a team led by Soul Kings. It was known that only significant powers could command such forces. Don't act recklessly. I have a hostage, the kidnapper shouted. The Soul King immediately halted his subordinates. Captain, that thief possesses something of great importance. Is it truly safe? A Soul Ancestor inquired hastily. The Soul King felt conflicted, as the kidnapper had a hostage. Acting rashly could endanger the young man. Yet allowing the thief to escape could lead to severe repercussions upon his return. For a moment, the kidnapper and the Soul King were at an impasse. Neither side made a move. Thief, I advise you to reconsider. Release the young man and return what you have taken. Perhaps we can spare your life, the Soul King said gravely. The thief, however, flatly refused. You think I would give up my hard-earned prize? Dream on, he shouted, unfurling a pair of dark purple wings behind him. Then, before anyone could react, He forcibly lifted Lu Zhe into the air. The Soul King, seeing this, was instantly enraged. His soul power erupted, and he propelled himself like a cannonball toward the airborne thief. You forced my hand. Don't think you can do as you please just because you have a hostage. The Soul King bellowed, extending his massive hand toward the thief. Oomph. The thief sneered coldly, and then he vanished before the Soul King's eyes. The Soul King, having lost his ability to fly, crashed heavily to the ground. Cough, curse it. I should have been more ruthless. The Soul King, supported by several men, wore a face full of fury. However, now that anger was futile, as the thief had long vanished beyond their pursuit range. Hey, now that you are safe, can't you let go of an ordinary person like me? Among the treetops of a forest, Lu Zhe, suspended in midair by the thief, said with a gentle smile. The thief paid no heed to him and flew straight towards a cave not far away. Observing the thief's indifference, Lu Zhe felt no anger. Instead, he found amusement in the situation. Shortly after, the thief halted and unceremoniously tossed Lu Zhe aside. How rude! Lu Zhe brushed off the dust from his clothes and slowly stood up. At that moment, the thief spoke. You are no longer of any use, so be gone. The thief said coldly. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then began to act. How am I supposed to get down from this height? Lu Zhe feigned confusion, though his performance was remarkably convincing. The thief, growing impatient, retorted, Are you even a man? You can't descend from such a height. But I'm just an ordinary person without soul power, Lu Zhe replied, putting on an innocent expression. Upon hearing this, the thief realized that Lu Zhe truly lacked soul power. Coupled with Lu Zhe's pitiful expression, the thief felt an unexpected sense of unease. Well, my mistake. I'll get you down right away, the thief hurriedly said. However, upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's previously aggrieved expression shifted dramatically. With a smile, he replied, How could a thief possibly be so soft-hearted? Do you not know that kindness leads to misfortune? Realizing he had been deceived by Lu Zhe's cheerful demeanor, the thief quickly distanced himself. Who exactly are you? The thief asked, now on high alert. The only individuals capable of eluding his perception of soul power were either stronger than him or genuinely devoid of it. Yet, looking at Lu Zhe's smile, the thief sensed that this individual was anything but ordinary. Lu Zhe smiled lightly and slowly moved closer to the thief. I am merely an ordinary traveler, intrigued by the item you possess. Lu Zhe continued with a gentle smile. I am just a common traveler, happenstance drawn to your possession. At that moment, the thief felt an overwhelming sense of dread. You clearly lack soul power, so why do you exude such pressure? The thief stammered, retreating in fear until he backed against the cave's rocky wall. What are you afraid of, dear little sister? Lu Zhe asked with an innocuous smile. The thief, hearing his words, became even more frightened and collapsed to the ground. If you don't come any closer, the thief stuttered. Yet, Lu Zhe disregarded her plea, waving his right hand, causing the black mask covering the thief's face to disintegrate into ashes. Beneath the black mask was an exquisitely delicate visage, unmistakably that of a young girl. At that moment, the girl's pupils widened in terror, as if she had encountered the most fearsome monster of her life. Am I truly that frightening? Lu Zhe asked, feeling a bit awkward at the girl's extreme reaction, and he attempted to assist her up. Don't touch me. In an instant, the girl swatted Lu Zhe's hand away and seized the opportunity to dash towards the cave's exit. Just as she was about to escape, her expression shifted from panic to clarity, only to plunge back into terror the next second. Paradox, time stop. Buzz. In an instant, everything around them froze in time. I had hoped for a proper conversation, yet this is the outcome. Lu Zhe sighed lightly, shaking his head. He stepped forward to the girl and gently tapped her forehead. Crack. In an instant, the frozen time shattered, and the girl, unable to process what had happened, rushed into Lu Zhe's embrace. Now we can converse properly, can't we? Lu Zhe said to the girl in his arms, his expression tender. The girl, feeling dizzy, slowly raised her head, only to scream at the sight of Lu Zhe. Ah! She fainted as if encountering a malevolent spirit. Lu Zhe had initially intended to take more direct action, but seemed he had underestimated his own frightening presence. Well, I'll deal with this once she regains consciousness, Lu Zhe thought, offering a helpless smile. After an unknown duration, the girl finally opened her eyes again. Upon awakening, she spotted Lu Zhe beside her and immediately sprang up. What are you doing here? She exclaimed in horror, recognizing that the girl was awake. Lu Zhe decided it was unnecessary to prolong this encounter. Who are you? He asked directly. The girl diverted her gaze elsewhere. Speak. At the command, the girl found herself unable to restrain her mouth. My name is Feng Linger, she replied obediently. Lu Zhe nodded with satisfaction and continued. What is that item you possess? Still reeling from her recent experience, Feng Linger found herself compelled to respond. It is the Millennium Water-Repelling Pearl. She answered reluctantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's interest dwindled instantly. He had anticipated something of greater significance, only to find it was merely a trivial pearl. Well let down, he remarked, rising to his feet and waving his hand dismissively before turning to exit the cave. Shortly after Lu Zhe left the cave, Feng Linger followed closely behind. Initially, Lu Zhe paid little attention, but soon realized that she was indeed persistent. What do you want from me? Lu Zhe asked, perplexed. I. Feng Linger hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Not wanting to ponder further, Lu Zhe commanded, stay here obediently. Once again, Feng Linger felt that familiar sensation of her body being beyond her control, rendering her immobile. After instructing her to halt, Lu Zhe flew off towards the coastal town without looking back. Before long, Lu Zhe found himself back in a room he had previously rented. I really don't understand why this insignificant pearl is considered rare, he mused, lying on his bed while staring at the pearl in his hand. The pearl was a pale blue, with a slight pulsation of soul power within. He had taken it as he left Feng Linger, merely curious about the peculiarities of the water-repelling pearl. However, after examining it for some time, Lu Zhe found nothing extraordinary about it. It merely allowed humans to speak and act normally underwater. With no other notable qualities, Lu Zhe's interest waned, and he carelessly tossed it aside. Today, feeling somewhat fatigued, Lu Zhe smiled gently and suggested taking a break. No sooner had he uttered the words than he succumbed to slumber. As night deepened, Lu Zhe reveled in the delights of his dreams. At that moment, the door to his room creaked open, and a head stealthily peeked through the gap. This intruder was none other than Feng Linger, the very person Lu Zhe had abandoned in the desolate wilderness. Curse that guy. If it weren't for his superior prowess, I would have dismembered him long ago, Feng Linger muttered softly. Despite her words, she dared not act on her grievances. After all, the strength Lu Zhe had displayed was overwhelmingly formidable, far exceeding her comprehension. The sole reason for Feng Linger's midnight infiltration of Lu Zhe's room was the coveted Qian Yan by Shui Zhu, 1,000-year water avoidance pearl. Though Lu Zhe regarded the pearl as inconsequential, for individuals like Feng Linger, it represented a rare opportunity. The depths of the ocean often proved more intriguing than the land. Yet the dangers of the sea remained shrouded in mystery. That scoundrel must be fast asleep. I was clever enough to leave my scent on him earlier, Feng Linger said with a glimmer of cunning. With that, she ceased her chatter and began her quest for the pearl. After an extensive search yielded no results, she despondently slumped beside Lu Zhe's bed. Where on earth has he hidden the pearl? She complained with a frown. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulder. Little sister, you appear to be in good health, came a voice. I warn you, do not act recklessly, or I shall call for help. Feng Linger replied earnestly. Yet, Lu Zhe seemed entirely unperturbed by her threats, swiftly grasping the nape of her neck. Should you dare enter my room again, you shall leave horizontally, Lu Zhe stated coldly. Feng Linger, who had previously been cast out, sprang to her feet and retorted, Do you truly believe I care for your worthless pearl? However, the silence that followed suggested that Lu Zhe had indeed fallen into a deep slumber. Frustrated, Feng Linger stormed out of the inn, unaware that within Lu Zhe's room. He stood by the window, quietly observing her retreating figure. I truly do not understand why these individuals oppose marine creatures. Chapter 143. The New Continent. The following morning, Lu Zhe returned to the docks. Gazing at the newly risen sun, he felt a profound sense of tranquility. At that moment, Li Yi approached him from behind. Little brother, do you also cherish such scenery? Li Yi inquired with a smile. Lu Zhe chuckled in response and remarked, This scenery is indeed beautiful. Yet my desire is to gaze upon the ends of the ocean. Are you referring to the Sea God Island? Li Yi asked. Lu Zhe shook his head. Not there. There exists a continent even farther than Sea God Island. Is that true? Li Yi replied, skepticism evident in his expression, for such a notion seemed preposterous. Ignoring him, Lu Zhe stepped toward the ocean. Alarmed, Li Yi attempted to rush forward to pull him back, but was left dumbfounded as Lu Zhe stood effortlessly upon the water surface. Little brother, what are you doing? Li Yi asked, bewildered. Lu Zhe turned slowly, smiling as he answered, Nothing much, merely a little trick. He then proceeded towards the direction of the rising sun. Li Yi, unable to replicate his feat, remained rooted in place. In a moment of distraction, as Li Yi turned to leave the dock, he was unexpectedly trampled by someone. That despicable scoundrel, attempting to flee with my water avoidance pearl. The person who had stepped on Li Yi was Fenglinger. Since dawn, she had been trailing Lu Zhe, seeking an opportunity to snatch the pearl. However, just as she became distracted for a moment, Lu Zhe had already set off across the water. Regaining her focus, Fenglinger wasted no time and activated her martial spirit, soaring towards the direction Lu Zhe had departed. Not far ahead, Lu Zhe chuckled softly, then raised his right hand. Stop! In an instant, Fenglinger, who was speeding along, came to an abrupt halt and plummeted into the sea with a splash. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe maintained his nonchalant demeanor and lifted his hand once more. Fenglinger was subsequently lifted from the depths by an unseen force. Gasping for air, she believed she would never see the sun again. Are you willing to risk your life for a mere pearl? Lu Zhe stated coolly. Fenglinger, am at a loss for words, she replied. Lu Zhe, sensing her frustration, chose to remain silent and walked away. Fenglinger could only watch his departing figure in a daze. Ultimately, she resolved to follow Lu Zhe relentlessly until she reclaimed the water avoidance pearl. However, her soul power could not sustain her flight indefinitely. Several times, she nearly drowned. Were it not for Lu Zhe's assistance, she might have perished, yet she persisted in her pursuit. Lu Zhe found her determination amusing. If you desire the water avoidance pearl so fervently, I shall grant it to you, but you must agree to one request, he smiled. Upon hearing she might retrieve the pearl, Fenglinger perked up and asked, what is your request? As long as it is not too outrageous, I shall comply. Simple. Just follow me. Lu Zhe waved his hand and grinned. Fenglinger sensed something amiss, but at that moment, Lu Zhe produced the water avoidance pearl. So, have you made your decision? This opportunity is fleeting, he smiled. I agree. Just give me back the water avoidance pearl. Fenglinger replied reluctantly. Not so fast. We must reach the shore first, Lu Zhe chuckled. With a disgruntled expression, Fenglinger realized she had no choice, as the pearl was not in her possession. Noticing her silence, Lu Zhe approached her and seized her by the collar. Fear not. It shall be swift, he reassured her. Before Fenglinger could react, Lu Zhe accelerated towards the direction of the rising sun. As the scenery rushed past, she instinctively closed her eyes. Time passed, and as the light began to fade, Lu Zhe finally slowed his pace. Have we reached the shore? Fenglinger inquired, slowly reopening her eyes. Not yet, but it is close, Lu Zhe replied, gazing at the distant coastline. Fenglinger looked ahead, astonished. Is that the shore? To be precise, it is a new continent, an uncharted territory, Lu Zhe explained slowly. Fenglinger was taken aback. How do you know this? I shall not divulge that, Lu Zhe smiled. He had no intention of revealing that he hailed from the future. Some secrets were best kept to oneself. Fenglinger gazed at him with a smile plastered on his face, instantly feeling a sense of displeasure. Lu Zhe, without uttering a word, swiftly made his way to the coastline in just a few breaths. Now, may I have the shui yuju? Upon arriving at the shore, Fenglinger unceremoniously extended her hand. Observing this, Lu Zhe merely chuckled and tossed the shui yuju to her. What difference does it make? After all, you cannot return now. Will you accompany me to explore this new land, or remain here awaiting my return? Lu Zhe inquired, fixing his gaze on Fenglinger. Upon hearing this, Fenglinger fell into deep contemplation. I shall grant you a night to ponder. Inform me of your decision by tomorrow morning, Lu Zhe said, turning toward the nearby tree. Meanwhile, Fenglinger remained rooted in place, deliberating whether to follow Lu Zhe or to wait for him here. After all, attempting to return alone to Diluo Dalu seemed rather implausible. She was unfamiliar with the path, and what if she encountered a formidable sea soul beast on her journey back? The following morning, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes, only to discover Fenglinger lying beside him. Hey, have you made up your mind? Lu Zhe called out, waking her without reservation. Startled awake, Fenglinger rubbed her eyes and said, I've decided, I will follow you. Ah, that is splendid. Traveling alone can be quite lonely, Lu Zhe replied with a smile, then proceeded deeper into the new land. How intriguing it is to ponder what wonders the continent of sun and moon held a millennium ago, Lu Zhe mused to himself. Noticing his demeanor, Fenglinger shot him a glance, but chose not to comment further, trailing closely behind him. However, shortly after they departed, a shadow appeared not far from their location. They have truly come. It seems that fellow was correct, the shadow remarked with a grin. Do not let me down, kindred spirit. Chapter 144. The wrath of original sin from a millennium ago. Lu Zhe and Fenglinger had been in the new land for nearly 3 days. Yet they had yet to find any traces of humanity. Lu Zhe, how much longer must we remain on this continent? Feng Linger began to show signs of impatience. After these 3 days of interaction, she had learned Lu Zhe's name, but that was all she knew. We are almost there, Lu Zhe said, his eyes fixed on a towering mountain in the distance. Almost where? Feng Linger queried, feeling puzzled. The human habitation area, Lu Zhe replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Feng Linger was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe her ears. However, upon observing Lu Zhe's expression, she instinctively chose to trust him. Pointing excitedly at the mountain, she exclaimed, "The human habitation area is just beyond that mountain. I assenti it?" Seeing her overwhelming excitement, Lu Zhe nodded with a smile. With confirmation, Feng Linger unleashed her soul power, unfurling a pair of wings from her back. Without a backward glance, she soared toward the mountain peak. Witnessing this scene, Lu Zhe chose not to follow, his expression turning serious. "You have followed me since we landed. Why not show yourself?" Lu Zhe gently closed his eyes and spoke. As his words faded, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves surrounding him. "Ha!" At that moment, a male voice burst forth with laughter. "Truly, you are my kind. After all this time, you are the first to notice my presence." As the laughter faded, a man gradually materialized behind Lu Zhe. Upon hearing the man's voice, Lu Zhe slowly turned to face him, feeling a sense of shock. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Samuel, one of the 7 deadly sins known for wrath. "Why do you bear such an expression? Do you know me?" The man inquired with great curiosity. Recovering from his surprise, Lu Zhe waved his hand with a smile and said, "I do not know you. I merely think you resemble someone I am acquainted with." "Oh, what is that person like? How do I compare to him?" the man asked excitedly. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before replying with a grin. "He has a fierce temperament and is more powerful than you." Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened. Observing his reaction, Lu Zhe quickly reached a conclusion. Indeed, this individual was none other than Samuel, the future embodiment of wrath among the 7 deadly sins. However, Samuel was not his true name. Among the 7 sins, only pride and envy bore names rather than mere titles. The other 5 were merely monikers. "Good sir, I am but a traveler. May I ask your name?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. The man, upon hearing this, regained his composure and exclaimed, "Let us engage in battle first. If you win, I shall reveal my name." Lu Zhe felt a sense of incredulity upon hearing this, internally reflecting, "Truly, this is the future embodiment of wrath. His temper is indeed quite volatile." Observing Lu Zhe's bewildered expression, the man shouted, and the energy around him surged forth. Boom! In an instant, a deep crater formed where he once stood. As the man charged toward him rapidly, Lu Zhe raised his hand, feeling a sense of gravity. After all, if the current Lucifer was so formidable, the others could not be far behind. As anticipated, the man's punch shattered Lu Zhe's paradoxical defense, a massive fist crashing into his chest. Boom! Lu Zhe was sent crashing into a distant boulder, which shattered into countless fragments. Emerging from the rubble, Lu Zhe was only dusted with a bit of debris, without a single wound to show for it. "Truly, a worthy counterpart. You are astonishingly strong," the man shouted with excitement. Once again, he gathered his strength and vanished from sight. By the time Lu Zhe sensed his presence again, the man had appeared behind him, a fist the size of a sandbag poised to strike the back of Lu Zhe's head. "Stop!" Lu Zhe smiled faintly, and the man's fist was frozen midair. While undeniably strong, he still paled in comparison to Lucifer, Lu Zhe mused, glancing at the immobilized man with a grin. Just when Lu Zhe thought it was over, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Crack! For reasons unknown, the immobilized man forcibly broke free from the hold and began to approach Lu Zhe slowly. Wow, how impressive! Lu Zhe quickly distanced himself from the man. The next moment, the man finally broke free of his restraints and delivered a thunderous punch to the ground where Lu Zhe had just stood. Boom! A tempest erupted, the surrounding trees bowing under the immense force. As the dust settled, the area where the man had stood transformed into a colossal pit. "You are remarkably powerful. It seems I underestimated you." The man gazed up at Lu Zhe, hovering in midair. Lu Zhe chuckled in response. "You are quite impressive yourself. Very strong." "Ha!" The man burst into hearty laughter, then pointed at Lu Zhe, declaring, "I shall surely trample you underfoot." "Very well, I await your challenge." Lu Zhe seemed to have formulated a plan, and added, "If I were to trample you instead, you would become my subordinate. How does that sound?" "No problem. Just watch as I trample you beneath my feet." The man shouted defiantly. Lu Zhe shook his head, then began to focus intently. His eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, followed by a flow of dark red energy emanating from his body. The area was enveloped. In this state, Lu Zhe merely raised his hand and uttered a single word, causing the surrounding reality to warp. Simultaneously, the originally azure sky dimmed, casting a scarlet glow upon their location. What is this? The man felt the changes around him. From initial curiosity, his demeanor gradually shifted to one of caution. Since you said so, let's engage in a proper spar, Lu Zhe said with an enigmatic smile. With a swift motion of his right hand, a stream of colorless energy shot toward the man. Whoosh! The speed of the colorless energy was astonishing, and the man narrowly avoided being struck by it. That was perilously close. He gasped, shocked at the extraordinary strength of the individual before him. Your reflexes are commendable, but your speed still falls short. Just as the man exhaled in relief, Lu Zhe appeared behind him. Realizing the dire situation, the man reacted instinctively. Bang! Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, Lu Zhe had delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. The impact caused the man to spit out a mouthful of blood, the sheer force being overwhelmingly formidable. Coughing, the man shakily rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Zhe. It appears I have underestimated the situation. We are not of the same caliber. The man was not foolish. If this continued, his fate would be sealed. Oh, shall we say you've chosen to join me? Lu Zhe tilted his head with a smile. Without further ado, the man replied, Indeed, I agree. I am Wu Kuang. What about you, boss? His quick change of heart prompted Lu Zhe to regain his composure. I am Lu Zhe, the master of the Hall of Truth. Welcome aboard. With that, he extended his right hand once more. Wu Kuang wasted no time. Firmly grasping Lu Zhe's hand, Greetings, master. Chapter 145. Leviathan, this is the Ryu continent. I have never encountered outsiders like you before, Wu Kuang boasted, looking at Lu Zhe and Feng Linger with a broad grin. Feng Linger, observing Wu Kuang's exuberance, regarded him with a puzzled expression. Moments ago, upon reaching the mountain's summit, she noticed that Lu Zhe had not followed. The immense force colliding behind her made her realize something was amiss, prompting her to dive down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, she found Wu Kuang engaged in lively conversation with Lu Zhe. After a round of introductions, Feng Linger learned of Wu Kuang's identity, deepening her respect for Lu Zhe's power. Has this continent existed for a long time? She inquired curiously. Wu Kuang pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. Of course, our Ryu continent has not only existed for ages, but also stands at the pinnacle of economic development. He exclaimed, Is that true? Feng Linger responded skeptically. Beside her, Lu Zhe replied earnestly, It should be true. Ah, Feng Linger was momentarily taken aback. If even Lu Zhe affirmed it, how could she doubt it? Soon, Lu Zhe and Feng Linger, guided by Wu Kuang, traversed the great mountain. Upon crossing, Feng Linger was immediately awestruck by the sight before her. Is this truly the Ryu continent? She murmured in astonishment, as the architecture before her was worlds apart from what existed in Doloa continent. This is merely the tip of the iceberg on our Ryu continent. Once you visit the main city, you shall be even more astounded, Wu Kuang said with pride. Having come this far, Feng Linger had no choice but to believe him. At that moment, Lu Zhe spoke softly, Let us first find a place to rest. Of course, Wu Kuang nodded with a smile. He then led the two to a hotel. You may stay here for now, and I will take you to the main city when the opportunity arises, Wu Kuang said cheerfully. Lu Zhe simply smiled and nodded before entering his room. Feng Linger politely thanked Wu Kuang. After Lu Zhe had settled in, Wu Kuang left the hotel, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Inside the hotel room, Lu Zhe stood by the window, gazing at the landscape outside. It appears that the sole guiding devices of the Ryu Empire truly lead the continent in advancement. He mused with a faint smile. He then lay down on the bed, contemplating what to embark on the following day. Since the sin of wrath resided in the Ryu continent, did that imply that the other sins might also lurk in some corner of this land? The appearances of Lucifer and Wu Kuang further corroborated Lu Zhe's suspicions that the 7 deadly sins had yet to fully materialize. Even if the 7 deadly sins had not emerged, the manifestations of sin had already begun to surface, albeit minor. They were not to be underestimated. Yet, Lu Zhe's greatest concern remained the individual whose ambition was the most formidable among the 7 deadly sins. In terms of strength, that individual was no match for Lucifer. But in terms of ambition, he surpassed all. Lu Zhe even speculated that the sin he had encountered previously was orchestrated by this very person. With too many questions swirling in his mind, he felt a headache brewing, prompting him to close his eyes and rest. The following morning, upon opening his door, Lu Zhe discovered Wu Kuang had been waiting at his doorstep for some time. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lu Zhe inquired. Wu Kuang chuckled. "Huh, did you really perceive that? It was quite obvious." Lu Zhe felt a bit exasperated. Wu Kuang, no longer dilly-dallying, stated directly, "Master, there is something of great importance I must share with you." "Pray tell," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Wu Kuang did not divulge the information immediately. Instead, he pulled Lu Zhe into the room before speaking. "Master, you must understand that the power we possess, if unified, could yield catastrophic consequences," Wu Kuang said solemnly. Lu Zhe nodded in understanding. "I am aware, yet you still chose to follow me? Because you're strong, but that individual is different. He will stop at nothing to achieve his desires, even disregarding those around him." Wu Kuang's expression grew increasingly grave. "That individual also possesses the power of paradox, does he not?" Lu Zhe instantly thought of someone. "That is certain," Wu Kuang replied calmly. "But he possesses another ability, the capacity to usurp the powers of others." Leviathan. Lu Zhe immediately recognized the identity of the adversary. Wu Kuang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Master, you know of him?" "Only a little," Lu Zhe rubbed his temples. This confirmation validated his suspicions entirely. "You must be exceedingly cautious. He has likely set his sights on you already," Wu Kuang warned gravely. After hearing Lu Zhe's words, he smiled faintly and then abruptly seized Wu Kuang by the throat. "Indeed, you should have targeted me long ago," Lu Zhe said with a sinister grin. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of colorless energy erupted forth. Sensing the ominous turn of events, Wu Kuang quickly broke free from Lu Zhe's grip. Rising slowly, Wu Kuang's face revealed a strange smile. "How did you discover my intentions?" he asked with a malicious grin. "Your aura is simply repulsive," Lu Zhe remarked nonchalantly as he wiped his hands. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuang dropped his pretense and unveiled his true form. The surroundings began to distort, and a pitch-black energy emanated from Wu Kuang. "Leviathan, I never expected you to take such a risk to seek me out," Lu Zhe stated calmly while observing his adversary. Soon, Wu Kuang shed his disguise, grinning as he looked at Lu Zhe. "One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the cub. The power you possess is far too tempting," Leviathan chuckled. Lu Zhe, however, did not grant him the chance to react, teleporting swiftly behind him. "Your ambition is insatiable," Lu Zhe whispered. In the next moment, a wave of colorless energy engulfed him. When the energy dissipated, Leviathan had vanished without a trace. Although Lu Zhe could no longer sense his presence, he remained vigilant, aware that Leviathan was not easily erased. As expected, an eerie laughter echoed around Lu Zhe. "Hey, hey, hey! How long do you plan to hide?" Lu Zhe coldly scanned his surroundings. In the next instant, Leviathan, concealed in the shadows, chuckled. "It is still too early. One day, we shall truly face each other." With that strange laughter fading, the environment around Lu Zhe returned to normal. At that moment, the real Wu Kuang arrived. "Brother, what happened here?" he asked, concerned. Lu Zhe smiled faintly and replied slowly, "Nothing much, just a rat scurried out." "And where is the rat?" Wu Kuang inquired, growing wary. Lu Zhe approached the window, gazing at the blue sky, and smiled. "It has escaped." Chapter 146. The gladiatorial arena. After encountering Leviathan, Lu Zhe adopted a serious demeanor. If his previous words held any truth, Leviathan must have already turned several of the other 7 deadly sins into his subordinates. Currently, only Lucifer and Wu Kuang stood by his side. If he did not hasten his pace, the outcome of their next confrontation could be uncertain. Just then, Feng Linger suddenly appeared. "Where are we going today?" she asked with curiosity. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us first familiarize ourselves with the surroundings." "Oh," Feng Linger nodded. Wu Kuang, upon hearing this, grinned and said, "I'll take you to a fun place." "A fun place?" Lu Zhe questioned, intrigued. He wondered if there truly was an enjoyable location nearby. Meanwhile, Feng Linger was genuinely excited, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Hurry and take us to see." Faced with Feng Linger's exuberance, Lu Zhe was at a loss for words. Wu Kuang, scratching his head, chuckled. "Let us go. I will indeed take you there." Without hesitation, Feng Linger laughed and followed suit. Lu Zhe could only shake his head helplessly and trail behind them. Before long, under Wu Kuang's guidance, Feng Linger and Lu Zhe arrived at a dimly lit alley. "Is this the fun place you mentioned?" Feng Linger said, her expression one of dismay. Wu Kuang, however, wore a broad smile, exclaiming, "Of course. Just follow me, and you'll see." Despite her confusion, Feng Ling'er chose to follow him. Soon, Wu Kuang led them to a door at the end of the alley. In here, Feng Ling'er asked with curiosity. Lu Zhe sensed something peculiar and smirked slightly. Indeed, this is the place I find most entertaining, Wu Kuang said with a laugh. Really? Feng Ling'er perked up. Yes, Wu Kuang affirmed confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed open the door. Feng Ling'er, who had been filled with excitement, was left stunned upon entering. Kill him. Put in more effort. Go for it. A chorus of cheers erupted around her. Lu Zhe chuckled upon witnessing the scene. So the fun place you referred to is indeed the gladiatorial arena, Feng Ling'er said, her voice trembling as she looked at Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang flashed a broad grin, declaring, That's right. This is what I believe to be the most enjoyable place. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling'er lowered her head. Lu Zhe patted her shoulder and said with a smile, This is the joy of men. It is understandable that you girls might find it hard to accept. Humph, Feng Ling'er retorted, swatting Lu Zhe's hand away, casting him an annoyed glance before following Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang, filled with joy, led them into a luxurious private room. Brother, just watch as I demolish those guys. He laughed heartily. Lu Zhe remained silent, merely nodding with a slight smile. Meanwhile, Feng Ling'er slumped onto the sofa, utterly disinterested in the matches below. Before long, Wu Kuang's figure appeared in the arena. Oh, yes, up so soon? Lu Zhe said with a faint smile from above the arena. In the arena, Wu Kuang stood confidently, glancing toward the private room where Lu Zhe sat. Noticing Lu Zhe's smile, Wu Kuang felt invigorated. Come, let me see who my opponent is, he boasted arrogantly. Soon, his opponent entered the arena, a Soul King with bulging muscles, exuding a fierce demeanor. Yet to Wu Kuang, he resembled a frail chick, as he was simply too weak. You all know the rules of the gladiatorial arena, right? It's all about victory, regardless of life or death, the referee announced. Wu Kuang paid no mind and wore a relaxed smile, while his opponent appeared visibly tense, revealing his anxiety. Brother, don't be so nervous. Relax a bit. What is your name? Wu Kuang said with friendly encouragement. The Soul King, still feeling nervous, replied, I'm Xiao Zhang, a 57th level Battle Soul King. Arrogant? Wu Kuang found it amusing and instantly teleported in front of him. That is quite a bold name, he said with a mischievous grin. In the next moment, he delivered a punch straight to Xiao Zhang's face. Boom! The blow sent Xiao Zhang crashing into the wall of the arena, his fate unknown. A bit weak. Isn't it? Wu Kuang remarked with a laugh. Lu Zhe had already anticipated the outcome, yet the atmosphere in the arena surprised him. After Wu Kuang's victory, there were no cheers. The audience seemed to have already deduced the result, much like Lu Zhe. Wu Kuang must be irregular here. Feng Ling'er suddenly sat beside Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe turned to glance at her, then smiled lightly. It should be so, after all. His strength was on an entirely different level compared to these individuals. Lu Zhe remarked indifferently. Beside him, Feng Ling'er nodded and then said once more, You are quite formidable. Why not give it a try? Do you want me to go? Lu Zhe looked at her in surprise. Feng Ling'er smiled and nodded, eager to witness Lu Zhe in battle. Never mind. They're likely not worth the trouble. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. However, Feng Ling'er seemed to be resolute about the matter, persistently whispering in Lu Zhe's ear. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Zhe finally told her to be quiet and slowly rose to his feet, saying, I will take a look. Perhaps I can find a few talented individuals. That's more like it, Feng Ling'er replied, crossing her arms and smiling. To her astonishment, Lu Zhe walked out of the private room without even glancing back. As he made his way through the corridor to the arena, Lu Zhe encountered Wu Kuang. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, Wu Kuang curiously asked, Big brother, what brings you here? I came to see if I could find any promising talents. Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly. Wu Kuang simply acknowledged him with an "oh" and fell silent. Observing this, Lu Zhe ascended the arena. Our arena welcomes a newcomer. Let us see how long he can endure. The referee exclaimed excitedly upon spotting Lu Zhe's unfamiliar face. Instantly, the arena erupted with enthusiastic cheers. Lu Zhe turned his gaze toward the entrance where his opponent would emerge, wondering who this adorable contender might be. Soon a rugged, muscular man approached. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, the man's face immediately contorted into a look of disdain. Little brother, with that frail physique, you dare to enter the arena? Aren't you a tad too arrogant? He mocked. Lu Zhe, unfazed by the man's words, responded in a calm manner, perhaps. The man's anger simmered as he observed Lu Zhe's nonchalant demeanor. Before the referee even called for the match to begin, the man threw a punch at Lu Zhe's head. Just as everyone anticipated the match's swift conclusion, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Kneel! A mere 2 words echoed, and the assailant found himself kneeling at Liu Zhe's feet. Do you not know what arrogance truly means? Liu Zhe looked down at the man from his elevated position, grabbing the man's face. Liu Zhe's expression transformed into one of excitement. You will come to understand the disparity between heaven and earth, he declared, increasing the pressure in his grip. The man's face contorted in agony, feeling as if his head would explode. I was wrong. At that last moment, the man conceded. This outcome was unexpected for everyone, yet it was the reality. The man surrendered, and Liu Zhe emerged victorious with ease. From this point onward, Liu Zhe's reputation was firmly established in the arena. Everyone remembered his words. Do you understand the gap between heaven and earth? They all realized that Liu Zhe demonstrated the heights of power through his prowess. Chapter 147. Liu Zhe's presence invigorated the spectators of the arena. His strength was beyond mere description. Regardless of how fierce the opponents were or how swift their attacks, they would always find themselves kneeling before him. Liu Zhe himself felt a sense of ennui, having yet to encounter a worthy candidate. How tedious, not a single deserving individual in all this time, he murmured with disinterest. The referee beside him felt speechless, as Liu Zhe's strength was simply overwhelming. At this moment, Liu Zhe spoke once more, "Who is next?" Upon hearing this, the arena fell into a profound silence. Each individual found it difficult to breathe, as if suffocation were imminent. Observing the arena's silence, Liu Zhe could not help but smirk, seemingly mocking their hesitation. Though they felt immense anger, no one dared to step forward. Just as Liu Zhe prepared to exit the arena out of boredom, a voice interrupted him. "Stop. I will be your opponent." Upon hearing this voice, Liu Zhe paused momentarily, then slowly turned to face the entrance. A rather ordinary-looking man, about his height, was confidently striding into the arena. However, Liu Zhe was taken aback by the subtle hint of paradoxical power emanating from this individual. Intrigued, he focused on him and smiled, asking, "What is your name?" "Yu," the man replied solemnly. Upon learning his name, Liu Zhe chuckled once more and raised a finger. With a sudden surge, Yu was overwhelmed by an invisible force and immediately collapsed to the ground. The onlookers felt a wave of concern for him, as he was a warrior whom everyone respected. Struggling on his knees, Yu gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his wounded knees. "You are aware of my strength. Why do you still wish to engage?" Liu Zhe inquired, observing Yu's defiance. In response, Yu boldly retorted, "I cannot stand your condescending expression. Do not think that just because you possess some ability, you can act with impunity." Liu Zhe chuckled lightly, replying, "Indeed, I do look down upon you, but I have the right to do so. What about you? You are a weakling, incapable of even rising to your feet." Hearing this, Yu gradually lowered his head. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Liu Zhe felt disappointment, pondering how someone with a hint of paradoxical power could possess such a mindset. Utterly disheartening. Just as Liu Zhe prepared to turn away, a furious roar erupted. "I'm not weak." Suddenly, Yu summoned a surge of strength and shakily stood up. Liu Zhe turned to see his renewed determination, excitement lighting up his face. Now standing, Yu pointed his finger at Liu Zhe, anger radiating from him as he declared, "I will trample you beneath my feet, making you understand what arrogance truly means." "I await your attempt to trample me," Liu Zhe replied with a smile. In the next instant, Yu unleashed his power, charging toward Liu Zhe, defying gravity with remarkable speed that nearly transcended it. Without hesitation, he launched a heavy punch at Liu Zhe. Boom! In an instant, Liu Zhe's position was reduced to rubble, smoke engulfing the entire arena. The crowd erupted in excited cheers, fervently supporting Yu's audacious act. Yet, soon, a profound silence fell over the audience once more. "You are quite skilled, but still lacking." As the smoke cleared, Liu Zhe was seen effortlessly gripping Yu's fist, his expression relaxed. Realizing the impending danger, Yu understood he could not retreat now. Otherwise, he would truly be defeated. Thus, he launched another fierce attack, delivering a kick directly to Liu Zhe's head. Bang! The arena resonated with a muted sound. Yet, Liu Zhe successfully blocked Yu's strike. As Yu observed the situation, he instantly comprehended that relying solely on his own attacks would not inflict any harm on Liu Zhe. A different approach was imperative. Consequently, he swiftly distanced himself from Liu Zhe, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. "Not bad. Your reflexes are commendable," Liu Zhe remarked with a smile. However, Yu's expression was grave, for he recognized that the individual before him was the strongest he had ever encountered, surpassing even the undefeated champion of the arena. Just as he pondered this, Lu Zhe abruptly appeared in front of him. Before Yu could react, Lu Zhe seized his head and forcefully pressed it against the ground. In battle, do not lose focus, or the consequences can be dire, Lu Zhe reminded him with a grin. You scoundrel! Yu seethed with anger. Yet, before he could retaliate, Lu Zhe delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bam! The impact sent Yu flying, crashing heavily against the arena wall. As he struggled to rise again, he was gravely injured, several ribs likely fractured. Do you wish to continue? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile, observing him. Upon hearing this, Yu glared fiercely at him and gritted his teeth, charging forward once more. A commendable spirit, Lu Zhe noted, his satisfaction evident. Despite Yu's determination, the outcome remained unchanged. With a thunderous explosion, Yu found himself pinned to the ground, utterly immobile. His face bore the marks of defiance, still yearning to continue the fight against Lu Zhe, yet his body had reached its limits. You're Yu, correct? Lu Zhe suddenly asked. Yu offered no response, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Zhe. Do not gaze at me like that, Lu Zhe chuckled, noticing the intensity in Yu's eyes. If you wish to defeat me, perhaps it would be wiser to join my faction. There will be ample opportunities for sparring in the future. Yu was momentarily taken aback by this proposition, but before he could contemplate further, Lu Zhe released him. When you have made up your mind, come find me there. Lu Zhe gestured toward his private room, then departed the arena without a backward glance. Lying on the ground, Yu mulled over Lu Zhe's words. What could he possibly mean? He murmured softly. By the time he regained his composure, Lu Zhe had already left, and he shakily stood up, raising his gaze toward Lu Zhe's private room. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Meanwhile, within the room, Lu Zhe sat on the sofa, a gentle smile adorning his face. Feng Linger, astonished, approached him. Lu Zhe, I initially thought you were formidable, but I never anticipated you were this powerful. Simply extraordinary, she exclaimed. Upon hearing her assessment, Lu Zhe glanced at her. If you are so capable, why do you still seek to recruit others? Feng Linger queried. Lu Zhe pondered her question for a moment before responding with a smile. No matter how exceptional I may be, I cannot ensure that everyone in future generations will remember me. What if I were to perish one day? So you wish to establish a legacy that will endure through time, allowing future generations to remember you? Feng Linger said innocently. Lu Zhe chuckled softly, turning his gaze toward Yu in the arena, and replied, that is merely one of the reasons. In the private room, Lu Zhe reclined with his eyes closed, resting. Feng Linger, however, appeared despondent, eager to leave. Yet Lu Zhe remained unyielding, eyes still shut. Were we leaving, Lu Zhe? She asked, frustration evident in her tone. He remained silent, continuing to rest. Fine, if you are not leaving, then I shall take my leave, she said as she stood up slowly. Go ahead. I have not detained you. Lu Zhe finally opened his eyes. Hearing this, Feng Linger felt a surge of irritation and shot him an exasperated glance before turning to the door. Just as she reached for the handle, someone pushed the door open from the outside. Have you made up your mind? Lu Zhe, seemingly anticipating this moment, rose slowly. Feng Linger felt puzzled, but quickly understood when the person entering was none other than Yu, who had previously battled Lu Zhe. With a stern expression, Yu approached Lu Zhe. What do you want? He asked earnestly. Lu Zhe smiled and replied, You possess such remarkable talent. It would be a waste to remain in a place like this. So you wish for me to join your faction and serve you? Yu questioned. Lu Zhe nodded. Stepping closer. Joining my faction will not lead to any regrets, he said with a gentle smile. Yu gazed at Lu Zhe's smiling face, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. His strength was well recognized in the arena. Perhaps joining Lu Zhe's faction would indeed yield certain advantages. Just as he was grappling with his indecision, Wu Kuang entered the room. Boss, let's go out for a meal, he said cheerfully. Upon seeing Wu Kuang, Yu's eyes widened in shock. The undefeated champion? He exclaimed involuntarily. Indeed, the undefeated champion of the arena is Wu Kuang. Before Lu Zhe's arrival, he was the strongest, but the tides have changed. Many believed Lu Zhe's strength surpassed that of Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang soon noticed Yu standing before Lu Zhe, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Boss, what's he doing here? Wu Kuang inquired. Lu Zhe responded with a casual smile. I intend to invite him to join our Temple of Truth. What? Wu Kuang was taken aback, unable to comprehend why someone he deemed weak would be considered. Who told you the Temple of Truth only accepts the strong? Lu Zhe asked, still smiling. Wu Kuang was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yu, fueled by a sudden surge of determination, shouted, Boss, I am willing to join your faction. Lu Zhe was slightly taken aback by this unexpected declaration. Just moments ago, Yi had been hesitant. The truth was, Yi was an ardent admirer of Wu Kuang, viewing his achievements as benchmarks to surpass. Now, witnessing Wu Kuang address Lu Zhe as boss raised many questions. If Wu Kuang, with his temperament, had fought Lu Zhe and lost, then it was clear that joining Lu Zhe's faction could present Yi Yu with the opportunity to surpass his idol. Thus, what had once been uncertainty transformed into resolute determination. He decided to join Lu Zhe's faction and strive to surpass his idol. Have you made your decision? Lu Zhe asked with a smile. Yi Yu, snapping back to reality, nodded vigorously and declared with a smile, yes, to surpass my idol, I must join your faction. Laughter escaped from Lu Zhe's lips as he lightly patted Yi Yu's shoulder, welcoming him to the Hall of Truth. The onlookers, Wu Kuang and Feng Linger, observed the scene in silence, their expressions remaining indifferent. After departing from the arena, Lu Zhe and his companions found themselves in a restaurant, intending merely to enjoy a quiet meal. However, a minor inconvenience soon arose. Are you incapable of watching where you're going? A burly man, his face stern, confronted Feng Linger, who had just returned from the restroom. She regarded him with a cool demeanor, disdain etched across her features. The man's anger flared upon witnessing her expression. What kind of look is that? Do you look down on me? Without hesitation, he reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. Feng Linger, unamused, replied coldly, you would do well to remove your filthy hand. What, do you intend to strike me? The man scoffed, but before he could react, a delicate fist collided with his face. With a resounding thud, the man fell to the ground, bewildered, clutching his face in shock. As he came to his senses, rage ignited in his eyes. This is your own doing, you little girl. He sprang to his feet, brandishing a short sword. Just as the bystanders grew concerned for Feng Linger's safety, a figure stepped protectively in front of her. Do you seek death? It was Yi Yu. He firmly grasped the man's wrist, eliciting a pained grimace from him. You'd best mind your own business. The man grunted in discomfort. At that moment, Wu Kuang and Lu Zhe appeared behind him. Wu Kuang placed a hand on the man's shoulder, his expression deceptively amiable. Were you up to, friend? Feeling the overwhelming aura of the two behind him, the man trembled and turned to meet Wu Kuang's gaze. A horrified scream escaped him as he collapsed onto the ground. I had no idea this girl was under your protection. He stammered, panic-stricken. Wu Kuang's reputation as the undefeated champion of the arena was well known throughout the city. However, Wu Kuang shifted his attention to Lu Zhe, whose stern expression transformed into a smile. Boss, how shall we deal with this one? The man suddenly realized he had indeed crossed the wrong individual, as the smiling figure behind Wu Kuang was none other than Lu Zhe himself. Upon hearing Wu Kuang's inquiry, Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, before responding with a smile. Kill him. I detest others laying hands on my people. The man's face drained of color, and before he could plead for mercy, Wu Kuang seized him by the throat. Pleading for mercy is futile, Wu Kuang declared slowly. With a sudden, decisive grip, a sickening crack echoed, and the man departed from this world without even a chance to react. His demise cast a chilling silence over the restaurant, leaving patrons too frightened to utter a word. After resolving the matter, Lu Zhe lost interest in dining, opting instead to leave. Before departing, he ensured the man's body was discreetly removed, mindful of the potential disturbances it might cause in the establishment. Chapter 149. Su family having spent some time in the city, Lu Zhe's team was nearing completion. Lu Zhe, when shall we proceed to the main city? Feng Linger inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe smiled and replied, let us go. It is time we visited the main city. With that, he turned and exited the hotel. On the street, Wu Kuang and Yi Yu awaited their arrival. Boss, we've been waiting for you, Wu Kuang greeted with a grin. Yi Yu simply nodded in agreement. Lu Zhe returned their smiles and declared, let us head to the main city. After a flurry of activity, the group finally arrived at the main city of the Ryu continent. The grandeur of the city astonished Feng Linger, leaving her nearly speechless, while Lu Zhe remained observant of the happenings around him. Boss, once we arrive in the main city, we cannot act as we did before. For each member of the city guard possesses a powerful soul-guiding device, Wu Kuang stated earnestly. Lu Zhe, however, showed no signs of astonishment, instead smiling lightly. And so, there is nothing to fear from soul-guiding devices. Wu Kuang was momentarily at a loss for words, recognizing that Lu Zhe's strength rendered the devices insignificant. All right, you all investigate the major factions within the main city. Return here tonight to report back, Lu Zhe instructed with a smile. Without hesitation, Wu Kuang and the others set off to carry out their orders, leaving Lu Zhe alone to gaze upwards at the sky, a smile gracing his lips. Leviathan, you must be watching me nearby, correct? Lu Zhe murmured with amusement before proceeding forward. As he departed, several men emerged from a nearby alleyway, exuding an eerie aura reminiscent of criminality, albeit not entirely the same. Is that the one the master warned us to be cautious of? One of the men remarked coldly. The others nodded in silence. Let's follow him discreetly. Perhaps we can earn some merit. Another suggested with a sudden grin. Understood, but it is wise to remain vigilant. One of the men cautioned before they vanished from sight, leaving no trace of their presence. As Lu Zhe strolled leisurely down the bustling streets of the main city, a smile illuminated his face amidst the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a group of individuals appeared before him, blocking his path. What is the meaning of this? Lu Zhe inquired, intrigued. One of the men stepped forward and boldly stated, "Come with us. Our lady has taken an interest in you." Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. But before he could fully grasp the situation, several burly men seized him and hoisted him onto a carriage. Thus, Lu Zhe found himself inexplicably transported to an opulent establishment. What place is this? He wondered, eager to inquire of his captor. The man, brimming with pride, replied, "This is the Su family of the Ryu Empire. It is one of the most prestigious factions." "Oh, I had not heard of it," Lu Zhe said with an embarrassed smile. At that moment, the door before them swung open, revealing several Soul Kings who formed two lines as they exited. "You are the one known as Lu Zhe?" A melodious female voice rang out. Lu Zhe turned toward the source of the voice, confusion dawning upon him as he beheld a striking young girl, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, staring intently at him as if she were about to devour him. Do we know each other?" he asked, perplexed. The girl smiled faintly before stepping closer to Lu Zhe. "You may not recognize me, but I am well acquainted with you." "What do you mean?" At this, Lu Zhe's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The young lady paid no heed to Lu Zhe's expression and directly took his hand, leading him through the grand entrance. "Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to see you," she said with a smile. Her words filled Lu Zhe's mind with perplexity. In a short while, the young lady brought Lu Zhe to a small pavilion. Noticing that they were alone, Lu Zhe's demeanor turned serious. "Who are you?" he asked, fixing her with a stern gaze. The young lady answered naturally, "I am Su Hui, the eldest daughter of the Su family." Upon learning her identity, Lu Zhe chuckled and sat down directly in front of Su Hui. "What is your purpose in bringing me here? Or are you acting on someone's orders?" Lu Zhe inquired with a light smile. Su Hui, feeling quite embarrassed by his words, still managed to respond, "I simply wanted to meet you. There are no ulterior motives." Intrigued, Lu Zhe asked again, "Is that true? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" "How could I? The Su family always speaks the truth," Su Hui replied with a smile. However, Lu Zhe was not convinced. Suddenly, he rose, swiftly closing the distance between them. "Take me to see your family head," he said, his expression cold. Su Hui initially sought an excuse, but upon meeting Lu Zhe's gaze, she found herself powerless to resist. In the next moment, she walked ahead like a puppet, guiding him. Upon entering the Su family's hall, Lu Zhe surveyed his surroundings before focusing on the man seated at the center. "Are you the head of the Su family?" Lu Zhe asked with a smile. The man cast him a disdainful glance and replied nonchalantly, "Why should I tell you whether I am the head of the Su family? It is enough that I haven't had anyone bring you here bound." Lu Zhe found this amusing and placed a hand on Su Hui's shoulder. "This is the head of the Su family's eldest daughter, correct?" he asked with a grin. The man visibly panicked for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "Even if she is the head's daughter, what of it?" he said slowly. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly before gripping Su Hui's neck. "If she were to perish, wouldn't the head of the Su family come to see me? You dare!" The man was instantly enraged and charged at Lu Zhe. In response, Lu Zhe laughed and raised his hand. With a hum, the man lunging towards him collapsed to the ground. Lu Zhe approached him, stepping on his head. "I wonder what you think you're accomplishing in my presence. Is it amusing? You scoundrel." The man's face was etched with defiance. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not rise. Lu Zhe, unwilling to waste any more time, demanded, "What is your true purpose? Speak." Suddenly, before he could finish, a hidden figure emerged and dismembered him. Blood splattered onto Lu Zhe, leaving him quite displeased. "What are you trying to accomplish? Do you wish for death?" Lu Zhe turned to the mysterious assailant. The figure laughed. "What we intend to do is beyond your control. Kneel." A sudden force compelled the mysterious person to drop to their knees. You truly have no fear of death, Lu Zhe said, appearing before the figure and grasping their throat, lifting them off the ground. Cough, cough, the figure gasped, struggling for breath. The master will kill you. Lu Zhe responded with a cold chuckle, preparing to deal with them. Just then, a voice interrupted him. Brother, could you spare him for my sake? A man stepped into the Su family hall. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. Is your influence truly that great? Lu Zhe turned to smile at him. The man laughed heartily and arrogantly replied, I am a descendant of the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire. Should you not kneel before me? A royal descendant? Lu Zhe exclaimed in surprise. But soon a smile returned to his face. The man beneath Lu Zhe's foot suddenly displayed a look of relief upon seeing the self-proclaimed royal. Young Master Yi, he exclaimed joyfully. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly before kicking the man away. With a thud, he crashed beside the royal descendant. You're Yi Wuhui, correct? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Yi Wuhui's expression shifted immediately, turning icy as he asked, Who exactly are you? Indeed, he was Yi Wuhui, and his reaction stemmed from the fact that his name had never been publicly revealed. At that moment, Lu Zhe's eyes glowed crimson, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Yi Wuhui, do you believe your influence is significant, or do you think the Sun and Moon Empire's reputation holds weight? Lu Zhe approached him with a smile. In that instant, Yi Wuhui sensed a terrifying aura, reminiscent of one he had only encountered in his father. Yet, he knew he must not panic. To do so would mean falling into the trap laid by Lu Zhe. I warn you, should you act recklessly, my protectors will eliminate you at once. Yi Wuhui threatened. Lu Zhe laughed in response. Have you not noticed the changes around you? What do you mean? Yi Wuhui was bewildered, but as he observed his surroundings, he was taken aback. Lu Zhe smiled and said, You are currently within my realm. Indeed, the entire Su family had been drawn into Lu Zhe's world, and everything around them began to distort. Yi Wuhui, initially wanting to speak, found himself seized by Lu Zhe's grip on his throat. I am a man of principle, so I shall offer you two choices, Lu Zhe stated with a smile. Yi Wuhui felt a surge of terror, for everyone appears powerless when faced with death. Two choices, either take me to see your father, or die here while I seek him myself, Lu Zhe stated slowly. Yi Wuhui hesitated momentarily, but ultimately made his choice. I will take you to see my father, he shouted. Once Lu Zhe released his grip, Yi Wuhui collapsed on the ground, his pale face drenched in cold sweat. You made a wise choice, Lu Zhe said, patting his shoulder. Still reeling from the encounter, Yi Wuhui could only nod numbly, observing his disheveled state. Lu Zhe wasted no time and headed towards the exit of the hall. Regaining his senses, Yi Wuhui hurriedly asked, When shall I take you to meet my father? Upon hearing those words, Lu Zhe paused in his tracks, gazing thoughtfully at the sky outside. He spoke softly, Let some time pass. I will naturally come to find you then. Is that so? Yi Wuhui murmured. When he regained his senses, Lu Zhe had already vanished from the spot. After resolving matters concerning the Su family, Lu Zhe returned to the place where he had parted ways with Wu Kuang and the others. As dusk fell, the streetlights gradually illuminated the surroundings, while Lu Zhe sat beside one of them, eyes closed. After an indeterminate amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes and softly asked, Have you returned? No sooner had he spoken than three figures materialized before him. Apologies, boss, for keeping you waiting, Wu Kuang said, scratching his head with a grin. Lu Zhe was not angered. He merely smiled and replied, It's fine, as long as you are back. Wu Kuang and the others exchanged glances, sensing a deeper meaning in his words, yet they dared not voice it. Moments later, Lu Zhe stood up and smiled at Wu Kuang and the others, saying, Let's find a place to rest first, and then you can report your findings from today. They did not object. Rather, they felt quite delighted. Having spent the entire day investigating in the main city without much rest, and fatigue had already begun to settle in. Soon, under Lu Zhe's guidance, Wu Kuang and the others arrived at a hotel. After a brief respite, they willingly entered Lu Zhe's room. Boss, we have come to report our findings from today, Wu Kuang said with a smile. Lu Zhe chuckled and replied, Go ahead, I'm all ears. I'll go first, Feng Ling Air spoke up, surprising Lu Zhe. Typically indifferent towards him, she was now taking the initiative to speak. Do share, Lu Zhe said, intrigued. Feng Ling Air, sensing his interest, beamed with confidence. I did not gather much information, but I did learn a bit about the royal family of the Ryu Empire. Upon mentioning the royal family, Lu Zhe immediately thought of Yi Wuhui from earlier that day and inquired, Do you know Yi Wuhui? Yi Wuhui? Feng Ling Air exclaimed, taken aback, and asked, How do you know of him? Lu Zhe offered a brief explanation. Fengling heir continued. Yi Wu Hui is one of the heirs to the Ryu Empire's royal family, and he has 6 competitors for the throne. But he's the most favored among them. There are 6 others? Lu Zhe murmured thoughtfully. After Fengling heir finished speaking, she fell silent, prompting Lu Zhe to smile helplessly. He then gestured for Wu Kuang and Yi Yu to share their findings. After a thorough report, Lu Zhe gleaned an understanding of the general power structure within the Ryu Empire. At the pinnacle stood the royal family, followed by the 4 great sects, and finally, the 7 prominent families. The Su family belonged to one of these prominent families, which resonated deeply with Lu Zhe. Nevertheless, Wu Kuang and his companions had not managed to uncover any information regarding Leviathan, nor did they have any leads on the Sin side. However, Lu Zhe felt no urgency. After their previous encounter with Leviathan, he had ceased to expose his whereabouts, indicating that Leviathan did not possess the certainty of defeating him. This meant that Lu Zhe still had time, hoping to locate other original sins before Leviathan did. After reporting, Wu Kuang and the others returned to their respective rooms upon Lu Zhe's orders. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe lay on his bed, a gentle smile gracing his face. Leviathan, I truly did not anticipate you would be my opponent. I wonder how your next move will unfold. I await it with bated breath. Chapter 151. The Shangwan family having learned of the current power dynamics within the Ryu Empire, Lu Zhe had already devised a plan to unify the entire empire while excluding those who had already pledged allegiance to Leviathan. Boss, what shall we do now? Wu Kuang inquired eagerly as he entered Lu Zhe's room early the next morning. Lu Zhe, now awake, responded with calm composure. Let us visit the 7 prominent families. No problem, Wu Kuang replied with a smile. At that moment, Yi Yu and Fengling heir also entered the room. Lu Zhe, what are we to do? Fengling heir asked. Lu Zhe glanced at her and smiled. You and Yi Yu should remain at the hotel and focus on your training. Otherwise, what will you do if you fall behind? What do you mean? Do you think I am incapable? Fengling heir retorted, feeling offended by his words. Just as she was about to confront Lu Zhe, Yi Yu intervened at a critical moment. Miss Feng, please calm down. We truly cannot assist the boss right now, he said, demonstrating a sense of self-awareness. However, Fengling heir was still irked. No way, I must teach him a lesson today. Wu Kuang, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment of calm, he approached Lu Zhe, asking, Boss, when shall we set off? Right now. The weather outside is splendid, Lu Zhe replied, glancing at the sunlight streaming through the window. He then slowly rose and exited the hotel. Wu Kuang followed suit, while Fengling heir attempted to join them, but was held back by Yi Yu. This left her feeling quite displeased, and with a huff, she returned to her room. Alone in her room, Yi Yu contemplated for a moment before beginning his training, as he was determined to surpass Wu Kuang. On the bustling streets of the Ryu Empire, Lu Zhe and Wu Kuang strolled along, deep in thought about their next course of action, when suddenly, they spotted an extravagant convoy passing by. Each carriage bore a prominent dragon insignia, unmistakably belonging to the Long family, one of the 7 prominent families. Boss, that seems to be the Long family. Should we approach them to establish some connections? Wu Kuang whispered in Lu Zhe's ear. Lu Zhe shook his head, no. Approaching them now would yield nothing. The Long family is known for their domineering nature. A confrontation would lead to unnecessary trouble. What is there to fear? I can take them all on by myself, Wu Kuang replied confidently. Lu Zhe chuckled. It is not that I fear the Long family. My current objective is not them. Then who is it? Wu Kuang asked, puzzled. Lu Zhe casually responded. Do you know which family among the 7 is the most amicable? Shangwan? Wu Kuang guessed, albeit uncertain. Lu Zhe smiled and nodded in affirmation, and Wu Kuang understood, choosing not to elaborate further. As they turned to depart in another direction, a young girl emerged from one of the carriages in the Long family's convoy. Is it the one who caused a ruckus at the Su family yesterday? Her aura is certainly distinct, the girl mused with a smile. Just then, a robust voice came from behind her. Ling heir, what are you looking at? It was a dignified middle-aged man. Upon hearing his voice, the girl quickly retreated into the carriage, laughing as she replied, Father, I just saw the person who caused a commotion at the Su family yesterday. Oh, a disturbance at the Su family? The middle-aged man mused thoughtfully. The girl added, What do you think of that individual? What, do you have a crush on him? The middle-aged man teased with a smile. No way, don't say such things. If you keep it up, I want to talk to you. The girl puffed her cheeks in protest. A middle-aged man chuckled. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. With a slight huff, the young girl felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this and eagerly inquired, Now, please share your thoughts on that individual. The man pondered carefully, and after a moment of contemplation, He slowly responded under the girl's expectant gaze. I cannot say for certain, as I have not had personal dealings with him, yet I can sense that he is not an ordinary person. Oh, is that so? The girl retorted, somewhat displeased. She subsequently chose to ignore the middle-aged man, who merely smiled and fell silent, for he had more pressing matters to attend to that day. Before departing, Lu Zhe and Wu Kuang made their way directly to the entrance of the Shangwan family. As Lu Zhe gazed upon the opulent gate, a smile graced his face, and he approached it slowly. Traveler Lu Zhe, here to pay a visit to the head of the Shangwan family, he announced loudly. Moments later, the gate swung open, revealing nearly dozens of individuals, each possessing at least the rank of Soul King, with the lowest being Soul Master. What brings you to our Shangwan family? A handsome young man stepped forward. Upon locking eyes with Lu Zhe, he became noticeably tense. Despite Lu Zhe's smile, the young man felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him. You are Shangwan Fengyan, the eldest son of the Shangwan family, are you not? Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly turned crimson as he spoke. Taken aback, the handsome young man took 2 steps back, cold sweat trickling down his face. Who exactly are you? How do you know my identity? He asked, his voice heavy with apprehension. Lu Zhe chuckled. Do not overthink it. I am merely here to visit your father, Shangwan Ding, with no ulterior motives. Shangwan Fengyan's expression shifted uneasily, yet he managed to suppress his fear and replied, My father is unwell. It would be best if you took your leave. Is that so? What if I told you I could heal your father's ailment? Lu Zhe responded with a smile. This time, Shangwan Fengyan lost his composure. Knowing that Lu Zhe was aware of his identity was one thing, but his knowledge of his father's condition was something else entirely. He concluded that Lu Zhe could not be allowed to leave alive, and he commanded, everyone listen up, seize this man. Instantly, the Soul Kings unleashed their soul power, flooding the area with an overwhelming force. However, to Shangwan Fengyan's astonishment, Lu Zhe remained unfazed. With a slow raise of his hand, Wu Kuang, standing behind him, immediately understood and stepped forward. My boss is not someone you trivial lackeys can touch, Wu Kuang declared loudly, unleashing his own power. In an instant, the soul power of the Shangwan family's guards was subdued, leaving them gasping for breath under the terrifying pressure. Shangwan Fengyan began to panic. Just one person had managed to overpower dozens of Soul Kings from his family, which was simply too formidable. Can we have a proper conversation now? Lu Zhe suddenly appeared before Shangwan Fengyan. The young man, faced with Lu Zhe's proximity, collapsed onto the ground. I'm a good person. You must trust me. Lu Zhe smiled, extending his hand to help him up. Yet, Shangwan Fengyan hesitated to reach out. The disparity in their powers was too great, and he feared what might happen if Lu Zhe harbored ill intentions. At that moment, a hoarse voice resonated from within the Shangwan residence. Yinner, let him in. Chapter 152. Dialogue with the Shangwan family following the hoarse voice. Lu Zhe and Wu Kuang entered the grand hall of the Shangwan family. As soon as they stepped inside, Wu Kuang sensed an aura of hostility and was about to react when Lu Zhe halted him. Boss, they harbor ill intentions, Wu Kuang said seriously. Lu Zhe simply waved his hand. I am aware. However, rest assured, they do not dare to act against us. Why not? Wu Kuang questioned, perplexed. Lu Zhe glanced at the elder seated at the center of the hall, revealing a smile. The head of the Shangwan family should be a discerning individual. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuang immediately understood and fell silent. The elder slowly opened his eyes and inquired, Who are you, and why have you come to my Shangwan family? I do not recall us having provoked anyone. Indeed, you are correct, esteemed elder. However, I am not here to cause you trouble, Lu Zhe replied with a grin. The elder, Shangwan Ding, furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, Then what brings you to the Shangwan family? To make a long story short, I am here to invite you to join the Hall of Truth, Lu Zhe said with a beaming smile. Shangwan Ding contemplated this for a moment. My Shangwan family is one of the 7 great families of the Sun and Moon Empire. Why would we join another faction? Are you suggesting that I should force you to join? Lu Zhe's demeanor grew colder as he spoke. Shangwan Ding felt a wave of terror wash over him, cold sweat breaking out across his brow. At that moment, Lu Zhe spoke again. You have 2 choices. Either join me or become a part of history. His words, though delivered calmly, were laced with a palpable threat. Shangwan Ding was at a loss, fully aware of Lu Zhe's strength. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out from behind Lu Zhe. Father, don't agree to him. I have already become an inner disciple of Qingfeng Pavilion, and we need not fear them. Lu Zhe turned to see a tall young woman who was not exceptionally beautiful, but possessed a striking presence. This young woman was none other than Shangguan Ding's daughter, Shangguan Yu. Upon hearing her words, Shangguan Ding's face lit up with joy as he hurried to her side. Xiao Yu, is what you said true? Shangguan Yu smiled gently. Yes, Elder Wu, the fifth elder of Qingfeng Pavilion, recognized my talent and invited me into the inner chamber. Ah, my daughter, you have done wonderfully. Shangguan Ding exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Shangguan Yu then approached Lu Zhe, her expression displeased. Now, can you leave? The Shangguan family no longer needs to join other factions. Seeing this, Shangguan Ding slowly added, Young brother, you heard her, with Qingfeng Pavilion as our support. We have nothing to fear from other forces. Oh, is that so? Lu Zhe replied with a knowing smile. The members of the Shangguan family felt a sense of foreboding upon witnessing his expression. As expected, the next moment, Wu Kuang unleashed his aura, the overwhelming presence suffocating the Shangguan family members. Is this fellow a title Doluo? Shangguan Ding exclaimed in horror. Hearing this, the Shangguan family members were rendered speechless. Yet, Shangguan Yu remained defiant, retorting, what is there to fear? Qingfeng Pavilion has more than one title Doluo. Is that so? Just as Shangguan Yu finished speaking, Lu Zhe appeared before her in an instant. What are you planning to do? Shangguan Yu felt a shiver of fear, yet her heart fought to maintain composure. Lu Zhe gazed at her expression of sheer terror and could not help but chuckle. He then gently lifted her chin and inquired, do you believe that Qingfeng is formidable? Shangguan Yu abruptly swatted Lu Zhe's hand away, taking a few hasty steps back. Her face flushed as she retorted, Indeed, Qingfeng is incredibly powerful, at least far more than you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and shook his head, then turned to Shangguan Ding, asking, do you concur, old man? Shangguan Ding fell into a moment of contemplation. Although Qingfeng possessed substantial foundations, the man before him could annihilate the Shangguan family with but a word. Old man, you have 5 seconds to think, Lu Zhe teased, commencing a countdown. 5. Shangguan Ding's heart began to race. 2. Just as Lu Zhe was nearing the end of his countdown, Shangguan Ding finally spoke. Young brother, is this question meant to deliberately put me in a predicament? He said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Is it? Lu Zhe replied, unconvinced. Will you join us, or will you not? Shangguan Ding found himself at a loss for words. Observing this, Lu Zhe chuckled and walked toward the hall's exit, turning to Shangguan Ding as he passed and said, I'll give you some time. I shall visit the Shangguan family again. With that, he departed with Wu Kuang, leaving the members of the Shangguan family feeling as if they had ventured to the gates of hell, gasping for breath. Father, why are you afraid of that man? Shangguan Yu asked, approaching her father with evident displeasure. Shangguan Ding, still trembling with trepidation, replied, that young brother is not as simple as you think. He does not exhibit any signs of soul power, yet he instills fear within me. What do you mean? Shangguan Yu inquired, confused. Shangguan Ding merely glanced at her before returning his gaze to the direction in which Lu Zhe had departed, murmuring, since he has granted us an opportunity, we should remain vigilant. After leaving the Shangguan family, Wu Kuang approached Lu Zhe and asked, Boss, why give the Shangguan family time to choose? Would it not be better to force them into submission? No. Doing so would tarnish the reputation of our Temple of Truth, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Wu Kuang looked perplexed. Then what should we do? Lu Zhe gazed towards the sky and said with a smile, do not worry, they will yield. With that, he walked in another direction, headed towards the location of Qingfeng. What are you planning to do, boss? Wu Kuang asked, feeling quite puzzled. Upon their arrival outside Qingfeng, Lu Zhe instructed, Wu Kuang, you should return. Remember to inform Yo and the others that I may not be back for a while. Take care of yourselves. Why? Wu Kuang questioned, clearly bewildered. Lu Zhe, observing his expression, reiterated, I wish to enter Qingfeng incognito. If I were to storm in boldly, it might attract Leviathan's attention. What if the hidden sins of the various factions were to escape? Oh, I see. Wu Kuang nodded, half comprehending, and then departed with a smile. Alone outside Qingfeng, Lu Zhe wore a smile. Lacking soul power would hinder my entrance into Qingfeng. It appears I must summon some soul power. With that thought, a hint of soul power emanated from him, precisely at the level of a soul king. Behind him, 5 soul rings began to coalesce, a standard configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. After completing this, Lu Zhe exhaled deeply, revealing a radiant smile. Let this be my earthly experience. Chapter 153. The admissions assessment of Qingfeng in the bustling square outside Qingfeng. Lu Zhe stood contemplating amidst the throng. At that moment, A man approached him. "Brother, are you here to join Qingfeng as well?" The man inquired with a smile. Lu Zhe glanced around before pointing to himself and asking, "Are you speaking to me?" The man wore a wry smile. "Who else?" "Oh," Lu Zhe nodded. "I heard that Qingfeng is commencing its recruitment today, so I came to take a look. Of course you can come, but joining Qingfeng is exceedingly challenging. This is my third attempt at the admissions assessment," the man lamented. Lu Zhe chuckled and asked, "Is the recruitment standard that high?" "Indeed, exceptionally high," the man asserted. "To join Qingfeng, one must first reach the Soul King realm, followed by the assessment. You are already a Soul Emperor. Why have you not yet become a disciple of Qingfeng?" Lu Zhe discerned his rank. The man sighed, his expression filled with helplessness. "Although I meet the rank requirement, I have failed the assessment, which is why I have yet to enter Qingfeng." "What kind of assessment is so difficult?" Lu Zhe asked, intrigued. The man, noticing Lu Zhe's curiosity, explained, "The admissions assessment at Qingfeng is divided into 3 stages. But one must be at the Soul King level to participate." "What are the 3 stages?" Lu Zhe pressed further. The man answered without hesitation. "The first stage is to ascend the heavenly ladder, which consists of 999 steps. The pressure increases exponentially every 100 steps. The second stage is to strike the golden bell. The louder the sound, the more likely you are to catch the attention of the assessment instructors of Qingfeng. Finally, the last stage is to battle a disciple of Qingfeng. If you win, you gain entry." "I see," Lu Zhe murmured thoughtfully. At that moment, the man introduced himself. "I am Ma Fei. And you?" Lu Zhe replied, simply, "Lu Zhe, pleased to make your acquaintance." Soon, as they conversed, a booming voice resonated from the platform above. "Attention, disciples. The admissions assessment is about to commence." A man clad in a white robe stood on the platform, announcing loudly. Instantly, the once bustling square fell silent, all eyes eagerly fixed on the man atop the platform. "Now, let the admissions assessment begin. Those without the Soul King realm, please exit," the man in white gradually declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The Soul Masters lacking the Soul King rank reluctantly departed, leaving only those who were Soul Kings or higher, including several Soul Emperors like Ma Fei. Lu Zhe smiled at the sight of the crowd, which had been reduced by more than half. Shortly thereafter, the man in white announced, "First stage, ascend the heavenly ladder. Let us see your strength." With that, he turned and sat down in a chair behind him. The remaining individuals surged toward the heavenly ladder, yet Lu Zhe did not rush to ascend. Instead, he stood still, observing intently. "When do you plan to go up?" Ma Fei inquired, approaching Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe smiled and responded, "I'll wait a moment. I want to observe first." "I see. Then I shall go ahead. I hope to see you in the outer courtyard," Ma Fei said with a grin as he made his way to the ladder. Left standing, Lu Zhe gazed at those already climbing the heavenly ladder and softly mused, "The admissions assessment of Qingfeng is truly unique. Were it not for their martial souls, I would almost think I had entered a realm of immortals." With that thought, Lu Zhe took a step forward, reaching the first step of the heavenly ladder. He looked up, observing that some had already reached the 150 steps. If he did not hurry, he would indeed fall far behind. The celestial ladder is not as simple as it seems, is it? Lu Zhe chuckled as he took a step forward. As anticipated, the moment he set foot on the heavenly staircase, he felt an overwhelming pressure. While it was negligible for him, others were not so fortunate. In no time, Lu Zhe ascended once more. After a while, he had already climbed nearly 200 steps, while some were still struggling at over 100 steps. A few individuals with notable talents were approaching 300 steps, but many among them were already exhausted. Observing the scene, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile and continued on his journey. At this moment, Ma Fei, who was standing on the 300th step, was panting heavily. He slowly raised his head to gaze upward, feeling a profound sense of despair. If he was struggling at just 300 steps, it was evident that his cultivation was still insufficient. As he murmured to himself, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Startled, Ma Fei turned around to find it was Lu Zhe. With a smile, Lu Zhe asked, "Why are you standing still?" "I'm exhausted," Ma Fei replied, his face filled with frustration. Upon noticing that Lu Zhe was not sweating at all, he was taken aback. "How come you aren't even sweating?" Ma Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Zhe responded nonchalantly, "I find it quite easy." "Ha!" Ma Fei chuckled awkwardly. Lu Zhe then patted his shoulder again, cheerfully saying, "I'll go ahead." With that, he resumed his ascent toward the steps above the 300th. Ma Fei, watching his retreating figure, fell into contemplation. Could this guy be so extraordinary? At that moment, he could only stand back and observe, realizing that even with all his might, he could not keep up. As time passed, very few individuals remained on the stairway. Yet Lu Zhe continued his leisurely ascent, leaving the elders of Qingfeng Pavilion utterly astonished. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. He is destined to become a disciple. An elder with white whiskers remarked with a smile. However, he was promptly countered. Third elder, I fear this child is beyond your teachings. His talent surpasses that of everyone present. I believe it would be better to leave him to the sect master, a young woman interjected. The elder with white whiskers shot her a glance, but chose to remain silent. Although he felt unwilling to concede, he thought better of it upon considering her status. Entrusting him to the sect master isn't out of the question, but his future performance will tell, he mused, feeling quite dissatisfied. The young woman merely smiled faintly in response. Let's wait and see. As time ticked away, only Lu Zhe remained on the celestial ladder, while the others had achieved their desired results and ceased their ascent. Lu Zhe, having reached over 800 steps, was on the verge of tackling the final 100. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lu Zhe halted before the 900th step. Why has he stopped? He should be unable to continue, especially with the pressure of the title de law awaiting him beyond. Murmurs arose from below the ladder. Perhaps he intends to rest. While discussions erupted among the onlookers, Lu Zhe wore a light smile. This is enough. Going higher would draw attention, he whispered to himself, before turning around and descending the heavenly staircase. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Many speculated that he had reached his limit. Yet those with discernment understood that he simply chose not to ascend further. The young woman, observing this, couldn't help but smile. What an enigma. After the first round of the Qingfeng Pavilion's recruitment assessment concluded, only about 100 individuals remained to continue the evaluation. Among them, Lu Zhe pondered whether he had drawn too much attention and if he had already caught the eye of a Leviathan. At that moment, Ma Fei approached and patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder. Lu Zhe, I can't believe you made it to 900 steps. That's incredible, he exclaimed with a broad smile. Coming back to his senses, Lu Zhe regarded him and replied with a gentle smile, You did remarkably as well. Don't mention it. I only reached 500 steps. Most of those remaining have also reached 500. I don't stand out too much, Ma Fei sighed, shaking his head. Lu Zhe chuckled at this. The second round is coming up. Be prepared. All right, and you do your best too? Ma Fei smiled back before making his way to the second assessment location. Lu Zhe followed suit, and soon, the group of about 100 people arrived in front of the massive golden bell. Is this the golden bell? Lu Zhe murmured. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed once more. All disciples who have reached this stage have gained a certain level of recognition. The rules remain unchanged. Do not feel burdened. After the white-clad man finished speaking, he sat back down, while the 100 individuals before the golden bell lined up in an orderly fashion. Observing the dozens of people before him, Lu Zhe thought it was still early, so he began to reflect on various matters. Before long, the first person stepped forward to face the golden bell. With the aura of a soul king emanating from him, he assumed a stance to strike. Exhaling a breath of stale air, the man unleashed his strength, his iron fist crashing against the golden bell. Clang, clang, clang. Despite exerting all his effort, the massive golden bell only resonated 3 times. The man's face immediately fell, revealing disappointment. Only 3 chimes? At that moment, a man standing behind him spoke derisively. The striking man felt a surge of irritation upon hearing this, and turned sharply. What do you mean by that? The man merely smiled faintly. Isn't it obvious? You're not capable. His words were laced with sarcasm, yet the aura he exuded had already reached the level of a soul emperor. This revelation caused the striking man to wilt, and he could only leave in frustration. The scornful man watched his retreating figure and, with a sneer, approached the golden bell. He gently caressed its surface before laughing heartily. Remember my name? As he spoke, his soul power erupted forth. Remember me? I am Long Batian, he declared loudly, his fist smashing down onto the golden bell. In an instant, the enormous bell trembled, followed by a series of resounding chimes. Clang, clang, clang. The elders of Qingfeng Pavilion displayed satisfied smiles. 52 chimes, quite impressive indeed. Another promising talent, the elder with white whiskers remarked with a grin. This child possesses great talent. But his pride may be excessive, the white-clad man interjected. The elder with white whiskers, sharing the sentiment, sighed and continued to observe the assessment. Meanwhile, those who had yet to participate in the assessment displayed expressions of shock, while others felt exhilarated, as many among the remaining 100 were quite combative. Lu Zhe merely glanced up with indifference, choosing not to dwell on it further. The man who had just struck the bell was named Long Batian, a descendant of the illustrious Long family, renowned for their exceptional talent. After his performance, very few could achieve the 50 chimes, until a young woman stepped up before the golden bell. 52 chimes, huh? The young girl, as she spoke, casually unleashed a seemingly light punch. Boom! In an instant, the golden bell emitted a staggering 70 resounding clangs, once again astonishing the crowd. This girl is truly extraordinary. 70 chimes. Previously, Long Batian had only achieved 52. The elder with white beard's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to take the girl under his wing. Even the usually stoic young woman could not help but cast a glance at the girl. A remarkable talent. The young woman merely uttered this phrase. The elders seated nearby were immediately engulfed in shock. It is known that this young woman seldom speaks so favorably of a junior, unless one is a peerless genius. She would not even spare a glance. It is evident that the girl's aptitude is of an extraordinary caliber, undoubtedly surpassing Long Batian. At the assessment venue, Long Batian glared coldly at the girl from the resting area, his face betraying his displeasure. At that moment, the girl turned to him and displayed a mocking smile. Unable to contain himself, Long Batian stood up, ready to teach the girl a lesson. However, as he took a step forward, he recalled that he was within the Qingfeng Pavilion, a place where he could not act recklessly. He swallowed his anger and sat back down, visibly displeased. The girl, witnessing this, laughed even more joyfully and soon departed from the golden bell. Behind her, Lu Zhe looked on in delight, having been lost in thought and failing to notice her presence. He was astonished to encounter someone with paradoxical powers here. Her talent appeared quite remarkable. Realizing it was now his turn, Lu Zhe approached the golden bell with a calm demeanor. His appearance immediately caught the attention of several elders at Qingfeng Pavilion, even prompting the young woman to rise from her seat. Gazing at the imposing golden bell before him, Lu Zhe softly murmured, "It seems rather simple. Perhaps a little force will suffice." As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a seemingly casual punch. Under the watchful eyes of the elders, Lu Zhe's fist finally made contact with the bell. To everyone's astonishment, the golden bell remained silent. Just as confusion began to spread among the crowd, an unexpected event occurred. Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared on the surface of the massive golden bell, and it began to expand. In the next moment, bang! The enormous bell shattered into countless fragments before the eyes of all present. This scene left the elders in shock, and even the young woman widened her eyes in disbelief. "Is this still a human being?" The elder with the white beard exclaimed incredulously. The young woman, taking a moment to regain her composure, slowly stated, "This youth cannot be taught by our Qingfeng Pavilion. He is truly extraordinary. Take him to see the sect master." After saying this, she turned and left, leaving the many elders still immersed in the bewildering spectacle. At the assessment venue, Lu Zhe stood in a daze, staring at the remnants of the golden bell. With a wry smile, he muttered, "It seems I applied too much force." The others were at a loss for words, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Seeing this, Lu Zhe decided to make his exit, but as he turned, he was intercepted by several elders. "Young man, please accompany us for a moment." Chapter 155. A conversation inside the main hall of Qingfeng Pavilion. Lu Zhe was led by several elders to the presence of the pavilionist elders. "May I inquire why you have brought me here?" Lu Zhe asked with a gentle smile. The man in white replied slowly, "The sect master wishes to see you." The sect master of Qingfeng Pavilion? Lu Zhe felt a surge of curiosity. Shortly thereafter, a dignified man entered the hall, and the elders displayed deep respect upon seeing him. "Young brother, I have heard of your remarkable talent. Might we converse?" The man said with a smile. Upon seeing him for the first time, Lu Zhe sensed something amiss. This man exuded an aura of malevolence. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe maintained his composure and smiled. "What would the sect master like to discuss with me?" The man exchanged glances with the elders, who quickly understood and exited the hall. Once the elders had departed, only Lu Zhe and the sect master remained in the spacious hall. "Shall we speak now?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. The man, observing Lu Zhe's expression, burst into laughter. "You are indeed no ordinary person. Now that it's just the two of us, I imagine it must be rather uncomfortable to keep certain thoughts to yourself," Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. The man took a moment to steady himself before responding. "You possess an aura that I recognize. What is your connection to Leviathan?" As he spoke, a powerful pressure erupted from him. Lu Zhe, feeling this pressure, did not display any discomfort. Instead, he smiled. "What do you mean by that?" Ha, what do you mean? The man's expression began to twist into one of ferocity. In an instant, he appeared before Lu Zhe and attempted to seize him by the throat. Stop! A hum echoed, and the man was startled to find his body immobilized. Sect Master, can we now have a proper conversation? Lu Zhe said with a calm smile. Who exactly are you? The man asked in shock. Lu Zhe smiled faintly and replied, Do you harbor any animosity towards Leviathan? It's not just animosity. I would gladly slay that wretch. The man retorted angrily. Oh, then what is the nature of the malevolent aura surrounding you? Lu Zhe asked directly. Upon hearing this question, the man froze. You can sense it. Lu Zhe patted his shoulder and settled into a chair behind him. Of course I can sense it, especially since I have a bit of a conflict with Leviathan as well. The man found that he could move again and stretch his limbs, looking at Lu Zhe with curiosity. You also have a grudge against Leviathan? Not quite a grudge, but his actions have had an impact on me. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. An impact on you? The man appeared puzzled. Lu Zhe then laid bare his intentions for being there. I came here for no other reason than to invite your Qingfeng Pavilion to join my forces. Why should we join you? The man asked seriously. I can help you eliminate Leviathan. Is that not sufficient? Lu Zhe replied with a casual smile. The man hesitated at this, recalling everything that had just transpired. It seemed this individual truly possessed that level of strength. I know what you're thinking, but you need not worry. Leviathan has encountered me before, and he lacks the confidence to defeat me. However, I am confident in my ability to defeat him, Lu Zhe declared with a confident smile. Observing Lu Zhe's demeanor, the man found himself compelled to believe him. Thus, he made a bold decision. Our Qingfeng Pavilion is willing to ally with your forces, but we shall not perish in vain for you. Agreed. Lu Zhe nodded, rising to extend his right hand. Welcome to the Hall of Truth. The man did not hesitate and shook his hand firmly. After they reached an agreement, the man introduced himself as Lin Qing. Lin Qing had learned of Lu Zhe's name and subsequently inquired, Master, what are your plans moving forward? After pondering the question carefully, Lu Zhe replied slowly, For now, let us observe Qingfeng Pavilion. Perhaps we can uncover the hidden minions of Leviathan. Has Qingfeng Pavilion already been infiltrated? Lin Qing expressed her astonishment. Lu Zhe, seemingly anticipating her reaction, smiled and remarked, Since you have offended Leviathan, do you really think he would let you go so easily? Lin Qing reflected on this and conceded. In that case, I shall arrange an identity for you, Master. This will facilitate your movements within Qingfeng Pavilion. Indeed, Lu Zhe nodded before making his way out of the main hall. Once he had departed, Lin Qing returned to her chair. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly. Sect leader, do you find Lu Zhe trustworthy? It was a young woman who spoke. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Qing glanced at her and replied with a smile. I am uncertain, yet the aura Lu Zhe exudes is akin to that of sovereign, compelling one to submit to him. Are you willing to serve under such a ruler? The young woman inquired again. Lin Qing, dismissing further chatter, stood up and stated earnestly, Certainly not. However, Lu Zhe gives me the impression of a monarch deserving of allegiance. There is no rationale to refuse his words. Very well, since you have made this choice, I shall not interfere. Should Lu Zhe prove unreliable, you are welcome to seek refuge with our Yushin men, the young woman said nonchalantly before vanishing without a trace. Yushin men? Lin Qing murmured, then chose not to dwell on it further. Sometime later, in the outer courtyard of Qingfeng Pavilion, Lu Zhe was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared before him. Lu Zhe, I never imagined you to be so formidable. It was none other than Ma Fei. Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes and regarded him, stating, Please refrain from saying such things. It sounds quite awkward. Very well. From now on I shall refer to you as the genius. Ma Fei chuckled. Lu Zhe remained silent, continuing to gaze skyward. Ma Fei pressed on. Lu Zhe, are you aware of the Rinjibang? What list? Lu Zhe inquired with curiosity. Ma Fei, seeing his interest, explained. The Rinjibang is a compilation of various prodigies from the outer courtyard. The higher the ranking, the greater the talent, and thus the higher the chances of advancing to the inner courtyard. I see. I thought it was something else, Lu Zhe replied, instantly losing interest. Ma Fei, however, seized Lu Zhe's arm and urged, Come on, the Rinjibang is being updated today. Let's go take a look. What is there to see? You would be better off using this time to cultivate, Lu Zhe retorted listlessly. Though Ma Fei longed to argue, he was left speechless, as that was simply the reality. Let us go. It's just a look, Ma Fei insisted, undeterred. Observing Ma Fei's obstinate demeanor, Lu Zhe finally relented. Very well, let us go. Chapter 156. The Rinjia Bang updates. The square housing the Rinjia Bang in the outer courtyard of Qingfeng Pavilion was already teeming with people. Upon their arrival, Lu Zhe and Ma Fei were rendered speechless by the scene before them. The Rinjia Bang had not yet been updated, yet it had already attracted such attention. What would happen once it was refreshed? Ma Fei chuckled awkwardly. Lu Zhe, undeterred by the crowd, lifted his gaze to the Rinjia Bang. The rankings read: First place, Zhuge Yu, Soul Power Level 69, Control System Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, White Feather Fan, Soul Ring Configuration, 1 yellow, 3 purple, 2 black. Second place, Ouyang Xiaogong, Soul Power Level 68, Assault System Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Silver Snow Sword, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. Third place, Bailey Dengfeng, Soul Power Level 65, Assault System Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Spirit Gun, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow. 100th place, Huang Yi, Soul Power Level 55, Defense System Soul King, Martial Soul, Golden Dragon Shield, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile, yet his focus remained on the top 5. I wonder how strong those 5 are. Could one of them be the person I seek? Lu Zhe mused softly. At that moment, Ma Fei tapped Lu Zhe's shoulder excitedly, exclaiming, Lu Zhe, look! The Rinjia Bang has been updated. Oh! Lu Zhe, who had been deep in thought, gradually lifted his head. Just then, the Rinjia Bang emitted an exceedingly brilliant light, rendering nearly everyone in the square unable to open their eyes. How blinding! My eyes are going to burn! Ma Fei cried, shielding his eyes in distress. Lu Zhe chuckled at his antics, then chose not to dwell on it further. Soon, the dazzling light faded, and the new Rinjia Bang was unveiled to all. Quick! Let us see what changes the Rinjia Bang has undergone. A passerby shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd began to scour the new Rinjia Bang for alterations. In no time, they discovered the first change. Huang Yi had been supplanted, with a newcomer named Ding Ling occupying the 100th position. Huang Yi has been replaced. A young girl exclaimed in shock. But soon, even more astonishing changes were revealed. While the positions beyond the 10th place remained unchanged, the top 10 had undergone a significant shakeup. 7th place, Long Batian, Soul Power Level 65, Assault System Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Black Dragon, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. 5th place, Ouyang Fengwu, Soul Power Level 65, Agile Assault System Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Azure Phoenix, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. But the most shocking revelation was the change in 3rd place. Originally ranked 3rd, Bailey Dengfeng had fallen to 4th, overtaken by none other than the former 2nd place holder, Ouyang Xiaogong. The reason was simple. The 1st place name had changed, with Zhuge Yu moving to 2nd place, thus causing Ouyang Xiaogong and Bailey Dengfeng to drop in rank. And who had taken Zhuge Yu's place? None other than Lu Zhe. 1st place, Lu Zhe, Soul Power Level 69, Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, unknown, Soul Ring Configuration, unknown. The sight of this left everyone in utter shock. Surely this is a joke. What is this Lu Zhe's Martial Soul, and why is it not displayed? Could he be the one who shattered the golden bell during the admission assessment? At that moment, someone recalled the previous admission examination, and, simultaneously, all present envisioned that remarkably powerful and terrifying silhouette. In that instant, they understood. Anyone who had witnessed the admission assessment would never question Lu Zhe's strength. Lu Zhe, you are actually number 1. Ma Fei exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the top of the Rinjia Bang. Lu Zhe, however, remained calm, as he had never placed much importance on such matters. Let us leave. There is nothing more to see, he said dismissively, turning away. Ma Fei, at a loss for words, could only sigh and follow suit. Just as Lu Zhe exited the square, a pair of eyes were fixed upon him. Is that Lu Zhe? A man seated at an ordinary table observed Lu Zhe's departing figure, a smile creeping onto his face. Monsieur, what are your thoughts on Lu Zhe? The man quickly turned to the woman sitting beside him. Upon hearing his question, she slowly opened her eyes and replied, He is formidable, stronger than any of us. I cannot foresee his path, nor can I glimpse his history. Monsieur, are you serious? The man stood up instantly, his expression grave. The woman slowly rose, looking earnestly at him. When have you ever heard me speak falsely? Upon hearing this, the man quickly recognized his error and apologized. I am truly sorry. I just find it hard to believe that Lu Zhe could be such a formidable presence that even you fear him. Perhaps. But do not provoke Lu Zhe under any circumstances, the woman cautioned. Seeing her demeanor, the man ceased speaking, thanked her, and turned to leave. In the outer courtyard accommodation area, Lu Zhe soon returned to his room while Ma Fei had left for some urgent matter. Alone on his bed, Lu Zhe once again fell into deep contemplation. It has been quite some time. I wonder how Xiao Yu is faring. When will that fellow Zhenli awaken? Lu Zhe sighed helplessly. Since Lu Zhe's awakening in this world, Zhenli had been plunged into slumber, and not a hint of revival had been observed. This led Lu Zhe to ponder whether Zhenli had indeed perished. However, the binding contract dispelled such thoughts. If Zhenli were dead, Lu Zhe would likely share that fate, and since he was alive and well, it indicated that Zhenli also lived, merely trapped in a profound sleep. Although unaware of when Zhenli would awaken, Lu Zhe could at least ensure that he would not encounter any major calamities. I cannot continue like this. If I do, I shall never return to Xiao Yu's side. Lu Zhe abruptly sat upright. He then slowly exited his room, making his way towards the interior of Qingfeng Pavilion. However, as soon as he left the living quarters, he was intercepted. "You're Lu Zhe?" A figure suddenly appeared before him. Lu Zhe glanced at him and smiled. "What brings you to seek me, Long Batian? You know me?" The man was indeed Long Batian. Lu Zhe was at a loss for words and could only chuckle as he explained. During the new student assessment, you were the first to cause Jin Zhong to emit over 50 resounding blasts. Have you forgotten? Lu Zhe chuckled. Long Batian, hearing this, appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. "Please don't take it to heart. Upon arriving at Qingfeng Pavilion, I realized the gap between us. I was overly arrogant before. So, you wish for me to teach you the ways to grow stronger?" Lu Zhe's crimson eyes regarded him coolly. Long Batian was taken aback, then, without hesitation, declared, "Indeed, I wish to become stronger, so please teach me." Lu Zhe, seeing Long Batian's sincere expression, imparted to him a method, overloading training. "This is the only way to rapidly become powerful," Lu Zhe said with a knowing smile. "But strength comes at a price. Are you certain you can endure?" Long Batian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to become Lu Zhe's disciple. Lu Zhe smiled in response. "Leviathan, I await your arrival." Chapter 157. Eve of War in Qingfeng Pavilion. On a tranquil path, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely. It had been some time since his arrival, and nothing unexpected had occurred. The presence of Zue Mian has diminished. They must be in the inner courtyard, Lu Zhe murmured softly. Just then, a striking figure obstructed his path. "Lu Zhe, may we have a word?" the figure said gently. Lu Zhe examined her and smiled. "What brings you to me?" The visitor was none other than Ouyang Fengwu, ranked 5th on the Rinja list. Ouyang Fengwu observed Lu Zhe's expression and continued. "I heard that Long Batian has become your subordinate?" "Yes, and what of it?" Lu Zhe nodded with a smile. Ouyang Fengwu then stated bluntly, "Aren't you worried he might harbor ill intentions? What if he ambushes you?" Lu Zhe dismissed her concern with a smile. Approaching her and patting her shoulder, "There is nothing to fear. He would not do that." "You." Ouyang Fengwu felt a surge of irritation. However, at that moment, Lu Zhe had already moved away, leaving her to watch his retreating figure. Ignoring good advice, she huffed, turning to walk in another direction. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly before continuing onward. Suddenly, he perceived a familiar aura. "Is there Zue Mian nearby?" Lu Zhe murmured in astonishment, then instantly transported himself to the top of a tree. From his elevated position, he quickly discerned an anomaly. Not far off stood a suspicious man behaving oddly, and from a distance, it was unclear what he was doing. This only piqued Lu Zhe's curiosity further. "Scope cover. Buzz." The man sensed an unusual presence, but by the time he reacted, it was too late. "Brother, where do you think you're going?" Lu Zhe appeared behind him in an instant. The man turned, his expression turning grave as he questioned. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lu Zhe replied with a calm smile. "I have no time to play games with you. Where is Leviathan? Speak." "Buzz." The man felt a jolt of shock, his body betraying him. The location of Lord Leviathan is unknown to anyone. He has 3 avatars, each situated in different locations. He answered with vacant eyes. Lu Zhe was taken aback. The being possessed 3 avatars. Realizing the danger posed to Lucifer, who lacked Zhe power and was likely weaker than Leviathan, he thought, "This is troublesome." Lu Zhe's expression turned cold, and he pressed further. "Is there still Zhe Mian in Qingfeng Pavilion? Answer me." The man's eyes had lost their luster, and he numbly replied, "Yes, he is in the inner courtyard." "The inner courtyard?" Lu Zhe nodded, This was within his expectations. Seizing the moment while Lu Zhe was in thought, the man suddenly bolted away. Upon regaining his focus, Lu Zhe raised a hand, freezing the fleeing man mid-stride. "I still have questions for you. Do not think of escaping," Lu Zhe said coldly. "Who is the Zue Mian in the inner courtyard? Answer me." The man fell back into his stupor. "His name is Yi Qinxiu. He is a direct disciple of an elder in the inner courtyard." "I see. Well, you no longer possess any value in living," Lu Zhe remarked, grasping the man's head. With a surge of formless energy, the man vanished from existence. After dealing with this individual, Lu Zhe resolved to take preemptive action. Leviathan now had 3 avatars, and Lu Zhe only knew of one on this continent. He speculated that another lay on Dolua continent. After contemplating these matters, Lu Zhe vanished in a breath, reappearing before the elders of Qingfeng Pavilion. "Lu Zhe, what brings you here?" The pavilion master, Lin Qing, immediately sensed something was amiss. Lu Zhe glanced at him and stated directly, "I need to leave for a while. Keep a close watch on Yi Qinxiu." "Yi Qinxiu?" Lin Qing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. However, seeing Lu Zhe's serious expression, his thoughts quickly dissipated, and he commanded, "Third elder, bring Yi Qinxiu here." Indeed, Yi Qinxiu was the personal disciple of the third elder. Upon hearing this, the third elder was taken aback and inquired, "Sect master, may I ask what business you have with Qinxiu? You need not concern yourself. Simply bring him here." Lin Qing replied with a stern visage. Observing his grave demeanor, the third elder complied and turned to exit the grand hall. Shortly after, he returned, leading a handsome young man before the assembly. This striking figure was Yi Qinxiu, who appeared bewildered, yet upon seeing Lu Zhe, he instantly understood, concealing any signs of surprise. Lu Zhe, upon his arrival, inquired, "Where is Leviathan?" Yi Qinxiu, smiling, replied, "I'm not sure what you are referring to. Who is Leviathan?" Lu Zhe burst into laughter, demanding, "Where is Leviathan? Speak." Taken aback by this, Yi Qinxiu stammered, "I do not know where the esteemed one is. His whereabouts are known to hardly anyone." "I see." Lu Zhe's expression turned cold upon receiving this response. In an instant, he materialized in front of Yi Qinxiu, gripping his neck, declaring, "You are of no further use. Annihilate." In a split second, Lu Zhe eradicated him before all the elders, leaving no trace of his essence. After resolving the matter with Yi Qinxiu, Lu Zhe slowly turned to Lin Qing, stating, "The transgressions of your Qingfeng Pavilion have been addressed. Now it is your turn to handle your affairs. With Leviathan's informant eliminated, he will surely seek you out. Simply delay him when he does." With that, he vanished from sight. The elders exchanged glances, still reeling from the earlier scene. "Sectmaster, do you not think Lu Zhe has gone too far?" Yi Qinxiu was a talented soul master of our Qingfeng Pavilion, the third elder remarked with a darkened expression. Lin Qing, however, did not display anger. Instead, he smiled and replied, "His actions were justified. Leviathan's minions must perish." The third elder found himself at a loss for words, and thus the matter was put to rest. In a distant corner of the Sun and Moon continent, a man abruptly opened his eyes. "The informant from Qingfeng Pavilion is dead," he exclaimed in astonishment, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. "Lu Zhe, you have truly opened my eyes. I did not expect you to declare war so swiftly. I await your arrival." Chapter 158, The Catalyst in the City of Wuhuan. The finals of the Elite Soul Master competition were underway. Only the Shrek 7 monsters and the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple remained on the arena. "This is the final round. Everyone, stay sharp," Fred stated with an earnest expression. The members of Shrek, filled with confidence, shouted, "The championship is ours." Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, seated in a high platform at the competition venue, wore a melancholic expression as she observed them. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang approached her. "Xiaodong, what troubles your mind? You seem quite pensive," he inquired with a smile. Bibi Dong glanced at him, then rose and replied, "It is nothing." "Really?" Yu Xiaojiang chuckled as he took a seat. Bibi Dong could only watch him in silence, unable to speak. The melancholy etched on her face stemmed from Yu Xiaojiang's transformation. The man before her no longer resembled the one she knew, as he now pursued his goals by any means necessary. Even Bibi Dong, a title de law, felt uncertain about defeating Yu Xiaojiang. Soon, the final match of the Elite Soul Master competition commenced. Shrek dispatched their strongest 7, Lu Xiaoyu, Tang San, Dai Mubai Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. As for Ning Rongrong, she was not given the opportunity to participate due to her insufficient strength. Originally meant to be the strongest support in the team, her position was altered by Lu Xiaoyu's emergence. Lu Xiaoyu's martial spirit was well-rounded. She could both assist and unleash powerful attacks, making her a versatile asset. However, they could not afford to be complacent, for the Golden Generation seemed to have undergone a significant enhancement in strength. Their prowess could no longer be measured solely by soul power. If Lu Zhe were present, he would surely recognize the source of their newfound strength. They had absorbed the power of transgressions. Before long, the arena was filled with both teams, Shrek on one side and the Golden Generation on the other. The referee assessed both teams' conditions before proclaiming, "The match begins." With the referee's command, the members of Shrek Academy charged forth first. Dai Bai, you and I will hold off Xiaoyu and Yin. Hui Yu Hao, you take care Xiao San. Lu Xiaoyu shouted. She then propelled herself toward Yin, with Dai Bai closely following. This was a match that concerned the honor of Shrek Academy. They could not afford to lose. The members of the Wuhuan Temple cast indifferent glances at them before charging forward to intercept. Yet, their strength was utterly insufficient in the eyes of Lu Xiaoyu and her companions. With a resounding crash, those who attempted to block Lu Xiaoyu were sent sprawling. Hulaina and her companions exchanged disdainful glances. These opponents are truly weak, Xiaoyu remarked with a smirk. However, he was not referring to Lu Xiaoyu and her team, but rather to his own side. Before criticizing others, perhaps you should focus on yourself. At that moment, Dai Bai appeared before Xiaoyu in an instant. Without a word, he unleashed a white tiger fierce light wave. So close was the range that Xiaoyu had no time to react, and he was sent flying by the blast. Infuriated, Xiaoyu erupted with soul power, infused with a hint of the aura of transgressions. Do not be so arrogant, he shouted as he charged toward Dai Bai. Lu Xiaoyu, not overly concerned, focused on her opponent. Yin, you are the strongest among Shrek Academy, correct? Yin inquired with a smile. And you are also quite formidable. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a light smile. Yin, unfazed, instantaneously teleported before her and struck with a kick. With swift reflexes, Lu Xiaoyu leaped back to evade the blow, summoning a golden spear in her hand. Are you perhaps a tad too overconfident? Lu Xiaoyu retorted coolly, hurling the golden spear toward him. With a whoosh, the spear pierced through Yan's chest. Yet, he exhibited no signs of pain, casually standing up and extracting the spear from his torso. Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned grave upon witnessing this. I underestimated you, Yin remarked with a smile. Likewise, Lu Xiaoyu replied with a grin as she landed. Feeling an inexplicable irritation, Yin engulfed himself in flames and charged at Lu Xiaoyu. In response, she conjured a shield in an instant. The fiery blaze of Yin crashed heavily against Lu Xiaoyu's shield, illuminating the surroundings with brilliant sparks. The powerful shockwave left all present in awe. Meanwhile, Fred, watching from below, was increasingly anxious, fearing for Lu Xiaoyu's safety and dreading how he would explain any mishap to Lu Zhe. As the flames dissipated, Lu Xiaoyu stood unscathed, while Yin was once again pierced through the chest by a golden spear. With a look of astonishment, Yin was taken aback, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Lu Xiaoyu, wearing a gentle smile, remarked, "You are far too arrogant." With those words, he raised his fist and struck Yin directly. Caught off guard, Yin was sent flying, narrowly avoiding being hurled out of the competition arena, thanks to Xiaoyu's timely appearance. Do not underestimate that guy. He is formidable, Xiaoyu said with a serious expression. Yin slowly regained his footing and declared, "Understood. Let us finish this quickly." Xiaoyu, taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "Very well. Let us conclude this swiftly." As the two reached a consensus, a terrifying aura erupted from them. Eerie black mist began to envelop them, completely shrouding them moments later. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback and urgently called, "Mubai, Xiao-san, return quickly." However, it was too late. Tong-san, facing off against Alaina, had just entered a new state, his soul power skyrocketing several times over. Tong-san was sent flying by a single kick from her. This is troublesome, Lu Xiaoyu thought, a grave expression settling on his face. "You have no chance," Yin suddenly remarked. Dai Bai sneered. Just as he was about to rush in to teach Yin a lesson, Lu Xiaoyu intervened. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Dai Bai asked, puzzled. Lu Xiaoyu replied earnestly, "You are no match for him. Charging him would only lead to your demise." Her words instantly awakened Dai Bai, who, realizing his earlier impulsiveness, shot a fierce glare at Yin. "Xiaoyu, I fear we have already lost," Tong-san said slowly. Lu Xiaoyu fell silent. fully aware of the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. Yin, seeing this, wasted no words and ordered the execution of Lu Xiaoyu and his companions. The three of them instantly gathered their strength and charged quickly toward Lu Xiaoyu, moving at a speed that left the latter unable to react in time. Just as disaster loomed, a figure appeared in the arena. Are you trying to kill them? The newcomer was none other than Lu Shifa. At that moment, Lu Shifa was furious, wishing he could tear Yin and his companions to shreds. Just then, Bidong interjected, standing up and shouting, Lu Shifa, are you trying to disrupt the competition? Lu Shifa turned his gaze toward her and coldly replied, what if I am disrupting it? Do you intend to take action against me? Bidong immediately wilted under his gaze, well aware of Lu Shifa's power. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaojing, seated behind Bidong, abruptly stood up. Lu Shifa, do you truly believe you are invincible? Yu Xiaojing said with a cold smirk. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from him, one that was several times stronger than that of Yin and his companions. What is your connection to Li Weitan? Lu Shifa suddenly recalled the source of that aura. Upon hearing Li Weitan's name, Yu Xiaojing's expression grew serious. How do you know of it? He demanded. Lu Shifa replied with a stern countenance. I am more than familiar with that nauseating presence. Is that so? Yu Xiaojing sneered again. I am no weaker than you now. The Master has bestowed upon me the power of the divine. I am now a god. A god? Lu Shifa scoffed, fixing his gaze upon him. You are merely a puppet, foolishly claiming divinity. Yu Xiaojing glared at Lu Shifa. Do you wish to test that? Come then, Lu Shifa said with a smile. The clash was imminent, and the heavens of the continent were on the brink of transformation. This was not merely a battle between Yu Xiaojing and Lu Shifa. It was the spark igniting the confrontation between Li Weitan and Lu Zhe. Chapter 159. The Emergence of Li Weitan? In the Doluo continent, Wuhuan City lay in ruins, the devastation wrought by Lu Shifa and Yu Xiaojing. Bidong was aware of Lu Shifa's might, yet she was astounded by Yu Xiaojing's strength. Almost everyone present was equally astonished. How could Yu Xiaojing, a mere soul master lacking even the rank of soul sage, contend with the overwhelmingly powerful Lu Shifa? Lu Shifa was now covered in dust, yet he bore no signs of distress, instead wearing an expression of exhilaration. It seems Li Weitan has indeed treated you well. Lu Shifa remarked, gazing at Yu Xiaojing. In response, Yu Xiaojing laughed arrogantly. Your strength is commendable. Why not join us and unify the continent together? Just you? Lu Shifa scoffed dismissively. Yu Xiaojing felt a surge of irritation at this response, and in an instant, he teleported before Lu Shifa. I do not take kindly to that remark, Yu Xiaojing said coldly, and then he launched a punch toward Lu Shifa's face. Fortunately, Lu Shifa reacted swiftly, catching Yu Xiaojing's fist and simultaneously raising a foot to kick him in the ribs. With a resounding thud, Yu Xiaojing was sent crashing into the distant ruins. Coughing and looking quite disheveled, he slowly emerged from the debris, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at Lu Shifa. Sensing something amiss, Lu Shifa chuckled. Did you truly believe you were invincible? What do you mean by that? Yu Xiaojing felt a sense of foreboding. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shifa appeared behind him, grabbing the back of his head and forcing him to the ground. Do you genuinely not understand my power, or are you merely pretending? Lu Shifa's expression radiated invincibility. Indeed, the only reason Lu Shifa had felt so constrained before was due to Lu Xiaoyu and his companion's presence, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Now, however, he sensed that Lu Xiaoyu and the others had reached a safe zone, and thus he felt unburdened. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing, pinned to the ground, sensed something was wrong and attempted to break free. Yet no matter how he struggled, he could not move an inch. Observing his futile efforts, Lu Shifa couldn't help but smile. Why are you so flustered? Our battle has only just begun. With that, he abruptly lifted a foot and delivered a powerful kick to Yu Xiaojing's abdomen. The impact caused Yu Xiaojing to vomit a mouthful of blood, and he staggered from the ruins, looking disheveled. You wretch, I will surely kill you. Yu Xiaojing shouted with a vicious expression. Lu Shifa laughed heartily. What power do you possess? Do you truly overestimate yourself? With that, he reappeared before Yu Xiaojing and, without hesitation, seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. This clearly reveals the disparity between us. Luxifa grasped Yu Xiaojing's neck and slowly ascended into the air, addressing the multitude with a booming voice. Remember, I am Luxifa. In heaven and on earth, I am the strongest. With that proclamation, an aura of immense terror began to coalesce around him. Upon sensing this power, Yuxiagang's face instantly contorted with fear. Luxifa regarded him as one might observe a mere monkey, a look of disdain etched on his features. With a swift motion. As soon as Luxifa's words fell, Yuxiagang, held by the throat, vanished in an instant. His savior was a mysterious man whose aura surpassed that of Luxifa by several folds. Li Wei Tan, you have finally chosen to show yourself. Luxifa recognized him at a glance. The man chuckled at this remark. Luxifa, after all this time, you remain as arrogant as ever. Indeed, this man was Li Wei Tan, albeit merely one of his 3 avatars, yet the most formidable among them. Luxifa, I have always pondered why you did not join me in absorbing the power of sin, Li Wei Tan inquired with a smile. However, Luxifa seemed disinclined to engage in lengthy conversation, swiftly approaching him in a single breath. You two, still so verbose after all this time, Luxifa retorted coldly. With a sudden movement, he brought his foot crashing down onto Li Wei Tan's head. Boom! Li Wei Tan was sent crashing into the ruins below, appearing quite disheveled. Luxifa loomed above him like an emperor, his expression devoid of emotion. I cannot allow you to continue down that misguided path, Luxifa declared, raising his right hand to point at Li Wei Tan on the ground with a smile. Divine punishment, heavenly retribution. Thunder rumbled ominously, filling the sky with a cacophony of wrathful lightning. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning descended mercilessly. Caught off guard, Li Wei Tan shockingly chose to withstand it with his body. This scene astonished Luxifa, for he was well aware of the devastating power of his technique. Few could survive the onslaught of such divine fury. Soon, amidst the tumultuous sea of lightning, Li Wei Tan let out a heart-wrenching howl. Observing this, Luxifa exhaled a sigh of relief, initially believing Li Wei Tan might possess some formidable trump card, only to realize he had overestimated the situation. Within the lightning storm, Li Wei Tan's body began to fracture, his skin rendered nearly unrecognizable. Yet, curiously, he was laughing. It was not long before Luxifa sensed something amiss. But by the time he registered the danger, it was already too late. With a swift thrust, several black spikes pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth. Luxifa, you are still too naive, Li Wei Tan remarked, now standing behind him with a smirk. Turning in surprise, Luxifa exclaimed, You scoundrel! Enough! I must eliminate you now. You are a threat. Li Wei Tan's demeanor shifted abruptly, his tone turning icy. With a flick of his wrist, multiple black spikes impaled Luxifa to the ground. Coughing, Luxifa felt a sharp pain as he realized he had been pinned down. With his limbs and chest pierced, he was now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, easily extinguishable. Li Wei Tan looked down upon him, a smile returning to his face. Luxifa, you cannot blame me. Blame your own talent. As his words echoed, he lifted his hand. Dark clouds enveloping the sky, coalescing into an ominous black spear directly above Luxifa. Everyone felt the terrifying power of this spear, knowing that if it struck the ground, the land would be utterly devastated. Luxifa's expression grew solemn as he recognized the peril. This attack could very well spell his demise. Fall! Li Wei Tan commanded suddenly. The colossal black spear began its descent, an oppressive aura descending with it. Though Luxifa's heart brimmed with resentment, he found himself powerless. Had Li Wei Tan not absorbed the power of sin, he would undoubtedly not be a match for Luxifa. Just as the spear was about to reach the ground, a figure appeared beneath it. It ends here, the figure murmured, and with a flick of his wrist, a wave of colorless energy swiftly engulfed the black spear. The spear vanished without a trace, leaving no residual aura behind. Upon witnessing this, Li Wei Tan's expression brightened with glee. You have finally arrived. Luz. Indeed, I have come. The figure confirmed, revealing himself as Luz. Cloaked in swirling black energy, his eyes glowed a menacing crimson, radiating an aura of dread. I am quite curious how you managed to traverse from the Sun-Moon continent, Li Wei Tan mused with a smile. Luz disregarded him entirely, approaching Luxifa, who was still pinned to the ground, his gaze turning icy. Yeo Wuquang, take him away, Luz instructed in a low voice. In an instant, two figures appeared by his side, lifting the injured Luxifa without hesitation and swiftly departing into the distance. Li Wei Tan, witnessing this, did not intervene. Rather, he laughed even more heartily. Come, Luz, let us engage in battle. You are but an avatar. Summon your true self. Luz replied coldly. Are you belittling me? Li Wei Tan's expression darkened at this. Luz, upon hearing this, wore a sardonic smile, not even deigning to glance at him. This is merely the truth. Chapter 160. Make your choice. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Wuhuan City was nearly laid to waste, and Li Weitan bore no unscathed flesh upon his body. Luz looked down upon him from above, his expression filled with disdain. Li Weitan glared at him with intense fury, yet he found himself utterly powerless against Luz. I advise you to join me. Otherwise, you will meet a most tragic end, Li Weitan proclaimed, his face contorted with rage. Luz simply smiled faintly, then in an instant, he teleported before Li Weitan. Do you still not grasp the current situation? Luz seized Li Weitan by the throat, lifting him into the air, gasping for breath. Li Weitan struggled, yet his eyes remained defiant. Luz regarded him coolly before casting him aside. Boom! Li Weitan crashed heavily into the distant ruins. In truth, Luz could have dispatched this avatar of Li Weitan long ago, but he refrained from doing so. The reason was simple. If this fiend were to perish now, the true Li Weitan might not reveal himself, thereby thwarting Luz's objectives. From the ruins, Li Weitan shakily rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Luz. Luz, recognizing his fury, allowed a mocking smile to surface on his face. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, launching an attack infused with the power of sin. However, Luz, as if possessing an eye on the back of his head, effortlessly evaded the strike and promptly seized the assailant by the back of the head, pinning them to the ground. Master, what are your thoughts on joining that individual? Luz looked at the person he had pinned down and smiled. The one attempting to ambush Luz was none other than Yu Xiaojing, who had previously been rescued by Leviathan. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing's face was etched with fear, and he didn't dare utter a sound. Luz, observing the silent Yu Xiaojing, whispered in his ear, "You have been mistaken from the very beginning. Do you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, the power of paradox began to gather in his hand. Just as Luz was about to act, another figure emerged to halt him. "Do not harm him," a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. Following that, several attacks, forged from soul power, surged toward Luz. Upon witnessing this, Luz waved his hand lightly, and the attacks vanished without a trace. "Why have you come?" Luz inquired, directing his gaze at the attacker. The assailant was none other than Bai Bai Dong. "Release Xiaojing. I do not wish to repeat myself," Bai Bai Dong stated with a serious expression. Luz, taken aback initially, then laughed, saying, "I truly do not comprehend why you would utter such words. At this juncture, have you yet to discern this individual's true nature?" "What do you mean?" Bai Bai Dong furrowed her brows. Luz, without further ado, replied with a smile, "You must be unaware of what the sin facade is. Allow me to extend my benevolence and enlighten you." He continued, addressing the bewildered Bai Bai Dong. The sin facade represents the malevolence within a person's heart. Since this individual possesses the power of the sin facade, it signifies that he has unleashed the darkness within him. The person you have known all these years is indeed his true self. You must be well aware of this. As he spoke, Luz chuckled once more, then slowly rose, placing his foot upon Yu Xiaojing's head. "Considering you are merely an unwitting participant, I shall grant you an opportunity. Depart from here at once, or accompany this loathsome individual on his path." Luz smiled lightly, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Make your choice." Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong fell into a dilemma, as she had witnessed Yu Xiaojing's character transformation over the years. Just as she was conflicted, Yu Xiaojing, pinned beneath Luz's foot, cried out, "Xiaodong, save me, please." His expression was grotesque, resembling a malevolent spirit rising from the depths of hell. Bai Bai Dong was startled by his visage. However, Yu Xiaojing was oblivious to her fear. All he desired was to survive, at any cost. Luz cast a casual glance at him, then increased the pressure. Yu Xiaojing's face began to contort, tears and snot streaming down his cheeks. "Help me. Please, save me," he repeatedly murmured, desperate to live. Witnessing this, Bai Bai Dong felt as if her heart were being torn asunder. She longed to rush to his aid, yet hesitated. "Have you made your choice? I await your decision," Luz said with a gentle smile. Bai Bai Dong was at a loss for how to respond. Observing her indecision, Luz's expression turned cold. "If that is the case, allow me to choose for you. This hypocrite is not worth your life. Thus, I shall sever the bond between you." Luz's voice was icy. As he spoke, and formless energy engulfed Yu Xiaojing, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from this world. Bai Bai Dong's eyes widened in shock, her heart seemingly ceasing to beat. After resolving Yu Xiaojing's fate, Luz did not pause, but swiftly approached Leviathan, raising a finger and pressing it against his forehead. "You should never have encountered Yu Xiaojing, nor should you have developed feelings for him," Luz stated slowly. "This twisted fate must come to an end. As he concluded, a blinding white light enveloped Bai Dong. Lu Zhe, witnessing this, no longer paid her any mind, for he had eradicated all memories of Yu Xiaojiang from her existence through the paradox. In other words, Bai Dong had entirely forgotten Yu Xiaojiang, as if they had never crossed paths. After completing these matters, Lu Zhe cast his gaze toward Leviathan's location. Meanwhile, Leviathan in the ruins wore a grim expression, his heart brimming with frustration. Where's your true form? Is he not coming to your rescue? Or has he never intended to save you? Lu Zhe remarked with a sudden laugh. Leviathan's anger flared upon hearing this, yet he refrained from charging blindly. After a moment of calm reflection, he retorted, "You will surely regret this." Just as Leviathan finished his words, Lu Zhe appeared before him in an instant. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Zhe responded with a smile, then kicked him in the abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. The forceful kick sent Leviathan crashing through several buildings before he finally came to a stop. However, when he raised his head again, Lu Zhe had once more materialized before him. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe seized Leviathan's head and pressed it firmly into the ground. "I truly do not wish for you to perish too soon. After all, I have yet to fully enjoy myself," Lu Zhe said with a grin. Leviathan gasped for breath, trembling as he spoke. You will regret this?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe burst into laughter, momentarily resembling a villain himself, declaring, "What an ugly creature you are. Even your words are repulsive." Just then, a fissure appeared in the already dim sky. In that moment, everyone on the Doluo continent felt it, looking up in astonishment. "Is the sky cracking?" Fred exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Others were equally at a loss for words, their hearts brimming with shock. Meanwhile, Leviathan, pinned to the ground by Lu Zhe, displayed a triumphant grin. "Ha ha, you are doomed." Leviathan laughed heartily. Realizing this, Lu Zhe ceased his laughter, and formless energy swiftly enveloped Leviathan. In the span of a single breath, Leviathan vanished from this realm. Lu Zhe slowly stood up and raised his gaze to the sky. "Finally, you have arrived." Chapter 161. The Awakening of Truth, the conclusion of the parallel journey. On the Doluo continent, a rift tore open in the sky, and the entire world lost its color. "Lu Zhe, did you not yearn to see me? I have arrived. Yet why do you wear such a cold expression?" The true Leviathan stood at the rift in the sky, smiling. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe glanced at him. "Indeed, I did not anticipate you would bring so many with you." Alongside Leviathan were 4 other men, each emanating the power of the Sin facade. If Lu Zhe's deductions were accurate, these 4 must represent greed, gluttony, sloth, and lust. "Let us commence our final battle," Leviathan declared with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 embodiments of greed charged at Lu Zhe without granting him a moment to react. Observing this, Lu Zhe swiftly activated the power of truth. "Get down." The moment he uttered the command, the 4 embodiments of greed were instantaneously slammed into the ground. Lu Zhe, witnessing this, smiled faintly and turned to Leviathan, saying, "You surely have overestimated your own importance." "Ha ha!" Leviathan erupted into laughter, and with a mere blink, he appeared directly before Luz. Luz had no time to react, and was immediately sent flying by Leviathan's kick. Bang! Luz crashed into a low hill 100 meters away, leveling it entirely. This scene caused Lu Xiaoyu and the others, who were watching from afar, to feel a pang of anxiety. "Brother," Lu Xiaoyu murmured with a worried expression. Fortunately, Luxifa approached to comfort her, assuring her that the leader would not be easily defeated. After speaking, Luxifa instantaneously teleported towards Leviathan. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the still laughing Leviathan. Boom! Without hesitation, Luxifa delivered a powerful punch towards Leviathan. "Old friend, ambushing is not a good practice." Leviathan casually received Luxifa's strike, then effortlessly hurled him away. The 4 of Greed's original sin immediately understood the situation and followed suit. After dealing with Luxifa, Leviathan turned his gaze back to the distant low hill, a hint of a smile creeping onto his face. "Luz, is this all you can do?" As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as if entering an uninhabited chamber. Seeing this, Leviathan's expression darkened. He had not come here for an easy victory, but to give his all. "Luz, do you truly wish to disappoint me?" Leviathan said coldly. Nevertheless, there was still no echo from the low hill. Just as Leviathan prepared to check, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Rumbling, the earth trembled, and all the mountains seemed to shrink by half, while structures were reduced to ruins. Upon sensing the anomaly, Leviathan was plunged into shock. He was not alone. Nearly all the inhabitants of Dulo Daelu were equally astonished by the scene before them. The sky has collapsed. Tang San and his companions were utterly shocked. At that moment, the sky, which had already been cracked open, began to cave in. Furthermore, residents near the coastline of Dulo Daelu spotted a new landmass emerging on the ocean. Drawing ever closer, Lai Whiten finally comprehended the nature of the entity he was battling. Such phenomena were beyond human reach. No, even gods could not achieve such extremes. Heaven will ultimately fall. The continent will inevitably expand. Just as Lai Whiten was engulfed in astonishment, a resonant voice emerged from the distant low hill. Following that, a beam of red light pierced through the clouds, and within this radiance, a figure slowly emerged. This figure was none other than Luz in his true form. At that moment, countless crimson, giant eyes opened in the space behind him. As these colossal eyes unfurled, the spatial barriers of this world began to shatter. In this world, only truth will endure, and I am that truth. Luz proclaimed softly, advancing step by step towards Lai Whiten. Lai Whiten, burdened by an overwhelming pressure, would have perished under such weight had he not absorbed the powers of the 7 deadly sins. Is this truly the leader's power? Lucifer, engaged in battle with the 4 of greed's original sin, suddenly halted, staring at Luz in astonishment. The quartet of greed stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. Is this your true power, Luz? Lai Whiten erupted into laughter, his face alight with excitement. Luz offered no response, instead gazing intently at him. Ha ha ha! Lai Whiten, seeing that Luz disregarded him, allowed a manic laugh that reverberated across the realm. Urgently, he unleashed a terrifying force from within. Having long understood the might of truth, he was finally witnessing it firsthand. For this moment, he had prepared for decades. Lai Whiten laughed maniacally. He then raised his hand and gestured towards the 4 of greed, instantly shattering their confinement as they flew towards Lai Whiten's position. At that moment, a bottomless black hole appeared in Lai Whiten's chest, sucking the quartet of greed inside. Lai Whiten's aura expanded once more, nearing the pinnacle of this world. At this point, with a mere flick of his finger, he could obliterate an entire continent's civilization, yet it was still far from sufficient in his eyes. For truth is eternal, limitless, and cannot be vanquished. Yet Lai Whiten remained undeterred, for he had awaited this moment for far too long. Should he conquer truth, he could devour it and inherit its essence. At that time, he would become the new embodiment of truth in this world. Luz regarded him with a detached expression, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Lai Whiten, having absorbed this power, charged towards him. Surrender truth to me. Lai Whiten laughed maniacally. In the next instant, Luz looked at him, his lips barely moving. Kneel. Buzz. In an instant, Lai Whiten's brain registered the command, and he found himself kneeling at Luz's feet. Luz, towering above him, spoke slowly. To challenge truth is a foolish choice. He then flicked his fingers, and Lai Whiten was sent flying. Boom. In an instant, a chasm of unfathomable depth opened on the continent, with Lai Whiten at its bottom. Half his body lost. Puffed. Lai Whiten coughed up a mouthful of blood and trembled as he stood. Is this the power of truth? Just as he caught his breath, an invisible pressure enveloped him entirely. Buzz. This pressure was even more terrifying than before, forcing Lai Whiten beneath the continent. When the pressure subsided, Lai Whiten thought it was over. But he was unprepared for a massive crimson sword coalescing above him. Luz, sensing it was time, waved his right hand. The colossal crimson sword descended, plunging into the pit where Lai Whiten resided. Boom! In an instant, the entire continent trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Upon witnessing this, Luz ceased his assault and softly stated, "You have been awake for quite some time, have you not?" He was alone, with no one to hear his words. Perhaps only one person understood, but that individual was not in this realm. Hee. At that moment, a playful giggle resonated as a crimson phantom emerged from Luz's being. Indeed, this phantom was truth, which had awakened from its contemplation. With a mischievous grin, Truth declared Luz, "I never anticipated you would sense my awakening. Had you not awakened, my power of truth would never have reached this magnitude." Luz replied calmly, "Oh, quite clever indeed. So, what shall you do next?" Truth inquired with a smile. Luz gazed upwards at the sky, now within arm's reach, and slowly replied, "To the divine realm. To reclaim the power of rules, and then return home." You guessed it? Truth remarked, a hint of surprise in its tone. Luz remained silent, merely nodding faintly. Indeed, to restore the power of rules, One must awaken the dormant power within through external sources of rule. Let us proceed to the realm of the gods. The great battle on the continent has claimed the life of Leviathan, causing the sky to collapse and two continents to merge prematurely. This world has undergone a profound transformation. The architect of this upheaval, Luze, has ascended to the divine realm, and the day of his return to the original world is drawing near. Chapter 162, Amending the Rules, Conclusion of the Parallel Journey, in the Doluwa Dalu and the Divine Realm. The events unfolding on the continent have cast a shadow over the gods, who display grave expressions. Is he inevitable upon us? A man exuding an aura of malevolence speaks slowly. He is none other than the evil god. Beside him stands the good god, who expresses a deep concern. Can we truly withstand that fiend? The good god asks with a worried countenance. The evil god, upon hearing this, merely shakes his head, a look of despair on his face. We stand no chance. He has grown beyond our capacity to contend with. Not merely the two gods, but all present deities were expressions of solemnity, acutely aware of the formidable power of their adversary. In the next moment, a figure gradually enters their line of sight. Is this the gathering place of the gods? The newcomer is none other than Luze. At this juncture, Truth also makes an appearance, mockingly stating, "Are these the gods of this world? They appear so feeble, lacking even half the strength of arrogance." Although the evil god and the others are unsettled by Truth's words, they dare not voice their discontent, for Luze's formidable power is evident. Not to mention the crimson specter looming behind him. How dare you enter the domain of the gods? The Shura god inquires gravely. How did I gain access to the realm of the divine? Luze, taken aback by the question, scoffs derisively. A mere small space hardly qualifies as a domain of gods. That is patently absurd. You, the Shura god exclaims, his face darkening, but is swiftly restrained by the evil god. Had he not intervened, the outcome could have been dire. At this moment, Luze articulates his purpose succinctly. Enough of the pleasantries. I have come to seize the power of the rules. Do you comprehend the significance of the power of the rules to our world? The evil god replies with a cold expression. I do. Yet you lack the qualification to wield such power. Luze's demeanor hardens. Observing the evil god and his compatriots, it is evident they are unwilling to relinquish control over the power of the rules. Should that be the case, then the most dire measures must be employed. Upon hearing Luze's declaration, the Shura god's forehead veins bulge, and a fierce aura begins to emanate from him. You would do well not to provoke us. I cannot believe that so many gods cannot deal with a single individual, the Shura god coldly asserts. Before Luze can respond, Truth interjects. You're grossly overestimating yourselves. You lack even half the strength of arrogance, and yet dare to dream of vanquishing us? Infuriated, the Shura god advances, ready to confront Luze. Enough. Fortunately, the evil god intervenes at this critical moment. Otherwise, tragedy would surely ensue. Evil god, what is the meaning of this? The Shura god queries in confusion. The evil god replies solemnly. There is no need for further inquiry. This fellow could bring about our downfall with but a flick of his finger. If you wish to perish, I shall not hinder you, but do not involve us. Seeing the grave expression on the evil god's face, the Shura god chooses to retreat. The evil god then approaches Luze, speaking gravely. We are willing to transfer the power of the rules to you, but you must agree to one condition. You lack the standing to impose conditions. You are aware of the principle that victors dictate terms. Luze replies calmly. The evil god is momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the realization of their inferiority. Observing the evil god's speechlessness, Luze strides to the center of the assembly and seats himself upon the throne without hesitation. From this moment forth, the divine realm belongs entirely to the Hall of Truth. You have two choices. Either join the Hall of Truth or face obliteration. Luze declares with an imperial demeanor. The evil god and the other deities scarcely dare to meet Luze's gaze. If the God King represents the highest status within the divine realm, then Luze now occupies a position that surpasses even that of the God King. Noting their silence, Luze smiles and continues, since you offer no response, I shall assume you have chosen the first option. Welcome to the Hall of Truth. With that, Luze rises, and with a wave of his hand, the power of the rules of the divine realm begins to surge toward him. In no time at all the power of the rules within the divine realm is gathered in Luze's grasp. Is this the power of the rules of this world? A look of disdain crosses Luze's face. yet he absorbs it nonetheless. For having something is better than having nothing. Upon absorbing the power of the rules, a profound transformation occurs within Liu Ze. The evil god and his comrades notice that the power emanating from Liu Ze now surpasses that which he previously absorbed, becoming even more formidable and robust. Has it finally awakened? Truth reveals a rare expression of seriousness. At this moment, Liu Ze begins to undergo a transformation. His once black hair turns silvery white, and his dark pupils gleam with a brilliant golden hue. Simultaneously, golden runes begin to manifest upon his skin, initially appearing on his right hand before spreading throughout his entire body, leaving no strand of hair untouched. A long-lost sensation envelopes Liu Ze as he stretches, revealing a satisfied smile. Shortly thereafter, Liu Ze, adorned with golden runes, returns to his normal appearance, with black hair and deep-set black eyes. It is time to alter the rules of this world. Liu Ze murmurs softly. The evil god, taken aback, exclaims, "My lord, the rules of the world cannot simply be modified at will. Do you intend to obstruct me?" Liu Ze glances at him sideways. Feeling the weight of Liu Ze's pressure, the evil god immediately falls silent. No longer paying him heed, Liu Ze raises his right hand. As his hand descends, the fabric of the divine realm begins to shift. The evil god and his companions instantly sense the transformation. The divine realm is no longer what it once was, and the evil god exhibits a look of despair. Indeed, the divine realm has now appeared above the obliterated Wuhuan city on Doluo Dalu. The inhabitants of the continent, witnessing this spectacle, are filled with shock. Is that a divine palace? Surely this is a jest. The gods have descended upon Doluo. In an instant, the continent is awash with astonished voices, all gazing skyward at the palace above Wuhuan city. Within the palace, Liu Ze surveys the evil god and the other deities from his elevated position. From this moment forward, there shall no longer exist a chasm between gods and mortals. You are now all of the same kin, Liu Ze proclaims calmly. The evil god and his peers dare not voice any grievances, only bowing their heads in compliance. Understood. Upon witnessing this, Liu Ze smiles and waves his hand, summoning several figures into the palace. They are none other than Lucifer, Wu Kuang, Lu Xiaoyu, and the Soul Beast Sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. From this moment forth, there will be no gods in this world. Soul beasts shall no longer face heavenly tribulations, and humanity shall not rely on the gods for inheritance, Liu Ze states slowly. Upon hearing these words, the one who reacted most profoundly was the Silver Dragon King. Her joy was beyond verbal expression. An overwhelming sense of gratitude enveloped her. Liu Ze, witnessing this scene, offered a gentle smile before beckoning Lucifer and Lu Xiaoyu to come forward. Lucifer, from now on, you shall assist Xiaoyu in governing this world. Do you understand? Liu Ze spoke slowly. Without a hint of complaint, Lucifer responded with a calm smile. Rest assured, Hall Master, I will take care of Xiaoyu's matters. Liu Ze nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Lu Xiaoyu, offering a soft touch to her head without uttering a word. However, the evil gods understood that Liu Ze had infused Lu Xiaoyu with the power of rules. In other words, she was now the only one in this world possessing such power. Brother, where are you going? Lu Xiaoyu sensed something amiss and hurriedly grasped his hand. Liu Ze smiled faintly and replied, I do not know, but I likely will not return. What? At this declaration, everyone in the hall displayed expressions of shock. Yet, tranquility quickly returned, as Liu Ze once again addressed the evil gods, speaking slowly. Do not harbor any rebellious thoughts. You bear my constraints within you. As long as I live, you will remain subjects beneath the hall of truth. At this point, the evil gods relinquished their last remnants of doubt, willingly submitting to the hall of truth. After arranging everything, Liu Ze's form began to dissipate. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu gazed at him with reluctance. Liu Ze chuckled softly and uttered the words Lu Xiaoyu longed to hear. Until we meet again, my dear sister. Chapter 163. Return. A new chapter begins. In the Doluo continent, atop a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, Liu Ze sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation. When shall we depart? At that moment, truth emerged. Upon hearing this, Liu Ze gradually opened his eyes and said, It is time. Let us go. Rising to his feet, he gazed towards the distant, ethereal hall of truth. Do you feel hesitant? Truth seemed to perceive something. Liu Ze shook his head with a smile. The outcome of this world is what I desire most, yet I ultimately do not belong here. Truth, deeply moved, spoke again, rest assured. This world should remain safe in the hands of that little girl. What do you mean by that? Luze inquired, puzzled. Truth chuckled. You must know. Every world has its own truth, yet this one has yet to manifest. Are you suggesting that Xiaoyu is the truth of this world? Luze began to piece together the implication. Truth nodded, smiling. Indeed, that little girl is the truth of this world. She simply has yet to awaken. Luze's expression turned contemplative upon hearing this. Observing his demeanor, Truth continued. Moreover, the truth within that little girl, if all goes well, may surpass both myself and the relative truth. What? Luze was taken aback. What kind of truth is she? Truth paused, then earnestly replied, she embodies conceptual truth, the truth that can turn all concepts into reality. Luze chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, this does not concern us. She is not of our world. Hee hee. Truth smiled knowingly at Luze, speaking enigmatically, perhaps it does. Seeing the expression on Truth's face, Luze's seriousness returned, but he quickly regained his composure. Let's return, Luze said slowly. With a wave of his right hand, a rift in space appeared before him. Without hesitation, Luze stepped into the rift. I have returned. Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, in the world where Lu Xiaoyu resided, within a celestial hall towering above the continent, a young man seated upon a throne slowly opened his eyes, a smile beginning to form on his face. Finally willing to show yourself, my dear brother? In an uninhabited area of the continent, a rift in space suddenly appeared. Moments later, a figure emerged from it. Have you finally returned? The one stepping out of the rift was none other than Luze. Although he had returned to this world, it felt entirely new to him. It seems Lucifer has indeed intervened, Truth remarked, her expression not particularly joyful. I wonder how Xiaoyu is faring, Luze expressed his concern. However, Truth added, your brother should be all right. Lucifer will undoubtedly support the sole truth of this world. But your unique nature poses a different challenge. He will certainly devise means to eliminate you. I believe Lucifer is not my match at present, Luze said with a gentle smile. No, you underestimate him, Truth countered firmly. Why? Luze questioned, bewildered. He felt his strength had significantly increased. The power of rules had expanded manyfold, and his abilities of paradox and truth had reached their peak. Theoretically, Luze's power should now rival Lucifer's. Yet Truth explained, Lucifer is known as the unrivaled sovereign of heaven and earth. Despite this, he possesses shortcomings, namely his arrogance, while the sin of pride grants him absolute strength. It simultaneously constitutes his greatest weakness. Then why do you say I underestimate him? Luze asked, puzzled. Truth responded, have you forgotten your brother's abilities? Do you think my brother would turn against me? Luze questioned, still confused. Truth hesitated, but finally spoke, that is not my point. I merely worry that your brother may be influenced by Lucifer, viewing me as an enemy and seeking to eliminate me. At this moment, Luze suddenly recalled the contract he had signed with Truth. Should either party perish, the other would follow suit. Realizing this, Luze's expression turned grave. You have a point. While Lucifer may not be my rival, my brother's relative truth counters your abilities. Indeed, then the only power at your disposal will be the power of rules. Yet, relying solely on that, you would be no match for Lucifer, Truth stated solemnly. The two fell into silence, uncertain of how to proceed. Soon, Luze composed himself and said, let us not dwell on this matter for now. What is most important is to understand the current state of this world. I have been away for too long and am unfamiliar with the changes. Indeed, let us venture outside to take a look. Truth nodded, then merged into Luze's being. Without hesitation, Luze stepped forward, making his way out of the uninhabited area. To avoid drawing Lucifer's attention, Luze concealed all his presence, appearing as an ordinary man to outsiders. After an indeterminate amount of time, Luze finally glimpsed the signs of human civilization. At last I see people, Luze exclaimed with joy, for he had not encountered a single soul beast during his time away, let alone any humans. Before long, Luze arrived outside the city he had previously observed. With no discernible aura of soul power or any other force about him, he entered the city with ease. As he gazed at the bustling streets, Luze found himself pausing in wonder. He had anticipated that the world, under Lucifer's interference, would be rife with despair. Instead, he was greeted by lively streets. Moreover, the expressions of the people were not marked by suffering, but rather illuminated by genuine joy. Was I mistaken in my assumptions? Luze murmured softly to himself upon witnessing this scene. He then resumed his stride. intent on finding someone to inquire about the changes that had transpired across the continent in recent years. However, as he passed a bulletin board, he was taken aback by its contents. "Wow, you've made it to the announcements," Truth mocked within Lu Zhe. The remark left Lu Zhe feeling rather unsettled. Indeed, the bulletin board was plastered with his wanted posters, demanding him to be captured alive. Upon seeing his own wanted notice, Lu Zhe understood that Lucifer's target was solely himself, with no relation to the inhabitants of this continent. Well, perhaps this is for the best. At least this world has not descended into hell. Lu Zhe thought with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He then decided to disregard the wanted posters and made his way directly toward nearby inn. On his path, he altered his appearance. The once delicate-looking youth transformed into an utterly ordinary young man. "Why disguise yourself?" Truth inquired mockingly. Lu Zhe found himself reluctant to respond. "I've been marked as a wanted man. If I continue to appear as myself, it's only a matter of time before I'm caught." "That's a valid point." Truth conceded with an amused nod. With that, Lu Zhe chose to ignore Truth, and after securing a room at the inn, he proceeded directly to his quarters. Once inside, Lu Zhe laid down on the bed without hesitation, staring at the ceiling as a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. "Xiaoyu, what would you do?" Lu Zhe murmured softly. At that moment, Truth reemerged, his expression grave. "Remember, do not reveal your true identity until you fully comprehend the changes in this world. Otherwise, we could both face dire consequences." "I understand," Lu Zhe replied, showing no inclination to engage further. Observing this, Truth fell silent, merging back into Lu Zhe's being. As Lu Zhe succumbed to a sea of thoughts, he finally drifted into a deep slumber, having not experienced restful sleep in far too long. Chapter 164. The City Lord's mansion. As dawn broke, Lu Zhe gradually opened his eyes. "You're finally awake. I thought you might have slept forever." Truth chimed in with a smile. Lu Zhe merely cast a fleeting glance at him before moving to the window to observe the outside world. The streets remained as lively as when he first arrived, with every face radiating happiness. "What shall we do today?" Truth floated beside him, inquiring gently. Without much contemplation, Lu Zhe responded, "I intend to ask someone about the changes on the continent over the past few years." Upon hearing this, Truth cautioned, "Do not expose yourself recklessly. I cannot predict the consequences." With that, Truth dissolved back into Lu Zhe's essence. Lu Zhe did not reply, simply tidying up before stepping out of the inn. Once outside, he found himself at a loss for how to integrate into the vibrant streets. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head. The transformations were so profound that he felt uncertain about how to blend in. As he contemplated, Lu Zhe made his way toward the city center. In his view, to grasp the continent's changes, he should seek out those of higher standing, and the city lord was his most suitable choice. Not long after, Lu Zhe arrived before a grand building. "This must be where the city lord resides," he thought, a smile gracing his lips at the sight of the imposing structure. Just then, a resonant male voice interrupted his thoughts. "Who are you, and why are you here?" A man approached him slowly. Lu Zhe turned to face him and smiled. "Do you believe me if I say I'm just passing through?" Who stands idly in one place, gazing intently at a building with a smile that suggests ill intent. The man retorted skeptically, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Zhe scratched his head and replied, "To be honest, this is my first time encountering such an impressive structure. I cannot help but feel awestruck." "Is that so?" The man replied, his expression skeptical. "Indeed, I'm a traveler from a distant southern land," Lu Zhe said with a smile. The man, reassured, ceased his inquiries, noting the absence of any aura emanating from Lu Zhe. "Wait," the man suddenly realized something, adopting a defensive stance. "Are you a Zuamion?" Given Lu Zhe's lack of soul power, the only possibility in the man's mind was that he was indeed a Zuamion, a being whose power could not be sensed by soul masters and was exceedingly dangerous. Lu Zhe, however, displayed no signs of alarm. Instead, he calmly smiled. "My good sir, you may be overly suspicious. I am merely an ordinary traveler. Due to an accident, my martial soul has shattered, rendering me an ordinary person." As he spoke, Lu Zhe's expression darkened slightly. Though feigned, it conveyed a sense of authenticity. The man hesitated, then relaxed his stance, approaching Lu Zhe with an apologetic demeanor. "I apologize, young brother. The recent surge of Zuamion has made me overly cautious in my duties to maintain order in the city." "Not a problem." Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. "Those matters are in the past. I simply wish to explore the world now." The man's heart softened at Lu Zhe's strained smile, and he said, "Young brother, I misjudged you. To make amends, How about I show you around inside? Would that be possible? Lu Zhe asked, his face lighting up with anticipation. The man chuckled. Of course I keep my word. I'm truly grateful. Lu Zhe nodded appreciatively. The man then recalled something and asked, by the way, what is your name? I am Lu Li. May I ask for your esteemed name? Lu Zhe replied with a smile. The man responded, my surname is Wang. You can call me Uncle Wang. All right, Uncle Wang, Lu Zhe nodded. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Wang escorted Lu Zhe into the magnificent building. Once inside, Lu Zhe discovered that it was not vastly different from ordinary structures, merely adorned with intricately carved walls and columns. Lu Li, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I can see you're holding back. Uncle Wang encouraged with a smile. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe posed his question, Uncle Wang, why do you say that Zue Mian has been rampant in the city recently? Uncle Wang paused thoughtfully before continuing. Due to the unification of the continent, Zue Mian have become increasingly prevalent. Many individuals, upon awakening their Zue Mian, have begun to unleash their formidable powers without restraint. Unification of the continent? Lu Zhe inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Observing Lu Zhe's expression, Uncle Wang remarked, are you unaware of this? To be candid, I have confined myself to my room for several years, and it is only recently that I have ventured outside, which has left me unaware of many developments. Lu Zhe remarked with a bitter smile. Upon observing his expression, Uncle Wang felt that he was not deceiving him, and thus began to recount. 8 years ago, the continent was unified by a young lad bearing the surname Lu. 8 years, Lu Zhe exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that he had been absent from this world for such an extended period. Indeed, the continent has been unified for 8 years, during which time various criminal elements have gradually emerged. Fortunately, there are individuals specifically assigned to manage this. As some hot-headed criminals face dire consequences, Uncle Wang continued. After hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a stir of emotions and smiled as he said, Uncle Wang, may I have a moment alone? Uncle Wang regarded his expression and sighed. Very well, I understand your feelings. I shall head to the city lord and will inform me promptly should any matters arise. With that, he handed Lu Zhe a round piece of jade. Lu Zhe accepted it with a smile, and, once Uncle Wang departed, he made his way towards a nearby pavilion. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Lu Zhe surveyed his surroundings before leaning against the edge and sitting down. Are you lamenting your prolonged absence? At that moment, truth spoke softly within him. Lu Zhe did not respond immediately, but closed his eyes to ponder various thoughts. After a while, he slowly remarked, I cannot believe I've been away for 8 years. I truly wonder how Xiao Yu has been faring during this time. A flood of thoughts surged through his mind when, suddenly, a voice interrupted his reverie. Who are you? Why are you sitting in this lady's domain? Lu Zhe opened his eyes to find a displeased young maiden glaring at him. What are you staring at? Hurry and get up. The maiden insisted. Lu Zhe, unfazed, stood up and walked towards the exit of the pavilion. What kind of attitude is that? The maiden, perturbed by his indifference, became increasingly irate. Oh, how about I offer an apology? Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly. The maiden, feeling insulted by his tone, prepared to teach him a lesson. How dare you speak to me like that? I shall make you regret it, she declared as 6 spirit rings materialized behind her. Simultaneously, a long sword appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she charged at Lu Zhe, sword raised. Seeing this, Lu Zhe lifted a hand to reprimand the girl. But at that critical moment, Uncle Wang intervened. Miss, stop this at once, he shouted as he abruptly appeared. Upon seeing Uncle Wang, Lu Zhe retracted his power. But the maiden was unrelenting. With a swift motion, her sword pierced Lu Zhe's chest, blood spurting forth. Upon recognizing Uncle Wang, she panicked and hastily retracted her martial spirit. Nonetheless, Lu Zhe's chest continued to bleed profusely. What a stroke of misfortune, Lu Zhe inwardly lamented and feigned severe injury, collapsing to the ground. Uncle Wang rushed to his side, supporting him and turning to the maiden with a puzzled expression. Miss, what is the meaning of this? Lu Zhe is merely an ordinary person. The maiden was at a loss for words, her hands fidgeting awkwardly. Seeing her reaction, Uncle Wang chose silence, instead carrying Lu Zhe towards the direction of a healing soul master. Watching Uncle Wang's retreating figure, the maiden realized that she had made a grave mistake. But it was too late for remedy. Lu Zhe, cradled in Uncle Wang's arms, closed his eyes, appearing as though he had lost consciousness, though he was actually quite vexed. What the predicament? Chapter 165. Yi Cc. As dawn broke, Lu Zhe gradually sat up from bed. You're awake. How is your injury? Uncle Wang inquired upon noticing him. Lu Zhe smiled and replied, It's nothing serious. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Wong. Haha, there is no need to be polite. This is entirely our fault, Uncle Wong chuckled. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Lu Zhe refrained from further comment and prepared to leave the room. Just then, the door swung open, revealing the maiden who had injured him. Are you all right? She asked, her tone reluctant yet tinged with concern. Lu Zhe, noticing her unwilling expression, smiled gently and waved his hand. I'm fine. That is good to hear, she said before turning and exiting the room. Lu Zhe watched her depart, unsure of how to respond, and could only manage a wry smile. At that moment, Uncle Wong approached, an apologetic smile on his face. Brother Lu Zhe, please don't take offense. Our young lady simply has that disposition. She's your young lady? Lu Zhe asked, intrigued. Uncle Wong nodded and continued. You may not yet know the name of this city. Lu Zhe remained silent, though his expression conveyed his curiosity. Uncle Wong, seeing this, smiled. This is Fonlin City. The city lord, though only a sole Doloa, possesses strength comparable to a title Doloa. And our young lady is none other than the city lord's daughter, Yi Cece. Her name is Yi Cece? Lu Zhe echoed slowly. Uncle Wong, hearing this, elaborated. Yes. Not only is she the city lord's daughter, but she's also a student at the Shrek Academy. She is from Shrek Academy? Why is she not at the academy? Lu Zhe continued to inquire. Uncle Wong was forthright in his explanation. This is currently a vacation period, hence the young lady has returned home. I see, Lu Zhe nodded, then recalled something. By the way, what changes have occurred at Shrek Academy over these 8 years? There haven't been significant changes, but it seems their status has risen. Uncle Wong reflected. Lu Zhe chose not to press further. As he suspected, Shrek Academy must have aligned itself with the forces of his brother. Noticing that Lu Zhe had no further inquiries, Uncle Wong suggested, since you are mostly well now, let us have breakfast together. Certainly, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Following Uncle Wong, before long, they arrived at the dining hall of the city lord's manor. Observing the individuals enjoying their breakfast, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. After they found a place to sit, Yi Cece approached them. Miss, what brings you here? Uncle Wong queried, perplexed. Yi Cece remained silent, merely shooting a glance that rendered Uncle Wong speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, seated beside her, felt a wave of confusion and asked, Is there something you need, miss? Nothing in particular. I simply wish to have breakfast here, Yi Cece replied coldly. Lu Zhe, unsure of how to respond, resumed his meal in silence. Yi Cece, however, stole glances at him as she ate, as if she had something to convey. Lu Zhe could hardly fail to notice, yet he chose to remain silent. Soon after finishing his meal, Lu Zhe told Uncle Wong that he wished to take a solitary stroll outside. Uncle Wong did not object and, in fact, wholeheartedly supported him. On the streets outside the city lord's manor, Lu Zhe walked alone. At this moment, Lu Zhe was progressing slowly. While the truth within him remarked with a hint of amusement, Lu Zhe, the girl who pierced you with a sword, is following you. Lu Zhe remained silent. Yet he was undoubtedly aware of her presence, merely having failed to see through Yi Cece's intentions. Soon, Lu Zhe arrived at a clearing amidst a small grove. Without a word, he lay down on the ground. Yi Cece, who had been trailing him, couldn't help but feel puzzled upon witnessing this. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? She murmured softly to herself. Her reason for following Lu Zhe stemmed from her suspicion that he was not an ordinary person. Previously, when she had made her move, she had sensed a surge of power, which dissipated immediately upon the arrival of Uncle Wong. The sole suspect in that scenario had been Lu Zhe, leading Yi Cece to form a bold hypothesis. Hence, to substantiate her theory, she chose to trail Lu Zhe and uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe lay on the grassy ground, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Observing this, Yi Cece refrained from rushing out, instead opting to hide in the shadows and watch quietly. Time passed incrementally, with Lu Zhe continuing to lie on the grass, occasionally shifting his posture. This left Yi Cece concealed in the shadows, in a state of exasperation. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and charged towards Lu Zhe in an instant. I must uncover your true identity, Yi Cece exclaimed loudly, summoning her martial spirit in the process. The moment she sprang forth, Lu Zhe exhibited an Oscar-worthy performance. With a sudden thrust, the sword pierced Lu Zhe's shoulder, and he grimaced in pain as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Cece. Miss, what are you trying to do? Lu Zhe questioned, feigning confusion. Yi Cece was taken aback by his response and quickly retracted her martial spirit. Why didn't you dodge? She exclaimed, pressing down on the wound on his shoulder. Lu Zhe, with a resigned expression, replied, How could I possibly evade? Miss? As an ordinary person, my reflexes are hardly that swift. Hearing this, Yi Cece was left speechless, pondering whether she had indeed overthought the situation. However, now was not the time for such reflections. She needed to staunch Lu Zhe's bleeding swiftly. Sit down and don't move. I'll help you stop the bleeding, Yi Cece urged. Lu Zhe complied and sat cross-legged on the ground. Observing this, Yi Cece tore open his shirt and immediately directed her soul power towards his shoulder. In no time, the bleeding from Lu Zhe's wound was halted. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Yi Cece slowly remarked, "I'm sorry. I was too suspicious." Seeing her sincere expression, Lu Zhe smiled and gently ruffled her hair. "It's all right. I trust that you didn't do it on purpose." Instantly, Yi Cece's face flushed at the affectionate gesture. Yet she did not push his hand away. After a moment, Lu Zhe stood up slowly. Yi Cece, concerned, asked, "What are you planning to do?" "I'm going back." Lu Zhe replied with a smile. "But you're injured. What if Uncle Wang sees?" Yi Cece expressed her concern. Lu Zhe thoughtfully stroked his chin before responding. "It's fine. I'll just say I accidentally fell from a tree. That one do. I'll take the blame myself," Yi Cece insisted. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhe merely smiled at her. Realizing his expression, Yi Cece immediately understood. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? Can't you just be an honest child?" Lu Zhe chuckled. You. Yi Cece pouted, lightly punching Lu Zhe's arm. However, after a few playful jabs, she recognized her error. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it," Yi Cece quickly apologized. Lu Zhe found her demeanor amusing. Hearing his laughter, Yi Cece retorted, "What are you laughing at?" "No laughing aloud." Noticing her puffed cheeks, which suggested genuine irritation, Lu Zhe suppressed his laughter. "All right, miss, let us go. It's time to head back." "That's more like it." Yi Cece smiled, leading the way. Back home, Chapter 166, The Sin Beast. In Fenglin City, Lu Zhe had unknowingly been staying at the city lord's residence for nearly a month. However, during this time, Yi Cece frequently sought him out, which had caught the city lord's attention. "Luli, our city lord wishes to see you." In a small pavilion within the city lord's estate, Uncle Wang was conversing with Lu Zhe. At this moment, Lu Zhe slowly rose with a smile, saying, "Since the city lord wishes to see me, why delay any further?" Uncle Wang understood immediately and stood up, leading the way for Lu Zhe. Shortly after, Lu Zhe, under Uncle Wang's guidance, arrived outside a room. "The city lord is inside. I will wait for you here," Uncle Wang said with a smile. Lu Zhe nodded and cheerfully pushed open the door. Upon entering the room, Lu Zhe immediately felt a pressure akin to that of a tidal law. Although it had little effect on him, he still feigned an inability to withstand it. "You must be Lu Li, the one Cece often seeks out?" A middle-aged man, seated in a chair within the room, began to speak. "May I ask what the city lord wishes to discuss with me?" Lu Zhe replied, his expression one of utmost effort. "Haha, here you need not call me city lord. Just refer to me as Yi Shu." The middle-aged man, City Lord Yi Feng of Fenglin City, responded. Lu Zhe, still maintaining his politeness, clasped his fists and inquired, "Might I ask why Yi Shu has summoned me?" Yi Feng smiled upon hearing this and extended his hand, saying, "Let us sit and talk." Lu Zhe made no pretense and directly took a seat opposite Yi Feng. Once seated, Yi Feng began a 1T beat around the bush. "I've heard that you share a close relationship with my daughter." "We are merely friends," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Yi Feng's expression shifted, showing displeasure. Before he recalled something, Uncle Wang mentioned that you became an ordinary person due to a shattered martial spirit. "Indeed, though I find my current life quite satisfactory," Lu Zhe replied with a forced smile. Observing his expression, Yi Feng's eyes softened with sympathy as he stood and placed a hand on Lu Zhe's shoulder. "Lu Li, what do you think of Cece?" Yi Feng suddenly posed a question. Lu Zhe was caught off guard by this unexpected inquiry and awkwardly replied, "Yi Shu, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Don't overthink it. I merely wish to know how you perceive Cece, or how you would evaluate her." Yi Feng said with a serious expression. "I see," Lu Zhe replied, laughing awkwardly as he contemplated. "In my eyes, Yi Cece is a prodigy. Is that all?" Yi Feng responded, somewhat surprised. "Yes," Lu Zhe nodded, then stood and said, "Yi Shu, have you finished your inquiries? If so, I must take my leave." "Leaving? Where to?" Yi Feng asked, puzzled. "After spending nearly a month here, it's time for me to proceed to my next destination," Lu Zhe answered with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng understood and patted Lu Zhe's shoulder. "Very well. Should you ever tire of your travels, feel free to stay here." "Thank you, Yi Shu. I shall take my leave now," Lu Zhe acknowledged with a nod before turning to exit the premises. As soon as he took a step forward, Yifeng suddenly called out to him, "By the way, where is your next destination?" Lu Zhe paused to contemplate and then responded, "I wish to visit Shrek City." Yifeng chuckled and said, "Perfect timing. CC is returning to the academy as well. You can go together." For a moment, Lu Zhe was at a loss for words, but seeing the sincerity in Yifeng's expression, he acquiesced. Before long, Lu Zhe was prepared to set off. "Hey, let's go." Upon seeing Lu Zhe emerge, YCC rushed towards him. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words. The two exchanged little conversation and proceeded on the path to Shrek City. After an indeterminate duration, they arrived at the edge of a vast forest. At that moment, Lu Zhe was struck by an overwhelming sense of danger lurking within the woods. "What kind of forest is this?" he inquired slowly. YCC, smiling, explained, "This used to be a forest teeming with soul beasts, but due to the emergence of the sin, it has now become the forest of sin." "Have the soul beasts been affected by the sin as well?" Lu Zhe asked, somewhat astonished. YCC nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Certain soul beasts can awaken the sin under specific conditions, thus becoming sin beasts." "Do sin beasts possess soul rings and bones upon their demise?" Lu Zhe inquired again. "Yes, they do, and moreover, sin beasts are at least 10,000 years old, far stronger than ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts," YCC replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe fell into deep contemplation, his mind racing with thoughts. Noticing his expression, YCC gently patted his shoulder. "Lu Li, what are you pondering?" The introspective Lu Zhe was jolted back to reality by her words. "It's nothing, just a bit curious about the sin beasts," he admitted. "I see," YCC replied, her expression turning serious. "Curiosity is fine, but you must promise me not to seek out any sin beasts." Observing her earnest demeanor, Lu Zhe could only nod with a smile. Relieved, YCC then sprinted ahead. However, at that moment, Lu Zhe sensed an anomaly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying attack struck before YCC, followed by a deafening roar from a soul beast. "What has happened?" YCC exclaimed, dazed from the force of the attack. But in the next instant, her expression transformed into one of shock, for a soul beast radiating malice now stood before them. "Is that a sin beast?" YCC exclaimed, rushing towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe remained rooted in place, scrutinizing the sin beast before him. "Is this truly a sin beast?" he murmured. Within him, the essence of truth sneered. Who would have thought this world could give rise to such a monstrosity? "Is it powerful?" A faint smile graced Lu Zhe's lips. Truth merely chuckled before replying, "To us, it is not formidable. However, for others, it signals doom." "Really? I'm rather curious about the limits of sin beast," Lu Zhe mused softly. Just then, YCC arrived at Lu Zhe's side, grabbing his hand and pulling him in the opposite direction without uttering a word. Upon noticing Lu Zhe, the sin beast inexplicably erupted in fury, charging towards them. The guards accompanying YCC stood no chance against such a sin beast and were swiftly incapacitated. "Why is a sin beast of this caliber here?" YCC lamented as she dragged Lu Zhe away. Lu Zhe, though yearning to intervene, felt compelled to remain hidden, aware that revealing his strength might attract the attention of Lucifer. Roar! In the next moment, the sin beast leaped over the fallen guards, positioning itself right before YCC and Lu Zhe. "This is bad." YCC halted in her tracks, watching helplessly as the beast's attack descended upon her. She shut her eyes tightly. Boom! The attack landed, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Yet, against all odds, YCC stood unharmed, slowly opening her eyes to a scene that left her astonished. Lu Zhe stood before her, smiling as he faced the sin beast. "Lu Li." YCC was rendered speechless, her heart racing in disbelief. Hearing her voice, Lu Zhe turned towards her with a grin. "You must keep today's events a secret. Do not speak of this to anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands together. Dimensional reduction. Buzz. In an instant, the colossal sin beast transformed into a mere two-dimensional image before YCC's eyes. Stunned, she could hardly process what had just occurred. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe's expression turned grave as he slowly raised his gaze towards the sky. What is destined to arrive will indeed come. Chapter 167. The Seven Deadly Sins. On the outskirts of the Forest of Sin, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from afar. Both Lu Zhe and YCC stood still, each lost in their own thoughts. After a brief moment, YCC broke the silence. "Lu Li, who exactly are you?" Her tone was earnest. Lu Zhe smiled. "Who do you think I am?" "I don't know, but your true identity is undoubtedly extraordinary," YCC asserted with conviction. Lu Zhe chuckled at her words and turned to face the dim sky ahead. It would be best for you to leave now. That fellow is approaching, he stated calmly. Why? ECC asked, perplexed. Yet, Lu Zhe was determined to avoid further complications, knowing that a confrontation would inevitably endanger those nearby. Leave this place immediately, he commanded. As ECC opened her mouth to respond, her body involuntarily propelled her away. Witnessing this, Lu Zhe felt a surge of concern and shed his disguise. I never expected you to have vanished for 8 years. A voice resonated from the heavens. Lu Zhe looked up, recognizing the speaker and sneering. I never imagined you would still be in this form after 8 years. Lucifer. The individual conversing with Lu Zhe was none other than Lucifer, accompanied by 6 others. It was evident that these 6 were the remaining members of the 7 deadly sins. Lucifer, I truly wonder why you called us all to find him, Leviathan remarked slowly. To this, Lucifer responded with a calm smile. He has grown significantly stronger. Is that reason enough? The atmosphere grew tense as the others absorbed his words. But the wrathful sin, Samuel, was exhilarated. He has grown stronger. This means I can have my fun, Samuel bellowed, charging towards Lu Zhe with fervor. Ha ha! Let me have my fill, Samuel shouted gleefully. In the next instant, he unexpectedly appeared directly behind Lu Zhe, delivering a swift kick without uttering a word. Get down! Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, urging Samael to drop to the ground. However, Samael did not remain there for long. How intriguing. I never anticipated that your abilities could even influence me, Samael exclaimed with palpable excitement. He then broke free from the constraints of truth and charged once again at Lu Zhe. Yet, Lu Zhe, fully prepared, paid him no heed. He merely waved his right hand, and a terrifying pressure descended upon Samael. Boom! Before Samael could react, he was thrust deep underground. Simultaneously, the other original sins of Qi Yuanzue made their move. Watch your back, kid, a chilling voice echoed suddenly behind Lu Zhe. In the next moment, Lu Zhe was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the forest of sin. The one who struck him was none other than the sin of sloth, Bayer Finch. Upon witnessing this, Lu Shifa could not help but chuckle. Do not underestimate him. Others have yet to unleash their full power. The crowd, hearing his words, shared a knowing smile. Although they were aware Lu Zhe had not yet exerted his full strength, neither had they. As everyone glanced towards Lu Zhe's location, a grave expression surfaced on the faces of the 5, except for Lu Shifa and Li Weitan. Lu Zhe's surroundings had transformed into a blood-red realm, and he was enveloped in a crimson aura. Behind him, 10 terrifying crimson eyes had opened. It was astonishing that he had harnessed the power of truth to such an extent. Li Weitan mused with a faint smile. Lu Shifa concurred but cautioned. While we are formidable, we must remain vigilant. After all, truth is not to be trifled with. Acknowledging this, Li Weitan nodded and began to approach Lu Zhe. Stop! Just as Li Weitan took a step forward, a crimson eye suddenly appeared before him. The moment Li Weitan locked eyes with the crimson gaze, his mind filled with commands of obedience. Ah, has he grown this powerful? Lu Shifa began to take the situation seriously. However, before he could finish his thought, Lu Zhe had already materialized before him. Lu Shifa was taken aback. When had this happened? Bang! Before he could utter another word, Lu Shifa's abdomen was struck with immense force, sending him flying away. The ground he passed through transformed into a chasm in an instant. Observing this, Lu Zhe remarked indifferently, "This is just a return of what is yours." The smiles vanished from Li Weitan and the others upon witnessing Lu Shifa being knocked away. At that moment, Lu Zhe turned to face them, declaring, "Now it is your turn." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Li Weitan and his companions. They cannot afford to be careless. How many times have we confronted truth now? Li Weitan asked with a bitter smile. Beside him, Bayer Finch wore an equally pained expression. The second time, I believe. The last was against our Lord. Though we triumphed, the cost was exorbitant. Despite being astonished, Samael could not suppress his excitement. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, then shot towards Lu Zhe like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he was before Lu Zhe, throwing a punch without hesitation. The force was impressive, yet Lu Zhe effortlessly deflected it. You insolent fool! Samael fumed with indignation. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, Lu Zhe spoke again. Kneel! With a hum, 10 crimson eyes locked onto Samael. Even Lu Shifa would likely hesitate to engage them directly. Samael's mind faltered, and he found himself kneeling before Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe regarded him with an imperial demeanor, raising his right hand, from which several golden swords coalesced above him. This is the power of rules. Li Weitan recognized immediately. Yet, he could not act in time. Would Samayer merely accept his fate? No. Just as the golden swords began to descend, Lu Shifa reappeared behind Lu Zhe. I never expected you to hold such a grudge. Lu Shifa remarked with a faint smile, before delivering a punch to Lu Zhe. Despite Lu Zhe's timely defense, he was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. Li Weitan sighed in relief at this sight, though soon his concern returned. Lu Shifa's condition was not favorable either. His upper garments were tattered, and a trickle of blood stained his lips, indicating he had sustained significant injury. Regaining his footing, Lu Zhe continued to observe them. I underestimated them, Lu Zhe said coolly. He then pressed his hands together, unleashing a terrifying aura. World of truth. Unfold. With a hum, in the span of a breath, reality began to warp around Lu Zhe. The once dim sky transformed into a blood-red expanse, and the surrounding reality twisted unnaturally. An alternate space? Li Weitan thought in astonishment. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Zhe struck again. World of truth. Invert. As Lu Zhe's words fell, Lu Shifa and the others were taken aback. The alternate space flipped with the ground above and the sky below. Is this the power of truth? Bayer Finge gasped in shock. Li Weitan's expression turned serious as he urged, everyone, remain alert. This is no jest. Though his words held gravity, they seemed ludicrous to Lu Zhe. Ignorant fools, Lu Zhe said coldly. He then raised his right hand, surrounding Lu Shifa and the others with countless golden swords. This is troubling. Even Lu Shifa felt the strain. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe waved his hand, and the golden sword shot toward them. However, at that moment, the world of truth began to collapse. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Zhe turned sharply, noticing a tear in the space behind him, created by an external force. Soon, a familiar figure emerged from the rift. When Lu Zhe's gaze met his, he stood frozen in disbelief. It has been far too long, my dear brother. Chapter 168. Confrontation, my dear brother. It has been far too long. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Zhe was momentarily paralyzed, scarcely daring to believe it. Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe spoke slowly. Indeed, the one who had breached the world of truth was Lu Xiaoyu, whose back also bore 10 enormous eyes. But unlike the crimson ones, they were golden. Brother, you left me for 8 years, Lu Xiaoyu said softly. Hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a wave of guilt wash over him, and he inquired with concern. How have you fared these past 8 years? I have been well, Lu Xiaoyu replied with a gentle smile. Relieved, Lu Zhe yearned to embrace his sister. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned cold, and the 10 golden giant eyes behind him radiated a blinding light. When Lu Zhe was enveloped by the brilliance, he was left in a state of shock. Lu Zhe, my abilities have been suppressed. You must leave this place. At that moment, truth suddenly cried out. However, despite this warning, Lu Zhe found himself devoid of any opportunity for escape. The instant truth's powers were restrained, the 10 crimson giant eyes behind Lu Zhe swiftly shut, and his abilities vanished alongside them. The world, which had been turned upside down, shattered in an instant, and Lu Zhe began to plummet toward the ground. Lu Zhe, you truly are careless. How could you make such a mistake? Truth lamented within Lu Zhe's being. Lu Zhe wore a grave expression, realizing he was about to crash to the ground. Despite his strength, without truth support, a fall from several hundred meters would leave him either dead or gravely injured. Fortunately, at the last moment, a transformation occurred. His black hair morphed into long silver locks, his dark eyes turned golden, and his entire being was enveloped in golden runes. This was Lu Zhe's ultimate trump card, the power of the rules, which remained unaffected by the relative truth, thus serving as his last resort. With a resounding crash, Lu Zhe struck the earth, yet he emerged unscathed, shielded by the power of the rules. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyu appeared before him. Brother, I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. With that, Lu Xiaoyu summoned the power of the rules, striking Lu Zhe in the abdomen. The impact sent him flying several hundred meters away. Coughing, Lu Zhe quickly stabilized himself, his expression strained. See, if we had eliminated your brother earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament, truth complained within Lu Zhe. Hearing this, Lu Zhe's anger flared as he retorted, my brother's affairs are none of your concern. After being reprimanded, truth fell silent, though a look of worry remained on his face. Once quiet, Lu Zhe turned his attention back to Lu Xiaoyu. He couldn't believe he had been bested by his own brother to such an extent, prompting a self-deprecating smile. However, time was of the essence. He needed to devise a means of escape. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu seemed intent on preventing his departure, summoning the power of the rules with a clap of his hands. A barrier formed, and upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Although I cannot create a spatial realm like you, I can construct a barrier. Should I commend you for that? Lu Zhe replied with a forced smile. Of course. Lu Xiaoyu responded cheerfully. Though Lu Zhe wished to praise him, the moment was not right. In the next instant, Lu Zhe dashed towards the weakest point of the barrier, conjuring a sword of rules in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu panicked, waving his right hand, unleashing a storm of sword rain upon Lu Zhe. Reacting swiftly, Lu Zhe summoned a massive shield of rules. The clashing sounds rang out clearly in his ears, and just as he defended himself, Lu Xiaoyu appeared behind him. Brother, don't even think about running. Lu Xiaoyu laughed, delivering a kick to his ribcage. The force sent Lu Zhe flying once more, crashing heavily into a nearby low hill. Coughing up blood, Lu Zhe managed to regain his composure. You truly are in a pitiful state, Truth remarked within him. Lu Zhe shot back. If you're so capable, why don't you take over? Truth promptly fell silent. After a brief moment of respite, Lu Zhe charged once more towards the barrier's weak point. It was not that he could not defeat Lu Xiaoyu. Rather, he was reluctant to harm him. Where do you think you're going? Lu Xiaoyu, moving with incredible speed, caught up to Lu Zhe in the blink of an eye and swung his sword at him. Lu Zhe hurriedly summoned a golden long sword to parry. The sharp sound of metal echoed as their powers clashed equally. In the next moment, Lu Zhe steeled himself and delivered a fierce kick to Lu Xiaoyu's chest. The impact sent him crashing into the ground, unprepared. Witnessing this, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, but now was not the time for such thoughts. He had to escape quickly. Regaining his focus, he approached the barrier's weak point, ready to break through, when Lu Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, Brother, don't go. I have a way to save you. The distance between them was vast, yet Lu Xiaoyu called out loudly. Upon hearing those words, Lu Zhe froze, and as he turned around, an unexpected event transpired. With a whoosh, Lu Xiaoyu fired a golden arrow from the bow he had conjured, piercing Lu Zhe's shoulder. Had Lu Zhe not reacted swiftly, the arrow would have struck his chest instead. Wincing in pain, Lu Zhe bore the agony and severed the barrier with his sword. As the barrier shattered, Lu Zhe vanished from sight in an instant. Lu Xiaoyu didn't even have the time to pursue, left only to watch his brother's retreating figure. Master, are you truly allowing him to escape? At that moment, Lucifer appeared beside Lu Xiaoyu. With a cold expression, he replied, He cannot run forever. One day, I will reclaim my brother from him. After an indeterminate period, Lu Zhe, heavily injured by the power of the rules, could no longer sustain himself and fell from the sky. The power of the rules was not something that truth and paradox could mend. Truth emerged from within Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe glanced at him with a pale face, then managed a bitter smile. We must leave this area quickly, he stammered. However, the wound in his shoulder prevented any further progress. After taking a few steps, he finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, at that moment, Truth took over Lu Zhe's body. This is troublesome. You must not die. If you do, I perish as well. Truth, assuming control, stumbled through a small forest, nearing the exit but ultimately collapsed beside it. As he lost consciousness, a figure appeared before him. Chapter 169. Healing, you are truly fortunate to be alive. You nearly perished. Truth grumbled in the sea of consciousness. Lu Zhe shot him an exasperated glance, replying, But I'm still alive, aren't I? Hearing this, Truth became irate, reprimanding him. Had we not encountered an acquaintance, you and I would have both perished. If we had eliminated your brother sooner, we would not be in this predicament. Xiaoyu is my brother. His matters are mine to resolve. It is not for you to interfere. Lu Zhe's anger flared at Truth's words. Observing Lu Zhe's furious expression, Truth fell silent, acknowledging that this predicament was indeed of Lu Zhe's own making and should be resolved by him alone. Well, I shall refrain from saying much more. The matter concerning your brother is best resolved by you, Zhenli remarked, and thereafter fell silent. At this moment, Lu Zhe recalled certain instances and said, What if I cannot resolve it? Wouldn't you also meet a tragic end alongside me? Zhenli seemed to have anticipated this thought from Lu Zhe, and with a smile, replied, From the moment we forged our contract, I have already prepared myself for death. Is that so? Lu Zhe chuckled lightly, and then intended to depart from the sea of consciousness. In the outside world, within an ordinary room, Lu Zhe gradually opened his eyes, only to discover Yi Cixi, who had been vigilantly watching over him. Ah, you're awake? Yi Cixi, sensing Lu Zhe's movement, stood up, a bit dazed. Thank you for your trouble, Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile upon seeing her awake. Yi waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, after all. We are friends." "Indeed," Lu Ze replied with a faint smile. At this moment, Yi directly inquired, "Since we are friends, can you now tell me who you truly are?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ze was momentarily taken aback and then asked, "Do you genuinely wish to know?" "Yes." Yi nodded vigorously. Not wishing to conceal any longer, Lu Ze stated, "I am Lu Ze, the one currently being hunted by the Sky Hall. So, are you going to turn me in?" Yi was instantly stunned, struggling to believe that the individual before her was indeed Lu Ze, who had been pursued by the Sky Hall for 8 years. If she were to turn him in, she could directly enter the Sky Hall, elevating her status. At this moment, Yi found herself in a quandary, uncertain of how to choose. Observing her conflicted expression, Lu Ze chuckled and said, "Even if you were to hand me over to the Sky Hall, I wouldn't blame you." "Why?" Yi was taken aback by this statement. Lu Ze smiled gently. "Because we are friends." Upon hearing these words, Yi was engulfed in shock. Once she regained her composure, she resolved firmly, "I will not hand you over to the Sky Hall. Rest assured, focus on recovering here." Lu Ze had not misjudged. Yi chose friendship over self-interest, which was precisely what he had gambled on. "Very well, take your time to heal. Whenever you wish to leave, just let me know," Yi said with a smile. Lu Ze nodded and then lay back down. Seeing this, Yi chose not to disturb him and exited the room. Once she left, Zhenli reappeared. "Lu Ze, I must say, your audacity is commendable. To gamble on matters such as this," Zhenli said seriously. Lu Ze glanced at him and replied, "What else can I do? The power of the rules has left me in this condition, and recovery will take time." "But what if you lose the gamble?" Zhenli pressed. "If I lose, then so be it. Death is merely a consequence," Lu Ze said calmly. "How bold of you to say so," Zhenli scoffed, then continued. "Have you considered that even if you win the gamble, your brother will still discover the truth? What will happen to that girl's family?" Upon hearing these questions, Lu Ze fell silent, unsure how to respond. He couldn't possibly suggest abandoning Yi's family to escape alone. That would be too heartless. Noticing Lu Ze's silence, Zhenli ceased to press him. "Very well, this is your choice. I have no authority to interfere as long as you do not perish." With that, he vanished into Lu Ze's being. Alone on the bed, Lu Ze was lost in thought. He had indeed encountered significant trouble. However, after careful consideration, he concluded that the priority was to recover from his injuries, and he could address these matters later. A week later, Lu Ze's wounds had healed sufficiently. To avoid implicating Yi's family, he ultimately decided to set out on his own journey across the continent. "Are you leaving?" Yi asked, her expression somber. Lu Ze smiled faintly at her, gently patting her head. "Do not worry. If you encounter trouble, I will return at the first opportunity." Yi appeared reluctant, but this did not sway Lu Ze's resolve. Just as she lifted her head to say something, she realized Lu Ze had already vanished. A wave of despondency washed over her as she slumped to the ground. She understood that Lu Ze was considering her family's safety. If the Sky Hall discovered that they had harbored a fugitive, they could face dire consequences. Perched atop a large tree, Lu Ze gazed toward the direction of Fenglin City, a heavy expression clouding his features. "Where are you headed now? Lucifer and the others are certainly aware of your return and are likely searching for you," Zhenli said gravely. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ze turned and leapt to the ground. "I will seek out Hui Hao. Perhaps he knows something." "Are you out of your mind? Hui Hao is undoubtedly a member of the Sky Hall now. Seeking him out is tantamount to walking into a trap." Zhenli vehemently opposed this course of action. However, Lu Ze remained unfazed, asserting, "I don't see it that way. Rather than continuing to evade, it is better to take the initiative." Zhenli was at a loss for words, but seeing Lu Ze's earnest demeanor, ultimately refrained from further objections. With Zhenli's tacit approval, Lu Ze set off toward the location of the Tang sect. During his recuperation, he had gleaned much information from Yi, including details regarding the Tang sect. Although Tang Yu was currently the sect leader, Hui Hao held significant influence, and the Tang sect maintained close ties with the Sky Hall. By infiltrating the Tang sect, Lu Ze would undoubtedly uncover substantial information about the Sky Hall and perhaps even discover an opportunity for a turnaround. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu issued a command. "The fugitive Lu Ze has resurfaced. I want everyone to mobilize for a full-scale search. Anyone who captures him will become the new Shiyue." Lu Xiaoyu declared loudly from the throne within the Sky Hall. The individual's position beneath him immediately perked up, vowing to capture Lu Zhe without fail. Observing this scene, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile, then looked toward the hall's entrance. Brother, you must not let me catch you again. Chapter 170. A conversation with Hui Yuhao in Daolu. The once defeated Tang sect was now thriving more than ever, all due to the Sky Hall's attention. Within the area surrounding the Tang sect, Lu Zhe gradually made his appearance, exuding an air of tranquility, devoid of any discernible presence, and had altered his appearance. Lu Zhe, this is noist. I can sense the aura of original sin here. Zhenli spoke gravely from within him. Lu Zhe simply nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he approached the hotel. I shall wait until nightfall to take action, Lu Zhe murmured inwardly, then stepped inside the hotel. However, upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him, for the aura of sin emanating from within the hotel was several times denser than that outside. It was indeed troublesome, and Lu Zhe's expression grew increasingly grave. He then proceeded directly to the front desk, where the receptionist, upon seeing him, was momentarily taken aback. Just one night will suffice, Lu Zhe remarked, indifferent to the young woman's astonishment. After a pause, she composed herself and replied, Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment. Lu Zhe did not utter another word, patiently standing to the side as he awaited her assistance. At that moment, someone approached him. Hello. A hand rested on Lu Zhe's shoulder as he waited. You seem to be an outsider, right? The person who placed his hand on Lu Zhe's shoulder was a handsome young man. Lu Zhe turned back with a smile, responding, Indeed, I am a traveler, having just arrived here. Seeing that the day is waning, I plan to stay for the night. Is that so? The young man inquired with a smile. Of course. Lu Zhe replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, the young man no longer harbored any doubts and introduced himself. I am Feng Qi, a 73rd level control system soul sage. And you? Lu Li, just an ordinary person, Lu Zhe replied with a faint smile. Feng Qi was taken aback by this revelation and asked, You, an ordinary person, dare to wander about? Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, the receptionist had finished preparing his room and cheerfully offered to escort him upstairs. Feng Qi stepped aside to allow him passage, and Lu Zhe smiled as he bid him farewell. Once Lu Zhe departed from the front desk, Feng Qi revealed a faint smile, pondering, how intriguing. Even with a disguise, I can still recognize you, Lu Zhe. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, now in his room, felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, as if foreboding something ominous. Zhenli, do you know who that man was? Lu Zhe lay on the bed after entering his room. Zhenli hesitated to reveal himself, only daring to speak softly within Lu Zhe's consciousness. I do not know, but I can assure you that he harbors no ill intentions towards you. I hope that's the case, Lu Zhe replied, choosing to dismiss the matter. At that moment, Zhenli inquired again, When do you plan to take action? Tonight. It's too easy to be exposed now, Lu Zhe responded coolly. Zhenli, recognizing the finality in his tone, ceased further inquiries and remained quietly within him. Time passed steadily, and soon darkness enveloped the sky. Lu Zhe resolved to commence his actions. Tang Min, situated at the heart of this region, found Lu Zhe silently appearing on the outer walls. I wonder what thoughts will cross Yu Hao's mind upon seeing me, he mused with a faint smile. His body then began to dissolve into black particles, vanishing from sight. Inside a chamber within Tang Min, a blue-haired man was engrossed in reading. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, glancing behind him. Who? The blue-haired man, upon turning, found no one there, initially dismissing it as fatigue-induced hallucination. However, at that moment, the surrounding space began to distort, and the once normal room twisted before his eyes. Countless black particles coalesced, swiftly taking on a humanoid form. Who are you? The blue-haired man asked, his expression grave as he stared ahead. Long time no see, Yu Hao, the figure spoke. Upon hearing that voice, the blue-haired man was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he asked, You're Lu Ge? I can't believe you still remember me. How touching, the figure, indeed, Lu Zhe replied. Yu Hao, filled with excitement upon confirmation, rushed forward, exclaiming, Lu Ge, I never expected you to still be alive. Yes, it's been 8 long years, Lu Zhe said with a bittersweet smile. How have you all been during this time? Yu Hao chuckled lightly in response, thanks to Xiaoyu. Nothing significant has occurred in these 8 years, apart from that incident in the Stardow Great Forest. He paused, as if reluctant to continue. Noticing Yu Hao's unusual demeanor, Lu Zhe inquired, What transpired in the Stardow Great Forest? Well, Yu Hao hesitated, his eyes betraying him. Observing his expression, Lu Zhe quickly discerned that the events in the Star Do Great Forest were far from trivial. Since you prefer not to discuss it, I shan't press you, Lu Zhe said, patting Yu Hao's shoulder. Yu Hao felt a surge of internal conflict, unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, he decided to reveal the truth. In fact, it wasn't too dire. Winter left, he said, disappointment lacing his voice. Winter left? Lu Zhe sensed something amiss. Yes, Yu Hao nodded, continuing. Almost everyone in the Sky Palace knows about it. The gods descended upon the continent solely to eradicate heresy. The gods descended. Lu Zhe was taken aback. Isn't it said that the gods cannot interfere in mortal affairs? Yu Hao observed Lu Zhe's astonished expression and explained the descent of the gods was led by Tang San, the first sect master of Tang men. While gods sound formidable, they had no advantage against Lu Xiaoyu, and together with Lucifer and his companions. The gods were ultimately repelled. At this point, Yu Hao's composure began to falter, and he continued. However, when the sea god Tang San retreated, he took Winter with him. Lu Zhe, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Do not worry. You will meet again someday, Lu Zhe consoled. Hearing this, Yu Hao's spirits were lifted, and he smiled faintly, asking, by the way, Lu Ge, are you back for any specific purpose? I have returned to rescue Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe replied earnestly. He has been kept in the dark by Lucifer. I must awaken him. But he is exceedingly powerful now, coupled with that ability to nullify powers. Even gods dare not provoke him, Yu Hao cautioned. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing to fret over. How do you intend to assist in rescuing Xiaoyu? Seeing the resolve in Lu Zhe's expression, Yu Hao no longer doubted him. I need you to act as my insider within the Sky Palace, granting me better opportunities to approach Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe stated without hesitation. That might prove challenging. The people inside are actively searching for you, Yu Hao replied gravely. Lu Zhe, taken aback, questioned, what do you mean? Yu Hao explained. Xiaoyu recently issued a new order. Anyone who captures you will automatically become one of the new 10 sons. Ah, I see, Lu Zhe understood immediately, reflecting on his brother's determination. It seemed he would go to any lengths to capture him. However, this revelation did not particularly concern Lu Zhe. After all, besides his brother, even Lucifer was no match for him now, let alone anyone else. Well, that is all I needed to discuss with you. I will reach out when I am ready to act, Lu Zhe announced, preparing to take his leave, aware that lingering too long would attract Lucifer's attention. Just as he was about to depart, Yu Hao urged him once more, Lu Ge, please be cautious. There are whispers that Lucifer is developing a soul guide specifically designed to counter you. Acknowledging this warning, Lu Zhe nodded and then vanished from the spot, causing the distorted room to revert to normalcy. Yu Hao stood still, gazing outside the door, and slowly spoke. Lu Ge, you must save Xiaoyu. He has changed too much. Chapter 171. A new identity. After conversing with Yu Hao, Lu Zhe returned directly to the hotel. Once inside, Lu Zhe found himself preoccupied with thoughts about the soul guidance device that Lucifer was developing to counteract his own powers. Although it was merely a conjecture, an uneasy feeling settled within him. Lu Zhe, you should have guessed by now, the truth within him gravely remarked. Lu Zhe nodded silently, as he understood that the only ability capable of restraining him was Xiaoyu's. It appeared that Lucifer intended to create a soul guidance device utilizing the power of relative truth. The more he pondered this, the more serious Lu Zhe became. After a while, he set this matter aside, for there was something of greater importance at hand, the Sky Hall. Engrossed in thought, Lu Zhe chose to lie down on the bed, only to unexpectedly drift off to sleep. The next morning, Lu Zhe groggily sat up in bed. Did I fall asleep? Lu Zhe was quite astonished. At that moment, the truth within him chuckled. Perhaps you were simply too tired. Maybe, Lu Zhe replied, rising and making his way toward the door. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of someone waiting for him, Feng Qi, whom he had encountered the previous day. You're awake? Feng Qi smiled upon seeing Lu Zhe. What are you doing at my door? Lu Zhe asked, perplexed, and instinctively grew cautious. Seeing Lu Zhe's wary expression, Feng Qi chuckled and explained, no need to be so sensitive. I just happen to be staying next door. Is that so? Lu Zhe regarded him with skepticism. Feng Qi, feeling the intensity of Lu Zhe's gaze, quickly added, stop staring at me like that. It's a bit embarrassing. How about we go out for a meal together? Lu Zhe remained cautious and replied, no, I'm leaving here soon. Leaving so quickly? Feng Qi sounded somewhat reluctant. Lu Zhe merely nodded and proceeded to the front desk to check out. After vacating his room, he stepped outside without hesitation. Seeing this, Feng Qi hurriedly followed, not wanting Lu Zhe to depart. Why are you following me? Lu Zhe asked, still on guard. Feng Qi quickly smiled. I suddenly wish to travel across the continent as well. Why not take me along? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's expression turned serious. I refuse. Why not? Isn't it better to have a soul sage protecting your journey? Feng Qi said with eager anticipation. However, Lu Zhe dismissively responded, I'm used to being alone. Having someone else around would disrupt my thoughts. Don't worry, I won't disturb your thoughts. Feng Qi reassured him with a smile. Despite this, Lu Zhe remained resolute in his refusal, leaving Feng Qi feeling quite disheartened. All right, if that is the case, remember to seek me out if you encounter trouble. I will do my utmost to assist you, Feng Qi said, calming himself with a gentle smile. Lu Zhe nodded and bid him farewell. After parting with Feng Qi, Lu Zhe made his way alone to a small mountain on the outskirts of the Tangmin territory. Standing atop the peak, he gazed down at Tangmin, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a figure gradually appeared behind him. Lu Ge, did you call me here for something? It was Hui Yuhao. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Zhe turned to face him. I am about to take action. How can I enter the Sky Hall? Hui Yuhao pondered carefully before responding. You must join the Academy and Sect, and then achieve a top 3 finish in the Elite Soul Master Tournament held every 5 years. Only then is it possible to enter the Sky Hall. Lu Zhe nodded and then inquired, I want to enter Shrek Academy. Help me find a suitable identity. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. Actually, Lu Ge, you could join Tangmin. Why choose Shrek? Shrek Academy holds the answers I seek, Lu Zhe replied succinctly. Understanding Lu Zhe's resolve, Hui Yuhao refrained from further questioning. All right, since Lu Ge has his own plans, I shall not interfere, he said slowly. After a brief conversation, they parted ways, with Hui Yuhao setting off to prepare Lu Zhe's new identity, while Lu Zhe began to modify the power within him using the rules. Sometime later, Hui Yuhao returned to Lu Zhe. How'd it go? Lu Zhe asked as he saw Hui Yuhao approach. Hui Yuhao nodded and produced a document, handing it to Lu Zhe. At first glance, Lu Zhe saw nothing unusual, but upon a second look, he suddenly noticed something significant. Yuhao, why have you given me a girl's identity? Lu Zhe asked, bewildered, believing it was a mistake. However, Hui Yuhao's response left him speechless. Lu Ge, the Shrek Academy is the most perilous place for you. To better conceal your identity, this is the only way. Looking at Hui Yuhao's earnest expression, Lu Zhe struggled to accept the notion of dressing as a woman. Lu Ge, is there still room for hesitation at this point? Hui Yuhao prodded, sensing Lu Zhe's reluctance. Lu Zhe was at a loss for words, but then realized that being a girl might indeed allow for better concealment of secrets. Resolutely, he thought, it's just dressing as a woman. It's not as if I've never done it before. Seeing this, Hui Yuhao smiled and said, the next enrollment at Shrek Academy is in a month. In the meantime, Lu Ge, familiarize yourself with your new identity. Lu Zhe nodded and bid farewell to Hui Yuhao, setting off alone towards the location of Shrek Academy. On the way, the truth within him incessantly teased Lu Zhe. Little Lu Zhe, who would have thought you would wear women's clothing again? The last time you did so was quite a while ago, it taunted playfully. Lu Zhe felt a desire to silence the truth, but found himself unable to act. Never mind, I'll find a place to alter my age and appearance. Lu Zhe murmured. The truth chimed in again. Are you not going to change your gender? For someone with the power of rules, it seems like a trivial task. Not a chance, Lu Zhe shot back with a glare. Seeing this, the truth fell silent and retreated obediently into his body. At that moment, Lu Zhe discovered a suitable location. He entered a cave, surveyed his surroundings, and deemed it safe, promptly sealing the entrance. Let us begin, Lu Zhe whispered softly. He then sat cross-legged within the cave. Countless golden inscriptions surged forth, enveloping him like a golden cocoon. As time passed, a month approached, and the cave underwent a tremendous transformation. The walls were entirely covered in golden inscriptions, emanating a majestic aura. Had Lu Zhe not sealed the area prior to his metamorphosis, Lucifer and his associates would have likely discovered him by now. Crack! Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the surface of the golden cocoon, multiplying rapidly. Boom! With a resounding boom, the golden zongzi shattered completely, and Lu Zhe slowly emerged from within. At this moment, he had undergone a tremendous transformation, possessing golden pupils, silvery long hair, and skin as pristine as jade. His features were exquisitely refined. Were it not for the masculine traits, one might easily mistake him for an unparalleled beauty. As Lu Zhe opened his eyes, he exhaled a breath of murky air, now only emanating a regulated aura, with the essences of truth and paradox nearly vanished. Not bad, Lu Zhe mused as he assessed his condition. He had reverted to the age of 12, with the fluctuations of soul power once again evident within him. A level 25 soul power might not be particularly remarkable, he murmured, and soon a golden longsword materialized in his hand. After a brief moment, he retracted the sword, and his hair and eye color transformed back to black. I have returned, he thought. Shrek Academy, a prestigious force at the pinnacle of the continent, had further solidified its foundation after Lu Xiaoyu unified the realm, establishing a significant lead over other powers. Today, Shrek Academy welcomed yet another enrollment season, attracting numerous talented youths from across the continent, including Lu Zhe, who had assumed a new identity. At the enrollment office of Shrek, a figure gradually appeared, and the admission officer merely glanced at the individual S information before granting passage. Another genius has joined us this year, the admissions teacher murmured with a smile, subsequently examining the document in hand. Name, Yi Bailing, gender, female, soul power, level 25 Great Soul Master, martial spirit, by Jean Sword. Within the first year female dormitory, a girl with black hair was slowly searching for her assigned room. Before long, she found it. This is the one, the black-haired girl murmured, pushing open the door, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. Ah! A loud exclamation erupted from within, but it was not from the black-haired girl. It was from another girl with silvery hair. Slap! In an instant, the black-haired girl was knocked to the ground by the silver-haired girl. Dazed, the black-haired girl lay on the floor. The silver-haired girl quickly regained her senses and hurriedly helped her up, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I thought you were a boy," she said sincerely. "It's all right," the black-haired girl replied calmly, smiling gently at her. The silver-haired girl, still oblivious to the situation, suddenly realized she was only partially clothed. Upon this realization, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly donned her clothing. "I'm so embarrassed," the silver-haired girl said, her cheeks still red. The black-haired girl, maintaining her composed demeanor, waved her hand dismissively and proceeded to arrange her bed on the adjacent empty cot. The silver-haired girl stood behind her for a moment before asking, "So you're my roommate?" "Yes," the black-haired girl nodded. The silver-haired girl, encouraged by the response, continued, "My name is Guyu Linger, and you?" "Yi Bailing," the black-haired girl replied in a rather unadorned manner. Upon learning her name, Guyu Linger approached her with a smile, asking, "Can I call you Bailing?" "Of course." Yi Bailing responded with a gentle smile. Guyu Linger, excited, took her hand and said, "Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal." "Isn't that inappropriate?" Yi Bailing replied with a wry smile. But Guyu Linger insisted earnestly, "It's fine. Consider it compensation for that earlier slap." Yi Bailing contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, as the earlier slap had indeed been somewhat painful. Soon, the two girls arrived at the dining hall of Shrek Academy. Observing the bustling crowd, Guyu Linger felt somewhat lost. However, Yi Bailing, unperturbed, led her directly to the ordering counter. In no time, they found a corner table, each holding their respective meals. "Bailing, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with this place," Guyu Linger remarked with a smile. Yi Bailing merely smiled faintly before beginning her meal. Guyu Linger, seeing her demeanor, ceased her chatter, sampling the food but soon lost her appetite. Noticing her discomfort, Yi Bailing remained silent, considering that Guyu Linger likely came from a prominent background, making her adjustment to Shrek Academy challenging. Before long, the two exited the dining hall, intending to take a stroll by the Sea God Lake, but encountered a minor complication along the way. No matter the location, there are always those who seek trouble, and Shrek Academy was no exception. "Two new girls, are you?" At the banks of Sea God Lake, several senior boys in the outer academy uniforms obstructed Yi Bailing and Guyu Linger's path. Among them stepped a handsome young man, whose charming visage belied a rather unsavory demeanor. "Junior sisters, it seems you are not yet accustomed to campus life. Allow me, your senior, to guide you," he said with a smile. Guyu Linger retorted immediately, "I don't need a hypocrite like you to teach me." As soon as she spoke, unrest stirred among the boys. "You dare insult our leader, you newcomer?" a scrawny boy exclaimed, preparing to charge at them. Just as he approached, their leader interjected sternly, "Enough. How dare you speak to the junior sisters like that?" The scrawny boy fell silent, retreating behind the leader. While this display might appear gentlemanly to others, to Yi Bailing, it was rather amusing. Once the scrawny boy quieted, the leader approached the girls again, apologizing politely. "I'm sorry. It's my failure in discipline. But there won't be a next time. We won't have another opportunity to meet," Yi Bailing replied coldly. With that, she turned to leave, only to feel her hand grasped by the handsome young man. "Are you refusing to give me, Wong face?" he said with a smile. Yi Bailing's eyes were icy, even betraying a hint of murderous intent. Sensing this, The young man quickly released her hand, apologizing, my mistake. Despite his apology, Yi Beiling's gaze remained frosty. But Gu Yulinger gently pulled her back to calm her. As Yi Beiling prepared to depart, she recalled something and turned back, coldly warning. Remember, there won't be a next time. Her chilling voice caused beads of sweat to form on the boy's brow, as if he had encountered a great threat. Leader, are you just going to let those two girls go? The scrawny boy questioned, displeased. The youth spoke gravely. That girl with black hair is no ordinary person. It would be wise for you not to provoke her. The frail boy and others trailing behind him were taken aback by this statement. However, the youth merely issued them a warning before departing. There was no need for an explanation. Simply put, do not provoke her. Within the first-year girls' dormitory, Yi Beiling and Gu Yulinger returned smoothly to their quarters. Beiling, you were absolutely magnificent just now, Gu Yulinger exclaimed, recalling the earlier scene. Yi Beiling regarded her with calm indifference and replied slowly, it is time for bed. We must report to the classroom tomorrow. All right, I almost forgot. Gu Yulinger suddenly remembered and added, good night, Beiling. Good night, Yi Beiling responded succinctly, then lay down on her bed. In the dead of night, Yi Beiling abruptly sat up, glanced at Gu Yulinger, who was soundly asleep in the other bed, and quietly left the dormitory. Upon arriving at a secluded little park, a voice materialized beside her. It seems everything went smoothly, intoned a crimson phantom. Yi Beiling cast a sidelong glance at it and replied slowly, it was satisfactory. However, it would be best if you remained within me. He what? Afraid of being exposed? The crimson phantom teased. Yi Beiling chose not to respond, yet her gaze spoke volumes. Observing her demeanor, the crimson phantom obediently merged back into her being. As Yi Beiling gazed up at the starry sky, her heart brimmed with myriad emotions. Yet she maintained her silence. After a while, she regained her composure and made her way back to the dormitory. Soon, I shall come to retrieve you, shall you? Chapter 173. The class teacher is an old acquaintance. The next morning, Yi Beiling and Gu Yulinger arrived at their designated class, Class 1 for new students. There are so many people in this class, Gu Yulinger remarked with a gleeful expression. Yi Beiling merely nodded quietly, not paying much heed to them. At that moment, a man walked in, prompting the class to fall silent. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Beiling turned towards him, stunned. How could it be him? The man then began to speak. I am Yin Yun, your class teacher. With that, he picked up a folder and glanced at it before announcing. The student with the highest soul power in the class is Gu Yulinger, and she will temporarily assume the role of class monitor. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, the entire class turned to look at Gu Yulinger, their faces expressing shock. Even Yi Beiling was slightly taken aback. Linger, your soul power is the highest? Yes. I have reached level 33, Gu Yulinger replied, beaming with pride. Yi Beiling chose not to comment further and redirected her attention to Yin Yun. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the lesson, Yin Yun said with a gentle smile. The students had no objections and promptly sat up straight, which brought Yin Yun a sense of satisfaction. Before long, noon arrived and the students began to vacate the classroom. On their way to the cafeteria, Yi Beiling and Gu Yulinger engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Gu Yulinger inquired, Beiling, it's been so long, and I still don't know your soul power. Are you not going to tell me? 25. Yi Beiling replied nonchalantly, then turned her gaze elsewhere. Only 25. Gu Yulinger pondered, then playfully patted Yi Beiling's back, saying, it seems you need to work a bit harder. Perhaps. Yi Beiling maintained her calm demeanor. At that moment, a figure blocked their path. Long time no see, Junior. It was the youth from the previous day. Yi Beiling's expression turned cold upon seeing him. She had no desire to speak and simply took Gu Yulinger's hand to walk in another direction. The youth hurried after them. Junior, do you really not want to see me? What do you think? Gu Yulinger retorted, visibly displeased. The youth's face paled at her response. Yet he could only force a smile. Junior, my name is Suko. What are yours? Get lost. Yi Beiling shot him a cold glare. With just that one look, Suko felt an overwhelming pressure, immobilizing him instantly. Yi Beiling and her companion ignored him and walked past. Once they had left, Suko returned to normal, slumping onto a nearby chair and exhaling deeply. That girl is truly terrifying, he muttered. Beiling, that guy named Suko is really annoying. Should I teach him a lesson? Gu Yulinger asked, her face filled with indignation. Yi Beiling waved her hand dismissively. No, you are likely not his match. After all, he is a senior. So what if he is a senior? I can still take him down, Gu Yulinger declared confidently. Yi Beiling regarded her and then broke into a smile. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm joking? Gu Yulinger said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yi Bailing chuckled and replied, "No, I just recalled something amusing." "What was so funny? Do tell," Gu Yulinger inquired curiously. Yi Bailing pondered for a moment before teasingly stating, "I accidentally remembered someone who recklessly challenged those far stronger than himself, and, in the end, did he win?" Gu Yulinger asked eagerly. Yi Bailing shook her head and replied, "No, he died." Gu Yulinger was momentarily at a loss for words. As she processed this, Yi Bailing chuckled once more. In that instant, Gu Yulinger understood and playfully swatted at Yi Bailing. "You were talking about me?" "Haha." Yi Bailing laughed and dashed towards the classroom. Gu Yulinger, unwilling to be outdone, sped after her. Before long, the two returned to the classroom, realizing that it was already filled with students. They recognized that they were slightly late. However, Yin Yun calmly remarked, "Just avoid it in the future. Quickly return to your seats." Without hesitation, Yi Bailing and Gu Yulinger promptly took their seats. Seeing that everyone had returned, Yin Yun continued, "This afternoon's class will be quite simple. It will involve physical exercise. Let us proceed to the playground." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rose and headed to the playground. "Bailing, what are we going to do?" Gu Yulinger asked with curiosity. Yi Bailing simply smiled and explained, "It is likely running." "Running?" Gu Yulinger exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Bailing nodded, then observed her serious expression and asked, "Why do you look so grave?" "You have no idea. I absolutely detest running," Gu Yulinger said earnestly. Yi Bailing was at a loss for words in response, and chose to continue walking forward as though she had heard nothing. Before long, under Yin Yun's guidance, the group arrived at the playground. The scorching sun made the students feel a sense of apprehension. In this world, Yin Yun suddenly spoke up, saying, "This afternoon's lesson is quite simple. It involves running 50 laps around the playground, and once completed, school will be dismissed." Upon hearing this, the students in Class 1 displayed a range of emotions. Some beamed with joy while others wore expressions of dismay, truly embodying the saying that some rejoice while others lament. However, Gu Yulinger's expression was even more troubled as she clutched Yi Bailing's arm with a pitiful look and said, "Bailing, I don't want to run. It's just running. It's not a big deal," Yi Bailing consoled with a smile. "But the sun is so scorching today, I fear I will get tanned." Gu Yulinger continued. Hearing this, Yi Bailing felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, and she promptly left to start running on the playground. Gu Yulinger, feeling helpless, had no choice but to endure the sun and begin her run. Yin Yun, standing at the edge of the playground, couldn't help but smile at the scene, reminiscing about his own experiences in the past. Yet, at that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and his expression grew somber. "It has been 8 years. I wonder how Lu Ge is faring," Yin Yun murmured softly. Since he learned of Lu Ze's disappearance, worry had consumed him for 8 long years. On the playground, as Yi Bailing ran, she cast a fleeting glance at Yin Yun, followed by a gentle smile. "You haven't changed at all after all this time, Yin Yun." Chapter 174. Sparring time flew swiftly, and a month at Shrek had passed in the blink of an eye. The new student assessments soon commenced. In the classroom of the new students, Yin Yun stood at the podium, smiling as he announced, "As you all know, the new student assessments are upon us, and it is now time for group assignments." As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the classroom buzzed with excitement, eagerly straining to hear, hoping to team up with 2 powerful classmates. Gu Yulinger, however, remained unperturbed, confident in her abilities to secure victory. Shortly thereafter, Yin Yun began to announce the groupings. "Our class consists of 60 students, with 3 individuals per group, resulting in 20 groups. Although the matchups during the competition will be randomized, I hope you will not hold back if you face your classmates. Do you understand?" "Understood," the students replied in unison. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yin Yun felt a wave of satisfaction and continued. First group, Tang Yao, Wu Ling, Yin Zhuzhu. Second group, Wang Gua, Chen Lin, Yang Fei. Third group, Yin Lai. Before long, the final group was announced, and Yin Yun cheerfully declared, "The last group consists of Gu Yulinger, Yi Bailing, and Su Qian." Upon hearing this, the classroom fell silent as everyone scrutinized their teammates. Naturally, Gu Yulinger focused her attention on Su Qian, aware only that her soul power was at the 25th level, identifying her as a support-type soul master, with little else known about her. "Now that we have completed the group assignments, take the next 2 days to familiarize yourselves with each other. The competition will take place in 2 days," Yin Yun said with a gentle smile. He then dismissed the class, informing them that there would be no lessons for the next 2 days, much to the students' delight. By the shores of the sea god lake, Yi Bailing and Gu Yulinger were intently observing Su Qian. The attention made Su Qian feel a bit shy, and she blushed as she said, "Could you please stop staring at me? It's rather embarrassing." "Oh, my apologies." Gu Yulinger quickly realized her faux pas and hurriedly apologized. She then pressed on, "Su Qian, your martial spirit seems to be a flower, right?" "Yes," Su Qian nodded, continuing, "My martial spirit is the 9-leaf color lotus, which is quite similar in effect to the 9-treasure glazed tile." "What?" Gu Yulinger exclaimed, astonished. It is well known that the 9-treasure glazed tile once stood atop the continent as a premier support-type martial spirit, though it has somewhat fallen from grace over time. It remains formidable. 9-leaf color lotus? At that moment, Yi Bailing, who had been silent, approached with curiosity in her eyes, causing Su Qian to blush even more. Realizing her inappropriate curiosity, Yi Bailing quickly turned her head away, awkwardly saying, "I'm sorry, I got a bit too curious." "No worries." Su Qian smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Suddenly, Gu Yulinger suggested, "Su Qian, why don't we team up and teach Bailing a lesson?" Su Qian felt a bit embarrassed by the mischievous glint in her eyes, thinking it might not be appropriate. What's wrong with that? Bailing is a strong attack type, while you're a support type, and I am a control type. It doesn't seem unreasonable for the two of us to team up against a strong attack type soul master. Gu Yulinger reasoned persuasively. For a moment, Su Qian was at a loss, fearing that they might leave Yi Bailing with a traumatic experience. "It's fine, you can team up with her." Yi Bailing spoke up, her tone calm, indicating she did not regard them as a threat. "Oh, Bailing, how dare you look down on us?" Gu Yulinger, seeing her indifferent expression, felt her temper flare. Su Qian also felt somewhat displeased, as it was out of concern for Yi Bailing that she hesitated. "Let us do it then," Yi Bailing said, playfully beckoning with her finger. To Gu Yulinger and Su Qian, this was undoubtedly a provocation. Could they simply tolerate it? "Bring it on. Su Qian, you assist me, and I will teach her a lesson," Gu Yulinger declared, visibly displeased. Su Qian nodded, clearly incited by Yi Bailing's earlier behavior. Soon, the shores of Sea God Lake were charged with an overwhelming aura of battle. Yi Bailing stood alone, facing Gu Yulinger and Su Qian. Gu Yulinger had reached the 33rd level of soul power, while Su Qian had attained the 26th level, and Yi Bailing was only at the 20th level. While Yi Bailing was slightly behind in soul power, the outcome was not guaranteed. "Are you ready?" Yi Bailing asked with a smile. Gu Yulinger did not respond but summoned her martial spirit and charged at Yi Bailing. In an instant, countless strands of white silk enveloped Yi Bailing's escape routes. Coupled with Su Qian's support, the speed and resilience of these silks were considerably enhanced. Soon, Yi Bailing found herself ensnared by the silks from all directions, ultimately being completely wrapped up. Gu Yulinger, witnessing this, wore a triumphant smile and teased, "Bailing, I didn't expect you to be so weak. You are truly disappointing." Just as she relished her victory, a voice emerged from the cocoon of white silk. "Is that so?" In an instant, the silks were sliced apart by numerous blades of energy. Yi Bailing, wielding a long sword, gazed at them with an expression of calm indifference. The sword was entirely white, adorned with golden inscriptions, exuding an air of nobility. "Is this your martial spirit?" Su Qian was taken aback, having never seen such a beautiful sword before. Gu Yulinger solemnly remarked, "Indeed, that is Bailing's martial spirit, the Bai Jin sword." In the next moment, Gu Yulinger launched another surprise attack, sending several strands of white silk toward Yi Bailing once more. Yi Bailing reacted swiftly, positioning her long sword horizontally, unleashing a wave of sword energy that shattered the silks into fragments. Without hesitation, Yi Bailing lunged forward, appearing before Gu Yulinger in an instant. "You have lost," Yi Bailing stated with a smile. Gu Yuling, whose neck was held by a long sword, felt quite indignant, but understood that had this been a life-and-death battle, her head would likely have rolled long ago. "Fine, you have won," Gu Yuling conceded, though her expression clearly betrayed her dissatisfaction. Standing behind her, Su Qian was equally astonished. After all, Yi Bailing's speed had been astonishingly swift, leaving her no time to assist Gu Yuling. "Sister Bailing is truly remarkable. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat in this battle," Su Qian thought. Yi Bailing then withdrew her martial spirit with a smile and said, "Let us go eat something. It's on me." Initially discontented by her recent loss, Gu Yuling instantly cast her grievances aside upon hearing Yi Bailing's invitation. "Let us go. I shall make you bankrupt today," Gu Yuling declared with a laugh, pulling Yi Bailing and Su Qian towards the food street. As Yi Bailing was being pulled along, she couldn't help but smile at Gu Yuling's back, reminded of someone who used to hold her hand in a similar manner. If only there were no burdens to bear. Chapter 175. The Freshman Assessment 2 days later. The area for the freshman assessment was already filled with people, and naturally, Yi Bailing and her companions were among them, as being late for the freshman evaluation was not acceptable. Shortly thereafter, a teacher stepped forward and announced, "Everyone, please be quiet. The rules of the freshman assessment should be well known. Your homeroom teachers have surely briefed you." Upon finishing his statement, he signaled several teachers beside him to begin the student classification process. After what felt like an eternity, the classification concluded, and Yi Bailing's trio found themselves placed in Zone 3. "I have heard that there are many dark horse teams in Zone 3, Su Qian remarked slowly. Yi Bailing nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "No worries, just be cautious." However, Gui Welling, standing nearby, was completely unconcerned, boldly declaring, "Rest assured, the championship will undoubtedly be ours." "Yi Welling is certainly confident," Su Qian said with a gentle smile. "Indeed," Gui Welling replied earnestly. Yi Bailing merely smiled faintly before proceeding towards the competition stage. Soon, a teacher overseeing the assessment appeared on stage, holding a list in his hand. He announced, "Freshman Assessment, Zone 3, Round 1, Match 1. Class 1's Gui Welling, Yi Bailing, and Su Qian will face Class 4's Chun Xian, Zhu Hao, and Li Feng. Please enter the arena." As the announcement concluded, Yi Bailing and her companions stepped onto the stage, greeted by their opponents, who approached with smiles on their faces. "All females? The outcome seems predetermined," Zhu Hao remarked with a smirk. His voice was loud enough for Gui Welling to hear, and she was immediately annoyed, stepping forward to confront him. "What do you mean? You ugly fool? Do you look down on us girls?" Zhu Hao, hearing the insult, felt his temper flare. "You ugly girl, what right do you have to insult me? Let us see whose strength prevails." Gui Welling, incensed further, prepared to strike. "I will make you unrecognizable," she exclaimed, ready to charge, but was halted by Yi Bailing. "Bailing, what are you doing?" Gui Welling asked in confusion. Yi Bailing replied calmly, "The match has not yet begun. It would be unwise to act now." Realizing that engaging now would result in disqualification, Gui Welling reluctantly stood beside Yi Bailing, visibly displeased. Zhu Hao, witnessing her irritation, laughed mockingly. "What is wrong, ugly girl? Have you lost your courage?" Although Gui Welling was furious, she could only endure, as the match had not yet commenced. Observing this from the judge's stand, a distinguished man smiled with satisfaction. Yi Bailing appears to possess a natural aptitude for leadership. Even when her teammates are provoked, she maintains composure, he commented. At that moment, Yin Yin approached him. "Indeed, Yi Bailing is the most composed individual I have encountered. She can endure any situation. Is that so? It seems I must pay closer attention." The man replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun understood and nodded, returning his gaze to the match. On the competition stage, the referee noted that both sides were adequately prepared and declared, "The match begins." As the words echoed, the three boys from Class 4 charged towards Yi Bailing and her companions. Gui Welling exchanged a glance with Su Qian, who immediately understood. Second soul skill, Purple Leaf. 200-year soul rings rose behind Su Qian, illuminating her second soul ring. Gui Welling also felt the supportive effect and activated her own second soul ring. Second soul skill, Thousand Tangles. With Gui Welling's command, the three boys from Class 4 were instantly ensnared by countless strands of white silk. Just as they prepared to break free, Yi Bailing made her move. "One sword," she proclaimed, wielding the Bai Jin sword, and with a swift motion, she horizontally slashed. In an instant, a formidable wave of sword energy surged towards Zhu Hao and his companions. As they beheld the flickering sword energy before them, a sense of dread enveloped them. "Referee, we concede," Chun Xian, the captain of Class 4, shouted at the last moment. With a resounding thud, a cloud of dust erupted on the competition stage, and amidst it, a teacher shielded Chun Xian and his companions. Match concluded. Class 1's Gui Welling team emerges victorious. The referee promptly announced the result, leaving everyone in awe of the swift match. "This team exhibits remarkable synergy," the previously observant man remarked, astonished. However, he was even more curious about whether Yi Bailing had utilized her soul skill, and if so, why no soul rings had manifested. "Yin Yun, is that Yi Bailing girl from your class?" the man inquired with a smile. Taken aback, Yin Yun replied, "Yes, she is my student. We want, quite simply, I wish to have a private conversation with her," the man said, smiling gently. "Is that so?" Yin Yun pondered. The man then patted his shoulder, assuring, "Do not worry. I will not force her into anything. I find that hard to believe, Yin Yun replied with a subtle smile. The man, sensing his skepticism, feigned hurt. Yin Yun, do you truly not trust me? This is not a matter of trust. Your past actions are too notorious. Yin Yun's expression grew stern. The man smiled and waved dismissively. Very well, I shall not impose. You would do well to behave, Yin Yun replied coldly, turning away to walk in another direction. The man watched his retreating figure before glancing at Yi Bailing, a slight smile forming on his lips. I am curious about the choices you will make, but it suits my interests perfectly. Meanwhile, Yi Bailing, engaged in casual conversation with Gui Weling and Su Qian, sensed someone observing her, but chose to remain unperturbed. It appears there are familiar faces here, Yi Bailing thought with a faint smile. Come, to celebrate our victorious debut, I shall treat you to a meal, Gui Linger said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Su Qian nodded in agreement. Sure, what about Bailing? Coming back to her senses, Yi Bailing smiled and replied, all right. I have no pressing matters at the moment. Let's go. Gui Linger responded with a grin. Chapter 176. The Relaxed Champion, the new student assessment proceeded smoothly, and Gui Linger's team successfully advanced to the finals through their cooperation. However, they were now faced with the most promising Dark Horse team of this year's new students, which boasted 2 Soul Lords, making them formidable opponents. Bailing, we are about to battle that Dark Horse team. What do you think our chances of victory are? Su Qian asked with a worried expression. Before Yi Bailing could respond, Gui Linger interjected confidently. What is there to fear? The championship is certainly ours, regardless of how many Soul Lords they have. Seeing her confident demeanor brought a smile to Su Qian's face, though she still felt a twinge of concern. At that moment, Yi Bailing noticed her expression and reassured her, do not worry, everything will proceed as before. Upon hearing this, Su Qian felt a surge of confidence. Soon, a referee appeared on the competition stage and announced, the finals of the new student assessment are about to commence. Team Gui Linger from Class 1 will face Team Lin Xian from Class 2. Both teams, please enter the arena. As the referee stepped down, the 2 teams approached the stage. Hey, I've heard those 3 girls on the opposite team are quite impressive. Should we be cautious? Yi Tian from Team Lin Xian asked with a light smile. Lin Xian responded nonchalantly, just give it your all. All right, but boss, you should watch out for that girl with the sword. I heard she hasn't even unleashed her second strike yet. Yi Tian added with a chuckle. Lin Xian perked up at this information. He had not heard of such a detail before. He realized he had been so focused on training that he had neglected to gather intelligence about other competitors. Now, with the knowledge of their formidable strength, his fighting spirit ignited. Meanwhile, Yi Bailing scrutinized the 3 opponents. They do seem quite formidable, Gui Linger noted. Su Qian, feeling increasingly anxious, warned Linger, Bailing, that Lin Xian seems to be at level 35, and Yi Tian is at 34. Even their weakest member, Lu Yin, is at 29. Hearing this, Yi Bailing chuckled. I didn't expect them to truly be dark horses. Their overall strength exceeds ours by such a margin. What should we do now? Su Qian asked, her worry deepening. Gui Linger maintained her confidence. Do not fret. Bailing probably has even more powerful cards up her sleeve. Su Qian realized this too. After all, Yi Bailing had not yet shown her true strength since the assessment began, and perhaps victory was indeed possible. Soon, the referee announced, the match begins. At his command, neither team made an immediate move, but stood still, gazing intently at one another. After an indeterminate time, Lin Xian spoke first. You must be Yi Bailing, right? He asked with a friendly smile. Yi Bailing made no move and coldly replied, indeed, what more do you wish to say? That's good. I was worried about mistakenly targeting the wrong person, Lin Xian said with an air of confidence. He then propelled himself forward like a cannonball aimed directly at Yi Bailing. In response, Yi Bailing summoned her Baiji's sword and positioned it before her. The clang of metal echoed as the spectators witnessed an astonishing sight. Yi Bailing, with only 25 levels of soul power, managed to block Lin Xian's attack, who was 10 levels her superior. Lin Xian felt exhilarated. He knew that a typical soul master would not have withstood that blow, especially since he had summoned his martial spirit, the Mo Ing Gun, doubling his power. You truly surprise me, Lin Xian exclaimed with excitement. Yi Bailing smiled lightly. You surprise me as well. In the next moment, Yi Bailing delivered a swift kick to Lin Xian's abdomen, sending him flying. Fortunately, his control was exceptional, allowing him to regain his footing quickly while pointing his spear at Yi Bailing. I am increasingly curious about your strength, Lin Xian said, his expression brimming with excitement. This was the first time since the new student assessment began that he faced such a formidable opponent. Yi Bailing turned to her teammates. You two be careful. I will handle the most troublesome one. All right, but you take care, Su Qian replied with concern. Yi Bailing smiled, and then turned her gaze back to Lin Qian, her expression growing serious. Come, she said coldly, her pupils shifting from black to gold as her aura surged, elevating her to the realm of a soul lord. An enhancement technique? Lin Qian was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. This is good. It prevents others from saying, I am bullying you with my power. With that, he charged forward again, spear in hand. Yi Bailing did not hesitate and tightened her grip on the sword. In an instant, Lin Qian was before her, raising his spear high as if to strike her down like a meteor. Yi Bailing positioned her sword horizontally and softly declared, one strike. As her words fell, a terrifying sword intent surged towards Lin Qian. Realizing the threat, he hastily attempted to block the attack with his spear, but he had underestimated the force behind that strike. The sword energy pierced through Lin Qian, and he coughed up blood, a gruesome wound appearing on his chest. Cough, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Lin Qian managed to plant his spear into the ground to steady himself. Yi Bailing regarded him coldly, noticing he still had the strength to speak, and tightened her grip on her sword once more. Truly ruthless, Lin Qian thought as he quickly withdrew his spear to defend himself again. Sword slashes the abyss, Yi Bailing murmured. In that instant, her Baijin sword ignited with golden flames. Lin Qian was taken aback, realizing he could not withstand the strike and had no opportunity to evade. With a sharp crack, Lin Qian's spear shattered into two pieces, and his chest became a bloody mess. With a thud, Lin Qian collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The referee hurriedly approached and took him off the competition stage, rushing towards the infirmary. Despite this, the match continued, although the remaining two members of Team Lin Qian were on the verge of surrendering. Upon witnessing their captain's inability to withstand Yi Bailing's two strikes, it was clear to Yi Tian that he stood no chance himself. Thus, he boldly declared, New student class 2 concedes. With these words, the match concluded, marking the end of the new student assessment. Yi Bailing's team triumphantly secured the championship and successfully entered the core class. However, during the award ceremony, Yi Bailing felt unfulfilled, for this was not the outcome she desired. Her ambitions soared far beyond this achievement. Soon, I shall come and take you home, she mused. Chapter 177. The unexpected following the conclusion of the new student evaluation. Yi Bailing and her companions seamlessly transitioned into the core class. Yet for Yi Bailing, this was merely a stepping stone. Within the confines of the girls' dormitory, Gu Yulinger and the others engaged in light-hearted conversation. Bailing, the holiday is approaching. What are your plans? Gu Yulinger inquired with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bailing replied, I suppose I might remain here to continue my training. Has Bailing become a martial arts fanatic? Su Qian asked, intrigued. Yi Bailing shook her head. No, I simply do not know where to go. Ah, Gu Yulinger expressed surprise, then cheerfully proposed, since you are unsure of your destination, why not come to my house for a visit? No, thank you, Yi Bailing replied with a gentle wave of her hand. Sighing, Gu Yulinger turned to Su Qian. What about you, Qian? I will be returning home, Su Qian replied with a smile, overwhelmed with disappointment. Gu Yulinger lamented the missed opportunity to spend time with her friends at home, as they all had their respective commitments. Observing her distress, Yi Bailing offered reassurance. Do not worry, I will definitely visit next time. With a forlorn expression, Gu Yulinger responded, Oh. The trio continued their conversation for the remainder of the day, only departing the dormitory in the evening. After dining, Yi Bailing and her friends strolled along the shores of the sea god lake, a most delightful activity. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Yi Bailing, may I have a word with you? The newcomer was none other than the young man from the recent new student assessment. Upon recognizing him, Yi Bailing was momentarily taken aback, wondering how he had come to be here. Before she could speak, Gu Yulinger interjected, Sir, who are you? And what do you seek from Bailing? The young man chuckled lightly, reassuring her, Do not worry. I merely wish to have a conversation with your dear friend. Gu Yulinger grew more displeased and was about to refuse when Yi Bailing interrupted her. It's fine. You and Su Qian should return. I will chat with him and be back shortly. Noting her serious demeanor, Gu Yulinger reluctantly nodded, though she cast a fierce glance at the man, warning, If you dare to bully Bailing, do not expect me to be courteous. Ha, how could I? He laughed, scratching his head. As Gu Yulinger led Su Qian back to the dormitory, Yi Bailing fixed her icy gaze upon the young man. You have yet to introduce yourself, he suddenly recalled, smiling as he said, Hello, I am Feng Qi, a level 73 control system soul saint. Indeed, this was the same Feng Qi whom Lu Zhe had encountered previously. Yi Bailing, unfazed, coldly inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss?" "Nothing much. Simply curious about your reasons for coming to Shrek, or perhaps your intentions." Feng Qi replied with a grin. Yi Bailing's expression grew serious at his words, and she seized Feng Qi by the collar, demanding, "Who are you really?" "I am who I am. Can I be anyone else?" Feng Qi replied calmly, unperturbed by her grip. Observing his composed demeanor, Yi Bailing released him and turned away, stating, "My presence here is of no concern to you. I advise you to refrain from prying into my affairs." Feng Qi chuckled once more. "Very well. However, I must inform you that the Elite Soul Master competition occurs this year. If you wish to participate, you must first secure a position in either the main team or the reserve team of Shrek." Yi Bailing froze momentarily at his words, then turned to Feng Qi, asking, "What do you mean by that?" "It is merely a reminder not to miss the opportunity," he said with a smile, turning to leave but pausing to add, "If you seek to join the main team early, you may come to me for assistance, though it will come at a cost." Without allowing her a chance to respond, he vanished from sight. Left standing there, Yi Bailing wore a grave expression, her mind racing with thoughts. "What will you do?" inquired the Crimson Spectre that had reappeared. Yi Bailing, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "There is no need for his help. I will challenge the main team directly. Strength will dictate authority." The Crimson Spectre chuckled. How curious that a change in identity alters perceptions. With that, it retreated into Yi Bailing's being, while she gazed contemplatively at the sea god lake. Sometime later, as the holiday season commenced at Shrek Academy, Yi Bailing, having bid farewell to Guyu Linger and Su Qian, made her way towards the sea god pavilion. Meanwhile, Feng Qi, who had been observing her from the shadows, wore a bemused smile, thinking, "How fascinating. She is indeed the one I have chosen." At the edge of the sea god lake, Yi Bailing stood, gazing at the pavilion across the water. After what felt like an eternity, she sprang into action, propelling herself towards the sea god pavilion with remarkable speed. Before long, she arrived at its entrance, only to be halted by two guards. "Miss, this is not a place for you," one guard stated slowly. Yi Bailing merely glanced at him and asserted, "Take me to see Yin Xiaojia." The guards were taken aback, one exclaiming, "How dare you call the dean by name?" Yi Bailing responded with a cold laugh and strode confidently into the pavilion. As the guard attempted to intervene, a robust voice called from within, "Allow her to enter." The guards hesitated, exchanging glances before one finally said, "Come along. I will take you inside. But you must refrain from addressing the dean directly, understood? Just lead the way. I need not your advice," Yi Bailing replied coolly. Though the guard felt a surge of frustration, he recognized that she was a person of interest summoned by a senior of the Sea God Pavilion, leaving him with no recourse but to guide her inside. "I can only take you this far. The rest is up to you," the guard said begrudgingly. Ignoring him, Yi Bailing ventured further into the pavilion. Before long, she found herself before several elderly figures. The elder seated in the center regarded her with curiosity, asking, "Young lady, what brings you to our Sea God Pavilion?" Upon recognizing the elder, Yi Bailing smiled. "Elder Xian, I have matters to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Please share," Xuan Lao said with a smile. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Bailing's next words would astound everyone present. Standing amidst the gazes of several elders, Yi Bailing, with a gentle smile, declared, "I wish to challenge the main team of Shrek Academy." "I wish to challenge the main team of Shrek," Yi Bailing asserted earnestly to Xuan Lao and the others. Upon hearing these words, Xuan Lao and his companions were momentarily taken aback, followed by a soft chuckle. "Little girl, do you know how formidable our Shrek main team is?" One elder seated beside Xuan Lao remarked with a smile. Unfazed, Yi Bailing maintained her calm demeanor, acknowledging their strength, but asserting, "I believe they are not strong enough. So you consider yourself quite powerful?" The elder's interest piqued. He continued, "You possess only 25 levels of soul power. Our main team, aside from the team composed of the Sinister Face, is nearly invincible. However, this year, the Celestial Palace has issued a notice prohibiting the Sinister Face from participating in the Elite Soul Master competition. What difference does that make?" Yi Bailing responded with a smile. The elder, sensing her unwavering determination, reiterated, "Last time, due to the Sinister Face, our Shrek only secured 3rd place. This time, victory is a foregone conclusion. Let me join the Shrek main team, and I too can lead Shrek Academy to victory," Yi Bailing stated with unwavering confidence. The elder, taken aback by her conviction, noticed even Xuan Lao, who had remained silent in the center, began to show curiosity. "What makes you so confident?" Xuan Lao inquired with a smile. "Strength will prove everything," Yi Bailing replied slowly. At that moment, Xuan Lao burst into hearty laughter and said, "Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge the Shrek main team in a month. How's that sound? That is acceptable. We shall meet again in a month." Yet Bailing nodded and promptly turned to leave the Sea God Pavilion. Xuan Lao and the others did not stop her, but chose to let her depart. Once Bailing exited the Sea God Pavilion, the elders began to discuss amongst themselves. "Xuan Lao, do you think this girl has any chance of defeating our Shrek main team?" An elder surnamed Lin asked slowly, before Xuan Lao could respond. The elder who had previously conversed with Bailing interjected, "It is undoubtedly impossible. Each member of our main team is at least a soul emperor. How could she, a mere grand soul master, prevail?" The elders chuckled at this, but at that moment, Xuan Lao spoke meaningfully. "I actually believe it is possible." His assertion surprised Elder Lin, who promptly questioned, "Xuan Lao, what do you mean by that?" Xuan Lao gazed at him and replied thoughtfully, "The girl earlier gave me an extraordinary impression. I sensed a powerful force within her. Perhaps this is the source of her confidence. And so what? I still don't believe our academy's main team would lose." Elder Lin countered, slightly unconvinced. However, Xuan Lao merely smiled at him and remarked, "The truth will be revealed in a month." Elder Lin chose not to argue further, convinced that Bailing would not triumph. After leaving the Sea God Pavilion, Bailing headed straight for her dormitory without hesitation. Her boldness in speaking to Xuan Lao stemmed from her compelling reason to participate in the Soul Master competition. As she approached her dormitory, a voice called out to her, "Lu Zhe, where are you in such a hurry?" Upon hearing this, Bailing was momentarily startled, but quickly regained her composure, continuing to walk forward without looking back. Initially thinking the person was calling someone else, she was soon halted as the figure stepped directly in front of her. It was none other than Feng Qi. Bailing glared at him coldly and seized his collar, pulling him toward a secluded area. Moments later, they arrived in an open space. Feng Qi, observing the situation, chuckled. "What is the matter? Are you hiding something, Lu Zhe?" In the next instant, a sword was pressed against his neck, and Bailing coldly demanded, "Who are you? Speak." Feng Qi, seeing the situation, chuckled and replied, "No need for such hostility." With a swift motion, blood began to trickle from his neck. "Did you think I was joking?" Bailing stated icily. Feng Qi, recognizing her seriousness, confessed, "I am Feng Qi. As for how I discovered your identity." At this point, Feng Qi hesitated, but Bailing pressed his head to the ground. "I suggest you be truthful," she warned, a hint of menace in her tone. To her surprise, rather than resisting, Feng Qi chuckled, "Aren't you worried about attracting the attention of the Celestial Palace?" At his words, Bailing regained her composure and released him. Feng Qi stood up, smiling, and said, "It seems you are quite concerned about your identity being exposed. Now, why have you sought me?" Bailing asked, bypassing pleasantries. Feng Qi pondered for a moment before responding. "Actually, I was unaware of your existence for the past 8 years, but as I heard more tales about you, my curiosity grew, prompting me to seek you out." "What do you want with me?" Bailing queried, thoroughly puzzled. Feng Qi replied with admiration, "I was intrigued as to why you were wanted throughout the continent, and I am equally curious about your strength." While his words seemed sincere, Bailing was not naive enough to take them at face value. "How did you know about me?" "I don't recall revealing my true appearance," she challenged. "It was a coincidence," Feng Qi explained with a smile. "Did you not have a confrontation with the leader of the Celestial Palace?" Upon hearing this, Bailing felt increasingly that this person could not be allowed to remain. Observing her expression, Feng Qi continued, "To be honest, I was present at that time, and I stayed close to you after you fell unconscious, knowing you couldn't recklessly use your power. Thus, it is not surprising that you didn't notice me. And now that you know my identity, what will you do? Hand me over to the Celestial Palace?" Bailing asked with a cold laugh. Feng Qi waved his hand dismissively, then took her hand with sincerity. "How could I bear to hand you over? Wouldn't it be better to keep you by my side?" Bailing, taken aback by his sudden move, quickly regained her composure and withdrew, stepping back a few paces. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, a hint of panic evident in her voice, as memories of their previous encounter lingered in her mind. "Are you feeling shy?" Feng Qi teased, noticing her reaction. "Get lost," was her only icy retort, striking him like a brick to the face. "Don't be so cold," Feng Qi said, rubbing his face as he continued. However, Bailing had no intention of prolonging the conversation. She turned to leave. Just as she pivoted, Feng Qi pulled her into his embrace. "Lu Zhe, oh no. I mean Bailing. Let go of me. I won't say it a second time." Bailing's expression was freezing at this point. Yet, Feng Qi did not loosen his grip. Instead, He held her even tighter. As Yi Bailing prepared to take action, a voice suddenly reached her ears. "Do not move. Someone is monitoring us nearby." It was Feng Qi, communicating through his soul power. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing immediately calmed down, her right hand, which had been adorned with golden runes, returning to its normal state. The two of them remained in an embrace, and, after an indeterminate period, the individual observing them, feeling utterly bored, chose to depart. Once he was gone, Yi Bailing executed a swift shoulder throw, sending Feng Qi crashing to the ground. Hiss! Feng Qi gasped as he hit the floor, then chuckled, bailing. "You truly are quite violent. Get away from me. That person has left, but if you continue to call me like that, I might just castrate you with a sword." Yi Bailing replied coldly. Feng Qi, upon witnessing the intensity in her gaze, immediately quieted down and stood up, saying, "All right then, I won't joke around anymore. That is for the best." Yi Bailing maintained her indifferent demeanor. As her words fell, she turned and headed towards the dormitory, just as she had not walked far. Feng Qi spoke again. "If you encounter any trouble, make sure to tell me. I will certainly assist you." Although Yi Bailing heard him, she chose to ignore his words, pretending not to have heard as she continued walking ahead. Feng Qi merely smiled faintly at her response. How intriguing. Chapter 179. The vacation has come to an end in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed, and the Shrek Academy students who had been on break returned to the institution. Meanwhile, outside the girls' dormitory, a striking figure appeared. Wonderful, the school has finally resumed. It was none other than Guyu Linger, her face aglow with joy as she skipped into the dormitory, eager to reunite with Yi Bailing. However, upon opening the dormitory door, she was taken aback. What on earth happened here? Guyu Linger could hardly believe her eyes. The dormitory was enveloped in countless golden runes, and at its center stood a massive light cocoon. Driven by curiosity, she approached the cocoon to inspect it closely. Just as she reached out to touch it, a sudden cracking sound startled her. With a sharp crack, Guyu Linger quickly withdrew her hand, stepping back from the cocoon. Is it about to hatch? She wondered, a mix of surprise and excitement flooding her mind as she yearned to uncover what lay within. In the next moment, a hand adorned with golden runes emerged from the interior of the light cocoon. Guyu Linger gasped in shock, scrambling behind a cabinet to observe stealthily. Soon after, fragments of the cocoon's surface began to peel away, revealing a figure slowly emerging into the dormitory. Once the cocoon fully shed its layers, the individual who emerged exhaled a breath of stale air. When Guyu Linger finally discerned the figure's face, she was astonished. At the sound of her exclamation, the person who had just broken free from the cocoon turned to look at her, quickly grabbing a blanket from the nearby bed to wrap around themselves. Why are you back? Indeed, it was Yi Bailing. Guyu Linger, still in disbelief, replied, Of course I returned after the vacation. But I must ask, how did you end up inside that cocoon? Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing's expression grew serious, and her appearance began to revert to normal. Guyu Linger approached her, puzzled, and asked, What just happened? Why were you covered in golden runes? Caught off guard by the question, Yi Bailing could only offer a vague response. It is a form of cultivation technique that can temporarily enhance my abilities. Is that so? Guyu Linger scrutinized her with skepticism. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Yi Bailing shivered slightly and quickly stated, I'll go take a shower. We can chat later. Without giving Guyu Linger a chance to respond, she hurried in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Guyu Linger was left pondering in front of the locked bathroom door. Bailing doesn't have a chest. She recalled the earlier scene, unable to suppress a giggle. She then teased from outside the bathroom, Bailing, I didn't expect you to be flat-chested. That really surprised me. I thought you were just wrapping it up. After her comment, there was no response from inside. So Guyu Linger lay down on her bed. Observing the golden rune web throughout the dormitory, her curiosity piqued, she began to examine it closely. Inside the bathroom, Yi Bailing gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her expression grave. Based on what she just said, my identity should remain concealed, she murmured to herself. After collecting her thoughts, Yi Bailing retrieved a set of clothes from her storage soul guide and dressed before stepping out of the bathroom. Noticing the movement behind her, Guyu Linger slowly turned around. Bailing, what on earth are you doing? The dormitory is a mess, Guyu Linger complained. Yi Bailing, recognizing her initial assumption, confirmed it with a sheepish smile. I was cultivating for a month and didn't have time to clean, so it ended up like this. I see. Then let us clean up first before we go find Qian, Guyu Linger suggested with a smile. Yi Bailing nodded without any complaints, returning the smile. In the afternoon, at a dessert shop in Shrek City, Guyu Linger was happily chatting with Yi Bailing and Su Qian. Suddenly, An elderly figure approached them. Little girl. The month has come to an end, the old man smiled gently. Gu Yulinger and Su Qian exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing this, then asked Grandpa, "What does it mean that the month has ended?" The old man did not speak to you, but to the little girl beside you. As for what it means, you can ask her, he chuckled. Curiosity piqued. Gu Yulinger and Su Qian turned their attention to Yi Bailing. Bailing, what does the old man mean? Will you not share with us? Gu Yulinger inquired playfully. Though Su Qian remained silent, her expression conveyed her deep curiosity. Seeing their inquisitive looks, Yi Bailing felt there was no way to evade the topic. It wasn't a major issue, so she said, "It's about challenging the Shrek main team." "Oh, you're challenging the main team." Gu Yulinger was taken aback, her mind struggling to process this revelation. "Bailing, are you insane? That's the Shrek main team. How could you possibly defeat them?" she exclaimed, astonished. "Don't worry, I'm confident." Yi Bailing reassured her with a smile, then turned to the old man, Xian Lao. "When shall we have a match? Please set a time." Xian Lao chuckled at her audacity. "Oh, you little girl, you're quite bold. I merely possess the strength." Yi Bailing continued to smile. Seeing the situation, Xian Lao was at a loss for words and could only smile as he said, "In that case, the competition will take place tomorrow. I shall come to find you then." "All right." Yi Bailing nodded, and thereafter fell silent. Xian Lao, standing beside her, could only chuckle before turning to leave. Once he departed, Gu Yulinger and Su Qian suddenly seized Yi Bailing by her collar. "Bailing, have you truly lost your mind? That is the main team," Gu Yulinger exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Yet, Yi Bailing maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as she replied, "Do not worry. If I were not confident, I would not challenge them. But the main team seems incredibly formidable." Su Qian began to fret. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing reiterated, "It's all right. I am confident." At this juncture, Su Qian and Gu Yulinger were at a loss for words regarding her. Then, Yi Bailing suddenly stood up, laughing, and said, "Let's go. It's time to return to the dormitory." As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them rose and departed. Whether Yi Bailing could triumph over the Shrek main team, which was exponentially stronger than her, remains to be seen. Chapter 180, 1 against 7. In the evening, Yi Bailing lay on her bed when, in an instant, Gu Yulinger leapt onto her bed. "Bailing, you absolutely must go tomorrow?" Gu Yulinger asked, her face etched with concern. Yi Bailing chuckled upon hearing this and slowly replied, "Of course. Is there any reason not to go?" Gu Yulinger appeared somewhat reluctant. Nevertheless, Yi Bailing remained steadfast in her stance. She had to go. Gu Yulinger, growing flustered, exclaimed, "But the main team, rest assured, there'll be no trouble," Yi Bailing said, playfully pressing her index finger against Gu Yulinger's forehead. Strangely, Gu Yulinger, who was initially anxious, felt an instant calm wash over her at that moment. Observing this, Yi Bailing added, "Hurry, go to sleep. It's getting late." "Oh," Gu Yulinger replied. And in the next moment, she obediently returned to her bed, burying her head beneath the covers. Yi Bailing merely glanced at her before lying back down, staring at the ceiling while contemplating various matters. After a while, she sighed and closed her eyes. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, when Gu Yulinger opened her eyes, she discovered that Yi Bailing had vanished. Thus, she hurriedly dashed out of the dormitory, making her way directly to the Duhun district. On her way there, she vaguely overheard people discussing Yi Bailing's challenge against the Shrek main team. Hearing this, Gu Yulinger grew increasingly anxious, and just then, she collided with someone. With a thud, both Gu Yulinger and the person she bumped into collapsed onto the ground, rubbing her forehead. Gu Yulinger looked up to find that the person was Su Qian. Once she regained her composure, Su Qian quickly said, "Linger, are you also worried about Bailing? What do you think?" Gu Yulinger replied, her expression one of knowing inquiry. Without delay, she grabbed Su Qian's hand and ran towards the Duhun district. Upon their arrival, they found the Duhun district already packed with spectators. "Why are there so many people?" Su Qian exclaimed in astonishment. However, Gu Yulinger had no time to ponder such things. She pulled Su Qian's hand again and rushed to the front row of the viewing area. At that moment, on the Duhun stage, Yi Bailing stood ready, facing the 7 members of the main team representing Shrek Academy in the Elite Soul Master competition. Is it already too late? Gu Yulinger's expression turned grim upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, Su Qian began to pray, "Please, do not let anything happen, Bailing." Soon, Xian Lao arrived at the Duhun stage. He first assessed the state of the 7 members of the main team before turning his gaze towards Yi Bailing. "Yi Bailing, although I do not comprehend your motivation for challenging the main team, it would be wise to exercise caution," Xian Lao advised slowly. There is no need for you to worry about me. You ought to be concerned for the main team, Yi Bailing replied calmly. Xian Lao felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this, but managed to smile as he said, "You may set the competition rules. Otherwise, others might accuse me of bullying." Yi Bailing, upon hearing this, feigned deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Gu Yuling and Su Qian, watching from the stands, fervently hoped she would select the weakest senior. Yet, Yi Bailing defied expectations, directly stating, "To save time, you may all come at me together." With that, she flashed a confident smile, and a long sword, entirely white, materialized in her hand. The 7 members of the main team were momentarily stunned by her words, followed by a surge of displeasure. Not even Xian Lao was spared from the shock of her declaration. However, he soon regained his composure. "Yi Bailing, I acknowledge your exceptional talent. You could have entered the reserve team. Yet, your arrogance is concerning." With a sigh, he turned and left the Duhan stage. The moment Xian Lao exited, a voice rang out, "The match begins." As the announcement echoed, Yi Bailing shot forward like a cannonball towards the 7 members of the main team. The main team members, taken aback, were a beat slow to react, and by the time they did, Yi Bailing was already upon them. With a single strike, Yi Bailing did not hold back, launching a sweeping blow with her sword. Boom! The power of this strike was even more formidable than a month prior, causing the 7 main team members to cough up blood in an instant. Xiaomi, quickly retreat behind Cheng Su, commanded the captain of the main team, Si Kongfeng. Xiaomi, a slender boy, immediately dashed to hide behind Cheng Su upon hearing this. Si Kongfeng's directive stemmed from the fact that Xiaomi was the only auxiliary Soul Emperor among them, while Cheng Su was the team's strongest defensive Soul Emperor. With a protector, the auxiliary could continuously support his teammates, thus significantly enhancing their chances of victory. However, Si Kongfeng underestimated Yi Bailing. After executing her sword strike, Yi Bailing swiftly locked onto Xiaomi as her target. In the next moment, a spear formed from condensed soul power pierced through the air, hurtling toward Xiaomi, who was attempting to retreat behind Cheng Su. Si Kongfeng, noticing this, quickly activated his martial spirit, transforming into a beam of green light that shot towards the spear. Clang! With a resounding metallic clash, the spear aimed at Xiaomi was deflected by Si Kongfeng. Yi Bailing murmured softly, "Quick reflexes." Just then, a boy wielding a long spear appeared behind her. Clang! Yi Bailing, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, accurately blocked the spear-wielding boy's surprise attack with her by Jin's sword. The boy, stunned by the scene before him, barely had time to react before Yi Bailing delivered a swift kick. Boom! The spear-wielding boy felt his abdomen lurch violently from the impact of the kick. "Are you all right, Ziyu?" asked a girl who appeared beside him. Upon hearing the words, Ziyu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, expressing surprise at the prowess of the junior sister. The young girl sighed in relief, then glared fiercely at Yi Bailing, exclaiming, "You truly are formidable." As she spoke, 6 soul rings emerged around her, and greenish scales began to appear on her body. Bailinshi? Yi Bailing was taken aback upon witnessing the girl's martial spirit. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a cloud of green mist rushed towards her. Without hesitation, Yi Bailing's eyes transformed into a golden hue, and her sword-bearing arm became enveloped in golden inscriptions. Yanluan. As Yi Bailing's sword descended, the green toxic fog was instantaneously engulfed in flames. The girl, witnessing this, became grave. She was indeed a challenging opponent. The atmosphere on the battle platform grew tense, with Gu Yuling and Su Qian in the spectator area sweating profusely. In contrast, Yi Bailing, situated at the center of the arena, surveyed her surroundings with a smile rather than any sign of anxiety. Truly commendable. The main team representing Shrek Academy demonstrates excellent teamwork, she praised with a grin. Upon hearing this, Si Kongfeng chuckled lightly. "Junior sister, it is because you are too powerful. We have no choice." From the outset, Si Kongfeng had devised a strategy to feign weakness, enticing Yi Bailing into their encirclement, thereby limiting her ability to counter multiple unpredictable attacks. Yi Bailing, unfazed by his words, smiled lightly and remarked, "The strategy is commendable, but alas, the strength is insufficient." No sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming aura erupted from her, leaving even the observing Xian Lao momentarily stunned. Yi Bailing's appearance began to transform. Her black hair gradually turned silver, and golden inscriptions spread across her form, intertwining even with her strands of hair. Si Kongfeng and his companions immediately grew solemn. This was unexpected. At that moment, Yi Bailing glanced at the seven of them and coldly declared a statement that resonated throughout the arena. The match has only just begun. Do not disappoint me. At this juncture, on the battle platform, Yi Bailing, adorned with silver hair and golden eyes, was scrutinizing Si Kong Feng and his group, who now felt an overwhelming pressure. Xiaomi, remember to bolster us shortly. Si Kong Feng instructed with a serious demeanor. Xiaomi nodded in response, releasing her 6 soul rings, while Si Kong Feng and the others did the same. It's time, Si Kong Feng shouted, transforming into a beam of green light that swiftly darted toward Yi Bailing. The speed was impressive, but Yi Bailing's reflexes were even quicker. She effortlessly evaded Si Kong Feng's thrust. Before he could react, Yi Bailing seized the back of his head and forcefully slammed him to the ground. With a resounding thud, Si Kong Feng's face met the arena floor, embedding him into it. Yi Bailing paid him little mind, instead turning her attention to the remaining 6, stating, "You may all join in to avoid any complications." Her tone was dismissive, as if she truly regarded them as inconsequential. Feng Ziyu could no longer restrain himself, gripping his spear tightly and charging toward Yi Bailing. Observing this, Yi Bailing brandished her sword for a sweeping strike. A torrent of sword energy immediately engulfed Feng Ziyu, and when he regained his senses, his attire lay in tatters, his eyes devoid of light. The girl with the Bai Lin Shi martial spirit, witnessing this, was consumed by rage, radiating murderous intent. "You will pay for this," she coldly declared to Yi Bailing. Yi Bailing merely regarded her briefly, then decided it was time to conclude the bout. "This should end. You must have had your fun," she murmured coldly. Subsequently, she positioned the Bai Jin sword across her chest and executed a sweeping motion. A wave of terrifying sword energy surged forth, and the girl and her companions recognized their inability to withstand it. Just then, Xian Lao intervened. "Enough, you have won," he announced with reluctance. It was a necessary declaration. With Xian Lao stepping in, Yi Bailing ceased her assault, stating, "Since I have triumphed, you must honor my request. Is it not simply to join the main team of Shrek Academy?" "I, the old man, consent," Xian Lao responded slowly. Yi Bailing nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave the battle platform, leaving all present with her silhouette. "Bailing, she has won." Gu Yuling Air exclaimed in disbelief. Su Qian immediately grasped her hand, urging her, "Quick, let us celebrate," with Bailing realizing the implication. Gu Yuling Air sprang into action. Before long, they arrived at a bench beside the sea god lake. Yi Bailing settled into the seat, gazing at the scenic beauty of the lake. Moments later, Gu Yuling Air and Su Qian joined her, their faces lighting up with smiles upon spotting Yi Bailing. "Bailing, I did not expect you to be so powerful," Gu Yuling Air exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yi Bailing simply smiled softly in response. "It is nothing. Did I not mention I was confident?" "Hee," Gu Yuling Air chuckled. Su Qian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Bailing, what was that transformation you underwent? You appeared so formidable." Yi Bailing, dismissing the question, replied nonchalantly, "It is merely an ancestral secret technique." "Is that so?" Su Qian regarded her with skepticism. Yi Bailing displayed no signs of deceit, responding with natural composure. "Of course, it is a technique often utilized by my family." Accepting this, Su Qian chose to believe her. However, Gu Yuling Air, with a serious expression, pressed, "Bailing, why do you wish to join the main team of Shrek?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing averted her gaze, offering a perfunctory reply, "It is simply because I believe the main team can provide greater opportunities for growth." "You are lying." Gu Yuling Air boldly exposed her deception. At this, Yi Bailing's expression grew grave, and she abruptly rose to leave. Yet, Gu Yuling Air obstructed her path, saying, "If you face any difficulties, you can confide in me. I will certainly assist you." "No, you cannot help me," Yi Bailing replied with a wry smile. Without another word, she departed, leaving Gu Yuling Air with a sense of unease in her chest. "Ling Air, Bailing." Su Qian hesitated, unsure how to continue. Gu Yuling Air shook her head, resigned to the thought that perhaps they truly could not assist her. After some time, the news of Yi Bailing single-handedly defeating Si Kong Feng and his 7 companions spread throughout Shrek City, known by every elder and child in the streets. On a lofty mountain outside Shrek City, Yi Bailing sat cross-legged, her eyes closed in meditation. Uncertain of the passage of time, she finally opened her eyes slowly. Gazing upon the bustling and vibrant Shrek City, Yi Bailing was inevitably engulfed by a wave of emotions. Rising gradually, she made her way towards the academy. Upon entering the inner courtyard of Shrek, Xian Lao suddenly appeared and called out to her. "Bailing, "There's something I forgot to mention," Xian Lao stated softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing inquired, "What is it?" "It is not too late to speak now. In that case, I shall divulge the matter." Xian Lao paused momentarily before continuing. "The Elite Soul Master Tournament will be held in 5 days, with the venue set at the Sky Square, outside the Sky Palace." "Sky Palace?" Yi Bailing responded with surprise, though she quickly regained her composure. Xian Lao noticed her initial reaction with a hint of curiosity, but soon dissipated. "Moreover, the master of the Sky Palace and I share a rather amicable relationship, so he's expected to visit us at Shrek tonight. You must be vigilant," Xian Lao advised. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing became visibly anxious. "Who is the master of the Sky Palace? Is it not Lu Xiaoyu? And he is coming to Shrek Academy tonight. This is nothing short of a desperate situation." "Did you hear that, Bailing?" Xian Lao asked again. Yi Bailing snapped back to reality, nodding and responding, "Understood. I will keep my composure tonight." Xian Lao smiled at her reply and turned to leave. Left standing there, Yi Bailing felt a tumult of emotions within her, as tonight's events had disrupted many of her plans. "Lu Zhe, it seems you cannot escape calamity tonight," Feng Qi remarked as he emerged. Yi Bailing shot him a cold glance and retorted, "What does that matter to you? Best to mind your own business." Feng Qi, unfazed, chuckled and replied regardless, "I wish you luck tonight. See you tomorrow." With that, he vanished from sight, while Yi Bailing dismissed him without a second thought, turning towards her personal dormitory. Hopefully, nothing will go awry tonight. Chapter 182. Wine soon. The sun began to set, casting a warm glow, and the Shrek Academy was ablaze with lights. Inside her dormitory, Yi Bailing sat pensively, contemplating various matters. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Gu Yulinger. "Bailing, aren't you going out? I hear tonight is the most festive evening at Shrek Academy," Gu Yulinger said with a smile. Yi Bailing's expression grew troubled, unable to find a suitable excuse, as she was compelled to meet the guests from the Sky Palace due to her status as a key member of the Academy's team. "Let us go." Yi Bailing sighed in resignation, knowing she had no choice. Gu Yulinger, noticing her friend's unease, smiled knowingly but chose not to pry, respecting Yi Bailing's silence. Before long, the two of them exited the dormitory, joined by Su Qian, who had been waiting outside with a smile. The trio walked together, soon arriving at the focal point of the evening's festivities. Upon reaching the venue, Yi Bailing spoke, "I will head over first. You both take care." Gu Yulinger did not stop her, understanding that Yi Bailing needed to meet the guests from the Sky Palace. Once Yi Bailing departed, Gu Yulinger pulled Su Qian toward the crowd. "Linger, don't you think Bailing is acting strangely today?" Su Qian voiced her concerns. Gu Yulinger waved her hand dismissively, saying, "There's nothing we can do about Bailing's situation." At this, Su Qian fell silent, unsure of how to proceed. Gu Yulinger, noticing her friend's demeanor, grasped her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, Bailing will manage. She is no ordinary person." "Indeed," Su Qian replied with a stiff smile. Gu Yulinger then cheerfully declared, "Come, let me take you to have some fun," and with that, she led Su Qian off in search of amusement. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Pavilion, Xian Lao and the other elders stood in a neat line, their gazes fixed intently on the exterior. Yi Bailing, having just arrived alongside Si Kong Feng and others, wore a serious expression. Moments later, a powerful aura permeated the air. The instant Yi Bailing sensed this energy, she felt a weight of gravity settle upon her, though her rationality urged her to maintain a calm facade. Soon, a man clad in a black suit stepped into the Sea God Pavilion. It was none other than Lucifer. Upon seeing him, Yi Bailing instinctively edged closer to Si Kong Feng and the others. Lucifer surveyed the assembly before breaking into a smile. "Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience." Xian Lao responded warmly, "Not at all. Your presence here is the greatest recognition for our Shrek Academy." Lucifer laughed heartily at this, then gestured aside. "That sentiment is better directed towards our master." Following this, a young man entered. Yi Bailing's heart raced upon recognizing him. It was indeed Lu Xiaoyu. However, his expression was cold, as if burdened by some unseen weight. At that moment, Lucifer quietly inquired, "Master, do you harbor any dissatisfaction with this gathering?" "No," Lu Xiaoyu replied slowly. Lucifer appeared puzzled, but masked his confusion well. "Since there are no issues, let us all relax. There is no need for such tension," Lucifer said with a smile. The elders exhaled in relief, and the atmosphere shifted to a more relaxed state. Meanwhile, Yi Bailing sought a quieter corner to gather her thoughts, observing the lively scene within the Sea God Pavilion. Gradually, She let her guard down. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. Why are you here alone? Startled, Yi Bailing turned swiftly, only to find it was Feng Qi. Annoyed, she retorted, do you not know it is impolite to stand behind someone without warning? My apologies. Feng Qi chuckled, extending a glass of wine toward her. Now that you are here, why not share a drink? No, thank you. Yi Bailing firmly declined. Yet Feng Qi persisted, teasing, are you telling me you cannot handle your drink? In this day and age, is there truly someone who cannot enjoy a glass of wine? Yi Bailing, not one to be easily swayed, regarded Feng Qi with an incredulous expression, thinking such baiting was too cliched. Feng Qi chuckled again. Are you not willing to grant me, Feng Qi, the courtesy of a toast? Do not read too much into this. I simply do not wish to drink. Yi Bailing replied, turning to leave. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiaoyu had taken notice of this exchange. Hello, Lu Xiaoyu greeted as Yi Bailing turned around. Upon his arrival, her heart sank further, hoping desperately not to reveal anything amiss. Greetings, master, Yi Bailing murmured. Lu Xiaoyu did not seem to mind, instead smiling as he asked. You must be the Yi Bailing that Xian Lao mentioned? It is I. I wonder what matters the hall master wishes to discuss with me. Yi Bailing replied, mustering her courage. It's nothing significant. I merely find you quite remarkable and would like to share a drink with you, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile, extending a cup of wine towards her. As Yi Bailing gazed at the cup before her, an internal struggle ensued. Refusing it might arouse suspicion, yet accepting it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Truly, she found herself in a predicament. Just as she hesitated, Feng Qi swiftly intercepted the cup Lu Xiaoyu had offered Yi Bailing. Bailing does not drink. Allow me to partake on her behalf, he declared, unperturbed by Lu Xiaoyu's status. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu chuckled and continued, of course, but that means that one tea be just one drink. No problem. I am known for my invulnerability to intoxication. Feng Qi responded with a grin. With that, he gulped down the contents of the cup nonchalantly. Lu Xiaoyu, undeterred, finished her drink as well. Thus commenced a rivalry between the two, exchanging drinks in a spirited manner, while Yi Bailing stood by, oblivious to the quantity consumed. However, one must admit, both individuals possessed formidable drinking capacities, showing no signs of intoxication despite their considerable consumption. Truly impressive. You are indeed worthy of the title of one who cannot be drunk, Lu Xiaoyu remarked with a smile. Feng Qi, hearing this, replied, your drinking ability is commendable as well. After all this, your complexion remains unperturbed. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Xiaoyu responded with a faint smile. Feng Qi, seemingly unfazed, turned to say, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I shall take my leave. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, offering no objection, and then turned her attention to Yi Bailing. Just as she was about to speak, Feng Qi reappeared before her. Hallmaster, would it be permissible for Bailing to escort me home? I fear I may not make it back to the dormitory alone, Feng Qi said, his face pale and weary. Lu Xiaoyu paused before replying, of course, that is quite all right. Do ensure you rest well upon your return. With that, she turned and walked toward Xian Lao and the others. Feng Qi, without a second thought, placed a hand on Yi Bailing's shoulder and smiled. Let us go. Take me home. Yi Bailing, unsure of how to respond, felt a wave of gratitude towards him. In the next moment, she said nothing further and guided the pallid Feng Qi away from the Sea God Pavilion. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu watched them from behind, her expression tinged with displeasure. Chapter 183. Identity revealed, plans foiled on the winding paths of Shrek Academy. Feng Qi had his hand resting on Yi Bailing's shoulder. After a brief moment, Yi Bailing said, somewhat irked, could you possibly retract your hand? Feng Qi suddenly realized and withdrew it, laughing, shouldn't you express your gratitude for my assistance? Thank you for what? Yi Bailing replied, her demeanor icy. Come now, I just rescued you from a dire situation. Is a simple thank you too much to ask? Feng Qi said with a grin. Yi Bailing responded curtly. Thank you. Now, can you leave? Now that is more like it, Feng Qi chuckled, rising to head towards the dormitory. Yi Bailing, standing still, turned and walked towards her own quarters without further ado. Yet, she hadn't gone far before she spotted Lu Xiaoyu observing her. Upon meeting Lu Xiaoyu's gaze, Yi Bailing became instantly on guard. Where are you off to? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with a gentle smile. Yi Bailing, feeling awkward, replied, I'm not feeling well. I wish to return to my dormitory to rest. Is that so? Lu Xiaoyu said, somewhat skeptical. How about I accompany you back? No need to trouble the hall master. I can return alone, Yi Bailing responded with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu's expression soured at this, and she replied, are you refusing to grant me this courtesy? Yi Bailing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Come now. Where's your dormitory? I shall escort you. Lu Xiaoyu insisted with a smile. Yi Bailing remained silent, slowly raising her hand to indicate the direction ahead as she began to walk forward. Observing this, Lu Xiaoyu's suspicions deepened, yet she said nothing and simply followed behind. They walked in this manner until they reached a large tree, at which point Lu Xiaoyu suddenly grasped Yi Bailing's arm. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, Lu Xiaoyu remarked slowly. Yi Bailing, though maintaining a facade of calmness, felt a surge of panic within. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence, she replied with an awkward smile. However, Lu Xiaoyu pressed on, raising her right hand, I do not see it that way. His aura is not something an ordinary person possesses. With that, she aimed a punch at Yi Bailing's face. Sensing the impending blow, Yi Bailing instinctively wanted to evade, yet her rational mind urged her not to. Dodging would indeed reveal her true identity. Thus, she resolutely closed her eyes, prepared to endure the strike to protect her secret. Just as Lu Xiaoyu's fist was about to connect, it halted mere inches from her face. Have I overthought this? Lu Xiaoyu murmured, retracting her fist. As Yi Bailing felt the absence of pain, she slowly opened her eyes. You may leave now. It seems I was mistaken, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing exhaled a sigh of relief and gradually made her way back to her dormitory. After she departed, Lu Xiaoyu turned to leave as well. However, in that instant, Lucifer appeared before him. My lord, are you quite taken with that girl? Lucifer inquired with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, not at all. It was merely my overactive imagination. Do you believe she resembles Lu Zhe? Lucifer, perceptive, immediately grasped the implication. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned frosty. Is my brother's name one you may utter? I apologize. That was my error, Lucifer quickly offered. Yet he continued, my lord. Since you suspect that girl may be connected to your brother, why not capture her for questioning? Moreover, your brother's disguise is quite formidable. Even I cannot sense his presence. What? Lu Xiaoyu's countenance darkened, and he swiftly turned to chase after Yi Bailing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lucifer followed closely behind. Yet they were already too late. Upon reaching the dormitory, they found not a trace of Lu Zhe's aura, nor even Yi Bailing's. There is no doubt. That girl believes she is connected to you, my lord, and it is safe to say she is your brother, Lucifer stated earnestly. Lu Xiaoyu was aware of this reality, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Let us depart. It is time to return, Lu Xiaoyu said softly. Shall we not wait here for the girl to reappear? Lucifer queried, to which Lu Xiaoyu replied matter-of-factly, no need. We shall encounter her at the competition. Understanding the implication, Lucifer ceased his inquiries. In silence, they departed the area. Meanwhile, Yi Bailing emerged slowly from the shadows. It appears your identity has indeed been revealed. The Crimson Spectre re-emerged at this moment. I am aware that the previous plan has become unfeasible, Yi Bailing slowly articulated. Subsequently, a transformation began to occur within her. Her once long hair swiftly returned to a shorter style, and her stature increased. And who else could it be but Lu Zhe? At this moment, Lu Zhe re-emerged in this world, though he found himself entangled in a troublesome predicament. What will you do next? Zhenli inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe turned slowly to gaze at the myriad stars above, and then remarked, I can only push forward. During the Soul Master competition, I will directly abduct Xiaoyu. You truly dare to entertain such thoughts? Zhenli chuckled softly. What if you fail to capture him, and end up being captured yourself? What else can I do? I suppose I will just have to deal with it. Lu Zhe retorted with a glance at Zhenli. Upon witnessing his expression, Zhenli vanished into his body. At that moment, Feng Qi appeared behind Lu Zhe. What are you planning to do now? Feng Qi asked gravely. Lu Zhe responded directly. Though I am uncertain of your motives in assisting me, it would be best if you refrain from involving yourself in this matter. Very well, but if you find yourself in trouble, I will come to your aid, Feng Qi replied slowly. Lu Zhe did not respond, but transformed into black particles, drifting away with the wind. Feng Qi fell silent at the sight before him, then looked up at the starry sky, pondering why she would not wish to join him. Was he not worthy enough? After a night had passed, Xian Lao and the others discovered that Yi Bailing was missing, yet they did not take it to heart. On the other hand, Gu Yulinger began searching everywhere for Yi Bailing, refusing to believe she could have simply vanished, even suspecting she had been abducted. Linger, where could Bailing have gone? At that moment, Su Qin approached. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yulinger dejectedly replied, I do not know. Something must have happened to Bailing. Just then, Feng Qi walked over. Su Qian politely asked, "Teacher Feng, is there something you need here? Do you wish to know about Yi Bailing's whereabouts?" Feng Qi stated plainly. The two women instantly perked up at his words, with Gu Yulinger directly asking, "Teacher, do you know where Bailing is?" Feng Qi smiled, then turned to say, "Follow me. I will share what you wish to know." Chapter 184, Anticipation. I truly did not expect that Bailing was Lu Zhe, who had been pursued by the Sky Hall for 8 years. In a room, Gu Yulinger was whispering in disbelief, while Su Qian beside her wore a similarly astonished expression. At this moment, Feng Qi spoke again. "Now that you know his identity, do you still wish to seek him out?" "Of course," Gu Yulinger replied resolutely. "Even if he is pursued by the Sky Hall, it does not alter our friendship." "Teacher, do you know where he's gone?" Su Qian timidly asked. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi's expression grew solemn, and he slowly said, "I do not know, but I am aware he will appear when the Elite Soul Master competition begins, and there is a high likelihood he will be captured." "What? The Sky Hall is so dangerous. Why would he still go?" Gu Yulinger was perplexed. Feng Qi shook his head. "I have advised him. Yet he remains steadfast in his beliefs. What should we do if Lu Zhe is captured? Wouldn't that mean he faces execution?" Su Qian began to worry. "That is why I have contemplated the worst-case scenario," Feng Qi said gravely. "What scenario?" Gu Yulinger quickly asked. Feng Qi paused, then continued. "Lu Zhe's strength is undoubtedly formidable. Even if he faces the Sky Hall alone, I still worry. If he is captured, I will find a way to rescue him." "Including the two of us," Gu Yulinger and Su Qian said simultaneously. Observing their determined expressions, Feng Qi smiled faintly. "You cannot be of much help, but I appreciate your willingness to stand by Lu Zhe." "No, there will definitely be a time when we are needed," Gu Yulinger asserted with conviction. Faced with her expression, Feng Qi was at a loss for words, only able to respond with a wry smile. "I hope so. You both should attend your classes now." With that, he rose and walked toward the door, with Gu Yulinger and Su Qian following closely behind. Once they had departed, Feng Qi's expression turned serious again, for the strength of the Sky Hall was not to be underestimated. "I truly hope I do not witness the moment of your capture, Lu Zhe." Sometime later, atop an uncharted mountain peak in Doadelu, Lu Zhe sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. After a while, Zhenli suddenly appeared. "Lu Zhe, you must consider carefully. Should you fail this time, it may very well mean our demise," Zhenli said slowly. Lu Zhe remained unfazed, gradually opening his eyes to look into the distance. "I do not believe I will fail. You must think it through. Without my abilities and the power of paradox, it will be exceedingly challenging to gain the upper hand against the 7 of Lucifer and your brother, not to mention the multitude of great sins within the Sky Hall." Zhenli's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke. Yet Lu Zhe maintained a calm demeanor, rising slowly to say, "Let us proceed. The Soul Master competition begins tomorrow, and we must act before it is too late. Be extra cautious, do you understand? I do not wish to die alongside you," Zhenli warned quietly. Lu Zhe smiled lightly at this. "Do not worry. This time it shall not happen." Zhenli understood that when Lu Zhe uttered those words, he had already made up his mind to rescue Lu Xiaoyu at all costs. At that very moment, within the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu sat imperiously upon a throne, flanked not only by the 7 of Lucifer, but also by several others, including Bing Huai and Gu Yuna, with dozens of original sins standing within the hall, and an innumerable host of great sins and powerful soul masters outside. This was the current foundation of the Sky Hall. The 7 of Lucifer alone could sweep across the entire continent, let alone now. "My lord, tomorrow marks the Elite Soul Master competition. What are your plans?" Lucifer inquired with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the individuals within the hall and slowly replied, "Wait for Lu Zhe to appear, then capture him by any means necessary. As long as he is alive." "Understood." A synchronized response echoed throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled, and then leisurely walked deeper into the hall. Lucifer remained behind, as his status within the Sky Hall was one of the highest, often handling numerous matters. "You all heard what our Lord just said, correct?" Lucifer remarked with a smile. Everyone in the hall and beyond replied in unison, "We did. Please rest assured, my lord." "Good. That is best." Lucifer smiled again, then added, "Leviathan, you 7 remain. The rest may withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except the 6 of Leviathan naturally departed. Once they were gone, Leviathan asked Lucifer, "What are your thoughts on this capture plan?" "It should succeed without incident, but it will likely come at a price," Lucifer replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Leviathan's expression turned serious, for after the last confrontation with Lu Zhe, he comprehended the widening gap between them. Lu Zhe is no longer the entity that could be easily subdued by himself, even though he is currently restrained by the Lord's power. It remains a formidable challenge for him to gain the upper hand. Is there something you wish to discuss that requires our presence? Leviathan inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Lucifer responded with a measured tone. Indeed, there is something I wish to convey. Leviathan and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, prompting Lucifer to elaborate. You are aware of my recent research, correct? The suppressor? Leviathan replied slowly. Yes, Lucifer affirmed with a nod, continuing. It must be noted that this world possesses elements previously unknown to us. A suppressor specifically designed to target Lu Zhe has taken considerable time to create. Yet its effectiveness remains untested. What are you planning to do? Leviathan questioned with intrigue. Currently, there are 7 suppressors available, 1 for each of you. At the first opportunity tomorrow, we shall apply 1 to Lu Zhe and observe the results, Lucifer stated calmly. At that moment, Mammon interjected. Given that the Lord can already suppress Lu Zhe, why pursue this course of action? That is not for you to contemplate, Lucifer replied with a smile. Instantly, Mammon and the others comprehended the implication and fell silent. Lucifer, seeing their understanding, ceased to elaborate further, distributing the 6 suppressors to Leviathan and his companions before turning towards the inner sanctum of the hall. As Leviathan observed Lucifer's departing figure, a wry smile crept upon his lips, internally acknowledging, indeed, only you, Lucifer, could harbor such grand ambitions. While Mammon and the others might not fathom the full extent, Leviathan, having had the most interactions with Lucifer, had discerned the nature of his character long ago. Glancing at the suppressor bracelet in his hand, Leviathan's expression shifted back to tranquility. Setting aside these thoughts, he was more eager to subdue Lu Zhe beneath his feet. Capturing him tomorrow would lead to his eventual triumph. Tomorrow truly promises to be an exhilarating day, Mammon remarked with a faint smile. The others echoed his sentiment before retreating to their respective domains. Not only were the 6 anticipating the morrow, but also Lu Xiaoyu and her brother Lu Zhe began to share their own expectations for the day ahead. Brother, Xiaoyu, I eagerly await tomorrow. I will surely rescue you. Chapter 185. The Trap. The highly anticipated Elite Soul Master competition has officially commenced, with all factions across the continent converging for the sole purpose of claiming the championship. The format remains consistent with past competitions, yet a palpable sense of vigilance envelopes Lucifer and his 7 companions. Lucifer, do you truly think Lu Zhe will show up? Leviathan quietly asked, standing beside him. Lucifer chuckled lightly, responding, he will indeed come. Leviathan, sensing no further need for discourse, focused intently on the Sky Plaza. The plaza was now filled to capacity, making it nearly impossible to spot Lu Zhe. They could only wait for him to reveal himself. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu rose and proclaimed loudly, "Welcome, everyone, to the Elite Soul Master Competition. The rules remain unchanged, and the contest begins now." With her announcement, the teams in the Sky Plaza commenced their activities. Lu Xiaoyu resumed her seat on the high platform, continuing her watchful observation. Soon, the first elimination round commenced, yet Lu Xiaoyu paid little attention to the proceedings, instead searching for her brother's presence. After an indeterminate amount of time, the final match of the morning concluded, and Lu Zhe had yet to make an appearance. Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of boredom wash over her and decided to return to her chamber. Lucifer, intending to follow her, was halted by Lu Xiaoyu's voice. "Lucifer, you stay here," she said calmly. Confused by the command, Lucifer merely smiled faintly, refraining from further comment. Lu Xiaoyu dismissed him and entered the inner sanctum of the hall. As she walked through a corridor within the Sky Hall, she suddenly halted, a smile gracing her lips. "Since you're here, why hide?" she murmured. "Brother." Lu Xiaoyu called softly, her demeanor shifting to one of amusement. Initially, it seemed she was speaking to herself, but in the next instant, a figure appeared behind her. "Xiaoyu, come with me," the man Lu Zhe said, having awaited this moment for some time. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xiaoyu slowly turned to face him. "Why should I go with you? Can't you stay here? This is not a place for you," Lu Zhe stated sternly. However, in the blink of an eye, a shadow materialized behind him, and simultaneously, a black bracelet encircled his wrist. "Long time no see," Lucifer greeted, having anticipated Lu Zhe would approach Lu Xiaoyu when she was alone. Upon recognizing Lucifer, Lu Zhe instinctively distanced himself. "This is troubling." Lu Zhe's expression soured. In the next moment, he sensed an unsettling absence. Where is truth? Lu Zhe's thoughts raced. Yet, no trace of truth could be found, as if he had vanished from existence. Furthermore, both truth's abilities and the powers of paradox had inexplicably dissipated. Realizing this, Lu Zhe's expression turned grave. Observing his demeanor, Lucifer chuckled. It seems the suppressor is quite effective. While the power of rules cannot be entirely subdued, it suffices. Lu Xiaoyu, witnessing this, smiled and quickly approached her brother. Brother, please stay here. I have a way to eliminate truth, she said cheerfully. However, Lu Zhe had no intention of remaining. Just as he attempted to leave, Lu Xiaoyu swiftly pinned him to the ground. Brother, don't even think about running, she exclaimed with a grin. With no alternative, Lu Zhe was compelled to enter the state of rules. Enveloped by golden inscriptions, he forcefully kicked Lu Xiaoyu away and glared fiercely at Lucifer. You better remove the suppressor, Lu Zhe warned icily. What if I refuse? Lucifer retorted with a smile. Before Lucifer could react, Lu Zhe had already sent him flying with a single punch. After knocking Lucifer aside, Lu Zhe attempted to utilize the power of rules to forcibly remove the suppressor bracelet, only to immediately regret his decision. As soon as he made contact with the suppressor, a violent surge of electricity coursed through him, rendering him powerless and collapsing to the ground. Confused by the sudden turn of events, he was approached by Lucifer, who remarked with a grin, "You should give up. This bracelet was custom-made for you." Possessing two capabilities, one to suppress truth and paradox, and the other to absorb rules. In other words, if you use the power of rules now, you will be electrocuted. And there is no way to resist, Lucifer explained with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe fell into silence, fully aware that he had been captured. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Lu Zhe began to chuckle, slowly rising to his feet and casting a disdainful gaze at Lucifer. And what of it? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? You. Lucifer's emotions flared at this challenge. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu stepped in front of Lu Zhe, coldly addressing Lucifer. You intend to harm him? Upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyu's expression, Lucifer immediately subdued his demeanor and replied with a smile. How could I dare? This is for the best, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly, then turned to face Lu Zhe. Brother, you won't leave me this time, will you? Lu Xiaoyu smiled as he spoke. Lu Zhe remained silent, his face a mask of quietude. Noticing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu bore no anger and promptly commanded Lucifer, escort my brother to my room and ensure he does not escape. As you wish, Lucifer chuckled, then approached Lu Zhe. Let us go. Lu Zhe shot him a glare, but felt powerless to resist, so he complied. Content with this outcome, Lu Xiaoyu turned and made his way toward the palace's exterior, as the Soul Master tournament was still in progress. Inside Lu Xiaoyu's chamber, Lu Zhe found himself brought there by Lucifer. What have you done to Xiaoyu? Lu Zhe asked coldly. Lucifer merely smiled faintly, then turned to him and said, Guess. You had better not harm Xiaoyu. Lu Zhe spat, gripping Lucifer's collar in anger. In an instant, Lu Zhe was struck in the abdomen by Lucifer's powerful punch, collapsing heavily onto the ground. You still do not grasp the situation, do you? Lucifer remarked with a smile, lifting Lu Zhe's chin to inspect him. It is no harm to tell you. I merely informed your brother that if he kills truth, you'll be safe. At these words, Lu Zhe's expression shifted to one of grave concern. You intend to use Xiaoyu's hand to kill me. Indeed, truth has entered into a contract with you. Upon his death, your life is forfeit, is it not? Lucifer chuckled. Yes, but do you not fear that I will reveal this to Xiaoyu? Lu Zhe retorted with a cold smirk. You will not have that opportunity. Lucifer's gaze turned icy. Lu Zhe immediately sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. With a sudden violent expulsion, Lu Zhe coughed up a significant amount of blood, only to realize that his vocal cords had been destroyed. Now you shall be a mute, though soon you will find relief, Lucifer said with a smile before turning to leave. As Lu Zhe lay on the ground, feeling the pain of his ruined voice, he gradually lost consciousness. Had he lost the gamble? Chapter 186. An attempt to escape ends in failure. Brother, good morning. The soft light of dawn broke, and Lu Zhe could hear Lu Xiaoyu's voice before he had fully awakened. As he slowly opened his eyes, he found Lu Xiaoyu resting on him, her smile innocent and untainted. Had it not been for recent events, Lu Zhe might have welcomed her with a smile. Brother, why are you silent? Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Lu Zhe longed to respond, but with his vocal cords destroyed, he could produce no sound. Understanding this, Lu Xiaoyu spoke gently. After we deal with truth, I will help you heal. Otherwise, what if you speak on that man's behalf? Lu Zhe could only regard her with a neutral gaze, his face betraying no emotion. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu added, I have prepared breakfast for you. Remember to eat before I go oversee the tournament. With that, she flashed a smile at Lu Zhe and departed. Left alone on the bed, Lu Zhe glanced at the breakfast on the bedside table before looking out the window, lost in thought. With truth suppressed and the power of the rules rendered unusable, Lu Zhe found himself in a most troubling predicament. Gazing outside, he softly murmured to himself, I must escape. Resolving this, Lu Zhe began searching the room for tools to pry off the suppression bracelet. However, after thoroughly scouring the chamber, he found nothing suitable for prying, which forced him to consider stepping outside. Surely, Lucifer and the others would be preoccupied with the Soul Master tournament, leaving him unmonitored. With this thought, Lu Zhe cautiously approached the door, slowly pushing it open and peering left and right to ensure the coast was clear before carefully stepping out. Once in the corridor, he continued to search for anything that could assist in opening the suppression bracelet. Just then, a voice echoed around the corner. Alert! Lu Zhe quickly ducked into a nearby room. Through a crack in the door, he noticed two unfamiliar figures passing by, relieved he had hidden in time. After they left, he exhaled deeply, but just then, a hand suddenly clapped onto his shoulder. Startled, Lu Zhe recoiled and fixed his gaze on the person who had touched him. Lu Zhe. Upon recognizing the face, he froze. It was Chiao. She appeared momentarily incredulous, before noticing his distress. You are hurt? Chiao rushed forward, concerned. Unable to speak, Lu Zhe hastened to a nearby table, grabbing a pen and paper to write. As she read his message, Chiao furrowed her brow. Your vocal cords have been destroyed by Lucifer, and your abilities are suppressed. Lu Zhe nodded, then wrote again, showing her the paper. After reading, Chiao replied slowly. Lucifer mentioned the suppression bracelet, but we have never seen a completed version and do not know how to open it. Hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a weight of despair settle upon him. He was truly cornered. Yet, Chiao continued, although I do not know how to open it, I believe I can forcibly remove it using my power. Renewed hope sparked within Lu Zhe, and he extended his hand toward her. Without hesitation, Chiao summoned her soul power into her hands and grasped the bracelet, attempting to force it off. However, the next moment, Lu Zhe was overwhelmed by a surge of electric current, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Alarmed, Chiao rushed to him. Are you all right, Lu Zhe? Is it serious? At her question, Lu Zhe wished to convey his thoughts, but instead slowly rose to meet her gaze. In that moment, he seemed resolute. Writing once more cut off my hand. Chiao froze at this request, but after consideration, it appeared to be the only option. Still, she hesitated, and Lu Zhe, seeing her conflicted expression, wrote again, It's fine. As long as the suppression bracelet is removed, I can recover. Understanding his intent, Chiao gathered her resolve and concentrated her soul power in her hands. Lu Zhe, seeing her determination, extended his hand without hesitation. Chiao prepared to strike. But just as she was about to sever his hand, a figure suddenly appeared before her, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. With a thud, Chiao was sent flying against the wall of the room. The assailant was none other than Lucifer. I did not expect you to assist this fugitive, Lucifer said coldly, casting an icy stare at Chiao. Lu Zhe is not a fugitive. All of this is due to your reckless fabrication. Chiao shot back, indignant. The charges of being a fugitive were decreed by the Lord. Why do you claim it is my doing? Lucifer replied with a smile. After hearing those words, Chiao found herself at a loss for words, yet she remained unwilling to align herself with Lucifer. Thus, she surged forward at an accelerated pace towards the direction of Lu Zhe, a golden dragon spear materializing in her hand. Upon witnessing this, Lucifer instantly comprehended the situation and unleashed his oppressive aura. Chiao, feeling the weight of this pressure, collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. I never anticipated such a tactic, Lucifer murmured softly. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Zhe, a smile once again gracing his face. Lu Zhe, I did not expect you to be so ruthless toward yourself, but alas, that is no longer permissible. With that, he produced a larger suppressor and, without hesitation, fastened it around Lu Zhe's neck. Simultaneously, the suppressor on Lu Zhe's wrist was removed by Lucifer. Now it is settled. I cannot believe you would wager your own life, Lucifer said with a smile. Lu Zhe glared intensely at Lucifer, trying to articulate something but finding himself unable to voice it, silently etching it into his memory. After resolving the matter with Lu Zhe, Lucifer shifted his attention to the prostrate Chiao. Well, you assisted the fugitive Lu Zhe. Surely you must face some form of punishment, Lucifer remarked with a smile. Raising his index finger, a more formidable pressure immediately bore down upon Chiao, pain seizing her entire being. coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood under this overwhelming weight. Xiaoer found herself powerless, for Lu Shifa was an opponent she could not withstand. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing, Lu Xiaoyu entered the room. Lu Shifa, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoyu's voice was frigid. Upon hearing this, Lu Shifa felt a chill run down his spine and awkwardly explained, "My lord, this individual sought to assist your brother in escaping. I merely intended to teach him a lesson." After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Zhe, and upon noticing the minor injuries upon him, her expression instantly turned icy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Shifa was about to offer an explanation when a golden sword pierced through his shoulder. "Who permitted you to touch my brother?" Lu Xiaoyu stated coldly. Lu Shifa clutched his wounded shoulder, hastily apologizing. "I beg your pardon, my lord. It was my mistake. I assure you it will not happen again." With a sharp thrust, another golden sword pierced through his knee, unleashing chaotic forces within his body. With a thud, Lu Shifa fell to one knee, his expression contorted in pain. "I was wrong. I implore your forgiveness just this once," Lu Shifa said earnestly. Witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu ceased her assault, moving beside Lu Zhe to gently lift him. "I will handle Xiaoer's matter. Your interference is unnecessary," Lu Xiaoyu said softly as she turned to leave. Just as she stepped out the door, she recalled something and added, "Remember, there shall be no next time." Her voice was cold and laden with threat. Lu Shifa slowly replied, "Understood. There will definitely be no next time." After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu disregarded him, turning back to carry Lu Zhe toward her room. Lu Shifa watched her retreating figure, a smile gradually forming on his lips. It seems that the truth is indeed being stifled. Chapter 187. The Savior Arrives. In the corridor, Lu Xiaoyu was escorting Lu Zhe to her room. "Brother, do you wish to leave me?" Lu Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. Lu Zhe remained silent, not making any move. Observing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression soured, and upon entering her room, she unceremoniously tossed him onto the bed. Before Lu Zhe could react, she pinned his hands down onto the mattress. "Without my permission, you cannot leave this place. Do you understand?" Lu Xiaoyu said, her face stern. She then rose and declared, "I will never allow anyone to touch you." After speaking, she fetched a chain and shackled it to Lu Zhe's foot. "The competition outside has not yet concluded. Once it does, we can converse every day," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. With that, she turned and exited the room, leaving Lu Zhe bound within with a tumult of indescribable emotions. He then gazed out the window, quietly pondering, how has Xiaoyu changed so much? Yet the pressing concern was how to escape from this place, though it seemed highly improbable unless someone came to rescue him. This thought led Lu Zhe to recall the individual who had previously vowed to save him if he were captured. Though unlikely, he still held hope that this person would come, as anyone capable of discerning his true identity must possess remarkable qualities. At that moment, Wen Qi, observing the competition in the Sky Plaza, wore a furrowed brow. Beside him stood two young women, equally concerned. After a moment, Gu Linger suddenly asked, "Teacher, why hasn't Lu Zhe appeared yet?" "I do not know," Wen Qi replied, hesitant to speculate. But his heart was already filled with the worst fears, that Lu Zhe might have been captured. At this juncture, Su Qian interjected, "What if Lu Zhe has indeed been captured?" Upon hearing this, Wen Qi's brow knitted tighter as he slowly replied, "It seems there is no choice. You two should return first while I check the hall." "But the hall is very dangerous," Gu Linger expressed worry. Wen Qi shook his head and assured her, "Do not worry. If I encounter trouble, I can make a clean escape, but you two cannot." Gu Linger understood this, feeling regretful that if she were stronger, she wouldn't need to wait for news. Wen Qi, noticing her guilt, gently patted her head and reassured her, "Do not blame yourself. Everyone has their moments of weakness." Gu Linger nodded, then took Su Qian's hand and departed the Sky Plaza. Once they had left, Wen Qi's demeanor turned serious. Lingering without action could lead to dire consequences. He surveyed Lu Xiaoyu's location and noted that Lu Shifa and his entourage of 7 were gathered around her. "It appears there is still hope," Wen Qi murmured softly, turning towards a less populated area. "Wait for me, Lu Zhe. I will come to rescue you soon." Inside the Sky Hall, in Lu Xiaoyu's room, Lu Zhe, shackled by chains, was at a loss for what to do. Removing the suppressor seemed impossible at that moment. As these thoughts consumed him, he grew increasingly despondent. Time was slipping away. Just then, the door swung open. As it did, Lu Zhe tensed, but he relaxed upon seeing the visitor's face. "Lu Zhe, what has happened to you?" It was Wen Qi, who, utilizing his formidable stealth abilities, had successfully navigated the vast sky hall to find him. Upon seeing Wen Qi, Lu Zhe felt a surge of hope and promptly pointed to the chains on his feet and the suppressor around his neck. Wen Qi immediately understood, moving closer to him and swiftly unfastening the chains. When he attempted to forcibly remove the suppressor, Lu Zhe intervened to stop him. Wen Qi was puzzled by this, but quickly grasped the situation. As Lu Zhe inscribed on the paper, "Leave this place at once. The suppressor will alert Lucifer." Upon reading these words, Feng Qi comprehended the urgency and extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Follow me. We shall return when the situation is more assured." Lu Zhe nodded, then recalled something and hastily wrote, "We must find someone and bring her along." Although Feng Qi felt a twinge of confusion, he said nothing and gestured for Lu Zhe to lead the way. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe rose and made his way outside, heading towards a room where Chiu Erh was situated. Thanks to Feng Qi's formidable ability to conceal themselves, Lu Zhe and he swiftly arrived outside Chiu Erh's room. Without a moment's pause, Lu Zhe pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, Chiu Erh instantly grew worried and hurriedly stood, exclaiming, "Lu Zhe, are you all right? Did Lu Xiao do something to you?" Lu Zhe shook his head, then wrote on the paper, "Come with us. We will return when we are certain." Upon reading these words, Chiu Erh was momentarily taken aback, but then she noticed Feng Qi standing behind Lu Zhe, and understanding dawned upon her. Without a hint of hesitation, she declared, "Let us go. I know the back entrance to the Sky Hall." Lu Zhe smiled at this and turned to Feng Qi, who remained silent, allowing Chiu Erh to lead the way. The three of them began their journey towards the back entrance of the Sky Hall, yet time was not on their side. Lucifer had sensed something amiss, and his expression turned grave. "Leviathan, you must guard the back entrance of the Sky Hall," Lucifer conveyed through thought. Leviathan instantly grasped the situation and departed promptly. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, sitting in the center, remained oblivious to these developments as the competition in the square was still ongoing, and she could not afford to wander off, lest she be deemed negligent. At the back entrance, Lu Zhe and Feng Qi, guided by Chiu Erh, successfully arrived. However, at that moment, the trio abruptly spotted Leviathan stationed by the back door. Why was he here? Shouldn't he be at the square, watching the match? A sense of foreboding washed over Chiu Erh. Yet Feng Qi reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, whispering, "It's all right. He cannot perceive us. Just move slowly." Initially skeptical, Chiu Erh reconsidered, realizing that if Leviathan could detect them, he would have known long ago. The fact that he remained unaware suggested that Feng Qi's concealment abilities could elude Leviathan's perception. With this thought, Chiu Erh felt a wave of relief and cautiously stepped back. What did Lucifer summon me here for? Leviathan pondered, perplexed. Just as his mind wandered, he suddenly sensed a presence. He turned sharply towards Lu Zhe and the others. Though the area appeared empty, Leviathan began to smile gradually. "Aha, I see now." Meanwhile, Feng Qi noticed Leviathan's unusual behavior and swiftly lifted Lu Zhe, urging Chiu Erh, "Run. That guy has discovered us." Before Chiu Erh could react, Leviathan was already before them. "Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 188. Salvation, where do you think you're going? Leviathan gazed at the exposed trio of Feng Qi, a sinister grin spreading across his face. In an instant, he teleported directly in front of Chiu Erh and, without a word, delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The immense force sent Chiu Erh flying. Witnessing this, Feng Qi's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he swiftly grabbed Lu Zhe and ran towards safety. After ensuring Lu Zhe was secure, Feng Qi smiled, saying, "Wait here for a moment. I will deal with that troublesome fellow before taking you away." Lu Zhe could only nod in agreement, then wrote on the paper, "Do not take too long, otherwise Lucifer will come." After reading this, Feng Qi chuckled and turned to face Leviathan. "You are somewhat extraordinary." Unlike the average individual, Leviathan remarked, sensing something amiss about Feng Qi. Just then, Chiu Erh, wielding the golden dragon spear, appeared behind him. Clang! The spear struck Leviathan's back, producing a resounding metallic clash that astonished Chiu Erh. "Little girl, your naivety is amusing," Leviathan chuckled, gripping her by the throat and lifting her into the air while forming a metallic short sword in his other hand, aiming for Chiu Erh. Bang! However, before that strike could land, Feng Qi had already delivered a kick to Leviathan's ribs. The impact sent Leviathan hurtling into the wall of the hallway. "Are you all right?" Feng Qi asked gently, looking at Chiu Erh, who was now sitting on the ground. She shook her head, rising again, her grip on the golden dragon spear tightening. Meanwhile, Leviathan slowly stood, touching his ribs, a smirk creeping onto his face. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you could injure me," he said, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Feng Qi retorted mockingly, "Injuring you isn't particularly remarkable. You're not that formidable." Leviathan bristled at this remark, a wave of terrifying pressure emanating from him. Xiao Air struggled to breathe under the oppressive force. Yet for Feng Qi, it felt as if nothing had changed. However, upon sensing Leviathan's aura, Feng Qi became serious. His body began to transform, dark markings appearing on his face, and his eyes turned a deep crimson. "You will not forget today," Feng Qi stated flatly. In an instant, he appeared before Leviathan, delivering a mighty kick. Boom! Leviathan reacted swiftly, yet the force of Feng Qi's kick propelled him away, sending him crashing outside the back entrance of the Temple of Truth. Xiao Air stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate her astonishment at the scene. Feng Qi turned to her, a relaxed expression on his face, and said, "Quickly take Lu Zhe and leave. I will hold him off here." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Air rushed to Lu Zhe, hoisting him over her shoulder and sprinting towards the back door of the hall. Leviathan, returning to the scene, attempted to intercept them, but Feng Qi blocked his path. Grabbing Leviathan's right hand, Feng Qi gave him no chance to react and struck him hard in the abdomen. A dull thud echoed, and Leviathan felt a tempest brewing in his stomach, though it soon settled. "This power does not belong to you, does it?" Leviathan realized something was amiss. Feng Qi, unfazed by the revelation, merely smiled and replied, "What if it doesn't belong to me? For now, I am the one wielding this power." With that, he delivered another kick squarely to Leviathan's face. Boom! Unable to withstand the blow, Leviathan crashed through the wall and into an adjacent room. Feng Qi, seeing this, chose not to pursue further aggression, but instead followed the direction in which Lu Zhe and Xiao Air had fled. As Leviathan slowly emerged from the room, he appeared quite disheveled, his garments in tatters. Yet, more than his disarray, he was consumed by anger. After the fury subsided, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. The furious expression of Lu Xiaoyu upon discovering that Lu Zhe had been rescued would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions for him. "What a predicament this is," Leviathan murmured gravely. At that moment, Lucifer materialized behind him, inquiring, "Has Lu Zhe escaped?" To this, Leviathan, with an expression of distress, replied, "Indeed. The one who came to rescue him is peculiar. He possesses a strength that surpasses mine, yet that power does not belong to him." "Is that so?" Lucifer said softly, resting his chin on his hand. Observing Lucifer's nonchalance, Leviathan hastily asked, "What should we do if the master inquires about this?" Lucifer chuckled lightly before responding, "I will provide a thorough explanation to the master. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Leviathan sighed in relief. Should Lu Xiaoyu truly hold him accountable? He feared for his very life. However, with Lucifer's assistance in clarifying the matter, he felt considerably reassured. Several hundred meters away from the Sky Palace, Xiao was sprinting at full speed while carrying Lu Zhe. Just then, Feng Qi appeared before them in an instant. "You've emerged. Where's Leviathan?" Xiao promptly inquired upon seeing him. Feng Qi, with a stiff smile, reassured her, "Do not worry. They will not pursue us for the time being." Before Xiao could respond, he collapsed to the ground, blood beginning to seep from his skin. Startled by this sight, Xiao rushed to his side to assess his condition. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. He quietly approached Xiao and wrote on a piece of paper, "Hurry and leave with him. We cannot linger here." Xiao nodded in agreement, recognizing that they were still within the confines of the Sky Palace and needed to depart swiftly. As Feng Qi lay unconscious, the restraining device around Lu Zhe's neck remained inactive, and he could only wait for Feng Qi to awaken before devising a plan. Thus, Xiao carried the unconscious Feng Qi and Lu Zhe away from the Sky Palace. Time passed, and the two eventually found a relatively safe location, where they laid the unconscious Feng Qi to rest. "Lu Zhe, what are your plans moving forward?" Xiao asked solemnly. Lu Zhe slowly wrote on the paper, "Let us wait until Feng Qi awakens." "Indeed," Xiao nodded thoughtfully. "I cannot remove the restraining device. It depends on whether he can assist." As evening fell, the Soul Master Tournament entered a temporary intermission within the Sky Palace. Lucifer and his companions stood before Lu Xiaoyu, who bore a chilling expression, as if ready to devour someone. "Lucifer, you have one opportunity to explain," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Leviathan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. foreseeing the punishment he would likely face. At that moment, Lucifer spoke slowly. My master, to be frank, the one who rescued your brother is not an ordinary individual. Leviathan was utterly subdued, unable to retaliate. But did you not also notice? Why then did you allow my brother to be taken? Lu Xiaoyu pressed further. Lucifer, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, I arrived too late. By the time I reached the scene, they had already fled. This matter does not appear to have been instigated by you, Lu Xiaoyu remarked, turning her gaze to Leviathan. Please provide an explanation. Leviathan, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly responded, My master, this was indeed my fault. I beg for your punishment. He understood that no matter how he explained, he would still face consequences, and thus, it was better to admit his fault willingly. Lu Xiaoyu slowly rose, looking down at Leviathan. This is the first and last time. As her words fell, a golden longsword pierced directly through Leviathan's heart. Unable to withstand the power of the rules, he was severely injured. Lucifer and the others shuddered at the sight. Lu Xiaoyu then stated, Remember, there will not be a next time. With that, she turned and departed, heading straight back to her chamber. Lucifer and the others watched her retreating figure, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. It seems the master is truly enraged this time, Mummin remarked softly. There is no remedy. After all, the master is particularly concerned about Lu Zhe, Lucifer replied with a faint smile. Now, everyone understands the gravity of the situation, so let us avoid further mistakes. Mummin and the others nodded in agreement before leaving. At that moment, in a secluded area of Dalua Dalu, Fengqi slowly opened his eyes. You are awake? As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Qiuer's voice and sat up with a smile. Where is Lu Zhe? Fengqi's first thought was of him. Qiuer pointed to Lu Zhe, who lay sleeping beside them. Due to the restraining device, he now resembled an ordinary person in need of rest. Seeing this, Fengqi smiled and approached Lu Zhe's side, astonished that he had been captured. It was truly unimaginable. At that moment, Lu Zhe was stirred by Fengqi's movements and slowly turned to look at him. Their eyes met, and Fengqi quickly understood. Let me help you remove the restraining device. With that, he extended his hand, which was soon enveloped in dark markings. With a snap, the restraining device fell away. At the instant the device dropped, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Zhe. Finally, I can move freely. With that proclamation, the entity known as Truth surged forth from within Lu Zhe. Fengqi maintained a composed demeanor, while Qiuer displayed a hint of astonishment. Lu Zhe, is this your soul? Qiuer asked, perplexed. No, Lu Zhe replied, regaining his voice. It is better that you do not know. Understanding that everyone harbors their secrets, Qiuer ceased her inquiries. As Truth noticed Fengqi, he froze momentarily before speaking. You are Fengqi quickly interrupted, realizing that Truth was about to reveal his identity. Truth comprehended immediately and swallowed the words he was about to utter. Lu Zhe, observing this exchange, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. However, he was intelligent enough to recognize that Fengqi wished to keep his identity concealed and refrain from asking. Truth, what exactly is that restraining device? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Truth smiled and replied, It is specifically designed to suppress personalities. But you are not my personality. Why were you suppressed? Lu Zhe asked, perplexed. It is merely similar. The restraining device can suppress any existence outside of yourself, Fengqi explained. Is that so? Lu Zhe seemed to grasp a portion of the concept. Determined, he stated, Truth, you shall take over my body and then don the restraining device to test it. What are you planning? Truth inquired, puzzled. Just do as I say, and you will understand, Lu Zhe replied directly. The Truth, upon hearing it, seemed to comprehend, subsequently taking over Lu Zhe's body directly. Almost immediately, Fengqi fastened the suppressor around his neck once again. Qiuer gazed intently at Lu Zhe, fearing any unforeseen mishap. As Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes, the crimson hue of his gaze momentarily stunned Fengqi and the others. Lu Zhe, you. Fengqi began to speak, but then recalled something. You must be the Truth, right? It was indeed an unexpected revelation. Lu Zhe was now embodying the Truth. The Truth stretched its muscles and then turned its gaze towards a distant large tree, pointing its index finger at it. Bang! The Truth murmured softly. Instantly, a formless stream of energy engulfed the tree in the distance. Remarkable, the Truth expressed with delight, and then removed the suppressor. Simultaneously, Lu Zhe regained control of his body. A gentle smile gracing his features as he remarked, I was not mistaken. The suppressor can only inhibit either me or the Truth. Then why couldn't you remove the suppressor? Qiuer inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing her question, Lu Zhe chuckled and explained, the suppressor not only restricts either me or the truth, but also resists the power of rules. If the truth were to take over my body, it could wield the power of truth. What about the paradox? The truth suddenly asked. The power of paradox belongs neither to me nor to you. Why can I utilize it while you cannot? Have you forgotten that I have been relying on your strength to activate the paradox since I lost my soul power? Lu Zhe responded slowly. The truth, upon hearing this, instantly understood. The suppressor had mistaken the power of paradox as being part of Lu Zhe's abilities. Indeed, Lu Zhe nodded. However, something else crossed his mind, and he turned to Feng Qi, asking, what caused you to faint back then? I had no choice. I overexerted my strength, Feng Qi replied, scratching his head with a smile. That power does not belong to you, does it? Lu Zhe said slowly. Feng Qi chuckled. Indeed, that power does not belong to me, but I can command it. Lu Zhe did not inquire further about the origins of that power, but was assured that Feng Qi stood by his side. Their conversation soon came to a close when Xiao asked, Lu Zhe, when do you plan to return for vengeance? There is still time. It would be unwise to act until the moment is ripe, Lu Zhe replied thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Xiao fell silent, aware of the current strength of the Sky Hall, knowing that the three of them alone could not withstand it. Where to now? Feng Qi approached Lu Zhe and inquired. Lu Zhe gazed at the sky and smiled gently. Let us venture to the Divine Realm. Chapter 190. Seeking the Divine Realm, nearly a month had passed since Lu Zhe's escape from the Sky Hall. During this time, they had been searching for the Divine Realm, which had been concealed by Tang, due to Lu Xiaoyu's involvement. Thus, Lu Zhe and his companions had not yet discovered the precise location of the Divine Realm. Lu Zhe, how much longer must we travel? Xiao asked, her expression clouded with frustration. Before Lu Zhe could respond, Feng Qi calmly interjected, what is the rush? The Divine Realm, having suffered significant damage last time, is likely wary of you seeking them out. Xiao fell silent at this remark, as she had been part of the previous incident. This world, Lu Zhe began, up ahead lies a town. Do not reveal your identities. His words immediately awakened the two of them. Feng Qi promptly donned a mask, while Xiao wrapped herself tightly in a black cloak, both glancing at Lu Zhe. Noticing that Lu Zhe had not concealed his appearance, they questioned, Lu Zhe, aren't you going to disguise yourself? Lost in thought, Lu Zhe turned to them and smiled. I find no need for such complications. With that, his visage began to shift, transforming into an ordinary-looking young man. Xiao was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, Lu Zhe, you possess such an ability? Isn't that normal? Lu Zhe replied, somewhat puzzled. Xiao, growing increasingly agitated upon hearing this, suddenly had a thought and stepped forward. Lu Zhe, can this ability be applied to others? Indeed, Lu Zhe quickly deduced her intentions. Xiao's excitement surged, and she eagerly said, then quickly assist me in becoming a peerless beauty. That seems unnecessary. I believe you are already quite beautiful, Lu Zhe replied with a resigned smile. Even Feng Qi joined in, chuckling, yes, Xiao is already a stunning beauty. No need for further embellishment. Very well, Xiao said. Her spirit dampened as she approached Lu Zhe. Observing her dejected expression, Lu Zhe affectionately ruffled her hair, while the power of rules began to alter her appearance. Could you refrain from tousling my hair? Xiao was still unaware of the changes occurring within her. However, she soon realized something amiss as she noticed her hands gradually shrinking, her height diminishing. Lu Zhe, what have you done to me? Xiao's fury erupted upon recognizing her transformation. In nothing, really, Lu Zhe averted his gaze, speaking softly. Feng Qi, witnessing the scene, could not help but chuckle. Upon hearing his laughter, Xiao's expression grew even more furious, and she puffed her cheeks, delivering a playful punch to Lu Zhe's abdomen. Yet, Lu Zhe effortlessly caught her fist, smiling as he remarked, you look rather adorable like this. Why strike me? This form is not adorable at all, Xiao shouted, puffing her cheeks defiantly. On the contrary, I find it quite charming, Feng Qi added, coming up behind Xiao to pat her head. Once more subjected to head patting, Xiao swiftly swatted Feng Qi's hand away, glaring at him fiercely, do not touch my head. Despite her fierce demeanor, Feng Qi found her reactions endearing and teased. Your angry expression is quite cute as well. You scoundrel. Xiao could no longer contain herself, charging at Feng Qi. Feng Qi laughed and dodged her, leading to a playful chase between the two in the woodland path. Lu Zhe, who had been left behind, chuckled and followed suit. Thus, the trio soon arrived at the town they had previously spotted. Once in the town, Feng Qi and Xiao settled down, waiting for Lu Zhe to catch up. Before long, Lu Zhe joined them. Observing their calmness, he smiled and said, "Have you had your fun? It's time to behave. Change me back." Xiao Er glared at Lu Zhe, clearly displeased. In response, Lu Zhe pointed to a nearby notice board, chuckling, "Are you certain?" Confused, Xiao Er followed his gesture and then froze in shock. The board was plastered with wanted posters, prominently featuring Lu Zhe and his companions. "If I restore your appearance now, you are likely to get captured," Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Er felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, turning her head away defiantly. Seeing her reaction, Lu Zhe and Feng Qi shared a laugh, for the miniature version of Xiao Er was undeniably adorable. However, at this moment, they realized they were being pursued by the Tiankong Diantong. Revealing their identities could attract the pursuit of its soldiers. To prevent any mishaps, Lu's cautioned Feng Qi and Xiao Er against acting recklessly, even if it meant dealing with trouble on their doorstep. Feng Qi agreed, yet Xiao Er was displeased, harboring resentment for being transformed into her current petite form by Luz. As dusk descended, Luz and his companions found a place to rest. Inside the room, Luz and Feng Qi sat at a table, exchanging glances. After a while, Feng Qi spoke slowly, asking Luz, "Do you still intend to go to the Divine Realm?" "We have no choice but to explore the Divine Realm. Staying on the continent will inevitably lead to capture," Luz replied with a hint of resignation. He could not simply tear open a spatial rift to another world again. That would only complicate matters further. Moreover, he had no certainty of where he would end up. What if he found himself trapped within the rift? Upon seeing his expression, Feng Qi immediately understood and remarked, "The Divine Realm is well concealed. It is difficult to locate unless a deity has left traces. No need for that. During this time, you two should keep an eye on the surroundings." "I will search for traces left by the Divine Realm within the spatial rift," Luz said slowly. "Absolutely not. The rift is far too dangerous. Without guidance, you may not return," Feng Qi insisted urgently. Yet Luz responded nonchalantly, "Do not worry, I will be fine." Feng Qi, seeing Luz's carefree demeanor, felt a sense of relief and ceased to protest. Observing the situation, Luz smiled and said, "It is getting late. You should rest. Just stay vigilant. I will return shortly." With that, he rose and approached the window, tearing open the spatial rift without hesitation. "Be careful," Feng Qi called after his retreating figure. Upon hearing this, Luz merely smiled faintly before stepping into the rift. As he vanished completely, the rift closed instantly. Feng Qi, watching this unfold, moved to the window to gaze at the starry sky, her expression reflecting an indescribable feeling. "I hope nothing goes awry. If anything happens to you, I cannot fulfill my mission." Chapter 191. Entering the Divine Realm in the boundless void, Luz was slowly traversing, searching for traces left by the Divine Realm. "Luz, have you found anything?" Truth suddenly emerged. Luz shook his head slowly. "No, this void is rather vast." "How utterly useless," Truth mocked. Luz shot a glare at him before continuing to drift further. Just then, a wave of pressure surged toward him. "Run, Luz," Truth warned, sensing the danger even more acutely than Luz. Luz, keenly aware of the approaching force, dashed away at high speed. Curiously, he inquired, "Truth, what exactly is that force?" "That is a spatial storm, and it is not something an ordinary person can withstand," Truth explained. "I see," Luz nodded, glancing back. "What do you intend to do?" Truth sensed an ominous premonition. With a gentle smile, Luz replied, "Nothing much. I have found the entrance to the Divine Realm." As soon as the words left his lips, he shot like a meteor directly toward the location of the spatial storm. Boom! With a resounding crash, Luz forcefully halted the storm, wearing a smile on his face. "I did not expect the deities to be quite astute, knowing that the most perilous places are often the safest," he mused softly. Upon hearing this, Truth quickly realized and said with a grin, "You have found the Divine Realm. When else would you plan to go if not now?" However, Luz chose not to enter the Divine Realm immediately. Instead, he turned and tore open a rift behind him, stepping through without a word. Meanwhile, Xiao Er, who had been resting, sensed a familiar aura in an instant. Soon, a spatial rift appeared, and Luz emerged slowly from within. "Long time no see. How long have I been inside?" Luz asked with a smile. Feng Qi approached with a gentle smile. "You've been gone for almost a week. I thought you had perished." "How could that be?" Luz chuckled. Feng Qi then asked, "So, did you find the Divine Realm?" Luz nodded earnestly. "Yes, we have located it. We must go now, or we'll be too late." "What do you mean?" Feng Qi's heart filled with an ominous feeling. As expected, the next moment, an attack shattered the tranquility of the small hotel. Boom! In an instant, The hotel was reduced to ruins by a tremendous force, while Lu stood unscathed before Fengqi and Xiao'er. "Looks like I arrived late," a voice declared. It was Luxifa. Upon seeing Luxifa, Lu's teased, "No, the timing is just right." As the words fell, golden long swords began to coalesce in the sky. Lu's did not hesitate. In an instant, a deluge of swords rained down, and Luxifa, caught in the midst, grew serious. "You are truly ruthless," Luxifa remarked with a faint smile, then waved his right hand, freezing the world in place. Before Lu's, any others could react, they stood immobilized. Luxifa said little, swiftly appearing before Lu's, scrutinizing him closely. Truly a perfect existence. Just as expected from the Master S brother, Luxifa began to admire him. Yet in the next instant, with a crack, the surrounding space shattered, revealing a crimson giant eye. "What is this?" Luxifa realized too late. Buzz. In that moment, it was as if the world had lost its color, and all purpose for living vanished. Luxifa gazed at Luz with a troubled expression, trembling as he spoke. "Luz, do you wish to destroy this world? What concern is it of yours?" Luz replied coldly. As soon as he uttered those words, an enormous golden longsword began to materialize above Luxifa's head. If it were to fall now, this region would face utter devastation. Just as the colossal sword was about to descend, Lu Xiaoyu appeared, and his presence instantly altered the course of the battle. However, Luz promptly reacted, murmuring with a wry smile, "What a hassle. It seems I must take my leave." But just as he turned, Lu Xiaoyu spoke up. "Brother, are you going to abandon me again? Can't you stay by my side?" Lu Xiaoyu pleaded earnestly. Luz did not respond, instead turning to Fengqi and Xiao'er. "Now is not the time. I promise I will come back for you when the moment is right." With that, he swiftly lifted Fengqi and Xiao'er onto his shoulders and entered the spatial rift. Left behind, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned icy, filled with an intense desire for vengeance. "Lucifer, pursue the truth relentlessly. I demand retribution," Lu Xiaoyu coldly commanded. Upon hearing this, Lucifer smiled faintly, then turned his gaze towards the sky and spoke slowly, "As you wish." At this moment, within the rift of space, Lu Zhe stood with Fengqi and Xiao'er in the void. After a short while, Fengqi and Xiao'er began to regain consciousness. "Lu Zhe, where's this place?" Xiao'er asked, her face filled with confusion. Lu Zhe merely smiled and replied, "It is time to visit the divine realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he tore apart a patch of the void before them, revealing a rift that instantly appeared before the three. "Do not hesitate. Step through directly," Lu Zhe said gently, without giving Xiao'er a chance to react. He kicked her into the rift. Seeing this, Fengqi chuckled and followed suit into the space rift. As a blinding light flashed by, when Xiao'er opened her eyes again, she was astonished by the scene before her. "Is this the divine realm?" Xiao'er stammered. Fengqi patted her on the head and smiled. "What is wrong? Are you too excited?" "Not at all," Xiao'er retorted with a glare, then turned to Lu Zhe and asked, "Lu Zhe, where are we headed next?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and looked towards the very center of the divine realm. "Where else could we go but to meet the strongest in the divine realm, Tang San?" With that, he stepped forward towards the heart of the divine realm. However, at that moment in the boundless void, an unexpected event unfolded that neither Lucifer nor Lu Zhe could anticipate. Crack! A fissure suddenly split open in the endless void, and a figure emerged. Glancing around with a slight smirk, "Is this the world I once inhabited?" Chapter 192. The Alliance in the Dowa Divine Realm. Within the Divine Assembly Hall, Tang San had sensed the presence of an outsider, one that was remarkably powerful, yet within it was an aura he recognized. "Third brother, what is wrong?" Xiao Wu asked, her face filled with concern. Upon seeing her, Tang San replied slowly, "An outsider has entered the divine realm, and among them is the aura of the Emperor's sacred beast." "Sacred beast?" Xiao Wu gasped in shock. But didn't third brother conceal the divine realm within the void? How did she find it? "I'm not sure, but it likely has to do with the person beside her," Tang San said seriously, then used his divine will to alert the other gods. "All gods, come to the assembly hall. We have guests." Before long, the more powerful deities of the divine realm had gathered in the assembly hall, their faces etched with seriousness. "Tang San, is what you say true? Has someone from Doluo continent truly arrived in the divine realm?" The god of destruction asked gravely. He vividly recalled the encounter with that formidable individual during his last descent to the mortal realm, someone capable of stripping them of their divine powers, rendering them mere mortals. "If I were to deceive you, would I ever do so?" Tang Sen responded earnestly. The gods noted the sincerity in his expression and began to focus their minds. At that moment, a voice shattered the heavy atmosphere. I didn't expect you all to be waiting for me here. I'm quite touched. Startled by these words, Tang San and the others turned to find Lu Zhe and his companions standing at the entrance of the assembly hall. The hearts of the gods tightened, fearing another conflict might erupt. However, Tang San, keenly observant, noticed that the visitors bore no malice, and thus bravely managed a forced smile. May I ask why you have come to our divine realm? Is there something you wish to discuss? Lu Zhe nodded and, without further ado, stated, Indeed, I have matters to discuss with you all. Hearing this, the gods sighed in relief, reassured that this individual was not here to cause trouble. Tang San smiled and said, Then please take a seat. Lu Zhe, without ceremony, led Feng Qi and Xiu'er to sit opposite Tang San. The gods, seeing this, cautiously took their seats as well. The heavy atmosphere erupted instantly, and Tang San broke the silence. May I inquire who you are? Lu Zhe came the simple answer. Upon hearing this name, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, as he vaguely recalled having crossed paths with this individual before. After some contemplation, the memory remained elusive. Noticing his reaction, Lu Zhe smiled and remarked, Does the god of Shura remember the incident in the Stardoe Forest over a decade ago? It's you? Tang San exclaimed, suddenly recalling the encounter, his expression growing even more awkward. I come not for anything else, but for one matter, Lu Zhe said slowly. Tang San, maintaining composure, inquired, What is it? You must have heard of the Sky Palace. Lu Zhe suddenly interjected. Before Tang San could respond, the god of destruction became increasingly agitated. How can we not know of the Sky Palace? That is good to hear. Lu Zhe nodded with a smile. The god of destruction then asked, What connection do you have with the Sky Palace? Why burn up here? To be frank, the Sky Palace was established by my brother, Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Zhe stated matter-of-factly. What? This revelation caused an uproar among the gods. Observing their excitement, Lu Zhe was unfazed and continued. There's one more thing I forgot to mention. I am currently being pursued by the Sky Palace. But isn't it your brother who established the Sky Palace? Why would they pursue you? Xiaowu questioned, bewildered. Lu Zhe could only manage an awkward smile before explaining. It's because my brother has been manipulated by Lucifer, placing us at odds. Then why are you here in our divine realm? The god of destruction queried suspiciously. Feng Qi chuckled and interjected, given the circumstances. Don't you understand? We are here to form an alliance with the divine realm. An alliance with us? Tang San asked, perplexed, and added, Our strength may not match that of the Sky Palace. That's of no concern. You only need to assist me in dealing with the other members of the Sky Palace. My brother and Lucifer are my responsibility, Lu Zhe replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others expressed disbelief, knowing well the formidable strength of Lu Xiaoyu and Lucifer. Lu Zhe, I know you're powerful, but facing your brother and that Lucifer alone may still be a challenge, Tang San said gravely. You need not worry. My ability to utter such words signifies my confidence. Lu Zhe reassured them, waving his hand dismissively. But how can we trust you? What if you're merely staging a play with your brother? Tang San suddenly questioned. Lu Zhe chuckled. Consider this. I was able to locate the divine realm and enter it. Why would I need to collaborate with my brother in such a charade? It would be far more efficient to bring my forces and annihilate you directly. Tang San found himself momentarily speechless, then stood and apologized. I'm sorry. I was overly suspicious. No problem, I understand. Lu Zhe smiled and then stood up, saying, So we are allies now, right? Yes, from today onward. We stand on the same front as comrades, Tang San replied, extending his right hand with a smile. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhe chuckled and shook his hand, thus solidifying the alliance between the divine realm and Lu Zhe. However, the Doa continent was on the brink of a significant transformation. Inside the Hall of Heaven, Lu Xiaoyu gazed gravely at Lucifer and his companions. After a moment, she slowly inquired, Is there anyone who knows about the newly emerged force? Are you referring to the Hall of Truth? Lucifer chuckled. Indeed, I can sense the essence of truth emanating from the Hall of Truth. Lu Xiaoyu stated with a serious expression. The essence of truth, could it be a force established by the elder brother of our master? Leviathan remarked slowly. However, Lu Xiaoyu immediately dismissed this notion, saying, No, the essence of truth is not from my brother. It is even more powerful than that of my brother and me. Is that so? Lucifer's expression grew solemn. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu added, Fortunately, it seems that the new force is unwilling to engage with us. We should refrain from provoking them, as the consequences could be dire. Having said that, She turned and walked back to her room. Lucifer, remaining in place, wore a cold expression and gradually cast his gaze outside the hall. How could a third entity of truth emerge? Such a phenomenon should be impossible. It seems this world is undergoing changes. Chapter 193, Tang Wudong. In the Doloa Divine Realm, Tang San had arranged accommodations for Lu Zhe and the other three, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Lu Zhe, when do you plan to return? Feng Qi asked with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe looked out at the scenery and replied slowly, soon. Feng Qi, understanding, said no more and turned to leave. However, as he opened the door, he encountered a girl with powder blue hair. Is Lu Zhe here? She inquired softly. Feng Qi, smiling, responded, Lu Zhe, someone is looking for you. Lu Zhe, hearing this, walked over and smiled at the girl, saying, You must be Tang Wudong. The girl nodded and replied with a smile, My dad asked me to come and get you. He has something to discuss with you. Lead the way, Lu Zhe said with a smile and stepped forward. Feng Qi, witnessing this, chose not to comment further and silently followed behind. On their way to their destination, Lu Zhe looked at Tang Wudong, who was guiding the way, and asked with a gentle smile, May I call you Wudong? Tang Wudong smiled and nodded, replying, Of course, you know my father, so you can call me that. Very well. Lu Zhe nodded and then asked, Do you still remember me? We just met. Of course I remember, Tang Wudong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe realized that Wang Donger's memories had been erased by Tang San. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe felt compelled to try to jog her memory, so he asked, Wudong, do you remember Hui Yu Hao? The moment Tang Wudong heard this, a heaviness settled in her chest, and she felt an indescribable sensation. It seems I. She stammered, covering her forehead. It appeared she truly had forgotten. Lu Zhe smiled gently and remarked, For Yu Hao's sake, I shall assist you in recovering your memories. Without giving Tang Wudong time to react, he placed a finger on her forehead. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, engulfing Tang Wudong. After a moment, the light gradually dissipated, leaving Tang Wudong standing there in a daze. Lu Zhe approached her and asked, What do you remember? Slowly, Tang Wudong raised her head, tears welling in her eyes. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, she cried out, Lu Gu, is Yu Hao all right? I feel so guilty. Observing the tear-streaked face of Tang Wudong, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile and gently patted her head, reassuring her, Do not worry, Yu Hao is doing well. I see, Tang Wudong replied, calming down, and then added with a smile, When will you return? I want to see Yu Hao. Soon. We'll be back on the continent shortly, Lu Zhe smiled. Let us go. I will take you to my father now, Tang Wudong said with a smile, leading the way. Lu Zhe then turned to Feng Qi and said with a smile, You accompany Chiu'er. I will go find Tang San alone. All right, I cannot argue with you. Feng Qi wisely agreed and turned to find Chiu'er. With that, Lu Zhe followed Tang Wudong's lead. Before long, under Tang Wudong's guidance, Lu Zhe arrived at Tang San's location. Upon seeing him, Tang San sent Tang Wudong and Xiao Wu away, confronting Lu Zhe alone. Did you summon me here for something specific? Lu Zhe asked directly. Tang San chuckled wryly and replied, It's nothing major. I merely wish to discuss our return to the continent. I will notify you when we are ready to leave. Lu Zhe said slowly. I understand. Tang San nodded and continued. I want to discuss what to do if we encounter an ambush upon arriving at Doloa Continent. Your brother's abilities are formidable. You need not worry about that. I will handle my brother, Lu Zhe reassured him. Rising, he inquired, Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Tang San, initially reluctant to say more, suddenly recalled something and asked, You restored Wudong's memories, didn't you? Yes, Lu Zhe affirmed with a nod. I do not comprehend why you would erase her memories. At a loss for words, Tang San found himself momentarily speechless. Observing Tang San's discomfort, Lu Zhe spoke softly. I understand the feelings of every father, but I hope you will not interfere with their choices. I understand, Tang San nodded, gazing out the window. Lu Zhe chose not to speak further, turning to exit. As Tang Wudong saw him emerge, she wished to accompany him, but was gently declined. Thus, Lu Zhe walked alone on his way back. In a forest outside the Divine Realm, Lu Zhe was walking slowly when a roar suddenly echoed through the air. Roar! Upon hearing the roar, Lu Zhe remained expressionless, instead turning to face the source of the sound. A divine beast? Lu Zhe smiled but paid it no further mind, continuing onward. However, he did not anticipate that the divine beast would approach him. Human, why are you here? You bear no trace of divinity. The divine beast's voice was cold. Lu Zhe glanced at it indifferently and turned to leave. The divine beast, feeling slighted, had never encountered someone who had not even spared a glance. It blocked Lu Zhe's path, demanding, "Human, I am asking you a question. Get lost." Lu Zhe shot a cold glance at it, causing the divine beast to feel as if its heart had been gripped tightly. It was unaware of the circumstances. The human before it seemed perilous, as if embodying its natural adversary. The divine beast, exhibiting great wisdom, sensed the ominous aura and dutifully cleared a path. Observing this, Lu Zhe uttered no further words and proceeded onward. The divine beast, watching his retreating figure, felt an unsettling chill run down its spine. What manner of being is this human, and why does he instill such fear within me? This question remained unanswered, for there were no other entities present. Upon returning to his abode, Lu Zhe discovered Feng Qi awaiting him. Without hesitation, he approached, and Feng Qi greeted him with a smile, inquiring, "You have returned. What did Tang San say to you?" "Nothing of great importance. Merely the arrangements for our return," Lu Zhe replied slowly. Feng Qi chuckled lightly and added, "I shall not elaborate further. Do take care to rest." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Lu Zhe in deep contemplation. Just then, Zhenli suddenly emerged, exclaiming, "Lu Zhe, something significant has transpired." "What is it?" Lu Zhe asked, perplexed. Zhenli, with a grave expression, stated, "I have a foreboding that another Zhenli has appeared on the continent." "Are you serious?" Lu Zhe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Zhenli nodded and cautioned, "You must be particularly vigilant upon your return." With that, he receded back into Lu Zhe's body. Lu Zhe gazed pensively out the window, a torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. This could spell trouble. Chapter 194, Brothers, Part 1. As time progressed, Lu Zhe and his companions prepared to descend upon Dalu. Spirits were high, for this battle not only determined the survival of our divine realm, but also the fate of the entire continent. Tang San stood before the assembly of gods, proclaiming loudly, with this announcement, "Let all gods rally with fervor." At his words, the gathered deities erupted into passionate cheers. Observing this, Tang San approached Lu Zhe and softly remarked, "We are ready. We now await your command." Lu Zhe, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing this, murmuring, "It is time. I must return to see Xiaoyu." With that, he entered a state of regulation. His form enveloped in golden runes, his eyes gleaming with a majestic gold, exuding an aura of authority. The gods were momentarily taken aback by Lu Zhe's imposing presence, as the power of regulation radiating from him was extraordinarily overwhelming, as if he were the very essence of a world. "Gods, heed my command. Lu Shabelot." The gods snapped back to attention, their focus now entirely on him. Lu Zhe, with a subtle smile, raised his right hand and waved gently. Crack! In an instant, the boundary of the divine realm shattered, unveiling an expanse of boundless void before the assembled deities. Lu Zhe's expression grew solemn as he gazed into the depths of the infinite void. "Let's embark." To Dalu. In the sky palace of Dalu, Lu Xiaoyu sensed the disturbance, a smile gracing her lips as she rose to declare, "All personnel, be on guard. Guests are arriving." In that instant, the inhabitants of Dalu were awestruck by the sight before them. The sky above had torn open, resembling a great rift in the heavens. "This must be a joke. Is the apocalypse upon us once again?" This sentiment echoed collectively among the people as the haunting memories of past events lingered. However, compared to previous occurrences, the descent of the divine beings was merely a test. This time, it was the genuine arrival. Simultaneously, the Sky Palace responded. Lu Xiaoyu, flanked by numerous original sins, stood opposed to Lu Zhe and his group. The two brothers locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if an explosion were imminent. "It has been too long. My dear brother," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, hovering in the air opposite Lu Zhe, her face alight with excitement. Lu Zhe, upon hearing her words, was engulfed in myriad thoughts before calming himself slightly. "Xiaoyu, return home with me. I will save you," Lu Zhe said gently. Lu Xiaoyu merely smiled in response, then retorted, "You are the one in need of salvation. That fellow Zhen Li will only exploit you." At a loss for words, Lu Zhe resolved to take action. "Kulme, may this battle awaken you." With this declaration, the second confrontation between the divine realm and the Sky Palace commenced. On that fateful day, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, a heavy atmosphere permeating the entire continent. The clash between the Sky Palace and the divine realm soon reached the ears of the denizens of Zhenli Palace. Within the hall, a group stood in orderly fashion, facing a young woman. A gentleman, clad in a sleek black suit and exuding elegance, approached her side. "Master, shall we not go observe?" he inquired with a gentle smile. "It is still too early. Let them engage for a while before we proceed," the young woman replied measuredly. The gentleman, upon hearing this, fell silent and remained steadfastly by her side. The assembly within the hall stood motionless, awaiting the young woman's directive. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Lu Zhe found himself locked in a fierce struggle against both Lu Xiaoyu and Lucifer. "Brother, why do you insist on opposing me? I'm only trying to save you," Lu Xiaoyu cried out. Brandishing his golden longsword, Lu Zhe remained resolute, replying sternly, "It is my fault for indulging you. This time, I shall make you see the truth. Is that so?" At that moment, Lucifer swiftly appeared behind him. Reacting quickly, Lu Zhe spun around, thrusting his golden sword. Yet, Lucifer had taken the battle seriously from the outset, evading the strike effortlessly. Dodging the blow, Lucifer brandished a pitch-black spear. Break! In an instant, the spear struck Lu Zhe, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a massive upheaval. Rising from the debris, Lu Zhe emerged, having just managed to block Lucifer's attack with the power of regulation at the last moment. Had he failed to do so, the impact would have been unbearable, for all his other abilities were rendered ineffective before Lu Xiaoyu. Zhenli remained a mere observer within him, unable to intervene. "Lu Zhe, it seems you are truly in a predicament," Zhenli remarked gravely. Lu Zhe offered a bitter smile, tightening his grip on the golden sword, knowing he had to take a chance. With that, the power of regulation surged to its zenith. By the time Lucifer realized what was happening, Lu Zhe was already upon him. "You are quite bothersome. I shall deal with you first," Lu Zhe said coldly. He then raised his hand and struck with his sword, aiming for Lucifer's chest. Just as Lucifer prepared to retreat, Lu Zhe's attack came crashing down once more. The golden longsword in the sky fell upon Lucifer like a torrential rain, instantly piercing him and transforming him into a hedgehog. With a thud, he plummeted from the air. Lucifer, witnessing this, furrowed her brow momentarily before regaining her composure. "Truly impressive, my brother," she mused with a smile. Without granting Luz any opportunity to react, she teleported directly in front of him. The clash of two golden swords produced a crisp sound, and the tremendous force rippled for dozens of miles, even reaching Tong San and his companions, who felt its impact. "How formidable," the god of destruction lamented. However, he quickly regained his focus, for the 6 individuals here possessed strength comparable to Lucifer. Yet, just as he collected himself, Lai Whiten appeared before him in an instant. "Do not let your mind wander in battle," Lai Whiten remarked with a smile, delivering a swift kick. The god of destruction was sent flying, crashing into the mountains nearby. Upon witnessing this, Lai Whiten couldn't help but chuckle, then turned back to Tong San and the others, sneering, "I wonder who bestowed upon you the audacity to approach us. It matters not. We have chosen the right person. He will lead us to victory," Tong San retorted with a cold laugh. He gripped the Shura bloodsword, which emanated a tremendous killing intent that even made Lai Whiten frown. "The killing intent is formidable, yet still somewhat lacking," Lai Whiten replied with a smirk. As soon as he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from him, causing Tong San and the other gods to grow solemn. "It appears we have truly encountered a great trouble," Tong San murmured gravely. Nevertheless, he did not falter. He tightened his grip on the Shura bloodsword and charged forward. Lai Whiten merely smiled faintly and unleashed a powerful punch. A wave of horrific energy surged around them, compelling Tong San to defend with the Shura bloodsword. Yet, it was of little use, and he was sent hurtling away. Returning to Luz, he was now covered in numerous wounds, blood gushing forth. "Brother, surrender your resistance," Luxu said with a gentle smile. Luz slowly glanced at her before once more pointing his sword in her direction. "You should be the one to surrender." Chapter 195, Brothers, Part 2. The rain poured heavily from the sky, and the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Amidst the ruins, Luz, battered and bruised, found himself entangled in a fierce struggle with Luxiu. Although she bore some wounds, they were far less severe than his. With a cold expression, Luxiu slowly questioned, "Why do you hold back?" Upon hearing this, Luz smiled bitterly and replied, "Because you are my sister. I refuse to accept this," Luxiu said coldly, lowering her head. Luz's expression remained pained as he tightened his grip on the golden longsword. "To guide you towards redemption, I must act this way." In an instant, he charged toward Luxiu, thrusting the golden longsword in her direction. With remarkable reflexes, Luxiu deflected the attack with her own sword, following up with a swift kick. He had anticipated she would evade, yet the kick landed solidly against his ribs. The dull thud echoed as Luz was sent flying into the distant ruins. Coughing, he expelled blood, yet quickly regained his footing. Luz, have you lost your mind? Even now, you think of your sister. The voice of truth admonished within him. Luz did not respond with anger. Instead, he smiled. But she is my sister. I am responsible for this, and thus I must understand. This is not about your responsibility. Your power of rules surpasses hers. Why must you yield? Truth exclaimed. Luz chose not to reply this time, and charged again toward Luxieu. Inside, Luxieu was filled with conflicting emotions. Her brother could have ended this battle long ago. Why did he persist in holding back? Why? She felt a surge of frustration, gripping her golden long sword tightly. With a sharp clang, Luz and Luxieu locked eyes, both minds flooded with memories of the past. Xiaoyu, Luz began to speak, but the words caught in his throat. At that moment, a violent change surged through Luxieu, uncontrollable power erupting forth. Luz's expression shifted to one of gravity as he sought to distance himself. Yet Luxieu's fist struck his chest before he could react. The impact left him tasting blood, and before he could recover, another attack came from her. With a powerful kick, Luxieu sent Luz flying hundreds of meters away. What has happened? Luz struggled to rise, realizing that the recent blows had been far more potent. The embodiment of truth emerged, gravely stating, "It is the relative truth. Your sister's persona is being consumed." What? Luz was struck with shock, rising abruptly. That being was already repelled by my sister. How can it resurface? Truth sighed, I should have anticipated this. A truth of the same tier would not so easily be devoured. Seeing the pained expression on Truth's face, Luz's seriousness deepened. If relative truth were to revive, all his efforts would be in vain. No, I cannot allow this to happen. He murmured decisively. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Truth cautioned, relative truth is formidable. He likely wields the power of rules as well. Be vigilant. Understood, Luz nodded. He then teleported toward Luxieu, intending to resolve the matter before relative truth could fully awaken. In the blink of an eye, Luz was before Luxieu poised to strike. Yet, he was a moment too late. You overestimate your understanding of the situation, Luxieu grinned enigmatically. In that instant, Luz's golden long sword shattered into fragments. Before he could comprehend, Luxieu pierced his shoulder with her blade, the gaping wound demanding immediate attention. You anomaly, I am a truth of this world, she shouted in fury. Following this, she delivered a punch directly to Luz's abdomen. In an instant, he felt his insides churn violently, as if the earth itself were quaking. Damn it! Luz quickly stood once more, conjuring another golden longsword in his hand. With determination, he thrust forward, closing in on Luxieu. However, Lu Xiaoyu merely smiled faintly, then raised her right hand and softly declared, "World of Truth, unfold." In an instant, everything around began to warp, and Lu Zhe sensed the impending danger. He watched as the golden longsword in his hand shattered into fragments, and even the power of rules he wielded began to dissipate. "This is my world, the relative realm," Lu Xiaoyu said with a mysterious smile, and then she seized Lu Zhe by the throat. "You are still unaware of my abilities, aren't you? I shall make you comprehend your demise," she said with a wicked grin. "Within this relative realm, apart from my powers, all others, including the power of rules, will become ineffective." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned. His final trump card, the power of rules, was rendered useless in this domain, leaving him powerless against Lu Xiaoyu. Observing his astonished expression, Lu Xiaoyu decided not to waste any more time. It was time for this to conclude. With that, she withdrew a short sword from her storage ring, exuding a menacing aura. The moment Zhenli laid eyes on the short sword, he was engulfed in astonishment and quickly warned, "Lu Zhe, you must not let that sword pierce your heart, or we are doomed." "What do you mean?" Lu Zhe, struggling against her grip, was momentarily bewildered. Realizing the urgency, Zhenli urged, "There's no time to explain. We must escape." Suddenly enlightened, Lu Zhe understood the grave danger posed by the short sword, which could genuinely threaten his life. But what could he do now? With the power of rules rendered ineffective, escape was impossible, and even breaking free from her grasp seemed futile. As the short sword loomed closer to his heart, Lu Zhe erupted with a burst of energy, suddenly freeing himself from Lu Xiaoyu's hold. "Incredible! You managed to escape my grasp," Lu Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, then began to approach him step by step. Lu Zhe, regaining his composure, swiftly produced a small black orb from behind and smashed it to the ground. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Just as Lu Xiaoyu felt puzzled, she abruptly realized that Lu Zhe had vanished. "Why are you running?" Lu Xiaoyu seethed with fury, wishing to obliterate everything around her. But in her rage, a figure wielding a long knife appeared behind her. "You must die." It was Lu Zhe, even without the power of rules. He was determined to give Lu Xiaoyu a taste of her own medicine. However, he underestimated her reflexes. She swiftly turned around and, without hesitation, seized Lu Zhe by the throat once more. "You still wish to ambush me? How naive," Lu Xiaoyu coldly remarked. With a powerful kick, Lu Zhe had no chance to retaliate and took the full force of the blow. Cough, cough. The impact was severe. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been reduced to a pulp. It seems I am truly in trouble now. Chapter 196, Brothers, Part 3. Lu Zhe was indeed in a predicament, as the resurrection of the relative truth proved to be a formidable challenge. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoyu laughed heartily, regarding Lu Zhe with a contemptuous expression, then slowly approached him. Lu Zhe felt an ominous sense of foreboding. He was now as defenseless as an ordinary person against her terrifying strength. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyu closed the distance between them, launching a punch without a word. Boom! The punch landed squarely on Lu Zhe's face, sending him flying several hundred meters. Reeling from yet another severe blow, Lu Zhe felt he was on the verge of collapse. "Lu Zhe, did you not foresee this day?" Lu Xiaoyu remarked with a smile. Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, scoffed and retorted, "Indeed, I did not anticipate it. However, you will never foresee what transpires in the next moment." "Ridiculous. Had it not been for you, I would have been revived long ago," Lu Xiaoyu shouted vehemently. Then, as a thought struck her, she added with a grin, "But I must thank you. After all, the power of rules is not something one can simply possess." With that, two golden longswords pierced Lu Zhe's body in an instant. Lu Zhe coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to gaze at Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, she stood before him, looking down with a triumphant smile. "This must come to an end. Wouldn't you agree?" As she spoke, the short sword reappeared in her hand. Lu Zhe's expression grew grave. In his current state, he could not evade it. Just as the short sword was about to plunge into his chest, an extraordinary event unfolded. "What is happening?" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. Her hand, gripping the short sword, was firmly held by her other hand. The blade halted mere centimeters from Lu Zhe's chest. "Return my body." Lu Xiaoyu suddenly heard a voice resonating in her mind. It was her own voice, or rather, the voice of Lu Xiaoyu's personality. At that moment, Lu Zhe sensed an anomaly. He could feel the power of relative truth waning, while his own strength rapidly restored. Aware of this shift, Lu Zhe swiftly teleported away. "Zhenli, what is happening?" Lu Zhe asked, his tone serious. "You should feel fortunate. Your brother is currently battling for control of his body against relative truth, rendering his abilities unstable." Zhenli replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe realized his opportunity had come. He must seize this fleeting moment to rescue Xiaoyu. With that thought, he teleported directly in front of the grimacing Lu Xiaoyu and seized her by the throat without hesitation. Lu Zhe had intended to use the paradox to eliminate relative truth. But as soon as he invoked the power of paradox, he found himself suppressed once more by relative truth's abilities. Bang! In a rush, Lu Xiaoyu delivered a kick to Lu Zhe's head. "This is quite troublesome," Lu Zhe thought as he regained his footing and gazed at Lu Xiaoyu. Her aura was becoming erratic. If he delayed any longer, he might truly miss his chance. Thus, he charged forward again. This time, Lu Xiaoyu was caught off guard, and a golden longsword pierced through her chest. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Lu Xiaoyu coughed up blood. Lu Zhe, the cause of this chaos, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. This was not the scene he wished to witness. "Lu Zhe, do not hesitate. Quickly eliminate her," Zhenli urged urgently from within him. "I cannot bring myself to do it. I cannot guarantee that eliminating relative truth won't have consequences for Xiaoyu," Lu Zhe replied, troubled. Seeing his hesitation, Zhenli became frantic. "Hurry. If you delay any longer, it will be too late." Instantly, Lu Zhe snapped back to reality upon hearing those words, and with unwavering resolve, he murmured, "I cannot allow this to occur because of me." With that, he unleashed the power of paradox. The colorless energy enveloped Lu Xiaoyu, and, as Lu Zhe witnessed this, concern flooded his mind. Yet, he was soon taken aback once more. A hand pierced through Lu Zhe's chest from behind, blood gushing forth. What is happening? Lu Zhe was bewildered, and even Jinli was caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events. Thank you. That fellow has finally quieted down. The speaker is Lu Xiaoyu, or rather, the relative truth. With that, relative truth swiftly withdrew his hand from Lu Zhe's chest. In an instant, as relative truth retracted his hand, Lu Zhe collapsed to the ground, spewing blood. Simultaneously, he realized that his abilities had once again been suppressed, the gaping wound in his chest refusing to heal. To err on the side of caution, it would be best to eliminate you, relative truth sneered, brandishing a dagger as he gazed at him. Is this how it ends? The question lingered in Lu Zhe's mind, for he felt utterly powerless at this moment. Observing Lu Zhe's continued struggle, relative truth wasted no time and delivered a kick to his chest. The impact was tremendous, sending Lu Zhe crashing against a distant stone pillar. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyu appeared before him, her dagger piercing directly into his heart without hesitation. This must come to an end. Relative truth smiled as he looked at Lu Zhe. At that moment, Lu Zhe felt the essence of truth dissipating, his very soul beginning to fade. Is this the end? How utterly disgraceful. Memories of the past flooded Lu Zhe's mind, yet he managed to display a fleeting smile. With great effort, he lifted his hand to caress Lu Xiaoyu's face. At that moment, relative truth abruptly halted his thoughts, sensing he had lost something of profound importance. Why do I feel this way? Relative truth released his grip, and Lu Zhe slumped to the ground. As he gazed upon Lu Zhe's cold corpse, a wave of despondency washed over him. I merely fulfilled my duty. Why can I not feel joy? Relative truth knelt helplessly before Lu Zhe's lifeless body. He had never experienced such a sensation. It was both his first encounter with loss and, lamentably, his last. Just then, a powerful aura enveloped this realm. Who is it? The next moment, the world crafted by relative truth shattered, revealing a figure standing in the sky. Upon seeing Lu Zhe's icy corpse, that figure fell into a state of shock. Why? After enduring countless trials to find you, why did you leave without a word? A dreadful presence descended upon this world, one that relative truth recognized all too well. Conceptual truth? At this moment, conceptual truth arrived, heralding yet another storm of bloodshed. Chapter 197. Epilogue. Have I perished? My efforts have ultimately been in vain. Have they not? In the depths of his mind, Lu Zhe mused bitterly. The next instant, the voice of truth echoed. How disgraceful! We, who possessed the greatest potential, have met our demise here. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe cast a faint glance at him and then erupted into self-deprecating laughter. Ha ha! Was so amusing? Truth inquired, puzzled, as we were all on our way out. Indeed, but I still do not comprehend. Lu Zhe fell silent after his laughter. Noticing his expression, Truth earnestly stated, I neglected to mention that your brother was actually sent away by your own hand. What? Lu Zhe found it hard to believe his ears. Yet, Truth did not hold his tongue, bluntly stating, it was in the very moment before relative truth was to be erased that your brother's essence exchanged with yours. Thus, what was truly erased was at this point, Truth fell silent. Lu Zhe was initially taken aback, then burst into a fit of self-mocking laughter. Ha ha! As he laughed, he instinctively clasped his head, his eyes brimming with guilt and self-reproach. After expending so much effort, all that remained was despair. Lu Zhe murmured vacantly. Seeing him in such a state, Truth felt a pang of compassion, for he had witnessed Lu Zhe's growth over the years. Just as he was about to offer comfort, Lu Zhe spoke. Perhaps this is for the best. I never belonged to this world, and now it has finally come to an end. Is it truly over? In the world of Dalua Dalu, darkness loomed, for the arrival of conceptual truth weighed heavily on relative truth. Did you slay Lu Zhe? At that moment, conceptual truth, looking down from the sky, addressed relative truth with an icy demeanor. Relative truth found himself at a loss for words, for conceptual truth was overwhelmingly powerful, his mere presence surpassing that of both relative and absolute truth. I merely sought to eliminate the anomalies of this world, relative truth said heavily. But conceptual truth had a different perspective, slowly responding. You are lying. Your brother adored you so. Why did you take his life? Conceptual truth's emotions began to spiral out of control, and she was none other than Lu Zhe's sister, Lu Xiaoyu, from the parallel world he once inhabited. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was likely filled with a desire to annihilate relative truth, yet she understood she could not. She did not belong to this world, thus could not disrupt its order. She had come solely to see her brother, Lu Zhe. Yet now, she had indeed found him, but he could no longer see her. Relative Truth found himself at a loss for words. He had seemingly triumphed, yet felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyu rushed to Lu Zhe's lifeless form, unwilling to let him perish. What do you intend to do? Relative Truth questioned as he observed her actions. Lu Xiaoyu gazed intently at Lu Zhe and replied, I will save him. Relative Truth chuckled, a pained expression crossing his face. He was slain by the sword of truth. You cannot bring him back. I refuse to believe it. Lu Xiaoyu shouted defiantly. Ignoring him, she summoned the power of conceptual truth. As a radiant white light enveloped Lu Zhe's corpse, the next moment, the light abruptly vanished. Watching the dissipating power in her hands, Lu Xiaoyu's expression grew increasingly agitated. Relative Truth, witnessing her turmoil, felt his guilt intensify, ultimately approaching Lu Zhe and cradling him in his arms. I do not know why. Perhaps it is because of Lu Xiaoyu. I seem unable to part from you, Relative Truth murmured. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. This is all your fault, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. She then lifted Lu Zhe's cold body and soared toward the Hall of Truth. Meanwhile, the cast-aside Relative Truth felt an overwhelming regret. Even now, he could not reverse the outcome. As he watched Lu Xiaoyu's retreating figure, his expression grew increasingly remorseful. Just then, Lucifer appeared behind him. My lord, the troublesome pest has been dealt with. We can now proceed with the next phase of our plan, Lucifer said with a smile. Yet, the response he received was a golden longsword. Lucifer gazed at the golden longsword piercing through his shoulder, his face etched with confusion. My lord, what is this? I no longer wish to see you. Leave. The figure known as Relative Truth spoke coldly. Though Lucifer did not comprehend the situation, he obediently rose to depart. However, upon leaving, an enigmatic expression lingered on his face. Given this, plans were to be executed ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Relative Truth made his appearance. The Lord has arrived. Leviathan, who was engaged in combat with Tang San and his companions, suddenly noticed Relative Truth. Upon seeing him, Tang San instantly understood. He had come, but Luz had not, which could only mean one thing. Luz was dead. How could this be? Chioer murmured helplessly. This must be a deception. Noticing their expressions, Leviathan swiftly approached Relative Truth, smiling as he said, My lord, once we deal with them, victory will be ours. Yet, the moment he uttered these words, Relative Truth struck him squarely in the face. Boom! Caught off guard, Leviathan was sent crashing to the ground. Tang San and his companions stood frozen in shock at the sight. At that moment, Relative Truth spoke, Luz is dead. This declaration ignited an uproar among Tang San's group. Although they had suspected it, this was the confirmation they dreaded. The one who reacted most vehemently was Feng Qi, who rushed to Relative Truth and seized his collar. You killed him. Feng Qi's fury was palpable. It was I, Relative Truth admitted. Bang! In the next instant, Feng Qi delivered a punch to his face. However, it was perplexing that Relative Truth, who could have evaded, chose not to. What do you mean by this? Feng Qi demanded loudly. Relative Truth offered no answer. Turning his head aside, observing this, Feng Qi threw another punch, stunning even Leviathan, who had just risen from the ground. In a sudden rush, Leviathan charged at Feng Qi. But before he could reach him, a golden longsword pierced through his chest, pinning him to the earth. My lord, what are you doing? Leviathan asked, utterly bewildered. Relative Truth responded coolly. I am no longer your lord. I am now Luz's brother, Lu Zhe. Why? Not only Leviathan, but even Tang San's group was filled with confusion. Relative Truth continued slowly. I shall atone for my sins until my brother is resurrected. What do you intend to do? Feng Qi asked with a stern expression. As you can see, I hereby officially dissolve the Sky Hall. I shall embark on a journey of penance, Relative Truth declared loudly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi fell silent. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Where is Luz? Take me to him. He has been taken by the concept of truth. Relative Truth replied softly. I understand. Feng Qi nodded, then turned to leave. Relative Truth, seeing this, hurriedly inquired, What are you planning to do? Feng Qi ignored him, leaving behind a single statement. I will go rescue him. Chapter 198. The method to revive Luz outside the Hall of Truth. Feng Qi stood with a serious demeanor. At that moment, a voice resonated from within the hall. Who are you, and why have you come to our Hall of Truth? Upon hearing this, Feng Qi quickly replied, I have come to rescue Luz. This declaration plunged the Hall of Truth into silence, leaving Feng Qi perplexed. Just as he prepared to enter the hall, a figure swiftly blocked his path. What do you intend to do? The person asked calmly. When Feng Qi recognized the individual, his expression transformed. In the next instant, he seized the person's collar and exclaimed, "How are you here? Lucifer." Indeed, this person was Lucifer, but not the one from this world. "I've always been in the Hall of Truth," Lucifer stated calmly. Feng Qi soon realized that this Lucifer was not the one he knew. "You do not belong to this world?" he surmised. Lucifer smiled and replied, "Yes, our master has permitted you to enter." Although Feng Qi was somewhat skeptical, he had no choice but to trust him. Thus, he followed Lucifer. At that moment, Lu Zhe also arrived. "Lucifer, how are you here?" Lu Zhe exclaimed in shock. But in the next moment, he discerned that this individual was not Lucifer. They merely bore a resemblance. The essence of truth? Lucifer glanced back at him. With a wave of his hand, two figures swiftly positioned themselves in front of Lu Zhe. "The master has decreed that you cannot enter the Hall of Truth," one burly man stated coldly. He was none other than Wu Kuang, who had come to this world alongside Lu Xiaoyu, with Yi Yu by his side. Observing the formidable power emanating from the two, Lu Zhe could have easily crushed them, but chose to remain compliant. "Feng Qi, if my brother is revived, remember to tell me. I wish to apologize to him." Lu Zhe spoke somberly. Feng Qi merely glanced at him before turning to enter the Hall of Truth. Within the hall, Feng Qi, guided by Lucifer, arrived in a vast chamber. At the center stood a grand bed, upon which lay a lifeless corpse. It was Lu's. Beside the bed, a young girl stared intently at Lu's. "Master, the person has arrived," Lucifer said respectfully. Upon hearing this, the girl turned her gaze toward them and slowly said, "You may leave." "Understood." Lucifer nodded with a smile and exited the room. Alone, Feng Qi scrutinized the girl with a serious expression. "Do you truly possess the means to revive my brother?" The girl was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. Feng Qi nodded and approached slowly. "I have a 70% chance of reviving him." 70%? Lu Xiaoyu blinked in surprise, then asked, "What about the remaining 30%? "There is no guarantee. I'm not entirely certain," Feng Qi said gravely. Lu Xiaoyu did not dwell on this. At least the chances of revival outweighed those of failure. Feng Qi examined Lu's corpse and slowly remarked, "Once this method is initiated, I will leave this world. You intend to exchange your life for his?" Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback. While she longed for her brother's revival, she could not bear the thought of another sacrificing their life. "Do not concern yourself. My mission in this world is to protect Lu's. If he perishes, those above will replace him," Feng Qi replied with a wry smile. "What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoyu realized the gravity of the situation. However, Feng Qi looked at her coldly and said, "That matter cannot be disclosed to you. Otherwise, there will be consequences." "What consequences?" Lu Xiaoyu asked gravely. "It is best you do not inquire further. That punishment is beyond your capacity to endure." Feng Qi's expression turned exceptionally serious. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu ceased her questioning and quietly stared at Lu's lifeless body. "I implore you, save my brother." With those words, Lu Xiaoyu exited the room without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Feng Qi ceased his pretense, radiating a brilliant white light. He swiftly approached Lu Zhe, pressing his forehead against Lu Zhe's frigid one without uttering a single word. In an instant, the entire chamber was enveloped in a blinding white glow. "Beep. System transfer in progress. 1103-58099. Beep. Transfer successful." As the cold voice echoed, Feng Qi's body began to wither, resembling a desiccated husk. "I can only assist you to this extent," he struggled to convey to Lu Zhe, a pained smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Feng Qi was not human, but rather an embodiment of the system itself. His purpose in this realm was to transfer the system to Lu Zhe. He had initially intended to reveal everything to Lu Zhe after the conclusion of the war, but it now appeared that such a moment would never come. At that moment, Feng Qi's form began to dissipate, rapidly reducing to his upper body. Yet, even as he faced imminent disappearance, he managed to smile. "Lu Zhe, the fate of this world now rests in your hands. Their game has only just begun. Do not disappoint me." With that, Feng Qi transformed into countless shimmering particles, vanishing entirely from the room. For him, the mission was complete, and he could finally depart with a smile. In the depths of fate, Lu Zhe observed the entirety of his journey in this life. Beside him, Zhenli shared the same experience, from their first encounter to their eventual demise. Time had flown by swiftly. "Indeed, I feel as though I have not even begun my journey, yet it has prematurely ended," Lu Zhe chuckled softly. As the two engaged in conversation, a cold, electronic, synthesized voice resounded. "Beep. System binding in progress. 128396999. System binding successful. Welcome, host, to the game of the Creator God. What is happening? Lu Zhe and Jinli were both taken aback. Urgently, the voice echoed again. Host detected as deceased, resurrection in progress. In that fleeting moment, Lu Zhe felt his soul restoring. Just as excitement surged within him, he abruptly realized that Jinli's soul was still dissipating. Jinli, what is happening? Lu Zhe inquired anxiously. Jinli smiled faintly and replied, It seems I'm the only one destined to depart. You must take care of yourself without my guidance. You tend to make foolish choices. No, you must stay by my side. We have signed a contract, haven't we? Lu Zhe exclaimed in a panic. Jinli merely smiled, turning away with a wave of his hand. The contract became void upon our deaths. We are no longer bound in any way. With that, he drifted toward the unseen horizon. Seeing this, Lu Zhe reached out to grasp him, but only found emptiness. Please, don't go, Lu Zhe pleaded, his voice heavy with despair. Jinli chuckled lightly, teasing, What? Are you reluctant to part with me? Didn't you always want to be rid of me? Lu Zhe fell silent, struggling to find words, but failing. Jinli waved dismissively, saying, Remember, it was I who chose to leave. At last, I can be free. As his laughter faded, Jinli gradually vanished from Lu Zhe's sight. In witnessing this, Lu Zhe felt desolation consume him. The most trustworthy companion had departed, and his brother lay erased by his own hand. What meaning did life hold for him now? What purpose does this existence serve? Lu Zhe questioned himself. Yet at that moment, the system's voice returned. Beep. System task. Please choose. 1. Resurrection. Accept the system, join the game, and achieve victory. 2. Resurrection. Reject the system. Face the unknown challenges alone. Please make your choice. Chapter 199. Please make your choice at this moment. Lu Zhe's heart was filled with indecision. He was uncertain which path to take. Both options were fraught with uncertainty, and regardless of his choice, he would ultimately have to confront the challenges ahead. After a brief pause, Lu Zhe spoke slowly. System, what distinguishes these two choices? Replying to the host, there is a significant difference between the two choices. The former grants insight into many matters, while the latter requires you to discover them independently. Upon hearing this response, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and gradually rose, as if he had resolved his inner conflict. He then declared, Having a system is indeed beneficial, but it has become irrelevant to me now. Therefore, I choose option 2. I shall face the unknown challenges alone. The system was momentarily taken aback by this choice, and after a prolonged silence, it finally responded, As this is the host's decision, the system cannot intervene. However, rest assured, all of your abilities will be preserved upon resurrection. How long will resurrection take? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. The system offered no elaborate explanation, merely leaving behind a cryptic statement before vanishing entirely. Unknown duration. It may be a day, a year, or even 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly. I understand. Outside, nearly a day had elapsed since Feng Qi entered the room. Lu Xiaoyu, filled with anxiety, only dared to open the door once she sensed the atmosphere within becoming stable. Upon entering, she discovered Lu Zhe lying in bed, his condition improving. At the very least, his life force was gradually recovering, though she was uncertain when he would awaken. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu finally felt a sense of relief and commanded, Lucifer, until my brother awakens, no one is permitted near this room. Lucifer, standing behind her, nodded in understanding and withdrew. Lu Xiaoyu cast one last reluctant glance at Lu Zhe before turning to leave. With a creak, the door closed, sealing the room as a forbidden zone, inaccessible to any unauthorized individuals. At that moment, Wu Kuang approached Lu Xiaoyu. Leader, that individual outside insists on seeing you. No matter what we say, he refuses to leave. Wu Kuang reported slowly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Let us go and meet him. With that, Lu Xiaoyu strode toward the entrance of the Jinli Hall, followed resolutely by Lucifer and Wu Kuang. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu stood before Lu Xizha, who eagerly inquired, How is my brother? He is not your brother. I hope you do not confuse the matter, Lu Xiaoyu replied coldly. At her words, Lu Xizha fell silent, aware of Lu Xiaoyu's current emotional state. What about my brother? Lu Xizha pressed again. Lu Xiaoyu regarded him coolly, stating, It is none of your concern. I am indeed guilty, yet I have truly recognized my sins. I hope you can grant me a chance for redemption, Lu Xizha murmured, his head bowed slowly. Lu Xiaoyu merely cast a glance at him before turning away, stating, You are not at fault. You have simply done what was required of you. With that, She disregarded him and walked directly into the Hall of Truth. Upon hearing her words, Lu's eyes immediately knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "I shall take tangible actions. I will earn your forgiveness." Yet, despite his supplication, Lu Xiaoyu did not glance back at him. After a while, the Hall of Heaven was officially disbanded, and all survivors from that war remained alive, subsequently forming a new divine realm. Aside from the disappearance of Lu Shifa, Leviathan and others chose to submit. The new divine realm was no longer governed solely by Tong San, but was managed collectively by all. Upon establishing this new realm, they set a strict decree. The denizens of the divine realm must never interfere with or spy upon the happenings within the Dulu continent. Naturally, as they founded the new divine realm, everything on the Dulu continent reverted to its original state. Institutions such as Shrek Academy continued to exist, albeit with their memories of the war and past events erased. The reason behind all of this was Lu Xiaoyu. She employed her ability of conceptual truth to utterly obliterate all information regarding sin in this world, leaving everyone devoid of any memories related to it. Consequently, the world returned to its rightful course, resembling the Dulu continent in its nascent form, characterized solely by martial souls and soul power. The Hall of Truth vanished from the public eye, with no one aware of its existence, nor whether it had ever existed. Perhaps this was the outcome Lu Zhe longed to witness, yet he was unable to behold it with his own eyes. Millennia later, the Dulu continent underwent a qualitative leap, propelled by soul-guiding devices that brought them nearly to the pinnacle of modern civilization, rendering many aspects of life exceedingly convenient. "Mama, is it true that there are people in this world who can become gods?" A little girl innocently gazed at the woman beside her. The woman smiled upon hearing this and replied gently, "Of course, once one cultivates to a certain level, divine beings will naturally come to seek you out and lead you to the fabled divine realm." "Really? Really?" The little girl, filled with excitement, exclaimed. "Then I shall also become a divine being and take my parents to see the divine realm." The woman covered her mouth, chuckling softly. "All right, our daughter will surely become a god in the future." At that moment, in an obscure location on the Dulu continent, a fissure in space slowly opened. A figure emerged, and upon closer inspection, one could see a faintly unconscious man lying upon his back. "Finally escaped," the man said with a faint smile, then turned to seal the space rift behind him without a second thought. "I don't believe you truly dare to follow," he chuckled. With that, he swiftly departed in another direction, carrying the man on his back. After an indeterminate time, he discovered a temporary refuge and settled the man down. He glanced around before dashing towards the nearby human habitation zone. Little did he know that shortly after he left, the man he had just settled slowly opened his eyes. "Where's this place?" The man murmured, still disoriented. He pressed his hand against his forehead, his expression shifting through various emotions. "I have finally been resurrected," he exclaimed in astonishment. Rising to assess his current body, he realized it was all genuine. "I don't know how long I have slept, but this world feels much purer than before." A smile gradually appeared on his face. Soon, he stepped outside, awed by the advanced technology surrounding him, feeling as though he had arrived in an entirely different realm. "Is this truly the Dulu continent?" he asked, astonished, but quickly regained his composure, covering his face with a wry smile. "How long have I been asleep? The changes are astounding. I must explore further." With that, he left without looking back. As night began to fall, the man who had departed earlier returned, only to be met with an empty dwelling, plunging him into shock. Where on earth did he go? Chapter 200. A new era outside a vast city. A man stood still. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still slightly taken aback. The development is astonishing. I merely slept, and everything changed, he mused, a bitter smile gracing his lips. This man was Lu Zhe, who had perished a millennium ago, now reborn into a world he could scarcely comprehend. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, a horn blared behind him. Snapped back to reality. Lu Zhe quickly stepped aside, turning to see the source of the noise. "You fool, standing in the middle of the road. Do you want to get hit by a car?" A hot-tempered man emerged from a vehicle, striding towards him. Although he was only slightly taller than Lu Zhe, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority, at least in his own perception. "Apologies, I am new here." Lu Zhe scratched his head and smiled. Hearing this, the man replied, "Since it's your first time, I won't hold it against you." With that, he returned to his vehicle and sped past Lu Zhe. Observing this, Lu Zhe chuckled, surprised to see cars now existed, making this place increasingly reminiscent of Earth. With that thought, he ventured into the city. The streets of the city bore a resemblance to those on Earth, Yet there were still notable differences. Nonetheless, Lu Zhe's primary concern was to ascertain the current era's context. Just as he pondered whom to inquire, a malevolent aura suddenly seeped into the atmosphere. Upon sensing this, Lu Zhe's expression turned grave. "The scent of evil," he exclaimed, sharply raising his head and scanning the surroundings, desperate to locate the source of the ominous presence. However, amidst the bustling streets, he could not pinpoint it with mere eyesight. Consequently, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson hue. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhe vanished from his position, leaving passers-by in bewilderment. Meanwhile, in a small alley within the city, a young boy found himself encircled by a group of individuals. "I've had my eye on you for a long time. I can't believe we finally caught you," the leader of the group remarked with a sinister grin. "I warn you, if you harm me, your entire family will suffer the consequences," the boy bravely proclaimed, suppressing his fear. The leader laughed heartily, then approached the boy, seizing his small hand. "You're mistaken. You're in our grasp now," he taunted. The boy, filled with dread, regretted running off. "If you want to live, hand over some money," the leader stated bluntly. The boy, seeing a glimmer of hope, replied, "How much do you want? I can provide it." 500,000 federal coins, the leader demanded, his tone brusque. The boy was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. "I don't have that much on me, but I can have someone send it to you if you let me go. Do you take me for a fool?" The leader raised his voice. The young boy was momentarily stunned, instantly closing his mouth. Observing this, the man grew increasingly agitated, realizing that if things continued this way, it would inevitably come to the attention of the boy's family. Thus, the man struck the boy's abdomen with a punch, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. "Don't provoke me, kid," the man snarled, his expression twisted with malice. The boy remained unfazed, prompting the man to lose his temper entirely. He advanced toward the boy, a dagger suddenly appearing in his hand. Upon seeing the dagger, the boy's pupils dilated, and he was engulfed by fear. "What are you doing?" Just as the man was about to strike, a voice rang out from behind them. The man turned sharply, initially fearful, but then burst into laughter upon realizing that the newcomer lacked any soul power. "Brother, do you wish to act heroically?" The man chuckled. "I merely asked what you were doing," the newcomer replied calmly. The man's face darkened at this response. He approached the newcomer and grabbed his collar, demanding, "Can't you see? Get lost." Hearing the man's threatening tone, the newcomer remained unperturbed and retorted, "Your aura disgusts me." This incited the man's fury. "You little," before he could finish, the newcomer seized his throat and lifted him off the ground. A greedy aura, though not enough to be a major sin, is still repulsive, the newcomer murmured softly. Before the man could react, a wave of colorless energy swiftly engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, leaving no lingering presence. The man's companions, witnessing this, were instantly filled with dread, dropping to their knees. "Big brother, we didn't mean it. Spare our lives," they pleaded. The newcomer glanced at them, then waved his hand dismissively. "You bear no trace of evil. You may leave." Upon hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled the alley. The young boy, observing the scene, was filled with admiration. "Big brother, how are you so amazing?" he exclaimed, gazing at the man as if he were a celebrity. The man, however, paid him no mind and turned to leave. The boy quickly scrambled to his feet and ran to the man's side. "Big brother, my name is Xie, what is yours?" he asked with wide, adoring eyes. "Lu Zhe," the man replied with a faint smile, then ruffled Xie's hair. "It's getting late. You should head home." Xie blushed at the gesture and stood frozen in place. Sensing the awkwardness, Lu Zhe continued, "Little brother, you should really go home. Your family must be worried." With that, he turned and exited the alley, while Xie hurried to follow him. Thus, the pair, one large and one small, walked down the bustling street together. Lu Zhe, feeling somewhat reticent, stopped in his tracks. Unaware, Xie collided with his leg. "Little brother, do you not know the way home?" Lu Zhe asked with a gentle smile. Xie rubbed his forehead and nodded with a grin. Lu Zhe sighed, sensing trouble ahead. "Where do you live? I will escort you back." "I'm not sure. I think it's that way." Xie pointed toward the center of the city. Lu Zhe glanced in the indicated direction, smiling. "Very well, let's go. I shall take you home." Xie nodded eagerly and followed closely behind Lu Zhe. Chapter 201. History. The sky darkened as the vast city loomed, with Lu Zhe guiding Xie through the streets. At that moment, Xie sensed something amiss and asked, "Big brother, you're not lost, are you?" "Not at all. I simply haven't been here in a long time." Lu Zhe scratched his head. Xie, skeptical, insisted, Big brother, follow me. He took Lu Zhe's hand and dashed off in a direction. Lu Zhe, being pulled along, could only manage an awkward smile. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an opulent building. Is this your home? Lu Zhe inquired, gazing at the magnificent structure. Xie beamed proudly indeed. I am the future heir of the Xie family in Donghai City. So this city is called Donghai City. Lu Zhe chuckled, preparing to depart. However, Xie rushed forward to grab his hand. Big brother, it's late. Why not stay the night at my house? Is that appropriate? Lu Zhe scratched his head. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged. Young brother, why not rest here for the night? Seeing the man's insistence, Lu Zhe reluctantly agreed to stay. Inside the Xie household in Donghai City, Lu Zhe sat on a sofa in the living room, while Xie sat beside him, grinning widely. Big brother, that move you did today was so cool. Can you teach me? I can't teach you that. Lu Zhe chuckled. Xie's face fell at this, prompting Lu Zhe to ruffle his hair. Don't be discouraged. You haven't awakened your martial soul yet. Once you become a soul master, you will surpass me. Really? Xie asked, skeptical. Of course. Would I lie to you? Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Xie perked up and leapt off the sofa. One day, I will become the strongest, he declared brightly. Lu Zhe laughed at his enthusiasm and patted his head. At that moment, the middle-aged man approached them. Sir, may I have a word with you privately? He asked. Lu Zhe nodded and followed him out to the balcony. The man gazed at the stars in the sky, while Lu Zhe smiled and remarked, I wonder why you want to speak with me alone. The middle-aged man turned and said, Your name is Lu Zhe, correct? Yes. Lu Zhe confirmed with a nod. The man continued, Mr. Lu, it seems you do not possess any soul power. How did you manage to rescue our young master from that great soul master? His expression was serious, clearly cautious of Lu Zhe. It must have been a coincidence, Lu Zhe replied slowly. However, the middle-aged man was not easily fooled. He stepped closer, his tone menacing. While we are grateful for your actions, should you dare to act recklessly, the CF family will not spare you. Is that so? Lu Zhe chuckled at the implication. The middle-aged man remained silent, turning to leave the balcony. Once he departed, Lu Zhe settled into a chair, gazing at the starry sky from a 45-degree angle, lost in contemplation. However, he was not contemplating the words of the middle-aged man, but rather pondering another matter. Was it an unknown challenge? Lu Zhe could not help but recall the choices the system had presented him before. At that time, there were clearly two options, and the first seemed far superior in every regard. Yet Lu Zhe chose the second. In that moment, Lu Zhe chuckled once more. It was merely an unknown challenge. After all, Xiaoyu was no longer around, and there was little left for him to cherish. The next day at dawn, Xie awoke to find that Lu Zhe had already departed. Although he felt a tinge of reluctance, he quickly regained his composure. Fear not, big brother. The next time you see me, I shall have become formidable, Xie proclaimed confidently. Yet, little did he realize that he was merely a fleeting figure in Lu Zhe's heart, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. Within the vast expanse of Donghai City, Lu Zhe located the library. After perusing the history of the mainland, he acquired a wealth of knowledge. In this era, the absence of wealth rendered one nearly immobile. Lu Zhe mused as he closed the hefty tome. A hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. In truth, what troubled him most were not the unknown challenges, but rather the lack of financial resources. Lu Zhe found himself devoid of funds. Even his storage soul guide had been lost, leaving him to ponder how to survive in this era. Thus, he resolved to seek employment. Exiting the library, Lu Zhe gazed up at the sky, murmuring to himself, I never imagined I would become a mere working man. Meanwhile, in a different dimension on Doloa Dalu, an expansive space, reminiscent of a mirror image of the mainland, housed a magnificent palace. What are you all doing? Inside the hall, a woman was furiously reprimanding everyone present. Despite the multitude stationed outside my brother's chamber, he was still taken away. What on earth is happening? Her anger was palpable, wishing she could annihilate everyone in the hall. She was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, the concept of truth, possessing strength that surpassed all present, and she was also Lu Zhe's sister. Lucifer, who had been standing quietly by, mustered his courage to approach Lu Xiaoyu. My lady, in my humble opinion, the one responsible for taking your brother must be that individual. Lucifer spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu instantly understood and sprang to her feet. I completely forgot about him. I did not expect him to emerge while I was in the divine realm discussing matters. Should we send someone to capture him? Lucifer inquired with a smile. Though the suggestion was commendable, Lu Xiaoyu firmly rejected it. No. The world of truth, like the new divine realm, must not interfere with anything happening on Doloa Dalu. What shall we do then? Lucifer asked, perplexed. Lu Xiaoyu could only shake her head and finally said, we must wait. If anomalies arise on Doloa Dalu in the future, the world of truth and the new divine realm may intervene. At that time, we can settle the score with that individual. Your reasoning is sound. In that case, we shall take our leave. Lucifer bowed. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, did not hesitate to wave her hand and declared, depart now. There is nothing of great importance that cannot wait for me. Understood? Rest assured, my lady. The voices in the hall resonated in perfect unison, akin to a well-trained battalion. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu turned and exited the palace. Brother, you must wait for me. Chapter 202. Wu Changkong 6 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Donghai City thrived, with the residents' lives improving significantly. In a cafe situated near Donghai Academy, a handsome young man was serving coffee. Look, that's the exceptionally handsome waiter I mentioned. At that moment, a few young female patrons entered the cafe. Welcome, the young man greeted them politely, a smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing his smile, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. He was not surprised by their reaction. He had grown accustomed to it. Xiao Zhe, the manager is looking for you. I'll handle things here for now. A middle-aged man approached. The young man nodded with a smile and proceeded toward the cafe's interior. As he departed, the girls felt a wave of disappointment, but quickly reminded themselves that this was his job and fell silent. Inside the cafe, the young man hesitated outside a door. Just then, a loud feminine voice called from within. Lu Zhe, what are you doing standing at the door? Are you afraid I might eat you? The young man felt a rush of embarrassment and reluctantly pushed open the door to enter. Manager, I was worried about disturbing your rest. Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile. The cafe manager, named Meng Yin, was a woman of undeniable charm and a powerful soul master of the third ring, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Lu Zhe had met Meng Yin one evening 6 years prior under fortuitous circumstances. At that moment, Meng Yin suddenly spoke. Lu Zhe, you've been working for me for quite some time now, and you've enjoyed a free stay for 6 years. What do you have to say about that? Gazing into her seemingly predatory eyes, Lu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. Manager, what do you mean by that? I'm a bit confused, he stammered, his expression awkward. Meng Yin laughed upon hearing this, stepping closer to Lu Zhe. You've been living here for free for so long. Don't you think you should pay a price? What price? Lu Zhe asked with a nervous chuckle. Quite simple. You just need to spend one night with me. Meng Yin replied with a playful smile. Lu Zhe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, quickly distancing himself. Manager, it has been 6 years, and you still haven't given up? Of course not. After all, you are my favorite man, Meng Yin said confidently, at a loss for words. Lu Zhe finally managed to say, Manager, I suspect you didn't summon me just for this matter, did you? Oh, I didn't realize you were this clever, Meng Yin said, slightly surprised, but quickly returning to her cheerful demeanor. Well then, I shall be direct. I have some news regarding the individual you asked me to find. Really? Lu Zhe's expression turned serious. What is the news? You need to go to Donghai Academy and find someone named Wu Changkong, Meng Yin replied slowly. Lu Zhe nodded and then turned to say, Manager, I would like to take a few days off. That's fine, but do be cautious. Wu Changkong is not an ordinary person, Meng Yin advised. Lu Zhe paused for a moment, then turned back with a light smile. Rest assured, I doubt anything on this continent could harm me. Laughter echoed as Lu Zhe, ever the jokester, made Dream Mist chuckle behind her delicate hand. Ignoring her, Lu Zhe departed the cafe without a backward glance. Upon exiting, he cast his gaze towards the direction of Donghai Academy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Curiosity piqued. He mused about the formidable soul masters of this era. As night descended upon Donghai Academy, within the confines of a dormitory classroom, a striking young man with lake blue hair stood on the balcony. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence and spoke to the air. Since you're here, let us converse. As he turned, he beheld a man engulfed in dark particles, a smile lingering on his face. Wu Changkong, am I correct? The man inquired calmly. Indeed. But may I ask who you are and why you've intruded upon my room? Wu Changkong replied, his expression cold. The stranger chuckled lightly. I am Lu Zhe, seeking to inquire about certain matters. And if I refuse? Wu Changkong retorted icily. Lu Zhe was not one to play the benevolent hero. He stepped closer. In an instant, Wu Changkong sensed a distortion in his surroundings. The dormitory altered dramatically. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from Lu Zhe instilled a profound fear within Wu Changkong, leaving him bewildered. Shall we converse now, Mr. Wu Changkong? Lu Zhe asked with a gentle smile. Realizing he was outmatched, Wu Changkong reluctantly seated himself before Lu Zhe. What do you wish to know? Without hesitation, Lu Zhe inquired politely, have you heard of being known as Lucifer? Lucifer? Wu Changkong paused, then shook his head. I regret to inform you that I am unfamiliar with this individual. Is that so? I find that hard to believe, Lu Zhe remarked, his gaze turning a deep crimson. Have you truly never heard of Lucifer? Answer me. Wu Changkong, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, compelled by the urgency in Lu Zhe's voice, he answered hollowly, I have heard of him, but I have never seen him. At this revelation, Lu Zhe's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Where did you hear this? Answer me. Internal conflict swirled within Wu Changkong, but he finally replied, at Shrek Academy. Understanding dawned on Lu Zhe, and he gradually stood. The moment he did, Wu Changkong's dormitory returned to normal, and clarity returned to his mind. Thank you for your information. I hope to consult you again, Lu Zhe said with a smile before preparing to leave. However, as he opened the door, a familiar yet strange figure blocked his path. Is it you? Chapter 203. The Realm of Truth. Upon opening the door, Lu Zhe was met with an exclamation. He scrutinized the figure before him, recognizing a face from his past. Just as he pondered, the person spoke again. Big brother, how did you end up here with the teacher? You must be Xie, Lu Zhe exclaimed, recalling the name with clarity. Indeed, it was Xie, though he had grown significantly. Lu Zhe chuckled, ruffling his hair. It's been ages, and you've grown so much, what a surprise. I've not only grown, but also become stronger, Xie proclaimed proudly. That is splendid, Lu Zhe replied with a smile, preparing to depart once more when Xie suddenly asked, Big brother, how do you know my teacher? At this, Lu Zhe hesitated. Just then, Wu Changkong approached. Lu Zhe placed a hand on his shoulder, grinning. To be honest, I am quite the close friend of your teacher. Wouldn't you agree, Changkong? Wu Changkong felt a hint of threat at this declaration, but forced a smile in response. Indeed, Lu Zhe and I share a close bond. Oh, I see. Xie nodded thoughtfully. Wu Changkong then interjected. It's quite late. What brings you here? Xie suddenly remembered his purpose. Teacher, I came here simply to become stronger. To become stronger, is it necessary to be so reckless? Lu Zhe chuckled. Xie fell silent, and Lu Zhe, noticing his expression, approached him directly. Do you truly wish to grow stronger? Yes. Xie nodded vigorously. Lu Zhe smiled at his enthusiasm. I can assist you, but the journey will be arduous. I'm not afraid of hardship, Xie declared confidently. Lu Zhe, unsure of what to say next, looked at him. I hope you maintain this attitude. Xie sensed an ominous undertone in his tone. Wu Changkong then stepped forward. Take me along. Xie is my student, and I have a responsibility to protect him. Very well, Lu Zhe agreed without hesitation, clasping his hands together. Realm of Truth. Manifest. In an instant, darkness enveloped Wu Changkong and Xie. When their senses returned, they were met with a scene that left them astounded. The world around them resembled a hellscape. Donghai Academy and the entire Donghai city lay in ruins. Teacher, what has happened? Xie stammered, struggling to comprehend. Wu Changkong's expression was grave. He had never encountered such a situation before. I do not know, but this place harbors danger. We must remain vigilant, he cautioned, sensing potential threats in their surroundings. What troubled him most was the absence of Lu Zhe. He surmised that Lu Zhe was the architect of this fabricated realm, lurking in the shadows, observing them closely. Creating a fictitious space as vast as Donghai City is no small feat. I doubt anyone else could accomplish such a thing, Wu Changkong murmured. As he contemplated, a fierce roar echoed from a distance. With his vast knowledge, Wu Changkong immediately recognized the source of the sound. Teacher, that roar sounded terrifying. Should we not distance ourselves? Xie suggested, fear creeping into his voice. Fear not. As long as we are together, we shall be safe, Wu Changkong reassured confidently, leading the way. However, before long, another roar erupted, this time alarmingly close. Is it approaching? Wu Changkong said gravely, summoning an ice-blue longsword that radiated a chilling aura, instilling a sense of dread. Boom! In the blink of an eye, an explosion erupted before them. Before Xie could react, a shadowy hand shot forth from the smoke, seizing him instantly. Teacher, what is this thing? Xie exclaimed, panic rising within him. Third soul skill. Frost Slash. In an instant, Wu Changkong unleashed a chilling sword aura that swiftly struck the ominous black hand. The hand was instantly encased in ice, and taking advantage of the moment, Wu Changkong seized Xie from within the frozen grasp. Teacher, what manner of creature are you? Xie inquired, bewildered. Wu Changkong remained silent, for he too knew only fragments of the truth. We must leave this place, he said slowly. Subsequently, he hoisted Xie onto his shoulder and dashed away. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. As Wu Changkong sprinted, an unsettling chill crept up his spine, leading him to ponder if trouble was imminent. Indeed, as he mulled over such thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared in his path. This is a forbidden zone. Mortals are prohibited. A man clad in a black battle robe, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, stood resolutely before him. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Wu Changkong quickly asked, "Senior, I must enter that area. I implore you to allow passage." The man, wearing a stern expression, replied, "No, this is a forbidden zone. Your aura lacks even the title of a Dolaw. Venturing forth will only lead to your demise. Must one reach the rank of a titled Dolaw to pass?" Wu Changkong inquired cautiously. To his surprise, the man responded, "No, even if you were titled Dolaw, entering the forbidden zone recklessly would still result in a near-certain death. Is it truly that perilous?" Wu Changkong's curiosity was piqued. However, he quickly suppressed it, for the aura emanating from the man suggested he was indeed a 99th level titled Daw. That even a 99th level titled Daw was relegated to the role of a gatekeeper hinted at the terrors lurking within the forbidden zone. "Teacher, what shall we do next?" Xie expressed his concern. Wu Changkong shook his head, uncertain of their next course of action. At that moment, a figure emerged behind them. "Should you wish to enter the forbidden zone, you may speak to me." Wu Changkong turned abruptly, curious, only to find it was Lu Zhe. "What do you mean, Lu Zhe?" Wu Changkong asked, perplexed. Lu Zhe chuckled. "This world is of my own creation. However, some elements within it are tied to the future." "What do you mean?" Wu Changkong was filled with confusion. Lu Zhe smiled again. "Everything that occurs here may be related to the future." With that, his form dissipated into particles, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a black jade fragment on the ground. What purpose does this serve? Wu Changkong wondered. "Let us proceed. We must venture forth to discover the truth." In the city of Donghai, within the realm of truth, the blood-red sky cast an unsettling pall over the landscape. As Wu Changkong and Xie traversed the desolate streets, their expressions were grave. Suddenly, Xie spoke. "Teacher, why did that man initially prevent us from passing, only to allow us upon receiving the black jade fragment from Lu Zhe? This world is constructed by Lu Zhe, and everything within it is under his control," Wu Changkong replied slowly. Yet, despite his words, he was lost in thought, haunted by Lu Zhe's statement that this world might be connected to the future. Each time he recalled those words, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped him, as if the city of Donghai were a tangible reality. Had the surrounding space not been in a state of distortion, Wu Changkong might have mistaken it for the real world. "Teacher, look ahead." At that moment, Xie tugged at Wu Changkong's sleeve, panic etched across his face. Hearing this, Wu Changkong turned sharply to behold a monstrous creature, pitch black and bristling with writhing tentacles. Before he could react, the creature sensed their presence and launched an attack. Wu Changkong swiftly grabbed Xie and leapt towards a nearby high-rise, plunging inside just in time. Yet, the tentacles pursued relentlessly, following them into the building. "Teacher, what kind of monster are you? This is disgusting," Xie complained, feeling nauseous. However, Wu Changkong remained vigilant, his expression grave, for he suspected that the creature they had encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg, with its true form lurking beneath the ground. "What, will we perish here?" Xie asked, his expression one of despair. Wu Changkong, seeing his dismay, chose not to respond and instead ascended to the rooftop of the building. Sometimes, it is only from a higher vantage point that one can truly comprehend the state of the world. While this notion was commendable, reality proved to be harsh. Suddenly, several black tentacles erupted from behind Xie, and before he could react, they yanked him down from the 10th floor. Wu Changkong panicked at the sight. His 6 spirit rings illuminated, unleashing a terrifying surge of spirit power. Heavenly ice battle armor. This time, Wu Changkong held nothing back, for the creature he faced could very well surpass a titled Delaw. As a soul emperor and a battle armor master, Wu Changkong's strength was formidable, at least within Donghai. Heavenly frost slash. He slashed down at the tentacle, dragging Xie away. However, as soon as the tentacle was severed, others emerged from different directions, re-ensnaring Xie. This is troublesome, Wu Changkong thought, his expression tightening. Yet, he refused to give up. Instead, he quickened his pace, his speed reaching astonishing heights under the enhancement of his battle armor. 6. Soul Skill. Frost Concentration. As the black soul ring behind him glowed, a terrifying chill radiated outward. In an instant, the tentacles were frozen, and seizing the opportunity, Wu Changkong sliced them into fragments. Xie, however, remained unconscious. Wu Changkong cradled him in his arms and hastily fled, unwilling to linger any longer, for he could not predict when the creature would strike again. As Wu Changkong sped away, he cast a glance back at the area, his expression growing more solemn. It seemed that this trial crafted by Lu Zhe would involve him as well. Meanwhile, in the flourishing Donghai city, the news of the disappearance of Wu Changkong, the esteemed teacher of Donghai Academy, and Xie, the young master of the Xie family, had spread like wildfire. The orchestrator of this chaos, Lu Zhe, ambled leisurely down the street, pondering whether Shrek Academy was aware of that individual. He remained oblivious to the events of the past conflict and the hidden dangers lurking in this world, reflecting once more on the system's cryptic words. What truly constitutes an unknown danger? Is this world a reality or merely a game? Who orchestrates all of this? These pressing questions torment Lu Zhe, who now finds himself bereft of truth and devoid of systematic assistance, contemplating the implications of each step he takes. After much reflection, he resolves to establish himself in Donghai City, deciding to confront the unknown when the time arises. Lost in thought, he finds himself back outside the cafe where he works. Why am I back here again? A hint of amusement crosses Lu Zhe's face as he chuckles and steps inside. Upon entering the cafe, Meng Yin approaches him directly. Lu Zhe, where have you been these past few days? She inquires, her tone tinged with urgency. Lu Zhe feels a pang of embarrassment, yet Meng Yin, oblivious to his discomfort, hastily takes his hand and leads him further into the cafe. Manager, what's wrong? Lu Zhe asks, perplexed. Meng Yin, her expression one of distress, replies, someone is looking for you. They've been loitering here for days. At this revelation, Lu Zhe's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. He cannot recall knowing anyone from this era, so why would someone seek him out? What is his name? Lu Zhe queries gravely. Meng Yin responds dismissively. You'll find out shortly. Before long, Meng Yin leads Lu Zhe to the door of a room. You may enter. That person wishes to see you alone, she says softly. Intrigued, Lu Zhe pushes open the door without hesitation, stepping inside without a backward glance. The room is dim, lacking illumination. Yet Lu Zhe senses the presence of someone before him. Who are you, and why are you seeking me? He inquires slowly. He then switches on the light. And as the room brightens, a figure suddenly leaps into his embrace. Brother, it's been so long, the person exclaims with a smile. Upon seeing the individual's face, Lu Zhe is momentarily stunned, his expression swiftly transforming to one of icy coldness. How are you here? He utters coldly. The individual, unfazed, continues to smile. Of course, I came to find you. Stay away from me. Lu Zhe warns, his countenance hardened. Unperturbed, the person retorts, does my brother not like me? Get lost. Lu Zhe's voice booms, startling even Meng Yin outside the door. Alarmed by the commotion, she hurriedly opens the door and rushes in. Lu Zhe, what is happening? She asks. Panic-stricken, upon seeing that no altercation has occurred, the weight on her chest lifts. What is going on here? Meng Yin inquires, her brow furrowed in confusion. Greetings. The person standing before Lu Zhe says with a grin, then adds, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Zhe's younger brother, Lu Zhe. As Meng Yin processes this information, she becomes momentarily speechless, her mind halting in disbelief. Wah, she stutters, pointing at him. Seeing her astonishment, Lu Zhe chuckles, waving his hand dismissively. You needn't be so surprised. Indeed, but I'm still somewhat taken aback, Meng Yin replies, resting her chin on her hand. She then looks up and smiles. Since you are brothers, I shall excuse myself. Wait. Just as Meng Yin turns to leave, Lu Zhe interjects. What is it? She asks. Puzzled. I must clarify. He is not my brother, Lu Zhe states earnestly. Meng Yin is taken aback once more, her eyes wide with shock. After regaining her composure, she asks, then who is he? I do not know him, Lu Zhe replies curtly, striding out of the room, leaving Lu Zhe and Meng Yin exchanging bewildered glances. Did you have a falling out with Lu Zhe? Meng Yin inquires gently, breaking the awkward silence. Lu Zhe nods silently. Seeing this, Meng Yin reassures him with a smile. It's normal for brothers to argue. Just talk to your brother. Why do you believe I'm truly his brother? Lu Zhe asks, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Meng Yin, caught off guard, struggles to respond, but eventually states, from Lu Ze's expression, "It's clear he knows you. As for your relationship, I cannot speculate. Is that so?" Lu Ze murmurs, his head lowered. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Meng Yin pats his shoulder kindly. "Do not take it to heart. Your brother is simply upset. As long as you communicate sincerely, he will forgive you." "Yes." Lu Ze nods, lifting his head and revealing a smile. Meng Yin, pleased by his response, prepares to leave, but suddenly remembers something. When Lu Ze is in a bad mood, he often goes to the cafe's rooftop. You may find him there. With a smile, she exits, leaving Lu Ze chuckling to himself. He then strides out of the room, heading directly to the rooftop of the cafe. Before long, Lu Ze arrives at the rooftop, and as he steps out of the stairwell, he spots Lu Ze standing at the edge. He approaches with a smile. "Why have you come to find me?" Lu Ze's voice cuts through the air as Lu Ze reaches him. Taken aback, Lu Ze hesitates, but soon replies with a grin, "You are my brother. Naturally, I wish to see you." "Ha!" Lu Ze scoffs, turning to face him. "My brother perished in that war. How dare you claim to be him?" His tone carries an undercurrent of animosity, yet it is laced with guilt. Lu Ze falls silent, contemplating his response. After a long pause, he finally speaks. "I understand you harbor resentment towards me, but I acknowledge my faults. All I desire now is to atone for the pain I caused you." Lu Ze's expression hardens. "I do not require your atonement. Xiao Yu is dead. Despite wearing his face, you will never be him." Lu Ze falls silent once more, grappling with his inability to articulate a response. Each step he takes feels like a misstep. Seeing Lu Ze's silence, Lu Ze turns to leave, but as he brushes past him, Lu Ze suddenly grasps his hand. "Let go," Lu Ze commands coldly. Though his tone is filled with hostility, Lu Ze refuses to relinquish his grip. "I truly recognize my mistakes. I want to make amends. I beg you for a chance." Lu Ze, unmoved, replies icily, "You owe me nothing. I do not require your attempts at restitution." "But enough!" Lu Ze interrupts, his voice sharp, cutting off Lu Ze's words. "We currently share no relationship. Do not appear before me again, relative to truth," Lu Ze coldly uttered. Subsequently, he shook off Lu Ze's hand and departed the rooftop without a backward glance. Lu Ze, left standing in place, bore a dazed expression, as if his soul had been lost. With a sudden thud, he knelt on the ground, tears slowly spilling from his eyes. "I was truly wrong. I beg you." This marked Lu Ze's first experience of tears, and it was for the first time that he wept due to his own actions. Meanwhile, Lu Ze, who had already left the rooftop, wore a grim expression. For everything around him was visible, including the weeping Lu Ze on the rooftop. "Why did you return? There is no longer any connection between us. Why seek me out?" Lu Ze felt a profound discomfort within. Although the figure on the rooftop was not Xiao Yu, he was, after all, the true owner of that body. Whenever Lu Ze beheld that face, he would inevitably think of Xiao Yu. And with that thought came the haunting reminder that he had been the one to erase him. A wave of guilt surged through his heart, and at that moment he felt a heaviness in his chest. Clutching his heart, he slowly made his way toward his room, swaying as if he had just recovered from severe illness. Soon, he returned to his room, collapsing helplessly onto the floor upon entry. For him, Xiao Yu's departure was not only an unforgettable event, but also a tormenting specter, perpetually gnawing at his soul. Yet now, with Lu Ze standing before him, the specter that had once settled was unleashed once more. Lu Ze, trembling and sprawled on the ground, gradually crawled toward his bed, relying on sheer willpower. The distance, which was not far, now felt insurmountable, fraught with obstacles at every step. Why is this happening? That person is not Xiao Yu. Why do I feel this way? Why? Lu Ze's vision grew increasingly blurred, and as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the door to his room swung open. "Brother." The person entering was Lu Ze, who had sensed Lu Ze's collapse the moment it happened, rushing over with tears still undried. Upon seeing Lu Ze sprawled on the floor, nearing unconsciousness, he became alarmed. He hurriedly lifted him and gently placed him on the bed. In Lu Ze's hazy vision, he thought he glimpsed Xiao Yu and, with great difficulty, raised his hand to caress the person's cheek. However, before long, he lost consciousness entirely. I truly wish never to awaken again. Chapter 206. The Remnant of Truth Brother. What is wrong? Lu Ze looked at Lu Ze on the bed, sensing that his body felt unusually hot, as if it were about to ignite. Fearing for his safety, Lu Zhe swiftly carried Lu Zhe into the bathroom. Upon reaching the bathroom, he wasted no time and placed Lu Zhe into a bathtub filled with cold water. Yet, despite this, Lu Zhe's temperature showed no signs of abating. What is happening? Lu Zhe was genuinely alarmed. He paced restlessly in front of the bathtub, his hands frantically raking through his hair. At that moment, Meng Yin unexpectedly entered. Lu Zhe's brother, what is wrong with him? Upon seeing Lu Zhe in the bathtub, Meng Yin's expression became grave. Lu Zhe, feeling helpless, responded, I do not know what has happened to my brother. How would I know? Just get him settled on the bed, Meng Yin said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Understanding the urgency, Lu Zhe lifted Lu Zhe from the tub, though his clothes were now drenched. Meng Yin, realizing the situation, blushed and said, I will step outside for a moment. Just call me when you have settled him. With that, she hurriedly exited the room. Lu Zhe, observing her demeanor, grasped the situation but chose not to rush, instead carefully removing Lu Zhe's soaked clothing. He then placed him on the bed, covering him with a blanket, and even set an ice pack on his forehead to help reduce his fever. As he completed these tasks, the daylight began to wane. Xiaozhe, how is your brother? At that moment, Meng Yin re-entered the room. Lu Zhe turned to her, his expression serious. Much better. At least his temperature has decreased. That puts my mind at ease. Meng Yin sighed with relief, then smiled and asked, Xiaozhe, would you like something to eat? I will make it for you. No. Manager, I just want to stay by my brother's side. Lu Zhe replied with a gentle smile. Meng Yin nodded, then turned to say, take care of yourself. I will rest for now. In a haze, Lu Zhe gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in an endless darkness. Where's this place? Lu Zhe pondered, feeling a sense of unease, for this was no ordinary realm. While he was lost in thought, a voice emerged from behind him. You have arrived. Who is it? Lu Zhe spun around abruptly, only to find emptiness behind him. Nevertheless, he did not let down his guard, his eyes turning a deep crimson. In the next instant, a figure materialized before him. When Lu Zhe recognized the face, he was momentarily stunned. You're still alive? Lu Zhe stammered. Truth. The figure replied with a gentle smile. No, by the time you see me like this, I've already perished. I merely left a remnant of myself in your sea of consciousness. This apparition was indeed the remnant of truth, left behind long ago. I had not expected we would meet in this manner, Truth remarked with a wry smile. Lu Zhe lowered his head, unsure of what to say. Yet Truth continued. I left this remnant because I had foreseen it, and there are matters that I must convey to you. What matters? Lu Zhe asked, puzzled, lifting his gaze to meet Truth's. Truth spoke slowly. It pertains to the power of truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's eyes widened, fixated on Truth. Truth, noting his reaction, smiled. You should have already gleaned some knowledge. There is not just one truth, but also relative truth and conceptual truth. If I'm not mistaken, the one who saved you back then was likely conceptual truth, and that Feng Qi, Truth explained. How can you be so certain? Lu Zhe inquired, feeling perplexed. Truth chuckled. I foresaw the future using the power of paradox. Is that so? Lu Zhe nodded. However, Truth added, I have come to warn you to be wary of Lucifer. The matters between you and relative truth are all orchestrated by him. If, upon awakening, you find that fellow missing, remember, do not seek him out, or you will suffer dire consequences. Why? I possess the power to eliminate that fellow now? Lu Zhe questioned. Confusion etched on his face. I am aware, but have you forgotten that every world has a singular truth, and in this world, 3 truths have emerged simultaneously? Do you comprehend the implications of this? The expression of the truth grew grave. Although Lu Zhe was unaware of the details, he understood that the matter was far from simple and perhaps even more dire. To be candid, the simultaneous appearance of the 3 great truths in one world will undoubtedly attract the attention of that group. They will certainly send someone to investigate the cause. The Truth stated with a serious demeanor. What does that mean? Lu Zhe could only grasp a fragment of the situation. The Truth slowly spoke. You can be assured that there will be individuals dispatched by that entity in this world. Do not underestimate them. Although they lack a truth, they wield conceptual weapons capable of contending with the truth itself. Conceptual weapons. Lu Zhe realized the challenges he was about to face. This was the essence of the system's earlier message. The unknown challenges referred specifically to the individuals sent by that entity. Do you know who it is that dispatched those individuals? Lu Zhe suddenly inquired. The Truth shook its head, expressing uncertainty. I do not know. That entity has never revealed itself. Not even the mightiest of conceptual truths may penetrate its disguise. I see. Lu Zhe nodded. Upon witnessing his response, the truth smiled once more. Do not be disheartened. Your current strength is no less than that of a conceptual truth. With my abilities combined with the power of paradox, I can achieve the effects of conceptual reality. Not to mention your own power of rules, which has the potential for infinite growth. Indeed, Lu Zhe smiled briefly, but soon succumbed to dejection again. Are you leaving then? The truth nodded and slowly turned to drift away into the distance. Lu Zhe did not pursue, for he understood that this was beyond his ability to amend. Just as the truth was about to vanish, it reminded him, by the way, you have developed inner demons. If you wish to dispel them, you must treat the relative truth as your brother, for only then can you truly eliminate your inner turmoil. With that, the truth completely disappeared from Lu Zhe's sight. Left standing in place, Lu Zhe clutched his chest, his expression a tumult of emotions. Is this the only way? Lu Zhe murmured softly. Yet he was not Xiaoyu. Chapter 207. Acceptance of reality, brother. Are you awake? Half asleep, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes, only to find Lu Zhe leaning beside his bed. Without hesitation, he sat up. Upon sensing the movement, Lu Zhe abruptly opened his eyes. The moment their gazes met, Lu Zhe felt an indescribable sensation upon seeing the slight redness around Lu Zhe's eyes. Upon realizing he was awake, Lu Zhe smiled and embraced his head gently, whispering, "You have finally awakened, I thought." As he spoke, tears began to flow once more, leaving Lu Zhe at a loss for words. He allowed himself to be held, offering no resistance. After a while, Lu Zhe gradually released him, looking earnestly at Lu Zhe. "I was truly wrong. Please grant me another chance. I will surely do better than Xiaoyu." After hearing these words, Lu Zhe fell silent. His gaze lowered as he struggled to find the right response. Lu Zhe, noticing his demeanor, chose not to disturb him further and said softly, "I will step outside. Take your time to decide. I can wait." With that, he turned and exited the room. As Lu Zhe contemplated speaking, the words caught in his throat, leaving him to watch Lu Zhe depart. Once Lu Zhe left, Lu Zhe lowered his head again, countless thoughts flooding his mind. Is this the only way? Lu Zhe whispered softly. At that moment, the door swung open again, but it was not Lu Zhe who entered. It was Meng Yan. "You are awake?" Meng Yan smiled upon seeing Lu Zhe sitting on the bed. Lu Zhe gradually lifted his gaze to meet hers, forcing a faint smile. "Yes. I apologize for the trouble I caused you, store manager." "It is no trouble at all." Meng Yan waved her hand and continued. "You should thank your brother. He has been taking care of you during your unconsciousness." "Is that so?" Lu Zhe sighed bitterly at her words. Meng Yan, observing his expression, understood immediately and sat beside him. "Your brother is genuinely a good person. He began caring for you the moment you fell unconscious. Regardless of the conflicts between you, I sincerely hope you can reconcile." "Thank you." Lu Zhe offered a faint smile. Meng Yan nodded in response, then stood. "During your unconsciousness, your brother has been covering your shifts. Do not let him down. Also, your brother is currently residing here, sharing a room with you." Before Lu Zhe could fully comprehend her words, she turned and left the room. Sitting on the bed, Lu Zhe was left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of what Meng Yan meant. Sharing a room? His mind raced with thoughts. "And remember to return to work once you regain your health. Otherwise, you will have no money." Meng Yan's voice echoed from outside the room. Though she was urging him to return to work, he could still sense her genuine concern. Lu Zhe smiled at her words. After all, it was merely a matter of starting anew, nothing overly significant. With that, he rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom. After freshening up, he headed straight for the door. Meanwhile, in the cafe, a group of admirers were fixated on Lu Zhe, who was clad in a server's uniform. "I can't believe there's another handsome guy. How fortunate." "Indeed, I thought Lu Zhe was already handsome enough. Who would have guessed another one would come along?" Lu Zhe remained unfazed by their chatter, accustomed as he was to such attention. Just then, a blonde woman entered the cafe. The moment she stepped in, her gaze locked onto Lu Zhe, and she approached him directly. Upon seeing her, Lu Zhe's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly turned to flee. However, it was too late. The woman seized his shoulder with a firm grip, a smile on her face. "Lu Zhe, where do you think you're going?" she inquired, enunciating each word. Realizing he was cornered, Lu Zhe reluctantly turned to face her. "Welcome. What would you like to drink? I've been looking for you for nearly a week." "I had no idea you were working here," the woman said coldly. "What are you talking about, miss?" Lu Zhe feigned ignorance. But she was not fooled. Stop pretending. Come with me. Sister Yin needs you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean? Hurry up and come with me. She reiterated. Lu Zhe found himself in a quandary, torn between his superior and his brother. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Lu Zhe instantly turned around, surprised to see, Brother, how did you come out? Your health. I am fine. Lu Zhe smiled, then turned to the woman. The woman, noticing Lu Zhe, took a moment to appraise him, her expression one of shock. Brother, who are you to Lu Zhe? The woman asked breathlessly. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhe hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. I am his brother. And you, who are you to my younger brother? Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, gazing blankly at Lu Zhe, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Wow, so you're Lu Zhe's brother? The woman exclaimed, laughter escaping her lips as she stepped closer. Brother, you possess an extraordinary aura. Have you ever considered becoming a star? She inquired with a smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe firmly declined. I am sorry, but I have not considered it. I simply wish to live a stable life. The woman's face fell at his response, and she sighed. What a pity. I see in you a unique charm, one that could make you the most celebrated star on the mainland if you would join us. I truly apologize, Lu Zhe replied with a gentle smile. Noticing his disinterest, she shifted her attention back to Lu Zhe, saying, Come with me. No, Lu Zhe adamantly refused. The woman was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, Lu Zhe, do you even realize what you are saying? Of course I do, but I have made my decision, Lu Zhe stated resolutely. Oh, the woman seemed to grasp the situation and turned her gaze to Lu Zhe. Is it because of your brother? Let me tell you, if you refuse, your brother may face some repercussions. At that moment, a menacing aura emanated from Lu Zhe, as he coldly declared, If you dare to harm my brother, you will regret it. The woman immediately sensed the terrifying energy and was engulfed in fear. It was the first time she had seen Lu Zhe so enraged. Words of fear caught in her throat. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Zhe stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Lu Zhe's shoulder, and said, That is enough. You should return to your room. I will handle this matter. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Lu Zhe's previously agitated emotions calmed instantly. He nodded and walked toward the inner room of the cafe. Once he had left, Lu Zhe turned back to the woman and asked, What exactly do you want with my younger brother? That is none of your concern, but I can offer you an opportunity. If you're willing to come with me, I assure you I will no longer pursue your brother. The woman replied, feeling relieved now that Lu Zhe had departed. Little did she know, this man before her was far more dangerous than Lu Zhe. Are you making demands of me? Lu Zhe said coldly. The woman, for reasons she could not comprehend, felt a chill run down her spine upon meeting Lu Zhe's gaze. I will give you a moment to think it over. Once you have made your decision, I will return, she said, hastily leaving the cafe. Lu Zhe did not pursue her, but stood still for a moment, observing the outside before turning back to his own room. Chapter 208. He is a dangerous man inside the cafe. In Lu Zhe's room, Lu Zhe was already back, wearing a gloomy expression, uncertain of why his brother had sent him away. At that moment, the door opened, and Lu Zhe entered. Brother, what do you want to say? Lu Zhe asked with a smile upon seeing him. Lu Zhe, unfazed by the address, replied calmly, Let us clarify a few things. Clarify what? Lu Zhe asked, puzzled. Lu Zhe sat beside him, his demeanor cold as he asked, What is the identity of that blonde woman? Aren't you able to see into everyone's hearts? Why are you asking me? Lu Zhe responded, frustrated. However, the next moment, he received a show of brotherly love from Lu Zhe. Bang! Ouch! Lu Zhe clutched his forehead, wincing in pain. Brother, what was that for? He asked, bewildered. Lu Zhe spoke slowly. The ability to discern truth should not be misused. What if those beings took notice? Oh, Lu Zhe replied dismissively. He then explained, Well, like you, I just arrived in this era. The currency is unfamiliar, so I need to find work to earn a living. And then? Lu Zhe prompted. Then I just happened to meet Sister Yin. Lu Zhe continued. She saw my looks and believes I have the potential to be a star, so she invited me to join her company. And that blonde woman? Lu Zhe inquired further. Ah, she is my manager, Sister Yinxia, Lu Zhe clarified. So you're a big star now? Lu Zhe chuckled. But Lu Zhe shook his head, not yet. I have not debuted. Sister Yinxia came specifically to prepare me for my debut. After hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded and asked, How did you find this place? Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback before he smiled. I sensed your aura and followed it here. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe fell silent, feeling ashamed that his recklessness had revealed their location. Realizing this, Lu Zhe felt increasingly embarrassed and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the room, Lu Xizhi called out, "Brother, what did Sister Yinxia say afterward?" Lu Zhe paused to reflect before slowly responding. She said to give her some time and that we would talk once we had made a decision. "Oh, and what do you think?" Lu Xizhi asked eagerly. Lu Zhe did not respond, leaving without looking back. Feeling dejected, Lu Xizhi hurried after him. "Brother, do you now acknowledge me as your brother?" he asked cheerfully. Lu Zhe remained silent, focused on what lay ahead. Lu Xizhi, feeling slighted by his brother's silence, followed obediently. Throughout their journey, Lu Zhe did not speak, leaving Lu Xizhi at a loss for words. After a while, Lu Zhe suddenly stopped, his eyes turning crimson. Before Lu Xizhi could react, Lu Zhe vanished into thin air. Stunned, Lu Xizhi stood there, bewildered. After a moment, he began to look around. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not sense Lu Zhe's presence. It was as if he had evaporated. Soon, Lu Xizhi realized the truth and murmured to himself. Did he enter the truth realm he created? With that thought, he attempted to enter Lu Zhe's truth realm, but found himself unable to penetrate it after several attempts. Ultimately, he gave up and decided to return to the cafe to assist. Within the truth realm, on the shattered streets of the northern part of Donghai City, two figures raced forward. Those two figures were none other than Wu Changkong and Xie Xie. The reason they were running so swiftly was that a horde of monsters pursued them. "Teacher, why can't we kill these things?" Xie Xie gasped for breath as he ran. At this moment, Wu Changkong wore a grave expression, as he was unaware that the creatures lurking behind them were not soul beasts. Even if they managed to slay one, several more would emerge in its place, rendering their efforts futile. "Enough chatter, we must first rid ourselves of these monsters," Wu Changkong declared with a heavy heart. Xie Xie, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickened his pace to match Wu Changkong's stride. The two figures swiftly traversed the dilapidated streets, not daring to pause for fear of falling into the clutches of the monstrous beings pursuing them. As they fled, a figure gradually appeared atop a nearby high-rise building. Still alive? This figure was Lu Zhe, who had presumed that Wu Changkong and Xie Xie had perished long ago. He was pleasantly surprised to discover they had survived. "It seems I underestimated them," Lu Zhe remarked with a subtle smile. He then leaped into the air, diving straight toward the ground. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the monsters to freeze in their tracks. At that moment, Wu Changkong sensed a shift and abruptly turned around, finding Lu Zhe standing before the creatures. The monsters appeared to regard him as their nemesis, daring not to move an inch. "Ah, long time no see," Lu Zhe greeted warmly. Upon seeing him, Wu Changkong's expression turned icy as he strode forward. Without uttering a word, he grasped Lu Zhe by the collar. "Do you realize we nearly perished here?" "Of course," Lu Zhe replied with a nonchalant smile. Wu Changkong, taken aback by his calmness, fell silent, ultimately conceding. "Please lead us out," he said, releasing his grip. Lu Zhe nodded and clasped his hands together, cheerfully stating, "I shall escort you back to your dormitory. If you wish to experience this life and death thrill again, do remember to call me." "Apologies, but there will be no next time," Wu Changkong firmly rejected. Lu Zhe merely smiled in response, and then dispelled the realm of truth. With a flash of white light, when Wu Changkong and Xie Xie opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in their previous location. "Teacher, who exactly is Lu Zhe?" Xie Xie, still grappling with the recent events, inquired slowly. Wu Changkong did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed out the window. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Lu Zhe, he is a profoundly dangerous individual." Chapter 209. Departure to Tiansol Empire in a cafe in Donghai City. Lu Zhe and his brother Lu Xizhi were each engrossed in their tasks. The presence of the two brothers had significantly boosted the cafe's business, but also left them increasingly fatigued. Soon, the employees' break time arrived, and Lu Zhe glanced at the clock before sitting at the front desk. Seeing this, Lu Xizhi approached with a smile. "Brother, you've become exhausted after just a morning. It seems you're not as resilient as you once were." Lu Zhe looked at him and replied slowly, "Age has its toll. By the way, when do you plan to address the situation with the blonde woman?" "I don't know. I'll wait for Sister Yinxia to come looking for me," Lu Xizhi responded, resting his chin on his hand. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Yinxia entered. "Lu Xizhi, when do you intend to provide me with an answer?" Upon seeing her, Lu Xizhi's expression darkened, and he quickly hid behind Lu Zhe. Yinxia hesitated, but approached nonetheless. "Why are you avoiding me, Lu Xizhi?" "I'm not." Lu Xijia defensively retorted. Observing his demeanor, Yinxia was momentarily speechless, but considering Lu Zhe's presence, she opted to remain silent. Coincidentally, Lu Zhe spoke up. My brother does not wish to return. Who should I consult about this? Yinxia was taken aback and then replied slowly, of course, you should seek our boss. Where's she? Lu Zhe asked calmly. Yinxia instinctively took a few steps back and stammered, our boss is not in Donghai City. Where's she? Lu Zhe inquired, maintaining his composure. Yinxia, somewhat frightened, answered, in the Tian Seoul Empire. Very well, Lu Zhe nodded, then turned to Lu Xijia. Let us resolve this matter first. Okay, Lu Xijia smiled. Yinxia, relieved, felt that as long as they were not creating trouble for her, everything was fine. Thus, Lu Zhe arranged a departure time with Yinxia for the following day, to which she readily agreed. After she left the cafe, Lu Zhe made his way to Meng Yan's office, with Lu Xijia following closely behind. In Meng Yan's office, Lu Zhe stood before her, and she wore a serious expression. Are you requesting another leave? Yes, to handle my brother's affairs, Lu Zhe replied calmly. Meng Yan nodded and smiled. All right, just return early. To her, it was most favorable for Lu Zhe and Lu Xijia to reconcile. Having received Meng Yan's permission, Lu Zhe returned to his room to begin packing, knowing that this was no longer the world of a millennium past, where he could traverse using paradoxes. As night fell, Lu Xijia sat beside Lu Zhe, wearing a faint smile. Brother, are you truly going to meet Sister Yin? He asked playfully. Lu Zhe shot him a look. What do you think? If this matter remains unresolved, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. What trouble? Lu Xijia was momentarily perplexed. Lu Zhe replied coolly. Have you forgotten about Lucifer? He currently has no leads and might very well be searching for us in the shadows. Understanding dawned on Lu Xijia. He recalled how Lucifer had vanished after being driven away and how no one knew his whereabouts or his current capabilities. Let us sleep, Lu Zhe suggested softly. He then lay down on the bed, and Lu Xijia, not hesitating, lay down beside him. Just as Lu Xijia settled in, Lu Zhe remarked, Do you not have your own bed? Lu Xijia chuckled. I fear the cold when alone. It's warmer with two. Lu Zhe was at a loss for words, but warned, Behave yourself, or I will kick you off the bed. Okay, Lu Xijia replied with mock annoyance, burying his head under the covers. Seeing this, Lu Zhe ceased his comments, slowly closed his eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. In the midst of a vast forest, a frail figure was desperately fleeing, pursued relentlessly by others. It was evident that this individual was being hunted. Soon, the frail figure, exhausted and unable to continue, fell into the clutches of the pursuers. Just as they were about to strike, the figure cried out, Save me! Save my brother! Lu Zhe jolted awake, sitting up in bed, astonished. Was that a dream? He murmured, pressing his forehead. He sensed that the dream was attempting to convey something significant. At that moment, he noticed that Lu Xijia, sleeping beside him, was encroaching upon his space. Lu Xijia tightly embraced the waist with both hands, his feet resting on his legs. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xijia felt speechless, but chose not to disturb Lu Xijia. Instead, he gazed out the window, discovering the world beyond shrouded in darkness. It seemed to be merely a dream. With a sigh of relief, Lu Xijia returned to his bed. The following morning, sunlight streamed into Lu Xijia's room. Upon opening his eyes, he found it had become even bolder, lying directly on top of him. Feeling exasperated, Lu Xijia wasted no time and kicked it off the bed. With a thud, Lu Xijia landed on the floor, the sudden pain jolting him awake, leaving him utterly bewildered. Bro, what are you doing? He asked, confusion etched on his face. Lu Xijia slowly sat up and replied, Are you not aware of what you did last night? Upon hearing this, Lu Xijia froze, wondering if his actions from the previous night had been discovered. However, before he could dwell on it, Lu Xijia added, Remember, don't sleep on me like that again. Relieved, Lu Xijia laughed and stood up, assuring, All right. I promise there won't be next time. He had thought it was something serious, but it was merely his previous position. The relief that his actions had gone unnoticed brought a smile to his face, though his expression betrayed him. What are you smiling about? Lu Xijia asked, eyeing Lu Xijia's goofy grin with curiosity. Realizing he had been too obvious, Lu Xijia quickly adopted a serious demeanor, responding, Nothing. Lu Xijia chose not to press further and began to prepare for the day. Soon, both of them waited outside a cafe for Yinxia to arrive. Before long, Yinxia hurried over, smiling, and said, Let us go. Lu Xijia nodded in agreement. At that moment, Meng Yan also approached to see them off. But her gaze fell upon the reddish mark on Lu Xijia's neck. She fell into deep contemplation, and just as she was about to speak, fixed his stare on her. The instant, eyes. She felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Sensing the chill, she quickly composed herself and offered a perfunctory smile, saying, "Nuja, please take care on your journey." Upon hearing this, Luzua glanced back at her and chuckled, sure. Chapter 210. The first appearance. Is this truly the Danhuan Biguo? Upon disembarking from the train, he surveyed his surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shortly after, Luzua and Yanshab approached. Before Luzua could inquire about their destination, Yanshab chimed in, "Let us go. Mongjit's people have been waiting for us outside." With that, she led the way, and Luzua followed suit without further ado. Before long, the trio arrived outside the station, just as a woman in a black suit approached them. "Yanshab, we have been waiting here for quite some time," she said in a hushed tone. Yanshab responded with a smile. "Let us go. This gentleman wishes to see Mongjie." The woman glanced at him, but could not discern what made him special. Perhaps the only remarkable aspect was his lack of soul power fluctuations. However, with Yanshab present, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and silently led the way. Luzua, not oblivious to her inner musings, chose to remain silent. Guided by the woman, they entered a vehicle and soon arrived at the base of a tall building. Luzua looked up at the structure and declared, "Let us go. Take me to meet your boss." Yanshab wasted no time, leading Luzua into the building. Upon entering, Luzua immediately sensed the difference, observing the array of handsome men and beautiful women in the lobby, confirming that this was indeed a place for cultivating stars. Yet, these individuals were not worth his time. He was solely focused on resolving his matters and departing, with a brief visit to Shrek Academy in mind. Before long, they reached the door of a room on the top floor. "All right, Mongjie is waiting inside. You can go in," Yanshab said softly before turning to leave. Luzua did not hesitate, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Upon entering, he saw a woman sitting at the forefront. She had purple hair and features as delicate as a porcelain doll. As expected, she was the boss, Mongjie. "You've arrived," she said before Luzua could speak. Luzua offered a faint smile and replied, "Some matters must be addressed personally. I am Luzua, the brother of Usa." "Hello, Mr. Lu." The woman rose slowly, introducing herself. "I am Lian, the owner of the Mingyan Group. It's a pleasure to meet you." Given that, I want to beat around the bush, continued, pausing briefly before asserting, "I wish to take my brother away. I hope you will not interfere." "Oh." Lian's lips curled into a slight smile as she approached Lua. "Mr. Lu, your statement is rather absolute. With your brother's looks, he could become a sensation across the continent in no time. Have you considered it?" "I must decline," Luzua replied candidly, turning away. "Miss Lu, please do not take offense. We have our own reasons." Lian momentarily froze, then smiled again, covering her mouth as she said, "Very well, since Mr. Lu insists on taking your brother. I have no choice." However, at this point, Lian abruptly fell silent, as if withholding something from her. Seeing this, Luda's demeanor turned cold, and the room's atmosphere grew frigid. "Miss Lu, does your statement carry another meaning?" he asked icily. Lian shivered at his tone, but quickly regained her composure, smiling. "It's nothing, Mr. Lu, please don't overthink it." Upon hearing this, Luzua lost his patience and commanded, "What do you mean? Speak." Lian, initially reluctant to divulge, found her mouth betraying her, slowly uttering, "If Mr. Lu insists on taking, then I will ensure you cannot leave here." With that, she collapsed onto the floor, her eyes filled with terror. "Do you intend to keep us here against our will?" Luda's cold laughter echoed in the room. Lian stared at him in horror, stammering, "What you want? I warn you, don't act recklessly or else." "Enough," Luzua interrupted, and Lian immediately fell silent, fear evident in her eyes. "This is your first warning. There will not be a second." He cast her a glance before pulling from the room. After their departure, an eerie smile crept onto Ness' face. It truly is him. The master was not mistaken. Meanwhile, in a hidden part of the continent, a man clad in a black and red robe slowly opened his eyes. "He has returned." As the man's voice fell, several figures gradually appeared beside him. "Didn't you say that fellow was dead? How is he alive again?" One of the men slowly spoke. They were all dressed in identical black and red robes, with a sequence of numerical codes beneath their eyes. The codes of the two men were 361 for the former and 09 for the latter. "What should we do next?" 01, the man with the code 09, asked the one who had been sitting quietly beside him. The man with the code 01 clearly held a high position. Upon hearing the question, 01 slowly opened his eyes and replied, "Proceed according to the original plan. We will find him once 02, 05, 07, and 08 return." "Understood." 09 nodded in acknowledgement, falling silent thereafter. Indeed, with the addition of the individual marked 361, there were 6 of them here, while the other 4 were out on missions. The man marked 361 glanced at them before moving to the window, a slight smile gracing his lips. I am truly curious how long you can endure, Liu Ze. Tianhun Empire, Liu Ze, after resolving matters with Liu Ze, did not rush to leave but instead found a hotel to stay in. Brother, what are you going to do next? Liu Ze inquired, leaning over the bed to gaze at Liu Ze, who was seated in a chair nearby. Liu Ze, without responding immediately, continued to flip through the book in his hands. Noticing his brother's indifference, Liu Ze felt a pang of irritation and climbed onto Liu Ze's back. Brother, why are you ignoring me? What are you so engrossed in? Liu Ze questioned, displeased. It's nothing, Liu Ze replied flatly, then lifted Liu Ze and tossed him onto the bed. You will stay here for the next few days. I have matters to attend to, Liu Ze stated slowly. Confused, Liu Ze was about to insist on accompanying him when Liu Ze lightly tapped his forehead. You should stay here obediently. Don't follow me, Liu Ze declared coldly. Rubbing his forehead, Liu Ze looked at him with a sullen expression, struggling to find words. Noticing his brother's demeanor, Liu Ze chose not to engage further and turned to leave the room, reminding him, don't wander around while I'm gone. Chapter 211, The Nine Nether Underworld. In the eastern part of the Tianhun Empire, outside the great gates of Shrek City, Liu Ze slowly appeared. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of the gatekeeper. This fellow has no soul power fluctuations. What brings him to Shrek? The gatekeeper muttered in confusion. As he pondered, Liu Ze strode towards the gate without uttering a word. The gatekeeper, observing this, politely stepped forward and asked, Sir, may I inquire what brings you to Shrek Academy? Liu Ze glanced at him and smiled. Just going to take a look. Is that so? The gatekeeper mused. Liu Ze nodded with a smile, exuding an air of harmlessness that made the gatekeeper perceive him as merely a curious visitor to Shrek Academy. Well then, I see you lack soul power fluctuations. You must wish to enter Shrek Academy, correct? Upon hearing this, Liu Ze felt somewhat speechless but still nodded with a smile. The gatekeeper, seeing his nod, cheerfully said, Come, follow me inside for a tour. Thank you, Liu Ze replied with a smile. Thus, the two entered Shrek Academy, visiting the outer court. Young brother, what is your name? The gatekeeper suddenly asked. Liu Ze responded politely, My name is Liu Ze. May I ask who you are? I am Shaolin, a rank 55 Assault Systems Soul King. Currently the gatekeeper of Shrek Academy. The gatekeeper introduced himself. Liu Ze nodded and then asked, Senior Shao, how is the development of Shrek Academy at present? Without hesitation, Shaolin replied, Shrek Academy has grown strong over nearly 20,000 years of development. I am aware of that. I am curious about the current achievements of Shrek Academy. Liu Ze smiled. Upon hearing this, Shaolin instantly became alert and questioned, Brother Liu, why do you ask this? Seeing his vigilance, Liu Ze calmly smiled. Senior, please do not overthink. I harbor no ill intentions. Really? Shaolin asked, half convinced. Noticing his skepticism, Liu Ze continued, Of course, it is true. No, I still cannot disclose that information. Shaolin firmly refused. Liu Ze's expression darkened, yet he forced a smile, saying, No worries, since the senior chooses not to speak. I will refrain from asking further. Well then, let us go. I'll show you around other places, Shaolin said with a smile, turning to lead the way. However, as he turned, Liu Ze vanished from his spot. Realizing something was amiss, Shaolin's expression turned grave, and he quickly alerted the other guards. Yet, they could scarcely imagine that at that moment, Liu Ze had already located the Sea God Pavilion and successfully entered. The Sea God Pavilion had undergone changes, yet some elements remained. Liu Ze murmured as he surveyed the surroundings. Just then, a robust voice echoed, Who dares to intrude upon the Sea God Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Liu Ze turned to face the source of the voice, discovering a middle-aged man with a fiery temperament approaching him. Before Liu Ze could respond, the man advanced and attempted to seize him. However, Liu Ze was not so easily captured. He swiftly shifted his form, appearing behind the man in an instant. Senior, please do not be so agitated. I am merely here to observe, Liu Ze smiled. Yet, the man was not convinced and lunged at Liu Ze again. Seeing this, Liu Ze's demeanor shifted. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, and a terrifying aura radiated from him. Stop! The command seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering the man frozen in place, unable to move even a centimeter forward. Senior, I only wish to take a look. There is no need for such anger, Liu Ze remarked. The man, now alarmed, felt an unprecedented sensation. He was held in place by a mere word. What exactly is your background? The man inquired, regaining his composure. Lu Zhe smiled and introduced himself. I am Lu Zhe, merely passing through. Is that so? The man remained skeptical, yet he found himself unable to move. Seeing this, Lu Zhe sought to ask him some questions, but at that moment, another powerful presence enveloped him. Are you not aware that not just anyone can enter the Sea God Pavilion? Lu Zhe felt a slight shock at this newfound power, but quickly regained his composure. Turning to face the source, he smiled and inquired, And who might you be, senior? I am Yun Ming, the master of the Sea God Pavilion. May I ask why you have come to create a disturbance here? Spoke a handsome culture man. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and replied, I did not mean to intrude, esteemed master. No problem. I trust you meant no harm. Yun Ming responded with a smile. Observing this, Lu Zhe released the grip on the man behind him and stepped directly in front of Yun Ming. Pray tell, esteemed guest, what brings you to our Sea God Pavilion? Yun Ming inquired with a gentle smile. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe responded, I shall not mince words. May I ask if you are familiar with Lu Shifa? Lu Shifa? Yun Ming's expression faltered momentarily. Observing this change, Lu Zhe felt a flicker of doubt rise within him and continued, There is no need for concern, Guild Master Yun. Lu Shifa is a friend of mine who vanished many years ago, and I have come to seek him. A long-lost friend? Yun Ming shook his head, sighing deeply as he replied, I am truly sorry, but I do not know anyone by the name of Lu Shifa. Disappointment washed over Lu Zhe. He could discern that Yun Ming was not deceiving him. With a resigned sigh, he said, Very well, I apologize for the intrusion. He turned to leave the Sea God Pavilion, but just as he pivoted, Yun Ming called out to him, halting his departure. There is no need for such despondency. Yun Ming spoke softly. Lu Zhe turned back, intrigued. Do you possess a solution, Guild Master Yun? Although I'm unfamiliar with Lu Shifa, there exists a location that may hold answers, Yun Ming replied, thoughtfully. Lu Zhe's interest piqued. And what might that place be? Jiuyu, beneath the Yellow Springs. Yun Ming said cryptically, adding, You may inquire at the Yellow Springs Valley of the Jiuyu Emperor City. What is so special about that place? Lu Zhe asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Yun Ming smiled and elaborated. Its significance lies solely in the depth of its history. Depth? Lu Zhe was perplexed. Does even the heritage of Shrek Academy pale in comparison? Indeed, Yun Ming nodded. That place is a newly emerged force of the past century, and to this day, the true essence of the Yellow Springs Valley remains a mystery. All that is known is its perilous nature, one that even the abyssal plane may struggle to rival. Is that so? Lu Zhe pondered, having never before heard mention of the Yellow Springs Valley. He had some understanding of the abyssal plane. Very well. I shall take my leave, Lu Zhe thought with a smile, considering that the place might indeed be connected to those aforementioned entities of truth. Yun Ming observed Lu Zhe's confident demeanor and cautioned, I am aware of your formidable strength, yet exercise caution should you venture into the Yellow Springs Valley. Lu Zhe responded nonchalantly, Rest assured, I have always been prudent. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving even the quasi-divine Yun Ming unable to detect his departure. Yun Ming's expression shifted to one of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling softly. It seems he truly is cautious. Chapter 212. Jiufeng Pavilion in the world of Doluo Delu. Through the passage of 2 millennia, new powers have arisen while the old ones gradually recede into obscurity. Brother, why have we come to such a place? Lu Xizha complained with a furrowed brow atop a lofty mountain. Standing beside him, Lu Zhe wore a light smile and replied, There must be a purpose for our visit. Oh, Lu Xizha retorted, casting his gaze forward. Before them lay a foreboding horizon stretching nearly 10 miles, shrouded in darkness, creating an atmosphere of heaviness. Below, a city stood, Jiuyu Emperor City. Jiuyu Emperor City is a rare sight in this era, characterized by its antiquated architecture reminiscent of bygone epochs. After some time, Lu Zhe and Lu Xizha arrived at the entrance of Jiuyu Emperor City. Is this truly a different world from the outside? Lu Xizha exclaimed incredulously. Lu Zhe simply smiled wryly and said, Come, let's explore. Without waiting for Lu Xizha's reaction, he stepped into the city. Upon entering, Lu Zhe quickly discerned that the interior of the city contrasted starkly with its exterior. From the outside, Jiuyu Emperor City appeared akin to the underworld, yet within, it thrived with prosperity. The streets bustled with activity, the sounds of commerce and lively chatter filling the air. Even Lu Xizha, momentarily forgetting his earlier demeanor, began to gaze around in wonder. "Where shall we go?" Lu Xija asked curiously. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe replied, "There must be a place within the city where information is traded. Let us seek it out." Lu Xija nodded in silence, obediently following Lu Zhe. However, they had not ventured far before attracting attention. Inside a two-story inn, a woman observed them intently before speaking to several men nearby. "Keep a close watch on those two. Their identities are likely significant." "Understood," the men responded solemnly, kneeling before her. In an instant, they vanished from sight while the woman continued to scrutinize Lu Zhe and Lu Xija. In Jiuyu Emperor City, the most extensive intelligence network likely belonged to Jiufeng Pavilion. Lu Zhe had only managed to locate Jiufeng Pavilion after much inquiry, only to find himself barred at the entrance. "Esteemed guest, Jiufeng Pavilion is currently closed to outsiders," a man clad in purple armor stated calmly. Lu Zhe, maintaining his composure, smiled gently and said, "Senior, I have pressing matters that require entry into Jiufeng Pavilion. I kindly request you allow me passage." Despite Lu Zhe's humble demeanor, the man remained unmoved. "I apologize, but this is the order of the guildmaster. Unless he personally intervenes," the man replied slowly. At this, Lu Zhe no longer hesitated. His eyes turned crimson as he coldly declared, "Take me inside." The man, taken aback, numbly responded, "Follow me." He turned and led the way into Jiufeng Pavilion, with Lu Zhe and Lu Xija following closely behind. As they traversed the halls, though many eyes were upon them, Lu Zhe exhibited no sign of anxiety, remaining remarkably composed. Soon, they arrived at the door of a room. The man, having regained his senses, was struck with astonishment. Who are you?" he stammered in fear. Lu Zhe, unfazed, replied, "We are here to experience life." The man remained skeptical until a voice from within the room called out, "Let them enter." Upon hearing this, the man fell silent, stepping aside to allow passage. Lu Zhe turned to Lu Xija and gently instructed, "You should find a place to wait. I will return shortly." "Am I not allowed inside?" Lu Xija asked, puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhe's words stung slightly. "Your presence would not only be unhelpful, it may even hinder matters." Lu Xija was rendered speechless for a moment, reflecting that he might indeed be of no assistance. With a downcast expression, he took a seat in the corridor. Upon entering the room, Lu Zhe felt a tremendous pressure of soul power. At the center sat an elder, exuding an aura akin to that of a 95th ranked titled law. "Esteemed guest, what brings you to our Jiufeng Pavilion?" the elder inquired slowly. Lu Zhe smiled and replied, "I have come to seek information about an individual." "What individual could warrant inquiries that reach our Jiufeng Pavilion?" the elder asked, intrigued. "A mere individual, nothing particularly remarkable," Lu Zhe continued. The elder, intrigued by this, rose and inquired, "Pray tell, what is that person's name?" "Lucifer," Lu Zhe replied slowly. Upon hearing this name, the elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and remarked, "The last recorded appearance of Lucifer was in Huangquan-gu." With this revelation, Lu Zhe grasped what he sought and prepared to depart. Yet, just as he turned to leave, the elder suddenly interjected, "Sir, having asked your questions, it is now my turn to inquire." This statement sparked a flicker of unease in Lu Zhe. The elder lowered his voice and asked, "How do you come to know of Lucifer?" "A friend," Lu Zhe replied succinctly. The elder's expression immediately turned frosty as he approached Lu Zhe. However, Lu Zhe stood his ground, unwavering as a mountain. "Lucifer is not a name known to someone of this era, unless you hail from a bygone age," the elder said, fixing Lu Zhe with a piercing gaze. Lu Zhe, surprised, chuckled softly. "Senior, are you jesting? Who could possibly live that long? Then how do you explain Lucifer?" The elder pressed again. Lu Zhe smiled. "Are you so certain that Lucifer is merely human?" At this, the elder paused, as he too had once harbored doubts about Lucifer's humanity. "Very well. I shall not concern myself with your affairs with him, provided they do not involve our Jiufeng Pavilion." The elder waved dismissively and turned away. Lu Zhe, observing this, offered a faint smile before exiting the chamber. The elder, lost in thought, recognized that the young man shared an inscrutable nature akin to Lucifer's. It seemed the tides were destined to shift once more. Chapter 213. Huangquan-gu brother, what did you discuss in there? Lu Xija approached Lu Zhe as he emerged. Lu Zhe replied in a calm tone, "It's nothing you need to concern yourself with." "Oh," Lu Xija retorted somewhat sullenly. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lu Zhe had already moved away, prompting him to hastily follow. Shortly after, the two exited Jiufeng Pavilion. "Brother, where to next?" Lu Xizhe inquired with curiosity. Lu Zhe, still maintaining his serene demeanor, replied to Huang Quangu. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xizhe froze and implored, "Please, let's not go there." "Why not?" Lu Zhe asked, puzzled. Lu Xizhe, looking embarrassed, stammered, "It just doesn't sound like a good place. I sense trouble brewing." "A person of truth need not fear such places," Lu Zhe chuckled, dismissing his brother's concerns and continuing onward. With a sense of resignation, Lu Xizhe followed suit. The two brothers soon arrived at the entrance of a valley at the northernmost edge of Jiu Dicheng, where a throng of people had gathered, leaving little room to maneuver. Just as Lu Zhe pondered the scene, a graceful figure approached him. "Might I inquire what troubles you, young sir?" The figure spoke softly. Turning to the voice, Lu Zhe beheld a strikingly beautiful woman. "And you are?" he asked, though it was clear from her attire that she was no ordinary individual. "I am Huang Qingya. May I ask your esteemed name?" She replied gently. "You may call me Lu Zhe," he responded plainly. However, Lu Xizhe was less pleased, stepping protectively in front of Lu Zhe and stating with hostility, "Greetings, I am Lu Xizhe, Lu Zhe's younger brother." "Ah." Huang Qingya smiled and nodded, then continued. "Might I inquire if Lu Gongzi has business in Huang Quangu?" "Indeed, I seek someone," Lu Zhe confessed without reservation. Huang Qingya appeared taken aback, covering her mouth in surprise. "Do you have a friend in Huang Quangu?" "Not quite a friend, merely an acquaintance," Lu Zhe smiled. "Oh, I see." She nodded, then stood beside Lu Zhe. "Are you familiar with Huang Quangu?" she asked cheerfully. Lu Zhe shook his head, prompting Huang Qingya to beam brightly. "As it happens, I possess some knowledge of Huang Quangu. Would you care to hear it?" "Please do, as I'm unfamiliar with it," Lu Zhe encouraged. Huang Qingya began. Huang Quangu is recognized as the mightiest faction within Jiu Dicheng. To this day, no one has managed to draw the attention of those within its ranks. Furthermore, each year, Huang Quangu recruits a new cohort, comprised of either prodigies or individuals backed by formidable powers. Lu Zhe's interest piqued. He asked, "They recruit annually?" "Indeed," Huang Qingya confirmed, "and your timing is fortuitous, for this year's recruitment has just commenced." "Just begun?" Lu Zhe expressed astonishment. "The recruitment process is unique. The first challenge requires one to withstand pressure upon entry," Huang Qingya elaborated. Lu Zhe nodded. "And what of the second challenge?" "That remains unknown, as the methods of recruitment change annually beyond the first test, keeping participants on their toes," she explained. At that moment, a powerful surge of soul energy emanated from within Huang Quangu, enveloping all present. Except for a few formidable individuals adorned in high-quality battle armor, the rest struggled to breathe. Observing this, Lu Zhe could not help but smile. This formidable soul energy surpassed that of many factions on the continent, indicating that hidden depths lay within. While Huang Qingya managed to maintain her composure, she still found it somewhat difficult to breathe. In contrast, the two brothers exhibited no signs of distress, appearing remarkably unfazed. "Miss Huang, are you well?" Lu Zhe finally inquired. Huang Qingya, feeling somewhat exasperated yet reluctant to voice her discomfort, forced a smile and replied, "I am fine. This level of pressure is manageable." "I am relieved to hear it." Lu Zhe smiled, then patted Lu Xizhe on the shoulder. "Let us proceed. It is time to find our acquaintance." With that, he strode purposefully into Huang Quangu, leaving the onlookers in awe. Before long, the brothers had entered the heart of Huang Quangu. Upon entering, Lu Zhe was taken aback by the unexpected scenery. "I never anticipated it to be like this," he remarked in astonishment. Beside him, Lu Xizhe, puzzled, asked, "Brother, aren't you able to see through everything?" "Not this Huang Quangu. It eludes my perception." As if something obscures it, Lu Zhe contemplated. However, he soon sensed a troubling implication. If something could block his sight, it suggested the presence of forces capable of challenging him. In other words, Lu Zhe had unwittingly walked into a den of danger. As he pondered this, a hoarse voice echoed from a distance. "Esteemed guests, your presence here is indeed fateful. Allow me, the elder, to guide you into the next challenge." Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, deliberately masked his aura, leaving Lu Xizhe bewildered. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lu Xizhe inquired, perplexed. Lu Zhe, with a solemn expression, instructed, "Conceal your presence." Without hesitation, Lu complied, pondering that his brother must have profound reasons for such a directive. Soon after, the elder spoke again. "Esteemed guests, there has been a slight modification in this year's recruitment's second phase, though not significantly. All you need to do is traverse this suspension bridge before you." The crowd was taken aback. How could it be so simple? "This seems implausible," I have heard that Wancho is notoriously rigorous in selecting candidates. A wave of skepticism rippled through the assembly, but they quickly realized that such an easy task was likely deceptive. The bridge undoubtedly harbored some hidden peril. The elder, urging them on, declared, "Hurry, or you'll lose your chance." With that, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished. The remaining individuals had no time for contemplation. To join a Wancho, they had to advance. This time, Luja did not lead the charge, but instead blended into the crowd. Observing discreetly, "Brother, why aren't we moving?" Luja inquired, puzzled. Just as he finished speaking, a swift punch from Mu landed upon his head. "This bridge is no trifling matter. Let others test its waters first," he replied. "Oh," Luja said, rubbing his head. Seeing this, Luja chose to ignore him and continued to watch those who had already stepped onto the bridge. Fortunately, nothing unusual transpired, which allowed Luja to breathe a temporary sigh of relief. However, he remained uncertain, for just like his observations of Vanchavu from the outside, the true nature of this bridge eluded him. It appeared they had indeed walked into a den of danger. Chapter 214. The thick fog Injudichung within Vancho. Luja observed that the soul masters who had already set foot upon the suspension bridge encountered no mishaps. Thus, he and Ita also stepped onto the bridge. Everything proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unexpected incidents. Yet Vu remained vigilant, unwilling to make any guarantees, as he could not discern the essence of this bridge. "Brother, why do you look so serious?" Lusuja asked curiously. Luja simply replied, "Caution is the key to longevity." This response only deepened Risuja's confusion. Just then, an anomaly arose upon the bridge. A dense smoke began to envelop it. At that moment, Luja heightened his vigilance. "Lusuja, be careful," he warned, turning his back to his brother. However, he soon sensed something amiss and spun around, only to discover that it had vanished. Not only that, but the other soul masters who had been walking nearby also disappeared the instant the smoke enveloped the bridge. "This is troublesome," Uja muttered with a wry smile. Nevertheless, he chose to press on, driven by the desire to uncover the truth. As he ventured forth, the thick fog obscured everything, rendering the iron chains of the bridge invisible. This only intensified his sense of caution. Suddenly, he perceived a vague silhouette ahead. With no other options, Luja approached the figure. Upon reaching it, he realized it was an elderly man. The old man had his head bowed, eyes tightly shut, and emitted no threatening aura. "Sir, how long must one traverse this bridge?" Luja inquired without trepidation. Upon hearing his voice, the elder opened his eyes, slowly lifting his head, and smiled. "Young man, I do not know." "Then how did you come to be here?" Luja questioned, suspicion creeping in. Little did he know that the elder's next words would leave him utterly speechless. "I have been trapped in this fog for 50 years, unable to find the bridge's end," the elder said slowly, a look of profound weariness in his eyes. At this revelation, was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure, replying, "In that case, I shall not disturb you further." With that, he attempted to pass by the elder and continue onward. However, just as he was about to move past, a bony hand grasped his garment. "Young man, heed my advice. Do not proceed any further," the elder implored with a significant tone. Luju turned back, unfazed, and asked why. "This bridge is not as simple as you think," the elder replied slowly. Instead of shock, Luju responded with calm assurance. "I am aware, yet I must leave this place." "Is that so?" The elder gradually released his grip. Observing this, Luju resumed his forward stride, but the elder continued, "Young man, if you wish to escape, play a game of chess with me." Taken aback, Luja felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this scene. The elder, noticing his distraction, waved his hand, and a small table materialized before him, complete with a chessboard and pieces arranged on either side. "Young man, do not be dazed. Come, let us engage in a game," the elder said, kneeling with a smile. Returning to his senses, Luja took a seat opposite the elder. "Sir, if I finish this game with you, will I be able to depart?" he asked with a smile. The elder merely smiled faintly and placed a black piece in the center of the board. "After this game, you shall understand." Amidst the swirling smoke, having lost contact with felt a weight of gravity descend upon him. He understood that this bridge was certainly no ordinary structure, yet he could not ascertain the specific dangers it held. His only course of action was to locate his brother. However, after walking for some time, he realized that this path would not lead him to "Is this a maze?" he pondered gravely. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. "Where did you go? Do you not realize how perilous this place is?" Upon hearing this voice, Lucid spun around to find it standing behind him, visibly upset. "Brother, where did you just go?" he exclaimed with relief. Just as he was about to embrace it, he felt his ear being pinched. That should be my question. Where did you run off to? Did you not know I was searching for you? Lu Zhe said, his expression stern. With a wince, feeling the pain in his ear, quickly pleaded, I'm sorry. I want to wander off again. Only after hearing this did he release his grip, saying, let us move on. We need to get out of here. Without hesitation, Lu Suzhi followed his brother, wearing a smile. Yet his heart was filled with trepidation. After walking for a while, the brothers realized they could still not see the end of the bridge, which deepened their concern over the situation. Brother, what should we do now? Lu Suzhi asked gravely. In response, Lu Zhe said slowly, do not panic. This place will not ensnare me. At that moment, a dark rod shot toward the Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe saved him just in time. Are you all right? He asked with concern. I'm fine. Lu Suzhi replied, still shaken. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe looked up at the direction from which the rod had come, coldly demanding, who are you, and why did you attack us? Among the group, the leader wore a disdainful expression and sneered. What kind of gaze is that? I ask you, who are you? Lu Zhe's voice grew more assertive. Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor instantly turned cold, and he conjured a dark rod once more. Stay back, Lu Zhe whispered to Lu Zhe. Although Lu Zhe was perplexed, a moment later, the dark rod shot towards him. Barrier. A crisp sound echoed as the rod struck an invisible wall. It seems you truly are, Lu Zhe said coldly, his eyes transforming to a crimson hue. The man across from him laughed upon witnessing this. I didn't expect you to be the anomaly of this world, he exclaimed, a look of surprise spreading across his face. Lu Zhe momentarily froze, but in the next instant, a figure appeared behind him. Get down. Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, activating the power of truth, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bang! For some unknown reason, the power of truth proved ineffective, and he was sent flying by a heavy punch. Moreover, the defensive paradox did not activate at all. Did you really believe your ability would work? The man said with a faint smile. Lu Zhe hurried to Lu Zhe's side, helping him up. Brother, what happened? I don't know. Lu Zhe replied. They must possess something that restrains me. What should we do? Lu Zhe began to worry, realizing that even absolute truth was being restrained. You need to find an opportunity to leave here first. I will hold them off, Lu Zhe said solemnly. But no buts. The situation is dire, Lu Zhe exclaimed loudly. Lu Zhe fell silent, standing still in resignation. Everyone be alert. That guy is getting serious, the man opposite them announced, indicating that he was not entirely unfazed by Lu Zhe's abilities. Chapter 215. What fault does he bear? Boom! A deafening explosion erupted on the fog-shrouded suspension bridge, the cause being Lu Zhe and the dark-robed man. Truth is indeed troublesome, one dark-robed man complained. He then executed a swift movement, appearing behind Lu Zhe without granting him any time to react, delivering a powerful punch directly to his face. Bang! The dull sound echoed as Lu Zhe struggled to block the blow with his arms, yet he was still sent flying by the force. Brother! Lu Zhe watched in horror, nearly beside himself with worry. Just as he attempted to assist, two dark-robed men blocked his path. Little one, we do not wish to harm you. It would be best for you to comply, one dark-robed man said softly. Get out of my way. Lu Zhe's gaze turned cold. The dark-robed man laughed at this, but in the next moment, Lu Zhe, wielding a golden longsword, appeared before him and swiftly struck. Swish! The dark-robed man was caught off guard as the sword sliced through his robe, a dark liquid oozing from his chest. You truly have the audacity. The dark-robed man seethed. Lu Zhe was taken aback, realizing that his strike had only grazed the surface. The nature of the adversaries Lu Zhe and Lu Zhe were facing became evident. Fortunately, while Lu Zhe was momentarily dazed, the dark-robed man closed in on him. However, Lu Zhe reacted quickly, creating distance. Quick reflexes, the dark-robed man chuckled. Another dark-robed man approached, whispering, naturally, you should be cautious. The only force that can harm us is likely the power of rules. Indeed, almost forgot, the first dark-robed man replied. Lu Zhe stood at a distance, intently watching the two, not daring to lose focus. I am quite curious about the source of your power of rules. One of the dark-robed men suddenly appeared behind Lu Zhe. Realizing too late, Lu Zhe spun around. Bang! The dark-robed man did not hold back, delivering a kick as Lu Zhe turned. He staggered, pain radiating through his abdomen. Truth world. Unfold. Without hesitation. Lu Zhe understood that these foes were stronger than any he had faced before. Oh, is this the ability of relative truth? The dark-robed man remarked. sensing the surrounding power with a smirk. Lu Zhe thought he had secured his position, but the next moment, he heard a voice behind him. What a pity. Truth is ineffective against us, the dark-robed man said with a smile. Lu Zhe was profoundly shocked and attempted to distance himself, only to be seized by the dark-robed man's grip around his throat. You shall remain with me until that anomaly is dealt with, the dark-robed man chuckled. Lu Zhe struggled fiercely, but it was futile. The dark-robed man's strength was too formidable. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, engaged in battle, bore wounds. This is troublesome, Lu Zhe grimaced, clutching the gash on his abdomen. Honestly, he was feeling pain for the first time in a long while, and it was a pain he could not heal. Absolute truth is indeed a bit troublesome, but it is merely a matter of time, the dark-robed man said with a smile. In the next moment, two more dark-robed men appeared at Lu Zhe's sides. Swish! Despite Lu Zhe's quick reflexes, he found himself outnumbered. A dark rod pierced his left shoulder while he grasped another rod poised against his heart. With a swift motion, Lu Zhe vanished, reappearing several dozen meters away. He discarded the dark rod from his shoulder and looked toward Lu Zhe, only to find him under control. His expression grew increasingly grave, knowing that relative truth was not to be underestimated. When battling, do you not realize the importance of focus? The dark-robed man approached him again. The dark rod sliced through the space, severing Lu Zhe's left hand. What? Lu Zhe exclaimed in shock. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe, restrained in the distance, erupted with fury, unleashing a terrifying power as he broke free and charged towards Lu Zhe. Run, you'll die, Lu Zhe shouted. Lu Zhe heard him but did not relent. Seeing this, Lu Zhe had no choice but to kick aside the dark-robed man blocking his path and sprint toward Lu Zhe. The brothers were on the verge of meeting. But then disaster struck. Swish! Crimson blood splattered across Lu Zhe's face, halting his thoughts. Thud! Lu Zhe's heart was pierced by 3 dark rods, blood gushing forth. Brother! Lu Zhe trembled as he called out. Lu Zhe, with great effort, uttered, "Leave this place as far away as you can." As he spoke, a smile broke on his face, and then his eyes slowly closed, breath escaping him. At this moment, Lu Zhe could no longer contain his emotions. Completely disregarding the several figures cloaked in black, he rushed to Lu Zhe, embracing him tightly. "Brother, please wake up. I beg you," Lu Zhe cried, his eyes reddened. Yet, despite his pleas, Lu Zhe remained utterly unresponsive. Lu Zhe lost all control, weeping bitterly while holding on to Lu Zhe's cold body. The 5 black-cloaked figures stood behind him, their expressions inscrutable. "The mission is complete. It is time to leave," the leader of the black-cloaked men spoke indifferently, turning away and departing from the scene. Left behind, Lu Zhe felt utterly despondent. He had lost twice, once due to his own shortcomings, and now again because of his own weakness, failing to protect his brother. If only I were stronger, you would not have left me," Lu Zhe murmured in despair, the chill of Lu Zhe's lifeless body incessantly pricking at his heart. He hesitated, words unspoken. After an indeterminate time, he slowly rose to his feet, lifting Lu Zhe's corpse and continuing toward the bridge's end. Yet the bridge seemed endless, no matter how long he walked. The end remained elusive. Heartbroken, Lu Zhe ultimately sank to his knees upon the bridge. Beneath him, Lu Zhe lay with closed eyes, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips, tormenting him. What wrong did he commit? Why must it be this way? He fought so hard to live. Lu Zhe shouted, but no one answered him. On the suspension bridge, shrouded in thick smoke, Lu Zhe, in profound grief, closed his eyes as his consciousness began to fade. Wake up, wake up! It is not yet time to sleep. Chapter 216, Illusion. Break. Young man, what do you believe is the purpose of a person's life? On the smoke-covered suspension bridge, an elderly man seated before a chessboard slowly posed the question to Lu Zhe, then placed a black piece on the board. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe picked up a white piece, smiling as he responded, "Of course, it is to live a better life." The old man continued, "You could have chosen to live an ordinary life. Why then intervene in this world?" At this, Lu Zhe's expression turned serious. "Sir, what do you mean by that? You must know that in any world, only one truth can exist. Yet, your presence has introduced 2 anomalies into this realm," the old man said meaningfully, placing another piece. "Young man, it is clear the game is set. Perhaps it is time to concede," the old man smiled. Lu Zhe glanced at the chessboard and realized he was in a position of imminent defeat. However, he soon chuckled. "Sir, your chess skills are impressive. Yet you have made an error. With that, a white piece landed squarely on the board. Initially perplexed, the old man was struck dumb the next moment. For this single white piece had shattered the impending checkmate. Ha ha ha! The old man erupted in laughter. To him, this game had seemed unwinnable. Yet he had not anticipated someone could disrupt such a dire position. Truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. You are indeed the truth. No matter the world, you stand at the pinnacle, the old man said slowly. He then rose and looked at Lu Zhe, who, undeterred, stood up and stated, Sir, can you take me away now? Yes, come with me. The old man replied with a smile. As they walked, the old man shared many insights, each related to the nature of truth. Yet these revelations did not astonish Lu Zhe. Rather, what left him in awe were the changes unfolding around them. Every experience from his time in Doloadalu, and even before his transmigration, vividly surfaced like an unreserved slideshow. The old man was unfazed by this, chuckling. Lu Zhe, you have indeed experienced much in your life. Yes, sir, Lu Zhe smiled, then continued, though I have encountered many experiences, my original intent has changed. Everyone transforms. If you can maintain their original intent, the old man responded with a smile. Understanding dawned on Lu Zhe, and he fell silent. After walking for a while, the surrounding environment began to shatter. At that moment, the old man also laughed. All right, the illusion has been broken. It is time for you to exit, he declared, standing still and watching Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Ha ha ha. No need for such formalities. This is what I must do, the old man replied, beaming with joy. Following this, Lu Zhe closed his eyes, his body beginning to dissipate. Once Lu Zhe had completely departed from that place, the old man spoke again. Truly, he is someone that fellow has chosen. He is indeed remarkable. When Lu Zhe opened his eyes once more, he found Lu Xizhi lying beside him. It seemed they had both been ensnared by the illusion. Lu Zhe smiled, curious about who could ensnare him in such a manner. Yet he recalled the old man's earlier words. Everyone pursues truth. Everyone embodies truth, yet none are truth. He could not grasp the meaning of these words, nor what truth truly was, nor the reason the old man had said such things. Forget it. I will ponder that later, Lu Zhe resolved as he quickly returned to normal, glancing at Lu Xizhi. Wake up, wake up. It is not yet time to sleep. In the depths of his being, Lu Xizhi seemed to hear someone calling him, yearning to open his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting on his face, prompting him to immediately awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback, for the one who had struck him was none other than his brother Lu Zhe, whom he had believed to be dead. Brother, you are not. Lu Xizhi stammered in disbelief, yet Lu Zhe stood alive before him. You fell into an illusion and nearly did not awaken, Lu Zhe softly explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Xizhi quickly grasped the situation, realizing he bore no wounds, and the corpse of Lu Zhe that had once lain beneath him had vanished. Are you feeling better? Lu Zhe inquired again. Regaining some composure, Lu Xizhi slowly rose, smiling faintly. I'm all right. What should we do now? After contemplating for a moment, Lu Zhe replied, we should head toward the bridge's end. Lu Xizhi followed without hesitation, obediently trailing behind. However, a peculiar emotion flickered in his eyes. He feared the recurrence of the scene from the illusion. Yet Lu Zhe remained oblivious, continuing onward. As they traversed the bridge, more individuals lay entrapped in the illusion. Yet some managed to emerge from it. Upon their emergence, they discovered that the bridge was not as long as they had imagined, merely a couple of 100 meters in length. After a while, they finally reached the bridge's end, where the old man who had previously guided them awaited. Congratulations on reaching this point, the old man said slowly. Before anyone could react, he immediately initiated the next trial, which was also the final challenge. I hope you can succeed, the old man rasped, waving his hand as the surroundings shifted once more. Brother, what is this? Lu Xizhi asked, his demeanor turning grave. Lu Zhe shook his head in resignation. How would I know? While they were engaged in casual conversation, the old man spoke up. The final challenge is to ask your heart. It is quite simple. All you need to do is enter the spring water behind me. He gestured toward the clear spring behind him. Upon seeing this, the crowd hesitated, their previous experiences weighing heavily on their minds. After a moment of contemplation, resolutely stepped forward toward the spring, but just as he was about to cross the threshold, Lu Xizhi grasped his hand. What's wrong? Lu Zhe inquired. With a serious expression, Lu Xizhi replied, Brother, don't go. There's definitely something wrong with that spring. I certainly know that, Lu Zhe responded, slightly exasperated. Then why the urgency? Lu Xizhi asked, puzzled. With a faint smile, Lu Zhe replied, I have nothing to fear. My heart is clear. This reasoning seemed somewhat reasonable to who then reluctantly released his grip and followed behind his brother. The two brothers stepped into the cool spring, and a refreshing chill enveloped them. However, Luja paid it no mind. He slowly sat down and closed his eyes to begin his introspection. As the questioning of the heart concluded, Luja pondered as he felt the state of his body. Satisfied there were no unexpected occurrences, he turned to look at Usuda, who appeared troubled and deep in thought. Yet, even knowing this, Luja could not assist him, as this was a hurdle he had to overcome on his own. Rather than leaving, Luja chose to remain by his brother's side. It shouldn't take long, he murmured softly. In a blank world, Luja wandered aimlessly. He had been adrift for quite some time, yet no unforeseen events had occurred. Until, in the next moment, a voice resonated behind him. You have changed considerably. Startled, Lu Sujig turned around only to freeze in shock. Before him stood none other than himself, or rather, Lucia. I don't understand. You, who once wished to kill your brother. Why had you transformed into this? Lucia asked, her expression one of confusion. Lu Sujua chuckled. Isn't this a good thing? Isn't it the result you desired? Indeed, I do not wish for my brother to be harmed, but I cannot bear to see you by his side. Lu Xiaoyu replied coldly. And what of it? You are already dead, Lu Sujia retorted, showing no concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu laughed. Yes, I am dead. But do you not realize that your act of letting Lucifer escape led to the calamity that befell us? This struck Lu Xiaoyu, leaving him momentarily speechless. You are not the brother, Lu Xiaoyu continued. You are his adversary, contrary to truth. I am not. Lu Xiaoyu protested, his head lowered. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu pressed on. You cannot alter the outcome. It was sealed the moment you were resurrected. That is not true. It cannot be. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed vehemently. You cannot change it. In an instant, Lu Xiaoyu seized his collar, her expression fierce. Leave. With a sharp motion, Lu Xiaoyu brushed aside her hand, his anger flaring. You are dead. The one standing by my brother's side is me, not you, he declared, pointing at Lu Xiaoyu. I will change the outcome. Observing his resolute demeanor, Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, then slowly smiled. Not the previous smile, but one that was genuine and heartfelt. I hope you can keep your promise. I do not wish to witness that ending, she said with a smile. With that, her form began to dissipate gradually. Lu Xiaoyu watched in silence, his expression reflecting his emotions. As the world around him began to crumble, he closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he found that the spirit masters in the spring had completed their trials. At that moment, he noticed Lu standing beside him. Brother, murmured upon seeing him. Lu Jia glanced over and replied, Let us go. It's time to explore Wangchengo. With that, he stepped forward toward the riverbank, with the other participants also gathering there. Once everyone stood at the riverbank, the old man emerged. Welcome, everyone, to the Guangchengu. His first words were a warm welcome for having completed the final challenge. The crowd erupted in joyous celebration, laughter filling the air. However, Lu Jia remained deep in thought, as he perceived this challenge to be rather trivial, something nearly everyone could accomplish. It was merely a matter of time before he could gather his thoughts. The grand doors behind the old man swung open. Under the old man's guidance, everyone entered through the threshold. To their astonishment, upon stepping inside, they were completely taken aback. The scenery within was a stark contrast to the lifeless exterior. Lush greenery and vibrant waters greeted them, creating an entirely new realm. Lu Sujia was astonished, having expected a continuation of the previous atmosphere. Yet the reversal was monumental. Not only was he taken aback, but even Lu Jia experienced a moment of bewilderment. It seems the Wangchago is not as I imagined, he mused as he regained his composure with a smile. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, smiling, Welcome, newcomers. Please report to me, so I can assign your accommodations. A throng of eager individuals rushed to the man, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Jia remained composed at the back of the group. Brother, when shall we go up? Lu Sujia inquired. Lu Jia replied calmly. We'll wait until they have all reported before going up ourselves. Understanding his brother's intent, obediently stayed by his side. Just then, a striking figure approached the two brothers. Look into, I did not expect to encounter you here. It seems fate has brought us together, said Waka. Hearing her voice, Lu Jia turned and smiled. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. I did not expect you to be here as well. Are you questioning my abilities? Huang Qingya teased, covering her mouth with a laugh. Not all, Lu Zhe quickly corrected. After a brief chat, Huang Qingya reported to the middle-aged man and soon truly entered Huangquan Valley. At this moment, only Lu Zhe and Lu Xijia remained nearby. The middle-aged man, upon seeing the two, warmly beckoned. Young brothers, Why haven't you reported yet? Hearing this, Lu Zhe walked towards him with Lu Xijia, though a chilling smile adorned his face. What are your names? The man inquired with a smile. I am Lu Zhe, and this is my younger brother, Lu Xijia, Lu Zhe replied straightforwardly. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing their names. Then his smile transformed, his gaze shifting entirely. Lu Zhe directly asked, You know us, don't you? The man quickly shook his head. How could that be? We have never met. How could I know you? Here is the address for your residence, he continued, gesturing. Lu Zhe took the address, smiled, and left. Once they departed, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold. He truly has returned. Chapter 218. The correct guess. It had been quite some time since he felt such a sensation. In Huangquan Valley, the new student residential area, Lu Zhe and Lu Xijia leisurely walked along the path. Lu Xijia appeared quite cheerful, but he soon noticed his brother trailing behind him. He smiled and asked, Brother, what's on your mind? Nothing, Lu Zhe replied, his expression flat. They continued towards their residence, and though Lu Xijia remained silent, he sensed some underlying tension. After all, they were on suspected enemy territory, and trouble could arise. This thought deepened his concern over the events that had transpired in the fog, although merely an illusion. It served as a warning. When he snapped back to reality, he found that his brother had walked quite a distance ahead, prompting him to quicken his pace to catch up. Before long, the brothers arrived outside a small house. Is this where we're staying? Lu Xijia asked, puzzled. The small house not only had a limited area, but also appeared quite dilapidated. However, Lu Zhe dismissed it casually, stating, It's fine before entering. Lu Xijia, unsure of how to respond, followed Lu Zhe inside. Once inside, his emotions erupted. Is this fit for habitation? Lu Xijia exclaimed, pointing at the dismal furnishings. There is a decent piece of furniture, and the bed is broken. How can anyone live here? With some tidying up, it can be habitable. The space is a bit cramped, but at least it offers shelter from the elements, Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly. This left Lu Xijia speechless. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed there was only one bed, leading him to abruptly close his mouth, a smile creeping onto his face. What is up with you? Your expression is rather strange, Lu Zhe remarked, noticing his brother's silly grin. Lu Xijia quickly explained, It's nothing. I just think that as long as you're by my side, I'd be willing to live in a doghouse. Lu Zhe rolled his eyes and said, Let us tidy up. We need to change what's necessary. We have to report to the outer court tomorrow. No problem, Lu Xijia replied eagerly, and soon began to take action. He moved with remarkable efficiency, almost as if invigorated, which brought a hint of satisfaction to Lu Zhe. After some tidying, the small house finally looked somewhat presentable, and Lu Xijia sprawled on the prepared bed. Brother, come sleep, he called out cheerfully. Lu Zhe ignored him and turned to the open space outside the house. Curious, Lu Xijia followed him, only to spot someone he found unpleasant. Lu Zhe, I didn't expect you to be living next to me. It seems fate is at play. The speaker was Huang Qingya. Upon seeing her, Lu Zhe smiled and replied, Indeed, we seem to share quite the connection. Huang Qingya laughed and began chatting with Lu Zhe. This left Lu Xijia standing by the door, feeling irritable yet unable to find a reason to interject. After a lengthy conversation, Lu Zhe and Huang Qingya finally bid each other farewell as dusk approached. At that moment, Lu Xijia stepped forward. Brother, do you have feelings for that Huang Qingya? He blurted out. Lu Zhe, taken aback, responded, Yes, fine. At least I can be assured she won't pose a threat to us. Oh, Lu Xijia replied, somewhat dissatisfied. Observing his brother's displeased expression, Lu Zhe chose not to dwell on it and proceeded into the house. Once inside, he lay down on the bed, and when Lu Xijia entered, his previously gloomy demeanor brightened. Brother, come sleep, he said playfully. The night passed without a word. The next day, Lu Zhe and Lu Xijia arrived at the reporting location for Huangquan Valley. Watching the bustling square, Lu Xijia felt uncertain about what to do next. Brother, what are we here for? He asked, puzzled. Lu Zhe glanced at him and replied slowly, What else could it be? We are here for the welcoming ceremony of Huangquan Valley. Oh, Lu Xijia nodded. Soon, the once noisy square fell silent. Lu Zhe noticed a familiar figure standing above, causing him to pause. Brother, isn't that him? Lu Xijia exclaimed upon seeing the figure, his face displaying surprise. It seems my guess was correct. Lucifer is indeed here. Lu Zhe's expression grew increasingly cold. Yet, for some reason, he felt that making a move here would be unwise. At that moment, Lu Xijia noticed Lucifer's attire, and he was struck dumb. The outfit was identical to that of the individuals in the illusion on the suspension bridge. This thought filled Lu Xizha with dread, fearing that the illusion had become reality. Seeing his worried expression, Lu Xie gently reassured him, "Don't overthink it. Now is not the time for action." Comforted, Lu Xizha lowered his head, and Lu Xie chose not to say more, instead directing his gaze back to Lucifer above. "Welcome, new members to Huangquan Valley," Lucifer announced loudly. He continued, "You all must be aware of Huangquan Valley's profound heritage. There exists no entity in this world capable of threatening us, except for beings that do not belong to this realm." Lucifer's words stirred excitement among the crowd, while also provoking confusion. What did the last statement mean? Are there truly beings that do not belong to this world? Upon hearing this, Lu Xie let out a cold laugh, reflecting inwardly that it was just like you, Lucifer. He then began to survey his surroundings. There appeared to be no abnormalities, which heightened Lu Xie's vigilance, as Lucifer's words indicated that he was already aware of Lu Xie's presence, also telling himself that if he wished to survive, he must adopt a more prudent demeanor. Although he was uncertain why Lucifer had refrained from taking action against him, Luz had managed to deduce a fragment of the truth. They were currently entangled in a predicament far greater than his own, one that necessitated resolution before they would turn their attention to him. This greater dilemma was, in fact, his sister, the possessor of the concept of truth, Lu Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, Luz was aware that Xiaoyu was presently in good health, as the power of the rules residing within her had not manifested any anomalies. However, this state of affairs was likely transient. He surmised that Lucifer and the forces behind him had already initiated their scheme against the concept of truth. "Brother, what is our next course of action?" Lu Xizha inquired, pulling Luz back to reality as he observed him deep in thought. Upon regaining his focus, Luz pondered for a moment before grasping Lu Xizha's hand and softly asking, "Do you know where Xiaoyu is?" Lu Xizha, momentarily taken aback by the question, nodded earnestly. Witnessing this, Luz felt increasingly assured of his plan, which he estimated would commence in just a few days. At that moment, Lucifer had already exited the scene, though his expression was notably enigmatic. "The plan may now commence. I will ensure that Luz remains occupied," Lucifer murmured to 01. After hearing this, 01 nodded and turned to caution, "Do take care. Luz is not to be underestimated, as we share a long-standing acquaintance." Chapter 219. The Purge Plan commences. Within the realm of the Hall of Truth, their adversaries finally made their appearance. "At last, we've found them," a figure clad in a black and red robe spoke slowly, standing beside a fissure at the edge of the space of truth. Others gradually emerged beside him, all similarly attired in black and red robes, their faces obscured by masks, rendering gender and features indiscernible. The leader was none other than 01, accompanied by the others, 02, 03, 04, and 05. "Boss, is our target the master of this place?" A member with a hoarse voice approached 01. 01 nodded and replied, 04, "Do not underestimate our target. Although we possess specialized weaponry designed against truth, the concept of truth remains the most formidable type." "Understood. Otherwise, why will we be assigned to this mission?" 04 chuckled. "All right, let us commence our operation," 01 declared, his expression shifting as he took his first step forward. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Truth, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes wide. Noticing her demeanor, Lucifer sensed something amiss and inquired, "Hall Master, is there an issue?" Lu Xiaoyu rose slowly, gazing outside the hall as she softly stated, "Guests have arrived." This simple utterance was sufficient to instill gravity in Lucifer, for he was aware that no one should have known of this world's existence, let alone intruded upon it. "Should we prepare?" Lucifer asked. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. "They are formidable. I merely stumbled upon their presence. You must lead the others from the hall and seek out my brother. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Lucifer grew concerned, but Lu Xiaoyu interjected, "There is no time for hesitation. If we do not leave now, we will lose our chance," she exclaimed abruptly. Just then, a voice resonated from outside the hall. "What a pity, we have already arrived." Lucifer turned to see the main entrance of the hall suddenly occupied by a man in a black and red robe, 02. However, upon noticing the individual 02 was holding, Lucifer's emotion surged. "Wuquan," he shouted, demanding, "What have you done to Wuquan?" 02 casually tossed Wuquan aside and replied nonchalantly, "He was in my way, so I had to eliminate him." At this moment, it was not only Lucifer who was infuriated. Lu Xiaoyu felt an even greater fury brewing within her. Yet, she remained composed, biding her time for the opportune moment. Little did she know, 02 would soon make a startling revelation. Oh, I forgot to mention. It seems everyone in this hall perished before we arrived. This was the tipping point for Lu Xiaoyu. Her patience waned as she faced 02's infuriating expression. In an instant, she closed the distance and, without uttering a word, delivered a kick aimed at 02's head. 02, caught off guard, had no time to react, and, as the kick neared, a hand emerged to seize Lu Xiaoyu's foot. The concept of truth. You shall also face punishment for your transgressions, came the voice of 01. Drenched in the scent of blood. Did you instigate their actions? Lu Xiaoyu inquired in a hushed tone. 01 dismissed her question. Indeed, would you seek vengeance? Not merely vengeance. Lu Xiaoyu's aura began to swell ominously. At that moment, 01 finally grasped the terror of the girl before him, but it was too late. A dreadful pressure instantaneously reduced the hall to ruins. In the final moment, 01 managed to escape with 02, yet as soon as he regained his footing, a delicate hand rested upon his shoulder. I shall ensure you remain here forever. The speaker was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. 01 instinctively distanced himself from her. Yet he paid a price for his hesitation. His entire left arm was now in Lu Xiaoyu's grasp. It seems I have underestimated you, 01 remarked, devoid of any sign of pain. However, you're likely unaware of our identities. As he spoke, 01's severed arm miraculously restored itself, and in the next moment, 3 others, clad in identical garments, appeared. Apologies for our tardiness, 03 expressed with sincere regret. 01 remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyu. Let the purge commence. Understood. Lu Xiaoyu felt an unsettling anxiety as she surveyed the 5 individuals before her. Despite her superior strength, an inexplicable trepidation enveloped her. Just as she wrestled with her unease, 02 made his move. A collar materialized and clamped around Lu Xiaoyu's neck. Reacting swiftly, Lu Xiaoyu sought to utilize her abilities to break free, but soon realized the futility of her efforts. Surrender. This collar is specifically designed for your kind. Once donned, you shall no longer be truth, 02 explained with a smirk. He then placed his hand on Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, his expression one of twisted amusement. Little sister, you should yield. Accompanying us is preferable to death, is it not? 02 suggested playfully. However, in the blink of an eye, a golden longsword cleaved through 02, severing him in 2. Observing this scene, 01 was left in shock. Despite the suppression of the powers of truth, how could such an occurrence transpire? Fear not. You shall be next, Lu Xiaoyu spoke with an icy tone. As her words fell, her form began to undergo a transformation. Golden patterns gradually crept across her cheek, and her pupils and hair began to shimmer with a golden hue. In an instant, 01 felt the weight of her presence. How do you possess the power of rules? You need not concern yourself. Lu Xiaoyu approached 01 directly, delivering a forceful kick to his chest. The impact sent 01 hurtling into a distant hill, leaving his fate uncertain. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled. Though she had sent their leader flying, why did none of them exhibit a shred of panic? In an instant, a black short sword pierced through her chest from behind. Startled, Lu Xiaoyu spun around, only to discover that her assailant was none other than 02, whom she had just dismembered. You underestimate us. As a cleansed, what do you think of our strength? 02 whispered with a smile in Lu Xiaoyu's ear. Reacting swiftly, Lu Xiaoyu turned and kicked 02, then soared away at great speed. Just as 03 and the others prepared to pursue, 01 appeared. No need. She is injured and, with the collar, cannot escape, 01 said slowly. 03 then remarked, the concept of truth can wield the power of rules. What if something goes wrong? That power of rules is not hers. It is bestowed by another. It won't be long, 01 replied. Upon hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, on the Doloa continent, Lu Zhe, resting in Huangquan Valley, suddenly opened his eyes. What is wrong, brother? Lu Xija asked, noticing something amiss. Xiaoyu is in trouble. Lu Zhe's words were shocking. Hearing this, Lu Xija lost his composure and exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Hurry and save Xiaoyu. Lu Zhe remained silent, instead gazing at a large tree ahead. It seems I cannot hide it from you, AI. Why are you here? What do you intend to do to Xiaoyu? Lu Zhe demanded. The speaker was Lucifer, who continued, don't be hasty. You will reunite with your sister soon. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Xija instantly teleported in front of Lucifer, grabbing his collar and shouting, if anything happens to Xiaoyu, I will kill you. Lucifer showed no fear. Instead, gazing back with a smile. I don't know, but I suspect she won't survive. In Huangquan Valley, Lu Zhe and Lu Xijia stared grimly at Lucifer. "You are quite worried about that girl, aren't you?" Lucifer suddenly remarked. Without uttering a word, Lu Zhe appeared before him in an instant. Boom! In an instant, Lucifer was kicked away. "You have lived long enough, Lucifer," Lu Zhe said coldly. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped Lucifer, who lay on the ground. "Cough, cough. You are truly impatient," Lucifer sneered. But in the next moment, Lu Xijia appeared before him, gathering immense power in his right hand. "It's over." With a swift motion, he pierced Lucifer's heart. Blood instantly stained the earth as Lu Xijia rose to wipe the blood from his hands. Seeing this, Lu Zhe turned to leave Huangquan Valley. But just as they had taken a few steps, an eerie aura emanated from behind them. Sensing danger, Lu Zhe whirled around to witness a shocking sight. Despite having his heart destroyed, Lucifer was once again levitating in the air, his eyes pitch black, void of color. His entire being seemed shrouded in darkness, exuding a strange aura. He, did you think I hadn't changed at all over the years? Witnessing this, Lu Zhe felt the unmistakable shift in Lucifer, then turned to Lu Xijia, saying, "You go ahead, help Xiaoyu. What about you?" Lu Xijia asked anxiously, sensing Lucifer's transformation. "I will join you soon," Lu Zhe replied sternly. With that, Lu Xijia ceased to speak further and vanished from Huangquan Valley. Once he departed, Lu Zhe became serious. "Though I do not know what method you employ to become so powerful," Lu Zhe said slowly, "you will still die here today." Lucifer smirked. "Let us see about that." In an instant, a black arrow sliced through space, aimed at Lu Zhe. Reacting swiftly, Lu Zhe raised his right hand. Erasure. A formless stream instantly engulfed the arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from reality. However, just as the arrow was erased, Lucifer appeared behind Lu Zhe. "Get down," Lu Zhe commanded. But an unexpected event occurred. Bam! Lu Zhe was sent flying by Lucifer's punch, crashing heavily into a distant structure. Stunned, Lu Zhe thought, the power of truth failed to take effect. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Lucifer's maniacal laughter echoed from outside, followed by another taunt. "Lu Zhe, you must know about the people from that world, right?" In the debris of the building, Lu Zhe recalled Truth's earlier words. A conceptual weapon capable of contending with truth. "You have joined them?" Lu Zhe murmured. His voice was low, but Lucifer heard it clearly. "This cannot be classified as a conceptual weapon, but it can at least disregard your truth ability," Lucifer chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe began to worry about Lu Xiaoyu. If Lucifer possessed something that could nullify his abilities, what about those seeking Lu Xiaoyu? Would they not be in even greater danger? "The power of truth is currently ineffective against me. Do you still think I will die?" Lucifer laughed arrogantly. Just then, a beam of golden light shot towards him, piercing his shoulder unexpectedly. "The power of truth may be ineffective against you, but that does not mean all powers are," Lu Zhe sneered. Without giving Lucifer time to think, he appeared before him in an instant. Grabbing Lucifer's head, he forcefully slammed it into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked as Lucifer was driven deep into the ground. Immediately, Lu Zhe delivered a knee strike, propelling him from the depths into the sky. "You overestimate yourself," Lu Zhe declared, standing in the 100-meter deep pit. He assumed a stance as if drawing a bow, and the power of rules coalesced into a great bow, an arrow in his hands. Whoosh! The arrow flew, carving a brilliant line through the air. By the time Lucifer reacted, it was too late. The arrow had pierced his body. Puffed! Lucifer spat a mouthful of blood, clutching the wound in agony. "Truly, you are my worthy opponent. Your strength is indeed formidable." Hearing this, Lu Zhe felt that Lucifer had not yet reached the brink of death. He aimed to shoot again, but at that moment, he noticed the wound on Lucifer's body had vanished, and even his previously unstable aura had stabilized. It was then that he recognized the severity of the situation. "It seems you truly possess the arrogance to back it up." Lu Zhe withdrew his longbow and returned to the ground. Lucifer also descended slowly to the ground, and the two locked eyes as their terrifying powers collided in an instant. At this moment, every inhabitant of the Jiuyu Dicheng felt an inexplicable pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe. "This is the power bestowed upon me by that world. Quite formidable, isn't it?" Lucifer proclaimed with a hearty laugh. However, Lu Zhe wore a stern expression in his eyes. The real danger was not Lucifer, but rather the individuals from that world who accompanied him. In other words, if Lucifer was already this powerful, how could those sent from that world be any weaker? He began to worry that someone from that world was lying in ambush nearby. Yet at that moment, Lucifer reassured him, "Do not worry. There's only one enemy in the entire Jiu Chum. They have all gone in search of the concept of truth." Upon hearing this, Luze hesitated no longer. He instantly flashed to Lucifer's side, unarmed yet exuding an aura that filled Lucifer with trepidation. Erasure. With a whoosh, a stream of colorless energy swept through the reality where Lucifer stood, instantly obliterating everything within its reach. Lucifer narrowly evaded the attack, a relieved smile gracing his face as he remarked, "That was close. I nearly met my end. I almost forgot about your paradox. It seems truly difficult to resolve." However, in the next moment, he felt himself rendered immobile. Paradox time stop. A hum filled the air as the world around them seemed to lose all color, freezing everyone except Luze at a single point in time. Fortunately for Lucifer, he could still think, though he remained unable to move. "You've talked enough. It's time for you to die," Luze said as he slowly approached Lucifer. Raising his hand, he placed it on Lucifer's shoulder. Lucifer, utterly shocked, had not anticipated falling victim to a time stop. "It's time to end this," Luze whispered, then waved his hand. Paradox erasure. With a flash, Lucifer vanished from this world, marking the true end of his existence. After dealing with Lucifer, Luze hurriedly pursued the lingering essence left by Lucize. Chapter 221. Devastation. Is that rascal Lucifer dead? Inside the Hall of Truth, 01, who was at an impasse with Lu Xiaoyu, suddenly sensed the severing of his connection with Lucifer. It seemed he had underestimated Luze. 01 chuckled softly. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu, unwilling to grant him any opportunity, unleashed her formidable power, tearing apart the space where 01 stood. That was perilous. 01 easily dodged the attack. Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily caught off guard. But in that instant of distraction, 02 appeared before her. Never lose focus during a fight. Otherwise, the consequences can be dire. With a thunderous boom, Lu Xiaoyu was sent flying out of the Hall of Truth. However, just as she was hurled from the hall, she clenched her right fist. In an instant, the Hall of Truth was reduced to ruins. 01 and the others were buried beneath the debris. Not daring to linger for even a moment, Lu Xiaoyu swiftly tore open a rift in space and fled towards Do Luo de Lu. What on earth are these beings? Lu Xiaoyu gasped, her thoughts racing. She could hardly believe that there were those capable of disregarding her power of truth. Soon, she crossed through the spatial rift into Do Luo de Lu, where she immediately activated her ability. Annihilation. Lu Xiaoyu's right hand clenched fiercely at the air, appearing as though she had lost her mind to an onlooker. In reality, she was forcibly reducing the alternate space where 01 and the others resided to nothingness. She was convinced that no matter how powerful they were, they could not withstand the annihilation of the alternate dimension. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to search for her brother Luze, a voice came from behind her. Annihilation is truly terrifying. Had it not been for 04 and the others, I might not have escaped. Lu Xiaoyu turned in shock upon hearing this, only to find not just 01 standing behind her, but also 02 and 03. As for the others, they likely did not manage to escape the annihilation. That was a close call. I nearly perished alongside the alternate space, 03 remarked, a look of relief on his face. Let's not waste time. We must complete our mission, 01 commanded suddenly. Immediately, 02 launched an attack, unleashing countless beams of light towards Lu Xiaoyu, leaving her with little room to evade. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu did not hesitate. She raised her hand, conjuring a rift in space. This was not for escape, but to defend against the beams of light. The beams surged into the rift at incredible speed, leaving Lu Xiaoyu unharmed. Observing this, 01 said nothing, but 02 approached him and quietly remarked, "The concept of space is somewhat troublesome. I know, but it hasn't fully extended yet. If we don't seize this opportunity, we may lose it," 01 replied softly. Both 02 and 03 nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Lu Xiaoyu. "I'm quite curious about your limits," 03 said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lu Xiaoyu, delivering a kick as a show of politeness. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 03 passed through the rift and kicked towards 01. Huh? 03 was taken aback. But 01 remained unfazed, raising his hand to freeze 03 in midair. He looked at Lu Xiaoyu with a sense of appreciation. "It seems you're quite formidable." Slice. Before 01 could finish his sentence, 03, frozen in space, was abruptly bisected. The space was cut? 01 was surprised. Not due to 03's fate, but because of Lu Xiaoyu's judgment. She had executed that strike without hesitation, indicating her potential for growth. Your name is Lu Xiaoyu, correct? 01 said slowly, lowering his head. Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled, but recognized that this was not the time for distractions. She swiftly turned and vanished from the spot. Boss, aren't we going to chase her? 02 inquired. Yet, 01 merely smiled and replied, Chase? Do you think I need to pursue her? Upon catching a glimpse of his expression, 02 suddenly understood. We're doomed. Just then, 03, who had been bisected, stood up unharmed. It was just a moment of carelessness that led to a sneak attack. 02 scoffed. His remark irked 03, yet he could not voice his displeasure due to the circumstances. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment, she had tasted death. Her spatial concepts could not possibly contend with such beings. It was utterly impossible. She needed to find her brother immediately, her expression grave. Just as she was about to continue her journey through the rift, a black spike pierced through her. Gah! Lu Xiaoyu spewed a mouthful of blood. But the wounds on her body quickly healed. Little mouse, it seems you're not quite fast enough. 01 emerged slowly from spatial rift. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. With a swift motion, she tore open a rift in space, preparing to escape, but the next moment, she sensed something amiss. You cannot flee. You have already entered my realm, 01 remarked with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu ceased her protests and instead became remarkably composed. Boss, something feels off, 03 cautioned. 01 dismissed the concern, continuing to fixate on Lu Xiaoyu. In an instant, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, converging upon her. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu waved her hands, and all the trees around her were instantaneously severed. Once that threat was neutralized, she turned and sprinted away, believing that evading these three was her only priority. However, escaping 01 and the others proved far from simple. Short in the distance, 01 chuckled softly. The next moment, Lu Xiaoyu, who had already covered considerable ground, found herself back at the starting point. Apologies. 02 appeared behind her with a smile, and before she could react, Lu Xiaoyu felt 02's hand pierce through her body, blood gushing forth. Coughing, she collapsed to the ground, her expression grave. Meanwhile, 01 approached from behind, looking down at her with a mocking grin. Feeling powerless? That sensation of your abilities being rendered ineffective is quite disheartening, isn't it? Lu Xiaoyu offered no response, seemingly resigned. Observing her defeat, 01 commanded, dispose of her and seek out Lu Zhe. Yet, the moment those words left his lips, the surrounding space began to shatter. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Xiaoyu, one even 01 had not anticipated. Before he could react, Lu Xiaoyu tore open a rift in his world and escaped. Witnessing this, 01's expression darkened, but it quickly returned to normal. Run, this is far more entertaining. Chapter 222, The Disparity, Happy New Year. The sky was overcast and rain fell incessantly. Within the dim forest, Lu Xiaoyu endured her pain, taking each step forward, yearning to reunite with her brother. However, the wound in her abdomen felt insurmountable, preventing her from reaching him. She had intended to use her powers to heal, but discovered that the injuries inflicted by them were beyond her capabilities to mend. Just as despair began to settle in, a figure emerged before her. Xiao Xiaoyu. Hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoyu slowly lifted her head, recognizing Lu Xijia. You came? She said, her voice trembling. Lu Xijia was incredulous, unable to fathom that the embodiment of conceptual truth had fallen to such a state. However, there was no time for contemplation, as he sensed three powerful auras approaching. He swiftly hoisted Lu Xiaoyu onto his back and fled without looking back. Soon, 01 and his companions caught up. Oh, someone has been taken away, 01 chuckled. Upon hearing this, 02 stepped forward to investigate, then stated, they left not long ago. They shouldn't be far. Pursue them. We cannot let her escape, 01 said calmly. Then immediately set off in the direction Lu Xijia had taken. During their flight, Lu Xijia felt Lu Xiaoyu's aura growing weaker. Lu Xiaoyu, please stay awake. Brother is very worried about you, Lu Xijia implored. Lu Xiaoyu managed a faint smile, but her strength waned, as if she had already resigned herself to her fate. Lu Xiaoyu, pull yourself together, Lu Xijia urged, desperate to avert this grim reality. Yet, regardless of his cries, Lu Xiaoyu remained silent. At that moment, 01 and his companions appeared before Lu Xijia. Did not expect you to run so fast, 01 remarked with a grin. Upon sighting the trio, Lu Xija's gaze turned icy. Did you do this to her? And if we did, what of it? 01 replied with a smirk, entirely dismissing his words. Lu Xija fell silent, gently placing Lu Xiaoyu against a nearby tree. He stood up, turning his back to 01, and coldly declared, "You should not have harmed her." Oh! With a sudden motion, 01 was met with a punch from Lu Xija that sent him flying. Anger flared on 01's face as he glared at Lu Xija. "Our target does not include you, but your actions have earned you a lesson. Before that, I will eliminate you." Lu Xija seethed with rage. With a swift motion, he appeared before 02, unleashing a kick that sent tremors through the ground, burying 02 deep within it. Yet, this was not the end. Lu Xija conjured a colossal golden sword, plunging it into the ground where 02 lay, leaving no chance for evasion. Observing this, 01 couldn't help but smile, tearing open a rift in the sky. "I hope you can amuse me," 01 said with a grin. In an instant, countless beams of light shot forth from the rift. Lu Xija quickly summoned a massive shield of rule power before him. The beams rained down upon the shield, seemingly minimal in impact. Yet Lu Xija could already sense the disparity. "How long can you endure?" 01 inquired with a smile. His gaze then shifted to the motionless Lu Xiaoyu. "Let's see how fast you can be." As those words left his lips, the beams redirected, wildly racing toward Lu Xiaoyu. In a panic, Lu Xija rushed forward, determined to shield her. The beams struck with incredible speed, piercing through him before he could fully deploy his shield. Blood stained his body as he fell to his knees. "Ah, your reaction time is commendable, but it will not save anyone," 01 chuckled. He intended to conclude the battle, but 03 intervened at that moment. "Do not forget, that one is not our target, and he cannot die." Realizing the gravity of the situation, 01 chuckled. "That was close. I got a bit carried away." As he approached Lu Xiaoyu, a dagger appeared in his hand. Lu Xija slowly lifted his head, frozen in shock upon recognizing the weapon capable of slaying the embodiment of truth. "You cannot harm her." Upon seeing the dagger, Lu Xija lost control of his emotions, standing protectively in front of Lu Xiaoyu. "You had better step aside. Our target is not you," 01 said, slightly irritated. Aware of the adversary's strength, Lu Xija understood that even his truth powers would be rendered ineffective. Yet, it mattered little. He only needed to hold on until his brother arrived. "If you wish to harm her, you must first kill me," Lu Xija stated resolutely. 01 paused at his words, but the next moment, 02 appeared from nowhere, pinning Lu Xija to the ground. "This is not your decision," 02 stated calmly. With Lu Xija subdued, 01 paid no further heed and approached Lu Xiaoyu. As the short sword was about to pierce Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Xija was engulfed by a sense of urgency. "Stop!" he cried out. In an instant, an overwhelming force emanated from him, and he seized 02 by the head, forcefully pressing it down onto the ground. "I warned you not to touch her." The aura surrounding Lu Xija surged exponentially. 01 chuckled at the sight, questioning whether it was worth risking one's essence for an outsider. Indeed, Lu Xija had drawn upon his life essence to gain formidable power. While tapping in a life essence could bestow immense strength, the cost of such power was brutally steep. The longer the strength was sustained, the quicker the life essence would deplete. Should it be exhausted or shattered, Lu Xija would meet his true demise. "You will perish before me," Lu Xija reiterated fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared before 01, snatching the short sword from his grasp and delivering a swift kick to his chest. The impact sent 01 crashing into a distant boulder. "What a bother," he remarked with a sneer. Yet, before he could make a move, Lu Xija was upon him once more. With a swift thrust, the short sword pierced through 01's heart, blood gushing forth instantly. "I didn't expect that," 01 murmured as he lowered his head, believing the encounter was over. Lu Xija was taken aback when a hand seized his neck. "What a pity, the sword is ineffective against me," 01 quipped, subsequently throwing Lu Xija aside. Cast into despair, Lu Xija wondered if there was truly no escape. Just as despair enveloped him, a pair of hands caught him. "It seems I have arrived late. You have endured much," said Lu Zhe, his expression cold as he confronted 01, a grave intensity in his gaze. He sensed the peril emanating from this individual, realizing that even he held no guarantee of defeating him. "You are the one sent to eliminate me, aren't you?" Nevertheless, Lu Zhe maintained his composure. 01 nodded with a smile, nonchalantly responding, "It's good that you understand." Before Lu Zhe could reply, 01 continued, I offer you two choices. Either you take your own life, or I shall do it for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe said nothing further but turned to Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xizhi. You need to leave here. I will join you shortly. No, you will face danger. Lu Xiaoyu shouted, fully aware of Lu Zhe's intentions. Yet this time, the situation was far from simple. Hearing her voice, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly, assuring her, "It is fine, I will find you soon." With that, his gaze turned icy as he focused on 01. Noticing the intensity in Lu Zhe's eyes, 01 remained unfazed. You may leave, but the girl must stay. She, like you, is an anomaly in this world and must be eliminated, he stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's expression shifted to one of seriousness. However, before he could react, 01 had already appeared before Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xizhi, kicking Lu Xizhi away and lifting Lu Xiaoyu into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe swiftly positioned himself behind 01. Eradicate. A wave of colorless energy enveloped 01, and Lu Xizhi sighed in relief, believing it was over. Yet, the unexpected occurred. With a swift motion, 01 pierced Lu Zhe's chest, leaving no trace of injury on himself. Did you think such an attack would be effective against me? 01 laughed. Lu Zhe remained silent, but took decisive action. In an instant, he vanished, along with Lu Xiaoyu. 01's expression darkened as he quickly turned toward Lu Xizhi, running fast. But what does it matter? Indeed, Lu Zhe appeared beside Lu Xizhi, yet blood continued to flow from the wound in his chest. Brother, you both must flee now. Lu Zhe interrupted, his seriousness evident to Lu Xizhi, who hesitated, unwilling to abandon him. Xiaoyu, take Lu Xizhi and leave immediately. Lu Zhe discerned Lu Xizhi's feelings. Lu Xiaoyu, understanding Lu Zhe's purpose, did not hesitate. She hoisted Lu Xizhi onto her shoulder and fled without looking back. Watching them disappear, Lu Zhe felt a sense of relief. Do you truly believe they can escape? 01 murmured softly. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, prompting Lu Zhe to sense an impending threat. He quickly spun around, pursuing the direction in which Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xizhi had fled. Unbeknownst to them, danger was closing in. What are you doing? Put me down. We can't leave him. Lu Xizhi shouted from Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, panic rising. Be quiet. Lu Xiaoyu snapped, unable to endure his pleas. You have no idea how powerful that being is. Even together, we might not stand a chance against him. Lu Xizhi found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, 01 blocked their path. I told you, you cannot escape, he said softly. Raising his right hand, he pointed at them. An overwhelming chill coursed down Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xizhi's spines. In a desperate last attempt, Lu Xiaoyu summoned a suit of armor from her power of rules, but it proved futile. As a beam of white light descended upon her, the armor shattered, and the light pierced through her body. A bloody wound appeared on her chest, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Lu Xizhi was thrown aside just in time. When Lu Xiaoyu regained her footing and witnessed the scene before her, her mind went blank. If it weren't for the mission's objective being you, this would have been resolved long ago, 01 remarked to Lu Xizhi. With that, he turned to seek out Lu Zhe, but was called back by Lu Xizhi. Why are you doing this? 01 paused for a moment before responding. In every world, there can only be one truth. The excess anomalies must be eradicated. On what grounds? Lu Xizhi still struggled to comprehend. In the next instant, he charged at 01, but it was in vain. With a mere lift of his hand, a pressure enveloped Lu Xizhi. The ground shook as he was forced down, trapped beneath it. You are the weakest truth I have ever encountered. It is truly laughable. 01 scoffed. Yet, Lu Xizhi merely sneered in response, raising his gaze to 01 with earnest resolve. You claim there can only be one truth in a world, correct? Indeed. 01 nodded. After receiving the answer, Lu Xizhi made a resolute decision and stated directly, if I die, will my brother no longer have to die? Upon hearing this, 01 appeared astonished. He had never anticipated that someone would voluntarily relinquish the sole position in a world. Are you truly contemplating this? You will die? 01 inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xizhi replied, yes. 01 smiled and, showing no mercy, assured him, rest assured, your brother will not die. With that, a beam of white light pierced through Lu Xizhi's heart. Yet, instead of regret, he closed his eyes with a smile. After confirming their deaths, 01 turned and departed. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe remained oblivious, trapped outside an unbreakable barrier. Just as he prepared to attack once more, 01 slowly emerged. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhe's expression turned grave. As 01 passed by him, he was taken aback. Why aren't you attacking? Lu Zhe questioned, bewildered. However, 01's answer struck him like a thunderclap. Your brother has died in your place. 01 replied matter-of-factly. Infuriated, Lu Zhe seized 01 by the collar and struck him with a punch. Unexpectedly, 01 did not evade and took the hit squarely. Congratulations, you need not die. My mission is complete, 01 said with a smile. Lu Zhe shouted in anger. What is your true intention? Only one truth can exist in each world. Any excess must be eliminated. That is the rule, 01 reiterated. With that, he slapped Lu Zhe's hand away, straightened his clothes, and opened a rift in space. Farewell. I hope we meet again. Chapter 224. The time paradox. Has everything come to an end? I have failed to protect anyone. Amidst the ruins, Lu Zhe knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant as he gazed upon the two corpses. He could not accept that if it were not for him, Lu Xizha and Lu Xiaoyu would not have met such a fate. As the rain began to pour from the sky, Lu Zhe shakily rose to his feet and approached the bodies of Lu Xizha and Lu Xiaoyu. There must be a way. I will bring you back, he vowed, cradling their lifeless forms as he stepped forward. 1 year later, atop a lofty mountain, a bearded man sat cross-legged on a slab of green stone. As the sun rose, he gradually opened his eyes, devoid of any spark, resembling a lifeless figure. This man was Lu Zhe, who had spent the past year engulfed in guilt over the deaths of Lu Xizha and Lu Xiaoyu. Another year has passed, yet Lu Zhe began to speak, but soon felt as though his voice was stifled, falling silent. Observing his surroundings, he descended from the stone and walked along a narrow path beside it. At the path's end stood a small bamboo hut. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of two coffins. Inside lay Lu Xizha and Lu Xiaoyu. Their eyes closed. Lu Zhe approached and gently caressed the coffins, whispering, I will surely bring you back. This was not a jest. For the past year, he had been honing his strength. He sought to return to a time far in the past through the paradox to alter everything. Time passed, and Lu Zhe slowly emerged from the bamboo hut. He gazed up at the sun overhead and resolved, it is time. With that declaration, the world was enveloped by a terrifying power. This time, no one shall perish. A cacophony of poultry sounds erupted. A young boy awakened beneath a tree, first assessing his own body before murmuring, I did it. The boy was none other than Lu Zhe, now in his childhood. Filled with joy, he had one more thing to confirm. Truth, can you emerge? Lu Zhe spoke softly. Silence enveloped him, save for the clamor of the poultry. Assuming the moment had not yet arrived, he waited. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. I didn't expect you to use the paradox to return to the past. He. Startled, Lu Zhe turned abruptly to find his familiar companion, Truth. Truth, did you foresee this? Lu Zhe exclaimed, a mix of joy and surprise. Truth chuckled before continuing. Do you realize the magnitude of what you have done? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe sensed something amiss, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. What do you mean? With a mocking grin, Truth replied, you are not the only one who has returned to this time. To be precise, neither Truth nor the beings from that world are affected by the paradox. Lu Zhe was taken aback, contemplating the direst of outcomes, yet he quickly regained his composure. So, they remember the timeline before I arrived? Of course, but only them. Their vessels will not recall, Truth replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief, but Truth suddenly interjected, however, they may awaken early like I did. At that point, it will depend on whether they wish to seek you out. Let's hope they do not come. Lu Zhe murmured darkly. Truth appeared, slightly taken aback. What transpired after I was gone? Lu Zhe offered no response, but Truth began to piece it together. Because of the purger, right? Otherwise, how could you use the paradox to return to this timeline? Something like that, Lu Zhe replied, his eyes dimming at the mention of the purger. Truth ceased his laughter, adopting a grave demeanor. Do you intend to face the purger alone? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Zhe finally stated, I have no other choice. Truth was momentarily stunned, then replied, very well, since that is the case, I shall accompany you once more. I have long harbored disdain for the purger. At this, Lu Zhe broke into a long-awaited smile. Having you by my side is truly comforting. 10 years later, a remarkably powerful youth appeared on Diluo Dalu, said to be capable of overwhelming a tidal Diluo with a mere glance, and annihilating a group of formidable warriors with a mere wave of his hand. Brother, are we truly going to seek out that legendary figure? A boy who appeared no older than 10 conversed with an ethereal figure floating beside him. The figure replied earnestly, you must find him. He is the only one who can assist you. Really? The boy asked, his expression innocent and trusting. Certainly. Trust me. You will not be mistaken. The figure smiled, ruffling the boy's hair before vanishing into his body. With no further words, the boy obediently proceeded toward the destination indicated by the figure. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at an expansive bamboo grove. Awestruck by the vastness of the bamboo forest before him, it was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Go in. He is waiting for you, the figure urged with a smile. The boy did not hesitate, stepping directly into the bamboo forest. Yet, the moment he entered, a terrifying aura locked onto him. Sensing this overwhelming presence, the boy was instantly filled with trepidation, his muscles tensing up. In the next moment, a gentle breeze brushed against his face, and before he could react, a cold voice echoed, "Why have you come here?" Upon hearing this, the boy followed the voice and, upon seeing the figure before him, felt an unusual sensation deep within. The ethereal figure seemed to freeze time itself. "Why are you here?" The voice spoke again, pulling the boy and the apparition back to reality. The boy stuttered in response, but the apparition smiled and said, "Long time no see, Luze." Luze paused for a moment, then turned to the boy beside him and slowly approached. Initially terrified, the boy soon regained his composure. Luze stepped in front of the boy and, without uttering a word, embraced him. "Welcome back, Xiaoyu." Luze's eyes glistened with moisture. The boy before him was his younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu, not the guise of Lu Cizé that the apparition had assumed. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, feeling a long-lost familial warmth in the presence of this young man. At that moment, Zhenli emerged, observing the counterpart with a look of curiosity. "You have changed significantly. Is it due to the purger?" The counterpart nodded, letting out a sigh. "At that time, I had no other choice. So you chose to exchange your life for Lu Zé's, correct?" "Indeed, he is somewhat like a brother to me. Perhaps Lu Zé means more to you than just a brotherly bond?" Zhenli teased with a smile. "That was in the past. Things are different now." The counterpart shook his head. He understood that he was merely a substitute for Lu Xiaoyu, realizing he was the true master, yet became the guest. At the moment of his demise, he had come to this realization. "But I never expected Lu Zé would resort to such measures." The counterpart spoke again. However, it was Lu Zé who responded this time. "Do not overthink it. If it were not for you, I would not have chosen this path," Lu Zé said with a smile. In that instant, he felt no lingering animosity towards the counterpart, instead feeling joy at the prospect of peace between himself and Xiaoyu. Amidst the bamboo forest, Lu Zé and Lu Xiaoyu were gathered like a family reunited. Yet, danger loomed ever closer. "I never imagined we would meet again in this manner." "Wait for me," Lu Zé declared. Chapter 225. You cannot escape Zhenli. What are my chances of defeating the purger now? Lu Zé murmured softly while seated upon a green stone in the bamboo grove. Upon hearing this, Zhenli appeared, his expression serious. "It is quite precarious. The purger's strength has surpassed dimensions." Lu Zé looked up at the sky, then chuckled softly. "It seems this time is truly troublesome." By dawn, Lu Zé had returned to the bamboo cottage, gazing at his younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu, who lay asleep in bed, a smile gracing his face. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes and sleepily said, "Brother, good morning." "Yes," Lu Zé replied with a smile. He then opened the window to let the sunlight pour in. "Come, I will take you to explore the outside world," Lu Zé said gently. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and quickly dressed before following him. After leaving the bamboo forest, Lu Zé brought Lu Xiaoyu to the human realm. "Xiaoyu, is there anything you wish to do?" Lu Zé inquired. Lu Xiaoyu pondered carefully before spreading his arms and smiling. "Brother, can you hold me?" Lu Zé was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled, embracing Lu Xiaoyu in his arms. "Where shall we go?" "You decide," Lu Zé said with great tenderness. "Over there." Lu Xiaoyu pointed to a tall building in the distance. Lu Zé glanced at it and began walking slowly towards the structure. As he carried Lu Xiaoyu, they attracted much attention. Initially, it was fine, but soon people began approaching to greet them. This caused Lu Xiaoyu to cling more tightly to Lu Zé, fearing someone might take him away. Lu Zé, feeling somewhat helpless, could only manage a wry smile. After a while, they arrived at the base of the tall building. Just as they were about to enter, two men stepped in front of them. "Little brother, this place is not for ordinary people to enter," one of the men said politely. Lu Zé did not say much, asking, "What must one do to gain entry?" "At least be a soul master," the man replied. Lu Zé chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had never utilized soul power, relying instead on paradoxes and rules. It was only natural he lacked soul power. "Could you tell me what this place is for?" Lu Zé asked calmly. The man, unperturbed, replied, "It is a place for soul masters, typically frequented by students from various academies." I see. Lu Zhe appeared to have other thoughts. The man looked confused, but remained serious in blocking Lu Zhe's path. "Let me in," Lu Zhe suddenly exclaimed. The man, taken aback, obediently stepped aside. The other man, stunned, attempted to intervene, but found himself yielding after locking eyes with Lu Zhe. "Brother, what just happened?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, bewildered. Lu Zhe casually replied, "I suppose they let us through due to your adorableness." "Is that so?" Lu Xiaoyu remained skeptical. Lu Zhe smiled, ruffling his hair, and proceeded inside. Upon entering, they drew the gaze of many. Why do those two lack soul power? Indeed, how do they get in without it? The whispers surrounded them. Yet Lu Zhe paid no heed, continuing his path. "Brother, why do I feel like these older brothers and sisters have an issue with us?" Lu Xiaoyu expressed concern. Lu Zhe maintained a nonchalant demeanor, reassuring him, "Do not worry, they will not act recklessly." With that, he glanced at the people around them. Just that single glance instilled an invisible pressure, causing everyone to cease their chatter and divert their gazes elsewhere. "Let's see what interesting things are inside," Lu Zhe said softly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and began to survey his surroundings. Before long, he spotted a crowded area and eagerly tugged at Lu Zhe's sleeve. "Brother, let's check that out. There are so many people," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, pointing towards the throng. Lu Zhe glanced in that direction and made his way over. As they approached, they discovered a crowd gathered around an elderly man. The elder had set up a stall, and the sign read fortune-telling. Upon seeing those two characters, Lu Zhe immediately thought of a fortune-teller. However, he was indifferent to it, while Lu Xiaoyu was immensely intrigued. "Brother, I want to give it a try." Lu Xiaoyu beamed. Lu Zhe found himself in a predicament, prompting him to clear a path among the surrounding crowd and approach the elderly man directly. "Old sir, could you assist me in discerning my brother's fate?" Lu Zhe inquired with polite respect. The elder gazed up at him briefly, then smiled warmly and nodded. Observing this, Lu Zhe gently set Lu Xiaoyu down. The elder regarded him with a raised eyebrow. "What troubles your brother?" Lu Zhe asked, his expression growing serious. The elder met his gaze once more, then stood up, stating, "Your brother is afflicted by a malevolent fate, yet it is influenced by certain factors, sometimes manifesting, sometimes not." "And I?" Lu Zhe was taken aback. The elder shook his head and turned away, saying, "You cannot escape this." With that, the elder vanished before the eyes of all present. Lu Zhe remained rooted in place, pondering the elder's words. "I cannot escape." He fell into silence, uncertain of the meaning behind the remark. Following this brief encounter, Lu Zhe spoke less frequently. As dusk approached, Lu Zhe prepared to return to Zhuhai with Lu Xiaoyu. However, en route, he suddenly declared, "Xiaoyu, there's a crucial matter I must attend to. I'd hoped to spend more time with you, but time appears not to be on our side." "What matter?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, her face a mask of confusion. Lu Zhe did not respond, merely casting a glance her way. Sensing something amiss, Lu Xiaoyu quickly implored, "Please don't go. It surely cannot be anything good. Just stay, won't you?" Seeing the yearning in her eyes, Lu Zhe hesitated, though this time he could not acquiesce to her wishes. "Sleep now, Xiaoyu," Lu Zhe whispered. In an instant, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Yet, just as her eyelids began to droop, she grasped Lu Zhe's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the entity known as the contrasting truth emerged. "What are you planning?" it asked gravely. Lu Zhe managed a bitter smile. "I cannot endanger Xiaoyu. All of this stems from my actions. You intend to confront the purger alone?" The contrasting truth responded in alarm. Lu Zhe remained silent, but the determination in his eyes spoke volumes. The contrasting truth was immediately displeased, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Zhe, exclaiming, "You must be mad. Surely you understand the power of the purger? Not to mention they, like us, retain their memories from that time. Seeking them out is tantamount to courting death. I have no choice. If I do not seek them, they will come seeking me," Lu Zhe replied slowly. "We can wait for them to approach us. We can prepare in advance." The contrasting truth insisted, seriousness etched on its face. "No, Xiaoyu's current state cannot withstand your power. I refuse to witness you both lying before me," Lu Zhe retorted loudly, fixing a fierce gaze on the contrasting truth. Left speechless, the contrasting truth acknowledged the truth of Lu Xiaoyu's vulnerability. Employing power recklessly would only lead to backlash. "Rest assured, I shall return alive," Lu Zhe said with a faint smile. The contrasting truth remained silent, staring at him in a daze. One side apart, Take Xiaoyu to a safe location and await my return. Will you? Lu Zhe implored again. Very well, the contrasting truth conceded, albeit reluctantly. With that, a weight in Lu Zhe's heart was lifted. Chapter 226. The Worship in the Void in the Depths of Zhuhai. Two ethereal figures engaged in earnest conversation. Are you truly intent on seeking the purger? One inquired. There is no other option. Only I possess the knowledge of that place, the first figure replied. Stunned, the second figure hesitated, yet soon smiled and departed. Brother, do not leave. Do not abandon me. No. Lu Xiaoyu awoke with a start. Panic gripping her as she found her brother's absence overwhelming. She leapt from her bed and searched frantically around the bamboo dwelling. Yet no trace of Lu Zhe could be found until the contrasting truth appeared. Xiaoyu, your brother. He is left without a word. Hasn't he? Lu Xiaoyu sank to the ground, her spirit visibly deflated. The contrasting truth hesitated, but ultimately nodded. Do not worry. Lu Zhe will surely return, it offered kindly. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu seemed transformed, as if she had matured in an instant. Can you tell me everything about my brother? She asked softly. The contrasting truth was taken aback. Do you truly wish to know? Yes, Lu Xiaoyu affirmed resolutely. Reluctantly, the contrasting truth decided that some truths were best revealed. Your brother hails from the future. On a high mountain, Lu Zhe stood at the edge, gazing into the distance. What is this? Are you reluctant to leave? The contrasting truth teased. Lu Zhe shook his head and softly replied, Let us go. It is time to settle the score. With that, he ascended to the mountaintop, his eyes suddenly ablaze with crimson. With a swift motion of his right hand, a rift materialized before him, and without hesitation, he stepped through it. Within the rift lay an endless void, and Lu Zhe, guided by the contrasting truth, sped toward a certain direction. How do you know the location of that world? Lu Zhe suddenly inquired. The contrasting truth responded with a bittersweet smile. I was born of that world. Lu Zhe fell silent, as if he had grasped an unspoken truth, yet refrained from voicing it. Their conversation came to an end, and after an indeterminate amount of time, they encountered a dilemma. A deafening howl echoed through the boundless void. Hearing the sound, Lu Zhe felt perplexed, whereas the contrasting truth grew solemn. What was that? Lu Zhe questioned. The void devourer, a troublesome creature. The contrasting truth stated with grave seriousness. In the next moment, a beam of crimson light streaked past their faces, narrowly avoiding their demise. Once the light faded, a colossal serpentine creature loomed before them. Is this the void devourer? Lu Zhe marveled in shock. It was his first encounter with such a being, and the aura it exuded surpassed even that of a divine monarch. Do not stare. Entanglement with this creature ensures a dire fate, the contrasting truth warned. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe turned and fled in another direction, fully aware of his ignorance regarding the void. Yet, the void devourer seemed to have locked onto him. Slithering closer, Lu Zhe felt despair wash over him, but he could not afford a halt. Stopping would lead to a fierce battle. Stay strong. The appearance of the void devourer signifies we are nearing our destination. The contrasting truth encouraged. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, but soon sensed a powerful presence emanating from ahead. Contrasting truth, this truly spells trouble, Lu Zhe expressed with a hint of resignation. Yet the contrasting truth did not respond, and even its presence seemed to vanish. Contrasting truth? Contrasting truth? Lu Zhe called out twice, but received no reply. Troubled, Lu Zhe felt a tinge of helplessness. However, he soon spotted a cosmic warship ahead, with no options left, as behind him loomed the void-swallowing beast, and before him lay the unknown peril. Lu Zhe had no choice but to take a gamble. Without uttering a word, he hastened his pace and boarded the deck of the warship. Yet, he was swiftly surrounded by a group of people. Who are you? One man inquired, his face etched with suspicion. Lu Zhe, feeling quite awkward, realized he did not understand their language and pointed frantically at the void-swallowing beast chasing him. The man's confusion turned to understanding as he caught sight of the beast, and he immediately turned to shout, Everyone, be alert. A void-swallowing beast is approaching. Prepare for battle. All on deck assumed defensive stances against the beast. At that moment, the void-swallowing beast let out a fearsome roar, and just as everyone braced themselves, astonishingly, the beast turned tail and fled. It was then that Lu Zhe sensed that familiar aura once more. What's going on? A figure appeared on the deck. When Lu Zhe recognized the figure, he was momentarily taken aback. The figure was a woman, but the more striking detail was the terrifying aura emanating from her. Upon seeing the woman, the man hurried over, his demeanor suddenly obsequious. "Captain, what brings you out here?" "Oh, am I not allowed to?" The woman replied with a smile, though her words carried an oppressive weight. This left Lu Zhe astounded. Although he could not comprehend their conversation, the suffocating pressure was palpable. At this moment, the woman noticed Lu Zhe, clad in unfamiliar attire, and approached him slowly. "Who are you?" she asked coldly. Understanding that she would not grasp his words, Lu Zhe gestured with his hands. Upon observing his actions, the woman quickly realized he was mute. After a series of inquiries, she deduced Lu Zhe's predicament. "Not only can you not speak, but you also do not understand our language. You are from another world." Her tone grew wary. Yet, Lu Zhe, unable to comprehend her words, merely nodded, only to be apprehended by the group. "Bring me a language translator," the woman commanded sternly. The subordinates, not daring to hesitate, dashed into the warship and returned shortly with a collar. Seeing this, the woman ordered them to place the collar on Lu Zhe. Without resistance, he obediently donned the device. "Who are you?" she repeated. Lu Zhe initially thought he would not understand her words, but to his astonishment, he did. He attempted to respond. "My name is Lu Zhe, a humble wanderer." The shocking revelation that the woman comprehended him was met with her icy retort. "What is your purpose for approaching my fleet?" Lu Zhe felt a sense of relief. Now, they could communicate properly. "I have no ulterior motives. I simply boarded this warship to escape the pursuit of the void-swallowing beast," he replied earnestly. "Really?" she asked, her skepticism lingering. Yet seeing Lu Zhe's composure eased her caution. "Very well, consider this a reprieve," she said before turning away. The earlier man then inquired, "Captain, how should we handle this fellow?" "Let him stay aboard for a while. We will decide his fate when we return," she replied without looking back. The man, left without a choice, instructed those holding Lu Zhe to disperse. "You better watch yourself," he warned as he departed. Lu Zhe paid little heed to this, realizing that the only true threat here was the woman, while the others did not pose a significant danger. Thus, Lu Zhe found temporary refuge, though the absence of the truth weighed heavily on him. Chapter 227, A New Civilization in the Void in the Endless Void. Lu Zhe stood on the deck of the warship, gazing into the distance. "Kid, what are you doing standing here?" The earlier man approached from behind, harboring a hint of hostility. Lu Zhe, hearing his words, remained unperturbed and offered a gentle smile. "I simply wish to uncover the secrets concealed within this infinite void. I harbor no other intentions," Lu Zhe remarked cheerfully. The man was at a loss for words, unable to retort. "That is for the best. If you have other thoughts, I advise you to dismiss them, or you will find yourself in trouble," he said, attempting to preserve his pride before turning away. Lu Zhe continued to gaze into the vast emptiness. Time passed, and at last, Lu Zhe glimpsed a civilization. At this moment, the female captain approached him. "You've been standing here for quite some time," she spoke softly. Lu Zhe nodded but offered no further comment. The woman then introduced herself. "Let us get acquainted. My name is Kai Shi, and I'm the captain of this warship." Lu Zhe was somewhat taken aback, but smiled in reply. "Greetings, Kai Shi. I am Lu Zhe, from a remote civilization. I appreciate your care during this journey." "Oh, please don't mention it. I haven't seen anyone tending to you," Kai Shi laughed lightly. However, her demeanor quickly shifted back to coldness. "We are nearing the warship's landing point. Do you intend to accompany me to the next stretch of void? I cannot impose further. I have my own matters to attend to," Lu Zhe responded decisively. This piqued Kai Shi's interest, prompting her to regard him with newfound respect. "Aren't you afraid of wandering alone in the void?" she inquired. "Everyone has their fears," Lu Zhe replied simply. Her contemplation lingered, and after a considerable pause, she seemed to come to a realization. As the warship reached its destination, Lu Zhe disembarked. Standing on the deck, Kai Shi watched his departing figure with a subtle smile. "I never anticipated meeting such an intriguing individual on this journey. The world truly is vast." After disembarking, Lu Zhe began to survey this new cosmic civilization. It was remarkably advanced, with people utilizing hovercraft for transportation, surrounded by sights he had never encountered before. However, he was certain this was not the place he sought. For now, he could only pause and recalibrate. As he wandered through an alley, he unexpectedly encountered a few ruffians. "Kid, hand over everything valuable on you, or you'll regret it," the leader of the thugs boasted arrogantly. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly before fixing his gaze upon him. "What place is this? Speak." The thug leader froze, and his companions, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, hesitated to approach. Meeting Lu Zhe's gaze, they became as immobile as statues. The leader eventually stammered, "This is Andoa City. Be more specific." Lu Zhe demanded. This city is located on Angel Star in the Tianshan Galaxy, he clarified. As Lu Zhe pondered, he spoke once more. Hand over all the money you possess. Upon uttering these words, several ruffians instinctively retrieved a type of wristband from their pockets and presented it to Lu Zhe. Observing the wristbands with a hint of confusion, he quickly grasped their significance. It turned out that the inhabitants here engaged in transactions using points, which were conveyed through these wristbands. After consolidating the points from several wristbands onto one, Lu Zhe departed the alleyway. However, just as he stepped out, Truth's voice echoed in his mind. Have we landed safely? Truth inquired with curiosity. Nodding in affirmation, Lu Zhe responded, what were you doing earlier, not uttering a word? Truth offered a wry smile and explained, you have no idea how perilous it was. That woman carried the aura of this place. Had I lingered any longer, I would have been exposed. What would have happened if you had been exposed? Lu Zhe asked, intrigued. Truth's expression darkened as he replied, if I had been exposed, there would have been no immediate issue, as that woman is no match for you. But what if she had summoned others? In that void, there would have been no escape for you. Lu Zhe nodded and stepped onto the street. Passers-by involuntarily cast glances in his direction, for the language communicator around his neck was well known. Anyone wearing it was categorized as belonging to another civilization. Lu Zhe paid little heed, but trouble soon found him. Sir, you must accompany us. Several individuals clad in uniform intercepted him on the street. Judging by their attire, Lu Zhe surmised they were akin to the police in this civilization. Naturally, as someone from another civilization, he would be regarded as an illegal entrant and required to undergo an investigation. Before long, Lu Zhe was escorted to the relevant department. Seated in the interrogation room, he maintained a composed demeanor. At that moment, a woman entered the room, accompanied by two others. What is your name? She inquired. Lu Zhe, he replied. Do you possess a permit? No. How did you arrive here without a permit? I hitched a ride. After a series of probing questions, the woman found herself in a challenging situation. Following their discussion, she stated, since you come from another civilization, you must obtain a permit here. Do you understand? I do. Lu Zhe nodded. With a smile, he asked, might I inquire how I should arrange my affairs until the permit is processed? The woman contemplated for a moment before responding. Until your permit is finalized, you will temporarily reside with me. However, let me be clear, should you act out of line, you will bear the consequences. Her expression was stern, while Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly. Soon, evening descended. Lu Zhe was taken back to the woman officer's home. Miss, must I remain here during this time? Lu Zhe inquired with curiosity. She nodded, her expression cold as she replied, where else would you prefer to go? Lu Zhe managed an awkward smile before falling silent. The twilight in this civilization was breathtaking, more beautiful than that of the Dolua world. As Lu Zhe gazed at the dusk, he couldn't help but reminisce about the place he once called home before his journey began. It has been ages since I last witnessed such a twilight, Lu Zhe mused internally. Truth, meanwhile, chuckled in his mind. With your current strength, you could easily return. Why have you not done so? What other reason could there be? My mission remains incomplete, Lu Zhe replied, displaying a look of resignation. Had he known better, he would have steered clear of the affairs in Dolua. Perhaps he could have been lounging at home, watching television by now. Truth observed him silently, as if he had already made a decision. Chapter 228, a reunion with the fortune teller Angel Star in Eva City. Lu Zhe was brought to a residence, and after an evening of casual conversation, he learned that the woman providing him shelter was named Daisy, a law enforcement officer in the city. The following day, as dawn broke, Daisy began preparing to head to the enforcement bureau. Upon arriving in the living room, she found Lu Zhe standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance. For some reason, she sensed a profound weariness emanating from him. Driven by curiosity, Daisy approached Lu Zhe and gently inquired, why do you gaze so longingly into the distance? Do you believe me if I say my home lies that way? Lu Zhe replied with a subtle smile. Daisy momentarily fell silent, taken aback by his words. Before recovering and asking, is her hometown far away? Lu Zhe hesitated before responding after a brief pause. Close, yet so distant, as if destined never to return. This remark left Daisy perplexed. She could not comprehend why Lu Zhe would express such sentiments. Nonetheless, she felt a twinge of pity for him. She patted his shoulder and, with a rare smile, said it's all right. Since you cannot return, you might as well stay here. Once I resolve your identity matter, you can become a resident of our city. Daisy's smile was sweet, completely at odds with the persona she typically portrayed. Lu Zhe smiled in response, choosing not to speak further. Before long, Daisy departed for work, leaving Lu Zhe to keep watch over the house. However, before leaving, she took the time to instruct him on how to operate the electronic devices, as he wished to better understand this world during her absence. Initially, everything went smoothly, but soon a particular passage caught his attention. The angel star and the entire celestial star system are managed by higher planes. Liu Ze pondered over this text. Seizing the moment, truth chimed in, the entity managing this star system is the cleansing agent we seek. The cleansing agents are responsible for maintaining cosmic balance. They appear whenever significant events unfold in the universe. What had initially been a vague understanding for Liu Ze crystallized with truth's explanation. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he mused. If I were to enact grand deeds here, would it attract a cleansing agent? That could be possible. But what grand deeds do you intend to undertake? Truth began to grow curious. Will it be the destruction of this planet or merely emanating your aura to draw them to you? Liu Ze shot Truth a disapproving glance and replied, forget it. One may be manageable, but too many would be overwhelming. After all, the cleansing agents who have encountered me in Doloa do not lose their memories. They will remember me. What are your plans now? Truth pressed, increasingly intrigued. Liu Ze smiled faintly and stated, to delve deeper into this world and then assess the situation. Truth felt a tinge of boredom. However, Liu Ze remained unfazed, thoughtfully asserting, the cleansing agents dispatch one to various civilizations in the void every 6 months. The last one arrived a month ago. So, you plan to act when the next cleansing agent arrives? Truth surmised. Liu Ze did not respond, but nodded with a smile. His intentions unmistakable. Well, I have yet to fully understand this world. Perhaps I should take a stroll, Liu Ze murmured. In this world, the cities bear a striking resemblance to those he once knew on Earth. Although the Doloa world has embraced modern technology, it still lacks a certain essence when compared to launching. Soon, Liu stepped out of Daishi's residence and made his way directly to the bustling streets. The throngs of people were invigorating. It had been a long time since he had experienced such an atmosphere. However, lacking an identity, he could only meander aimlessly. During his wanderings, he noticed a particular area marked on the map, Old Town, which he surmised would be quite similar to the cities of launching. A faint smile graced his lips as he followed the map's directions to Old Town. Upon arrival, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Children frolicked in the streets, while vendors peddled their wares. Am I home? Truth chimed in with a smile. Liu lowered his head, chuckling softly, and then raised it to say, indeed, it feels that way. However, as soon as he spoke, a commotion erupted nearby, drawing his attention. Curiosity piqued, he approached the source of a disturbance and, not wanting to disrupt the atmosphere, squeezed his way into the crowd. Once he discerned the situation, he was taken aback. An elderly man sat on the ground. Emblazoned before him were the characters for fortune-telling. Initially, he appeared to be an ordinary fortune-teller, but to Liu, he was anything but simple. The old man was the very same who had foretold their fates in the Doloa world. The elder soon noticed Liu, but exhibited no surprise, only a knowing expression. He then rose and addressed the gathered crowd with a smile, saying, friends, my work for today has concluded. I shall take my leave. With that, he began to pack up his stall, this time with a leisurely air, unlike his previous abrupt departure. The onlookers began to disperse, leaving only Liu behind. Moments later, he stood alone with the old man. Seizing the opportunity, Liu approached him directly. Sir, have we met before? He inquired with a smile. The old man paused his actions and replied, let's go to a quieter place to discuss matters. This confirmed Liu's suspicions. The elder was indeed the very same he had encountered in Doloa. Shortly thereafter, the elder led Liu to a rooftop. Sir, you should be able to tell me your name now, right? Liu prompted again. The elder chuckled, turning to say, indeed, our meeting here signifies fate, since we are destined. I shall reveal my name. Remember it well. I am Meng a fortune-teller. Are you truly only a fortune-teller? Liu could hardly believe it. Meng Tianji, sensing Liu's skepticism, merely laughed. What? Do you not believe me? It is true. I am merely a fortune-teller who enjoys traversing different realms to offer my services. Is that so? Liu responded nonchalantly. However, in the next moment, Meng Tianji's expression shifted to one of seriousness. You may not realize this, but your departure has spared a life in the Doloa world. Chapter 229, An Inescapable Fate. What do you mean by that? Liu asked, bewildered by the elder's words. Meng Tianji smiled and continued. To be frank, had you delayed your departure from Doloa world any longer, the Purifiers would have arrived. The Purifiers came after I left? Liu exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, you should now understand that the Purifiers roam across various worlds, launching eradication plans upon detecting anomalies. Just a week after your departure, they descended upon the Doluo world. I left at that time, Meng Tianji explained. The more Luz heard, the more he realized the extraordinary nature of this old man. So, everything is fine in the Doluo world now? Luz asked with a smile. It should be fine, Meng Tianji replied hesitantly. Noticing his demeanor, Luz felt something amiss and inquired. What do you mean by should be fine? Meng Tianji began to appear nervous, leading Luz to grow increasingly suspicious. Tell me, what is really going on? Luz's expression turned cold. Faced with Luz's sternness, Meng Tianji sighed and slowly explained, it's not a grave matter. It's about the truth in the Doluo world. He mentioned he would seek you out when he grows up. Upon hearing this, Luz's expression darkened. However, he reassured himself that Lu Xiaoyu was still quite young. And by the time he matured, Luz would have likely resolved the situation and returned home. Just then, Meng Tianji made another statement. By the way, time flows differently in the void compared to the Doluo world. How so? Luz asked, genuinely perplexed. To put it simply, one day in the void equates to 100 days in the Doluo world, Meng Tianji clarified. Initially, Luz felt unconcerned, but Meng Tianji's next words left him in shock. The truth from the Doluo world has entered the void with me, albeit at a slower pace. But he should be arriving soon, Meng Tianji said with an awkward smile. Luz was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the implications. Are you saying that by the time Lu Xiaoyu arrives in this world, he will have already grown up? Luz asked, his tone darkening. Meng Tianji did not respond, merely nodding politely. Luz now felt he was truly in deep trouble. I suppose I can only hide well. He lamented with a wry smile, preparing to leave. However, Meng Tianji interjected, his expression turning serious. Only one truth can exist in a world. This world has its own truth. If you reveal your presence, the Purifiers are likely to pursue you. Luz paused, absorbing the gravity of the situation, before simply responding. I will be cautious. With that, he descended the building like an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Meng Tianji smiled faintly, glancing skyward with a meaningful expression. You may reveal yourself now. Unbeknownst to whom he addressed, a figure soon materialized from thin air. Thank you, sir, the individual said politely. Meng Tianji waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, it's no great matter. He's your brother, not mine. Just remember our agreement. The man smiled and turned to say, rest assured, I will not forget. Good. Meng Tianji replied with a smile before recalling something and adding, by the way, you heard that. Remember not to reveal your identity. No problem. The man assured before making his exit. Meanwhile, Luz felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Soon after, returning to Daisiyu's home, he once again found himself basking in the sunlight on the balcony. Life seemed rather pleasant at this moment when Daisiyu walked in. You're back. Luz slowly turned to look at the source of the voice. Daisiyu sauntered over and produced a wristband, tossing it to him. This is your pass. Remember to keep it safe and don't lose it, she instructed. Luz picked up the wristband and examined it carefully before fastening it onto his wrist. Thank you, he replied with a gentle smile. Bathed in sunlight, his warm expression caused Daisiyu to blush. Now that you have your identification, you can find a place to stay on your own, she said, turning away. All right, I'll be on my way. Luz stood up, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Daisiyu recalled something and quickly asked, do you have any credit points? Luz was momentarily taken aback, but remembered that he had robbed a few thugs earlier. So he replied, yes, but not much. Upon hearing this, Daisiyu offered, how about I lend you 100,000 credit points? Luz felt a bit embarrassed. What are you thinking? You'll pay me back once you have a job, Daisiyu responded, exasperated. Luz could only chuckle awkwardly and replied, all right, I'll pay you back then. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Once outside, Jinli emerged and asked, where are you going now? You're unfamiliar with this place. I'll figure something out, Luz smiled. Jinli, uninterested, melded back into his body and ceased to engage. Luz began to study the wristband in his hand. He found a bench in a nearby park and sat down. After much contemplation, he had yet to decipher its purpose until a figure appeared before him. Brother, are you in trouble? Luz was caught off guard and replied, yes. I'm having some difficulty with this wristband. Let me show you how to use it, the person said again. Sure, Luz smiled as he looked up. To his astonishment, he nearly startled himself. What are you doing here? Luz exclaimed, surprised. Should you be happy to see me here, dear brother? It was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing Luz's shocked expression, Lu Xiaoyu broke into a smile and immediately embraced him. Do you know I've been searching for you? Lu Xiaoyu resembled a child in that moment, despite being slightly taller than Luz now. Didn't I tell you? I would return to find you after resolving this matter, Lu Zhe said, feeling awkward. You're lying. Lu Xiaoyu held him tightly. This made Lu Zhe even more uncomfortable. He had indeed lied. His true intention was to return to launching and lead a mundane life after resolving this issue. However, he quickly thought of a way out and boldly stated, How could I deceive you? Well, have I ever lied to you? You've deceived me many times. Lu Xiaoyu replied bluntly. Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words. Could you let me go for a moment? He requested. No, Lu Xiaoyu replied firmly. Lu Zhe frowned again, unsure of what to say, and so they remained in that embrace for quite some time. Brother, let me take you home now, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly suggested. Home? The Doluo world? Lu Zhe asked. But Lu Xiaoyu clarified, No, it's the apartment I rented in this world. You see, Lu Zhe responded, feeling slightly dazed. What did you say? You rented a place in this world? Chapter 230. Home, when exactly did you arrive in this world? Lu Zhe questioned while on the way home with Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu simply smiled lightly and replied, I've been here for almost a week. What? Lu Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only recently arrived in this world, yet his brother had already been here for nearly a week. When did you come? Lu Zhe asked again, regaining some composure. A week ago, Lu Xiaoyu said with an innocent smile. However, Lu Zhe became anxious and pressed. When did you depart from Doluo? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu, seeing Lu Zhe's serious expression, finally relented and said, I left the day after you did. That doesn't make sense. With your abilities at that time, you couldn't possibly breach the void, Lu Zhe said, bewildered. Actually, I was brought here by that fortune-telling old man, Lu Xiaoyu muttered. Looking away. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe became agitated, internally cursing. That old man dared to deceive me. Once I catch him, I'll make him pay. Brother, you're still unemployed, right? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. Lu Zhe shot McGlair, what do you think? Are you planning to support me? He was just joking. But to his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu replied earnestly, Of course I'll support you. Lu Zhe was taken aback. He expected his brother to actually have a job. Where are you working now? He asked with a frown. I work at a beverage shop. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a slight smile. Oh, Lu Xia responded nonchalantly. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a public rental apartment. Here we are. Lu Xiaoyu smiled as he opened the door. Lu Zhe took a glance and followed him inside. Upon entering the apartment, he felt an unusual ambience. Brother, haven't you lived in a place like this for quite some time? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly whispered in his ear from behind. Hey, don't get so close. Lu Zhe jumped in surprise. Seeing his startled expression, Lu Xiaoyu smiled brightly and stepped in front of him, slowly extending his right hand. Welcome home, brother. For reasons he couldn't comprehend, Lu Zhe felt a sudden pang in his chest, and his eyes began to moisten. Brother, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoyu noticed his distress and quickly expressed concern. Lu Zhe, snapping back to reality, turned his head away and said, Nothing. I just remembered some things. Lu Xiaoyu understood that his brother's heart carried more than just memories of the Doluo continent. There were deeper matters that he could not pry into. I never expected you to come here. Zhenli suddenly appeared. At the same time, the relative Zhenli also manifested within Lu Xiaoyu. What? You're not welcoming me here. The relative Zhenli smiled lightly. It's not that I'm unwelcome. Just be careful. If you expose us, we'll all be in trouble. Zhenli chuckled before disappearing back into Lu Zhe's body. The relative Zhenli also smiled faintly before turning to Lu Xiaoyu. You better be cautious. I'll be sealing myself for a while, so you'll have to manage on your own, the relative Zhenli advised before completely vanishing, leaving no trace behind. Although the absolute Zhenli did not speak to Lu Zhe, he understood. This meant that for the time being, it would just be Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu facing the challenges ahead. It's getting late. I have to work tomorrow, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered no further remarks, merely stating, Then you should retire for the night. What about you? I shall also rest, he replied. But there's only one bed. However, I trust you won't mind, so let us share it. Lu Xiaoyu's smile was innocuous, yet Lu Zhe felt a twinge of apprehension. What are you afraid of? I would not commit any wrongdoing, Lu Xiaoyu said, resting a hand on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Lu Zhe felt increasingly uncomfortable, and with no other recourse, reluctantly acquiesced. Soon, the two brothers had completed their basic grooming and lay down on the single bed. The lights were extinguished. Darkness enveloped the city, and Lu Zhe lay in bed, fixated on the ceiling, while Lu Xiaoyu had already succumbed to slumber. If I do not seek the cleansers now, could I not live the life I desire? Indeed, if Lu Zhe were to forego pursuing the cleansers, would this tranquil existence not be precisely what he yearned for? Yet he could not, for the cleansers would not forget the events preceding the time reversal. Even if Lu Zhe chose not to seek them, they would inevitably come seeking him. After some contemplation, Lu Zhe shifted slightly, catching sight of Lu Xiaoyu sleeping soundly before him. Observing his peaceful slumber brought a smile to Lu Zhe's face. Subsequently, he resolved not to dwell further on such matters, gradually closing his eyes in preparation for sleep. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke the following day, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes, only to be taken aback. He found Lu Xiaoyu's right hand resting upon his collarbone, while his left arm was tightly wrapped around Lu Zhe's waist, his head nestled deeply against his ribs. Lu Xiaoyu, release me at once. The once quiet bedroom erupted with Lu Zhe's admonition. Despite the volume of his voice, Lu Xiaoyu remained firmly attached to him. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Zhe abruptly sat up and delivered a kick to Lu Xiaoyu, who, still in a deep slumber, was inexplicably sent tumbling off the bed. What happened? Lu Xiaoyu asked, bewildered. However, upon seeing Lu Zhe's dark expression, he quickly comprehended the situation. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly and slowly rose, saying, I need to head to work. There is food in the refrigerator. With that, he dashed out of the bedroom. When Lu Zhe exited the room, he discovered Lu Xiaoyu had already departed. Gazing at the empty house, Lu Zhe let out a rueful smile. He then made his way to the balcony, peering outside before settling onto a bench. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. He needed to find something to occupy himself. Lu Zhe reflected with a wry smile. Resolute, he stood up and ventured outside. Once outside, he began searching for part-time work. However, during his quest, he sensed someone trailing him. Sighing, he gradually made his way toward a narrow alley. Upon entering the alley, a gentle breeze swept through, and Lu Zhe vanished from sight. The individual who had been following him arrived only to find the space empty. Where'd he go? He was just here, the person exclaimed in confusion. Are you looking for me? Lu Zhe's voice came from behind him. Realizing the situation, the person quickly turned and assumed a defensive posture. Who are you? Without wasting words, Lu Zhe confronted him directly. The person, maintaining a stern expression, showed no inclination to respond. Observing this, Lu Zhe chose not to engage in further dialogue. He swiftly appeared before the individual. Caught off guard, the person was swiftly pinned to the ground by Lu Zhe. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity by acting this way? Chapter 231. Matters of job hunting, what do you mean? Lu Zhe was taken aback by the words of the person he had subdued. If you dare to move against me, your identity will be revealed. Are you not concerned about being sought after? The individual warned again. Intrigued, Lu Zhe smiled and asked, what do I have to fear? I do not even know who the other party is. Are you unaware of the underworld in Andua's city? Do you not know the Black Hand? The individual appeared increasingly apprehensive. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe burst into laughter. He had thought it was the cleanser's subordinates that had come for him, but it was merely the local underworld. I was wondering who it could be. Lu Zhe chuckled. With that, he released the individual and strode towards the exit of the alley. The person, now freed, was left in a state of bewilderment. After regaining his composure, he awkwardly rose and asked, who exactly are you? That is of no concern to you, Lu Zhe replied, shaking his hand dismissively before turning away. The individual, seeing this, hurriedly pursued him, stealthily trailing behind once more. After walking for a while, Lu Zhe felt exasperated. He suddenly appeared behind the individual, seizing the back of his hooded cloak and lifting him off the ground. Why are you following me? I do not believe I provoked anyone, Lu Zhe inquired, puzzled. The individual, now suspended, began to struggle violently, inadvertently tearing his own cloak in the process. At last, Lu Zhe was able to discern the true identity of the one who had been following him. He was astonished to find that the person was merely a young boy, dressed in tattered clothing. You do not even know the Black Hand, do you? Lu Zhe stated bluntly. The boy panicked at this revelation, flailing helplessly as he stammered. I know him. He's my older brother. Really? Lu Zhe remained skeptical. The boy's expression shifted to one of alarm, but at that moment, someone called out to Lu Zhe. Seizing the opportunity, the boy fled without looking back. Lu Zhe, what are you doing here? The voice belonged to Daisy, who happened to pass by while on a mission. Lu Zhe, observing the boy's retreating figure, dismissed it from his mind and turned to Daisy with a smile, saying, I came out to look for a job. Have you found one? Daisy asked curiously. Not yet, but I have secured a place to stay, Lu Zhe replied with a resigned smile. Daisy, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiries and recalled the boy from earlier. Do you know that child you just encountered? She inquired. I do not, Lu Zhe replied definitively. That's good. That boy is likely a stray, Daisy explained. Stray? Lu Zhe asked, puzzled. Noticing his confusion, Daisy realized she had almost forgotten he was new to the area and awkwardly laughed. I almost forgot you just arrived. It's understandable you wouldn't know. Could you enlighten me? Lu Zhe expressed his interest. Strays are essentially orphans who survive by begging or stealing. It is best to keep your distance from them, Daisy clarified. Why? Lu Zhe questioned. Some strays will stop at nothing to obtain what they desire. So you can imagine why, Daisy replied. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Zhe scratched his head. By the way, do you have time right now? Daisy suddenly thought of something and asked. Of course, Lu Zhe responded, feeling somewhat exasperated. Realizing her faux pas, Daisy's face flushed crimson. What is it that you need? Lu Zhe inquired again. Regaining her composure, Daisy continued. I have a job opportunity for you. Would you consider it? Certainly, what is it? Lu Zhe smiled. This isn't a suitable place to discuss it. Follow me, Daisy replied, turning to leave. Soon, the two arrived at a beverage shop. They occupied a window-side table, and Daisy first ordered 2 beverages before initiating a conversation with Lu Zhe. So what line of work are you in? Lu Zhe asked. Breaking the silence, Daisy paused momentarily, then chuckled as she replied, well, the Law Enforcement Bureau is currently hiring. The salary is 5,000 credit points a month. If you find that appealing, do let me know. What I need to do? Lu Zhe inquired, taking a sip of his drink. Daisy pondered for a moment before responding. It's nothing too complicated, just helping residents with small issues or assisting the investigative team with some cases. What do you think? Care to consider it? After reflecting on her words for a while, Lu Zhe finally answered, sure, I can do that. As he spoke, he stood up and extended his right hand. Daisy quickly realized what he intended, stood up, and shook his hand. Unfortunately, this moment was witnessed by Lu Xiaoyu, who was working nearby. Upon seeing Lu Zhe and Daisy laughing together, her expression darkened, and it grew even gloomier when their hands met. Without a second thought, she approached them with her tray in hand. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here, Lu Xiaoyu said as she reached their table, her smile appearing somewhat menacing. Upon recognizing Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe was taken aback. You work here? He asked awkwardly. Daisy, sensing the tension, curiously asked. Do you two know each other? Know each other? He's my dear brother, Lu Xiaoyu replied with a scowl. Daisy immediately felt an inexplicable sense of unease. But she still asked Lu Zhe, I didn't realize you were his brother. Yes, I actually came to find him, Lu Zhe lied. Daisy, taking the hint, decided not to press further and instead went to settle the bill, preparing to leave. Before departing, she reminded him, come report tomorrow and don't be late. Okay, Lu Zhe nodded. After she left, Lu Xiaoyu promptly pulled Lu Zhe into a secluded room. Who is she? Lu Xiaoyu asked directly. Are you talking about Daisy? Lu Zhe replied, slightly puzzled, but explained, she gave me a pass for this world. You could say she saved my life. What did she just tell you? Lu Xiaoyu pressed further. She merely introduced me to a job opportunity. It's not that significant, Lu Zhe said with a wry smile. I already said I would take care of you. Why do you need to find work? Lu Xiaoyu questioned. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, feeling as if he were being treated like a kept man. I am your brother, after all. How could I rely on you indefinitely? Isn't it better for us to strive together? He finally managed to explain with a smile after much contemplation. Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless. In her frustration, she insisted, no, I don't want you looking for work. I will support you. Just stay at home. What kind of talk is that? I am your brother. How can a younger sibling command an elder? Lu Zhe replied, shaking his head in disbelief. This only heightened Lu Xiaoyu's urgency. What? If you truly want to have a serious conversation, we can wait until you finish work, Lu Zhe said, playfully tapping her on the forehead. Lu Xiaoyu puffed up her cheeks at the gesture, but had no choice but to comply with Lu Zhe's suggestion. She returned to her post, while Lu Zhe remained at the drink shop. Chapter 232. Law Enforcement Bureau soon. Dusk enveloped Andowa City, and the streets were filled with cheerful faces. I really don't understand why you had to keep me here. Wouldn't it be better to let me go home early? Lu Zhe complained as he walked along the street, still mulling over Lu Xiaoyu's actions. Unfazed, Lu Xiaoyu maintained that her decisions were justified. Brother, what do you want to eat? She asked, smiling as she drew closer to him. Taken aback by her closeness, Lu Zhe quickly distanced himself, saying, just something casual will do. All right, I have a place I recommend, Lu Xiaoyu declared, grabbing his hand and leading him in a specific direction. Despite being pulled along by his younger brother, Lu Zhe felt an unexpected warmth. Perhaps this was the life he desired, reminiscent of his experiences in launching, though not identical. In no time, Lu Xiaoyu guided Lu Zhe to a restaurant with delightful aromas. After locating a table, she cheerfully remarked, The food here is fantastic. Lu Zhe, surprised, asked, "You come here often?" "Yes, ever since I arrived, I've been frequenting this place," Lu Xiaoyu grinned. Seeing her joyful expression, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile in return. Shortly after, their ordered dishes arrived in full. After their meal, Lu Xiaoyu suggested they take a stroll, to which Lu Zhe silently acquiesced. They wandered the streets for an indeterminate duration until they found themselves in a tranquil park, bathed in moonlight, exuding an aura of serenity that calmed Lu Zhe. "Brother, let's sit for a while," Lu Xiaoyu said, pointing to a bench. Nodding, Lu Zhe walked over and sat down, feeling the evening breeze brush against his face. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu slowly began, "Brother, what do you think of this world?" After pondering her question for a moment, Lu Zhe replied, "It's quite nice here. At least there are no violent conflicts. Then why not refrain from seeking out the Purifiers? We could continue living here together," Lu Xiaoyu urged. Lu Zhe fell silent at her words. Seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu understood and reached out to grasp his shirt. "Can't you avoid the Purifiers? I don't want to see you get hurt again," she said softly. Lu Zhe merely smiled gently and replied, "I wish I could, but even if I don't seek them out, they will come after me." "But, no boots. This time, I have compelling reasons to go," Lu Zhe interrupted. "Don't you want to live this kind of life?" Lu Xiaoyu protested, unwilling to concede. Yet, Lu Zhe remained resolute. "I do, but as long as the issues remain unresolved, I can never attain the life I desire." Lu Xiaoyu felt lost for words. Sensing her distress, Lu Zhe embraced her, speaking in a soothing tone, "Trust me, I will resolve this swiftly." Silenced by his embrace, Lu Xiaoyu could only nod in agreement. The next day, when Lu Xiaoyu awoke to find Lu Zhe missing from his usual spot, he instantly panicked. However, upon exiting the bedroom, he discovered a letter on the living room table. "I've gone to the Law Enforcement Bureau and will return tonight. Take care at work." After reading the note, Lu Xiaoyu sighed in relief, realizing his brother had not abandoned him to seek the Purifiers after all. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. At the Law Enforcement Bureau's West District branch in Anhui City, Lu Zhe arrived as per his agreement with Daisy from the previous day. As he entered, he spotted her and greeted her politely. Daisy, noticing him, hurried over with a smile, saying, "I didn't expect you to arrive so early." "Well, I can't be late for work," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. "Then let us proceed. First, I shall assist you in your onboarding," Daisy remarked. Turning towards the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lu Zhe smiled and followed her into the building. Upon entering, he recognized several familiar faces. "Rest assured, everyone here is quite amiable and will not target you," Daisy assured him. "That is reassuring. I was concerned about being singled out as an outsider." Lu Zhe jested with a smile. At that moment, a handsome man approached them. "Daisy, have you brought a newcomer?" he inquired. "Hitler, it seems your team is short-staffed, isn't it?" Daisy directly posed a question. Hitler chuckled in response and stated, "Indeed, our investigation team is currently in need of personnel." He then turned to Lu Zhe, extending his right hand, and said, "Brother, would you care to join our investigation team? What will the role entail?" Lu Zhe politely shook his hand. Hitler grinned and explained, "Our team operates with considerable freedom. We primarily investigate suspicious cases and report our findings to the action team." "Very well, I shall join you," Lu Zhe replied. Agreeing to the proposition, Hitler laughed heartily and patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent. I will assist you in organizing your documents right away." Daisy felt as though she had not been of much help, but still smiled as she approached the two. "I will take Lu Zhe to complete his onboarding paperwork," she announced. "Farewell. See you shortly." Hitler bid them goodbye. Daisy then led Lu Zhe towards the onboarding office. After a brief completion of the onboarding process, Daisy escorted Lu Zhe to the investigation department overseen by Hitler. After introducing Lu Zhe, she departed, while Hitler, after reviewing Lu Zhe's documents, fell into contemplation. He then waved to summon another man. "Shua, please take Lu Zhe to investigate the old southern district and keep an eye on him," Hitler instructed calmly. The man named Shua had no reservations and readily agreed, subsequently leading Lu Zhe out of the Law Enforcement Bureau. On their way, Shua, curious, asked Lu Zhe, "I heard you came from another world?" "Yes," Lu Zhe nodded. Upon hearing this, Shua became intrigued. "Could you tell me about your original world?" Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before responding, "That world lacks a law enforcement bureau. It is quite chaotic." "Is that so?" Shua suddenly felt he had overstepped. Thus, the two remained silent for the rest of the journey. It was only upon reaching their destination that Shua spoke again. "Our current objective is to investigate the recent cases of missing persons," he stated casually. "Understood," Lu Zhe nodded, and they parted ways to commence their investigation in the old southern district. The Southern District is a quaint area with a rich historical background. However, it has recently become rather eerie due to the continuous reports of missing persons. The vanished individuals left no traces, and the investigation team had been probing the area for quite some time without any progress. Nevertheless, with Lu Ze's arrival, this situation was destined to change. Chapter 233, The First Task, Andarwa City, Old Southern District. The streets of the Old City are typically sparse with people, bustling only during events akin to the market days of Lu Ze's hometown. Do you truly trust Yua's words? Truth inquired. Lu Ze glanced at him and replied nonchalantly. Whether I believe it or not, at least I can once again experience the life of an ordinary person, can I not? Truth, realizing this, smiled and remarked, indeed, such a life is far too unstable for you now. Even a few days of experience would be worthwhile. Well, I must truly seal myself and fall into slumber. I will awaken upon sensing the presence of the Purifiers. Truth suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Lu Ze said nothing in response, merely offering a faint smile before attending to his duties. Observing this, Truth ceased further conversation and merged within Lu Ze, completely succumbing to slumber, his presence vanishing entirely. Surprisingly, even though Lu Ze was merely a new law enforcement officer, he was remarkably familiar with the role. This familiarity stemmed from his previous world, where, although he did not perform this exact duty, he nonetheless possessed a certain understanding. Subsequently, he arrived at the residence of one of the missing persons, armed with the task information provided by the Bureau. Standing before the door, Lu Ze pressed the doorbell. After a brief chime, the door opened. Lu Ze looked up to see a man standing there. Good day, sir. I am an officer from the Law Enforcement Bureau's Western District, here specifically to address the issue of the missing persons in the Old City, Lu Ze stated politely. The man inside appeared taken aback, but then replied, Please come in. Upon entering, Lu Ze immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere within the sparsely furnished room. The man glanced at him and sighed. Ever since my child went missing, my wife fell into a coma shortly thereafter due to the stress, leaving me alone in this house. Please do not hold it against me. No worries. I am here to resolve this matter. Lu Ze reassured him in a comforting tone. The man nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for Lu Ze to take a seat on the sofa. Once seated, Lu Ze inquired, Could you share with me what transpired before your child went missing? The man hesitated for a moment and then slowly recounted. There's not much to say. My child went to school that morning, as usual, and was expected to return home on time. However, that day, he did not come back as anticipated. At first, we thought he was playing with friends, but by midnight, we realized the severity of the situation. And then, Lu Ze pressed for more details. The man continued that night. My wife and I went out to search for him. We first inquired with his teachers at the school, but they claimed all students had gone home after class. After receiving no leads, we visited several of our child's friends' homes, but none reported that our child had gone to play with them. At that point, we began to panic, searching between the school and our home, but despite searching all night, we found nothing. The man fell silent, lowering his head in despair. I understand, Lu Ze said, observing the man's weary countenance and deciding not to press further. Officer, my wife and I truly miss our child. I implore you to assist us. The man suddenly looked up, gripping Lu Ze's hand tightly. Witnessing the man's desperation, Lu Ze felt a pang in his heart and earnestly replied, Rest assured, I will provide you with answers. Thank you, officer, the man exclaimed, beginning to kneel in gratitude. Fortunately, Lu Ze reacted swiftly and prevented him from doing so, helping him back to his feet. Do you have a photograph of your child? If so, please show it to me. Without hesitation, the man dashed into a bedroom and soon returned with a framed picture. The image depicted a cheerful little boy. Upon seeing the photograph, Lu Ze was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he had encountered this child before. He hesitated to make any promises, thus refraining from vocalizing his thoughts. Instead, he consoled the man, assuring him, Rest assured, sir, I will certainly bring your child back. The man nodded vigorously in response. Subsequently, he respectfully escorted Lu Ze out of his home. Once back on the street, Lu Ze began to reflect deeply. If the young boy he had encountered earlier truly belonged to that man, then the situation became exceedingly troubling. He proceeded to inquire at several similar households and learned that all the missing individuals were children, which led him to uncover the grim truth. To his astonishment, child trafficking existed in this world as well. Lu Ze's gaze hardened. Such a despicable act was reprehensible, even in his former world. The thought of personally addressing the situation filled him with a fierce desire to eradicate the den of those traffickers. However, as he was lost in thought, A voice emanated from his communicator. Luze, come to my location immediately. I have encountered the individual responsible for the disappearances in the old city. I've sent you the coordinates. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Luze felt the temperature around him plummet. He promptly followed the coordinates provided by Shiwa and quickly found him, along with the person he was pursuing. Without hesitation, Luze leaped from a height of 3 stories. With a thud, he brought the fleeing individual crashing to the ground. Gazing down at the person pinned beneath him, he demanded, "Speak. Where is your hideout?" Shiwa, who had just caught up, looked on in shock at Luze's cold demeanor. He stepped forward and said, "Luze, we should take this individual back to the station for interrogation. Your current approach won't resolve the underlying issue." Realizing the validity of Shiwa's words, Luze relinquished his hold on the man. Shortly thereafter, in the interrogation room of the West District Law Enforcement Bureau, Luze and Shiwa sat across from the detainee, separated by a steel table. "What is your name? Where are you from? What brings you here?" Shiwa fired off a barrage of questions, his eyes fixated on the captive. The man glanced at them, his face contorting into a sneer. "What do you do to me if I refuse to speak? Go ahead, kill me." The arrogance in his tone elicited visible displeasure from both Shiwa and Luze. "We certainly won't kill you. After all, this incident remains unresolved. And you are of significant importance to us," Shiwa replied coldly, striving to maintain his composure. "Then I simply won't tell you anything," the detainee retorted defiantly. Witnessing his insolence, even the most patient of individuals would be hard-pressed to endure such behavior. Shiwa was no exception. He slammed his palm onto the steel table and rose, exclaiming, "This is your final chance. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame us for employing extreme measures." The detainee was startled by the sudden outburst, but still stubbornly maintained his silence. Unable to contain his frustration, Shiwa approached the man and seized his collar. "Senior, don't act rashly." At that critical moment, Luze intervened, pulling Shiwa back from the interrogation room. Outside, Shiwa looked at Luze in confusion and asked, "Why did you stop me?" "This won't solve anything," Luze replied succinctly. "Do you have a better plan?" Shiwa inquired, regaining his composure. To his surprise, Luze nodded and approached the door, smiling gently as he said, "Leave it to me. He will confess." Trusting Luze simile. Shiwa instinctively chose to believe in him. "It's up to you then. Any information you can extract will suffice." "No problem. Introduction. Do I still have a chance? Can I bring him back?" A journey of cross-temporal redemption. Will it culminate in a beautiful conclusion or the onset of tragedy? Who truly stands atop the truths of each world? And what are their intentions? How did the Purifiers come to be, and what methods do they employ to eliminate anomalies? All these mysteries will be unveiled in the final segment. Let us await the revelation with bated breath.